As nightfall enveloped the village of Konoha, the entrance to the Uchiha clan's territory stood before us that a man and a woman came to a halt at the gate. Neither bearing any items that would suggest a visit to this esteemed clan, renowned as the foremost lineage of ocular techniques in the ninja world. The man, his hands confidently placed on his hips and a playful smile gracing his lips, radiated an air of exuberance that starkly contrasted with the hesitant and resistant demeanor of the blonde-haired woman beside him. Hey. Once the blonde woman, Tsunade, snapped back to reality, the dark-haired youth leaned in with a mischievous grin, teasingly asking, "Surely the illustrious princess of Konoha, lady?" Tsunade isn't faltering at this moment? Who says that? Stung by his words, Tsunade resembled a ruffled golden tabby, albeit with a hint of panic underlying her agitation. Noticing her return to the present, Yusuke's playful demeanor softened as he refrained from further provoking her, wary of her potentially losing control and delivering a swift punch to his chest. Though it was nighttime, the presence of two lively individuals at the entrance of a prominent clan was impossible to overlook. The vigilant members of the Uchiha clan soon spotted their silhouettes. Before they could approach, one called out, "Mikami Yusuke, what brings you here?" Upon drawing closer, the patrolling captain recognized that Tsunade stood beside Yusuke. "Greetings, Lady Tsunade." Tsunade, now fully composed, nodded in acknowledgement. The patrol captain shifted his gaze to Yusuke, his eyes flickering with intrigue. It was evident that Yusuke was the focal point of the evening. Without hesitation, he disclosed his purpose. "I seek an audience with the clan leader." The patrol captain furrowed his brow slightly before gesturing for a subordinate to relay the message. Inside the residence of the Uchiha clan leader, aside from Yusuke, Tsunade, and the clan leader himself, several elders were also present, all gathered without exception. This indicated that the matter at hand was of considerable significance. The elders huddled together, chattering animatedly, their glances frequently darting toward Yusuke. Seated cross-legged, Yusuke observed the Uchiha clan leader across from him. He found kneeling rather uncomfortable, deeming it sufficient for the clan leader to be the one in that position. Is it not rather delightful to witness the Uchiha clan leader kneeling before me, especially in this final moment of clarity? With this thought, a warm, serene smile returned to Yusuke's lips. Next to him, Tsunade noticed his smile, and her own lips involuntarily twitched in response. Seeing the elders engrossed in their private discussions, Tsunade leaned closer to Yusuke, whispering softly, "At a time like this, you can still smile?" Yusuke leaned in slightly as well, his palms subtly shielding their exchange, whispering back, "Tsunade, isn't it rather splendid to see the Uchiha clan leader kneeling before me at such a moment?" Ha. Tsunade could not help but twitch her lips even more at his comment. Who, in their right mind, would utter such words at a time like this? No irrational individual would never engage in such frenzied actions. Tsunade glanced down at her legs, then exhaled deeply. Fortunately, she was not accustomed to kneeling. The elders were engaged in discussion, and the clan leader had not approached. The intimate exchange between Yujin and the others did not go unnoticed. However, there was little to say about it, yet a lingering sense suggested that their conversation was not of a positive nature, accompanied by an unsettling prickling at her back. As the discussion gradually subsided, the eldest elder leaned toward the clan leader, murmuring a few words. The clan leader nodded, and the elder retreated to kneel beside the other elders. "Sanjo Yujin, are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" The Uchiha clan leader issued a final ultimatum. "I am here, now do you truly believe I possess a path for retreat?" Then, without an ounce of hesitation, the Uchiha clan leader cast aside the last remnant of doubt. "The Uchiha clan agrees to your request." With that, he extended his right hand, signaling Sanjo Yujin to commence. Upon receiving consent, Yujin wore a relieved smile, while Tsunade's expression darkened, fraught with struggle. Their faces met, one marked by turmoil, the other by serene resolve. Tsunade lowered her gaze, while Yujin lay upon the ground, their eyes locking in a poignant exchange. "Then I must trouble you, Lady Tsunade." His tone remained unperturbed, so much so that Tsunade felt an immense barrier forming between herself and the world, a disconnection from reality enveloping her being. "Let us begin. This is my own decision." With a slight movement of his eyes, Yujin added, "To see you before losing my sight truly counts as a stroke of fortune." As the words left his lips, Yujin's pupils abruptly turned crimson, 3 comma-like tomos swirling before coming to a steady halt. This was the emblem of the Uchiha, clan the Sharingan. Tsunade bit her lip, placing her hand over Yujin's eyes. The pain was excruciating. Though he possessed two eyes, the intense agony compelled Yujin to firmly shut the other eye. Accompanied by the pain was the disconcerting sensation of a part of himself being severed from his body. One of his eyes was departing from him. Though his heart raced with chaos, Tsunade's hands moved swiftly. The procedure of ocular extraction was not insurmountable, as Yujin himself had stated. This was his own decision. If she acted quickly, she could hasten the end of his suffering and liberate him from his constraints. In no time, Yujin's two eyeballs were placed into a prepared vessel by the Uchiha clan. Gazing at the container before her, the Uchiha clan leader's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. Yet, observing Sanjo Yujin being tended to by Tsunade, he uttered the awaited proclamation. From this day forth, Sanjo Yujin shall have no further ties to the Uchiha clan. Though he had lost the light bestowed by his eyes and the pain lingered, an overwhelming desire to shout surged within him. Farewell, confinement. The words lingered on the tip of my tongue, ultimately materializing into a simple, thank you. I did not download the study materials using Thunder, so where did that sound originate? Yujin was momentarily taken aback. No, that is not the crux of the matter. I am currently in the world of Naruto. From where, then, does this sound emanate? Am I hallucinating due to pain? As the sensation of pain gradually subsided, Yujin was able to concentrate more on the sudden sound that had manifested. In the next instant, another voice resonated in his mind, and this time Yujin heard it distinctly. Genshin, activate. Did something abstract just unfold within my mind? Chapter 2. Yusuke Mikami, the Sharingan had been bestowed upon him, and there was no longer any necessity for him to remain here. The Uchiha clan evidently did not harbor any desire to keep Yusuke and Tsunade for a late-night meal together. If such a wish existed, it could only imply that Fugaku, his father, was somewhat psychologically unhinged. Fugaku, you came to my home to gouge out your own eyes. You are the one who is truly deranged. In truth, Tsunade's thoughts were not dissimilar. Although Yusuke was now bound in bandages, that bloodied, handsome visage lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. How could one be so ruthless toward oneself? After a prolonged silence, Tsunade finally exhaled a leisurely remark. One cannot expect to ensnare a wolf without sacrificing a child. Yusuke spoke with a calm demeanor, a smile gracing his lips, as if the earlier events had never transpired. Only the bandages encircling him bore witness to the reality of what had occurred. Tsunade observed Yusuke's nonchalance, lost in thought. She had encountered individuals blinded by bandages before. And the moment she saw them, one name sprang to mind, Shimura Danzo. He was not only her teacher as close friend, but also the current Hokage's advisor. However, in comparison, Danzo and the Yusuke before her were worlds apart. Yusuke was celestial. Yusuke Mikami was naturally quite handsome. As he himself would say, my mother is of the Uchiha clan, renowned for their beauty. My father possessed such allure that he could whisk my mother away, even daring to elope from his family. One cannot achieve such feats without exceptional looks. Having inherited the genes from both parents, it was evident that he could not fall short in appearance. Indeed, he was a paragon of beauty, both in visage and demeanor, an extraordinary man. The bandages covering his eyes only added an ethereal quality to his presence, rendering Tsunade momentarily entranced. As for Danzo, the mere thought of him sent a shiver down Tsunade's spine. In contrast to Yusuke, she felt a wave of nausea. I sense that you are pondering some rather unsavory thoughts, Yusuke remarked with a hint of disdain, snapping Tsunade back to reality. Clearing her throat a couple of times to dispel the unseemly thoughts, Tsunade hastily shifted the topic. Your vision is impaired. Let me escort you home. Very well. Yusuke was about to respond, but as he uttered a single word, he felt a delicate, silky grip on his arm, followed by a gentle tug. Perhaps it was due to the previous jibe, or perhaps she was lost in her own thoughts. Regardless, Tsunade remained silent throughout their journey. This afforded Yusuke the opportunity to reflect on the voice that had resonated in his mind moments earlier. Genshin, activate. In the world of Naruto, the denizens of Konohagakure were unfamiliar with the meaning of those words. However, by sheer coincidence, he understood perfectly. Indeed, I, Yusuke Mikami, am a transmigrator. There is no sister or brother with a name that differs only by a single character. I have been transported to this world for nearly a month. Upon traversing into this realm, I found myself amidst the funeral of my progenitors. At that moment, all eyes were cast upon me, and I, with my newly evolved 3-tomo Sharingan, engaged in a series of intense gazes with everyone present. It was rather absurd. The commendable genes of my parents indeed bestowed upon me an exceptional appearance, yet they also bequeathed me a significant dilemma. Although my parents had departed from this world, they had inadvertently placed me in a precarious situation. The Uchiha clan is renowned for its unity, yet this solidarity exists solely among its members. My identity feels somewhat awkward, as even within the Uchiha, opinions are divided on how to address my situation. One faction advocates for my reintegration into the clan, while the other, unsurprisingly, contemplates how to eliminate me discreetly. It is undeniably distressing. This predicament prompted Yuji to make the choices he did this evening. The repercussions of his actions would reverberate beyond the Uchiha clan. After all, the singular benefit of my transmigration was the substantial enhancement of my perception abilities. On my way to the Uchiha territory, I sensed several presences trailing behind me. Upon exiting the Uchiha gates, one of these presences withdrew, presumably to report the events that had just transpired. Now, the voice I had heard earlier in my mind undoubtedly signified that my fortuitous opportunity was finally at hand. Be cautious of the small slope ahead, Tsunade warned. The very next moment, as I endeavored to investigate the source of the voice in my mind, I unfortunately stumbled, letting out a startled cry as I fell. Never mind, I shall examine it upon returning home. With Tsunade's assistance, I rose, inwardly sighing at my plight. The Uchiha territory was not particularly close to my residence. Given that many had eloped, lingering around one's parental home daily could be perceived as an invitation for confrontation. Tsunade remained silent as I adjusted to the darkness enveloping our path. In this instance, my heightened perception skills proved invaluable. By the time we reached my doorstep, I had fully acclimated to my current state. Tsunade halted, and so did I, both of us enveloped in silence. Eventually, Tsunade could no longer contain herself and spoke up. I have a question. Pray tell, I replied, adopting an air of candor. Was tonight's affair premeditated on your part, intending to exploit me? No, I answered with utmost seriousness. Tsunade was indeed an indispensable figure in tonight's proceedings. Her role as a medical ninja in the extraction was crucial, but her greater significance lay in her capacity as a witness to the contract. The title of Konoha Princess is not awarded lightly. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, a princess of the Land of Fire, and the current apprentice of the third Hokage, any one of these identities suffices to establish her as a witness to the events of this evening. The Sharingan serves as a bargaining chip, a means of dialogue between oneself and the Uchiha clan. It stands as the sole instrument capable of augmenting one's strength and bestowing the ability to resist. To avoid relinquishing the Sharingan, one still faces an inevitable demise. The esteemed Tsunade emerges as the singular and optimal choice. My response is indeed a reflection of my genuine desires. In Yuji's mind, memories of the day he first encountered Tsunade surfaced. He recalled the sight of Tsunade clad in her distinctive white training attire, a symbol of her efforts to extricate herself from the Uchiha's machinations, intertwined with the narrative of his own life. The contemporary youth literature author is correct. Love at first sight is merely an impulsive attraction. Chapter 3. A pair of divine eyes in the mist-laden bathroom. A sound of relaxation escaped his lips. The Umbu trailing him had departed, presumably to report to the Hokage. Truly, they are the elite of Konoha. One might even refer to them as Konoha's Imperial Guards. Their withdrawal further affirmed his growing sense of freedom. Yet true liberation remained just out of reach, contingent upon his own strength. Dignity resides solely on the edge of a blade, while truth lies within the range of artillery. Were he to possess such strength, it would not be a matter of him gouging out his own eyes, but rather the entire Uchiha clan carrying him back in grand fashion. In the past, he lacked the strength and the entry point to enhance his abilities. The voice that emerged in his mind was likely the manifestation of his own sword's edge, his own artillery. With no external distractions, Yuji finally found the time to explore the newfound presence in his mind. As he recalled the phrase Genshin, activate, that had once resonated within him, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his thoughts. External magical organ, the Eye of God, operating under the worldview of Teyvat in the realm of Hokage, at your service. You, hello there? Startled by this lengthy introduction, what began as a statement morphed into a question. Could this system have been conjured by Mona? The name certainly seemed to hint at a connection to the elaborate title astrologist Mona Megistus. May I call you system? That is not permissible. Why not? because some audience members may not appreciate it. Suppressing his urge to retort, Yuji ultimately established a method of communication with the system, silently intoning Genshin, activate. Although the desire to voice his thoughts became increasingly difficult to contain, more pressing matters awaited his exploration. What exactly is the purpose of this entity? As he pondered this, it mattered little how he addressed the system, so he opted to continue referring to it as system. The system then began to elucidate the functions he currently possessed. Leaning against the edge of the bath, Yuji absorbed the system's explanation. In essence, the primary function of this system is a lottery feature known as wishes. Beginning from 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, I shall bestow upon myself 3 entangled fates each day. With 10 attempts, I am assured to obtain at least 1 4-star item. And within 90 attempts, I am guaranteed 1 5-star item. The potential rewards encompass the vision, character templates, weapons, and an array of various items. In addition to the daily entangled fates I acquire for free, there will occasionally be special events and activities, the completion of which will also yield entangled fates. Quite splendid indeed. Yuki rested his chin on his hand, arriving at a conclusion. The lottery mechanism utilizing entangled fates bears an uncanny resemblance to that of Genshin Impact. The sole distinction lies in the fact that the game necessitates either grinding or monetary investment, whereas I receive these rewards freely each day. This free indeed carries a certain beauty. Moreover, what occupies Yuki's thoughts most is the prospect of the characters he might draw. Those who possess a vision wield the power to manipulate elements. Conversely, in the realm of Naruto, one relies upon a form of energy known as chakra. Might there exist a connection between these two? However, since he is yet to draw a character, this query must remain momentarily suppressed in his mind. The host has completed the basic functional instructions and received a novice reward. 1 selectable vision. Is this vision akin to the one I envisioned from Teyvat? Essentially similar. It possesses the characteristic of its element, enabling double damage and effects when utilizing skills of that elemental character, while also reducing consumption by 50%. The question of which elemental vision to choose indeed presents a dilemma. Contemplating deeply, Yuki pondered the 7 elemental visions: water, fire, lightning, wind, rock, ice, and grass. Without the slightest hesitation, he dismissed the last 2. In Naruto, chakra attributes, which correspond to the elements of ninjutsu, also number 7: water, fire, lightning, wind, earth, along with yin and yang. The conventional attributes are predominantly the first 5, while yin and yang are considered special existences. The first 5 can indeed be matched with corresponding attributes in the vision. This leaves only the ice and grass elemental visions. The grass elemental vision could amplify grass-type skills. Equating this to this world, would it be wood release? Yuki gasped in surprise. Wood release is the exclusive bloodline limit of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Aside from Hashirama, only the white Zetsu and the artificially created Yamato possess the ability to utilize wood release. Should I truly acquire a grass elemental vision, explaining my own grass release would pose a challenge. Moreover, given the current growth curve of the system, it is evident that I will need to remain in hiding for some time. Thus the grass elemental vision was promptly discarded by Yuki. Ice release, in this world, is likewise a bloodline limit, a type of special ability, and even if I were to draw an ice elemental skill, I fear I would have little opportunity to utilize it in the short term. The reasoning is akin to that of wood release. With these 2 eliminated, what remains are the 5 elemental visions that correspond directly with the 5 foundational chakra attributes: water, fire, lightning, wind, and rock. Possessing the Uchiha bloodline, it is evident that my greatest proficiency lies in the art of fire release. Once I acquire my first 5-star character, I may also consider selecting the vision of the gods. The water in the bath has grown somewhat tepid, and Yuji has provided his answer. I choose the Anemo vision. After much deliberation, when the words finally escaped his lips, his tone resonated with unwavering determination. Indeed, waiting for the first 5-star character is the most prudent choice. Nevertheless, since the vision can be drawn, the ramifications of not doing so are inherently diminished. Among the 5 elements, the one that most aptly represents my current self is undoubtedly the wind, the land of the god of wind, the city of freedom. Having excised my eyes and acquired the system, I am akin to a fledgling hawk, recently liberated from its cage. Are you certain you wish to select the Anemo vision? Confirmed. A tingling sensation. As soon as I assented, this feeling engulfed every thought within Yuji's mind. An unbearable itch, akin to a virus, swiftly crept across his entire body from his hollow eye sockets. Enduring the discomfort, Yuji trembled as he rose from the bath, the water exacerbating the sensitivity of his skin. Standing before the mirror, he wiped away the condensation obscuring the glass and gazed intently at his reflection. Indeed, his eyes, as the darkness, like mist, dissipated, Yuji beheld himself anew in the glass. His eyes had regrown, the itch gradually subsided, and his eyes had fully formed. Yet, the transformation did not cease. Under Yuji's scrutiny, a pair of eyes emanating a cerulean glow, adorned with a white pattern symbolizing the wind, reflected back at him. Chapter 4. Danzo, I will remember this grudge. In the Hokage office within the Hokage building of Konoha, an urgent report from the Umbu warranted bypassing certain protocols to directly inform the Hokage. This was the privilege of the Umbu. Hokage-sama, an Umbu ninja entered through the window, kneeling on one knee, bearing an expression of urgency. With a mere glance, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed the Umbu's agitation. What has transpired? Speak slowly. Yes. The Umbu ninja hastily complied, recounting the events of the evening, from Yuji leading Tsunade to the Uchiha clan's territory, to Tsunade returning Yuji home. Initially, Sarutobi remained composed, perceiving the night as tranquil. However, the Umbu's first words caused his back muscles to tighten instantly, resembling a startled old monkey. Even before the Umbu had finished, he could not refrain from interjecting. What do you believe they were doing within the Uchiha compound? Naturally, the Umbu had no knowledge of the occurrences within the Uchiha territory. Thus, when the third Hokage inquired about their intentions, the Umbu provided a response based on their observations. We could not delve too deeply, however, judging by subsequent developments. It appears that Yusuke Mikami ventured into the Uchiha clan, subsequently sacrificing his own eyes to forge a pact with them. After all, when Yusuke entered, he was in perfect health, yet upon his departure, his eyes were shrouded in bandages. Yusuke Mikami, Tsunade, and Sarutobi Hiruzen found themselves enveloped in profound contemplation. The matter at hand, given its ties to the Uchiha, presented no trivial concerns. This esteemed clan, renowned for its ocular prowess, is not easily tamed. Indeed, Yusuke was acutely aware of the Uchiha's ultimate fate. Within the intricate web of Danzo's schemes, Itachi Uchiha, a prodigy of the clan, had annihilated all his kin, sparing only his brother, the future protagonist, Sasuke Uchiha. This grim reality fueled Yusuke's desire to swiftly extricate himself from the Uchiha's grasp, lacking any extraordinary abilities. Save for a heightened sense of perception, he found himself contemplating a confrontation with the perfect ninjas crafted by Kishimoto. Such musings were merely self-deprecating reflections, akin to seeking death in a latrine by illuminating it with a lantern. Sarutobi Hiruzen held a considerable regard for the young man, for he bore the Uchiha bloodline, yet had not returned to the clan. However, he was now devoid of the Sharingan. Suddenly, the sound of the door being flung open jolted Hiruzen from his reverie. Only two individuals would dare to enter so boldly: Tsunade, who had just returned from her Umbu briefing, and his trusted aide, Shimura Danzo. Danzo's typically stoic demeanor was now tinged with anger. Yet, upon casting his gaze upon the Umbu, he chose to remain silent. He instructed the other surveilling Umbu to gradually ease their observation of Yusuke Mikami over the next 3 days, after which they would return to their original units. The Umbu bowed and exited hastily. The term ease could be interpreted as granting themselves a brief respite. Just as the Umbu were about to leave, Hiruzen glanced at Danzo and added, "Remember, it is the Umbu tasked with monitoring Yusuke Mikami." He gestured for the Umbu to vacate the office. After hearing Hiruzen's supplementary remarks, the glimmer in Danzo's eyes shifted constantly. This statement was, in fact, directed at himself. Yes, Lord Hokage. The granted reprieve lightened the Umbu's steps, and with Danzo present, they quickened their pace even further. Once the office was entirely vacated, Danzo's pent-up fury finally erupted. With a thunderous clap, he slammed his hands on the desk and, towering over Hiruzen, bellowed, "Why did you not stop Yusuke Mikami from gouging out his own eyes in the Uchiha clan?" Hiruzen, equally incensed, pounded the desk in response, rising to meet Danzo's gaze at an equal level. Then he fixed his gaze upon Danzo's solitary eye with his own. That was a decision of his own making. What could I possibly stop? Humph. Danzo scoffed, his tone icy, his eyes burning as he continued his inquiry. You must concede that you have lost control over Yusuke Mikami. He has transformed from a mere pawn into an utterly useless being. Had I known, I would have taken him to the root from the very beginning. For both the Uchiha and the higher-ups of Konoha, Mikami is now a piece of chicken rib. In fact, he is worse than that. A chicken rib at least holds some value. However, in the eyes of these individuals, the current Yusuke Mikami is something that can be easily discarded. Otherwise, Hiruzen Sarutobi would not have issued such a command to withdraw surveillance over him. What has transpired has already occurred. What more do you desire? Hiruzen Sarutobi was already tinged with anger. The matter concerning Mikami was merely a precursor, signifying that events were beginning to slip from your grasp. You must adopt a firmer stance, Hiruzen. Observing Hiruzen's rising ire, Danzo swiftly opted for a more circumspect approach, attempting to sway him with words. I have my own considerations. Hiruzen replied as he reclined back in his chair. You will regret this decision, Hiruzen. I am the Hokage Danzo. Just as Hiruzen sat down, he rose abruptly, slamming his hands upon the table. Danzo, witnessing this, let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Once outside the Hokage's office, the chill on Danzo's face intensified, his expression resembling someone on the verge of a fit of rage. How infuriating. He was plotting to seize Mikami's eyes, only for those exquisite three-tomo Sharingan to fall into Uchiha hands. If only they were in my possession. If only they were in my possession, the fervent desire dissipated in an instant. Danzo waved his sleeve and departed the Hokage building. Yusuke Mikami, I have marked this grudge. A sneeze escaped him. Who is speaking of me? The Uchiha or Danzo? The mere thought of Danzo's old visage sent a shiver down Yusuke's spine. After all, Danzo's attitude towards him could very well be, oh, here lies a wild Uchiha. Let me extract his eyes and discard his body. The remaining proteins from the Sharingan are still 6 times that of beef. Shaking his head to cast aside such thoughts, Yusuke carefully re-wrapped his bandages and stepped lightly into his bedroom. There was no way to explain the newly acquired eye. It was better to continue binding it. This would become the divine eye of his vision, compensating for the only light he had lost. As for the Sharingan, as long as it did not fall into Danzo's hands, it would be a favorable outcome. His plans could be deemed wholly accomplished. Supplemented by the system, a surprise far exceeding his original expectations. What should I do next? Yusuke reclined on the sofa, his mind momentarily vacuous, when suddenly this question arose. I shall ponder it tomorrow. Sleep, sleep. Returning to the bedroom, Yusuke reclined on the bed, a slightly triumphant smile gracing his features as he drifted into slumber. It was still early. I do not refer to the clock, but rather to the annals of history, the realm of the Thousand-Hand Clan. Faced with self-inquiry regarding his nocturnal escapades, he had just returned, receiving a loving headbutt from his dear younger brother, Rope Tree, courtesy of Tsunade. Tsunade, do rest early. Remember to send Kushina to school tomorrow. All right, I understand. Tsunade cast a fleeting glance at Rope Tree before skipping joyfully back to her own chamber. Kushina. Why do I always feel that something is amiss with my sister? Rope Tree confided to Kushina in a hushed tone, wary of Tsunade overhearing and delivering another playful punch. Indeed, it does seem somewhat strange. Kushina nodded in rare agreement with Rope Tree's observation. Chapter 5. I am not a dog. Acquiring the relic. Miracle, the flower of wonders. Unclaimed star 5. The baseline blue glow, equivalent to 3 stars. Drawing a relic on the first attempt was quite a fortunate outcome. Upon awakening, Yusuke began today's lottery while still reclining on the bed. He refrained from immediately inspecting the relic he had drawn, opting instead to complete the 3 draws scheduled for the day. May Barbados bless me, may Barbados bless me. After all, he was now the possessor of the Anemo vision. Surely, a prayer to Barbados, the wind god, would bear fruit. It was not merely a matter of invoking Barbados. Perhaps luck was on his side as well. On the second draw, Yusuke's mind was soon enveloped by a radiant purple light. As the purple light dissipated, it revealed the item he had obtained. Acquired character. Diana. Cattail Mixologist. Unclaimed star 25. Yusuke's heart leaped with joy, propelling him from a reclining position to sitting upright. Although Diana served merely as a support character, drawing a character on the second attempt of the first day was certainly a promising omen. The subsequent unclaimed stardust served as a byproduct of his draw, useful for upgrading the characters acquired. This is only the 3rd draw. Yusuke silently praised Barbados twice in his mind as he began to contemplate the character he had just acquired. The significance of acquiring a character was equivalent to obtaining their complete set of skills and talents. Normal attack, hunter's marksmanship. Elemental skill, Cat's Paw Freeze. Elemental Burst, Ultimate Mix. The elemental skill is akin to a minor ability, while the elemental burst constitutes a powerful move. The effect of Cat's Paw Freeze is to envelop one in a shield that enhances resistance to cryo attacks. The ultimate mix creates a zone where allies within can recover their health. In practical terms, within this circle, the allies' injuries would mend rapidly. In the realm of ninjas, chakra operates on a blue bar mechanism where the use of skills depletes chakra. Conversely, in Genshin Impact, using minor skills to strike or defeat enemies replenishes the charge for the ultimate ability, which can be unleashed once fully charged. The two systems are evidently not aligned. Yusuke began to perceive the excess energy within his body, contemplating the distinction between these two states. Ultimately, the results of his research aligned with his expectations. The elemental skills indeed did not consume energy, they only required a cooldown period. In addition to the elemental skills accumulating energy for elemental bursts, the utilization of ninjutsu corresponding to the same element could also gather energy for such bursts. The only lamentable aspect was that the elemental skills could only enhance elemental burst energy upon striking an enemy. A reminder from the system prompted the host to reflect on the effects of his actual manipulation within the game. Yusuke sank into contemplation, and after a brief moment, he smacked his forehead in realization. I understand now. Currently, I have only Diana as a character, but there will surely be more in the future. Using elemental skills to charge energy for elemental bursts benefits the entire team. Most importantly, while the game allows control of only 4 characters, I am not bound by this limitation. Even if elemental skills have minor cooldowns, with more characters at my disposal, the cycle of skills can be optimized. The first skill I use will have recharged by the time I reach the last one. Just utilizing my minor skills could yield devastating damage. I comprehend it now. With a grin, Yusuke prepared to unleash his final use of the entanglement source. However, before proceeding, he keenly noticed another aspect he had overlooked. His chakra had seen a considerable increase. Although he was a sensory ninja, his Uchiha lineage endowed him with a chakra level comparable to that of a 09 card. Presently, his strength had ascended to approximately a 13 card level. Moreover, he possessed a completely unexpected talent, the blessing of the spring sprite. Diana, a remarkable bartender, crafted exquisite beverages even with unconventional ingredients like lizard tails and pickled eels, typically associated with dark mixology. Despite her disdain for alcohol due to her father's alcoholism, the drinks she produced captivated the hearts of many, rendering them irresistible. The spring sprite's blessing, having granted Diana an inexplicable amnesia regarding her distaste for such ingredients, allowed her to concoct delightful drinks regardless of the components used. This must be the essence of elemental fragments. If I could summon Bennett, that unfortunate lad. Ah, but wait, if he serves as a touchstone for fate, his misfortune would be deemed a negative enhancement, which the system would automatically eliminate. That is reassuring. Upon this realization, Yusuke exhaled in relief. Additionally, there were still features yet to be unlocked, which could only be accessed after upgrading with the unclaimed stars or summoning identical characters. Given that Diana was a 4-star character, waiting to summon duplicates was evidently the more prudent choice, prompting Yusuke to refrain from rushing into unlocking the features. While various skills were not yet practical to test, the blessing of the spring sprite piqued Yusuke's interest. Upon rising and quickly freshening up, Yuki found himself awkwardly standing in the kitchen, suddenly aware of a pressing issue. His home lacked any alcohol. He decided to venture out for breakfast, intending to purchase some groceries along with a bottle of wine. After a brief tidying up, just as he was about to leave, the system unexpectedly reminded him, "You still have 1 draw left for today." Immersed in the joy of having acquired a character, he had momentarily forgotten about the unused draw. One last draw. A violet glow illuminated his mind, and Yuki was momentarily taken aback, soon to be filled with delight. Phew, another 4-star character. With 3 initial draws, he was fortunate enough to witness 2 violet glimmers right from the start. Yuki exclaimed, "I swear I'm not a shill." As the brilliance faded, Yuki's expression shifted to one of bewilderment upon seeing the item he had drawn, a subway, an old man, and a mobile phone. Congratulations. You have acquired the item. Bandage infused with an unknown fragrance, 25 unclaimed stars. This special item cannot be upgraded, is immune to stains, and originates from Teyvat. Its specific source remains unknown, yet it guarantees cleanliness and hygiene. When wrapped around the eyes, it does not obstruct one's vision. Yuki scratched his head. What a curious draw. I hope I won't end up with something like damp socks in the future. He mused. System. Is that last function hinting at a more obvious implication? Paimon doesn't know. Paimon knows nothing. Yuki, scratching his head, then donned the bandage over his eyes. His face a whirlwind of expressions within a fleeting second. I assure you, it's solely due to the practicality of this item. It has nothing to do with my speculations regarding its origin. Chapter 6. Tsunade's Visit. Tsunade? After a lengthy stroll, Yuki just entered his abode when he noticed an unexpected figure lounging on his sofa. He had never given anyone a key to his home. Tilting his head for a better look, he realized the window had been opened. Evidently, she had entered through it. Is this the ninja way of entering? Ah, you're back, Tsunade remarked, her head tilting slightly, catching sight of Yuki, who was laden with items he had just purchased. When did you arrive? He inquired as he changed his shoes. Approaching her on the sofa. I visited the Ninja Academy this morning before coming here, she replied, without delving into the details of her visit. Yuki placed his belongings on the table and settled beside her on the sofa. The entrance did not afford a view of the sofa's front, and upon sitting, he observed Tsunade sprawled out in a relaxed manner, unabashedly showcasing her impressive figure. It seems your daily life hasn't been significantly affected, he noted. Tsunade yawned, her tone laced with a hint of fatigue. After all, if she could venture out to buy things, it was evident that her routine was largely uninterrupted. While Tsunade appeared completely at ease, Yuki felt a twinge of discomfort. He inwardly chanted, I am a blind man. I am a blind man. Yet Tsunade continued to exude her allure unabashedly. Given that Yuki currently had no sight, he perceived nothing amiss in her demeanor. I can't hold back any longer. I must confront him. Coughing to clear his throat, he prepared to speak. Yusuke tilted his head to one side and murmured softly, although I am blind. Isn't your current posture somewhat brazen? Tsunade paused for a moment, her cheeks slightly flushed, and responded with remarkable poise. It's not as if I'm being seen with the eyes. Besides, even if you were to look at me, I wouldn't lose any flesh. Yusuke shrugged. Well, if the main party isn't bothered, then let it be. I'm tired. Why did you buy so many things? To cook, she replied. Stay for lunch. It'll serve as my gratitude. How about that? To think a meal would warrant such a favor. You have quite the imagination. Are you eating or not? Yusuke said, squeezing himself against the back of the sofa, sounding rather helpless. Of course. If I can enjoy a free lunch, I'm all in, Tsunade decisively stated. After some light banter, Yusuke headed to the kitchen. Strange, where did I put the new salt? However, upon hearing a certain sound in the kitchen, Tsunade was taken aback. A vivid image flashed in her mind of Yusuke, unable to distinguish the seasonings, serving himself a plate of dark, unidentifiable food. Yikes, that sounds a bit terrifying, she thought, and in a rush of instinct, dashed into the kitchen. Stop, Yusuke exclaimed, startled as he had just found the new salt. Why is Tsunade acting as if she's facing a formidable foe? In the next moment, he watched as Tsunade snatched the salt from his hands. Even if your sensory abilities are exceptional, I still believe you cannot cook this meal. Huh, even with your heightened senses. Can you tell which is salt and which is sugar? Yusuke snapped back to reality, comprehending Tsunade's intention. But I can see, even with the bandages, I can still discern. Moreover, I can differentiate between salt and sugar based on my own senses. Yet, he couldn't voice this, for even if he did, Tsunade might not believe him. So you plan to cook? Tsunade nodded. Do you know how to cook? Yusuke inquired further. Tsunade hesitated, pondering. If she claimed she could, what if she ended up serving a dish that could be lethal? Conversely, if she admitted she couldn't, what if Yusuke prepared something disastrous? Noticing her indecision, Yusuke removed his apron and handed it to her. Never mind, today you'll take charge. I'll guide you from the sidelines. All right, she said, taking the apron with a nod. Add an appropriate amount of salt and a pinch of sugar. What is an appropriate amount? This question left Yusuke momentarily stumped. The concept of an appropriate amount was indeed worthy of contemplation. 5 grams. No, let us say 6 grams. After a brief reflection, he provided his answer. Finally, stir it a bit, and it should be ready to serve. To be fair, as a medical ninja, Tsunade excelled in both chopping ingredients and measuring seasonings. Thus, after some effort, they managed to produce a remarkably standard version of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a genuine interpretation of this classic Chinese dish. Yusuke once observed a young chef preparing scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and, how shall I put it, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike someone after witnessing the abominable dish. The tomatoes were hastily chopped and carelessly tossed into the beaten eggs, then unceremoniously thrown into the pan to be sautéed together. Upon completion, the tomatoes were still undercooked, and a peculiar thick sauce was poured over the dish. Although the nature of this sauce remained a mystery, it certainly lacked the finesse of a proper thickening agent. As the chef began to prepare a second dish, Yusuke seized the moment to steam some rice. After a flurry of activity, a rather decent lunch was set upon the table. "Do taste it, how does it fare?" Kanji, with an eager expression, awaited Yusuke's verdict after he took his first bite. "Not bad," he nodded, savoring the eggs as he offered his opinion. Mealtime did not hinder their conversation. They chatted amiably while eating. "So, what are your thoughts on the transplant matter I mentioned?" "Perhaps it's best to let it go," Yusuke replied, shaking his head and articulating his prepared rationale. "In my current state, anyone would feel reassured. The primary concern lies in my inability to elucidate the origin of this divine eye." Strangely enough, despite its name incorporating the word eye, the divine eye is essentially an external magical organ. Being an external entity, it is typically worn as an ornament, akin to a pendant. However, in Yusuke's case, it has entirely supplanted his natural eyes. The notion that the system activated only after the removal of his eyes, suggesting that the loss of sight was a prerequisite for the system's activation, was a source of significant suspicion for him. Fortunately, the eye only glowed momentarily. It illuminated solely when the divine eye was in use. Yet, even when dormant, its extraordinary nature was evident upon inspection. What ordinary human eye emits light spontaneously? And what of the pupil, which bore a design resembling elemental wind patterns? During their meal, Kanji had a habit of indulging in a sip or two. Reaching for a bottle from the items Yusuke had purchased, she soon realized they weren't in her own home. However, her spirits lifted upon discovering it was indeed a bottle of alcohol. "Oh, is there wine?" she thought, momentarily elated, yet quickly the realization struck her. Aware that this wine had been procured by Yusuke, who was oblivious to her presence today, her expression shifted from surprise and joy to one shaded with displeasure, her tone taking on a chill. "You underwent eye removal surgery just yesterday, and today you've brought back wine. Are you planning to drown your sorrows? How little regard do you have for medical advice?" "Kanji, please, let me explain." Chapter 7, Cattail Special Blend. After an extensive explanation, Yusuke finally managed to convince Kanji, albeit slightly, that his intent in purchasing the wine was for mixology rather than personal consumption. Intrigued by the prospect of cocktail crafting, Kanji suggested, "If you wish to prove your skill, then prepare a drink for me to observe." Yusuke, naturally curious about the blessing bestowed upon him by Diana, the spring water spirit, was eager to comply. However, in terms of practical application, Yusuke felt uncertain. It is worth noting that the peculiar ingredients used by Diana for her mixology, lizard tails, pepper, star conchs, pickled eels, and butterflies, allowed her to concoct exquisite elixirs that are rare in this world. The crux of the matter lies within these very ingredients. While they may not be considered conventional for mixology, would the inherent talent still manifest if one were to use more traditional components? Thus, Yusuke had procured a plethora of items, intending to conduct experiments. However, Tsunade's insistence on him to commence mixing drinks felt akin to forcing a duck onto a perch. Yusuke's heart raced with anxiety. What was he hesitating for? He needed to begin. Tsunade urged him once more, and Yusuke realized it was time to make a decision. He would go for it. Even if his talent did not materialize, as long as the concoction was not lethal, he would be fine. "Then wash the bowl," he said. "Very well," Tsunade affirmed, promptly starting to tidy the table before heading into the kitchen. Yusuke retrieved a glass and set to work. Yet, being his first endeavor, his movements were anything but graceful. They could even be described as decidedly clumsy. However, what appeared as awkwardness to him, stemming from a lack of proficiency, conveyed a different sentiment to Tsunade. She perceived it as a sign of imminent danger. Witnessing Yusuke's anxious demeanor only solidified her belief that he had purchased the alcohol as a means to drown his sorrows and wallow in self-pity. Coupled with his earlier statement that anyone could feel at ease with his current state, it transformed from mere explanation to a display of resignation. As long as the drink he produced was not utterly repugnant, she would muster the strength to consume whatever he concocted. After finishing that glass, she would devise a plan to ensure he drank the remainder of his creation, lest it go to waste. Once that was accomplished, she would enlighten him to her good intentions, which would surely prove more beneficial in due course. "How perceptive of me," Tsunade thought, nodding silently. her hands instinctively tightening as she finished washing them. Be gentle. It seems as if you have a grudge against my dishes, she remarked. Understood, you brute. Tsunade completed her tasks, while Yusuke, drenched in sweat, finally finished mixing the drink. It was not fatigue that overwhelmed him, but rather a profound sense of unease. Give it a try, Yusuke said, pushing the glass filled with a verdant liquid toward Tsunade. Is this what you refer to as mixology? Tsunade felt the muscles around her eyes twitch uncontrollably. The cocktail before her appeared decidedly off. With immense willpower, she gritted her teeth and pulled the glass closer to herself. When faced with a drink of peculiar flavor, one strategy remained supreme: to down it in one swift gulp. It was akin to consuming a potion brewed from herbs. Down the hatch. With a speed nearly imperceptible to Yusuke, Tsunade raised the glass to her lips. Her hand moved swiftly, yet the fluid's flow remained constant. As the cocktail in the glass slipped down to half its volume, Tsunade's consciousness, which she had been striving to suppress, returned to her body with a rush. Instinctively, she contemplated stopping. Yet, could she regain her composure and confront the remaining half of the drink once she paused? Tsunade remained uncertain, but in that fleeting moment of distraction, her awareness was fully restored. However, the exquisite flavor emanating from her mouth left her momentarily bewildered. Could it be that this concoction was rather delightful? Naturally, Yujiro observed Tsunade's myriad reactions with keen interest. Moreover, the drink he had concocted, which barely qualified as a cocktail, did not escape his notice either. Witnessing Tsunade's peculiar way of drinking, akin to that of medicinal tonics, stirred a hint of admiration within Yujiro. To dare consume such a brew. She truly embodied the spirit of Konoha's princess, Tsunade-hime. Yet, a twinge of discomfort lingered in his heart. Judging by her demeanor, it seemed that his initial attempt had been a failure. If it had truly been palatable, she would not have appeared so resolute in facing the unknown. Sighing softly, Yujiro bowed his head in contemplation, beginning to reflect on where he had gone awry. Must I, like Diana, resort to using something as outlandish as lizard tails for my mixology? The sudden bang on the table jolted Yujiro, making him feel as though the surface might splinter in two at any moment. 5 ants. Puzzled, he remained lost in sorrow. The image of Tsunade's tenacious drinking stance lingering in his mind. Even if she were to declare the drink enjoyable, it could very well be a mere act of self-comfort. However, when he finally lifted his gaze to behold Tsunade's expression, he realized his misjudgment. Could it be that the stars sparkling in her eyes indicated she had encountered a distasteful beverage? It was truly delicious? Yet, the lingering doubt regarding its appearance remained. Tentatively, he inquired, "How does it taste?" Amidst Tsunade's contemplative pause, Yujiro felt a growing tension within him. There was an undeniable sense of lingering anticipation. Moreover, the fact that he had guzzled the first half without properly savoring its flavor was a lamentable oversight. As she spoke, Tsunade pounded her fist heavily upon the table. Filled with indignation, Yujiro felt as though a vision was materializing before him, displaying a bold number, 999. Thus, she resolved to have another drink. Initially intending to consume Yujiro's remaining stock, Tsunade's determination solidified. She must drain his reserves. You must mix me more. Reluctantly, Yujiro acquiesced to her demand. Are you certain that this drink is akin to the one I just served? Tsunade's eyes sparkled with curiosity, filled with doubt as she gazed at him. You'll find out with just one sip. Yujiro felt a strain within himself, despite the similarity in ingredients. How could the previous green concoction transform into this pale, orange hue? With skepticism, Tsunade lifted the glass, bringing it to her nose to inhale the aroma. After confirming that there were no intolerable odors, she gently tilted the cup and allowed a small amount of the orange liquid to enter her mouth. Tsunade was taken aback by the exquisite flavor and soon began to drink heartily. Although this second cup differed slightly from the first, its delightful taste was equally impressive. The first cup was relatively more mellow, making it an ideal introductory choice. In contrast, this current cup felt a tad stronger, perfectly straddling the edge of her tolerance. The aroma was more pronounced and the taste richer. While she had been reminiscing about the flavors of the first drink, the second one completely satisfied her palate. How refreshing! Placing the cup back on the table, a faint blush crept onto Tsunade's cheeks as she leaned back, her gaze fixated intently on the glass. Yusuke, you should consider opening a bar with your remarkable bartending skills. Yusuke, stroking his chin thoughtfully for a moment, mused, well, it's not out of the question. Chapter 8. Opening a tavern seems quite appealing the following day, as Yusuke emerged from the depths of slumber, still not having commenced his card drawing for the day. He astutely sensed another presence in the living room. "Tsunade, you're here so early." Although his words were directed at Tsunade, who was seated on the sofa, his gaze did not linger on her. The door was closed, and the window ajar. She had entered through the window once again. Perhaps he should give Tsunade a key, as he would eventually have to. Aside from that thought, he silently expressed gratitude for having kept the bandage on throughout the night. Had he awoken to find Tsunade there without the bandage, it could have led to complications. What he needed now was to lie low. In other words, he had to bide his time for a while longer. "Good morning." Tsunade greeted him as he stepped out of the bedroom. "Good morning." Today, Tsunade had risen even earlier than the previous day, yet she showed no signs of fatigue, having hardly slept the night before. She had to admit that the allure of Yusuke's drinks was far greater than her inclination to gamble. If Yusuke were to learn of her thoughts, he would surely be astounded by the blessings of the water spirit, a talent that could divert Tsunade from her gambling tendencies. Truly remarkable. Tsunade's propensity for gambling could almost be considered a hallmark of her character, a trait she had inherited from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who had developed a fascination with gambling during the relatively peaceful era of the early Hidden Leaf Village. This inclination was swiftly adopted by Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage. "I don't recall you being this excited when you go gambling," Yusuke remarked unconsciously as he passed Tsunade on his way to the washroom. The issue, however, was that while Tsunade gambled, she was known to defy the odds. It was said that out of 10 gambles, 9 would result in loss. Yet for Tsunade, every victory seemed to coincide with the unfortunate demise of someone in her vicinity. The first generation, the third generation, and Jiraiya are well-known figures. Her brother, Ju, likely experienced similar circumstances when the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, passed away. The intertwining of winning and the demise of those close to her may appear unrelated at first glance. Yet such coincidences indeed exist. Therefore, Tsunade's life can be broadly categorized into 2 paths. Either she is on the road to losing or on the path of winning while repaying gambling debts. She has lost to such an extent that she has earned a notorious nickname throughout the ninja world, the legendary Big Fat Sheep. Upon awakening from his slumber, Waisei, still half-dazed, inadvertently uttered, "You've become quite the spendthrift after marriage." Although he muttered this under his breath, Tsunade, her senses heightened by excitement, caught every word. Startled by his remark, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Looking down, she retorted softly, "Mind your own business." However, Waisei had already entered the washroom and did not hear her response. When he emerged, he appeared significantly more refreshed. The simple act of washing up was one aspect. But primarily, today's triple blue light and 3 3-star weapons had invigorated him. "Have you had breakfast?" he inquired. "Not yet," she replied. This time, Tsunade had no intention of entering the kitchen herself. Instead, she sought to calm her nerves outside. Waisei prepared a simple meal in the kitchen and invited Tsunade to join him for breakfast. "Coincidentally, I have a property in the commercial district. What if you opened a tavern there? Consider it my investment," he suggested. After confirming that Waisei had not used any dubious ingredients, Tsunade took her first bite and, while eating, posed a question to him. Waisei did not rush to respond, but instead pondered as he chewed. The previous afternoon, Tsunade had insisted he mix drinks for her. Although he found her proposal of opening a tavern appealing, he anticipated her eagerness. Establishing a tavern could indeed provide her with a purpose, and before finishing breakfast, he nodded in agreement, primarily because he currently lacked any pressing engagements. "Let us proceed with this plan." Tsunade's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and she momentarily set aside her meal to passionately share her partnership ideas that had kept her awake all night. As she spoke, Waisei listened quietly, his mind absorbing her words while also wandering down other avenues of thought. After realizing he had traveled to this world, Waisei sought to confirm the timeline. 19 years had passed since the First Shinobi World War, and it was currently the 36th year of Konoha. Although the exact year the Second Shinobi World War commenced is not explicitly stated, the information about the 19 years provides a clear indication. The timeline has often been muddled due to the extensive narrative of Naruto, leading to some ambiguities. However, it is explicitly mentioned that the Second War began approximately 20 years after the first. Though his blindness posed challenges for participating in battles, he had secretly trained for a year, securing at least 12 5-star abilities. Not making an effort to involve himself in the Second War would be a disservice to his own potential. After all, World War II stands as the inception of a significant portion of tragedy. The unfortunate Shinshu and the trio of rain ninjas, fully aware that calamity looms, remain obstinately oblivious, a notion that Yusuke finds utterly intolerable. Nevertheless, there remains a year ahead. Thus, the establishment of his tavern for a year is undoubtedly feasible. Once Tsunade concluded her statement, Yusuke nodded in agreement with her plan. Observing this, Tsunade swiftly consumed the remainder of her breakfast, urging Yusuke to hasten his meal so they could attend to more pressing matters. To embark on this entrepreneurial venture, the initial step is to acquire the necessary permits, which can be procured at the Hokage building. The Hokage symbolizes the village's most formidable and beloved leader, thus encompassing a myriad of civic responsibilities. Have you heard? The Hokage was in quite a tizzy the night before, to the extent that the desk in his office was reportedly thumping loudly. Is that true? Indeed it is. Allow me to elaborate. Yusuke, upon entering, found himself overhearing two guards engrossed in gossip. Initially, he had no intention of eavesdropping, yet his keen perception allowed him to capture their conversation with clarity. Through their exchange, Yusuke discerned the source of Sarutobi Hiruzen's ire, none other than the old curmudgeon, Shimura Danzo. Coupled with the timeline of the previous evening, Yusuke could not help but connect the dots back to himself. Could it be that Danzo's fury is directed at me? The act of extracting the Sharingan for Uchiha was ostensibly unrelated to Danzo. However, the old fox surely coveted it. At that time, Shursui had likely not even been born, and Danzo was oblivious to the existence of the Mangekyō. What he comprehended were merely the 3 levels of Sharingan: 1 Tomo, 2 Tomo, and 3 Tomo. Yet, Yusuke's pair of Sharingan represented the pinnacle of his understanding, the 3 Tomo, without a doubt causing the old dog to salivate. Behind the scenes, he might already be concocting various schemes to lay claim to Yusuke's eyes. The events of the previous night, however, unequivocally dismantled his plans. I have unwittingly become the fly that spoiled the pot of Sharingan stew, only for that stew to be fed to another swarm of flies. As for whether Danzo would clandestinely retaliate against him, Yusuke thought, let him come. As a censor ninja, equipped with Dhyana's skills, he could counteract any flamboyant assassination attempt. 1 would come, and 1 would remain. 2 would come, and a pair would remain. The old dog Danzo, time is on my side. Although I am currently weak, the day I outmaneuver you is not far off. What are you laughing at? Why does it seem so sinister? Tsunade inquired, tilting her head as she observed Yusuke's expression, unable to suppress a shiver. That expression suggests that someone is about to encounter misfortune. I merely thought of something delightful. Yusuke refrained from elaborating, instead donning a gentle smile as he proceeded toward the permit office. Chapter 9. A gift from an angel upon entering the Hokage building. Yusuke noticed the staff's glance at Tsunade and realized that the processing speed would undoubtedly be exceedingly swift. A female staff member was casually approached, and she promptly began assisting the 2 individuals. Upon hearing Tsunade mention that they were establishing a tavern, the interest in the office peaked. Everyone chimed in, expressing their excitement about having a place to unwind after work. While Konoha boasts numerous izakayas, the distinction lies in the fact that Yujiro does not intend to offer an extensive array of food. The preparation of food is exceedingly intricate, whereas mixing drinks proves to be far more straightforward. After spending an entire afternoon experimenting with Tsunade, Yujiro's speed in cocktail preparation has become remarkably swift. With his eyes closed, he tosses various ingredients into the glass, adding a splash of liquor at random. The concoctions he creates are so delightful that they elicit applause from Tsunade. At this moment, one cannot help but marvel at the resilience of his table, which is yet to splinter in half. Are you and Tsunade opening a store together? Indeed. Tsunade and I are embarking on this venture, Yujiro replied with a smile. His cocktails are unparalleled in the ninja world, and Tsunade does not hesitate to shower him with praise. With a bustling clientele, her share of the profits will undoubtedly be substantial, serving as her wager for the future. It becomes imperative to savor Yujiro's creations when the time comes. Yujiro remained silent, and the staff member, engrossed in her paperwork, paid no heed to their exchange. Without Tsunade's presence, the situation could have spiraled into chaos. Bearing the Uchiha bloodline, Yujiro's identity brings forth complications that extend beyond the Uchiha clan. Excluding the issues associated with the Uchiha, he faces considerable challenges elsewhere as well. Reflecting on this, he could not help but let out a silent sigh. Ultimately, the conversation circles back to the Uchiha lineage. The first rogue ninja from Konoha was Uchiha Madara, a significant figure behind the scenes. The activation of the Sharingan necessitates immense emotional stimuli, with tragedy being the most prevalent catalyst. Such tragedies inevitably lead to profound personality shifts, resulting in a perception among others that Uchiha individuals possess a hint of madness. Coupled with the Uchiha's oversight of the security department, conflicts with others are an unavoidable consequence of their law enforcement duties. The amalgamation of these elements has rendered the Uchiha quite unpopular in Konoha. As for the amiable demeanor of the staff member, her appearance raises the question, what relevance does being an Uchiha hold? With a perpetually warm smile, she exudes a gentle aura, which appears even more refined now that she is bandaged. Tsunade mused, why do I always sense some ulterior motive behind his smile? Please fill in the name of your establishment. The staff member presented the form before Tsunade and Yujiro. What shall we call it, given that it is a joint venture? Tsunade turned her head to Yujiro for guidance. Yujiro stroked his chin, pondering the matter. Cat's Tail Tavern? This notion sprang forth instantly, as it is Diana's specialty, and Cat's Tail Tavern is indeed where she works. However, could this name be perceived as overly feminine? Sky Island, World Tree, Bluebird? Countless names danced through Yujiro's mind. Staff member, when in contemplation, your demeanor changes, yet you remain strikingly handsome. How does the gift of the angels sound? After a moment of reflection, Uchiha made his decision. The gift of the angels. Tsunade echoed the name, feeling quite pleased with it. Very well, let it be the gift of the angels. Receiving the completed form, the staff member made a few additional entries. All set. Handing the paperwork to Tsunade, it signified that as soon as they tidied up the premises and hung the sign, they could commence operations. Tsunade, brimming with excitement, pulled Uchiha out the door, her mind racing with thoughts of having him concoct cocktails once everything was in order. For Uchiha, swift proceedings were undoubtedly beneficial. The longer they lingered at the Hokage building, the greater the chance of encountering the third Hokage. Meeting Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly be a troublesome affair. Thus, Uchiha allowed Tsunade to lead him outside. However, as fate would have it, just as they exited the office, Uchiha spotted the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. There lingered a considerable distance before the narrative would officially unfold. And the current Hiruzen was far from the elderly figure he would later become. He was in his prime. Fortunately, Tsunade appeared wholly consumed by thoughts of drinking and inadvertently overlooked her beloved mentor. As Uchiha left only a silhouette for the third Hokage, he exhaled a sigh of relief. It was a blessing that he had not been acknowledged. Tsunade, do you not even offer a greeting to your teacher? Uchiha thought, retracting his earlier musings. Just as they were nearly out the door, he called out, Teacher. Although Tsunade's mind was preoccupied with the prospect of drinking, she could not simply ignore the call. What have you been busy with lately? I haven't seen you around, Sarutobi Hiruzen casually inquired as he approached Uchiha and Tsunade, feigning an accidental encounter. After all, I am a medical ninja. The hospital keeps me quite occupied, ha. Tsunade's laughter rang hollow, betraying her discomfort. However, I've heard that the hospital hasn't been particularly busy recently, the third Hokage remarked, his expression thoughtful. Standing beside Tsunade, Uchiha observed the beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her recent escapades primarily revolved around the casino, izakayas, and, lastly, the hospital. The hospital was hardly her primary concern. While ninjas were expected to undertake missions at Tsunade's level, she would only be deployed for significant assignments. Moreover, her contributions at the hospital were minimal. Typically, she was not required for routine tasks. I hear you and Uchiha are planning to open a tavern together? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, shifting his gaze to Uchiha. Noticing this, Uchiha bowed slightly and greeted, Good day, third Hokage. Uchiha, your eyes. Hiruzen began, his intent clear even though he did not finish his thought. Uchiha could not help but chuckle inwardly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was undoubtedly aware of the peculiarities regarding his eyes. At that moment, aside from the Uchiha gate, the few departing ninjas I sensed were indeed on their way to inform Hiruzen and Danzo. It is somewhat shameful to admit that, despite the formidable power of the Sharingan, it has also brought me considerable turmoil. Yusuke feigned helplessness before continuing. Thus, I resolved to appoint Tsunade as a witness and entrusted the Sharingan to the Uchiha clan, severing all ties between myself and them. What Yusuke expressed mirrored precisely the report from the Umbu. Hiruzen was about to offer some words of comfort when Yusuke interjected, interrupting Hiruzen's thoughts. Speaking of which, I have a matter I wish to request of you, Lord Hokage. Oh, what is it? I have now become blind. The life of a ninja is no longer suitable for me. Therefore, I wish to submit my retirement notice, hoping that the third Hokage will grant his approval." As he spoke, Yusuke retrieved several sheets of paper from his pocket and handed them to Hiruzen. Upon unfolding the document, Hiruzen felt an overwhelming urge to control his facial expressions upon merely reading the opening lines. "Well, it seems you were prepared all along." Tsunade, initially relieved that Hiruzen's attention was diverted from her, was taken aback when Yusuke indeed produced a retirement report. Hiruzen glanced at the first 2 lines of the report before his gaze lingered on the paper, his mind racing with thoughts on how to handle this situation. Tsunade looked at Yusuke, Yusuke looked at the third Hokage, and Hiruzen focused on the paper. Thus, an eerie silence enveloped the 3 of them. "I cannot agree to this." After a prolonged pause, Hiruzen shook his head, providing his response. "Yusuke, you are still young. Submitting a retirement notice at this stage is premature. Even without the Sharingan. With a transplant of ordinary eyes, there are still opportunities for you to shine in the future. Old man, I am blind now. You still wish to keep me restless, don't you? Lord Hokage, in this state of blindness, anyone would find solace." Yusuke once again presented his reasoning to counter Tsunade, relaying it to Hiruzen. By addressing the third Hokage in such a manner, Yusuke subtly hinted at wanting to clarify the matter. "If there are no obligatory missions at present, and you refrain from accepting tasks from the mission department, then no one can compel you. Therefore, I shall refrain from signing this retirement notice for now." Hiruzen returned the report to Yusuke and turned to leave. "Old man, playing the fool while knowing full well, are we?" Tsunade, tasked solely with steering the conversation toward Yusuke, had a burning desire to inquire about the retirement notice, but ultimately chose to swallow her words. "Come on. Let me take you to see the shop." "All right." With smiles rekindled, Tsunade and Yusuke turned to exit the Hokage building. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen reflected on his earlier conversation with Yusuke, his mind in a whirl. A blind person truly is ill-suited to continue as a ninja. Yet, upon observing Yusuke, Hiruzen felt an undeniable need to remain vigilant. It was an instinctual warning. Allowing him to become a civilian could lead to his swift disappearance from sight, resulting in a decline in Hiruzen's own alertness. Loss, a warning against a man who dares to exchange his eyes for freedom. What Sarutobi Sasuke failed to realize was that this intuitive alert stemmed from the dissonance surrounding Yusuke. The ability to barter one's eyes for freedom, coupled with today's conversation, clearly indicated that Yusuke was an astute individual. Naturally, such a clever person would come to understand that the gap between himself and Tsunade would gradually widen. In such circumstances, a wise person would choose to depart proactively rather than wait for the inevitable divergence. Yet, Yusuke now found himself drawing ever closer to Tsunade. In the absence of a system, he might have chosen to leave voluntarily. However, the situation was different now. He possessed a system in his hands. Chapter 10. The Secret Base. After departing from the Hokage building, Tsunade led Yusuke to the residence she had prepared. The establishment was neither too far nor too close to the bustling city center, a detail that pleased Yusuke. Ultimately, his aim was not to accumulate wealth, but rather to occupy himself with meaningful endeavors. The original body had earned a considerable sum as a ninja, as the diverse jutsu within the ninja world often required the skills of perceptive ninjas. Yusuke, thank you, original self. System, did you call for me? Yusuke, pun intended. Deduct some points. Furthermore, Yusuke was quite content with one particular aspect. The establishment boasted a spacious backyard, which was a delightful surprise. Standing at the back door, with his hands on his hips, Yusuke's smile brightened as he gazed at the yard. This did not escape Tsunade's notice. What are you thinking about? She inquired, a sense of premonition stirring within her. What kind of premonition? Tsunade pressed, stepping closer to Yusuke. I have a feeling this backyard will soon be quite lively. How peculiar. Tsunade was baffled by Yusuke's words and shook her head as she turned to enter the house. With Yusuke's skills, he would undoubtedly become a sensation in Konoha, attracting numerous patrons and generating a bustling atmosphere. Did it really require a premonition to foresee that? I believe you may have misunderstood my intention. Then what do you mean? In my eyes, this backyard resembles a child's secret base, accessible only to the closest companions. The deed still belongs to me. Whose is whose? Tsunade rolled her eyes elegantly and stepped back into the shop. Noticing Yusuke lingering at the back door, she called out, Stop dawdling. Come help me tidy up. I'm coming. I'm coming. With a warm smile, Yusuke returned to the front room to begin his chores. Tsunade glanced back at the yard, then at Yusuke, who was already cleaning, a sweet sensation inexplicably blooming within her heart. A secret base seemed rather appealing. However, while tidying, Yusuke often displayed childlike exuberance, which amused Tsunade even as it caused her some mild exasperation. Wow, there's even a bow here. Yusuke was aware that he was indulging in playful antics, yet he was unable to resist the thrill of it all. The bow, though a weapon, had rarely made an appearance in the Naruto series. In Yusuke's recollections, it was only Uchiha Itachi in his youth who had used a bow for hunting. The weapons most commonly associated with ninjas are threefold: kunai, shuriken, and senbon. Each of these can serve as throwing weapons, while the kunai can also function in close combat, akin to a dagger. Next, we have the ninja swords, such as those wielded by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the renowned Kakashi Hatake of the Leaf Village, the second Hokage's Raijin blade, and the grass cutter sword of Orochimaru and Sasuke. The practice of wielding ninja swords is not prevalent, primarily due to the considerable investment of time and effort required to master swordsmanship and techniques. Consequently, for the average person, unless they begin their training in swordplay from the outset, there is little incentive to pursue it further. Moreover, even if one were to achieve proficiency, they might find themselves outmatched by other ninjas who do not rely on swords. Beyond these two categories, the remaining weapons are often characterized by their distinctive personal flair. The third Hokage's Rui Jingu Bang, the sickle used by Hanzo the Salamander, the 3-bladed scythe wielded by Haiden, Asuma's blades, and then, of course, Naruto's mouth, along with the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan, though the latter two are mentioned in jest. As thoughts flitted through his mind, Yujin did not manage to locate a bow and arrow, but he casually drew a few imaginary shots, indulging in the joy of archery, his posture surprisingly proper. Just as he became absorbed in the activity, Tsunade's voice broke through, causing him to tilt his head and observe her puzzled expression. Her skepticism exceeded Yujin's expectations. Yet upon reflection, he understood. Typically, those who practice archery possess a neglected piece of wilderness at home. Take Itachi Uchiha, for instance. He would only use a bow and arrow when hunting. Having engaged in archery for the first time, Yujin thought he had performed commendably. He refrained from speaking, but inwardly mused. Is it possible that I can shoot better than you imagine? Come on, let us tidy up this cabinet. If you wish to play, I can fetch some arrows for you tonight. Both being ninjas and seasoned jonin, their stamina was naturally ample. However, after completely tidying the room, they both collapsed onto the floor in exhaustion. The establishment had previously served as a restaurant, hence an abundance of tables and cabinets. A simple rearrangement of furniture sufficed to render the space orderly. The most laborious task was dusting, which felt particularly draining. Though Tsunade possessed water techniques at her current level, asking her to unleash water to thoroughly clean the space was akin to requesting an Ultraman to thread a needle through the earth. It was a daunting challenge. Setting a sign and purchasing a few decorative items would finalize their efforts. After resting for a while, Tsunade rose, stretched her limbs, and proposed further action. We still need to buy some alcohol and other supplies. Yujin also sat up, rubbing his sore back, and gently reminded her that they almost overlooked the most crucial task. Tsunade, in exasperation, covered her face with her hand, attempting to escape the reality of their responsibilities. Let us tackle these matters in the afternoon. For now, let us grab a bite to eat. Straining to rise, Yusuke rubbed his slightly stiff limbs and suggested, I am indeed quite hungry. Tsunade, pressing her hand against her belly which echoed her hunger, commanded with an air of authority, let us go to your home. You shall cook for us this noon. Sure. At Yusuke's house. Why do I feel your culinary skills have improved significantly? Tsunade mused. Perhaps it was my guidance yesterday that ignited your inspiration? By evening, the once humble abode had been transformed by the two, appearing rejuvenated from within and without. The newly commissioned sign hung proudly, and the interior was adorned with various decorative pieces. An array of spirits gleamed on the shelves, sparkling under the illumination of the lights. The place was now in such splendid order that it could easily welcome patrons without hesitation. Tsunade had initially contemplated hosting an opening ceremony, but Yusuke's reasoning left her speechless. Surely, you wouldn't wish for your visits to the tavern to be a struggle, squeezing through the crowd just to enter, would you? The decision to open the establishment held little significance for Yusuke, and similarly, it was of no great consequence for Tsunade. Their motivations aligned perfectly. It was merely to provide Yusuke with a task to occupy his time. If it were to become as Yusuke suggested, where she could scarcely enter the place, then it would be more prudent to forego the establishment altogether. If she truly desired a drink, she could simply seek out Yusuke at his home, where he would undoubtedly oblige her. Tsunade gazed at the quaint little shop, contemplating Yusuke's notion of a secret base, her expression softening into a gentle smile. "It seems you have stumbled upon a delightful thought," she remarked. Yusuke's words elicited a broader smile from Tsunade. However, her merriment was abruptly interrupted as she slapped her forehead, her countenance shifting to one of grave seriousness. "Oh no, what is it?" Yusuke inquired, taken aback by her sudden change in demeanor. "There shouldn't be any pressing matters at this hour. Have I forgotten something? I must go. I need to pick up the children from school." Yusuke was momentarily stunned. "Pick up the children? SHRU? No, that couldn't be right." SHRU had already graduated from the Ninja Academy. In the brief days he had known Tsunade, he had seen SHRU come around. It appeared he had indeed graduated. And at his age, did he still require someone to collect him? Perhaps it was Kushina? "Remember to prepare dinner for one more person tonight." Tsunade called back. "Understood." Watching Tsunade's retreating figure, Yusuke fell into contemplation, or rather, his mind wandered to a certain place, a land on the brink of extinction. Chapter 11. Kushina. Tomato. Earlier that day, at the Konoha Ninja Academy, Kushina sat at her desk, her head bowed as she fixated on the bento box before her. This was the lunch Tsunade had prepared for her. Unlike the usual rice balls, it contained 2 stir-fried dishes. Kushina stared blankly at one dish, tomato scrambled eggs. This was a meal Tsunade had practically begged her to accept, and reluctantly, Kushina had agreed to let her cook these 2 dishes. The aroma was pleasant. Yet the vibrant red of the tomatoes struck Kushina as somewhat glaring. It reminded her of her own hair. Tomato head? Who are they referring to? Me? Is it me? Kushina's incredulous gaze inevitably fell upon the group of young boys. With their chubby round faces and fiery red hair, did they resemble tomatoes? As if to ensure that Kushina understood the jest was directed at her, one of the children piped up, "Keep it down. The tomato head wants to become Hokage. Once she achieves that, she might just give you a good thrashing." This remark sent the cluster of boys into a raucous fit of laughter. Their mockery showed no signs of abating. Instead, it escalated further. Becoming Hokage? Indeed, she had uttered those very words just yesterday during her introduction upon arriving here. "I aspire to be the first female Hokage of this village." Yet, her intention was to integrate, and now her own words had become fodder for ridicule. From the moment she introduced herself as Uzumaki Kushina, their attention had fixated on her hair, subjecting her to their taunts. The crimson strands were indeed unusual in Konoha, where eccentric hair colors existed, yet the vibrant hues of peppers and tomatoes were hardly common. Kushina was acutely aware that she was not a native of Konoha, but the gentle encouragement from Granny Mito had inspired her to seek acceptance here. Alas, the outcome thus far was far from favorable. Her inaction had emboldened the children, who began to voice their disdain. "I absolutely detest tomatoes." One exclaimed. "Me too. If there's a tomato in my salad, I leave it behind." How could such an unappreciated fruit gain the villagers' approval? The cacophony of derision soon captured the attention of nearly everyone in the class. Kushina, perceptive as ever, noticed one boy staring intently in her direction. Looking up, she recognized him as the blond boy who had, just after her introduction, stood up to declare his own desire to become Hokage. "Is that boy daft?" she mused. He even seemed a bit effeminate when he spoke. "Your mother?" he retorted. "Are you stronger than me?" Kushina challenged, raising her fist. However, her gaze did not linger on Minato for long, as the taunting children had encircled her, closing in. "You're nearly ripe," one boy remarked, resembling a cotton ball, as he brazenly tugged at Kushina's hair and continued to mock her. "Tomato Festival is coming soon. Go harvest some fruits." No sooner had the boy spoken than he felt an unsettling grip on his forearm. The instinctive reaction to being restrained was to struggle against it. In that moment, the previously silent Kushina finally spoke up. "Let it be known, I too despise tomatoes." As her words echoed, the boy felt as though he had regressed 3 or 4 years, reminiscing about carefree days when his father would lift him and spin him around. Yet, the reality was quite different. He did indeed soar, but it was not in a whimsical dance. Rather, Kushina had seized his arm and was swinging him about. "Dare to underestimate me again and call me Tomato." In an unexpected turn of events, the children gathered around Kushina were sent flying by her sudden and forceful movements, resembling a human windmill. The surrounding onlookers were swiftly dealt with, and the windmill grasped by Kushina was disdainfully discarded onto the ground. Seizing the moment, Kushina leapt onto the back of a boy, brandishing her fists like oversized sandbags, unleashing a flurry of blows upon the boy who had mocked her. After delivering several punches, Kushina became acutely aware of the multitude of gazes fixated upon her. Turning her head, she noticed a boy with yellow hair clad in a white short-sleeve hoodie, staring at her in a daze. "What is so funny?" Kushina frowned and bellowed. "But I'm not laughing," the boy, Minato, replied. Yet, the fiery demeanor of Kushina compelled him to instinctively shrink his neck and awkwardly turn his head away. Although he swallowed hard, curiosity about Kushina's antics got the better of him, prompting him to sneak glances in her direction. Not wishing to squander any more time, Kushina resumed her assault on the boy beneath her. "A cowardly boy like you, dreaming of becoming Hokage?" She thought it far more worthwhile to exact her revenge than to concern herself with such a boy. Tomato, Kushina mused, feeling slightly entranced by the mere mention of the word. Once her fury had subsided, she stood up, lowered her head, and silently returned to her seat. Though triumphant in this skirmish, an inexplicable sense of defeat lingered within her. "Didn't you say you disliked tomatoes? Here, have all of these." The boy, just regaining his senses, was startled to see Kushina placing a serving of tomato scrambled eggs into his lunchbox. "Make sure to eat it all," she commanded. The boy, witnessing Kushina's hair flying about like a ferocious demon, found himself speechless. Words of refusal formed on his lips, but were swallowed back down. "Fine, I'll eat it." Suppressing his anger and disdain, he returned to his seat and reluctantly popped a piece of tomato into his mouth. After chewing, he fell into a contemplative silence. Finally, he spoke, delivering an unexpected compliment that left the classroom in awe. "It actually tastes quite good." Upon finishing his statement, he began to devour the dish voraciously. Could it truly be that delicious? The boy's insatiable hunger sparked a similar sensation in Kushina. "What are you staring at?" She barked at those who were still watching her. Maintaining a facade of composure, she returned to her own seat and quietly took a bite of her own food. To her surprise, it was indeed quite delightful. When did Tsunade's cooking become so good? Just the other day, she served up 2 plates of burnt charcoal. Chapter 12. Kushina's Rescue Plan. "Kushina, over here." Kushina's striking red hair was easily recognizable, and Tsunade spotted her figure amidst the crowd without difficulty. The moment Tsunade grasped Kushina's hand, she exhaled a sigh of relief, for she had nearly forgotten about her. However, feeling somewhat guilty, Tsunade soon sensed that something was amiss. Kushina appeared rather disheartened. Although Tsunade had only met her for the first time 2 days prior, she had anticipated that Kushina would possess a fiery temperament. Now, despite looking like an ordinary young girl, this mood was distinctly out of character for her. At a loss for how to proceed, Tsunade decided to take Kushina to the establishment known as Angel's Gift. After walking for a while, Kushina abruptly looked up, her gaze scanning the unfamiliar surroundings, and inquired with confusion, "Isn't this the way back? Today, I'll take you to my shop for a meal." Huh. Kushina's small head was suddenly filled with questions. Tsunade's shop? She had never heard Shinjiro mention it. Do ninjas lack money? Could someone like Tsunade be struggling? Setting aside the nature of the establishment, the fact that it was Tsunade's piqued Kushina's curiosity. "It's a tavern I opened with a friend, called Angel's Gift. But I'm still underage." Tsunade couldn't help but wonder if Kushina perceived her as some strange older sister taking a minor to a tavern. "It's merely for a meal." "Is your food really that good?" Kushina recalled the meal she had at noon. It indeed differed significantly from her usual fare, yet the flavors were beyond reproach. She couldn't help but question whether Tsunade had prepared it. However, she had only tasted one dish at noon, giving the other, tomato and scrambled eggs, to the boy who had bullied her, leaving her with a twinge of regret for not having experienced its flavor. "Perhaps it's somewhat better than what I can cook," Kushina conceded with a nod. "I understand. It's even more delicious than Tsunade's," she added. Her enthusiasm momentarily lifted. Tsunade had intended to continue the conversation, but seeing Kushina's gaze return to the ground, she felt helpless once more. "We've arrived." Kushina looked up to see a brand new sign. "So it really is called Angel's Gift. What an odd name for a shop, not something one would typically find in Konoha." Yusuke. The tavern was not far from the ninja school, and Tsunade was not particularly slow, so when she returned, Yusuke had just begun to prepare the dishes. "Already?" Hearing Tsunade call out to him, Yusuke did not pause in his work. He merely tilted his head and spotted Tsunade along with the red-haired girl she was holding. Her hair was even redder than he had seen in the anime, resembling a little chili pepper. It's not far at all. As they spoke, Tsunade led Kushina to a table. Once seated, Kushina began to widen her eyes, observing the environment of the tavern. Since neither Yusuke nor Tsunade had a background in design, the decor was rather casually arranged, and Kushina quickly lost interest. Although the furnishings were unremarkable, her attention was soon captured by Yusuke, who seemed rather out of place. His appearance was strikingly handsome, arguably the most dashing man Konoha had ever laid eyes upon. His attire flowed gracefully, indicating an impeccable sense of style. However, apart from his elegant clothing, he was also donned in a dark green apron, creating a peculiar contrast with his ethereal demeanor. Most importantly, this man, referred to as Yusuke by Tsunade, had his eyes covered by a bandage. Could he truly distinguish between salt and sugar? Kushina scrutinized Yusuke, who in turn assessed her. After all, she was the third significant character he had encountered in this narrative, the mother of the protagonist, Naruto. Kushina likely still resided in the Senju household, having just arrived in Konoha a couple of days prior, as he had not seen her before. Yet, her lack of enthusiasm was palpable. Yusuke's peripheral vision caught Tsunade gesturing subtly. With a slight tilt of his head, he observed Tsunade signaling him. Kushina is feeling low. Could you perhaps encourage her? I'm struggling to manage this. If it weren't for his keen perception, he might have found Tsunade's gestures toward a blind man somewhat endearingly foolish. Nevertheless, Yusuke reciprocated with a hand signal indicating he understood. After acknowledging her request, he focused intently on cooking. Seeing that Yusuke grasped her intentions, Tsunade exhaled in relief. Though she was merely in her early 20s and had yet to bear children, it did not mean she was oblivious to Kushina's emotional state. The dilemma lay in her uncertainty about how to comfort her. Yusuke felt he had the authority to comment on this matter. In the storyline of Naruto, Tsunade's parents were never depicted, and she had grown up under Hashirama's care. It was no wonder she had adopted Hashirama's gambling tendencies. This behavior indicated that Tsunade was raised in an environment of indulgence, rendering her childhood radically different from that of other children. Consequently, she was utterly at a loss when it came to addressing a child's emotional needs. Kushina, with her head bowed, remained oblivious to the silent exchange between the two, unaware that a vast web was quietly enveloping her. As for the reason behind Kushina's current disinterest, Yusuke believed he could make an educated guess. It seemed that Kushina had been isolated at school. Upon her arrival in Konoha, she was abruptly placed in the ninja academy, where the local children began to ostracize her due to her distinctive red hair, a hallmark of an outsider. This was compounded by her bold declaration of wanting to become Konoha's first female Hokage. Such a proclamation from an outsider was intolerable to the local children. Although her statement may have seemed somewhat arrogant, Kushina's initial intention was simply to better integrate into Konoha. Unfortunately, the unfolding events had far exceeded her original expectations. Dinner is ready. Yusuke placed several dishes on the table and had barely taken his seat when he inadvertently noticed Tsunade gazing at him with her large, expressive eyes, filled with longing. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Yusuke discerned her unspoken desire. She wished to indulge in some alcohol right away. A little while later, he set 3 glasses on the table. When he handed one to Kushina, Tsunade quickly interjected, "Kushina isn't of legal age yet." Kushina, too, hastily waved her hand in refusal, her eyes betraying a hint of discomfort. "Indeed, I am still underage. Although this is a tavern, who says I'm only capable of mixing drinks? This is merely fruit tea," Yusuke promptly clarified. If he failed to elucidate this matter, Kushina might genuinely perceive him as a misguided older brother offering alcohol to an underage girl. "Very well," Tsunade conceded, placing the fruit tea designated for Kushina before her. As it was Kushina's inaugural visit, she was somewhat apprehensive, whereas Tsunade and Yusuke were already quite familiar with one another, their camaraderie evident. Tsunade took a sip of her drink, while Kushina, seeing her begin to indulge, lifted her own glass and took a delicate sip. In the next moment, she exclaimed, "5 ants." Observing Kushina's animated expression, Tsunade relaxed further and continued to savor her drink, although her gaze frequently flickered toward Kushina's cup. "If you wish to drink, I can prepare something for you," Yusuke remarked, causing Tsunade to choke slightly, her ample bosom quivering in response. Upon looking up, she found Yusuke wearing a mischievous grin. "It's firm indeed. Your fists are quite solid." After teasing Tsunade, Yusuke refrained from further provocation. "Let us eat. After the meal, I shall prepare as much as you desire." Chapter 13. The Remarkable Summer Dream of Melancholic Coral Bubble Tea. Still, I am Mitsuki Yusuke. As they continued to dine, Yusuke suddenly mentioned a name, which caused Kushina to pause momentarily before quickly regaining her composure. She had only heard Tsunade mention a name and had no idea what Yusuke's surname was. Kushina, Uzumaki Kushina. She responded, adding her own surname. It seemed that the land of whirlpools had yet to be obliterated. Uzumaki, are you from the land of whirlpools? Yusuke inquired further. In Yusuke's eyes, he noticed that Kushina's movements momentarily stilled, but she soon nodded in affirmation, indicating that he was correct. Following this exchange, the atmosphere around Kushina visibly lightened. Tsunade, observing this shift, felt her heart race with concern. Yusuke raised an eyebrow but chose not to pursue the topic further, focusing instead on his meal. In between bites, he took a sip of the drink he had prepared. While Tsunade and Kushina enjoyed their food heartily, Yusuke realized something during his drinking. His culinary skills were not particularly remarkable. The reason these two found his cooking delectable lay more in the excellence of authentic Chinese cuisine than in his own abilities. He even felt that his current culinary skills hardly matched the quality of the drink he had crafted. What about cooking with Xiangling? If I ever managed to summon her, I might just leave others in a daze with her culinary prowess. However, Xiangling had a penchant for adding peculiar ingredients to her dishes. She prepared a considerable amount of food, yet it was all devoured with great delight. After finishing their meal, the three of them settled onto stools, sipping their respective beverages, their gazes gradually becoming vacant. In the future, Kushina could indulge in her culinary cravings whenever she wished. Of course, as long as you bring Tsunade along, Yusuke suggested. Slightly inebriated, Tsunade merely blushed and shot him a glance, saying nothing further. The angel's gift indeed did not provide sustenance. Yusuke had not even prepared any cooking utensils from the outset. As for the cooking tools currently in use, they were purchased by Tsunade. These were not utensils meant for serving customers, but rather a set Tsunade had specifically bought for Yusuke, intended for his personal meals. In Tsunade's words, owning the cooking tools gave her a sense of involvement when Yusuke prepared meals, alleviating a significant burden from her heart. This sentiment was unmistakably the crux of her statement. The trio consumed their drinks at a swift pace, prompting Yusuke to rise and prepare another round before returning to his seat. What is the name of this beverage? Kushina inquired, cradling her cup. The magnificent summer, dreamy, melancholic coral bubble tea. What an odd name, she mused, scratching her head before resuming her enthusiastic drinking. Seemingly indifferent to the lengthy title, Yusuke merely smiled in response. Indeed, that was the true name, crafted by none other than Diana. While it may sound peculiar, should her future husband hear it, he would undoubtedly exclaim, Kaku. However, as she continued to sip, Kushina suddenly felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, not physically, but emotionally. With each sip of the beverage, the unease in her heart intensified, her thoughts becoming muddled. Memories of her hometown and feelings of exclusion overwhelmed her. Had she shed tears? The moist sensation on her cheeks jolted her back to reality as she instinctively reached to wipe away her tears. Observing this, Yusuke recognized that his plan could commence. The onions he had added were beginning to take effect. Yes, I added onions. After all, do you think the melancholy in the name came from nowhere? Sometimes. It is better to articulate feelings of distress. Perhaps those around you might offer a solution. Kushina looked up to find the gentle smiles of Tsunade and Yusuke. Instinctively, she wished to shake her head in denial, but Yusuke's next words halted all her movements. Were you ostracized at school? A heavy silence enveloped the room, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It seemed I was correct. Tsunade appeared even more bewildered than Kushina. She had noticed Kushina's troubled demeanor, but had not anticipated that it stemmed from such a reason. Judging by Kushina's expression, Yusuke's words must be true. Yusuke raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconcerned about his blunt revelation of her emotional wounds, though it was evident that this direct approach might cause discomfort for the one affected. Before you lies a choice between two paths. One leads you to completely distance yourself from those individuals, while the other invites you to integrate with them. The decision rests in your hands. After a moment of contemplation, Kushina spoke. I choose the second path. Integration, then. This response aligned with Yusuke's psychological expectations. It must be said, she truly embodies the spirit of Naruto's mother and Minato's wife. Her benevolent nature left Yusuke feeling somewhat inadequate, for he had chosen the first option, blinding himself to distance himself from the Uchiha. Achieving integration seemed a formidable task for him. How did Kushina ultimately come to accept her situation in the original narrative? The resolution lay in her finding solace in Minato, which provided her tumultuous spirit with a reprieve. Unlike Kushina, Yusuke had no such emotional anchor within the Uchiha clan. If he were to find one, it would have to be someone akin to Uchiha Mikoto, a beautiful young woman. However, Mikoto's age was comparable to Kushina's, and otherwise, they might have become close friends. Seeing Kushina opt for the second path, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, upon reflection, a sense of sorrow enveloped her. Tsunade was acutely aware of the reason Kushina was brought from the land of whirlpools to Konoha. Her grandmother, Uzumaki Mido, had little time left, and upon her passing, the 9 tails sealed within Mido would transfer to Kushina. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina was the most suitable vessel for the tailed beast. She was the designated host for the 9 tails. The third Hokage enrolled Kushina in the Ninja Academy to facilitate her integration into Konoha, fostering a sense of belonging. However, did the third Hokage know that Kushina faced bullying and isolation at school? This resilient little girl was destined to be a closely monitored host. Tsunade felt an urge to intervene, yet a profound sense of helplessness overwhelmed her. Yusuke observed Tsunade's expression, and he could almost discern her thoughts. "Are you certain?" Yusuke inquired once more. "Yes, I am certain." If Kushina's previous agreement had been somewhat reluctant, this time she exuded newfound determination. "You see, I intend to assist you." Yusuke's next word sent Kushina's alertness soaring. "What do you desire? How about you acknowledge me as your older brother? Are you certain you don't wish for me to call you brother-in-law instead?" Kushina mimicked Yusuke's mischievous grin and turned to Tsunade. "You're exposing my vulnerabilities." "Hey, Tsunade." "No." Tsunade, a furious little fist striking your chest. "Yusuke, once I summon Zhongli and fully enhance him, even a strike will replenish my health." Chapter 14. Yusuke's plan. All I need to do is take this item to school? Indeed, then during lunch, simply open it, and as for the rest, it's up to you to figure out. Is it really that simple? Kushina gazed skeptically at the thermos in her hands, her little eyes wide with disbelief. "Why not give it a try? It won't cost you anything, will it? I'll bring it. Is that satisfactory?" With the conversation reaching this point, Kushina had no choice but to acquiesce, carefully stowing away the thermos. This thermos had been prepared by Yusuke, and Kushina was unaware of its contents. However, Yusuke's demeanor, particularly his mischievous smile, left a lasting impression on her mind. The first lesson Kushina learned from Tsunade was to interrupt Yusuke whenever he wore that cheeky grin, for ignoring him could lead to troublesome consequences. Even if Yusuke was not bandaged up, his eyes were likely to be narrowed, as he often bore a sly expression. "I've made a note of it. I'm off." Imagining Yusuke's squinty-eyed visage sent a shiver down Kushina's spine as she swiftly departed from the angel's gift. "Don't forget, Tsunade is busy at the hospital today. I'll pick you up after school." Yusuke called out to Kushina, receiving a faint acknowledgement before he returned to tidying up at the angel's gift. "Perhaps I should seek out a different hobby to pass the time," he mused while reclining on a lounge chair in the backyard of the angel's gift. At noon, within the confines of the Ninja Academy, each student retrieved their lunchboxes, preparing to indulge in their midday meal. Kushina, as she had the previous day, kept her head lowered. The only distinction was that yesterday's gloom stemmed from melancholic reflections, while today she merely wished to conceal her gaze. "It's all Yusuke's fault. If it weren't for that last mischievous smile, would I be feeling like a thief now?" Steeling herself, Kushina took 2 deep breaths and resolved to open the thermos. In an effort to avoid regret, she swiftly twisted it open with precision and determination. However, just as she had twisted the thermos twice, a sense of something amiss crept over her. Yet, her hands could not halt their motion. With a click, the lid came off, and a powerful, sweet aroma immediately filled Kushina's nostrils. "Mikami Yusuke, you didn't mention that this would smell so enticing." Last night's sparkling tea had been light and melancholic. Now, the contents of the thermos exuded pure, unadulterated temptation. Kushina dared not raise her head too high, opting instead to keep her gaze low, furtively scanning the classroom. The scrutiny directed at her and her thermos left her feeling exceedingly uncomfortable, her toes curling in tension, her entire demeanor awkwardly constrained. "Oh, Mikami Yusuke, are you trying to embarrass me to death?" Those seated nearby could not help but gulp audibly. Caught in the throes of the intoxicating fragrance emanating from the specially concocted drink, which was heavily spiced, a concoction that relied solely on innate talent for its creation. Without Diana's exceptional gift, such a mixture would be lethal, But with her talent, the aroma transformed into something irresistibly rich. As for the taste, it offered a surprising experience akin to others, as the spring water sprite merely served as a baseline. Kushina, can I trade a piece of tempura for a sip of that? A timid voice whispered in Kushina's ear. Turning her head slightly, she saw her deskmate, someone she had scarcely exchanged words with. You will understand in due time. Yusuke's words echoed in Kushina's mind. If she were to comprehend, what actions should follow? It was permissible. Kushina felt an overwhelming dryness in her throat, so parched that uttering those two words proved to be a challenge. Thank you, thank you. Her deskmate, touched by Kushina's generosity, hurriedly expressed gratitude. Kushina shook her head, murmuring that it was nothing, before pouring a portion of the liquid from her cup for her deskmate. At that moment, all eyes shifted to Kushina's deskmate. Unfazed by the attention, her deskmate seemed entranced by the beverage before her. Raising her cup, she allowed the drink to flow into her mouth. This is delicious. Her exclamation ignited a spark, prompting nearly everyone to rush towards Kushina's side, bento boxes in hand. Can I trade some char siu for a sip, Kushina? Kushina, can I exchange sushi for a cup of that? My sushi is tastier, let us swap. Sure. Kushina was taken aback by their enthusiasm. Her own spirits lifted as she acquiesced. The thermos Yusuke had prepared was quite sizable, and once the core circle had received their share, several individuals from the outer circle finally approached Kushina. Just yesterday, they had acted like the rulers of the Hidden Leaf. But now, they stood before Kushina as a group of humbled souls seeking her forgiveness. Kushina, I'm sorry. Kushina recognized that those apologizing now represented her greatest challenge. Should she accept their apologies? These individuals had once bullied her. Their current contrition could merely be a ploy to sample Yusuke's drink. I accept your apologies. After a prolonged silence, Kushina finally spoke. I accept your apologies. Really? Just say whether you want to drink the beverage my brother made for me. Yes, we want to drink. Outside the classroom, Tsunade crossed her arms, observing Kushina as she made her choice, an involuntary smile forming on her face. Tsunade-sama, she noted, watching as Kushina's homeroom teacher appeared flustered by the allure of the drink. Tsunade sighed, placing her hand over her face. The concoction Yusuke had prepared was indeed potent. She felt a twinge of desire herself, yet she had duties to attend to that afternoon. Her presence here was driven by concern for Kushina. Many kind souls gathered around Kushina, and Tsunade understood that this marked Kushina's first step toward integration. With matters reaching this point, Tsunade felt reassured. Should she desire similar drinks in the future, she could find them at a place called the Gift of Angels, with the address noted. All right, I made a note of it. After leaving Kushina's homeroom teacher with the address, Tsunade departed from the ninja school. Unbeknownst to her, two children lingered, hesitant to approach. One with golden hair, and the other, one of the children who had bullied Kushina yesterday. Chapter 15, The Benevolent Kushina. Kushina, over here. Upon seeing the radiant smile on Kushina's face, Yusuke realized that she had followed his advice. After taking Yusuke's hand, Kushina attempted to lead him towards the angel's gift. However, Yusuke turned and grasped Kushina's arm. Why the rush? Kushina looked up at him with a hint of confusion. Then, she noticed the familiar mischievous grin on his face. Crouching down, Yusuke whispered to Kushina, "Tell me, which of those brats had bullied you before?" A sense of impending misfortune loomed. Since the children in the class were mostly from the same group, Kushina reluctantly pointed out the culprits. That one with the brown, spiky hair, and the one wearing a necklace. Are these the ones? Kushina nodded affirmatively. All set, Yusuke declared, rising to his feet, ready to lead Kushina away. Kushina's mouth opened slightly, clearly wanting to say something, but before she could utter a word, she felt a tug on her arm. You'll know in due time. In that moment, Kushina grasped the term, Riddler, along with a formula, Yusuke, the Riddler. After dinner, Kushina's curiosity remained unabated. Come, follow me to a certain place. Where to? Kushina sensed that Yusuke's destination would be related to what he had planned for after school. You'll find out when we arrive, Yusuke replied mysteriously, yet his grin had intensified, indicating that someone was about to face misfortune. At the Konoha hospital, Lady Tsunade, several children with stomachaches have arrived. Would you like to take a look? A nurse interrupted Tsunade, who was preparing to leave for dinner at the angel's gift. While stomachaches are not typically a cause for alarm, a sudden influx could suggest issues related to food safety. Take me to them. Inside the examination room, numerous children clutched their bellies. Lady Tsunade, what is wrong with my child? As Tsunade completed her checks, Anxious parents hurriedly inquired. It's merely a case of catching a chill. Did they consume anything cold? Tsunade crossed her arms and posed the question to the children. They hesitated, but one parent could no longer hold back and tapped their child's forehead, prompting one to finally confess. I drank a beverage my classmate brought, and it had ice in it. He added, it was really delicious, which was met with nods of agreement from the other children. The drink at noon was the best I've ever had. Indeed, Tsunade could not help but think of Yusuke. Prepare some hot water bottles for them, and let each child have a saline drip. Tsunade dismissed her concerns and assigned tasks to the nearby doctors. It was merely a trivial cold, nothing grave, and Tsunade felt her duties were accomplished. Yet, just as she intended to leave, a nurse abruptly entered, addressing her, Lady Tsunade. There is someone outside looking for you. Who could possibly seek me out at this hour? With a sense of curiosity, Tsunade stepped out of the examination room. Upon seeing the person awaiting her, a smile graced her lips. Yusuke was seated with Kushina, holding several takeout boxes. Let us go to my office, she instructed. Recognizing that this place was certainly not suitable for dining, her office was her private domain. Wow, did you see that? A handsome guy just came to deliver dinner for Lady Tsunade. One of the nurses exclaimed. Spread the word. Lady Tsunade's boyfriend has come to bring her dinner. Unbeknownst to Tsunade, who had already entered her office, chaos reigned just beyond the door in the hospital. What brings you here? She inquired. Guess? To check on those little boys with stomachaches? Tsunade had been discreetly observing Kushina earlier that day and had noted the few boys at the end of the line. Quite perceptive, aren't you? Are they in that examination room? Tsunade's mouth was stuffed with food, leaving her only able to nod in response. Once Yusuke received his answer, he refrained from further inquiry and patiently waited until Tsunade had her fill. Could you do me a favor? He asked. What kind of favor? Tsunade instinctively heightened her guard a notch. You do this, and then do that. In the public rest area, a nurse was attending to several children receiving 4 drips when she suddenly felt a tap on her shoulder. Lady Tsunade, she exclaimed, quickly rising and bowing in greeting. Please fetch me a hot water bottle. My sister has a stomachache as well. Of course, I'll be right back. The nurse hurried away, while the children receiving IVs turned their attention towards Tsunade. Though the children did not recognize her, the adults certainly did. She was the granddaughter of the first Hokage and a disciple of the third. At that moment, Yusuke led Kushina into the area, who was clutching her stomach, clearly in distress. The children finally found someone familiar. Kushina, you know her? Tsunade asked, her expression slightly surprised, before introducing her. This is my sister. Lady Tsunade's sister is also suffering from a stomachache. One child remarked. On behalf of Kushina, I apologize. The beverage she drank was made by me. I didn't realize I had added too much ice, and even Kushina couldn't escape the grip of a stomachache. Yusuke sighed and added, however, Kushina consumed less of the drink, so her discomfort is milder than yours. The drink served at noon was simply delightful. One child chimed in. Isn't the main point that Kushina shared most of the drink with us, leaving herself just a little? Another child exclaimed. Kushina is truly a kind-hearted person. I feel like a monster. Listening to this discussion, Yusuke's heart seemed to chuckle with glee at the success of his scheme. While Kushina might accept a simple apology, Yusuke was not inclined to do so. Without employing some clever tactics to discipline these mischievous children, he felt as if ants were crawling upon him. The situation is relatively manageable at the moment. However, should it escalate to the point where parents are summoned, those parents would undoubtedly find the sight of Tsunade quite disconcerting. The mischievous children would return home to face consequences far graver than their current predicaments. Yusuke Sanju is truly benevolent. The nurse swiftly returned with a warm water bag, and upon receiving it, Tsunade led Yusuke and Kushina away. You are indeed quite mischievous, orchestrating the entire charade. A victorious smile lingered at the corner of Yusuke's lips, refusing to fade away. Upon Tsunade's realization that Yusuke had requested her assistance, following the performance they had just enacted, she understood his intentions. Bringing Kushina along served a dual purpose, to allow her a glimpse of the suffering endured by others and to absolve Kushina of any suspicion. The unexpected effect of others referring to Kushina as a paragon of virtue was entirely unforeseen by Yusuke. A smile graced Kushina's lips as a result of the earlier events. Yet, Tsunade could not shake the feeling that she was witnessing Yusuke's reflection in Kushina's smile. Kushina appeared quite content with the events of the day. Would she not grow to become a second Yusuke? With such thoughts in mind, Tsunade found herself envisioning Kushina with a mischievous grin. A shiver ran down Tsunade's spine. She dared not dwell on it further, for it was rather unsettling. After a prolonged search, she finally located Kushina's homeroom teacher, exclaiming in frustration, "I've searched for so long. Why on earth is this shop still closed?" Meanwhile, at home, Roketree pondered. Why haven't my sister and Kushina returned for dinner again today? Chapter 16. Orochimaru and Jiraiya arrive. As they neared Konoha, I was determined to indulge in a relaxing soak at the hot springs after delivering my report. In the forest outside Konoha, two figures swiftly navigated through the trees, making their way toward the village's main gate. One was a man with white hair who incessantly chattered, while the other, with dark hair, remained utterly silent, as if the white-haired man's words had never reached his ears. After all, just 3 minutes prior, this companion had declared his intention to seek out some grilled meat. Ignoring the incessant prattle of the white-haired man, Orochimaru quickened his pace, eager to reach Konoha and enjoy some peace. "Orochimaru, wait for me." Upon hearing the voice behind him, Orochimaru increased his speed. Soon, the two figures beheld the gates of Konoha bathed in the glow of the setting sun. However, just as Orochimaru was about to land after stepping onto the final branch, he felt a gust of wind brush past him. As he touched down, the white-haired man had already landed ahead of him. With a brazen grin, the white-haired man approached Orochimaru, unabashedly attempting to drape an arm around his shoulders, exclaiming, "Ha! I arrived first. It seems victory is mine this time." Boredom washed over Orochimaru as he suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, stepping aside to let Jiraiya miss his mark. Lord Jiraiya, Lord Orochimaru, greeted the gate guards, recognizing the two figures emerging from the forest. Indeed, they were none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the other two disciples of Tsunade. The man with dark hair was none other than Orochimaru, while the boisterous figure with white hair was Jiraiya. "Good evening," Jiraiya greeted cheerfully, despite his incessant chatter, as he exchanged pleasantries with the gatekeeper. The latter was about to respond when, in an instant, a hand clasped firmly on his shoulder. Turning his head slightly, he beheld the unmistakable visage of an animal mask. It was a member of the Umbu. Ignoring the gatekeeper entirely, the Umbu addressed Jiraiya and Orochimaru, "Please follow me." Jiraiya's expression became somewhat grave as he nodded. As for Orochimaru, his demeanor remained unchanged throughout their journey. They were led to the entrance of the Hokage's office, where the Umbu departed. Jiraiya took the lead, opening the door to find the third Hokage seated behind his familiar desk. Teacher, teacher." They both greeted Hiruzen Sarutobi in unison. "How did the mission go?" Upon hearing this, Jiraiya and Orochimaru each produced a scroll, placing them before the third Hokage, who immediately began to peruse their contents. The tasks undertaken by his two disciples compelled Hiruzen to take them seriously. 19 years had passed since the First Shinobi World War, and tensions among various nations had begun to rise once more. The mission assigned to these two involved infiltrating other countries to gather intelligence, essentially acting as spies. Given the lengthy duration of their assignment, the scrolls contained substantial information, necessitating a considerable amount of time for the third Hokage to absorb its details before he began to contemplate and analyze the data presented. "What are your thoughts on the situation?" he inquired, breaking his solitary analysis, now inviting the perspectives of his disciples. Regarding the Rain Village, Orochimaru noted the evident rise of martial factions within. He observed that, based on the recent frequency of skirmishes between Tsunade and the Land of Rain, the likelihood of war erupting was quite high. He further elaborated, the Rain Village is situated between the Land of Wind, Fire, and Earth. Should the conflict continue to escalate, the probability of the Land of Earth entering the fray becomes significant, and at that juncture, the flames of war may very well encroach upon the borders of Konohagakure. Listening to Orochimaru's analysis, the third Hokage nodded in approval. Were Yuji here, he would undoubtedly commend Orochimaru's astuteness. It must be said, the conjectures made resonated closely with the events depicted in the anime. "And what of you, Jiraiya? What is your perspective?" With Orochimaru's insightful response, Hiruzen turned his attention to his other disciple. Jiraiya, momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to reality at the mention of his name. "I think I'll just observe," he replied. "I meant, what is your take on the situation?" Although Jiraiya wished to express that his thoughts were documented in the file, he begrudgingly articulated a few points he deemed noteworthy before arriving at his conclusion. The Land of Lightning, particularly Kumogakure, has experienced some maritime tensions with the Land of Earth, albeit minor skirmishes. Meanwhile, the Mist Village appears to be relatively harmonious, with its primary policies seemingly focused on internal development within the shinobi community. After Jiraiya finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. You two have endured enough during your mission. It would be prudent to return and rest well. Indeed, once the two departed, the night had fully descended. Upon stepping outside, Jiraiya stretched widely, then turned with a grin to Orochimaru, inquiring, "How about we invite Tsunade for a meal?" "Sounds good." Although Orochimaru internally wished to voice his incredulity, having just discussed visiting a hot spring, only to now shift to finding Tsunade, he was well accustomed to Jiraiya's nature. Since he had no pressing matters, he nodded in agreement. Seeing Orochimaru acquiesce, Jiraiya casually draped an arm over his shoulder, only to be swiftly shaken off the next moment. Unperturbed, Jiraiya wiped his nose and leaped onto a rooftop, following Orochimaru towards the Senju clan's residence. "What? You say your sister isn't home?" Faced with Jiraiya's incredulous expression nearly inches from his own, Ju could only shrug helplessly. "For this past month, my sister and Kushina have been returning home quite late. I have no idea what they are up to. Every day, he was left alone in an empty house. Were it not for Jiraiya and Orochimaru's presence, Ju felt he would have lamented his solitude." His demeanor seemed sincere, prompting Jiraiya to place an arm around Ju's shoulders and, with a tempting tone, suggest, "Shall we go search for your sister, teacher?" Ju did not immediately agree, but instead glanced up at Orochimaru with wide eyes. Orochimaru was the one who had been sought after by Ju's sister to become his mentor. Given the late hour, it would be troublesome if she returned and found him missing, thinking he had gone off on a whim. It was acceptable for his teacher to vouch for him. "Then let us embark together." Setting aside any concerns about his relationship with Tsunade, Ju was still a disciple who delighted Orochimaru, who responded with a fond smile. He had long wished to venture out to find Kushina and Tsunade, and finally, the opportunity had presented itself. Onward to seek Tsunade and Kushina's team. Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly. "Shall we perhaps have a meal first?" During their meal, while eating, Jiraiya's curiosity bubbled forth. "By the way, who exactly is Kushina?" "A gift from the heavens." Achoo! Achoo! Both Kushina and Tsunade sneezed at the same moment, muttering softly, "Which unfortunate soul is talking about me?" Chapter 17. Jiraiya, Tsunade's boyfriend? There's none in the casino to the west, nor in the one to the east. Jiraiya sighed in exasperation. He and Orochimaru had split up, using the Senju clan's residence as a central point to scour the two casinos for Tsunade. To their dismay, the usually reliable casinos yielded no sign of her presence. Could it be that during the 2 months we were away, new casinos have opened? Unlikely. I inquired with one of the casino owners, and he mentioned it had been quite a while since he last saw Tsunade. The boss, in a fit of tears and snot, urged Tsunade to venture out more often. However, this statement bore little relevance to the clues at hand, and Orochimaru remained silent. The three of us are famously known as the Konoha's Vices, or rather, the disciples of the third Hokage. Yet now, unable to locate Tsunade at the casino, with no leads at the casino, the two were momentarily at a loss. Unsure of where to initiate their investigation. Perhaps a visit to the hospital? After much contemplation, Jiraiya finally conceived a potential location where Tsunade might be found. Let us proceed. Yet, contrary to their hopes, the trio failed to spot Tsunade within the hospital. Just as despair began to suffuse their hearts, a voice, melodious as a celestial choir, resonated in their ears. "Are you two searching for Lady Tsunade?" Jiraiya instantly lifted his head, his previous despondency seemingly vanished. "Do you know where Tsunade is?" he inquired, gripping the shoulder of the doctor who had spoken, shaking him urgently. "I do know, but could you please let go of me, Lord Jiraiya?" Upon hearing this, Jiraiya awkwardly released his hold. The doctor took a moment to regain his composure, his nearly shaken soul returning to normal. "I apologize, I was overly excited," Jiraiya said, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Not at all, not at all." The doctor waved his hand dismissively, though inwardly he felt like weeping. He had merely overheard a nurse mention that someone was seeking Lady Tsunade, only to find it was Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade's brother, Nawaki. So where is Tsunade then? She should be at her boyfriend's shop, the doctor speculated, fearing Jiraiya might shake him again. Boyfriend? Jiraiya's voice trembled with uncontrolled emotion. Had it only been 2 months since he left? Tsunade had already found a boyfriend? Lord Jiraiya, while you are the disciple of the third Hokage, this is a hospital. and loud outbursts are prohibited. Yes, yes, my apologies. Jiraiya lowered his head, but this time, it was not out of shame. Instead, he visibly shrank at the mention of the word boyfriend. Nawaki, too, found himself momentarily stunned by the revelation. Among the trio, only Orochimaru maintained his composure. Though the doctor's assertion was delivered with conviction, it still lacked the certainty that could only come from Tsunade herself. While it was indeed possible that Tsunade had found a boyfriend during the 2 months since Jiraiya and he had departed, the likelihood of a misunderstanding on the doctor's part felt more plausible. With this in mind, Orochimaru pressed the doctor further. Do you know where Tsunade is now? A heavenly gift, the address is. Thank you. Grasping the despondent Jiraiya with one hand and the nearly dislocated jaw of Nawaki with the other, Orochimaru thanked the doctor briefly before swiftly exiting the hospital. Who knows what embarrassing antics Jiraiya might conjure up if they lingered any longer. Jiraiya had little left to lose, ultimately risking only his and Tsunade's dignity. As they departed, the doctor, momentarily lost in thought, murmured softly about how delightful the wine from Angel's gift was. Upon exiting the establishment, Orochimaru gently tapped the backs of the heads of his companions. The doctor's assertions lacked certainty, leading Tsunade's rumored relationship to be potentially misconstrued, resulting in the speculation of these individuals. Indeed, Orochimaru remarked, prompting the previously oblivious Naruto and the disgruntled Jiraiya to regain some composure. What shall we do now? Their minds were flooded with thoughts of Tsunade and her supposed boyfriend. In this predicament, it would be wiser to entrust the matter to Orochimaru, who possessed considerable intellect. To Angel's gift, he declared. What kind of place is that? Orochimaru felt an urge to cover his face in frustration. Did you just completely shut down upon hearing the word Tsunade's boyfriend? The address the doctor mentioned seemed to reference Tsunade's boyfriend. Upon uttering merely 3 words, Jiraiya was on the verge of sinking back into a state of despair. Orochimaru hastily corrected himself. It's a shop, though I didn't inquire about the specifics. It's highly likely that Tsunade is there. Let us hurry. Naruto, regaining his enthusiasm, exclaimed. Sister's secret, here I come. Jiraiya chimed in. Operation Save Tsunade, commence. This must be the place, Orochimaru said, leading the way in front of Angel's gift. The sign appeared new, suggesting it had not been open for long. The aroma of wine wafted from within. The ambience was lively, indicative of a tavern. Just as Orochimaru intended to make a proper entrance, the 2 reckless companions surged past him, forcefully swinging the door open. What now? It seemed prudent to disassociate himself from these 2 impetuous individuals. Welcome, Uchiha began, sensing 3 figures before him. Just as he was about to greet them, the door slammed against the wall with a resounding crash, interrupting his words. How rude. Uchiha's brow furrowed. However, once the door fully opened and he beheld the 2 figures standing in the doorway, his expression softened. The tall individual with white hair wore a serious demeanor, as if someone owed him a substantial debt. The other, a youth with flushed cheeks, entered wide-eyed, surveying the interior. Although there are disparities between anime and reality, Uchiha recognized them for the first time. Jiraiya and Naruto. Had Jiraiya returned from a mission? His task must have been similar to Orochimaru's. But where was Orochimaru? Uchiha glanced past the 2, and indeed, at a distance behind them. Orochimaru wore an expression of disdain while watching Jiraiya. With a smile gracing his lips, Uchiha shifted his attention back to the intruding duo, welcoming them warmly. Welcome. He then gestured towards Orochimaru outside. Care to join us? Chapter 18. A grand scene of rivalry and jealousy. Would anyone care for a drink? Lord Jiraiya and Lord Orochimaru entered, their esteemed statuses commanding attention. Among the other patrons in the establishment, only a few were familiar enough to exchange greetings. Jiraiya, SHRU. And Orochimaru? After acknowledging them, YK fell silent, as Tsunade had already approached. Please, come in. Tsunade disregarded the somewhat inappropriate expressions on Jiraiya and SHRU's faces and ushered the 3 into the establishment, where they took their seats at the counter. With no one requesting alcohol at the moment, YK settled behind the counter as the trio positioned themselves before him, with Tsunade also pulling Kushina to sit beside them. YK's gaze glided over each face, his heart fluttering with excitement. Here were the youthful forms of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, as well as his living little brother-in-law. Yet, Jiraiya's white hair and appearance seemed somewhat at odds with the notion of youth. Orochimaru, too, did not embody the cold, venomous serpent lurking in shadows as depicted in the anime. Instead, he resembled a version of himself that could evolve into the Orochimaru of later tales, even appearing less frigid than Jiraiya. What was going on with Jiraiya? Was the anime misleading? Tsunade, unable to perceive YK's emotions through his eyes, began to enthusiastically introduce the newcomers. Allow me to introduce you. These two are the other disciples of the third Hokage, Orochimaru and Jiraiya. It is an honor. YK responded, having admired them since childhood. Indeed, it had been a long-standing admiration. This is my recent acquaintance and business partner, YK Mikami. Jiraiya's mind was preoccupied with the notion of a boyfriend, leaving no room for contemplation. Meanwhile, Orochimaru scrutinized YK, noticing the bandages on his eyes, and finally made a connection. The Uchiha clan, the only non-Uchiha with Sharingan. However, contrary to Orochimaru's expectations, YK gently shook his head and gestured to his bandages, replying, I am no longer affiliated with the Uchiha clan. Ah, I see. Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of understanding. YK couldn't help but admire Orochimaru's keen intellect. Would you care for a drink? YK inquired, shrugging toward Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Of course, let him have a glass, Orochimaru replied, taking the initiative as Jiraiya remained unresponsive. The air was indeed fragrant, and Orochimaru's curiosity about YK's skills was piqued further by the entranced expressions of those around him. And you? YK turned his gaze toward SHRU, his eyes reflecting subtle admiration. After all, this was his future little brother-in-law, still very much alive. Can I have one too? SHRU appeared taken aback, surprised by the possibility of drinking alcohol at his age. He glanced at his older sister for confirmation. What are you thinking? This isn't only about alcohol. Then I'll have a glass. The fragrant aroma in the air had long stirred Shingtong's desire, and had it not been for his elder sister's presence, he would have undoubtedly indulged in a drink by now. Whether the boss would sell to him was another matter. After agreeing, Uchiha turned his back to the crowd and began to mix the cocktails. Even when utilizing identical ingredients, the resulting drinks would vary in taste due to the different individuals consuming them and the passage of time, a rather enchanting phenomenon. Each time he mixed drinks, he found it impossible to conceal his excitement, as it was simply beyond explanation. Before long, Uchiha placed the finished drinks before everyone, making sure to pour an extra glass for Kushina and Tsunade. The two, however, did not rush to drink. Instead, they held their glasses, waiting for Orochimaru and his companions to take their sips, as if watching others drink was more entertaining than partaking themselves. Shingtong was the first to break the silence, eagerly taking a gulp. Delicious. I've never tasted anything so exquisite. His starry-eyed admiration was unreserved. He finally understood why his sister and Kushina often returned home late. Such delightful places should have been shared with him sooner. Orochimaru, upon receiving his drink, first scented it, then scrutinized it closely before taking a small sip. He closed his eyes, savoring the intricate flavors. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, a most extraordinary taste. Perfectly suited to my palate, it dispels my fatigue in an instant. Uchiha raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Both Shingtong and Orochimaru appeared completely captivated by Uchiha's concoctions, leaving only Jiraiya as the solitary non-drinker. To drink or not to drink? Jiraiya's mind was a battlefield of conflicting thoughts. You are Tsunade's. The words lingered on his lips, yet he could not bring himself to utter the phrase boyfriend. His face reddened with the effort of restraint. For now, they were merely friends. Uchiha admired Jiraiya, not in jest, but with genuine respect. The phrase a wandering dragon returns to the sea cannot surpass me, Jiraiya, was a motto he held dear. As for Jiraiya's internal struggle, Uchiha was well aware of his thoughts. However, he had no intention of yielding regarding Tsunade. Rather than waiting for future misunderstandings, he preferred to be forthright. I have feelings for Tsunade, and I am pursuing her. Even without him, the likes of Kato Dan would still be present. Despite knowing that his journey to the land of rain was fraught with peril, Jiraiya never managed to voice his feelings for Tsunade. He was indeed a noble man, characterized by a generous spirit. Yet, the thought of Jiraiya peeping at a public hot spring in the future, akin to the third Hokage, only solidified Uchiha's resolve. Moreover, his affection for Tsunade was genuine, equal to that of anyone else's. Shingtong and Kushina silently raised their glasses, embodying the spirit of spectatorship. Orochimaru looked at the two youngsters, contemplating joining their playful antics. What a splendid performance this was. As for assisting his good brother Jiraiya, please, This is a matter between the two men. What business is it of mine to involve myself? Silence. A tranquility limited to the vicinity of the counter. Yusuke's forthrightness rendered all parties involved momentarily speechless. I wish to spar with you, to ascertain whether you possess the ability to protect Tsunade. Tsunade attempted to interject, but Yusuke preempted her. He nonchalantly nodded, very well. Over the past month, he had acquired several 4-star abilities and had long sought an opportunity to gauge his combat prowess. At this point, SHJU and Kushina were even more exhilarated. After all, the drama of rivalry was truly captivating. Tsunade, holding her forehead, lamented, "What is the meaning of this? Let us at least drink this cup of sake first." Jiraiya enthusiastically began to drink. Delicious. Chapter 19, Sparring. The Fighting Arts of Fukuyo Heizo, the FUD-RE. Oh, I have awaited this for several days. At last, I can watch. SHJU sat on a small stool, producing his meticulously prepared snacks as he excitedly watched the two individuals in the center of the clearing, seated beside his elder sister. Though called a spar, it was essential to allow both parties ample preparation time. Jiraiya had just returned from a mission and was not at his peak, despite occasionally harboring mischievous thoughts. Yusuke had no intention of taking advantage of this opportunity. Thus, the time was set for Saturday today. Even Kushina, on her day off, had come to witness this match and was now seated on Tsunade's other side. In contrast to the two children, who were visibly eager to watch the spectacle, Tsunade, as one of the main participants, was uncertain of how to express herself regarding the impending spar. Whom should she support? Choosing Yusuke would complicate her relationship with Jiraiya. Ugh, why did I first think of that rascal Yusuke? I never imagined, Orochimaru, that you would still have the inclination to serve as a referee. With a resigned sigh, Tsunade redirected her focus to Orochimaru, expressing her grievances. Orochimaru did not respond, yet his expression betrayed him. The current Orochimaru still possessed the youthful demeanor of his earlier days. Having yet to experience many things, the joy etched upon his face was a sight that would not reappear in the future. Oh dear. Tsunade covered her face with her hand, sinking into a spiral of indecision. In the center of the clearing, Yusuke, I concede your skill in mixology is unparalleled. But in this spar, you shall not triumph over me. Jiraiya proclaimed confidently, striking a pose. Yusuke merely inspected his equipment in silence, offering no reply, while internally calculating Jiraiya's capabilities. After all, having once been a signature, some information was etched in Yusuke's mind. Skilled in the arts of spirit communication and sage techniques, with chakra attributes encompassing fire, wind, earth, water, yin, and yang, Jiraiya's proficiency is rated at 71 points according to the Book of the Shinobi. This includes a perfect score of 10 in ninjutsu prowess and chakra manipulation, alongside a 10 in foundational chakra energy, and a commendable 9 in all categories except for Jinjutsu, which stands at 6. However, this refers to the future Jiraiya, not the youthful version present at this moment. Currently, he lacks the knowledge of sage techniques, and the yin-yang chakra does not equate to yin-yang release. He may even be incapable of enhancing his fire techniques with oil. Jiraiya is acutely aware that his greatest fear lies in facing an opponent adept in Jinjutsu, particularly one possessing the Sharingan, known for their mastery in illusion techniques. Fortunately, his opponent's eyes have already been removed. It must be said, this individual is truly formidable, so willing to part with their own sight. Furthermore, it is rumored that this opponent is a sensory-type ninja, not particularly skilled in combat, especially now that they are blind. Should I hold back? Jiraiya muses, observing Yuji's figure. After completing his examination, Yuji nodded towards Orochimaru, who returned the gesture. With a swift motion of his hand, Orochimaru declared, "Begin." At the sound of his voice, Kushina and Shoju instinctively tightened their grips on their snacks. In that moment, the eyes of the two children could not keep pace with the actions of the two adults. Yet Orochimaru and Tsunade observed with utmost clarity. Jiraiya surged forward, armed with the knowledge gleaned from his opponent's dossier, which left no room for retreat. To his astonishment, Yuji matched his advance. I have come to assess my own progress. How can I gauge my achievements without engaging directly? The distance between them was now less than a single body length, their fists bypassing their own bodies. Bang! Before the two children could comprehend the unfolding events, a fierce gust of wind erupted, nearly lifting Jiraiya off his feet. In the midst of the battlefield, he sensed something amiss. The collision of their fists generated wind. Yet he felt discomfort from the gusts on his side. Jiraiya retracted his fist, intent on reorganizing his assault. However, as his hands came together, another violent wind surged towards him. Yuji maintained his aggressive stance, his other hand glowing with a verdant light, forming a fist aimed directly at him. The speed was astonishing. Jiraiya inwardly gasped, hastily withdrawing his hands meant for hand seals and raising his forearm, bracing for the impending strike. Where's this wind coming from? He managed to withstand the blow, yet something felt decidedly off. How could this punch carry such forceful wind? Though he absorbed the impact, the wind seemed to penetrate towards the point of contact. Following the punch, a left hook followed by a series of front kicks were all received by Jiraiya. As yet another right hook approached, he realized he could not continue fighting this way. That previous hand seal had been a grave mistake, drawing him completely into his opponent's rhythm. He retained only partial defense with his arms, loosening his lower body. Bang! Yuji's body appeared to glide on the wind as he descended slowly, while Jiraiya was sent flying through the air. If the previous actions were somewhat subtle, the final slow descent reveals a hint to those who have played Genshin Impact. The art of unarmed combat, exemplified by the 4-star character, Kazuha, stands apart from his peers who wield catalysts. Unlike other catalyst users who engage from a distance, Kazuha's normal attack module uniquely employs close-range martial techniques. Furthermore, as a character who initiates attacks, every strike from Kazuha is imbued with the power of Anemo. With his Anemo vision, Kazuha undoubtedly emerges as the strongest character in his current roster. The sudden leap of Jiraiya took Yujin by surprise. Is his normal attack truly this formidable? However, Yujin quickly comprehended the situation. He is utilizing my strength to create distance. Fire release, fireball technique. Just as Yujin anticipated, before Jiraiya touched ground, he had already formed the necessary hand seals. Flames coalesced from Jiraiya's mouth, manifesting into a colossal fireball aimed at Yujin. Feline paw freeze. Yujin refrained from vocally declaring the name of his technique, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, yet its effect was remarkable. Not only did he execute a backflip to evade the central flames, but his shield also protected him from the exterior fire of Jiraiya's technique. However, as Yujin emerged from the fiery inferno, Jiraiya had completed another ninjutsu. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. With a powerful clap of his hands to the ground, a colossal earth dragon erupted, its maw gaping wide as it unleashed a torrent of mud toward Yujin, who had just escaped the flames. Chapter 20, Fire Release, Great Fireball. Gathering Winds, Armor of the Heart. Although the skills capable of serving as primary damage outputs were scarce in his collection, he had drawn numerous shield-type abilities. The maid from Mondstadt, Noelle, provided superior protection compared to Diana. While Diana's shield absorbs 25 times the ice attribute damage, Noelle offers a 15-fold absorption across all attributes. Before Jiraiya, Yujin brandished a massive sword, striking it forcefully against the earth dragon summoned by Jiraiya. Boom! There was no cloud of dust. Yet the earth dragon disintegrated into a shower of mud, causing Kushina and Shoju to retreat hastily. Relief washed over them as no mud splashed upon themselves. They had narrowly avoided a muddy bath. Meanwhile, Jiraiya on the battlefield was left bewildered. Wait, where did you pull out such a colossal weapon? Yet, Yujin afforded no time for Jiraiya to gather his wits. With a swift dash, Yujin closed the distance between them in an instant. So rapid was his approach that by the time Jiraiya registered the threat, Yujin was already upon him. With the innate talent of Kazuha, his sprint consumed 20 less stamina. I cannot allow him to close in. Jiraiya quickly recognized this truth. Should he be drawn into Yujin's range, he would inevitably be ensnared in the rhythm of his opponent's attacks. Although Yujin's martial arts were not particularly intricate, the peculiar force of his strikes was disconcerting. Ninjutsu, Needle Earth Concealment. Jiraiya's white hair instantaneously lengthened, enveloping his body entirely. Ninja Art, Needle Hell. With nowhere left to retreat, he resolved to force his adversary back. Yujin was well aware of this technique, yet the protective armor he wore had not yet worn off. He chose to disregard the overwhelming barrage of white needles hurtling towards him. Drawing back his right fist, he gathered a swirling green wind in his hand. Heartrending fist. A robust green tempest, significantly thicker than before, surged forth directly at Jiraiya. A considerable portion of the white needles was deflected by the green storm, while the remainder collided directly against the protective armor, clattering to the ground. Although he had not entirely pushed Yujin away or created distance, Jiraiya had nonetheless bought himself some time. Fire style, Great Fireball. Jiraiya retracted his head and then lunged forward, unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth. 10 times fiercer than the previous fireball. The green wind clashed violently with the raging inferno. The fire pierced through the wind, scorching the protective armor, while the wind traversed the flames, singeing Jiraiya's white hair armor. In the world of the Hokage, fire style inherently countered wind style. The Great Fireball was also a continuous ninjutsu, swiftly consuming the heart-rending fist. Just as Jiraiya intended to minimize his technique, another heart-rending fist, accompanied by the Green Tempest, surged forth towards him. Startled by this sudden attack, Jiraiya was apprehensive as he saw it still being engulfed by flames. Fortunately, he had not wavered. Had he faltered, he would have been in peril. While there indeed existed cooldown periods between elemental combat techniques, he had drawn a weapon in addition to summoning characters. Ceremonial Fragment. A passive skill of the weapon, calm and composed. When elemental techniques inflict damage, there is a 40% chance to reset the cooldown of that skill, with the effect triggering only once every 30 seconds. Fortune smiled upon Yujin, granting him that 40% chance. However, the flames had not diminished significantly. The duration of the protective armor was nearing its end. Finally, the moment arrived. As the flames threatened to close in on Yujin, a smile crept across his lips. Tempest. A thunderous roar erupted amidst the flames. To the eyes of Tsunade and the others, a sphere, the size of a fitness ball and composed of swirling winds, materialized at Yujin's feet, launching itself towards Jiraiya. Upon its kick, the initially small wind sphere expanded massively, nearly instantaneously growing large enough to rival Jiraiya's Great Fireball. The wind surged violently, stirring up clouds of dust and debris, prompting Tsunade to instinctively shield Shinjuku and Kushina behind her. Orochimaru, with wide eyes, fixated intently on the battleground. This sparring match was truly a visual feast. The kick Yujin executed was a signature move of Rokui and Hiriku's, the Gathering Wind kick, unleashing an immovable true vacuum projectile. Jiraiya believed he had withstood this gust of wind style, but the next moment, a burst of fire abruptly appeared beside him, rendering his prolonged needle hell utterly ineffective. When the unmoving flow vacuum bomb strikes an enemy imbued with water, fire, ice, or lightning elements, it bestows upon them the Gathering Wind True Eye effect, which will explode and dissipate after a brief moment, inflicting area damage corresponding to the respective elemental attribute. Shall we continue? Yusuke inquired of Jiraiya, noticing the retracting needles of Jiraiya's Kazashi. No more, no more. If we keep this up, I fear I might lose my hair. Jiraiya exclaimed. How about we call it a draw? Yusuke's intention was merely to test his current strength and the skills of the characters he had drawn, assessing their practical applications. Agreed, Jiraiya replied, not one to be difficult. Seeing this, Yusuke slightly bowed his head and formed a sign of reconciliation. At the outset, neither had established a confrontational seal, making this gesture of reconciliation quite evident. Let's meet at my place for drinks tonight. Sounds good, Jiraiya responded, a smile gracing his lips as he too formed a sign of reconciliation. Clapping echoed from the side, drawing the attention of both individuals. Orochimaru approached, his expression akin to one who had just witnessed an exceptional film. That was quite an exhilarating exchange, he remarked, his gaze fixed appreciatively on Yusuke. I truly did not expect you, Yusuke-kun, a seemingly gentle man, to exhibit such prowess in combat. Swift as the wind, fierce as fire, was Orochimaru's foremost impression of Yusuke. While demonstrating aggression, Yusuke skillfully manipulated the rhythm of the battle, consistently drawing Jiraiya into his tempo. Despite the sparring nature of their engagement, neither employed overly destructive ninjutsu. Yet the encounter remained thrilling. For Yusuke, powerful techniques would have to wait until he drew his first 5-star character. Regrettably, he had been unable to utilize the skills of Kyoji Sarada. The potential of her elemental burst appeared promising, though its actual effectiveness remained uncertain. Moreover, the efficiency of his elemental recharge posed a challenge, as his limited roster hindered the envisioned infinite cycle of elemental combat techniques. Glancing at his Noel skills, he found that he had not even charged half of them. Since the first day of the event, his luck seemed to have waned. Today marked the 25th day, meaning he had drawn 75 times without securing a single 5-star character. Could it be that I must wait until the 30th day for a reward? Am I truly a victim of misfortune? Surely not. Chapter 21. The conclusion of rivalry. Yusuke, Jiraiya stammered, feeling somewhat awkward. While Orochimaru casually addressed Yusuke as Yusuke, Jiraiya was unaccustomed to such formalities. Just call me Yusuke, he replied. Your physical techniques are indeed commendable, but when you attack me with them, I cannot shake the discomfort. As if I were being swept away by a fierce wind that bears injury. Jiraiya rarely exhibited such curiosity, a desire he initially believed only manifested in Orochimaru. Although it seemed somewhat inappropriate to directly inquire about techniques and skills right after a battle, Jiraiya was simply too intrigued. Oh, is there such a thing? Orochimaru, too, became interested and turned his gaze toward Yusuke. In the ninja world, there was no martial arts that could blend elements like this. Every attack from a weapon character would inflict elemental damage corresponding to the divine eye attributes. Thus, the wind Jiraiya sensed was essentially a tangible reflection of the damage inflicted during his assault. It's merely a little technique I've developed, incorporating a hint of wind chakra during my attacks. This method, while not entirely unprecedented, was indeed quite rare. If Yusuke were to provide an example, the most fitting one would be Kakashi's Raikiri. Raikiri, or Chidori, harnesses lightning chakra to create a concentrated high-intensity electrical current in the hand. Compared to Kazekage's attacks, Raikiri could even be applied to the blade, akin to the Chidori blade used by Sasuke. It could also be infused into shuriken, as Kakashi demonstrated when he dealt with Obito. However, at present, Minato Namikaze was still a child, and his disciple, Kakashi, would not be born for another 2 years. This was indeed a rather brilliant notion, and not limited to wind chakra alone, but also applicable to lightning and fire chakra. One must admit, Orochimaru's ability to deduce connections was truly remarkable, surpassing Yusuke's expectations. Are you done? Tsunade arrived late with Zuru and Kushina. Upon their approach, they noticed the three engaged in conversation. You two fought without considering my opinion as the concerned party? Taste my iron fist. The simultaneous sound of two impacts startled Zuru and Kushina, who were following Tsunade. Just as expected from Tsunade, the two who just had a spectacular fight now have bumps on their heads. I'm leaving. I feel like drinking. With that, Tsunade turned and departed. Ha ha. Jiraiya suddenly laughed, patting Yusuke on the shoulder and whispering, you better take care of yourself from now on. Are you looking for trouble, Jiraiya? Orochimaru, Yusuke, save me. Jiraiya began to evade Tsunade's fists, eliciting laughter from everyone present. I'm off to the tavern. After some playful antics, Yusuke finally called out to the two brawlers. At his words, both of them, or rather Tsunade, gradually ceased their scuffle, followed by Zuru and Kushina. The remaining three hastily caught up, gathering together in cheerful conversation. Although the matter concluded in this manner, Jiraiya still had a question lingering in his mind. The wind orb had indeed struck him. But what was that sudden burst of fire? Had Yusuke been privy to Jiraiya's thoughts, he would have surely expressed his gratitude. It was fortunate that the question remained unasked. The wind style of the unmoving flow martial arts can be elucidated, yet the subsequent damage incurred from the fire attribute of the Great Flame Bullet, after being struck by the gathering wind true eye, eludes my immediate comprehension. Cheers. The crowd raised their glasses, clinking them together, producing a crisp sound. Observing the scene before him, Yusuke felt a warm sensation in his heart. With Tsunade seated beside him, and the now friends Orochimaru and Jiraiya present, along with the younger generation, Kushina and Rope Tree, it was evident that dining becomes far more delightful with the presence of many. Throughout the cooking, a smile never left his face. After resolving the soul rift between himself and Jiraiya, the atmosphere truly transformed into one of genuine camaraderie. It was not that Yusuke had gained the upper hand in their sparring that led Tsunade to favor him. It resembled the act of flipping a coin to decide a matter. Once the coin is cast, one instinctively knows the choice they wish to make. Thus, as Yusuke clarified matters and the two began to spar, Tsunade had already made her decision. To Yusuke's small delight, her choice was indeed him. However, while a choice had been made, Yusuke understood that this did not equate to a definitive relationship. Rather, Tsunade acknowledged the pursuit he spoke of. In his eyes, this was close enough. If one were to consider the Kato period, he would have had no chance. And similarly, when Jiraiya ventured to the Land of Rain, he was equally out of luck. It was merely a matter of timing. He had just arrived, and she happened to be there as well. I always sensed something peculiar in the way you looked at me, even though your eyes were those I personally removed, Tsunade mused, raising her cup to her lips as if speaking to herself. My eyes have always been with you. You are my eyes. It was a sincere sentiment. Yet Tsunade blushed and did not respond. Perhaps, at a later time, he could show her his eyes. It would not do for her to worry incessantly. Yusuke took a sip of his drink, pondering. Hey, you two, don't pretend Jiraiya, don't exist. He called out, waving his hand with a clear mind. As the drinks flowed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Jiraiya drank heavily and quickly, soon succumbing to intoxication, becoming quite muddled. A man becomes stronger following heartbreak, in essence. The true man is one who can laugh off his heartbreak as a joke. This was Jiraiya's own words, spoken before his fateful journey to the land of rain. Yusuke could not have anticipated that Jiraiya would utter this phrase now. Hey, Jiraiya, when did you and my sister ever date? Rope Tree was met with the love-infused iron fist of Jiraiya. Only someone like Jiraiya could express such sentiments with such ease. I raise my glass to you, Yusuke declared. Take good care of Tsunade, you rascal. I will, came the response. Their cups clinked together, sealing a vow among men at that moment. Ignoring Jiraiya, Orochimaru, who had been gazing into his cup, appeared lost in thought, murmuring in a somewhat indistinct manner. Yusuke, the drink you mix always presents a different flavor each time I partake. Snake Aunt. No, that's not right. It is still Snake Uncle, and moreover, it is the drunken limited edition. One should not indulge too much in fine wine. However, even though the fruit tea is delightful, I feel it still lacks a certain depth of flavor. Jiraiya sips the fruit tea, then takes a swig of alcohol, savoring the taste. And in a state of hazy inebriation, he muses aloud. Actually, I do have an idea. Pray tell. Orochimaru's interest peaked, the vacant gleam in his eyes flickering back to life. I have heard of a beverage called cola. Tsunade has already been escorted away by Shinjutsu and Kushina, yet today, within this vast tavern, there remains more than just Yusuke. There is also a serpent and a toad. Oh, my mistake, it is Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Importantly, I have no idea where these two reside. Throwing them out of the tavern for the night would be rather inhumane. After a moment of contemplation, Yusuke sighed resignedly and lifted Orochimaru and Jiraiya. It would be more humane to bring these two to my home for the night. What have you done to me, Yusuke? Jolted awake by Jiraiya's furious roar, Yusuke replied, Jiraiya, taste my steamroller. Chapter 22. The first flame of the shinobi world. Of course, Konoha is not solely a haven of warmth. In places unbeknownst to the masses, darkness has begun to cast its gaze upon them, while the crowd revels in harmony. Within the Hokage building, Hizashi, what are you truly contemplating? The potential Jinchuriki and that Uchiha are growing increasingly close. If you ask me, you should entrust the Jinchuriki's training to me. Firstly, Yusuke has already declared his departure from the Uchiha clan. Secondly, I have my own methods for training the Jinchuriki, and it is not your place, Danzo, to interfere. Hizashi is acutely aware that placing Kushina in Danzo's hands would ultimately yield a Jinchuriki of the nine tails belonging solely to the root. It would be one thing if Danzo desired something else, but when it comes to tailed beasts, particularly the formidable nine tails, I am not foolish enough to hand it over to him. Seeing Hizashi's outright rejection, Danzo did not respond with anger. Instead, he shifted his focus. Speaking of Yusuke, he fought with Jiraiya today. If you ask me, he has not relinquished his fighting spirit. He merely operates a tavern in silence. I believe he still harbors the will of the Uchiha. I propose we place him in the root now, allowing me to properly detain and interrogate him, just in case. Yusuke has already demonstrated with his own eyes that he is no longer affiliated with the Uchiha, and the reasons behind their altercation are surely not lost on you. Yet, the third Hokage remains resolute in his refusal. Is it not a naive notion to think that a pair of eyes could prove a lack of connection? I must say, you are still too weak, Hizashi. This weakness will eventually lead to your downfall. After a pause, Danzo added, you will come to regret this, Hizashi. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo's schemes are not lost on Yusuke. Over the past week, numerous individuals have emerged to surveil him, much like the present moment. Moreover, these individuals were adeptly ensnared within the boundaries of the ordinary perception of a ninja. Had it not been for the enhancement of my own sensory abilities post-transmigration, I would have surely overlooked their presence. Furthermore, I am quite certain that these individuals are affiliated with Danzo's root organization. Notably, each of them bears a sealing technique upon their tongues, which unequivocally identifies them as Danzo's subordinates. The tongue seal of absolute silence is a specialized sealing technique employed by the Konoha Umbu's root division. Should the afflicted utter anything pertaining to Danzo, they would succumb to complete paralysis, rendered incapable of speech or movement. Danzo employs this technique to bind his subordinates, ensuring that they cannot divulge any of his secrets. I am well aware of how to counteract this technique. The moment Danzo meets his demise, these seals will become entirely ineffective. While it is certain that Danzo must be eliminated, I find myself pondering that the time has yet to arrive. Despite Danzo's solitary proclamations of regret your actions, shadow of the group, the third Hokage remains his greatest obstacle. Even though I was never fond of the third Hokage's conspiracy theories, my transmigration has granted me insight. This world is indeed a tangible reality. The events that the third Hokage orchestrates concerning Naruto will inevitably unfold, and since they transpire within a genuine world, the conspiracy theories surrounding the third Hokage must be acknowledged as plausible. What are you contemplating? Tsunade inquired casually as she observed me lost in thought. I was pondering whether you could assume the mantle of Hokage. Absolutely not. Tsunade's rejection was so swift that her voice slightly faltered. I've worked too hard. I have no desire for that position. Whoever wishes to take it may do so. Seeing her resolve, I chose not to pursue the topic further. Rest assured, if history continues as it should, you will indeed become Hokage. However, if you do not wish for it, no one can compel you. An exquisite summer dream of melancholic coral bubble tea, Kushina announced as she entered, addressing me with an air of familiarity as though she were returning home. Since Tsunade has no desire to take on the role, let your husband bear the burden for a while longer. I have a feeling you are concocting something mischievous. And it pertains to me. It has nothing to do with you. I refrained from revealing the latter part of my thought and began preparing tea for Kushina. It concerns your future husband. After ensuring that Kushina was comfortably seated, I joined her, subtly leaning my body closer to hers. The last time I sparred with Jiraiya was on a Sunday, marking the 25th day since I obtained a system. Today is a Friday, the 30th day. Yet, why has my first 5-star character not arrived? Could it truly be connected to Tsunade? Has her notorious luck in gambling affected my fortunes? Thus, the source of today's entangled fate remains untouched, as I await someone with a modicum of normal luck to balance the scales. And then, Kushina arrived. Quietly accessing the system, I utilized the first method of entangled fate. Ah, violet light. It seems fortune smiles upon me today. Congratulations on acquiring a 4-star character, Xingqiu. Though Xingqiu is merely a 4-star water element character, he bears the illustrious title of the 6-star water deity. This undoubtedly heralds a splendid beginning. With the second shot, only a blue light appeared, adding yet another member to the already burgeoning collection of 3-star weapons in the system's inventory. It wasn't until the 90th shot that something finally emerged. Was this for real? Yusuke felt a sense of despondency as he unleashed the last source of entanglement. A golden light formed in his mind. At this juncture, if it wasn't golden light, it could only signify something else. In the 2.5 years of Genshin, countless individuals had enjoyed good fortune, yet only 4 had managed to secure a guaranteed 5-star character after 90th pulls. What merit did I, Yusuke Misaka, possess to be the first to receive such an honor? The disappointment of the 90th pull weighed heavily on him, leaving him devoid of the enthusiasm to even ascertain what he had obtained. Congratulations on acquiring a 5-star character. Oh, it's a character. In the past, he would have cheered, but now, he felt drained and indifferent, wishing for it all to end. Hu Tao. Yusuke's demeanor underwent a complete transformation in an instant. Delving into his mind, he indeed discovered an image of a girl clad in brown and black attire. Donning a mysterious hat, her red eyes resembling a blossoming plum flower, exuding an air of whimsical charm. Hu Tao, it's truly Hu Tao. His first 5-star character had turned out to be Hu Tao. In terms of strength, she could rightfully be called the greatest pyro in Teyvat, main damage dealer. Yet her fragile constitution earned her the title of Teyvat's first pyro character. The juxtaposition of the 90th pull's disappointment and the fortune of pulling Hu Tao left Yusuke's mind in a state of disarray. Furthermore, he had also drawn Xingqiu today. The combination of Xingqiu and Hu Tao was a classic pairing. This could be considered a small leap toward success. From this day forth, the ninja world would welcome another premier pyro. Chapter 23. War and Peace. Tsunade and Kushina were engrossed in drinking, utterly oblivious to the changes in Yusuke's expression. Though his moment of distraction was brief, when he finally lifted his gaze, he spotted Jiraiya entering, accompanied by Orochimaru and Tsunade's companion, Shino. 2 cups of sake and a cup of fruit tea. Good. These individuals frequented the place almost daily, and Yusuke had long since grown accustomed to their presence. Here are your drinks, he said, placing the items down, intending to thoroughly examine the Hu-Tao he had drawn, but Tsunade's question redirected his thoughts. What mission did you two undertake recently? Yusuke was aware of their recent assignment, having noted their fatigued appearance on their first day at the tavern. A high-level mission. Jiraiya shook his head, appearing quite wary of the topic. The underlying implication of his statement was that the mission's level was somewhat elevated, making it unsuitable for discussion. Tsunade, dissuaded by his words, lost her curiosity to inquire further, yet Orochimaru suddenly interjected, offering a contrasting perspective. Actually, it's not that we can't discuss it. Hey, Orochimaru. That is classified. Despite it being dinner time, as Yusuke did not serve food, he and Tsunade were left to their own appetites, resulting in an absence of patrons at this hour. I never said I wanted to disclose anything. I believe Yusuke has already discerned everything completely. After speaking, Orochimaru casually took a sip of the liquid in his cup. Noticing that the conversation had shifted away from him, he decided to observe Hu-Tao closely, curious to discern the differences between her and the version he knew from the game. However, he was startled when Orochimaru abruptly called his attention. The shock caused him to inadvertently express his true thoughts. What else could he investigate? Naturally, he would delve into the martial factions of the various hidden villages and the likelihood of war. Even if Tsunade doubted the veracity of Yujiru's claims, she understood the truth upon witnessing Jiraiya's astonished expression. It was clear to her that Yujiru was indeed speaking the truth. The bluntness with which Yujiru articulated his thoughts nearly caused Orochimaru to choke. Did you just say that so directly? Aren't we supposed to be the kind of people who prefer to keep things under wraps? Yujiru, refrain from distracting me. I was simply startled. And besides, I have Hu-Tao to buoy my spirits. Since Yujiru had already surmised the situation, Orochimaru decided to drop his pretense, inquiring further, So, Yujiru, how do you foresee this war unfolding? Yujiru did not provide a direct answer. He felt indifferent, and Tsunade, being one of the legendary three, was capable enough. However, there were still Kushina and Rope Tree to consider. They were merely two children, yet they were aware of the gravity of the situation. Orochimaru's willingness to speak indicated that he was prepared to shoulder the responsibility should anything go awry. Well, let me explain, Yujiru said, folding his arms and adopting a teacher-like demeanor. To comprehend the war, one must first grasp its origins. Yet, before he could finish his first sentence, Jiraiya interrupted him. Hold on, are you both so certain that war will inevitably occur? However, feeling the weight of their gazes and Yujiru's scrutinizing expression, Jiraiya fell silent. Peace, a term frequently mentioned in the Naruto series, yet never truly realized. Madara and Obito's Moon Eye plan was ostensibly aimed at achieving peace in the ninja world, and even the Akatsuki's objectives were purportedly for the sake of peace. Even Hanzo, that infamous figure, claimed his motives were rooted in peace. Can you believe it? Peace, peace. This group within the ninja world has given rise to a multitude of delusions regarding this matter. They employ various means to realize their own visions of peace. While Kaguya's Black Zetsu remains singularly focused on rescuing its mother, Jiraiya's perspective seemed to revolve around the notion of resolving conflicts through negotiation, akin to a summit of the five Kages, to bridge the divides. This war had emerged from the widening economic disparities between nations and ninja villages. Did he truly believe it could be avoided? Yujiru cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, a gesture that, although unseen by Jiraiya, was unmistakably clear. Furthermore, Yujiru's reasoning left Jiraiya momentarily speechless. Among the various ninja villages, the Wind Country's Tsunade stood out as the most desolate and resource-deprived region, ensuring its participation in the impending conflict. In addition, the Land of Rain, home to the Hidden Rain Village, may be a small nation, yet its leader, Hanzo, renowned as a demigod of the ninja world, undoubtedly seeks the development of his village and will certainly involve himself in this impending conflict. As for the Hidden Leaf Village, it has been said that the widening economic disparity drives them to covet the riches of the affluent. Coupled with its geographical position, the Land of Rain borders not only the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, but also the Land of Earth, should hostilities arise. The Tsuchikage is likely to consider intervention as well. As Yuji elaborated, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The insights Yuji shared resonated closely with his own investigations, heightening his anticipation for Yuji's forthcoming analysis of the war. At this juncture, Yuji turned to Jiraiya, asserting that negotiations were virtually impossible. To mitigate the economic divide, the most straightforward approach would be for the great nations to allocate their resources to the others. Do you believe that the hidden leaf would willingly play the role of the sacrificial lamb? Just as Orochimaru was about to applaud Yuji's astute analysis, Yuji waved his hand and remarked that they should cease the discussion here, for further elaboration might be unwise. After all, this is merely a small tavern, and considering his semi-retired status, he felt it prudent to conclude the topic. What shall we have for dinner? He inquired. After a moment of rapt attention to Yuji's thorough examination, Tsunade finally responded, "Let us just stir-fry a couple of simple dishes." "Will 2 dishes suffice?" Jiraiya chimed in. "Did you two come here without having eaten?" Shoju questioned, revealing that he too had skipped a meal. In light of Shoju's presence, "Let us treat you both to a meal. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? After all, we've each shared a bed before." Tsunade retorted. Tsunade pondered. "It's nothing, nothing," Jiraiya hastily replied. After a simple meal, patrons began to arrive steadily, prompting Yuji to swiftly finish his preparations and take his place behind the counter. Tsunade engaged in conversation with several hospital staff, while Orochimaru appeared to be instructing Shoju on some matter. Jiraiya approached Kushina, seemingly intent on exchanging some fruit tea to mix with his drink. Finally, with the commotion subsided, Yuji relished a moment of solitude to admire his beloved walnut tree. Suddenly, a loud bang interrupted his reverie. "What is the meaning of this? Do you all harbor a grudge against my door?" Yuji exclaimed, glancing toward the entrance to see a blond boy of similar age to Kushina standing there, his spiky hair unmistakable. "Ah, Kushina, your husband has come looking for you." Chapter 24, Misunderstandings and Deceptions. Yuji immediately recognized Minato, his iconic spiky blonde hair, making him easily identifiable. However, the expression on Minato's face seemed rather unusual. Why did he appear so enraged? Moreover, the object of Minato's ire appeared to be. Following Minato's intense gaze, Yuji spotted a white-haired drunkard. Jiraiya? What an unexpected turn of events. Jiraiya was also destined to be Minato's mentor in the future, and this scenario felt decidedly off-kilter. "Hey, kid, come here." The Ninja Academy had dismissed for the evening, coinciding with mealtime. Yet, as a war orphan, Minato found himself without the comforting prospect of a home-cooked meal awaiting him. It is a rare Friday, and with a considerable amount of compensation in hand, Minato sets out in search of sustenance. Soon, he stumbles upon a newly opened establishment. A divine gift? What sort of establishment is this? Drawn by the enticing aromas wafting through the door, Minato instinctively approaches the window. However, upon catching sight of a child with white hair and another with red locks, he is momentarily taken aback. Fueled by indignation, Minato pushes open the door to this so-called divine gift. Divine gift? I would rather call it a devil's offering. After listening to Minato's account, Yusuke's expression contorts into one of incredulity. What sort of absurdity is this? Glancing up, he notices Jiraiya and Kushina also watching him, prompting Yusuke to wave at Jiraiya. "Let your future master and wife explain it to you." Jiraiya and Kushina maintain their gaze on Minato. Kushina's interest stems from Minato being her classmate, while Jiraiya, sensing the lion-like scrutiny Minato directed at him upon entering, is left in disbelief. Raising a trembling hand, he points at his own face, incredulously asking, "So, I am seen as the strange old man dragging Kushina out for drinks?" Haha. As Yusuke begins to narrate, Tsunade, who had already gathered to witness the unfolding drama, can no longer contain herself, clutching her belly with one hand while vigorously patting Jiraiya's shoulder with the other. Who could have anticipated such a fantastical turn of events? "Quiet down. I've been mistaken for a lawbreaker selling alcohol to minors," Yusuke jests. As Yusuke's expression shifts to one of despair, Minato begins to sense something amiss. After exchanging a few jokes, Yusuke starts to clarify the situation. This is Tsunade, the elder sister of Kushina and a disciple of the third Hokage, and this white-haired eccentric is also a disciple of the third, Jiraiya. Upon hearing this, Minato's expression becomes somewhat dazed. Goodness, the living legends Tsunade and Jiraiya. Moreover, we don't exclusively sell alcohol here. We offer a variety of other beverages as well. What you just saw was merely Jiraiya sipping from his own drink while observing others. Yes, I apologize. Once the misunderstanding is clarified, Minato immediately bows his head in contrition. An endless wave of awkwardness ensues, as he wishes he could dissolve into the floor of this divine establishment. At least your heart is in the right place. What is your name? Although aware of Minato's name, Yusuke feigns ignorance, as it is their first encounter. I am Namake's Minato. Would you care for a cup of fruit tea? By the looks of you, It seems you were planning to dine. Consider this fried rice a gift. Thank you. Minato, still ensnared in embarrassment, remains rather reserved. Delicious. Refreshing. After taking a couple of bites, he gradually begins to relax, restoring his usual demeanor. So, Minato, how are your grades at the Ninja Academy? Yusuke leans on the counter, propping his face with one hand as he inquires. Quite well. The conversation flowed effortlessly, neither interrupting their meal nor hindering their enjoyment. Through their dialogue, Yusuke gleaned the identity of Minato as an orphan of the war. Minato, would you be interested in coming to work for me? He inquired. But I still have training, Minato replied. Why not take a look at the two individuals beside you? Besides, my establishment only operates after dusk, so it won't interfere with your daily life. There was no need for Minato to truly inspect. He understood immediately. Jiraiya and Tsunade were renowned ninjas, so could this blindfolded proprietor, exuding an air of distinction, truly be ordinary? Furthermore, the prospect of earning a wage while not wasting much time seemed rather appealing. Am I truly able to? Minato paused in his meal, directing a question at Yusuke. Your willingness to stand up for Kushina deeply moves me. I am her elder brother. Do you think that suffices? After a moment's contemplation, Minato nodded in agreement. That is sufficient. Then remember to come by tomorrow, Yusuke encouraged, giving Minato's shoulder a reassuring pat before turning his attention elsewhere. The only other person present who remained silent was Kushina. Oblivious to Yusuke's gaze, she held her cup in both hands, appearing to savor its contents. Yet, Yusuke discerned that she was lost in thought, her drink untouched as she stared wide-eyed at Minato, who was voraciously consuming his meal. Was this a case of mutual attraction? According to the original narrative, it wasn't until Minato rescued Kushina from an enemy ninja, using a strand of her hair, that she began to notice him. Prior to that, she had regarded him with disdain, even considering him somewhat effeminate. Kushina, Yusuke called, pulling her from her reverie. Startled, she turned to face him. What were you doing just now? Why were you staring at that blonde-haired boy for so long? After all, he is your classmate. Although it was a misunderstanding, you should at least thank him. Ah, all right, Kushina nodded. However, upon realizing what she had agreed to, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. Nevertheless, she had committed to it and approached Minato with a stiff demeanor, speaking shyly, thank you. And no problem, Minato stammered, his own unease surfacing as he waved his hands in a flustered manner. Yusuke sat nearby, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he observed the scene. I can sense from your expression that your gaze upon those two children is rather peculiar, Tsunade whispered as she stealthily approached Yusuke. Don't you think they make a lovely pair? Yusuke replied softly. The phenomenon of crushes can indeed be quite amusing. And this was one of the reasons Yusuke had decided to retain Minato. In the world of Hokage, wars and conflicts were rampant, leading to a generally low life expectancy among its inhabitants. The consequence that ensues is that the children still attending the Ninja Academy display remarkable maturity for their age. When Naruto was merely a toddler, did he not kiss Sasuke in front of the entire class? Early romances are quite commonplace in the world of Naruto. However, Tsunade contemplated expressing her thoughts, but ultimately chose to remain silent. As for what the future holds, who can say? Yusuke turned to Tsunade and said with a smile. Chapter 25. Let the wind guide. In the backyard, Yusuke, feeling rather bored, observed Jiraiya training Kushina and Minato. Tsunade had gone to the hospital for work, leaving Yusuke alone on a lounge chair, watching Jiraiya train Minato, whom he had only known for a day and a half. Those destined to be together inevitably find their way to one another. Remarkably, within just a day, Minato and Jiraiya seemed to have developed a rapport, prompting Jiraiya to take Minato under his wing for training. As for Kushina, upon hearing that Jiraiya would be training Minato, she came running over. With nothing pressing to occupy his time and no plans for daytime activities, Yusuke settled on a small stool in the backyard to watch. However, the longer he watched, the more drowsy he became, for Jiraiya was instructing the two children on chakra refinement, an endeavor devoid of any entertainment value, far less engaging than throwing kunai or practicing taijutsu. The Ninja Academy does not neglect to teach chakra refinement, but it is introduced at a considerably later stage, especially for students hailing from families of ninja. Prominent clans place significant emphasis on nurturing their offspring, so by the time students at the academy learn about chakra refinement, the heirs of these esteemed families have already mastered it. Yawning, Yusuke pondered how to pass the time today with Tsunade on duty at the hospital. Perhaps he should open a tavern, otherwise, he might succumb to boredom. Should he cultivate a different hobby? Yusuke-kun, a voice called out, prompting him to turn and see Orochimaru approaching with 2 bags in hand. Even without turning, he could have guessed who it was, for only Orochimaru would address him in such a manner. Come sit. Yusuke gestured to the adjacent seat. All right. When I entered, I noticed a contemplative expression on your face. I was curious about your thoughts. I was pondering the curriculum at the Ninja Academy, Yusuke replied candidly. Presently, he felt no hesitation in being forthright with Orochimaru. Given Orochimaru's subsequent experiences filled with joy and sorrow in pursuit of immortality, Yusuke perceived him now as merely a spirited youth. Yet, after mentioning it briefly, he did not delve further. After all, their minds seemed to resonate on the same wavelength, and Orochimaru would surely deduce the rest. As Yusuke had anticipated, upon observing Jiraiya's teaching methods, Orochimaru grasped the situation fairly well, but could only chuckle and shake his head in resignation. The educational approach at the Ninja Academy is quite limited. It heavily relies on the traditional master-apprentice system. This master does not merely refer to the conventional sense, but also encompasses the lineage of family traditions. For instance, in the original work, Naruto's graduation exam consisted of the school's version of the 3 transformations: the transformation technique, the substitution technique, and the shadow clone technique. However, due to the disruption caused by the Nine-Tails chakra, he almost failed to graduate. At that moment, it was the 3rd Hokage who imparted the multiple shadow clone technique to him, which can be considered a form of mentorship in a broader sense. Most of Naruto's later skill set was primarily taught to him by Jiraiya. It can be asserted that all of the Konoha 12 gained their formidable abilities through this extensive form of mentorship. As for the others, were they not merely supporting characters? Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru owe their current prowess and status to the teachings of the 3rd Hokage. Otherwise, a ninja from a humble background and a mere civilian would find it exceedingly challenging to attain their present positions in life. Thus, Orochimaru comprehended this. Yet, amidst this conversation, Minato and Kushina simultaneously began to refine their own chakra. They uttered a statement that left both Jiraiya and Yuji momentarily speechless. Jiraiya, can I now learn my brother's technique? The one that carries the wind with every strike? Only Orochimaru maintained a smirk reminiscent of Yuji's, observing Yuji's somewhat awkward demeanor as he sat in his chair. Just after they had jested about the Ninja Academy and familial mentorship, this matter unexpectedly turned towards Yuji. Minato, too, looked at Yuji with curiosity, evidently intrigued by this boss of his, who indeed possessed some remarkable abilities. What level are you both currently practicing at? Yuji inquired, glancing between Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Yuji had indeed attempted to utilize chakra to achieve the effect of the divine eye, and he had succeeded in doing so. Otherwise, he would not have shared such methods with the two. He would never mislead his students. After all, it was merely a standard offensive technique. Jiraiya felt he had not practiced it well, so he turned to Orochimaru. Strangely enough, Yuji, I attempted to gather the transformed chakra within my fists and feet, as you suggested. Although my strikes carried the wind, I still encountered considerable issues. I wonder if you could provide me with some insight? Shall we demonstrate it here? Of course. Orochimaru rose, prepared for the demonstration. Instead of utilizing the immovable style of combat combined with wind element chakra, he opted for a shorter sequence of martial arts techniques, effectively channeling wind attribute chakra through his strikes, producing explosive sounds with each blow. Due to the brevity of the sequence, Orochimaru completed it swiftly. Upon turning back, he noticed Yuji deep in thought, stroking his chin. It's quite taxing, isn't it? A few more strikes might jeopardize your health, Yuji surmised, seeking confirmation from Orochimaru. Indeed, Orochimaru nodded, and Jiraiya instinctively agreed. That is precisely correct. Setting aside the formal differences in martial styles, Yuji felt that his eyes conveyed the underlying reason. If I were to articulate it, I would say, let the wind guide you. In the end, Yusuke uttered 4 words, leaving the still youthful Kushina and Minato in a state of bewilderment. However, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, 2 ninjas of considerable maturity, faintly sensed they had grasped a fragment of understanding. Yet, it was merely a fragment. All right, let us consider this as an after-class assignment. Think it over once you're down. Would you care for a drink to refresh yourselves? Sure. After preparing beverages for Jiraiya and the others, they swiftly consumed them before resuming their training. Yusuke returned to Orochimaru's side, drink in hand. So, what brings you to me today? Orochimaru was indeed a frequent patron of the tavern, typically arriving only during the evening hours, making his daytime visit rather unusual. Observing the earlier sparring session, Yusuke sensed that Orochimaru was not there merely to learn, which piqued his curiosity. After a few exchanges, Orochimaru finally emerged from his reverie, prompted by the enchanting phrase that seemed to hold infinite allure. I come today to offer you a surprise. Chapter 26, Orochimaru. I shall dub thee the god of Cola in the ninja realm. A surprise? Right here. Orochimaru raised the 2 bags he had brought, preparing to showcase his findings to Yusuke. Noticing Yusuke's growing interest, he retrieved the contents of the bags, 2 porcelain vials. What sort of concoction is this? Yusuke inquired, taking one vial and uncorking it, revealing a liquid slightly darker than caramel. The opaque nature of the porcelain made it difficult for him to discern the specifics within. Care to taste? Yusuke brought the vial to his lips, taking a tentative sip. A remarkably familiar flavor burst in his mouth, a delicate sweetness unfurling on his tongue, accompanied by tiny bubbles that danced within his palate. Coca-Cola? He ventured, looking towards Orochimaru, astonished that he had conjured such a beverage after merely mentioning it in passing. Could it be that he was indeed a genius? Orochimaru, my deity. Moreover, after extensive experimentation, I have successfully created 2 distinct flavors. As he spoke, Orochimaru nudged the second vial towards Yusuke. 2 flavors, you say? Intrigued, Yusuke rinsed his mouth with water to cleanse the taste of the first vial before sampling the second. The initial sensation mirrored that of the first, yet the flavor was undeniably different. If given a choice, he would likely prefer the first, as the second leaned a tad too sweet for his palate. Still, it was a taste strikingly familiar, reminiscent of the rivalry between Coke and Pepsi. Wait a moment, Coke? Pepsi? Yusuke paused, then began to savor the flavor of the second vial more intently. Wasn't this just Pepsi? Reflecting back on the first vial, it dawned on him that it was indeed Coke. Orochimaru, my deity. He had initially thought that having cola was a delightful surprise. But who could have imagined that Orochimaru had crafted both Coke and Pepsi? How is it? Orochimaru inquired. Noticing Yusuke's stillness after a couple of sips from the second vial, his curiosity piqued. Identical. After finishing his words, he did not forget to give Orochimaru a grand thumbs up. However, Orochimaru evidently misinterpreted Yujiru's intention. It seemed that the second bottle was indeed closer to his preference. In truth, I also favored the taste of the second bottle. Orochimaru, are you actually a fan of Pepsi? No. What I mean is that both varieties are identical to the original, for the original is not confined to a singular flavor. Each of these bottles corresponds to a specific variant. After clarifying this to Orochimaru, Yujiru promptly articulated his own stance. In fact, I preferred the flavor of the first bottle. Personally, I found the second cup to be superior. In an instant, even though Orochimaru could not see Yujiru's eyes, his mind registered that a contest over cola flavors was about to commence. This was not merely a dispute over cola flavors, but a confrontation of beliefs. The discussion grew increasingly fervent, and upon witnessing Orochimaru and Yujiru engaged in a heated argument, Jiraiya and the others lost their focus on training and hurried to intervene. Clearly, the taste of Coca-Cola was superior, while Pepsi was excessively sweet. Pepsi possesses just the right sweetness, with a more complex and nuanced flavor, Orochimaru retorted, having adopted Yujiru's nomenclature for the 2 colas without yielding an inch. Neither of us will convince the other anytime soon. Perhaps we should let them judge? Sounds good. The group returned indoors, where Yujiru gently poured the cola into cups without creating any bubbles, then added ice and placed them before Jiraiya and the others for tasting. He also poured himself a cup, as he had not added ice earlier. An iced cola is indeed the quintessential way to enjoy it. The first to give an opinion was Kushina. I believe Pepsi tastes slightly better. Then came Minato, scratching his head and offering an opposing view. I actually prefer this Coca-Cola. As it stood, the score was still 1-1, and all eyes fell upon Jiraiya. However, Jiraiya seemed oblivious to their gazes, frowning at the 2 cups of cola on the table. Yet the next moment, Jiraiya's action astonished everyone present. He picked up the Coca-Cola and poured it into the Pepsi. Then, in front of all, took a sip. Only then did Jiraiya's frown finally ease, revealing a look of satisfaction. You heretic! With Jiraiya acting as a dissenting voice, the argument between Yujiru and Orochimaru began to dissipate. Nevertheless, due to Orochimaru's piercing gaze and the unwelcoming aura Yujiru sensed even through the bandages, Jiraiya, along with Kushina and Minato, retreated to the backyard to resume training. Moreover, Jiraiya felt somewhat disheartened by the fact that even Kushina and Minato looked at him with disapproval. Alright, enough of the debate over which tastes better. Do you think this cola could be manufactured on an industrial scale? After the trio departed, Yujiro pulled Orochimaru aside and posed a new question. The technological landscape of the Naruto world has always been in a rather awkward state, characterized by a fundamental imbalance. The level of medical technology is remarkably advanced, yet in other aspects, it appears somewhat constrained. While it is indeed possible to produce cola, a significant gap remains between this capability and the ability to industrialize its mass production. The mention of industrialization is not merely a reflection of Yuji's desire to indulge in both the bowl and the pot. It is intrinsically linked to the enigmatic figure of Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru can currently produce it, the day may come when he absconds, leaving Yuji without anyone to turn to for cola. In the original narrative, after World War II, Orochimaru and Danzo engaged in their escapades, and not long after, Orochimaru fled during the third Hokage's personal capture attempt. However, in Yuji's plan, Danzo was also expected to bid farewell to this world around that time. The correlation between Danzo's potential demise and Orochimaru's escape remains uncertain, yet it is prudent to take precautions against unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, there is another crucial point. This venture is undoubtedly lucrative. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru provided Yuji with a response. It shouldn't be difficult. Though it was but a single sentence devoid of elaborate explanation, Yuji felt a surge of joy through his understanding of Orochimaru. The mere mention of cola had prompted Orochimaru to consider its production. For Yuji, the phrase "shouldn't be difficult" indicated a significant level of assurance, at the very least. It suggested that Orochimaru had progressed beyond the rudimentary level of merely creating a new folder in his mind. Orochimaru, you are truly a genius. I wholeheartedly believe you are the most intelligent person in the entire shinobi world, bar none. Taking a sip of the iced cola, Yuji did not hesitate to lavish praise. The usually composed Orochimaru, in response to Yuji's words, bore a faint blush of shyness. So, this is how you see me, Yuji-kun. What are you two discussing so animatedly? Tsunade entered the room, and, upon seeing Yuji's excitement and Orochimaru's bashfulness, was left bewildered. You're back so early? Yuji inquired of the stunned Tsunade at the doorway. Wasn't it said you would return tonight? What brings you back so soon? Tsunade's expression shifted back to normalcy as she approached the counter to sit down. Yuji then noticed a hint of anger in her demeanor. Who has dared to invoke Tsunade's ire? My walnut is already stirred, Yuji asked, seeking to unravel the situation. He recalled that Tsunade had been at the Konoha hospital, prompting him to inquire further. At the hospital? Not precisely at the hospital, but rather it concerns the medical department's resident, S.H. Karen. S.H. Karen, like Danzo and Hisashi, was a member of the elite guard of the second Hokage. Alongside the guard member Mito Menyen, he played a pivotal role in orchestrating the tragic massacre of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Danzo, at least, harbored ambitions of becoming Hokage. But this old man, akin to Mito, was someone with grand designs yet lacking the courage to execute them. Clinging tenaciously to her own territory, Tsunade's domain is the medical department. Yet this elderly woman has managed to survive until the era of the unburnable transmission, and even at the age of 88. She continues to oversee the administrative affairs of Konoha, which could be regarded as a promotion. Although she appears to have committed no egregious sins, her mere presence within the Council of Elders constitutes a considerable transgression. The hospital's demands remain unmet, prompting me to confront her within the medical department, only to find myself embroiled in an argument. There exists a method to liberate oneself from her constraints. What method? You might inquire. You could approach the Hokage and unceremoniously remove her, thereby reconstituting your own leadership team. Yusuke spoke with unwavering seriousness. Throughout history, emperors may have changed multiple times, yet upon reflection, none of the principal ministers have shifted. I do not wish to assume that role. Tsunade, recognizing Yusuke's jest, recalled that he had previously posed this question to her, to which she had firmly declined. However, Yusuke seemed unfazed, continuing at a measured pace. In truth, there is another approach. What approach? Tsunade, who had been languidly resting on the table due to a lack of motivation, suddenly felt a flicker of interest. With a smile gracing his lips, Yusuke's expression hinted at mischievous intent. He turned to Orochimaru, speaking in a tone laced with temptation. Orochimaru, would you care to become the Hokage? Minato began to emerge as a prominent figure during the Third Great Ninja War, ultimately ascending to the position of Hokage thereafter. Conversely, I plan to take action against the current Konoha leadership immediately following the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War. Should Danzo fall from grace, those individuals tightly bound to him, namely the current Konoha elite, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Mito Gate Kurenai, must also be removed. Failing to do so would be a disservice to my identity as a time traveler. At that juncture, a vacancy for the Hokage position will undoubtedly arise. Yet, there are but a few suitable candidates for this esteemed role, the three legendary Sannin and Kakashi Hatake. However, having encountered White Fang on 2 occasions, I discerned that he too might be reluctant to accept the position of Hokage. Setting aside the veracity of the Hokage's half-sleeve, and whether White Fang ever truly donned it. Even if he did, it would merely signify his acceptance of a reward befitting a warrior. Being a samurai, his code of honor binds him to the Hokage of Konoha, while simultaneously to the Land of Fire. This implies that he would only accept the Hokage title if bestowed by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Nevertheless, the relationship between the Hokage and the daimyo is not one of unwavering allegiance. They are akin to grasshoppers laboring on the same string for mutual benefit. Should the daimyo manipulate Konoha's interests for personal gain, White Fang would find himself in an exceedingly precarious predicament. Choosing to safeguard the village's welfare would render him disloyal to the daimyo, while acquiescing to the daimyo would betray Konoha. Thus, the warrior's creed embraced by White Fang rendered any connection to the position of Hokage futile. It was this very belief that ultimately led him to choose the path of suicide. So who remains? The legendary 3 ninjas. Tsunade has no desire to take on the role, and Jiraiya harbors no intentions of becoming Hokage either, especially since he bears the closest resemblance to the 3rd Hokage among his disciples. The only distinction between the two lies in Jiraiya's purity of spirit, which surpasses that of the 3rd. With Tsunade unwilling and Jiraiya unfit, the only candidate left is Orochimaru. Indeed, from Yujin's tone, there was a hint of seriousness in Orochimaru's response. Are you truly serious? Just say whether you desire it or not, Yujin inquired, feigning ignorance. Yet, although Orochimaru wished to respond, he momentarily lacked the courage to divulge his aspirations. Silence enveloped the room, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. Yujin remained quiet as well, yet he sensed the necessity of advancing his plan to persuade Orochimaru to accept the role of Hokage. Moreover, this was also for his own contentment. Should Tsunade assume the position, her busy schedule would diminish the time they could spend together. All right, let us change the subject, Tsunade interjected, attempting to ease the tension. She then glanced at the dark brown liquid in her cup and initiated a new conversation. What is this? A new beverage? It tastes rather delightful. This is the cola I mentioned before. I never anticipated that Orochimaru would develop it so swiftly after I merely mentioned it. Truly impressive, Orochimaru. When you entered, we were discussing the mass production of this drink. That sounds promising. The formula contains some of the medicinal recipes I had previously requested from you, meaning that should we proceed with large-scale production, you would indeed have a share in it. At this juncture, Orochimaru proved to be an invaluable friend. Tsunade contemplated declining, but Yujin interjected. You should accept it. The profits from cola would suffice for your gambling endeavors for a lifetime. The Book of Combat also reveals how much Jiraiya has saved, and the amount is comparable to Tsunade's debts. From the very beginning, Yujin's focus extended beyond the confines of a single ninja village. The intention behind cola was never to sell it solely within Konoha. The goal was to amass wealth from the entire ninja realm. Given the earnings from the 2 cola companies back home, it is certain that they would thrive in this world of ninjas, providing ample funds for Tsunade's gambling. Really? At this, Tsunade's interest was piqued, her eyes gleaming with newfound excitement. Since everyone is rather idle lately, Orochimaru, you can explore industrialization, and Tsunade, you can seek suitable agents. Both Tsunade and Orochimaru had their respective tasks, while Yujin expressed his reluctance to engage in action, deeming it essential to find a suitable representative. Tsunade and Orochimaru nodded in agreement. At that moment, Yujin seemed to have an epiphany. By the way, could you assist me in creating this? As he spoke, he reached beneath the counter, retrieving a blueprint from his system backpack and placing it on the counter. Certainly. Orochimaru glanced at the blueprints and promptly provided a definitive response to Yuji. Then could you make 2 for me? Not a problem. Just then, Jiraiya, arriving fashionably late and craving 2 varieties of cola, inquired with a smile at the group gathered inside the room. What are you all discussing? Chapter 28. Yuji takes the children. As Yuji began to hum a simple tune, he turned to Minato, who walked beside him, and asked, Minato, how do I sound when I sing? Quite pleasant, Minato replied, snapping out of his reverie and nodding enthusiastically. It was rather surprising, as he had never heard his boss express an interest in singing before. Only recently had Yuji taken to casually belting out a few lines. Moreover, it must be said, he truly sang quite beautifully. Upon hearing this, Yuji's smile widened in delight. In truth, Yuji had never been fond of singing, primarily due to his lack of pitch. His voice was far from melodious. Minato was not speaking falsely. Yuji's newfound vocal talent was a result of having drawn the idol Barbara from Mondstadt. Otherwise, he would never have sung a note. And to think, if he truly couldn't sing, it would be even less likely for him to attempt it. As he resumed singing Aoi Tori, he playfully ruffled Minato's hair, feeling his steps lighten. Although Minato was his employee, Yuji generally left management to Jiraiya, believing it better suited for him to teach. Today, Yuji had originally planned to go fishing. However, upon hearing Jiraiya express a newfound insight regarding the phrase "let the wind guide," he had set aside Minato and declared his intent to enter seclusion. The urge to fish was an insatiable craving he could not ignore, thus he brought Minato along. Minato had been lost in thought, pondering how a single remark from his boss could inspire his teacher and even lead to his being invited to assist, all the while never once hindering Jiraiya from imparting knowledge. Even when his training assignments from Jiraiya caused him to neglect work at the shop, he had never voiced a complaint. It seemed as though his employment at the shop was merely a means for Jiraiya to mentor him. Yuji remarked, "You're mistaken. I was merely here to witness the amusing dynamic between you and Kushina. Haven't you noticed how entertaining it is when she playfully provokes you?" "Boss, what exactly does that phrase 'let the wind guide' mean? It's a bit too early for you to learn that. You can wait until Jiraiya masters it before he teaches you." However, Yuji shifted his tone, continuing, "Jiraiya entrusted you to me, and I assure you, I will not neglect your training." "Understood." Minato's spirits lifted, momentarily dispelling his earlier disappointment over not being able to grasp "let the wind guide." As for the phrase itself, it was not a mere ruse to deceive Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Minato had his own reasons for embodying the role of the enigma. When it came to the concept of wind, or rather the characteristics of wind element chakra, there existed but one term among these shinobi: severance. One might assert that the connection between wind and slicing is a fundamental principle understood by every ninja. This relates to the chakra testing paper. Once the paper detects the wind attribute, it disintegrates into fragments. Consequently, ninjas inherently associate wind with cutting. The reason Orochimaru felt bodily harm during his demonstration was precisely due to this phenomenon. His application of such techniques, akin to his own, can yield even greater potency and lethality. However, the inherent property of slicing also inflicts damage upon the body. In the realm of Genshin impact, particularly within the Teyvat worldview, the most crucial characteristic is diffusion. It is essential to note that this is indeed of utmost importance, for throughout gameplay, wind only manifests one elemental reaction: diffusion. This does not imply that wind lacks other properties within the Teyvat worldview. Vinny, for instance, severed all the towering mountains of Mondstadt using wind, showcasing the cutting attribute. Does it not? The underlying difficulty arises from human cognition. Altering an individual's understanding is an arduous task, especially when it pertains to common knowledge. The insights gleaned directly from one's own experiences are invariably more impactful than those merely spoken by another. Upon reaching their destination, Yujiro halted at the banks of a tranquil river. This location still lay within the vicinity of Konoha, and the surrounding environment was one that Yujiro had scouted. A modestly sized river flowed gently, its banks adorned with sparse undergrowth, yet the ground was a vibrant green. Most notably, on either side of the riverbank, a sizable cherry blossom grove flourished. Although it was already past May, this particular area was home to late-blooming cherry trees, creating a picturesque sea of pink blossoms. In such a serene setting, even the Air Force would find it agreeable. No, that cannot be. How could I, Yujiro Mikami, possibly consider the Air Force? Before embarking on fishing, Yujiro ensured that Minato was properly prepared. Once Yujiro set everything in place, Minato approached, aware that Yujiro was about to impart knowledge. Prior to commencing, Yujiro took a moment to attune himself to Minato's chakra. The assessment was satisfactory. Minato had essentially reached the level of a genin, having graduated from the Ninja Academy. Today, I shall teach you chakra control, Yujiro proclaimed. With that, he effortlessly ascended a nearby cherry tree, as though traversing level ground, ultimately pausing on a branch, inverted and gazing down at Minato. Mastering chakra refinement merely grants you access to chakra. Your utilization of it remains rudimentary. To achieve my level of proficiency, you must concentrate chakra beneath your feet. The key lies in maintaining a consistent output of power. With those words, Yujiro dropped from the branch, landing gracefully on the ground. Let us begin. He stepped aside, granting Minato the opportunity to attempt the exercise. Is that it? Minato's mind briefly faltered in confusion. Right at the outset, feel free to accelerate your pace and harness inertia. Was it truly possible that such a brief instruction could suffice? For a moment, Watergate felt somewhat out of sorts. Yet Yusuke remained entirely unfazed. A genius, after all, would find such practice trivial. The hesitance exhibited by Watergate was evidently unbecoming of a prodigy. Thus, Yusuke resolved to offer a few words of psychological encouragement. Watergate, you are a genius. I believe you will master this in no time. Come on. After giving Watergate a reassuring pat on the back, Yusuke stepped aside once more. Gritting his teeth, Watergate dashed toward the tree, and after running a meter or so, he landed back on the ground. Excellent. Keep practicing just like that. With that, Yusuke turned away and returned to the riverbank to fish. Gazing at the water's surface, he mused on the potential for practicing water treading following climbing trees. This location would serve well for both. Chapter 29. Yusuke. Oh Lord Shinobi, I'm quite frightened. Is someone there? However, not long after he began fishing, Yusuke detected the silhouette of someone running within his perception range. Watergate, who had been practicing tree climbing, also sensed something amiss and called out to Yusuke, "Manager, it seems there's a noise over there. Let us go take a look." Yusuke stowed his fishing rod, which had yet to catch a fish, and hoisted Watergate onto his shoulder, heading in the direction he sensed. Indeed, he carried Watergate upon his shoulder. The legendary speed of the ninja world was a matter for the future. For now, he was simply faster on foot. After leaping a few paces from the branches, Yusuke's senses confirmed what he saw, a familiar figure with flowing red hair. Who else could it be but Kushina? Kushina? Initially, Yusuke was puzzled by the scene before him. However, upon considering the surrounding cherry blossom grove, he had an epiphany. Was this not the moment when Kushina was being bullied, and Watergate rushed in to intervene? Those who resented Kushina's outsider status at the Ninja Academy, unable to defeat her, sought the aid of their ninja brother to intimidate her instead. Was this the incident occurring at that time? Yet, on further reflection, Yusuke realized it likely transpired before the Nine Tails was sealed within Kushina. Nevertheless, he pondered how, after being tormented to such an extent, she ultimately embraced her identity as a Jinchuriki while retaining her sense of belonging to Konoha. Had she fallen victim to the brainwashing propaganda of the third Hokage, akin to the effects of the Kanto? After briefly recalling the original narrative, Yusuke chose not to dwell on it. Instead, another thought crossed his mind. Wait a minute. He believed he had offered Kushina strategic advice. Considering she had integrated into her class and even made those little rascals suffer some consequences. Furthermore, Tsunade had approached him previously regarding the scene where Kushina distributed drinks. How could this still be occurring? Lost in contemplation, Yusuke remained oblivious to the unfolding events below. So, you're the one who always makes my brother cry at the Ninja Academy. He was the one who provoked me. He is such a coward. Upon hearing the opponent declare himself a genin, Kushina was taken aback, instinctively stepping back a pace. The heinous individual who bullies my younger brother shall receive a proper lesson from me. As he spoke, the boy adorned with a lower ninja headband arrogantly showcased the cracking sound of his own knuckles. Although Kushina claimed to have learned a smidgen from Jiraiya, her knowledge was, regrettably, rather limited. Even the prodigious Minato had only just begun to learn the art of tree climbing. What could be expected of Kushina? A direct confrontation was out of the question, and soon the situation devolved into a chase, with Kushina fleeing and the lower ninja in pursuit. During the frantic pursuit, the lower ninja brandished an authentic kunai, which Kushina narrowly evaded. The sight of a genuine kunai sent a chill through Kushina's heart. However, as she glanced back at the massive tree trunk that had been struck by the kunai, a plan began to form in her mind. In an instant, as her feet touched the trunk, she turned without the slightest hesitation. With a powerful thrust, she unleashed a mighty blow, striking the assailant's neck with her arm. Kushina landed gracefully, Yet the situation was far from simple. The lower ninja's body seemed to collapse, crashing straight to the ground. After a puff of smoke, he transformed into a wooden log. A substitution technique. Just because I cannot employ it myself does not mean I am unaware of its existence. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, a swift hand strike landed heavily upon Kushina's neck. Unable to withstand the blow, she staggered and ultimately fell to her knees. As YK pondered the potential existence of a fateful correlation in this world, Minato finally descended from YK's shoulder, catching sight of the unfolding scene. "Oh, it's him," he remarked, not particularly surprised upon recognizing the lower ninja's brother concealed behind a tree. As for rushing to assist Kushina, Minato remained unperturbed. Why should he hurry when the boss had yet to move? "Minato, do you know that person below?" Indeed, Kushina is quite popular at school, except for that fellow. He was among those who initially ostracized Kushina. At the time, when she was distributing drinks, only he and I did not partake. After tasting the beverages crafted by YK, Minato realized that the drinks Kushina had brought to school were indeed made by YK. Two individuals? YK sensed he had grasped a crucial point. Noticing the bewildered expression on YK's face, Minato hastily elaborated, "That guy and I." Upon hearing this, YK exhaled a sigh of relief. It turned out this was merely a loose end, rather than a manifestation of fateful correlation. If such a correlation truly existed, altering certain events would prove exceedingly difficult. For instance, how would one ensure that Orochimaru remained on the righteous path and ultimately ascended to the position of Hokage? In the brief pause for inquiry, it was evident that the confrontation below was nearing its climax. Following the hand strike, the lower ninja evidently intended to deliver another kick. Aiming to knock Kushina to the ground, the brother of the lower ninja emerged from behind the tree, his grin nearly stretching to his ears. Kushina seemed to have anticipated the words that would soon escape his lips, likely an expression of malice towards her crimson hair and her status as an outsider. Yet, in the next moment a sudden, piercing sound sliced through the air, catching the attention of everyone present, including Minato, who stood beside Yusuke. Following this, a chilling scream echoed through the cherry blossom grove. An arrow had directly pierced the leg of the genin aiming a kick at Kushina. In stark contrast to the harrowing cries, a light-hearted tone emerged. "Minato, the next time heroics are required, I shall leave it to you. For now, allow me, as the elder brother, to take the lead." Both Minato and Kushina's minds momentarily short-circuited at this declaration. As the words fell, Yusuke descended to the ground. "Who are you?" "I am a Leaf Village genin. You cannot harm me." Yusuke had ceased accepting missions long ago and had shed the habit of wearing a forehead protector, bearing no insignia of his identity. Aside from some bandages, his establishment was merely a tavern, frequented mainly by adults. The genin before him was evidently unaware of this. "Oh, you are still aware that you are a ninja of Konoha," Yusuke remarked with a smile, advancing step by step towards the young shinobi. To the boy, Yusuke's grin was more terrifying than the Grim Reaper of the Pure Land. Attacking a fellow villager, if I recall correctly, is directly categorized as an act of treason. Is it not? Do you comprehend that once designated as a rogue ninja, Konoha's shinobi are granted the right to execute on sight? Yusuke had now approached the genin, retrieving his J-Nin forehead protector from his inner pocket, rather, from his system's inventory, and waved it before the boy. The boy's terror became increasingly palpable. "It is remarkable how useful this forehead protector can be at times," Yusuke mused, observing the boy's expression. Chapter 30. Conclusion. "It was this leg that sought to kick my little sister, and thus, it shall serve as your lesson." Yusuke crouched before the genin, locking eyes with the hidden ferocity within the boy's gaze. Yet, Yusuke understood that a mere statement would not extinguish the malice lurking in the genin's eyes. How peculiar that the people of this world remain unaware that squinty eyes often conceal monsters. Raising an eyebrow, Yusuke continued nonchalantly. "Do you believe that since he is an outsider, he does not qualify as a Konoha citizen, and thus, your actions do not constitute an assault on a fellow Leaf Shinobi?" The fierce glint in the genin's eyes was instantly replaced by shock. Can this person read minds? Meanwhile, Kushina, momentarily recovering from the astonishment of how Yusuke and Minato had appeared, silently observed Yusuke reclaiming her honor. "Shall I escort you to meet the Hokage and see what Lord Hokage has to say?" Yusuke's inquiry was a rhetorical one. If this lad truly possessed the audacity, he would seek out the third Hokage. What could the third do but nod in agreement? If he dared to utter a refusal, the moment Mito learned of it, she would likely unleash the seal on the Nine Tails, causing chaos in Konoha. No, that won't be necessary. The Genin stammered, his bravado evaporating, as sweat from the pain dripped into his eyes. You think you can compete with me, a mere child? Yusuke remained utterly oblivious to the fact that he bore a striking resemblance to that despicable man who, after losing a video game to a child, had kicked him away. At that moment, Yusuke felt as though he had grasped a new understanding. The exhilarating pleasure that other protagonists experience when they assert their superiority. Just look at that expression of sheer terror, one that practically begs for forgiveness. It was truly splendid. Do not entertain thoughts of revenge. Let me remind you that although I am recognized as the elder brother by Kushina, it is her sister, Tsunade, who commands respect. After all, she is a ninja, and I need to elaborate on who Tsunade is, right? No, that will suffice. The young Genin, at this moment, was thoroughly panicked, cursing his brother inwardly. Why, of all people, did he have to provoke someone with such a formidable background, Tsunade-hime, the disciple of the third Hokage, and accompanied by that terrifying, masked man with a sinister grin? How did I end up with such a troublesome brother? Meanwhile, the classmate of Kushina and Minato seemed to sense the malevolence emanating from his brother, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Observing such expressions, Yusuke's vanity was greatly satisfied. The reason he desired Kushina to call him big brother was precisely for moments like these. Who hasn't he encountered someone in their childhood who would threaten to beat them up while calling them bro? Whether it felt gratifying to be called brother by a younger sibling, Yusuke could not say, as he had never had an older brother himself. Even now, he remained uncertain. However, he had come to understand another truth, that avenging one's younger siblings is equally exhilarating. The injury he inflicted was not grievous. It was merely a moderate penetration wound, serving as a fitting lesson. After all, the medical ninjutsu in this world is quite advanced. He had successfully put on a show of bravado, and the others were cowed into submission. Yusuke then turned to Kushina, who was still seated on the ground, and inquired, "Sister, do you have anything to add?" Yusuke's arrow had evidently dissipated much of the anger within Kushina, who shook her head in response. "No, nothing more. You should be grateful for Kushina's beauty and kindness. However, since she has declared it to be resolved, I shall not pursue the matter further. Do remember to pay for your medical expenses when you visit Tsunade." The younger brother helped his sibling to his feet. Had it not been for his still youthful physique, he might have hastened to carry his brother away. Yet, due to the pain from the wound, the older brother was drenched in sweat, but did not request his sibling to slow down. Why would they linger? What were they waiting for? The masked man to call out to them? Watching the pair's frantic retreat, Yusuke's enthusiasm as the elder brother waned slightly as he turned his gaze towards Kushina. At that moment, Minato also leapt down from the tree. Yusuke's earlier shout had left Minato momentarily at a loss for how to regard Kushina. Although Kushina's attention was not focused on him at that moment, he couldn't help but ask, "How did you end up here?" Although Kushina claimed that she had not yet accepted the Nine-Tails inheritance from Mito, she had already become a primary target of surveillance. The level of scrutiny she faced was incomprehensibly higher than her own. For instance, at that very moment, several members of the Umbu were lurking in the shadows. In addition to 3 individuals from the Root organization, only one of the Root members had accompanied her, while all the others were tailing Kushina. That deceitful scoundrel. Kushina had initially felt a surge of anger, and Yusuke even contemplated whether he should retrieve the 2 children and give them a sound thrashing. However, Kushina suddenly hesitated. It was evident that she realized she had nearly blurted out her thoughts in a fit of emotion. As relief washed over her, she began to ponder how to navigate the situation. What am I supposed to say? That I came here today without encountering Minato, only to be informed that he was abducted and summoned me here? If I reveal this, how will I ever face anyone again? In a moment of desperation, Kushina's face flushed crimson as she struggled to conjure an excuse. Observing her distress, Yusuke made a conjecture and casually remarked, "If you don't wish to speak, that's perfectly fine. Would you like to join me for fishing? After all, children should be afforded a bit of an out." "All right." Kushina eagerly seized the opportunity to change the subject, nodding in agreement. "Then let us be off." Upon saying this, Yusuke led the way back to the riverbank, with Kushina hastily following suit. Only Minato remained bewildered at the rear, his thoughts consumed by Yusuke's exclamation as he leaped from the tree, coupled with a lingering question, how had Kushina been deceived? "Brother, why are you taking Minato fishing and not me? I came to fish as well." Well, Minato is here for training. Can I train too? Ask Minato, not me. So, brother, have you caught any fish yet? Not yet. Air Force, is that how you say it? First of all, Air Force is not used that way, and secondly, I had just cast my line when I heard your voice. Did you catch what I shouted? I didn't hear anything. Perception is not infallible. One cannot hear everything. And the term Air Force that Kushina had used had made Yusuke uncomfortable. When asked if he had heard anything during his discomfort, the typical response would simply be negative. It's good that you didn't hear. It's good that you didn't hear. Kushina silently rejoiced, relieved that she had called Minato's name upon her arrival. For being overheard would have been mortifying. However, I can guess what you shouted. Noticing Kushina's relief, Yusuke realized he should affirm that he had indeed heard her to tease her a bit, thus swiftly altering his tone. Ah! Kushina's anguished cry echoed through the cherry blossom forest. At the back of the group, Minato inquired, "What has happened now?" After the trio departed in the shadows, the Umbu swiftly followed Kushina, while the root members were about to set off when a voice suddenly resonated behind the three of them. It is a rare occasion for the three of us to gather together, and today marks the grand opening of the Afterlife Hall, featuring an enticing promotion, buy 2 coffins and receive 1 free. I wonder if the three of you would be interested in experiencing this. Chapter 31, the grand opening of the Afterlife Hall, buy 1 coffin, get 2 free. When it comes to covert surveillance, the most crucial aspect is to either swiftly retreat upon detection or eliminate the individual who has spotted you. Deception in such scenarios is virtually impossible. Moreover, these individuals belong to the root organization. No matter how concealed they remain in the shadows, they are still official personnel. Thus, upon realizing that someone was trailing them, and perceiving the evident hostility in the words spoken, the 3 members of the root organization quickly made their decision. Without the need for any verbal communication, each one swiftly drew their kunai. It was time to strike. To retaliate necessitated turning around, for within the root organization, there were no ninjas capable of seeing from behind. Their movements were perfectly synchronized as they distanced themselves and simultaneously pivoted. One stealthily approached from behind. After creating some distance, counterattacking was undoubtedly the wisest choice. After all, if an enemy were to stab you from behind, you might not even realize it until it was too late. Drawing a line through the rain was challenging. The thought echoed in their minds, especially since Yusuke needed to conceal himself as well. At that moment, he could not afford to call out to his companion, Xianxiu. Indeed, the individual who had just been promoting behind the 3 members of the root was none other than Yusuke himself. Having been in Konoha, he had found it difficult to secure an opportunity to test the new character, Hu Tao, and even more so within the tavern. However, upon sensing the presence of the 3 root ninjas and witnessing Kushina being pursued, a plan began to take shape in Yusuke's mind. As he proclaimed, "Next time, I'll leave the heroics to you, Minato. This time, as the elder brother, I shall take the lead." Yusuke dispatched a shadow clone and instructed it to employ a transformation technique. With the main body drawing attention, the shadow clone successfully slipped behind the 3 members of the root. Returning to the battlefield, Yusuke unleashed Xianxiu's elemental skill, Ancient Sword, Rain on the Mountain. As he envisioned the attack, his body swiftly transformed mid-air, his feet momentarily soaring higher than his head, evoking imagery reminiscent of sweet and sour carp from Shandong cuisine. With a horizontal and vertical wave of water unleashed by his sword, not only did it cause the opponent's kunai to slip from their grasp and lose momentum, but it also cleaved through and struck all 3 of them. Yusuke was acutely aware that he had come to test his limits. In gaming terms, he was preparing to unleash a nuclear explosion. A nuclear explosion, achieved through extensive support and stacking enhancement effects, ultimately delivering immense damage through a specific character. The 2 arrows of Ancient Sword, Rain on the Mountain, upon striking the opponents, left a significant amount of water on the 3. In the absence of many characters, Yusuke could only maximize the potential of those he possessed, both offense and defense. Diana's elemental skill was activated. However, at this juncture, Yusuke was evidently a step behind, as the 3 had already leaped towards another tree branch. At this moment, Yusuke's gaze beneath the bandages remained unwavering, steadfast as ever. The earlier cat claw freeze was a result of a prolonged press. In the game's mechanics, a tap launches 2 cat claw freezes, while a long press extends the cooldown, but simultaneously unleashes 5 cat claw freezes. The strength of Diana's shield is contingent upon the number of cat claw freezes that hit. However, at this juncture, the shield holds little significance, The goal was simply to immobilize all three individuals. This is a rule governed by the world of Teyvat, a principle of elemental reactions. The fire element attack of one's character melts the ice on an enemy, inflicting double damage. Ice melting fire yields a multiplier of 15, while water vapor fire and fire vapor water each result in a multiplier of 15 as well, in scenarios where multipliers are equivalent. Yusuke's deployment of Dhyana was not intended to ignite the frozen foes to trigger a melting reaction. Instead, it was solely to effectuate the freezing of these individuals. Upon achieving this objective, Yusuke experienced two transformations in rapid succession. First, a green wind accompanied by a tome materialized behind him before vanishing into thin air. The Tome of Dragon Slayers, Refinement Level 5, possesses a weapon skill called Heritage when actively switching characters. The newly introduced character's attack power is augmented by 48 for a duration of 10 seconds, with this effect capable of occurring only once every 20 seconds. Although his card draw yielded at least a glimpse of the azure skies, even the 3-star blue skies contained numerous commendable items, such as this Tome of Dragon Slayers, an artifact among 3-star weapons, essential for nearly all nuclear explosion processes. Go. Following this utterance, a low command resonated within Yusuke's heart. Hu Tao's elemental skill consumes 30 health points to repel surrounding adversaries, entering the state of the butterfly dance. As the skill activated, a white spear suddenly appeared in Yusuke's grasp, engulfed in crimson flames. While health points are indeed deducted within the game, for Yusuke, this manifests as a loss of chakra. Furthermore, Dhyana's ultimate skill, which restores health, not only replenishes chakra, but also embodies the most common manifestation of healing injuries. Returning to the present. While Hu Tao's ultimate skill charged efficiently, Yusuke had no intention of deploying it. The commotion would be too considerable. With Hu Tao as a berserker specializing in normal attacks and sacrificing health for skill activation, she is undoubtedly a character that endures through the ages within the game. Thus deserving of the stardust Yusuke had painstakingly accumulated. A month's worth of stardust would suffice to elevate Hu Tao from 0 to 2nd ascension. However, after this initial elevation, Yusuke refrained from further ascensions. Ascending with stardust not only enhances the attributes bestowed by the character, but also relates to the mechanism of constellations. Constellations allow players to transform subsequent draws of the same character into star souls to enhance their constellation levels. The intriguing aspect of Hu Tao's constellations lies in the fact that they either yield 1 or 6 constellations, with the intermediate levels offering limited enhancements. Thus, Yusuke opted to halt after a single upgrade. A life, as the Crimson Group took flight, under the ethereal dance of the butterflies summoned by life. Heavy strikes would not deplete strength. Before the 3 root members could even touch the ground, Yusuke made his move. He launched himself from the branches, embodying a blazing drill. Hurtling towards the trio. In midair, Yusuke brushed past them, causing the ice sculptures adorning their forms to shatter. It appeared as though flames had never graced their bodies. Yet, the 3 roots lay motionless upon the ground. A hand sign was formed, not one recognized from any known jutsu of the Hokage, the seal of rebirth. Yusuke maintained this sign, and from within the lifeless bodies of the 3, dark crimson flames erupted, consuming them whole. Indeed, consuming. The remains of the 3 were obliterated. Subsequently, a shadow clone formed another sign, transforming into smoke, vanishing along with the 3 corpses as if they had never existed. Chapter 32. What are the roots? Hokage Building. Hokage's office. The door to the office swung open without so much as a courtesy knock. What brings you here? Asked the 3rd Hokage, already well acquainted with the furious demeanor of Danzo. 3 members of my root have disappeared near the cherry blossom grove. Despite Danzo's outward fury, his tone was chillingly cold. Both Danzo's demeanor and words startled the 3rd Hokage. 3 roots missing near the cherry blossom grove, and someone had seen Yusuke Mikami fishing there, leading to suspicions about his involvement. Wait a moment. Compared to Danzo's statement, the 3rd Hokage was evidently more inclined to verify the matter himself. He was aware that Kushina had also ventured to the cherry blossom grove today, likely accompanied by several ANBU. So he summoned an ANBU to investigate. Forget it. Bring everyone, including Yusuke Mikami, here. Danzo, observing the situation, refrained from further comments. His people were reported missing, but it was highly probable they had perished. The only ones around were Kushina and Yusuke Mikami. As for Minato, he had never even registered in Danzo's eyes. a mere war orphan. Given the casualties within his ranks, Danzo could at least take action against either Kushina or Yusuke. While it was likely that Kushina would not relent, he had no qualms about confronting Yusuke. Furthermore, Yusuke was the individual most likely to have eliminated his three subordinates. In Danzo's view, this matter was as good as settled. Yusuke would not escape his grasp. Yusuke Mikami, when I have you in my clutches, I shall show you what it means to be the root of Konoha. How does it taste? Yusuke smiled broadly, watching the two children relish their grilled fish. Although Kushina had mentioned the Air Force, he had yet to engage in it himself. He could even describe his haul as bountiful, and right in front of Kushina, he had a whole street's worth of catches. Delicious. Yusuke Mikami, the Hokage requests your presence in his office. For what purpose? It seems there has been a shortage of personnel in the roots. The Umbu remained silent, and Yusuke did not press further. He turned to the two individuals observing him, Kushina and Minato, and inquired, "What about the two of them? Are they coming as well?" "All right, I understand." Yusuke nodded in acknowledgement, then addressed the Umbu who had not yet departed. "However, I wonder if you could assist me by delivering the fish to the angel's gift?" Upon the trio's arrival at the office, Hisashi noticed the presence of Minato, a mere child, yet he did not dwell on it. The matter primarily hinged on how Yusuke Mikami would respond. Once inside, Yusuke spotted Hiruzen, along with Danzo seated beside him, and a few other Umbu members in the room. "Lord Hokage." It was imperative to extend the appropriate greetings, so Yusuke acknowledged the third Hokage. As for Danzo, please, they were not well acquainted. "I am but a humble jonin. How could I possibly know the esteemed leader of Konoha's shadows?" The role of Hokage's advisor was not something with which he was familiar, and being blind, it seemed quite reasonable not to recognize Danzo. With such justifications, Yusuke disregarded Danzo altogether. After Hiruzen responded, sensing the third Hokage's intent to introduce Danzo, Yusuke quickly interjected. "Might I inquire as to why you summoned me? You visited the cherry blossom grove today, did you not? What was your purpose there?" "Fishing, of course. And there were trees, perfect for bringing Minato for training." Indeed, he had gone fishing, and as for the mention of 3 deceased members of the Roots, it was merely a buy one, get 3 free situation, a bounty of fish leading to 3 unfortunate Roots members. Hiruzen turned to one of the Umbu, who nodded in affirmation, corroborating Yusuke's account. "And what about you, Kushina?" "I was lured there under false pretenses." The third Hokage felt he had grasped the crux of the matter. Had the designated Jinchuriki been deceived into that area, indicating the involvement of other factions? Just as Yusuke was about to clarify for Kushina, a commanding and cold reprimand interrupted him. "Let her speak." The voice belonged to Danzo, and with that, Yusuke fell silent. If Danzo wished for Kushina to articulate the truth, so be it. Given Danzo's nature, he would undoubtedly compel Kushina to reveal the situation before all present. Should she divulge the truth and subsequently harbor resentment towards him, it would not be Yusuke's fault. Such was Danzo's character. Today, Danzo's gaze was unsettling for Kushina, and coupled with the increasingly somber atmosphere, she gritted her teeth and recounted the actual events. Her disdain for the mysterious one-eyed elder grew ever stronger. What was his issue? Had she owed him money or something? Upon finishing her account, Hiruzen once again sought confirmation from the nearby Umbu, who nodded, affirming that Kushina had not spoken falsely. "Now, Lord Third, might you clarify why we have been summoned?" Yusuke gently pulled Kushina, who was on the verge of tears, behind him twice and inquired of the third Hokage. Today, near the Cherry Blossom Grove, a member of the Root organization had gone missing. Although it was termed a disappearance, there had been no news, and it was highly probable that they had met with foul play. Upon hearing this, Yusuke stroked his chin, appearing deeply contemplative. Danzo observed quietly, eager to see what tricks Yusuke would conjure up next. What exactly is Root? While Yusuke certainly knew what Root was, the original persona was indeed oblivious, prompting Yusuke to showcase his acting skills. Ahem. The third Hokage coughed a couple of times, realizing his oversight. It was true that the average person had likely never heard of Root. That was indeed his lapse. Root served as a training institution for the Umbu. Danzo had transformed Root into his own domain, allowing it to function similarly to the Umbu, a fact the third Hokage was aware of. However, due to their close friendship, he had chosen to turn a blind eye. "Oh, a training institution, I had thought it was a newly established Umbu." Though their functions were similar, the two divisions could not be mentioned in the same breath. Such matters could be conducted privately, yet remained unspoken in public. Hence, why had the third Hokage summoned us? Although he had already explained the situation, Continuing this conversation would be less effective than feigning ignorance. Chapter 33. Who is Danzo? Mikami Yusuke, spare us your pretense. You are the one who secretly murdered 3 of my root members. Danzo could no longer contain himself and chose to intervene personally, swiftly advancing the situation. Simultaneously, his perception of the 3rd Hokage's weakness became increasingly entrenched. Who is this audacious person speaking such fabrications? Danzo was not in the mood for pleasantries, and Yusuke did not hesitate to retaliate with a sarcastic tone. As for why he dared to speak thus, the 3rd Hokage's attempt to introduce him had been interrupted, and since he had not mentioned Danzo in relation to Root, it was perfectly reasonable for Yusuke to claim ignorance. I am the Hokage's advisor, Shimura Danzo. Before the 3rd Hokage could interject, Danzo cast a frigid glare at Mikami Yusuke as he introduced himself, the chill in his heart becoming ever more pronounced. Oh, so you are the esteemed Hokage's advisor. I am but a mere insignificant figure, unaware that I stood before the illustrious and formidable Shimura Danzo, known far and wide throughout the ninja world. Danzo, of course, noted that Yusuke's words were complimentary, yet paired with his tone, they felt somewhat off and unsettling. The sarcasm of modern individuals is beyond the comprehension of a mere Danzo. Meanwhile, Minato and Kushina, who had known Yusuke for quite some time, had already grasped the unfolding situation. Those words undoubtedly celebrated Danzo's notoriety, particularly the final phrase, known far and wide. Yet, it appeared that prior to the flattery, there was still an air of unfamiliarity. The meaning of the peculiar and sarcastic atmosphere is quite apparent, yet Danzo, having never experienced such a baptism, displays an expression of delight, making the struggle to suppress laughter all the more arduous. Today, I am merely fishing. I have done nothing at all. Yusuke immediately waved his hand in refusal, questioning the validity of Danzo's assertions. This confrontation, already tense and poised for conflict, was abruptly redirected by the 3rd Hokage. You, speak up, he commanded, summoning an individual from the Umbu ranks. The Umbu nodded and recounted in detail, from the moment they began tailing Kushina, to her being bullied, Yusuke's timely intervention, and the subsequent fishing outing shared between Kushina and Yusuke. Kushina, aware of her purpose in Konoha, exhibited no signs of distress regarding the Umbu's surveillance. However, laid bare before them, she increasingly perceived the 3rd, whom she initially regarded as a benevolent elder, as increasingly hypocritical. Lord Danzo, given what the Umbu have stated, my suspicions should be cleared, correct? I was present for everything they described. This time, Danzo found himself at a loss for words. The Umbu, Kushina, and all involved had become witnesses in Yusuke's favor. Danzo recognized he ought to take action, yet found himself momentarily bereft of direction. Lord 3rd, this is the report from the chakra monitoring station. Within Konoha, there existed a specialized instrument capable of monitoring chakra levels throughout the village and even extending beyond its boundaries. Instantaneous kills, even assassinations, would generate significant chakra fluctuations, a fundamental tenet of the ninja world. Danzo swiftly realized that in a situation where the witnesses were not in his favor, this report could very well be his lifeline, prompting him to hasten towards it. However, what he discovered was disheartening. There were no chakra fluctuations whatsoever. None at all. If he had merely felt a chill moments ago, this report plunged him into an icy abyss. At that moment, several Umbu members entered the office. Lord 3rd, this is the scene investigation report. The 3rd perused it swiftly, his expression morphing into one of perplexity as he turned to Danzo. Danzo had yet to examine the report, but the 3rd's bewildered gaze alerted him to the fact that matters had spiraled beyond his control. You all may step outside for a moment, the 3rd instructed, closing the report and addressing the others in the office, excluding Danzo. Yusuke's expression remained unchanged as he led Kushina and Minato out. Upon exiting, Yusuke encountered Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. I entrusted Minato to you for just a day, and yet this incident unfolds. Your luck is unparalleled, Jiraiya remarked, clapping Yusuke's shoulder with weighty emphasis, expressing his astonishment. What exactly transpired? Tsunade inquired, pulling Yusuke closer, her eyes reflecting evident concern. Danzo insisted that Yusuke succinctly narrate the events to them. So that child was the one you wounded? Had I known he was bullying Kushina, I would have administered less anesthetic. Upon reflecting on the inability to minimize the use of anesthetics, Tsunade momentarily felt a wave of despondency. All right, Yujin consoled with a smile gracing his lips. Observing the expression on the third Hokage's face, he felt a sense of relief, as it seemed this matter would soon be resolved. In fact, he had a fair inkling of the situation unfolding within the office. Inside the office, the third Hokage laid all the reports before Danzo. The commotion caused by Danzo had finally come to an end. Exhaling a plume of smoke, the third Hokage explained to Danzo, "There are no chakra fluctuations, and no signs of a struggle at the scene. This clearly indicates that your root personnel were never present. The absence of chakra was due to Yujin employing the mechanisms of Teyvat, and the lack of combat traces brought to mind Diana's frozen cat claws. Naturally, this was also the rationale behind opting for a nuclear explosion. After executing the technique, the subsequent special cremation was part of Hu Tao's innate abilities. Nothing remained. Not a trace. Even if one could use the ashes for a reincarnation technique, they would discover there were no ashes to begin with. With such methods employed, it would be a miracle to find any evidence at the scene. Danzo, I called in my people to spare you some dignity. You ought to recognize my good intentions. Now return to your roots and reflect on your actions," he concluded, waving his hand as an implicit order for Danzo to leave. However, Danzo did not depart. After a moment of silence, he coldly stated, "I will invoke the secret techniques of the Yamamoto clan to interrogate Mikami Yujin. You are too weak, Hizashi. You will come to regret this." The secret techniques of the Yamamoto clan could penetrate the very soul, and Danzo believed this was his sole opportunity for a comeback. "I refuse. The secret techniques of the Yamamoto clan have never been employed against the ninjas of Konoha. This is non-negotiable, and furthermore, I am the Hokage. You will immediately return to your roots and remain there." The third Hokage, now genuinely incensed, slammed his hand on the table, countering Danzo's threats. Danzo, realizing he had utterly failed, stormed out of the Hokage building, his sleeves flaring behind him. Chapter 34. The finality. Thus, Danzo left the Hokage building in a huff. Right before Yujin and the others. Yujin had anticipated that Danzo would at least leave behind a parting threat, but none came. He paid it little mind. He would respond to whatever came his way. With the second Great Ninja War approaching, Yujin mused that Danzo would hardly have the leisure to focus on him then. Though Danzo had departed, the atmosphere among those present, including the Umbu, was tinged with negativity. The abruptness of Danzo's exit left many unsettled. Why does that elder behave in such a manner? One wondered aloud. "Rest assured, brother, we have always been here, patiently waiting," another chimed in. Some even began to voice their support for Yujin, having witnessed Danzo's hostility firsthand in the office. After all, Danzo was a significant figure, burdened with countless responsibilities. Perhaps this was merely a misunderstanding. As the Umbu members expressed their sentiments, Yujin's penchant for theatrics ignited, and he decided to play along with the drama. Such a turn of events even compelled Tsunade and Orochimaru to approach and voice their grievances against Danzo. I can comprehend Tsunade's reaction, as our relationship has blossomed rapidly of late, but what prompts Orochimaru's sudden discontent? Although Orochimaru has yet to ally with Danzo, why has he begun to criticize him? Orochimaru retorted, "I am not the future version of myself." Truthfully, Yujin did not anticipate that matters would conclude so effortlessly. The individual who played a pivotal role in this swift resolution was, ironically, Danzo himself. His recklessness was astonishing, to the point of appearing foolish. Unlike the cunning character portrayed in the original narrative, he failed to prepare adequately and hastily concluded that Yujin was responsible for the deaths of root members, treating this assumption as an undeniable truth upon which he relied. While this assertion was indeed factual and somewhat justifiable, Danzo's own rashness rendered it utterly ineffective. Could one truly be so foolish? Yet, considering that Danzo had once resorted to using kunai to pierce Susanoo, Yujin found this characterization of Danzo's foolishness to be quite plausible. Danzo exclaimed, "You do realize that you have indeed killed my men." As long as he refrained from invoking the secret techniques of the Yamashiro clan, he would maintain an undefeated position. While victory might be elusive, achieving a stalemate was certainly within reach. Ultimately, this incident would likely fade into obscurity, should matters escalate. An investigation into Danzo's subordinates would surely ensue. Although 3 of his underlings had perished, he was reluctant to allow the third Hokage to conduct an inquiry, as this would expose his trump cards before Hizashi. Given a choice between Yujin and his own subordinates, Danzo's character dictated that his self-interest would take precedence over retaliation. Subsequently, the third Hokage summoned everyone, delivering some perfunctory remarks about misunderstandings and the like. However, A mere recollection of Danzo's expression upon his departure revealed that the third Hokage was indeed shielding him. Tsunade had initially intended to argue her case, but upon observing Yujin's lack of response, she crossed her arms, opting to refrain from intervention. After all, based on Yujin's character, it was improbable that he would suffer any loss. Third Hokage, this may truly be a misunderstanding, yet I was quite intimidated by Lord Danzo, Tsunade remarked quietly, observing that no one could undermine Yujin. Certainly, Danzo had acted improperly, misjudging the situation, and he ought to make amends. Yujin, stroking his chin, appeared deep in thought regarding what form of compensation he desired. Third Hokage, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and I intend to establish a beverage factory together. How does a 3-year tax exemption sound? It was merely a factory, and the third Hokage dismissed it as trivial. Moreover, considering the request for compensation, he felt no psychological burden in granting the tax exemption, especially in light of Orochimaru and Tsunade's involvement. Then, I thank you, third Hokage. Yujin expressed his gratitude, elated within. Even with the impending Second Great Ninja War approaching, a 3-year tax exemption would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Even though the third Hokage was exempt from taxes due to Orochimaru and Tsunade, if he could remain calm upon seeing his first year's revenue, then Yusuke would have to reassess his view of the third Hokage. Compensation had been provided, and the third Hokage had dispelled any lingering thoughts among the crowd, dismissing them with a wave of his hand. Was that truly the end of it? That old bidding slandered us, and just like that, it was over? The old bidding mentioned by Kushina was also something learned from Yusuke. Her words led Yusuke to somewhat comprehend the rationale behind the third Hokage's actions. Although it appeared that Danzo had been driven away, this could be viewed as a form of protection for him. It is important to note that several others were involved in this matter, including many from the Umbu. The third Hokage had realized that the situation had escalated significantly. Ultimately, it would likely conclude in a stalemate. However, for Danzo, holding a prominent position, a stalemate equated to failure, as this incident would erode the trust of those involved in him. Well, it's over then. You two didn't even get to enjoy the grilled fish. Shall we return to the tavern for some? It just so happens we haven't had lunch yet. Then let us go. I truly didn't expect you, Yusuke, to propose such a request for compensation. Is there a problem? After all, the money earned will still end up in our pockets. The more we earn, the more funding you have for your research, and Tsunade's gambling pot can also increase. Ha, that makes sense. Thus, the group bantered joyfully as they headed toward the Angel's Bounty. 3 days later, Yusuke was somewhat surprised that Danzo seemed to have truly retreated, as he hadn't sought him out in recent days. However, other matters had arisen that required Yusuke's attention, which could hardly be deemed a negative occurrence. What is the matter? Yusuke inquired, noticing Tsunade's unusual demeanor. Normally so carefree, why had she suddenly become so bashful today? When Tsunade remained silent, Yusuke patiently awaited her own psychological preparation. Could it be that Tsunade intended to confess her feelings to him? Just speak directly if there is something to say. My grandmother has invited you to our home as a guest. Upon realizing it was not a confession, a sense of disappointment washed over him. However, Yusuke quickly recognized the peculiar aspect of the situation. Did this count as meeting the parents? This is because you supported Kushina and also brought me to the tavern. Hence the invitation. Do you truly believe that expression lends credibility to your words? Could it be that Tsunade had such a side during her youth? After delivering the message, Tsunade lost all desire to drink. Or perhaps seeing Yusuke made her feel a rush of anxiety and accelerated heartbeat, prompting her to choose flight over confrontation. One could hardly blame her, especially since her grandmother had bluntly stated it was to bring her boyfriend home for a visit, which was somewhat overwhelming for Tsunade, who had yet to experience romance. You haven't mentioned the time yet. Friday evening. Understood. Chapter 35, Uzumaki Mido. Mido, being a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, did not live with Tsunade and Shinsuke, yet she remained within the territory of the Senju clan. Following Tsunade, Yusuke maintained a demeanor marked by a tranquil smile, yet internally, he was a cacophony of nerves. To claim he was unperturbed would be a blatant falsehood. This meeting was not merely with parents, but with Uzumaki Kushina, a woman whose prowess in the ninja world was second only to Kaguya-hime. Indeed, she was the unrivaled first lady of the ninja realm, having surpassed even Uchiha Madara. After all, it was Senju Hashirama who ultimately wed Uzumaki Kushina, rather than Uchiha Madara. Thus, it was entirely reasonable to assert that she bested Madara. Yusuke had initially contemplated bringing a gift, yet Tsunade had dissuaded him. At this moment, one could not help but wonder if he would falter. This scenario inevitably recalled the evening when Tsunade accompanied Yusuke to the Uchiha clan's territory. Back then, Yusuke had teased her, and although she now felt a flutter of anxiety, it did not inhibit her from jesting with him. When you accompany me to the Uchiha, I lack a pair of eyes. When I join you in the Senju territory, will I be missing something? This is my home. What could I possibly lack? Perhaps the presence of you. How vexing. The two playfully chased each other until they arrived before a residence. Upon reaching their destination, both Tsunade and Yusuke's expressions transformed into those of formidable seriousness. Tsunade took the lead in pushing open the door, with Yusuke following closely behind. Upon entering, they were greeted by a kindly, elderly gentleman. Despite his age, the man possessed a head of chestnut hair, and without focusing on his visage or inherent aura, one might not perceive him as elderly at all. Though the elderly Kushina had rarely made an appearance, Yusuke recalled the scene where she had comforted Kushina, prompting him to bow and greet, "Lady Kushina, there is no need for such formality. Since you have come this far, you may call me grandmother just as Tsunade does," she replied, gesturing for them to sit beside her. "Understood, Grandmother Kushina," Yusuke responded, as he and Tsunade settled beside her. They allowed Kushina to survey them with her slightly clouded gaze. Yusuke, in turn, studied Kushina, albeit discreetly. He harbored a modicum of interest in the nine-tails sealed within her, albeit only a trace. For Hashirama, the nine-tails could be grasped as easily as a chick. However, for most, the tailed beasts remained formidable weapons of war, akin to nuclear armaments in the ninja world. As for Yusuke, he felt no real purpose in this, merely curiosity, for he was indeed a figure of considerable significance, and not merely one divided into yin and yang, but rather a complete entity. "Are you Tsunade's young boyfriend?" Kushina inquired after her appraisal, causing Yusuke to feel a twinge of discomfort, while simultaneously illuminating why Tsunade had been so shy when informing him. So, it truly was a meeting of parents? Upon this realization, Yusuke found himself involuntarily becoming bashful. "Sort of," he replied. In the past, such a statement would have elicited Tsunade to strike him playfully. However, to his surprise, she simply sat quietly beside him, devoid of any inclination to refute his claim. Indeed, it is what it is. And it is not what it is not. Such is not how matters are articulated. Right from the outset, the conversation took a straightforward turn, leaving Yusuke somewhat at a loss, compelling him to respond with a forced bravado. "I am currently pursuing Tsunade, but she has yet to agree." Mito affectionately ruffled Tsunade's hair and uttered a remark that caused both individuals to falter. "You have good taste, superior to mine." He could hardly compare to his grandfather. Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Yusuke and leaned closer to Mito. "I indeed cannot match the first Hokage," Yusuke acknowledged with self-awareness. He lacked the confidence to confront the monumental figure of the first Hokage wielding the Byakugan. Should he dare to do so? It would hardly differ from Tobi's kunai-piercing Susanoo. "At least you are far more handsome than your grandfather was at your age." "Not at all," Mito replied. As Tsunade's grandmother, Mito's casual remarks eased Tsunade's demeanor, allowing her to nestle closer and display a more playful side. While Yusuke found delight in this side of Tsunade, Mito began the customary process of meeting the parents, leaving Yusuke somewhat overwhelmed. "Yusuke, how old are you this year?" 22. This was indeed a suitable age, comparable to Tsunade's. "How many family members do you have?" "Just myself. No sisters or younger siblings." Yusuke felt a tinge of embarrassment, as his name indeed suggested the possibility of a sister or brother named Yuya. Having stated that you are alone, why pose such a question? "How is business at your establishment?" "Quite prosperous." Tsunade, despite her often frivolous demeanor, was remarkably competent when it came to serious matters. Indeed, Yusuke concurred. Though Tsunade had her flaws, such as a penchant for gambling and drinking, she remained steadfast in critical matters. Otherwise, she would not have ascended to the position of Hokage in the village. Even when reluctant, she did not shy away from the responsibilities that ultimately fell upon her shoulders. The praise in the Book of Battlefield, which proclaimed her as the embodiment of the will of fire, leading the Hidden Leaf village, was not without merit. Just a month ago, she had confided in me about encountering a man with a clear yet foolish gaze. It was unexpected that so little time had passed before he was brought home. Clear yet foolish me? Upon first meeting Tsunade, I had recently traversed into this realm, still acclimating to my identity and the life of a shinobi. Thus, It was entirely plausible that my gaze at that time reflected a certain naive clarity. However, the term foolish is generally not flattering. Yet, given Mito's tone, I discerned that her assessment was indeed positive and encouraging. Tsunade, please hurry along with today's meal and summon Kushina and Shoju. The more, the merrier. It has been quite some time since I last experienced such liveliness. Understood. Tsunade nodded in agreement and rose to leave. Yusuke, feeling somewhat pressured by the inquiries, also stood up to accompany her. I will join you. Let Tsunade handle it. Mito's response compelled Yusuke to sit back down, allowing Tsunade to venture out on her own. In the room, only Yusuke and Mito remained. Tsunade remained oblivious to the unsettling atmosphere, yet Yusuke sensed that Mito had deliberately dismissed Tsunade. What could be the purpose behind such a maneuver? A wave of confusion washed over Yusuke. Could you please remove your bandages so that I may behold your extraordinary eyes? Mito's opening line caused beads of sweat to form on Yusuke's forehead. Such a bold request right from the start. Chapter 36. The clear foolishness despite the astonishment coursing through him. Yusuke perceived that this esteemed lady of the ninja world harbored no ill intentions towards him. Otherwise, she would not have sent Tsunade away. His perceptive abilities were indeed remarkable, yet he could not ascertain whether Mito had genuinely sensed something or merely deduced it. As for whether he should reveal his eyes to her, since she bore no malice, he decided to acquiesce. After all, she was already aware, and concealing them would serve no purpose. His reluctance stemmed from his inability to explain himself to others, but perhaps here, he need not provide any explanations at all. Moreover, how long had it been since he last removed the bandages? It seemed as though he had not taken them off since the very first day he had wrapped them around his eyes, even while sleeping. Resolving his thoughts, the tension dissipated and Yusuke nodded, finally unwrapping the bandages that concealed the eye of the deity. Due to the unique nature of the bandages, he often forgot they were there, nearly leading to complications. Thus he required no adjustment to the light. As the bandages fell away, his verdant eyes were laid bare for all to see. This remarkable pair of eyes clearly surpassed Mito's expectations. What an enchanting and beautiful pair of eyes. I can sense the winds brewing within them, whispering and singing of freedom. Truly a fitting assessment from the First Lady. This was the eye of the deity, associated with the wind element, and indeed, the god of freedom. From this exquisitely measured exchange, Yusuke's regard for Mito rose further. She merely gazed upon his eyes without pressing him for explanations regarding their abilities or origins, recognizing that such inquiries might delve into deeper secrets. His eyes were known as the eye of the deity, a term that also existed within the ninja realm, typically referring to the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, commonly known as the Rinnegan. However, the term itself had not survived in popular usage. Only the imagery associated with it. Being well-versed and experienced, Mito recognized the illustrations of the Rinnegan and understood that it was not the same as Yusuke's eyes. Thus, the name of Yusuke's eyes could simply be referred to as the eye of the deity. By voluntarily revealing the name of his eyes, Yusuke had effectively laid his cards on the table, prompting Mito to refrain from further inquiries about them. The conversation then shifted to Tsunade. Do you intend to keep this matter from Tsunade? For the time being, yes, Yusuke replied, shaking his head. However, I will find an opportunity to explain everything to her clearly. Having his own opinions and plans is indeed commendable. Yusuke scrutinized his own gaze, and Mito naturally understood. However, Yusuke emanated a peculiar sensation. Although it was their first encounter, many of Yusuke's behaviors suggested an intimate familiarity with Mito. Strangely, Mito felt that Yusuke possessed a considerable understanding of him, establishing a foundation of trust upon which he chose to unveil the bandages, revealing eyes that clearly held secrets. Though Mito could not fathom why Yusuke seemed to have known him previously, it indicated that Yusuke was indeed an astute individual, not a simpleton who blindly followed others' whims, nor someone who concealed everything with excessive cunning. This aspect was rather commendable. The admiration in Mito's eyes deepened slightly. As for not informing Tsunade for the time being, Yusuke had promised to explain everything to her, thus alleviating Mito's concerns. Tsunade must have met you for the first time that day. Upon her return, she mentioned encountering a very handsome man, albeit a bit daft, with eyes full of innocent foolishness. At that moment, I couldn't quite grasp that term, but now, I believe I understand it. Do I still possess a semblance of innocent foolishness? After more than a month of trials, Yusuke felt that the innocent foolishness in his eyes should have considerably faded, replaced by a shrewdness akin to that of a cunning trickster. Yusuke was somewhat curious, theoretically. His current gaze, resembling that of a white-eyed person, made it challenging to discern the emotions within his eyes. Regardless, he could not perceive it. While Mito spoke with grave conviction, "Your eyes, or rather that innocent foolishness, remind me of someone." Instantly, Yusuke's mind conjured a rough idea of whom Mito referred to. Indeed, you guessed it correctly. It is the first Hokage. Although it differed somewhat from Yusuke's expectations, it was not far off. Rather than solely the first Hokage, it encompassed all reincarnations of Ashura. However, such secrets were not suitable for discussion at this moment. Who knows if merely mentioning it would alert the old man of the 6 paths in the Pure Land. Returning to the topic of Ashura's reincarnations. Those who embodied Ashura's spirit were typically vibrant and optimistic, embodying the quintessential traits of a passionate shonen protagonist. Yet, among these reincarnations, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, resonated more closely with the notion of innocent foolishness. His numerous actions invariably exuded an essence of profound simplicity. To summarize, innocence signifies an idealistic outlook towards the future, while foolishness denotes a naive inexperience with the world. Nevertheless, comparing himself to the first Hokage left Yusuke somewhat astonished. The thoughts flitted through his mind, but did not impede Mito's discourse. As for the newfound cunning, it could be deemed a positive development. Yusuke's spouse, with his overly simplistic nature, had suffered numerous setbacks. If it were not for the second son, he might have encountered even greater misfortunes. For instance, as he distributed the tailed beasts, Yuka silently began to provide examples to Mito. The overly naive individuals navigating this world leave me uncertain whether it is indeed a blessing. Tsunade bears a striking resemblance to her grandfather. However, the combination of innocence upon innocence may not necessarily yield favorable outcomes. Tsunade requires the companionship of someone akin to the second Hokage. Mito paused for a few seconds, seemingly discomforted by prolonged speech, a testament to the passage of time. After a brief moment of adjustment, Mito patted Yuka's shoulder, concluding his thoughts. "Young man, I hold great expectations for you." Pursues Tsunade with vigor. "What is this? Once a chaotic minor lord, now it appears as if I am to carry out the emperor's bidding, akin to Cao Cao commanding the lords? I understand. Tsunade sh0. And Kushina, I entrust them to you. I shall fulfill this." Yuka nodded solemnly, his tone resolute. Yet, as he re-wrapped the bandages, a sudden thought struck Yuka. One intricately linked to Uzumaki Mito, causing a brief pause in his actions. This moment did not escape Mito's keen observation. Chapter 37. Sacred relics. "You seem to have something on your mind," Mito remarked perceptively. Indeed, he had been seen through. Engaging in conversation with such a venerable elder, even a slight hesitation could be detected. With Mito's prompting, Yuka solidified his inner resolve, choosing to voice his request. "I seek an item, one that embodies your identity." Mito appeared momentarily taken aback before quickly processing his words. "Something related to me?" "Yes, something that ideally represents the Uzumaki clan." This statement further clarified his intentions. The request for an item was inherently tied to the Uzumaki lineage. "May I inquire why?" Yuka found himself at a loss for words, grappling with the challenge of articulation. How could he express the potential extinction of their clan? Would Mito believe such a claim? After all, Konoha and the Land of Whirlpools were neighbors. It was improbable that Konoha would remain silent during the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan. Strangely enough, in the original narrative, Konoha indeed exhibited no reaction. As for the reasons, Kishimoto did not elaborate, but if Yuka were to voice this, he would lay the blame squarely on Danzo's shoulders. After all, it was merely an additional burden for the shadowy figure. Suppressing the urge to divulge this troubling information, Yuka continued, "I can assure you that I will not engage in any actions that would betray you or the Uzumaki clan." After a brief silence, Mito nodded. "Very well, I shall grant you this." With that, Mito rose and returned with a set of hair ornaments. The main piece resembled a golden shell, accompanied by several needle-like accessories, and 2 talisman-like slips of paper. Observing Mito's current appearance, Yuka recognized this as the set of hair ornaments she had worn in her youth. "This was my adornment in youthful days. Most members of the Uzumaki clan could recognize my identity through it." "Thank you, Lady Mito." "Thank you, Grandmother Mito." Yusuke felt fortunate that his reflexes were quick enough. After expressing his gratitude to Mizuho, he placed the set of hair ornaments into his system backpack. However, upon opening the backpack, a thought struck him. Mizuho had already given him the items. although he had come empty-handed at Tsunade's behest. It seemed rather impolite not to reciprocate in some way. Yusuke's casual method of making items vanish initially astonished Mizuho, but soon he noticed that Yusuke had produced 4 additional items in his hands. Despite Mizuho's age, his keen eyesight discerned that this was no mere sleight of hand, nor was there any spatial distortion involved. Intriguing, it appeared this young man harbored numerous secrets. Without further explanation, Yusuke set the 4 items on the table: a flower, a feather, an hourglass, and a cup. The flower of life, the feather of death, the sands of time, and the cup of emptiness. These corresponded perfectly to the relic system in the game. This collection was known as relics. Unlike in the game, where he could only draw from the source of entanglement, here he had the chance to obtain relics. However, all the relics he acquired were of 3-star quality. Fortunately, he could use other relics as experience books, allowing him to upgrade them, and through this process, they could evolve to 4 or even 5 stars. The thought of drawing a 5-star relic simply from a lottery was almost unbearable. It felt more exasperating than drawing nothing at all. The flower and feather appeared to belong to one set, while the hourglass and cup resembled another. Yusuke nodded. Wearing 2-piece and 4-piece sets of relics would grant special bonus effects. His choice of these particular 2-piece sets was influenced by his own intentions. The flower of meritorious deeds and the feather of Xiaowu both belonged to the sturdy Qinyan lineage. The hourglass and cup were named the time of eternal blossoms and the feast of boundless revelry, respectively, belonging to the light of floral dew. You may try wearing them. Yusuke gestured for Mizuho to proceed. Mizuho, filled with curiosity, sensed the unique power contained within these items. After a moment of contemplation, he donned the flower and feather first. In an instant, his previously stoic expression transformed into one of astonishment. Was it truly effective? Yusuke was also taken aback. He had never bestowed such items upon anyone before, and giving them to Mizuho felt like an experiment. As for Mizuho, the moment he adorned himself with the items, he was startled by the surge of vitality that coursed through his body. The Whirlpool clan possessed unparalleled life force and chakra. Yet for an elderly man with little time left, even Mizuho had seen his vitality dwindle. Prior to wearing the relics, he could only sense the unique energy they contained. However, he never expected that merely wearing a flower and a feather could replenish approximately 1/3 of his life force. Mizuhito accepted the hourglass and cup, and almost instantaneously, the vitality within his body surged by nearly 1/3. It was truly a remarkable phenomenon. As he spoke, he felt his voice resonate with newfound strength. Not too bad, he said. Yusuke scratched his head awkwardly, noting that his backpack was already nearly overflowing with sacred relics. If he could, he might even adorn himself with flowers and feathers, creating a veritable mountain of hats atop his head. The relics he had given Mizuhito were merely of 3-star quality. The reason for the near 2/3 increase in Mizuhito's vitality was simply due to the 2-set effect of these relics, which was identical for both sets, enhancing vitality by 30. This enhancement merely augmented his vitality, leaving his maximum unchanged. To experience life's final moments with such exuberance and vigor was indeed a great fortune. Yusuke found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter, "I'm glad Mizuhito enjoys it." "I truly do," Mizuhito replied gently, placing a hand on Yusuke's head, continuing in a calm tone. "However, Tsunade is still quite young. I wish to pass on one set, or perhaps even both sets, to her." This was a remarkably astute elder. Yusuke recognized that sacred relics in this world would be exceedingly precious. "You needn't worry. I will certainly prepare them for Tsunade. Thank you for your concern." Their conversation was just reaching a conclusion when the voice of Naoju echoed from outside. "Grandma." Chapter 38. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. "Oh, brother, you are here too." Upon entering, Kushina spotted Yusuke seated beside Mizuhito. Among the residents of Konoha, the individuals Kushina held in the highest regard were undoubtedly Mizuhito and Yusuke. One was her only elder of the same clan, and the other was a brother who cared for her deeply. "Come in and have a seat." Although Kushina was the designated successor of the Nine Tails, her encounters with Mizuhito had been relatively few. The issue was not with Kushina, but rather with Mizuhito. Until Naruto and the Nine Tails reached an understanding and began to support one another, tailed beasts were often treated with disdain. Both Mizuhito and, in the future, Kushina approached the Nine Tails with a mindset of mere suppression. As Mizuhito aged, his control over the Nine Tails would inevitably wane. continuing until his passing, at which point the Nine Tails would break free from its seal. Thus, Mizuhito was the subject of close scrutiny. In light of this, the opportunity for them to share a meal together today was particularly rare. Have you been behaving well lately? Among those present, Kushina felt she was the one Mizuhito worried about the most, and so he immediately began to inquire about her well-being. Kushina originally intended to share only the good news. Yet after casting a glance at Yusuke, she found herself spilling everything that had transpired recently. She had just asked Yusuke to promise to protect her and the others. But to her surprise, Yusuke had been doing so all along. Your thoughtfulness is commendable. Yusuke sensed that Mito had discerned something, perhaps regarding the third Hokage and Danzo's true nature, but Mito understood that such matters were not suitable for discussion at this moment. Having acknowledged Kushina as his sister, he felt an unwavering duty to ensure her safety. Shinju, what have you been up to lately? I have been training diligently under Orochimaru-sensei. Make sure to learn well from Orochimaru. Mito clearly relished the opportunity to catch up with his grandson, engaging Shinju in conversation for quite some time. This allowed both Yusuke and Tsunade to exhale with relief simultaneously. Thankfully, Mito was preoccupied with Shinju and had no time to inquire about them. Both of them caught each other's sighs, tilting their heads in unison to observe the relaxed expressions on one another's faces. However, when the meal arrived, Shinju and Kushina became the two most delighted spectators. Tsunade, typically imposing during meals, had completely vanished in the present company. Tsunade, how long have you known Yusuke? A little over 2 months. 2 months is not insignificant. Look at me and your grandfather. We've hardly met. Grandma, times have changed. So, what do you think of Yusuke? Watching Mito engage Tsunade in conversation, Yusuke found himself stifling laughter, yearning to join the two in their delightful banter. Yet soon, he could no longer muster a smile. Yusuke, what do you think of Tsunade? From that moment, Mito's chatter became incessant, bombarding both Yusuke and Tsunade until they finished their dinner. Tsunade, it's getting late. Why don't you escort Yusuke home? Understood. The persistent inquiries from Mito made Tsunade feel somewhat uncomfortable, and the absence of the wine Yusuke had prepared only intensified her unease. Eager to escape, Tsunade agreed readily. However, upon noticing the smile on her grandmother's face, she first thought it resembled Yusuke's, then quickly realized, no, that's not right. I'm a girl. Am I really going to escort this grown man home? Yusuke had that same expression when he was up to mischief. Mito, what have you done to charm my grandmother? Yet having already consented, Tsunade could only muster the courage to approach Yusuke and say, let's go. Let us go? Yusuke felt a bit uneasy as well. However, once they stepped outside the Senju clan-esque grounds and felt the refreshing breeze, the restlessness that had plagued Yusuke since the meal began gradually dissipated. It was as if he had entered a state of serene clarity after a moment of intense focus. It was quite peculiar. Yusuke couldn't quite understand why he felt this way. Then, turning his head slightly, he realized it was due to the company at his side. The tranquil breeze caused Uchiha to gaze absent-mindedly at Tsunade beside him. At that moment, Tsunade posed a question, why do you like me? Their footsteps continued uninterrupted as Uchiha gradually articulated his response with each step. Perhaps to you, we have only known each other for a little over 2 months. But to me, we have been acquainted for over a decade. Tsunade looked at Uchiha with surprise. Being in her 20s now, she was merely a child years ago. Uchiha merely raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. She was not just a child, she was still vibrant and beautiful in her 40s. So, this has been a long-standing intention then. Why can't it be a long-standing intention mixed with a sudden spark of passion? Why can't it be 2 months of this life combined with more than a decade from a past life? The complexity of why he had fallen for Tsunade was overwhelming, and Uchiha found it difficult to articulate. Yet, one thing was certain. He genuinely liked and loved Tsunade. As she was about to dismiss the notion of past lives, Uchiha abruptly shifted the conversation. I once heard an interpretation of a phrase. What is it? Someone translated I like you, I love you into the moonlight is beautiful tonight. After hearing Uchiha's words, Tsunade became lost in the poetic translation, instinctively repeating, the moonlight is beautiful tonight, and the breeze is gentle. And what happened next? Someone answered, translating I also like you as the breeze is gentle, be my girlfriend, Tsunade. Uchiha stopped in his tracks and turned to face her. Even without seeing his eyes, Tsunade felt the moonlight enveloping her and the wind tousling her hair, along with the tenderness that lay beneath the bandages. I accept. Woohoo. Upon receiving this answer, Yuji leaped with joy like a monkey freshly sprung from a stone. Hey, don't do something that ruins the mood. What greeted Yuji was the fist of his girlfriend landing atop his head. Chapter 39, Double Yellow, The Moment of Dogged Charm. In the evening, Yuji sat alone in a lounge chair, stifling yawns as he observed Jiraiya training Kushina and Minato. Not long after the incident at the Hokage's office, Jiraiya had resumed their training, completely transforming the backyard into a training ground. Orochimaru, on the other hand, seemed to have vanished, only appearing at night just as Yuji was about to lock up. This made it difficult for Yuji's plans regarding Orochimaru to unfold. As for Tsunade, although their relationship had been solidified, their interaction had not changed significantly. They had merely become slightly more comfortable with each other, limited to holding hands. There had been no opportunity to advance further, partly due to Tsunade's increased busyness lately. For instance, today, while Tsunade was away, Yuji focused his consciousness on his system. Previously, there were 90 attempts yielding no rewards. This time, 80 attempts met the same fate. After experiencing the previous shipment of the 90th attempt, Yuji decided to accumulate 10 entanglement sources following the unsuccessful 80 attempts. Once the final 10 attempts are successful, the significance of whether the 90th attempt yielded results will become rather trivial. Just as the first entanglement source was utilized, a remarkable item emerged, a 5-star character, Xingqian Shujijing. Known as Mona. Mona is indeed a commendable character, a 5-star support role endowed with a hydro vision that enhances damage. With a 5-star primary damage dealer already in possession, acquiring a 5-star support character is quite advantageous. Previously, it was mentioned that the 3-star weapon, Dragon Slayer's Tail, is formidable, making Mona undeniably the most suitable character for this endeavor. Her elemental skill, Phantom of Water, may not stand out, as it merely places a taunting shadow that inflicts hydro damage to nearby foes. However, the true highlight lies in Mona's Elemental Burst. Starry Fate binds weaker enemies. An effect of moderate impact. The remarkable aspect is the application of the alien state to foes, wherein inflicting damage on enemies under this condition escalates the damage taken by 42. The synergy of Dragon Slayer and Mona's abilities is indeed powerful, and being a catalyst user, Mona effectively amplifies the prowess of Dragon Slayer, earning her the moniker Half-Dragon Slayer True Monarch. In summary, she is a rather excellent character. With the multitude of characters already acquired, Yuji's comprehension of their abilities has deepened significantly. Beyond their skills, the unique talents of each character pique Yuji's interest, such as Diana's Blessing of the Spring Sprite and Hu Tao's Special Pyro Transformation, which invariably possess unique effects. Upon acquiring Mona, Yuji speculated about her talents and, after some contemplation, discerned the coveted ability, Astrology of Water. Mona's full name, Astrologist Mona Megistus, signifies the great astrologer, Mona. Attaining this talent implies gaining the capacity for divination. The joy of obtaining divination abilities nearly rivals the exhilaration felt upon acquiring Mona herself. With the successful draw already achieved, Yuji's speed in card pulling has notably increased. Surely, further rewards cannot be expected, right? Then came the acquisition of a 4-star weapon, the Box of Duskfall, which is Hu Tao's commendable 4-star weapon. With a 4-star item drawn, Yuji's pace in drawing cards accelerated even further. In these 2 months, only on the first day had 2 4-star items emerged consecutively. Following this, a 3-star weapon, Dawn's Sword, and a 3-star artifact. Dreaming of the Flower Pavilion, an artifact capable of upgrading to 5 stars, were obtained. This specific artifact set's components were new to Yuji, warranting a moment of attention, albeit briefly. As the final attempt was made, Yuji felt once more illuminated by the same golden radiance that graced the first draw of the day. Astonishing. A double gold and 10 pulls. Could it be that drawing cards in the presence of Tsunade is truly unfavorable? As the golden light faded, Yusuke's gaze took on an odd expression once more. Indeed, it was a 5-star item, not a 5-star character or weapon, but rather a vessel, a dust song jar. A 5-star artifact within the game. Could this item also be drawn? In the game, it serves a purpose akin to a home, or perhaps a dormitory, or a base system in other games. While I have previously drawn items related to the Dust Song Jar, I never anticipated that I would actually obtain this item, and especially not at this moment. The blueprints I once provided to Orochimaru were, in fact, for an item contained within the Dust Song Jar, a 4-star item I had drawn. Although the Dust Song Jar appears to be the size of an ordinary teapot, it conceals within it several small worlds. Despite its wondrous nature, Yusuke found his brow furrowing in confusion. In his hands, it felt utterly useless, evoking a sense of futility, akin to that of a chicken rib, flavorless yet too precious to discard. If the denizens of the Wind Country and Tsunade were to discover the environments of these small worlds within, they would likely be inclined to abandon their homeland entirely in favor of relocating within. No, that is not quite right. This item indeed possesses some utility, perhaps even serving as a key to a significant breakthrough. How enviable it is. A sound of relaxation emanated from a nearby lounge chair, jolting Yusuke back to reality. Glancing over, he noticed Minato and the others had concluded their training, and Jiraiya was reclining on the chair beside him. What are you envious of? Yusuke redirected his gaze to the yellowing sky. Envious of my newfound girlfriend? He jested. Jiraiya, catching the playful undertone in Yusuke's words, did not dwell on the matter. He had grown accustomed to this banter over the past few days, with Yusuke repeatedly declaring Tsunade as his girlfriend. If it weren't for the fact that these declarations were not exclusively for his benefit, Jiraiya might have seriously suspected Yusuke was intentionally toying with him. I envy your tranquil existence, one that doesn't require the accumulation of training to achieve a life of sufficient peace, Jiraiya replied with a relaxed sigh. Yusuke merely smiled and remained silent. Tranquil? The promise he made in front of Mito had irrevocably severed his ties to a peaceful life. Not to mention, his girlfriend was a pivotal character in the unfolding narrative. He yearned for power even more fervently than Jiraiya, desiring to obliterate all troubles with a single blow. His approach was simply different from that of Jiraiya and the others. Is training enjoyable? The act of training itself is not particularly pleasurable. In fact, it can be quite tedious. Yet, many still tread this path because the self-empowerment it brings creates a notably positive feedback loop, which is what captivates countless individuals. As for Yusuke, his experience aligns more closely with the joy of receiving a package. Every day, he engages in a card-drawing process that feels akin to accepting a delivery. You can never truly know which package you will receive. Patience is essential, and fortunately, time is on your side. Is it a tranquil life? Indeed, everyone experiences such moments. As Yusuke replied, Chapter 40. The celestial melody. The establishment had only just opened for the evening when the first patron walked in, surprising Yusuke. Orochimaru entered accompanied by Shinjyu. Ordinarily, Orochimaru would arrive just as the doors were about to close, but never this early. What brings you here at such an hour? Yusuke inquired as he began to mix a drink for Orochimaru. I have completed the item you requested, Orochimaru replied, taking a seat and producing a peculiar vessel resembling a long-necked bottle with a pronounced shoulder and a full base, known as a gallbladder bottle. Alongside it was a stack of glimmering circular discs. You truly managed to create this, Yusuke exclaimed joyfully, examining the object. This was no ordinary bottle. It was a music player. The celestial melody, intricately designed, was based on the blueprint Yusuke had previously provided to Orochimaru. The circular discs, with a central hole, were akin to vinyl records. Initially, Yusuke had not taken the blueprint seriously, but upon commencing the creation, he found the intricacies of the process filled with inventive brilliance. Such high praise? Yusuke asked, delighted as he handled the first music player of the shinobi world. It's as exceptional as your liquor, devoid of any rationale. Yusuke chuckled and chose not to respond further. The fact that Orochimaru could produce something from an entirely different realm was already remarkable. As for the underlying theory, Yusuke felt utterly incapable of conjuring even a simple explanation. What is that? Jiraiya, Minato, and Kushina approached, their eyes fixated on the bottle in Yusuke's hands. Are you intrigued? Yusuke inquired with a smile, receiving nods of affirmation from the trio. Since you are interested, allow me to demonstrate. Indeed, upon acquiring the celestial melody, Yusuke instinctively grasped the detailed operational techniques. He entrusted the drink to Orochimaru, then began to manipulate the device. Clearing his throat, he commenced to sing. If I spread my wings, I promise not to return, my gaze fixed upon the azure sky. This was indeed Bluebird. While it may not be the most beloved or melodious song within the realm of Naruto, it certainly stands out as one of the most iconic. Accompanying the poignant handshake between Naruto and Obito in episode 166 of the Shippuden series, and the battle between Jiraiya and Pain in episodes 634 to 373. Yusuke was aware of a version sung by the voice actors of the three protagonists of Team 7, making it a fitting piece to share with them. In addition, the world of Naruto is replete with exceptional music, such as the Transparent World and the Void Heart, accompanied by the memories these melodies evoke. Yusuke completed his rendition of Bluebird. With a fervent voice, he soared towards the azure sky. Typically, Yusuke would hum softly in private. But today he unleashed his full vocal prowess. With Barbara's support, his performance of Bluebird astonished everyone present. Yet, the amazement for Jiraiya and his companions was far from over. They watched as Yusuke placed the golden disc he had been holding into the opening of a bottle. In an instant, his earlier song seemed to be replicated, emerging from the bottle once more. It was truly spectacular. As the song concluded, before it could repeat, Yusuke extracted the celestial jade and abruptly halted the music. What is the name of this song? It is called Bluebird. Orochimaru lowered his head in contemplation, eventually offering his assessment. Indeed, it encapsulates the essence of the lyrics perfectly. Would you be interested in adding an accompaniment to this song? Yusuke slid the disc of Bluebird towards Orochimaru. Given Orochimaru's future role in the rise of the Sound Village and his creation of various sound-related weapons, Yusuke felt quite confident in trusting him with the arrangement. Thank you, Yusuke-kun. At that moment, the door swung open, and Tsunade entered, dragging her weary body behind her. What are you discussing? As soon as Tsunade spoke, she received a cup of sake from Yusuke. The project I entrusted to Orochimaru has been completed. I was just showcasing the results. Is this it? Tsunade inquired, gazing at the bottle on the table, her mind filled with questions. Yusuke smiled and demonstrated the creation, naturally eliciting a wave of astonishment from her. I believe this concoction has great potential, much like cola. I've already found someone for the cola. Can I trust them? Tsunade pondered. In such a purely profit-driven venture, it seemed somewhat inappropriate to exclude Jiraiya, who even now preferred mixing two types of cola, a true iconoclast. Hence, Jiraiya took this matter quite seriously. Yusuke contributed his ideas, Orochimaru dedicated his time, and Tsunade lightly invested 2 formulas. Only I, Jiraiya, have truly invested money. He exclaimed. I don't care who does. I'm seeking the wife of Senior Zayun. Tsunade confidently declared her choice. Upon hearing this name, a flicker of concern vanished from Jiraiya and Orochimaru's faces. If it was indeed Senior Zayun, there would be no issues. The name Zayun might not resonate with many who had watched Naruto, but when paired with his surname, most would instantly comprehend. Hotake Zayun. The Hotake clan is a direct lineage, and this generation includes Hotake Kakashi's father, Hotake Tsukumo. Thus, Hotake Zayun and Hotake Tsukumo are one and the same. Yusuke could never have anticipated that he would form a connection with Baya in such a manner. In fact, I have brought another piece of good news today. The production line for the cola has been designed and is currently under assembly. As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, Orochimaru chimed in with more promising news. Coincidentally, I have also prepared a proposal. Seeing that both of them had completed their tasks, Yusuke no longer felt the need to withhold information and produced a plan. He felt a sense of guilt for having participated in this project and acquiring a significant share solely due to a fleeting idea, believing it to be unfair to Tsunade and Orochimaru. Given that the marketing strategies within the ninja world were rather antiquated and traditional, Yusuke prepared a marketing proposal. He intended to hand this over to Shuma's wife. Can we take a look at it? There's nothing to hide, of course. The 3 promptly began to peruse it. Initially, skepticism filled their eyes, but soon these doubts were replaced by gasps of astonishment and exclamations of surprise. Is it possible to sell it this way? No, wait. Should I say, is it possible to market it this way? Chapter 41. The Operation to Save Shinji. If the previous melody of Qianlai Ji-in brought a slight shock to the people of the ninja world, then this marketing proposal delivered a profound jolt from their roots. The phase of expanding sales channels must be swift. Logically, one would think it prudent to proceed steadily, step by step. Why the haste? Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at Yusuke in confusion, while Orochimaru sat contemplatively. War is likely approaching within a year, which would undoubtedly affect cola sales. The more popular the cola becomes, the less impact the war would have on it. Jiraiya and Tsunade suddenly understood, while Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement. However, Yusuke's gaze did not linger on the 3 for long, as it shifted beyond them to the individual whose expression was the most animated, Shinji. Upon realizing Yusuke was observing him, Shinji shivered. Ever since Yusuke had visited his home and shared a meal with his grandmother, Shinji sensed an unsettling quality in Yusuke's gaze, even though he could not see his eyes. For instance, take the current moment. With your personality, akin to Jiraiya's, why would you wish to take Orochimaru as your master? My sister arranged that, but it's nothing to worry about. Having promised Mizuho, and for Tsunade's sake, Shinji was determined to save him. Mizuho's passing was a natural occurrence. There was nothing to be done. Even if he provided her with a holy relic, she herself had stated that her limits had not increased. The relic's purpose was merely to ensure she could enjoy a relatively comfortable old age. There was nothing Yusuke could do to extend Mizuho's life. After her passing, Shinji became Tsunade's only remaining family member. Yusuke-kun, what are your thoughts on me as a teacher? You dote on Shinji so much, do you really think I am unaware? The demise of Rope Tree not only brought sorrow to Tsunade, but also laid the groundwork for the lurking threat of hemophobia, serving as the catalyst that propelled Orochimaru down a path of no return. Consequently, it became a substantial hindrance to his efforts to steer Orochimaru towards the righteous path of becoming Hokage. From the moment Rope Tree passed away, Orochimaru's mind became consumed solely by the relentless pursuit of immortality. Humanity is indeed fragile. These were Orochimaru's own words. I inquired whether Rope Tree had always yearned to venture onto the battlefield. Before Orochimaru could respond, Jiraiya, unable to contain himself, interjected, Hey. Even on the battlefield, I am a presence that instills fear in the hearts of our enemies. What do you mean by that? Jiraiya felt his temper rising. If you weren't always causing a ruckus off the battlefield, I'm certain Orochimaru would regard you with much more favor. In that moment, Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words, as it seemed he had no rebuttal. Feeling slightly shaken, he redirected the conversation back to Rope Tree, who then provided his own answer. I do wish to join the battlefield. I aspire to be Hokage, and the battlefield is the optimum place to achieve great deeds. To this response, Yuji did not place much significance. He continued to address Rope Tree, stating, Your amiable nature as a friend certainly makes you approachable. However, this also leads to a rather grave issue. You lack a sense of reverence for war. Such a disposition on the battlefield is tantamount to a death wish. Consider how Rope Tree met his end in the original narrative. He was killed by his own explosive tags. Among all the fallen in the history of Hokage, how many have perished in such a manner? Moreover, it seems he was even disemboweled. What does this signify? Should Rope Tree truly step onto the battlefield, the pressure he would endure would only intensify. Yuji's words elicited an expression of agreement from Tsunade as well. I entrusted you to Orochimaru to instill in you his meticulousness, but it appears you have not absorbed much of that wisdom. This cannot entirely be blamed on Orochimaru. He is exceedingly busy. Despite his fondness for you, his time to mentor you remains quite limited. Furthermore, in the rare moments of respite he finds, his attention is predominantly occupied by his own concerns. I recognize that Orochimaru has genuine affection for Rope Tree, and I apologize for monopolizing your time. Therefore, starting tomorrow, how about I join you in overseeing Rope Tree's training? Of course, that would be splendid. Orochimaru replied eagerly, pleased at the prospect of sharing the responsibility of Rope Tree's training. My methods may be somewhat harsh. As Rope Tree's guardian, do you agree, Tsunade? I concur without hesitation, Tsunade affirmed resolutely. She had come to realize a fundamental truth. Keeping Rope Tree off the battlefield was simply unfeasible. Given Rope Tree's temperament, confining him within Konoha for a lifetime would be met with his utmost dissent. If harshness is required, so be it. Although, judging by Yuji's mischievous grin, it may indeed turn out to be rather severe. Yet, this is the path that Shunshu has chosen for himself, so let him walk it. Therefore, I kindly ask for your guidance. Shunshu is not an ignorant character. Although Yusuke's earlier words were harsh and demanding, they truly resonated with him. With multiple teachers, especially one who has his best interests at heart, Shunshu should have been eager to comply. However, Yusuke's mischievous grin infused Shunshu's request for guidance with a hint of trepidation. Why do I feel as though I've stumbled into something monumental? Very well. Report to me tomorrow morning. Understood, I shall comply. In that moment, the room was filled with warm, caring gazes directed at Shunshu, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Noticing his unease, Tsunade gently patted Shunshu's head, seeking to comfort him. All right, let's not dwell on this topic any longer. The training is set for tomorrow. At least you can enjoy a splendid evening tonight. As she spoke, Yusuke placed a drink before Shunshu. Drink up. Shunshu, unable to resist, swallowed hard. This beverage, presumably delicious, inexplicably gave him an impression of impending doom. Having already agreed, Shunshu felt a weight lifted from Tsunade, who then turned her attention back to the original topic concerning Chihira Shine, initiating, I believe this product will certainly sell well. Tsunade seemed to envision a wealth of opportunities beckoning her. No, 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 Yusuke interjected, shaking his head in denial. The true potential for profit lies not within this bottle, but rather with this disc. As Yusuke explained to Tsunade, a new idea sparked in his mind. Since the cola had already been released, why not deliver a subtle idle shock to these denizens of the ninja world? Chapter 42, Shinshu and Minato Master. Shinshu's exclamation caused Yusuke to momentarily falter. Do not call me that. It is the first rule I have established for you. As though he had heard something frightful, Yusuke quickly retorted. How could one not feel apprehensive? The apprentice slaying the master is a notorious trope within the world of Naruto. Obito slaying Minato, Orochimaru vanquishing the third Hokage, Nagato defeating Jiraiya. Very few instructors meet a favorable fate. Thus, for Yusuke, imparting knowledge is an act of selfless devotion, but being referred to as master would signify Shinshu's ingratitude. Whether or not he qualifies as a master is irrelevant. What matters is the sentiment behind the title. As for what you may call me, as long as it is not master, think of something before I finish my meal. Not long after, Shinshu scratched his head and called out, Sister, brother-in-law. Ahem. A mouthful of fried rice nearly escaped Yusuke's lips at that unexpected address. You're not afraid your sister will pummel you for calling me that, are you? Although, I must admit, I quite enjoy being called that. Shinshu clearly envisioned the scenario where addressing him thus would lead to a furious blow from his sister, prompting him to hastily change his title. Teacher? No, that was too similar to master. After a considerable pause, the two individuals finally settled on a somewhat peculiar title, instructor. Once this designation was established, Yusuke led Shoju to the backyard. Due to Yusuke's delayed meal, Jiraiya had already commenced warm-ups with Minato and Kushina. However, to Shoju's surprise, Yusuke did not begin training him, but instead launched into a lecture. To be frank, your abilities are rather lackluster. I find it difficult to discern your strengths at this moment. If this continues, not only will your survival on the battlefield be in jeopardy, but even if you do survive, your future accomplishments will pale in comparison to those of Minato and Kushina. Yusuke's words were undeniably truthful. For Shoju to ascend to a higher position, he must either awaken the original purpose of wood release or gradually forge his own path. Upon hearing praise directed towards him, Minato and Kushina were drawn over by Yusuke and Shoju. Shoju's emotions fluctuated wildly. Yusuke was intentional in his approach, using future achievements as leverage. For someone like Shoju, who harbored dreams of becoming Hokage, it was undoubtedly a significant blow. Yet, this was precisely the effect Yusuke sought, gradually shattering Shoju's confidence, compelling him to tread steadily and carve his own path. Do you possess chakra comparable to Kushina's? And as for Minato, what would you think if I told you that he is the most gifted among your peers? In comparison to Namake's Minato, anyone else pales in excellence. My apologies, Jiraiya, for interrupting. Otherwise, how could I possibly chastise this insufferable brat Shoju? Minato was both astonished and delighted. Did the shopkeeper truly recognize his talent? How delightful. Jiraiya suddenly recalled something and hurriedly pulled Minato closer to him. Shoju had transitioned from Orochimaru's tutelage to Yusuke's. Did the identity of the master truly matter? What is it? Are you unwilling to accept this? Observing Shoju's fists clench tightly, Yusuke sensed it was time to proceed to the next step. Resistance, indeed, is a positive trait. But recognizing the disparity is essential for progress, is it not? With a light pat on Shoju's shoulder, Yusuke approached Minato and whispered, Kushina has always thought you were rather effeminate. Give this kid a good thrashing, and she will surely revise her opinion of you. His voice was not particularly soft, and since Minato and Kushina were close by, they heard him clearly. Kushina retorted, I've already changed my view. Am I capable? Shoju is still a genin. And I haven't even graduated from the Ninja Academy. How can I fight him? Rest assured, you will undoubtedly prevail, Yusuke assured him, patting Minato's shoulder with utmost confidence. In terms of battle intelligence alone, Yusuke believed Minato stood on solid ground. Moreover, Minato's reflexes could be considered a part of his innate talent. Even if he could not yet match the speed required to counter the fourth Raikage's attacks in the future, talent is an inherent quality. One either possesses it or does not. Furthermore, this is not the time for the ungraduated Minato to confront the fourth Raikage. It is merely a contest against a rope tree. That suffices. Jiraiya initially intended to intervene, yet the moment Yuka stood up and spoke, Jiraiya surrendered without hesitation. Let this serve as a measure of Minato's training results. Very well. If he wishes to prove himself, He must engage earnestly and showcase his utmost prowess. Indeed, bringing the two together, Yuka waved his hand downward. Retreating his form, let the battle commence. The rope tree dashed toward Minato first. At this level, combat predominantly relies on physical techniques. The two soon became entangled, and the sounds of strikes began to resonate. However, the more Yuka observed Minato's movements, the more he perceived the shadow of the immovable flow martial arts. Had he not taught Minato this? Tilting his head, he saw that Jiraiya was grinning foolishly at him. Did you teach him? What's the matter? Is there an issue? It's quite commendable. I tested Minato's chakra with a chakra paper, and it primarily revealed wind nature. So this immovable flow martial arts can indeed be learned. Has there been any progress in utilizing wind? A little, Jiraiya nodded, continuing, I learned it. You won't hold it against me for teaching it to Minato, will you? Teach away, it matters not. It's merely a standard attack, and besides, it's imparted to Minato, not to Danzo. Shifting his focus away from the immovable flow martial arts, Yuka redirected his attention to the battlefield of the two. The issue of chakras stemming from age still persisted, causing Minato to gradually find himself at a disadvantage during the physical stage. The immovable flow martial arts require the integration of wind to manifest their true potential. Had it been the complete immovable flow, Minato would have held the advantage at this stage. After drawing a kunai, he exchanged a few blows with it, both sides leveraging their power to create distance. A standard combat template. Combat intelligence lies in identifying the opponent's mistakes within their combat framework. Once they separated, Minato reacted swiftly, flinging his ninja tool with precision. The rope tree, aware of his lack of Uchiha-level kunai manipulation finesse, realized he could not completely deflect Minato's kunai and promptly began forming hand seals. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Chapter 43. The Inheritance of the Rope Tree's Lotus Technique. All of the rope tree's attention was fixated on the kunai Minato had thrown. At that moment, he recognized a grave concern. Given the current speed at which the earth flow wall was rising, it seemed incapable of blocking all the kunai. What to do? What to do? The rope tree's mind raced, and a flash of inspiration struck him. Since I am standing, and Minato's kunai is aimed at my upper body, then. Both combatants were wholly immersed in their duel. Meanwhile, Kushina, watching from the sidelines, was in a state of utter panic. The kunai was already hurtling toward the rope tree. Where's the referee? Someone intervene. The referee exhibited an unmistakable calmness, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events, as both Yusuke and Jiraiya maintained an aura of confidence, as if the occurrences on the field were mere illusions. It's all right. Just watch, Yusuke reassured Kushina, who felt a slight sense of relief, albeit minimal. Back in the arena, as two kunai approached their target, Ju suddenly dropped to the ground. The kunai whizzed harmlessly over his head. Indeed, this was Ju's evasion path. In that fleeting moment, Ju realized that any posture could facilitate hand seals. There was no need to remain rigidly still. He decided to name this technique lotus sitting, or rather, Ju lotus sitting. Once the earth flow wall was fully erected, he could unleash some long-range ninjutsu against Minato. After spending considerable time together, Ju was well aware of Minato's capabilities. Currently, Minato was not adept at elemental ninjutsu, let alone long-range attacks of that nature. In fact, this limitation persisted into Minato's later years. This aspect was rather uncharacteristic of Jiraiya's disciple, as Jiraiya himself had been a student of the third Hokage, the so-called ninja professor, renowned for his mastery of various elemental techniques. Returning to the battlefield, as the two kunai flew past Ju, the earth flow wall rose fully, effectively blocking all of Minato's thrown weapons. Kushina exhaled in relief. In her eyes, the battle could still continue. However, the ensuing conversation between the two men beside her caused her to lose her composure once more. Ju lost. Indeed, what on earth is happening? Am I the only one who doesn't see it? In Kushina's perspective, Ju had evaded the kunai with his lotus-sitting technique and the earth flow wall, thus still had a chance to fight. Why was it coming to an end? Her mind momentarily stalled, yet her eyes remained keenly observant. Among Minato's thrown kunai, one suddenly erupted in a cloud of smoke, resembling a smoke bomb. Within the haze, a hand emerged, gripping the other kunai that had been launched. Ju, clearly aware of this development, turned just in time to feel a chilling sensation on his neck. This battle had now reached its definitive conclusion. Minato's final transformation into a kunai was nothing short of genius. Jiraiya, with his arm around Yusuke's shoulder, praised Minato enthusiastically. The implication was unmistakable. Though you may have triumphed over me, my disciple currently holds a kunai to your disciple's neck. Yusuke could only respond in kind. Naruto inherited Minato's hair color, but had anyone ever heard of inheriting techniques as well? Wasn't this simply the same strategy employed by Team 7 during their encounter with Zabuza? As Naruto transformed into a wind shuriken, Sasuke hurled him away. Just when Zabuza believed he had evaded the attack, Naruto suddenly reverted, launching a kunai straight towards Zabuza's face. Minato emerged victorious, sealing the resolution mark. At Yuji's command, Minato finally ceased his actions, and Shoju slowly rose to join Minato in forming the resolution mark. "Well done!" exclaimed Jiraiya, as he approached Minato and heartily patted his shoulder, his face radiating satisfaction. Yuji remained still, while Shoju bowed his head and returned to Yuji's side. "That moment you crouched was the only highlight of your battle," Yuji remarked. Shoju's disappointment from the loss in the sparring match momentarily lifted with Yuji's words, only for Yuji to shift his tone, plunging Shoju's spirits into despair. "To be honest, it was rather lackluster. You could have utilized various long-range ninjutsu from the outset, fireballs, earth spikes, to resolve the battle swiftly. Yet, you recklessly engaged Minato in close combat, testing your taijutsu against him. You are well aware of your strengths. Why did you choose to engage at such proximity? Do you think Minato is still a novice at the Ninja Academy that you ought to hold back? Does he require your leniency? Just because this was a friendly match, do you believe it permissible to restrain your efforts? If you cannot muster your full vigor in a spar, what makes you think you can unleash it on the battlefield? You believe that by expending your full power, you will triumph over your adversary." Shoju's head drooped entirely. "Why do you hang your head? What is that expression on your face?" Yuji glared at Shoju fiercely. Even through the bandages, Shoju felt an immense pressure and immediately began to control his expression. "Next time, win handsomely." "Yes." After concluding his discussion with Shoju, Yuji handed a two-handed sword to Kamishiro, beginning to instruct Shoju in swordsmanship. The West Wind sword technique, as demonstrated by the maid Noelle, served as a fitting example. Teaching Shoju this technique addressed an evident issue related to ninjas, their high offense but low defense. The vast majority of ninjutsu is designed for attack. What if there were slightly more ninjutsu focused on defense, particularly earth-based techniques, such as the earth release, earth flow wall used during practice with Minato? Noelle, being an earth element character who benefits from defensive bonuses, was an ideal instructor. Without discussing future achievements, Shoju's primary goal was to survive on the battlefield. Thus, cultivating Shoju into a robust fighter was paramount. Noelle's attacking style was undeniably well suited to Shoju's needs. After 2 rounds of practice, Yuji began closely observing Shoju's training. Consequently, Yuji accompanied Shoju in practice until nightfall. As they concluded for the day, fatigue crept upon Yuji. Teaching children is exhausting, not merely physically, but mentally. Should I seek another instructor for Shoju? Someone who can specialize in a particular area? Suddenly, a figure emerged in Yusuke's mind. Indeed, there seemed to be one during this period. However, he wondered if SHJu's petite frame could withstand it. SHJu, exhausted beyond measure, had also sensed Yusuke's gaze upon him. Yet, feeling as if he were about to be reprimanded into oblivion, he lacked the courage to lift his head. How fearful! Chapter 44. SHJu's 6th cultivation planned. The maid version of the wind sword technique was indeed imparted to SHJu, who had now grasped it to a preliminary extent. However, Yusuke encountered difficulties in teaching other skills associated with the maid. Techniques such as the hard armor and the great cleanup proved impossible to convey effectively. Unlike Hirunoya Heizo's skills, which included not only the unmoving style of combat, but also elemental techniques and bursts that others could utilize with comparable proficiency, the unique outcomes differed greatly. For instance, the elemental technique, the heart-resolving fist, exhibited a transformation effect during personal use, a feature absent when employed by others. Similarly, the true eye effect of the elemental burst, the gathering wind kick, was akin to the fiery explosion unleashed in the final moments of his battle with Jiraiya. This was an intrinsic character mechanism that Yusuke could not teach SHJu. As for the ninjutsu the original body possessed, it must be noted that it was derived from the Uchiha clan, with fire release being a strong suit. However, Yusuke found himself somewhat at a loss regarding SHJu's proficiency in earth release and water release ninjutsu. Fortunately, throughout the process of training SHJu, Yusuke discovered a new source of amusement. It seemed that his flair for unconventional tactics was ignited by SH-Ju's presence. SH-Ju, don't you think it's a bit foolish to raise a single wall of earth flow to block attacks? SH-Ju, deep in thought, then articulated his understanding. Instructor, do you mean to raise multiple walls to envelop myself completely? This idea was indeed commendable. However, Yusuke encouraged open dialogue regarding any concerns. All right. SH-Ju nodded as he voiced his apprehensions. But in doing so, I would lose even more visibility. During my spar with Minato, merely losing sight on one side allowed him to seize the opportunity and eliminate me instantly. How foolish. Yusuke playfully tapped the back of SH-Ju's head. While you may lose visibility, so too will others lose sight of you. Once you raise the wall, immediately follow up with the heart-resolving beheading technique. Brilliant. Instead of feeling angered by Yusuke's playful reprimand, SH-Ju, upon comprehending Yusuke's words, clapped his hands in delight. He even began to visualize how to connect the techniques in practice. As the heart-resolving beheading technique penetrated the ground, fissures would appear on the surface. But with the earth flow wall in place, the opponent would be oblivious to the cracks left by the technique. Having grasped this insight, he was eager to practice. After a pat on SH-Ju's back, he rose, eager to experiment with this new tactic. Master this, and I shall teach you some skills for evasion. Gazing at the freshly harvested early pomelo, in the realm of Genshin Impact, the only ninja among the playable characters, Yuji, has already devised a plan to teach Shinshu the elemental skill of the early pomelo next time. Initially brimming with enthusiasm, Shinshu found himself at a loss. It was perplexing. During his training sessions with Jiraiya, he reveled in direct confrontations, yet when it came to Yuji, he was met with a barrage of defensive techniques such as the multi-layered earth barrier and the heart's decapitation technique. It seemed that the focus was either on defense or on cunning tactics, not to mention the art of evasion. Nevertheless, having acquired a new strategy, Shinshu joyfully dedicated himself to practice. Observing Shinshu's retreating figure, Yuji's lips curled into a satisfied smile. In just a few days, Shinshu's demeanor had noticeably matured. His idle chatter had diminished, and his training had grown increasingly earnest. The image of a true ninja that Yuji envisioned was finally beginning to take shape. What then? Is a ninja? Naruto, as a spirited shonen anime, undoubtedly presents a definition steeped in themes of fervor and bonds. However, as previously noted, this is a tangible world. And the singular objective driving Shinshu's rigorous training is to emerge on the battlefield and establish his name. Once placed in the theater of war, the definition of a ninja becomes crystal clear. A ninja is a weapon of warfare, an instrument of assassination. Concepts such as youth, passion, and camaraderie seem somewhat insulting to one's intelligence when confronted with the harsh realities of battle. Allowing Minato to win a match appears to have limited utility. Perhaps it is time to provide this lad with a taste of bloodshed. Yuji contemplated as he observed Shinshu's silhouette. At present, Shinshu's mindset has merely stabilized. But it is insufficient. A more rigorous approach is warranted. Yet with the second great ninja war yet to commence, where might such intensity be found? Speaking of which, Yuji felt compelled to commend Shinshu. The lad possesses commendable psychological resilience, maintaining a clear distinction between training and daily life. When not training, he retains his carefree disposition, albeit with a touch more gravity. Jiraiya, not one to micromanage, after exchanging a few words with Minato and Kushina, took a seat beside Yuji. Your multi-layered earth barrier combined with the heart's decapitation technique sounds truly ingenious. I shall have to try it myself when the opportunity arises, he remarked while pouring himself a glass of mixed cola, visibly at ease. Just a minor technique, Yuji replied with a simple wave of his hand. He then beckoned Jiraiya closer, who leaned in, attentive. Yuji, shielding his mouth with his hand, inquired, "Are there any opportunities within the wood industry to witness bloodshed?" The absence of any immediate ideas on Yuji's part did not imply a lack of knowledge on Jiraiya's. How about undertaking a mission to eradicate bandits? This indeed presented a viable option, as such missions were not uncommon at the task office. Most bandits were former rogue ninjas. And regardless of Shinshu's current status as a genin, the bandits were not to be trifled with. What kind of genin would dare to become a rogue ninja and survive long enough to turn into a bandit? Wasn't this approach perhaps a bit too severe from the outset? During the training, you certainly did not exhibit such leniency. Without a little provocation, could he possibly stabilize his mindset? You are well aware of his fervent desire to step onto the battlefield. Having spoken much already, Uchiha was just about to close his eyes for a brief respite when the back door suddenly swung open. Peering over, he saw Orochimaru. The latter began with good news. Uchiha-kun, I have located the individuals you requested. Instantly, the previously languid Uchiha adopted a serious demeanor. His breath transformed abruptly. Before Jiraiya, who had been seated beside Uchiha, could react, Uchiha had already moved to Orochimaru's side. Take me to see them. Very well. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, promptly turning to leave, with Uchiha hastily following suit. Of course, before departing, he did not forget to enlist Jiraiya for assistance. Jiraiya, think of a plan, and keep an eye on Rope Tree. Jiraiya had yet to respond, but Uchiha had already grasped Orochimaru's arm and hurried away. Thus, the question lingered. Was it Uchiha mentoring a disciple, or was I merely babysitting? How did I, the illustrious Jiraiya, become a professional caretaker so swiftly? Chapter 45. Might Guy, it was merely a matter of locating someone. It was not an urgent affair. Uchiha casually conversed with Orochimaru as if taking a leisurely stroll. How did you find my composition? Quite admirable, Orochimaru replied, though he refrained from adding that it was indistinguishable from the original. Given such circumstances, Uchiha felt entirely comfortable entrusting all future scores to Orochimaru. The recording studio was also prepared, prompting Orochimaru to inquire about Uchiha's plans to record more songs. The soda factory has been established, and the equipment is already in place. Production should commence shortly. So soon? This news filled Uchiha with delight. Credit was due to Sakuja-senpai's wife. Both Tsunade and I were rather uninformed in this area. And like Jiraiya, you had become somewhat of a hands-off manager. When you have time, bring Sakuja-senpai and his family to the tavern. We should treat them well, as they have significantly aided us. How about tomorrow? That works. After we locate the individuals, we can buy some groceries, as our supplies are running low. The conversation meandered back to the purpose of their outing. Speaking of which, what exactly do you intend to achieve by having me find 2 individuals? Uchiha had only mentioned seeking out people, without ever disclosing the purpose behind it. This left Orochimaru in a state of confusion. One was considerably older, akin to Sakuja-senpai, a senior genin, while the other was soon to assume the role of the orphanage director. These 2 matters seemed unrelated. With a mysterious smile gracing his lips, Uchiha refrained from providing a direct answer. You will understand upon arrival. Orochimaru chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to press further. After all, having known Uchiha for so long, he had encountered countless surprises. What an intriguing individual he was. Thus, they continued their light-hearted conversation until Orochimaru led Uchiha to their destination, a rather modest-looking house from the outside. Knock, knock. Upon gently knocking twice on the door, it swung open, revealing not the man Yusuke sought, but a woman. Hello, may I inquire if this is the residence of Might Guy? The unexpected visitor caused the woman to feel a moment of unease. Yusuke, noticing her discomfort, quickly reassured her, Please do not worry, madam. We merely wish to seek assistance from Might Guy. To further alleviate her concerns, he added, If it helps, this is Orochimaru, a disciple of the 3rd Hokage. To emphasize his point, Yusuke nudged Orochimaru with his elbow. Orochimaru, comprehending the cue, promptly produced his Jonin headband. This display seemed to ease the woman's tension slightly. Yet her wariness remained intact. After all, Orochimaru, being a prominent figure, raised questions about what assistance he could possibly offer. Despite her reservations, the woman recognized her lack of grounds to refuse and informed Yusuke and Orochimaru, Guy is not at home. He has gone on a mission. Would you mind waiting inside for a while? Of course, came the reply. Shortly after they settled in, boisterous laughter echoed from outside. Even through the door, it was evident that the man on the other side possessed a spirited and exuberant demeanor. Orochimaru, having seen photographs, was nonetheless struck by the reality of the man before him. The visage matched the lively laughter, yet it was the vivid green jumpsuit that left Orochimaru momentarily bewildered. Yusuke had encountered Might Guy in the anime, but witnessing the live-action version was undeniably striking. Additionally, what caught Yusuke's attention was Might Guy's impeccably styled center-parted hair, evoking memories of a long-lost friend who had trained for 2.5 years. Hello, Yusuke was the first to react, greeting Might Guy. Greetings. Following a brief introduction, Yusuke proceeded to articulate the purpose of their visit. So, you wish to enlist me as the mentor for Shinosuke? Yusuke nodded. The response was immediate disbelief from Might Guy, but I am merely a genin. Orochimaru, seated beside Yusuke, shared in the astonishment. You want me to find this genin a teacher? I have great confidence in your abilities. Yusuke replied. I understand why you are still a genin. Your mastery lies solely in taijutsu, with no proficiency in ninjutsu or jinjutsu. There are classifications of ninja beyond merely genin, but such distinctions had yet to be established. Might Guy had significantly influenced the creation of these ranks and the improvement of the ninja promotion assessment system. Otherwise, the likes of Rock Lee would have remained mere genin, unable to reach their potential. I have absolute faith in your taijutsu capabilities, which is why I wish to invite you to be Shinosuke's teacher. Can I truly do this? A palpable sense of doubt crossed Might Guy's resolute face. I have faith in your abilities. As for the remuneration, you need not worry excessively, for I shall compensate you at the highest tutor's wage. I believe I need to ponder this matter further. For the current Might Guy, this represents a rather splendid opportunity. At present, due to the inadequacies of the lower ninja system, he is relegated to undertaking tasks that only a genin can accept, including, but not limited to, cat catching, a classic lower ninja mission in the world of Naruto. Where do all these cats come from? To be pursued year after year by the entire ninja realm. The rewards for such tasks are meager, which explains the financial constraints faced by Might Guy's household. Therefore, Might Guy finds himself with little reason to decline. I have agreed. Thank you for granting me this opportunity. After a moment of silence and a discussion with his wife, Might Guy ultimately chose to accept Yusuke's employment offer. As Yusuke mentioned, there was no reason to refuse. The arrangements were swiftly made, and Yusuke and Orochimaru took their leave. It was time for this couple, who had supported each other thus far, to experience their own joy. Remember to visit the Angel's Gift tomorrow, the address is. After waving goodbye, Yusuke departed with Orochimaru from Might Guy's residence. Is Might Guy truly adept in taijutsu? After walking a while, Orochimaru inquired of Yusuke. Since Yusuke did not allow S.H. Ju to call him master, Orochimaru remained S.H. Ju's sole teacher. Thus he must tread carefully in his guidance of S.H. Ju. Can he nearly kick you to death? Orochimaru chuckled at this remark, yet Yusuke seemingly jested further. I am not joking. Let us go. We have guests to entertain tomorrow, and you promised to accompany me to buy groceries. For such errands, I believe we should summon Tsunade. This is precisely why I wish for you to become Hokage. Having Tsunade in that role would squander the precious time between the two of us. Orochimaru paid little heed to this, though it merely reflected his inability to comprehend Yusuke's thought process. Chapter 46. For the sake of the ninja ranking system, let us make Orochimaru Hokage. The Angel's Gift, backyard. Hurry up. The path of youth stretches straight ahead of you. Today marks Might Guy's first day here, and he has already begun training S.H. Ju. S.H. Ju runs ahead while Might Guy chases behind. As for Yusuke, who invited Might Guy, he is leisurely reclining in a chair, sipping the concoction he has prepared, reveling in the moment. My invitation to Might Guy was not solely for the purpose of imparting taijutsu to S.H. Ju, but also to carve out some time for my own respite. Although it appears that training is being undertaken with great zeal, initially, S.H. Ju was rather unconvinced. Am I a genin? Am my teacher a genin as well? Moreover, a genin of considerable age? At such an advanced age, still a genin? While it may be harsh to label him worthless, can such a person truly teach me? Their first encounter was far from auspicious. Subsequently, both Jiraiya and S.H. Ju received a thorough reprimand. Originally, Shunshu intended to spar with Might Guy, but to prevent Shunshu from remaining unconvinced after the match, Yusuke directly imposed a higher intensity on Guy. Consequently, he arranged for Jiraiya to fight Might Guy. Jiraiya exclaimed, "Is my chakra unit now measured against Kakashi, making me a combat unit?" Naturally, during their confrontation, they exclusively employed taijutsu. Having selected a taijutsu instructor, Shunshu conceded this particular aspect. Once the two truly engaged in battle, Shunshu was compelled to acknowledge Might Guy's prowess. The dynamic between Might Guy and Jiraiya mirrored that of Yusuke and Jiraiya. From the outset, Jiraiya found himself ensnared in Guy's aggressive rhythm. The distinction lay in the fact that Yusuke and Jiraiya utilized ninjutsu, whereas this encounter was a pure taijutsu duel. Thus, throughout the match, Jiraiya was relentlessly pressured. While Shunshu could not discern the underlying causes, Yusuke observed with clarity. Might Guy was in a state of overexertion today, and coupled with Jiraiya's slight underestimation, it was no wonder that Guy seemed to dominate so effortlessly. In his quest to remain here and secure a promising future, he unleashed his full potential, overwhelming Jiraiya. As for Shunshu, this was the price he paid for his earlier disdain. Consequently, he could only acquiesce. To have the opportunity to learn from such a taijutsu master, Shunshu felt elated. Shinshu, am a collector of teachers. He exclaimed. Sir, are you truly a genin? Shinshu blinked with wide, inquisitive eyes, fixating on the uniquely styled Might Guy. Indeed, I am a genin, the cat emperor of Konoha, Might Guy. From now on, I shall be your taijutsu instructor. After both introduced themselves, Might Guy eagerly led Shinshu into training. The method of training left Jiraiya's face twitching uncontrollably. Young one, for the sake of our unquenchable youth, let us run 5,000 laps before sunset. Sure. Although Shinshu was momentarily swept up by Guy's fervor, he soon recognized something amiss. 5,000 laps. Indeed, young one. Let us commence. Returning to the present, Yusuke reclined comfortably while Jiraiya rushed over to steal a moment of respite. Is this really all right? Starting with 5,000 laps? No problem, Yusuke replied nonchalantly, his tone imbued with a sense of indifference that Jiraiya interpreted as confidence. In Naruto, there is a specific episode dedicated to Might Guy's tutelage of the future Rock Lee, which includes the 5,000 lap storyline. For Shinshu, 5,000 laps exceeded his limits slightly, yet remained within acceptable bounds. If he found it problematic, he could simply defeat Guy, proving that the taijutsu education he received was superior to Guy's. Did Jiraiya lose? Before Jiraiya could voice his thoughts, the voice of Orochimaru suddenly echoed from behind them. Indeed. Do you still regard this taijutsu instructor I found as inadequate? If you can defeat Jiraiya, he must possess considerable merit. Orochimaru was compelled to concede that he had underestimated Might Guy, who had triumphed over Jiraiya, a genin. Upon reflecting on this, Orochimaru directed a gaze towards Jiraiya that carried a hint of both pity and relief. Thankfully, it wasn't me. According to the evaluations in the Book of the Beheaded, until he was sealed by the 10th sword, Orochimaru's physical prowess was rated only at 7, while Jiraiya stood at 9. Thus, if Jiraiya was defeated, it was certain that he himself would fare even worse. Yusuke smiled quietly, refraining from comment. It was evident that Daisuke had yet to reach his limits. Daisuke had not yet mastered the forbidden technique, the 8 gates, which he had only comprehended after 2 decades of diligent training. Although it remained uncertain when this 20-year period commenced, Daisuke was still unacquainted with it. However, he was close to achieving it. Thus, Daisuke was still in a phase of personal growth and advancement. Yusuke aimed to foster mutual improvement between Ju and Daisuke. While it was advisable for Ju to refrain from learning the 8 gates, being a life-risking technique, Daisuke's physical skills, independent of that, were indeed formidable. Yet, even in the absence of the 8 gates, Jiraiya's defeat left Orochimaru utterly astonished. How could such a formidable individual be relegated to the status of a mere genin? I sense your disdain for the current ninja system. Orochimaru chuckled awkwardly. He indeed harbored a desire to critique the prevailing ninja structure. A person of such strength, confined to the rank of a genin merely for his expertise in taijutsu, earning a meager salary while leading a frugal life with his wife. Why not aspire to become Hokage? Once in that position, you could enact any changes you desired. Yusuke interjected playfully, reminding him not to forget to replace the upper echelons with his own people. Otherwise, even if he wished to effect change, he would find himself powerless. Please, spare me your jesting. Orochimaru took a seat beside Yusuke, both of them now observing the training grounds. Yusuke, you continuously urge Orochimaru to pursue the role of Hokage. Yet why do you not encourage me to do so? Jiraiya leaned closer to Yusuke, perplexed by his inquiry. Yusuke tilted his head, glancing at Jiraiya. From Yusuke's expression, Jiraiya sensed a hint of disdain. The hat of Hokage lies before you, yet you show no desire to occupy that position. Your aspiration to become Hokage, in my view, mirrors Ju's longing to battle on the front lines. Jiraiya, slightly indignant, promptly countered, nonsense. If Ju continues training at this pace, he should be on the battlefield soon. Once he faces the battlefield, he will truly understand what it entails, and when you become Hokage, you will comprehend the nature of the higher echelons of Konoha. By that time, even if offered the position, you may not wish to accept it. This was the first instance where Yusuke spoke so candidly, primarily out of concern that Jiraiya might not grasp the underlying message. Although these words might seem somewhat unconventional, articulating them plainly often proves to be the most persuasive. Chapter 47. The first encounter with Kakashi Hatake. This topic eventually fizzled out. Yusuke did not anticipate that a mere exchange of a few simple sentences could alter Jiraiya's perspective. Planting a seed of thought was sufficient. After all, He had not significantly influenced the third Hokage. He would continue to fulfill his responsibilities in due course. At that moment, it resembled a scene involving the third Hokage's small group. He slanders us. The judge inquired, "How has he slandered you?" The group retorted, "He recounted our actions." This set off a series of events in Konoha that ultimately led to Jiraiya's departure from the village in search of inspiration. This was also one of the reasons Jiraiya declined the position of Hokage when Tsunade and Mito Menyen proposed it following the third's demise. The topic dissipated, and the three individuals shifted to a different conversation. However, prolonged conversation was not ideal, and with three of them present, Yusuke thought of an activity, Do-Di-Ju, a card game. Unfortunately, Tsunade was absent that day. By evening, Tsunade returned from the hospital and immediately noticed the trio engrossed in their game. She promptly grabbed Yusuke's shoulder, requesting him to explain the rules. After a brief introduction, Tsunade's interest was piqued. It sounded far more engaging than the games at the casino. Eagerly, she pulled Yusuke and the others to begin playing. However, just as the cards were dealt and before anyone could organize their hands, the tavern door swung open. Before the words were fully spoken, Tsunade's gaze fell upon the figure at the entrance, and she abruptly halted mid-sentence. Yusuke turned to look as well. He did not recognize the woman, but the man was instantly familiar, Konoha's Shikamaru, Kakashi's father. Overwhelmed by a sense of having missed an opportunity, Tsunade quickly greeted Shikamaru, "Senpai." Jiraiya and Orochimaru followed suit, while Yusuke, unsure of how to address him, ultimately opted for the same term as Jiraiya and Orochimaru. "Greetings, Senpai. My wife insisted on bringing me here, and I apologize for any inconvenience caused," Shikamaru replied warmly. "We had no idea you were free, Senpai. We assumed you were quite busy, hence we did not invite you." Orochimaru said apologetically. "Not at all. I'm merely here for a meal," Shikamaru reassured. "Ah, Shikamaru, it's been a while. Dai, what brings you here?" "I'm here to tutor," Dai responded cheerfully. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were Shikamaru's juniors, while Might Dai was his contemporary. Observing the camaraderie, the two engaged in conversation. "Let us play again sometime. There will be plenty of opportunities, and I know numerous games," Yusuke whispered to Tsunade before cheerfully heading into the kitchen. Shikamaru's wife, noticing Yusuke's departure, began to converse with Tsunade. As women, they found common ground to discuss. "Wow, so that's the Yusuke you mentioned? You two seem quite compatible," she remarked. "Not at all. He can cook too, which is wonderful. You wouldn't believe how much Shikamaru relies on me to prepare his meals despite his outwardly glamorous life." She chuckled. In the meanwhile, the atmosphere in the room became somewhat awkward for Jiraiya and Orochimaru. After exchanging glances, they chose to join Yusuke in the kitchen. When Yusuke emerged, the room welcomed an additional presence, Might Guy's wife, whom Yusuke had specifically invited to join them for dinner. It was merely a meal, and the more, the merrier. "Delicious," exclaimed Shikaku's wife, her eyes sparkling with delight as she praised Tsunade after savoring a bite of Yusuke's culinary creation. "Wait, I cooked the rice." Why is she praising Tsunade? Yet, seeing Tsunade's joyful expression, Yusuke felt a sense of satisfaction. The flavors were indeed exquisite. He yearned to learn the secrets behind such dishes. With Guy's wife now partaking in the conversation, the women gathered closely. "Young man, you must be Mikami Yusuke. Am I correct?" "Indeed," Yusuke nodded, eager to discern what this esteemed Konoha White Fang wished to convey. He held a deep respect for this legendary figure, tinged with a sense of regret. He admired the sentiment expressed in his words. Those who break the rules are scum. Those who do not cherish their comrades are even lesser. Such notions might have seemed somewhat naive to the middle-aged Shikaku at the time. Nevertheless, having a teammate with such principles offered a profound sense of security. A man who fell victim to rumors, or perhaps to the machinations of political strife. "Danzo, come out and take the blame," Shikaku jested. "Don't be so tense. I know many people who have recently been discussing something called the Angelic Gift, claiming that the wine of the Angelic Gift is the finest in the entire ninja world." Shikaku examined the liquid in his glass and remarked to Yusuke, "I never anticipated arriving here in such a capacity." He took a sip of his drink, which indeed lived up to the accolades of being the finest in the ninja realm. "You are welcome to visit often, if you aren't fond of alcohol. We will also provide non-alcoholic beverages." This was quite agreeable. Shikaku could not focus solely on Yusuke. Soon, conversations flourished among Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Guy, and Yusuke, traversing a multitude of topics, from training to family planning, and from the joys of parenthood to teaching. As their dialogue flowed, Jiraiya and Orochimaru even engaged Shikaku in a discussion about the phrase, "Let the winds guide you." In the midst of their chatter, Shikaku paused dramatically, then suddenly made an intriguing comment about Yusuke. "You possess a remarkably unique potential." To others, this might have appeared as a mere passing remark. Yet Yusuke recalled a passage from the Book of Formation, which mentioned that Shikaku possessed the keen insight to perceive the potential in others, once foretelling that Might Guy would become a formidable rival to his beloved son, Kakashi. So, was this insight at play? "I cannot see through you," Shikaku continued, "but I sense an energy within you capable of transforming others and altering the future." This assessment was perplexing, difficult to categorize as strictly positive or negative. However, Yusuke, as the subject of this evaluation, grasped Shikaku's intent. Unable to articulate his thoughts, Shikaku could only offer a slightly awkward smile to navigate past the discourse. As the conversation shifted, Yusuke raised his glass filled with cola, inviting everyone. "Shall we toast with cola?" The others chuckled in agreement. Cheers. Chapter 48. Become an Idol. Yao Shi Nao Yu. Where is Ms. Yao Shi Nao Yu? This is not the first time Orochimaru has visited the orphanage, but this time he comes with a different mindset. "You are looking for the director, are you not? Please follow me." "Thank you." Standing beside Orochimaru, Yusuke's expression is not as tumultuous as Orochimaru's. He exudes a sense of ease. The two follow the girl's lead into the room, where they indeed find the object of their search, Yao Shi Nao Yu. In truth, when Orochimaru sought out Might Guy, he had already uncovered Yao Shi Nao Yu's identity. However, he had then added that she had only recently become the director of the orphanage, which caused Yusuke to refrain from acting hastily towards her. Thus, at that moment, it was only natural that Yusuke did not disclose her identity to him. Yao Shi Nao Yu gazes at the two individuals seated before her, her expression wavering. The conversation from their previous encounter remains vivid in her mind. The sudden visit of these two, followed by their invitation for her to join some idol program at a music company, left her bewildered. While she recognized each word, strung together, they rendered her mind in a state of confusion. After a brief understanding, she realized they were inviting her to become a singer. Can one earn a living as a singer? In the current ninja world, the answer is decidedly negative. Surviving itself is a challenge. People hardly possess the luxury to spend their resources on listening to songs. Nevertheless, the presence of Orochimaru across from her instilled a modicum of belief in her. After all, recently, a certain cola had garnered much popularity in Konoha, with reports of it being sold in other countries. Hence, wealth certainly exists. Yet her own identity prevented Yao Shi Nao Yu from articulating her decision at that moment. Although Yusuke's earnest plea for the children of the orphanage, "Please become an idol," deeply resonated with her, igniting a flicker of hope within her soul, which had long been shackled, she ultimately refrained from giving a direct answer. This exchange birthed two individuals whose expressions were difficult to articulate, prompting an inexplicable urge to laugh from Yusuke. Orochimaru had been informed by Yusuke of Yao Shi Nao Yu's true identity. This Yao Shi Nao Yu is affiliated with Danzo's root, and notably, she belongs to an unregistered faction of mercenaries. Currently, Orochimaru had not allied himself with Danzo, and, under Yusuke's influence, harbored a profound disdain and wariness towards Danzo. Thus, he contemplated withdrawing from this undertaking entirely, even inquiring if Yusuke had a fever. This prompted Orochimaru to receive a swift punch from Yusuke. "My forehead has yet to be touched, even by Tsunade." Consequently, Yusuke found himself compelled to patiently explain to Orochimaru that Yao Shi Nao Yu is, in fact, a good person. He endeavored to establish a positive image for this renowned wandering priestess, who sought to extricate herself from Danzo's control. Indeed, this was the initial reason for not acting against Yao Shi Nao Yu. She had only just assumed her role as the director of the orphanage. Several months have elapsed, and the pharmacist Yano Yu has cultivated a sense of belonging to the orphanage. It is only now that Yusuke intends to engage with Yano Yu. The reasons for Yano Yu's inner turmoil are somewhat akin to this. Long time no see. Yusuke's gaze traversed the faces of the two individuals, whose expressions fluctuated unpredictably, and a genuine smile blossomed upon his face. It has indeed been a while. As Yano Yu nodded, she forcefully suppressed her inner conflicts. Following Yusuke's last visit with Orochimaru, Danzo summoned her to the root. This explains Yano Yu's current demeanor. Danzo inquired about Yusuke's intentions. After Yano Yu candidly disclosed the truth to Danzo, He insisted that she must partake in this plan and convey Yusuke's messages. This development was anticipated by Yusuke, intensifying his desire to smile each time he pondered it. Danzo, do you suppose I am aware that Yanoyu is one of your own? In that moment, Orochimaru found himself at a loss for how to express his feelings towards Yanoyu, delegating the negotiations to Yusuke. Madam Yanoyu, I wonder if, after some contemplation, you would be inclined to join our Fool's Company Idol project. Yanoyu was acutely aware that her expression may have been excessive after a prolonged moment. She finally mustered a smile and replied, I shall join. Though uncertain of how much of her decision was influenced by Danzo's commands, Yusuke held firm in his belief, my people will eventually belong to me. During this visit, Yusuke had foreseen that Danzo would orchestrate Yanoyu's proximity to him, and under such circumstances, he had prepared a contract in advance. Yanoyu readily affixed her signature. Let us look forward to a fruitful collaboration. After a simple handshake, Yusuke proposed an excursion to the recording studio. Upon arriving at Orochimaru's recording facility, Yusuke began instructing Yanoyu on vocal techniques. Subsequently, he had her experiment with the songs Bluebird and Silhouette. In his rendition of Bluebird, Orochimaru presented the male version, while Yanoyu's interpretation differed distinctly from Yusuke's. Selling Yanoyu's music would undoubtedly yield greater profits than that of Qianlai Jin. Once Yanoyu was adequately trained, her songs would surely be more lucrative. The outcome was promising. As the sole staff member present, Orochimaru provided Yanoyu with commendable feedback after the recording session, once again astonished by Yusuke's discerning eye for talent. Both Might Guy and Yanoyu had been recommended to him, each possessing unique gifts, and indeed, Yusuke had unearthed their potential. If Yusuke were to hear this, he would likely exclaim it was all a misunderstanding. The pursuit of Yanoyu was merely a trial for Yusuke. He had encountered numerous singers, yet after much contemplation, Yanoyu remained the sole individual who came to mind, having previously sung an insert for a Gundam series. Furthermore, the mention of orphanages and churches easily associates with idols, which is precisely why Yusuke sought out the apothecary, Nanao. Who would have imagined that upon the first attempt, it would indeed prove successful? After exchanging a few words with Nanao, Orochimaru and his companion released her back. That night, at the root base, they inquired about the idol program they wanted you to join. What was its true purpose? They merely asked me to sing 2 songs. Was that all? Yes, just that. Danzo interjected, pondering the intentions of this individual. Chapter 49. The oncoming war, do not dwell on it, with your dice rolling skills. Repeatedly landing on 7 elements and pairing it with a completely unrelated die, how do you expect to defeat me? Jiraiya beamed at his cards, a triumphant smile illuminating his face as he gazed at Tsunade. I concede. Standing opposite Yusuke, Tsunade cast her cards onto the table, her demeanor steeped in frustration. Despite her dismay, she felt compelled to retaliate against Jiraiya's smugness. What are you so proud of? If you have the guts, challenge Yusuke. Winning against me is hardly an achievement. I haven't stooped so low as to compete against the creator of this game. I'd rather not play at all. As Jiraiya began to tidy up the cards and dice, Tsunade quickly interrupted, eager to gather her own set. Yusuke, observing the scene with an exasperated smile, could hardly believe that Tsunade, despite the game being crafted for her, consistently lost yet remained so invested. Though she struggled to concoct her own beverages like cola or Qianlai Jin, she could certainly manage the 7 sacred summons. In the days when funds were scarce, Tsunade often contemplated indulging in gambling. However, ever since the explosion of cola sales a few months prior, yielding a substantial profit, her disposition appeared to shift. She became increasingly conflicted, torn between visiting the casino and allowing her wealth to accumulate. Both pursuits exuded an irresistible allure, captivating her attention. To alleviate Tsunade's internal conflict, Yusuke had devised the 7 sacred summons to provide her with a distraction. The pairing of the Cat's Tail Tavern with the 7 sacred summons posed no issues whatsoever. Just as they were about to determine who would go first, the door swung open forcefully. Orochimaru, the excitement radiating from him, was palpable. Yusuke quickly inquired, what has transpired? The latest news. Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Village, has launched a surprise attack on the Land of Iron. This is no trivial matter. It signifies war between nations. Jiraiya was the first to react, promptly sharing what he knew. The Land of Iron, if I recall correctly, is a neutral state. Can it be that Hanzo has turned against a neutral nation? Orochimaru, now composed, took a seat at the counter and nodded at Jiraiya. This is indeed a signal of impending war. With such alarming news, Tsunade lost all interest in card games. Yusuke, what is your perspective? A momentous announcement from Orochimaru has caused quite a stir among the populace, yet he has been quietly observing Kai all along. Kai's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this turn of events all along, treating it with an air of indifference. Did Kai foresee this from the very beginning? He merely shrugged, offering a nonchalant response. Over time, Orochimaru has seen through Kai. He is simply concealing his true capabilities. It is only when he cannot suppress his desire to share that he utters astonishing statements. Absent this urge, no inquiry would elicit a word from him. You know, my question isn't about that, Orochimaru interjected, pausing briefly before adding, let us consider it casual conversation. Upon hearing this, Kai slightly lifted his gaze to meet Orochimaru's eyes. After receiving a nod of acknowledgement, Kai took a moment to pour a drink for both Orochimaru and himself before articulating his thoughts. This appears to be a trial by Hanzo. A trial? This response was one Orochimaru could scarcely have anticipated. A trial of aggression against a small nation, provoking a reaction from the larger powers. After testing the small nation, his next target would likely be the larger ones. The nations in question would be the three neighboring ones, the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of earth, all of which have been embroiled in conflict on his territory. If he were to express his disdain, it would most likely be directed at these three. With Konoha being formidable and the land of earth equally strong, Hanzo's last target would thus remain the land of wind. Completing Kai's train of thought was a newcomer to the establishment. Peering past Orochimaru, Kai indeed spotted the white-haired Kakashi Hatake, who entered with a cheerful demeanor. Your analysis is quite astute, Kai, Kakashi remarked, nodding in agreement with Kai's insights. However, he would likely be unaware of the subsequent developments. Hanzo would dare to issue a declaration of war against three nations simultaneously. This was only the beginning. Yet, to proclaim it now would undoubtedly elicit disbelief. Indeed, Hanzo is formidable, but he governs a mere small locale like the Rain Village, where his prowess is singular. Though his abilities are well suited for clearing the battlefield, many still view them as insufficient, particularly the current Sannin, Kakashi, and the Hokage. Senior, what brings you here? Jiraiya exclaimed upon noticing Kakashi's arrival, quickly greeting him. Just thought I would drop by, Kakashi replied, exuding a relaxed demeanor as he settled beside Orochimaru. Same old routine then. Very well, Kai replied, beginning to prepare a drink for Kakashi. It had been several months since their initial encounter, and over this time, Kai and Kakashi had grown increasingly familiar with one another. Kakashi's early impression on Kai mirrored that of the anime, a reliable senior figure. As familiarity deepened, the image of Tsukumo underwent a slight transformation. Beneath his exterior, there remained a hint of eccentricity. This was particularly evident when Yujin witnessed an instance of rope training, observing Tsukumo unleash a forbidden technique. Indeed, it was the bodily technique known as Chakra Thousand Years of Death. With a single strike, he left his opponent incapacitated for several days. Now, Yujin understood from whom Kakashi had inherited his peculiarities. According to the Hidden Mist Ninja, it was precisely due to the fearsome lethality of the 1,000 Years of Death that Tsukumo was dubbed the White Fang of Konoha. Kakashi himself remarked that his own 1,000 Years of Death paled in comparison to Tsukumo's. This suggested that Tsukumo had indeed employed this technique on the battlefield. A notion both absurd and humorous, yet it also evoked a sense of tension. Gazing into his cup of wine, Tsukumo sighed. War is approaching. Indeed, it was imminent. Yujin set the drink before himself, mentally adding, yet there are still matters that require attention beforehand. Chapter 50, Divination and the Future that evening. Orochimaru spoke of Hanzo's surprise assault on the Land of Iron while basking in the Angel's Gift. Following the debriefing, Yujin returned home, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. With neither Hymen nor Tsunade awake at such an hour, Yujin resolved to occupy himself. He clasped his hands before him and traced a simple circle in the air. At the moment the circle converged, a luminous, patterned disc materialized before him. Mona's unique talent, the art of astrology. While divination is not infallible, to neglect its use is utterly unwise. Furthermore, Yujin was aware of impending events and merely sought to ascertain their sequence. Even if there were some backlash, it would likely be minimal. Without the act of divination, one might as well ask the author Kishimoto to arrange the forthcoming events. He might struggle to provide clarity. 1,000 individuals harbor 1,000 interpretations of Hamlet. Likewise, within that multitude exist 1,000 timelines of the Hokage, each unable to persuade the other. This phenomenon, akin to perception, is challenging to alter. Having sensed that no one was watching, Yujin began to manipulate the star disk he had conjured. After experimenting with several disks and formulating predictions about future events, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. With a flick of his wrist, he dispersed the star disks. The results aligned closely with his prior analysis of the timelines. Once he comprehended the sequence of events, he proceeded to assess his current capabilities and devise a means to engage in these matters. First, regarding his existing powers, it had been 3 months since he had sought out Might Guy, and he had possessed the system for just over 5 months. Including the Dust Song Jar, he currently wielded 6 5-star entities, with the 7th nearing completion. Hu Tao, Mona, Dialek, Ganyu, Ruashue, and the Fire Element God Eye, along with the Dust Song Jar. Thus, his eyes now emitted not only hues of blue and green, but also red. The characters in this narrative are quite commendable, particularly Ganyu, the elemental bowman specializing in cryo damage. Ganyu's exceptional prowess is attributed to the weapon Aqua Simulacra. This 5-star bow is regarded as a versatile armament suitable for all archers, boasting impressive attributes, including a noble critical damage of 882. However, the weapon's abilities seem somewhat average when applied to Ganyu. Beyond Ganyu, with the acquisition of the Pyro Vision, both Hu Tao and Dialek, the fire element characters, have proven to be formidable. The 4-star characters are numerous, and creating a seamless skill combination poses no challenge. In addition to the 5-star weapons and characters, the diverse array of armaments and artifacts within the system's inventory instills a profound sense of security in Yusuke. The impending Second War is indeed of paramount importance, not merely to mitigate the occurrence of tragedies, but also to dismantle the small faction led by the 3rd generation. The Second War undoubtedly represents the most opportune moment to uproot this group. Waiting until the 3rd War would be too late, significantly disrupting Yusuke's daily life with Tsunade. As for how to engage in these matters, Yusuke finds himself in a quandary, for his current outward identity as a blind person is a label he cannot easily shed. Being blind inherently limits one in numerous aspects, such as participating in battles. The more he contemplates, the more vexed and stifled he feels. Ultimately, he resorts to a glass of wine to lull himself into slumber, a routine that has evidently persisted for quite some time. Today, Tsunade chose not to play cards with Jiraiya, but instead walked behind the counter. Noticing the absence of summons for the 7 Saints, Jiraiya returned to the backyard to continue training with Minato and the others. With the tavern yet to open, only Yusuke and Tsunade remained. "You seem to be in a rather poor state of mind lately," Tsunade remarked, catching Yusuke off guard. "Is that so?" "Indeed." Initially, Yusuke contemplated brushing it off nonchalantly, but Tsunade solemnly nodded, adding insightfully that she had discerned the cause. "You haven't shown that mischievous smile in quite some time." Yusuke was at a loss for words. Was she evaluating his mental state based on whether he desired to engage in mischief? Was that not a tad dismissive? "I understand you harbor many unspoken secrets. Yet I believe that sometimes it does not hinder me from conveying that I have always been by your side." Despite Tsunade's typically boisterous demeanor, Yusuke felt no discomfort at her delicate words. Of course, this sentiment somewhat embarrassed Tsunade, as a blush crept onto her cheeks, making her appear even more delectable. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he lacked the courage to take a bite, ultimately settling beside Tsunade. "I promised Granny Mito that I would take good care of you," she said, but she misunderstood one thing. "Oh." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, the weight of responsibility he felt began to dissipate significantly. As Tsunade gazed at Yuji, she was met with his reassuring smile. At that moment, Yuji looked back at Tsunade and declared, "Indeed, all my aspirations and intentions revolve around your happiness. I am already quite content." He shook his head, adding, "Not only in the present, but also in the future, our future." Tsunade offered no reply. Instead, she extended a hand to rest gently upon Yuji's head. He felt a soft, gentle force guiding him downward. Taken aback, Yuji found himself in a moment of daze, during which Tsunade had already maneuvered his body to execute the action he desired. He felt his head nestled against something pleasantly soft. "Oh my, a knee pillow, and one where I can't see the face. Since this is our future, let us embark on this journey together." Tsunade's voice echoed from the mountains that obscured their view. Of course, Yuji adjusted his position to enhance his comfort and replied softly, "It seems my timing is rather unfortunate." Upon entering, Orochimaru immediately caught sight of the intimate interaction between Tsunade and Yuji, a rare blush of embarrassment crossing his usually stoic face. "No, your timing is quite impeccable." This statement only intensified Orochimaru's struggle to restrain his impulse to flee. "Jiraiya and the others are in the backyard." "All right." Orochimaru nodded, flustered, and hurried toward the backyard, avoiding any glance in Tsunade and Yuji's direction. "What a situation this is," Tsunade mused, noticing the mischievous grin still lingering on Yuji's face from earlier. "By the way, could you do me a favor? Find a way to send this to the Land of Waves in Lord Mito's name." Chapter 51. The Bell Sword and the Special Weapon of Shinjuro. After indulging in a tender moment together, Yuji eventually opened the door to commence their business, while Jiraiya and Orochimaru returned to the tavern. What was all the urgency about? The situation in the southwestern region has become increasingly tense. The third Hokage has tasked me with leading a team of ninjas on a mission. The direction of the Land of Fire leads toward the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain. This time, I intend to take Shinjuro with me. Yuji hesitated momentarily, but upon lowering his gaze, he noticed Shinjuro behind Jiraiya, struggling to contain his excitement. Keeping him cooped up isn't ideal either, is it? Besides, Shinjuro has been performing admirably these past few months, even encountering battles during missions. It seems reasonable to take him along with Orochimaru. After careful consideration, Yuji nodded at Shinjuro. "Very well, but please ensure your safety. When do we depart?" Yuji casually inquired, to which Orochimaru promptly replied, "Right now. If possible, I would love a drink before we leave. Then I shall prepare a complimentary celebratory drink for you upon your return from the mission." They exchanged smiles. And after their brief conversation, Orochimaru was ready to escort Shinjuro out. Wait. Just as Orochimaru was about to lead Shinjuro away, Yuji suddenly called out to them. Orochimaru and Shinjiro simultaneously turned around, and after their rotation, Orochimaru distinctly perceived that Yuji's expression had grown cold. A lack of proper rest had left him somewhat despondent today, although a recent session of therapeutic dialogue with Tsunade had elevated his spirits momentarily. His overall mood remained subdued. A deep sigh escaped Yuji's lips as he felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, he had managed to see it in the end. He hastened to kneel before Shinjiro, fixating intently on the object around Shinjiro's neck. "Is today your birthday?" Yuji inquired, his tone icy as he scrutinized Shinjiro's neck. "Why didn't you tell me?" Shinjiro, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head but, confronted with Yuji's serious demeanor, had no choice but to respond honestly. "It's primarily because my sister mentioned you seemed troubled and advised me not to bother you. Plus, Orochimaru-sensei just said he would take me on a mission, and I was so excited that I forgot." After Shinjiro's explanation, he glanced at his mentor, who had explored many intricate strategies with him, only to find that Orochimaru's gaze remained fixed on his neck, specifically on the necklace. Yuji recognized the necklace well. It was a birthday gift from Tsunade to Shinjiro on his 12th birthday, the very necklace passed down from the first Hokage to Tsunade. Children are often easily exhilarated, particularly the day after receiving a gift. That thought suddenly flashed in Yuji's mind, accompanied by a vivid memory of Shinjiro standing outside the morgue while Orochimaru presented the necklace, uttering those same words. Had last night's divination caused him to overlook this matter? Thus, this was the occasion. Yuji quickly regained his composure and began to produce items from his belongings. "You must keep these items safe," he declared, solemnly placing several small trinkets into Shinjiro's hands. Orochimaru and the others had long grown accustomed to the peculiar items Yuji could produce seemingly from thin air. Among them were sacred relics, the flower of life from Hwagwang's dream awakening, the sands of time, the ballad of all beings, and the cup of emptiness, the gourd of awakening dreams. The death's feather of the heart of protection, the guardian emblem, and the crown of logic, the guardian binding. Since the effects of sacred relics only manifest in sets of 2 or 4, the mere 3 pieces from Hwagwang still only provided the benefits of a 2-piece set. Both sets of sacred relics shared the same effect as those of Mito's 22. However, while Mito's offered a 20 increase to health, Shinjiro's 2 sets both enhanced his defense by 30. Moreover, all primary attributes were focused on defense, an enhancement that was quite commonplace. After presenting the small items, Yuji then retrieved a 2-handed sword from behind him, the very weapon he had used to shatter Jiraiya's Earth Dragon Wave during their sparring match. Yuji was well aware that to maintain one's ground, defense was indeed crucial, but health was equally important. Thus, he opted to unveil his most prized possession, or rather, Shinjiu's signature weapon, the Bell Sword. Particularly with its weapon skill, the Rebellious Guardian, Yuji's resolve to entrust this sword to Shinjiu solidified further. Rebellious Guardian. Upon receiving damage, a shield is generated that absorbs damage equivalent to a maximum life limit of 32, lasting for 10 seconds or until the shield is depleted, and can only be triggered once every 45 seconds. While under the protection of the shield, damage dealt is increased by 24. The refinement is maximized, meaning I have drawn this wretched two-handed sword 5 times. The explosive damage is not a one-time event. However, taking damage also signifies the activation of the weapon skill of the clock sword. The damage boost while sheltered by the shield is not of paramount importance. What truly matters is the generation of the shield upon taking damage. Do you like the birthday gift I gave you? Yes. Before this, Rope Tree trained with a 3-star white iron great sword, and now, this clock sword undoubtedly boasts a more striking appearance. As he proudly secures the chocolate-colored great sword behind him, patting Rope Tree's shoulder with a smile, Yusuke said, "Go on, be careful." Yes. With that, Orochimaru led Rope Tree out the door. As for obstructing Rope Tree, that was his own choice. Yusuke knew he was powerless to stop it. He bore the weight of a grandfather who overshadowed the current ninja world, the pressure from the first Hokage, which simultaneously served as Rope Tree's motivation. By accepting this necklace, it meant that in this lifetime, he had already set the first Hokage as his goal. When Tsunade gifted him the necklace on Rope Tree's 12th birthday, he had uttered a phrase that encapsulated why he cherished this gift. Not merely the necklace, but the entire village is a treasure of the first Hokage, and I shall protect it fervently because I am the grandson of the founding Hokage of Konoha. Watching Rope Tree's figure fade into the distance, Yusuke momentarily lost his focus. Upon turning back, he spotted Tsunade. "Are you feeling jealous of your younger brother?" Tsunade did not respond, but posed her own question. "How did you know today is Rope Tree's birthday? Didn't you say you would give him the necklace on his birthday?" "Did I say that?" Tsunade tried to recall, but could not remember at all. Perhaps it was after drinking? "What do you want to eat tonight?" Chapter 52 Rope Tree. Have you eaten? Rope Tree, with the massive sword on his back, stood out remarkably in the marching group. Or rather, he was an eyesore, as ninjas from Konoha typically do not wield such types of weapons. Even those who use ninja blades usually opt for slender types. None would possess a sword whose blade nearly rivals the width of their own door. Thus, Rope Tree successfully became the most peculiar figure in the crowd. Beyond being odd, there was also a strong recognition of Rope Tree's prowess. Although the sword he carried appeared to be the heaviest burden in the group, in reality, Rope Tree consistently maintained the second position within the entire team, with Orochimaru holding the first. Throughout the journey, Orochimaru kept a watchful eye on Rope Tree, and upon witnessing Rope Tree's ease, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Simultaneously, he silently acknowledged Yusuke's assessment of Shoju when discussing him. It appeared that he had indeed indulged Shoju to some extent in the past. Logically, at this level of combat, a mere genin like Shoju should not be involved. However, as a student of multiple teachers, Shoju now had 5 mentors, including Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Yusuke, Might Guy, Jiraiya, and also the esteemed Hatake Tsukumo. Hatake primarily instructed in the advanced techniques of body arts, but also provided guidance to Shoju, not merely engaging in whimsical antics. Under the tutelage of these 5 individuals, Shoju had long been capable of participating in the Chunin exams, aspiring to become a Chunin, and with further practice, he was nearing the strength of a Jounin. He simply had not pursued it until now. Thus, Shoju's prowess was undoubtedly sufficient for the task at hand. The objective of this mission was to infiltrate the hidden village of Tsunade within the Land of Fire, targeting a group of 9 ninjas, 2 of whom were of the Shizui clan. Once I dealt with the sentries, the remaining members were to directly enter their camp, aiming to eliminate the remaining foes without raising any alarms. Understood? Excellent. Everything shall proceed according to plan. With a swift motion, Orochimaru's right hand transformed into 4 serpents, akin to fishing lines, and plunged fiercely into the necks of the 2 sentries. Bound and suffocated by the snakes, the 2 watchmen swiftly succumbed to unconsciousness amidst their agony. Hiss. My brother-in-law's voice always simulates that sound in my ear. Growing weary of it, it often invaded my dreams, prompting me to inquire Yusuke about its nature. He had replied, It is the sound of an explosive tag in its preparatory phase. Now, that sound resurfaced in Shoju's ears, emanating from the tents before him. Everyone, retreat behind me. The ninjas accompanying Orochimaru on this mission were merely chunin, not born of the war era. They lacked the discernment for something as commonplace on the battlefield as explosive tags. Their sensitivity to the sound of explosive tags was indeed inferior to Shoju's, who had undergone special training from Yusuke to hone his awareness of such sounds. In a moment of urgency, Shoju successfully positioned himself ahead of all the ninjas. Though somewhat bewildered by the situation, they instinctively chose to heed Shoju's words. Throughout their journey, Shoju had consistently occupied the second position, just behind Orochimaru, which served as a testament to his abilities. This recognition led the others to trust his judgment and swiftly align themselves behind him. As they approached the camp, their formation remained relatively tight. When Shoju drew his bell sword and positioned it before himself, all the ninjas had gathered behind him. Holding the bell sword upright with one hand, he endeavored to shield both his own body and the ninjas behind him as much as possible. Meanwhile, with one hand forming seals, he executed the earth-style technique, Earth Flow Wall. This particular ninjutsu was the one Yuji had insisted Shoshu practice the most. Through relentless training in the speed of seal formation, the rapid ascent of the Earth Flow Wall, and the manipulation of its shape, Shoshu had already become a master of this technique. Furthermore, to ensure maximum protection, Shoshu raised 3 walls simultaneously. However, just as he completed this formidable task, and the walls had risen halfway, the explosion finally erupted. It was not due to a delay in the detonation seal, but rather because Shoshu was even faster. By the time the seal was triggered, the explosion had already occurred after Shoshu had accomplished his defenses. Boom! The violent shockwave, the gusting winds, and the scorching flames were all kept at bay by the Earth Flow Wall and the Bell Sword, shielding Shoshu from the chaos. The once cumbersome sword now exuded an unparalleled sense of security. Naturally, Orochimaru heard the explosion, and upon its sound, a jolt of alarm coursed through him, prompting him to sprint back to the camp. There, he witnessed Shoshu standing alone, protecting all the ninjas behind him. The only concern was that the Earth Flow Wall had only risen halfway, leaving a significant portion of Shoshu exposed to the blast radius. Hiss! It seems this Earth style needs more practice, but why does this explosion feel so lackluster? I feel I could withstand it with my body alone. Yuji replied. Then return the relic to me. As Shoshu silently assessed his earlier actions, he soon found himself enveloped in a spherical shield that encased his body. This seemed to be the protective barrier his brother-in-law had mentioned. However, there was little time for contemplation as the area had transformed into a battlefield. Seeing that the explosive seal had failed to take effect, the concealed ninjas finally emerged from the shadows. Bang! This was not a fatal blow from the Bell Sword, but rather a stunning strike. In the midst of battling these opponents, a growing confusion welled up within Shoshu. Did these individuals not eat? Why were their attacks so feeble? Given that these enemies had previously caused Orochimaru concern, he had retaliated with considerable force. Aside from Orochimaru's occasional eye-catching maneuvers, Shoshu himself had become a formidable presence, even hinting at surpassing Orochimaru. The reason for this was that he had never witnessed such a confrontation among ninjas, enduring opponents' wind-style techniques head-on and trading blows directly. Shoshu's current state resembled that of a warrior who had inadvertently stumbled into an assassin's den. In the eyes of the assassins, curiosity regarding this warrior was palpable, especially since he had just saved their lives. Chapter 53, The Leaf Barrier. Before long, all 9 ninjas were vanquished. Orochimaru stored the corpses of the sand ninjas in a sealing scroll, while the accompanying ninjas chose to encircle Shoshu. He continued to ponder why the attacks he endured had inflicted such minimal damage upon him. Prior to this moment, I had never experienced anything quite like today. The little tree began to engage its mind, reflecting on all that had transpired from yesterday to today. Thus, it was only natural for the tree to recall that before departing from Konoha, prior to receiving the angel's gift, its brother-in-law had entrusted it with the clock sword, along with what appeared to be a total of 5 small items in 2 sets. Could it be that the clock sword and those small objects were the cause? Though speculation arose within, just as the tree intended to discern whether the gifts from Yusuke had any effect, it was suddenly startled back to reality by the presence of a crowd that had gathered around it unbeknownst to its awareness. Konoha's barrier. Someone from the throng shouted. Konoha's barrier. Konoha's barrier. Konoha's barrier. After listening to Tsunade recount the tale of the little tree, Yusuke quietly repeated the title that the tree had received. This title sounded far more formidable than that of the legendary Three Ninjas. As Tsunade leaned against Yusuke, noticing his repetition of the tree's title, she casually inquired, "What do you think the tree feels about this title?" "He must be quite pleased. After all, it does begin with Konoha." Yusuke smiled, choosing not to respond. There had been instances where lower ninjas were dubbed the heroes of Konoha. Even lower ninjas could ascend to the position of Hokage. This was merely the beginning. However, it seemed that the little tree had at least succeeded in not faltering during this mission, marking the completion of one of its minor objectives. With the comfort provided by Tsunade in the past, Yusuke's spirits had significantly lightened of late. By the way, he had sent word back, expressing gratitude for the gifts bestowed upon him. It appeared that the little tree had surmised that the sacred relic he had received had indeed granted him a boon. One might wonder why Mito, having given the sacred relic, would discover its effects while the little tree had to rely on conjecture. Mito was different. She infused vitality. And being adept at perception, coupled with her advanced age, the life force imparted by the relic was akin to pouring water into a nearly drained swimming pool. The results were evidently pronounced, allowing Mito to perceive the changes directly. However, when it came to defense, the situation differed. One would only realize such an enhancement after being struck and feeling no pain, in which case one could acknowledge, my defense has increased. While the clock sword enhanced vitality, the little tree, being young and lacking Mito's perceptive prowess, naturally did not immediately sense the change upon acquiring the weapon. Nevertheless, the increase in vitality would manifest certain characteristics in a youth like the little tree, such as restlessness leading to insomnia. This time, the little tree had emerged unscathed, and its matters could be considered temporarily settled, prompting it to seek a small favor from Yusuke. Just a simple thank you. If this younger brother could not repay, then surely this elder sister could. Tsunade shot Yusuke a playful glare, lightly tapping his cheek. Just the cheek? Yusuke had contemplated pushing for more. But upon lowering his gaze, he caught Tsunade's wary expression. Broad daylight indeed. Any misstep could lead to undesirable consequences. Yet, I do not wish to hold back. Where are your hands wandering? It is merely a display of intimacy typical among couples. Indeed, nothing more than that. Since Ju last ventured to the border to undertake a mission alongside Orochimaru, he is yet to return. Shortly after Orochimaru led the team to conclude their tasks, Tsunade commenced a large-scale withdrawal of troops from the border. The rationale behind this maneuver stems from Hanzo of Mangekyō's recent assault on the Land of Iron, which was swiftly followed by an aggressive incursion into the Land of Wind. After engaging in a confrontation with Chiyo of Tsunade, he promptly retreated to his domain. YK even learned that the two had taken to exchanging derogatory monikers. Chiyo referred to Hanzo as the old man with the trachea, while Hanzo dubbed Chiyo the puppet old hag. Such absurd epithets carry an air of playful mockery, imbued with a naive clarity that renders them both foolish and amusing. This latest assault on the Land of Wind has captured the attention of the third Hokage as well. Who knows if Hanzo will again succumb to his whims and lead a raid on the Land of Fire. Consequently, the third Hokage has entrusted Shikamaru with the task of overseeing the Land of River, a small nation nestled between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, to mitigate any potential aggression from the latter. It is common knowledge that the Land of Wind, characterized by its vast deserts, has an insatiable appetite for the resources of the Land of Fire. As Shikamaru monitors the Land of Wind, Orochimaru has been dispatched to the border between Mangekyō and the Land of Fire. At first glance, this arrangement seems quite sensible, after all. In the eyes of the third Hokage and the populace, Hanzo, despite his formidable prowess, is but a single individual, and Mangekyō remains a modest ninja village. Thus, it suffices to have Orochimaru stationed there. Additionally, given that both the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire are among the 5 great nations, it is also quite reasonable to assign the more powerful Shikamaru to oversee this area. In this manner, Orochimaru was promptly deployed to the border of Mangekyō. However, when Orochimaru departed, Ju chose not to accompany him. Instead, he opted to remain in the Land of River, seamlessly transitioning to serve under Shikamaru. While these developments are manageable, one matter has left YK rather disheartened. Tsunade has journeyed to the border of Mangekyō alongside Jiraiya. Jiraiya's presence is of little consequence. What troubles YK is Tsunade's involvement. I am not merely a ninja, I am also a healer. This declaration rendered YK momentarily speechless, as he had not initially intended to argue against her choice. It is her decision to make, and he sees no reason to intervene. I support your choice. But promise me that if you encounter insurmountable difficulties on the battlefield, perhaps with the vexing water clone technique, you will seek my assistance as a sensory ninja. It may prove invaluable. Upon agreeing, Tsunade proceeded to the front lines of Mangekyō. With nearly everyone departed, the responsibility of caring for the children ultimately fell upon YK. There was also Might Guy, but YK hesitated to leave the children solely in his care, fearing he might inadvertently cause them harm. Occasionally, he found himself contemplating the significance of Jiraiya's presence in certain aspects. Time, when traversed in the moment, may seem to crawl, yet upon reflection, one realizes how swiftly it has passed. Thus, winter arrived and departed. As spring approaches, the trajectory of fate quietly shifts. Certain events are destined to occur, such as death. Chapter 54. The arrival of the shadows. Initially, the recording session commenced a tad late. On this winter night, in the recording studio of Fool's Play, Yusuke was guiding the talented Nanao Yazaki in practicing their latest song. The ensemble releasing the track was aptly named The Fools. Hence the studio's whimsical title was also coined by Yusuke. With Orochimaru absent from Konoha, the management of the studio fell entirely into Yusuke's capable hands. Had it not been for Barbara's expertise in idol culture and Xinyan's unique musical talents, the studio would have ceased operations long ago. Take a moment to breathe. Let's try that again, Yusuke instructed. Nanao Yazaki took a deep breath, paused for a moment, and nodded in acknowledgement. Her melodious voice resonated once more. Yet Yusuke's focus was somewhat fragmented. In truth, he had not intended to record a new song that day. After Watergate had spotted him practicing his marksmanship in his spare time, he had developed a keen interest in long-handled weapons. The use of blades, like those employed by Rope Tree, had become exceedingly rare, making long-handled weaponry even scarcer. Encouraged by the child's enthusiasm, Watergate had dedicated himself to training in marksmanship, particularly in the art of swirling dust. Originally, Yusuke planned to continue Watergate's training in marksmanship, but strangely, Kushina had been absent all day, prompting Yusuke to grant Watergate a reprieve. The cause of Yusuke's distraction was precisely Kushina's unexplained absence. Will it rain tomorrow? The light of wisdom glimmers. One must gaze intently before the future alters. A knock at the door abruptly interrupted Yusuke and the singing Nanao Yazaki, who remained oblivious to the intrusion. Pause for a moment. Someone has arrived, Yusuke announced, cutting off the music after just 2 lines of the climactic section. Nanao nodded, indicating her understanding. The piece currently being recorded was titled Unyielding in the Downpour, humorously dubbed the Five Shadows Joyous Song. As it was still in the recording phase and had yet to be released, it was deemed a commercial secret. Thus, singing it in the presence of outsiders was strictly prohibited. Upon opening the door, Yusuke was greeted by someone he had anticipated, a member of the Umbu. Mikami Yusuke. The Hokage seeks your presence. Understood, Yusuke replied, placing the sheet music on the table. He turned to Nanao Yazaki and said, practice on your own for now. Aim to record this song soon. Yusuke was prepared to depart, yet the Umbu member lingered at the entrance, motionless. Are you recording a new song? The question hung in the air, and Yusuke refrained from answering, as he deduced the reason for the Umbu's hesitance. Following their gaze, he noted Nanao Yazaki within the studio. Brother Yusuke, could you ask Nanao for an autograph? Ah, the address has changed. Truly, you are a devoted fan. Will you sign this? Of course, replied Yao Shi Now Yu, emerging from the recording studio with a smile. Observing her signing for the Umbu, Uchiha felt a sense of gratification. It was said that he had become a caretaker, and truthfully, guiding an adult like Yao Shi Now Yu felt akin to tending to a child. Initially, his smile had been forced and insincere, but now it had grown more genuine and grounded. With increased earnings and fewer distractions, coupled with the joy of singing, being here was decidedly preferable to laboring under Danzo's command. This signified that the influence of Danzo, who stood between them and Yao Shi Now Yu, was diminishing. Presently, her admirers were nearly ubiquitous throughout Konoha. Among them, the one who left the deepest impression on Uchiha was Hinata Hayashi, not merely because his daughter would become the future heroine, but because he was currently the president of Yao Shi Now Yu's fan club, which had been established shortly after the release of her first song, Bluebird. One couldn't help but wonder if it was appropriate for a young scion of a prominent family to behave in such a manner. You should practice your songs. I'll take my leave now. He patted the Umbu's shoulder, a reversal of roles where it seemed as though Uchiha was coaxing the Umbu along. Typically, when the Umbu escorted someone to meet the Hokage, silence reigned, yet Uchiha had altered that dynamic. The Umbu persistently inquired about various topics, ranging from Bluebird to the recent recording of Against the Sudden Rain, and from Yao Shi Yi Nao Yu to her concert. Indeed, the prospect of a public concert by the Fools League for Yi Nao Yu was tantalizing. Of course, there are plans for a concert, Uchiha mused, seizing the opportunity to undermine Danzo, especially since the Umbu was not part of his core faction. However, it seemed that the Hokage's aide, Danzo, was not inclined to permit such an event. What a pity, Uchiha lamented. Why wouldn't Danzo allow a public performance? I've seen quite a few recently. Listening to the Umbu's complaints, Uchiha found it difficult to stifle his laughter. Danzo's reluctance for Yao Shi Yi Nao Yu to perform publicly stemmed from the fact that she was, after all, a valuable asset and intelligence operative under his command. It was paramount for operatives to remain inconspicuous. As for Danzo's excuse to tease Uchiha, he claimed that her songs were unsuitable for public performance. Uchiha chose not to disclose the actual reason, allowing others to speculate, knowing full well it would irk Danzo. Without questioning the Umbu about their intentions, Uchiha followed them to their destination. Contrary to expectations, they did not arrive at the Hokage's office, but rather at the Senju clan's residence, specifically at Mito's abode. Aside from the change in seasons since his last visit, the only notable difference was the array of sealing techniques now adorning the perimeter. The Umbu gestured for him to enter, and Uchiha nodded, pushing the door open to let sunlight flood the room. Divination had long foretold the events of today to Yusuke. He found himself at a loss regarding the appropriate expression to wear. The sunlight in the room was not particularly harsh, allowing Yusuke's countenance to quickly settle into tranquility. Sadness. In the world of Naruto, where wars raged incessantly and conflicts were perpetual, many young lives were extinguished prematurely. The natural course of aging into old age could be deemed a luxury. For Mito, to pass away peacefully could, in a certain sense, be regarded as a blessing, a liberation from the burdens of being a Jinchuriki. It was a chance to reunite with the first Hokage, who had departed this world before her. Not only herself, but Mito also foresaw her own demise. Yusuke raised his foot, crossing the modest threshold, and entered the room. Chapter 55. Mito's passing. The contract is fulfilled. Within the chamber, there were 6 individuals. Sitting upon the bed were Mito and Kushina. Additionally, there were the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage's advisor, Danzo, Elder Koharu, and Mito's husband, Uzumaki Kiyomi. Kushina was leaning against Mito's window, weeping uncontrollably, while Mito tenderly stroked Kushina's hair, softly murmuring words of comfort. After a brief glance, Mito returned her focus to soothing the sobbing Kushina. Observing this, Yusuke contemplated before ultimately choosing to position himself beside the third Hokage, a step closer to Mito. As he approached, he could even hear Danzo's faint scoff. The third Hokage remained silent. Why should Danzo behave in such a manner? After a short while of comforting Kushina, Mito's gentle demeanor shifted to one of sternness. Come closer, her voice commanded, imbued with authority. A woman who had traversed the epochs since the Warring States period. And the foremost lady of the ninja world, her gentleness was matched only by her gravitas in this moment. Yusuke moved forward alongside the third Hokage and the others. Halting a few paces from the bed. Yusuke, come closer, Mito beckoned, singling him out among the 5. He stepped to her bedside. I shall assist Kushina in constructing the seal for the 9 tails, and with my final strength, I will reinforce that seal. For the next 5 years, the seal will remain intact, and after that, it will transition to a standard level of sealing. I hope that during these 5 years, Kushina can lead the life of a normal child. Kushina would graduate from the Ninja Academy at the age of 12, by which time Mito would likely have already departed from this world. Yet, in the aftermath of her graduation, there remained the possibility of Kushina being abducted by an enemy spy from the hidden Cloud Village. Mito's earlier words served as a response to this concern. However, such details were mere trifles. The crucial matter at hand was how the 4 remaining individuals, including the third Hokage, would respond. At this moment, Mito had concluded his demands and, addressing the 4 individuals, posed a question akin to a final ultimatum. Do you accept my proposal? The quartet, led by the 3rd generation, paused noticeably, their upper bodies slightly bowed, and after a brief moment, 3 of them nodded in unison. We agree. Then let Yusuke serve as the witness and overseer of this matter. Is that acceptable? The third generation and his companions realized that, at this juncture, they had no option but to acquiesce. No problem. This time, it was solely the third generation who responded. And what about the rest of you? We also agree. A flurry of anxiety crossed the faces of the remaining 3 members of Danzo, who hastily replied to Mito's inquiry. Mito turned his gaze toward Yusuke, whose attention was not directed at him, but rather at the quartet led by the third generation. Simultaneously, Yusuke's voice resonated with the authority of a bell, echoing in everyone's ears. The contract is established. Those who break their word shall face the punishment of the stone of devouring. As he spoke, a faint golden light emanated from Yusuke's eyes. However, due to the daylight and the bandages obscuring them, no one noticed. Some might dismiss Yusuke's proclamation, but he understood that when they overstepped their bounds, he would ensure they learned the true meaning of the stone of devouring's penalty. Thank you for your efforts. A smile reappeared on Mito's face, his hand that had been tenderly stroking Kushina's head abruptly halting. Now, let us attend to business. Yusuke took on the role of witness. In Mito's earlier declaration, the contract is established. Those who break their word shall face the punishment of the stone of devouring, was made before all present. Flames ignited on each of Mito's fingers, and at the center of his palm, a small, fluid orb became visible. Mito placed his hand on his abdomen, pressed down, and then gently withdrew it, revealing an orange luminous sphere in his palm. A fierce aura emanated from the orange-red orb. Yusuke recognized it. This must be the Nine Tails. Surrounding the orb, the golden sphere that had initially occupied Mito's palm transformed into a circle of golden chains, securely binding the orb and isolating a considerable portion of its energy. Tears welled up in Kushina's eyes once more. She evidently understood what would transpire once she accepted the Nine Tails. Yet, Mito had no time to wipe away her tears. Gripping the orb, he pressed it against Kushina's abdomen. As the orb fully vanished into her belly, Kushina's consciousness diminished significantly. But that was not the end. Mito began to form hand seals, and curiously, it appeared as though he was holding something in his hands. The gift you bestowed upon me shall be utilized directly. Consider it your bride price. At that moment, Yusuke discerned what Mito held. Truly, Mito was remarkable. He was directly incorporating a relic into the sealing process. The reason the Uzumaki clan naturally serves as the prime vessel for tailed beasts is inextricably linked to their immense vitality and chakra. The items in Mito's possession were the several sacred relics he had previously entrusted to her, artifacts that enhanced vitality. Placing his hand upon Kushina's abdomen, intricate patterns emerged, marking the conclusion of the seal. Upon completing this ritual, Mito's body was no longer seated but lay upon the bed. Withered hands, marked by the passage of time, gently stroked Kushina's hair for the final time. Yet, at that moment, Kushina had succumbed to slumber. Tsunade, engaged on the front lines, would not have the chance to see him one last time. It was likely she would weep for a considerable duration. This final sentiment floated lightly from Mito's lips, his voice barely audible, yet Yujin, standing close by, heard it distinctly. Kushina lay beside him, while the future beckoned to Naruto, urging him onward. Thus, Mito's greatest concern shifted to Tsunade. Mito withdrew his hand from Kushina's crimson locks, crossing his arms over his abdomen. "We shall meet again," Yujin responded softly, uncertain whether Mito had heard him. However, as Yujin's voice faded, Mito's body, indeed, his lifeless form, began to stiffen, losing warmth. The third Hokage and others sought to approach, yet Yujin positioned himself firmly in their path. "The matters of the Senju clan must now be addressed. I kindly ask you, esteemed guests, to depart from the Senju grounds. It is evident that the current circumstances are not conducive for hosting visitors." The expressions of those present shifted, becoming increasingly tumultuous, oscillating between shadow and cloud. Ultimately, each individual shook off their garments and departed from the now serene abode. Chapter 56. Reforging the Glory of the Senju Clan. A duty we cannot shirk upon my arrival in this world. The vivid crimson of my Sharingan beheld the coffins of my progenitors. Initially unfamiliar with the funerary customs of the shinobi world, I had since become adept at managing such matters. Shall we proceed with the burial? Perhaps we should wait. There are still those who have yet to return. Very well. The workers, clearly aware of the identities of those within the coffins, refrained from pressing further and stepped aside. Though the vigil could not be postponed, the formal funeral must await the arrival of those two individuals. As the sun reached its zenith, Yujin and the others finally arrived. Tsunade and Naruto approached with urgency. appearing travel-worn. Soon after, Tsunade knelt before the grave, weeping inconsolably. Despite the absence of rain and the sun shining brightly overhead, Yujin felt a desire to shield Tsunade with an umbrella. Narusuke stood beside Yujin. He did not lower his gaze but could surmise Narusuke's expression with reasonable accuracy. At that moment, perhaps his resolve to restore the glory of the Senju clan grew even stronger. Though Tsunade wept bitterly, she did not impede the burial process. Yujin embraced her, rhythmically offering gentle solace. Do you think this counts as my final farewell to my grandmother? The coffin has completely descended into the excavated pit. And Tsunade's hoarse, faint voice reaches Uchiha's ears. It is a form of solace, albeit more psychological than anything else. Nevertheless, this comfort is indeed essential. Let us return home. Very well. Upon arriving at the Senju clan grounds, the funeral is still not concluded. The tablet for Mito must be set in place, and once all attendees have gathered, there will be a return of offerings, wherein each person who presented a white envelope will receive a token of gratitude. After Uchiha has seen off all the guests, he finally drags his weary body back to Mito's room. Brother-in-law, I apologize for the trouble. Ju stands at the doorway, seemingly awaiting Uchiha's arrival. It's no trouble at all. Uchiha approaches the table to pour 2 cups of water. Come and rest a while. He appears markedly steadier now, no longer resembling the typical hot-blooded protagonist of a conventional shonen manga, but instead exhibiting potential akin to that of a secondary character or perhaps a later developed primary one. Brother-in-law, I desire to grow stronger. What is your motivation for this ambition? The true horror, more dreadful than death itself, lies in the fact that some will always seek to transgress the forbidden boundaries. They believe that only by shattering taboos can one acquire the power to defy the natural order of life and death, thus enabling encounters with those who can no longer be seen. This is commonly referred to as darkening. Indeed, I speak of you, Obito. Uchiha's inquiry into the rationale stems from a fear that Ju may stray down a misguided path. I yearn to restore the glory of the Senju clan. Determination gleams in Ju's eyes. I can wield the heart shield and the great cleansing. The first statement evokes reassurance, while the second elicits astonishment. Mito's identity is not solely that of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. She is also the wife of the first Hokage, and, for Ju, she is the last pillar capable of sustaining the Senju clan. Yet now that the pillar has fallen, Ju is intent on shouldering that responsibility. As for Tsunade, she remains too young. Ju cannot bear the thought of his sister alone bearing the weight of the Senju clan. This is Ju's rationale. Initially, he had intended to teach Ju the skills of these 2 maids, but ultimately, due to their ineffectiveness, he had to abandon that plan. I devised it through studying the shield brought by the Bell Sword. Ju has indeed trained under Orochimaru, the genius scientist, and possesses a modicum of research ability. I have taken a long leave of absence, so I hope you can mentor me for a while, brother-in-law. Ju rises and bows deeply. He understands that his brother-in-law possesses considerable strength, albeit he often refrains from showcasing it, preferring to conceal his prowess. Acknowledging that he has little to offer, Ju resolves to exchange his utmost sincerity for Uchiha's assistance. Very well, I shall grant your request. Uchiha does not keep Ju waiting long before providing his answer. Thank you, brother-in-law. However, Ju initially expects Uchiha to impose some conditions, but Uchiha's words leave him awkwardly scratching his head. What you must do now is return to your room and rest well. Come find me tomorrow at the Angel's Gift. Yes. Ju eagerly nods, unable to contain his excitement as he rushes out of the room. After the rope tree departed, Yusuke entered the bedroom, where Tsunade lay asleep on the bed. Quietly approaching the bedside, he gazed at her troubled sleeping visage, a sense of indescribable heaviness settling in his chest. Well then, let me see this through to the end. Hu Tao's ability possesses an effect akin to spirit binding, which explains the presence of an adorable white ghost in her standby animation. Thus, when Mito met her demise, he had the capacity to bind her soul. However, there was no necessity for it. Death is a fate one must accept. Having lived for so long, Mito understood this truth profoundly. Therefore, she would not allow him to take such actions on her behalf. After all, in the Pure Land, the first Hokage awaited her. Yet, this did not imply that Yusuke was devoid of alternatives. Observing the redness around Tsunade's eyes, he softly murmured to himself, "Let me assist you in realizing the wish that you both could not fulfill." With that, Yusuke rose, gazing at the slumbering Tsunade, his hands forming seals in prayer. The seal of rebirth. The boundary between life and death, the juncture of this shore and the other. Darkness. Had he fallen asleep? Why then did he perceive an expanse of darkness before him? A butterfly? Suddenly, a flicker of red emerged amidst the darkness, akin to the flame ignited by a match. As the sole beacon of light within the murky depths, Tsunade instinctively reached out to grasp the butterfly, as if transcending a barrier. The world before her underwent a dramatic transformation. It was an alien realm. She found herself standing on a colossal stone platform, at the center of which a sturdy tree hovered silently. Beyond the platform stretched a sea of pale yellow clouds, reminiscent of a sunset. The only constant, like before, was the crimson butterfly, leaving trails of sparks with each flap of its wings. The butterfly fluttered ahead, and though bewildered, Tsunade ultimately chose to follow its path. As she accompanied the butterfly, she surveyed her surroundings. This place was not devoid of others. There were many souls present, or rather, translucent phantoms as described in novels. Her heart swelled with confusion as she trailed the butterfly to the base of the tree, where she encountered an individual who could elucidate everything for her. Chapter 57. The Boundary Between Life and Death. Yusuke? Tsunade posed the question deliberately. The individual before her bore an uncanny resemblance to Yusuke, clad in the black attire he had donned specifically for the funeral, rather than his usual white, slender. Delicate fingers were graced by the fiery butterfly that had led her here. His eyes were not bound by bandages, but were closed. And from the subtle movement of his eyelids, Tsunade discerned that Yusuke possessed eyes within his sockets. A dream? An illusion? Tsunade felt her mind teetering on the brink of overload. Resolutely, she approached this Yusuke, standing still as she sharply pinched his waist. Ah! Ouch, ouch, ouch! Yuji swiftly extricated himself from Tsunade's clutches, taking a few quick steps while vigorously rubbing his waist. It is often said that women possess an unparalleled skill in twisting flesh, particularly in the art of twisting the waist. This appears to be no mere exaggeration. Is this not a dream? Noticing Yuji's remarkably genuine demeanor, Tsunade inquired about his actions. It is neither a dream nor an illusion. The desire to portray oneself as a reclusive sage was thwarted by Tsunade's intervention, which elicited a hint of reproach in Yuji's response. So, what is the current situation? Could you elucidate this for me? Tsunade raised an eyebrow and asked Yuji, do you not feel discomfort in your heart for not having seen Mito one last time? Hence, I have brought you to meet her, to help you untangle your emotional knots. Is this the Pure Land? Upon death, one is said to ascend to the Pure Land, for those in the ninja world. This notion carries a certain mythical significance. After all, the Sage of Six Paths, the founder of the ninja sect, ultimately returned to the Pure Land. Nevertheless, Tsunade acknowledged the existence of the Pure Land, particularly since the technique of impure world reincarnation was devised by her great-grandfather, designed to bring souls from the Pure Land into the realm of the living. This is not the Pure Land. It is the boundary between life and death, a liminal space where those with lingering attachments may temporarily reside, while those devoid of such attachments shall ultimately cross this threshold and reach the Pure Land. The boundary between life and death. This ability undoubtedly belongs to Hu Tao, one of the unique abilities of the head of the Wangxing Funeral Parlor. As the proprietor of a funeral institution, Hu Tao's capabilities extend far beyond merely providing a comprehensive guide to funerals, akin to barbarous singing. In truth, the Wangxing Funeral Parlor is not merely a straightforward funeral establishment. Its original purpose was to cleanse the remnants of demons from the realm of Teyvat and maintain the boundary between life and death. Life and life, death and death. This is an unbreakable principle. Moreover, this boundary is a tangible space. It is worth mentioning that this space manifested as a special ability only after Yuji expended the stardust accumulated from previous card pulls to fully awaken Hu Tao's powers. The boundary between life and death. Tsunade repeated this phrase, and as she reflected on the events of the day, her eyes brightened, and her lips instinctively curved into a smile. So, you brought me here. Your expression suggests that your guess is not incorrect. Yuji approached Tsunade, extending his arms. You were feeling uneasy about not having seen Mito one last time, right? I am here to help you fulfill that wish. Perhaps you might even like me a little more. Tsunade found herself pondering why she felt compelled to punch Yuji in the chest, and by the time she realized it, she had already delivered the punch and found herself nestled in his embrace. Yuji gently held her, and Tsunade's voice emerged from the crook of his arm. Thank you. After a moment of holding her, Yuji spoke to Tsunade. All right, let us go meet Granny Mito. Her spirit remains here. Before we proceed, do you wish to express your gratitude with a kiss? No sooner had the words left his lips than Yuji felt his mouth pried open, his teeth directly engaged. Mito, did you not just say you were coming to find me? The youth of today, it seems, have lost the essence of humanity. After a brief moment of intimacy, Tsunade abruptly withdrew, even wiping her lips with her wrist. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been thoroughly consumed. Ignoring Yujiru's playful taunts, Tsunade's attention was captured by something far more significant. Your eyes. Consider it a gift accompanying the power I have acquired. Eyes like blazing flames, devoid of whites. Only a deep crimson hue, reminiscent of that initial butterfly. The pupils bore a white pattern resembling flames. Do such eyes exist in reality? Yes, although I refrained from explaining their origin, which is why I chose to cover them with bandages. Yujiru paused before adding, if you perceive this as my deception, I sincerely apologize. No, she replied, her expression earnest. I am merely curious whether the skin tone beneath your bandages differs from the rest of your face. Tsunade remarked. Maintaining a serious demeanor, I've noticed many who wear glasses have noticeably lighter skin at the temples than elsewhere on their faces. Yujiru found himself at a loss for words, wishing to prevent Tsunade from spiraling into peculiar thoughts. Let us go. I'll take you to meet Granny Mito. Yujiru and Hu Tao diverged in their roles. While Hu Tao oversaw the boundary of life and death in Teyvat, Yujiru governed that very boundary. A subtle difference, yet it separated the heavens from the earth. It was far more challenging for Hu Tao to locate someone in this realm than it was for Yujiru. Tsunade? Yujiru? Thus, when they arrived here in an unexpectedly abrupt manner, Mito's face was filled with astonishment. At present, Mito had become remarkably transparent, teetering on the brink of perceiving the tumult of the world and entering a realm of purity. Upon seeing Tsunade, her form became even more ethereal. It appeared that Mito's greatest concern in this world was for these two siblings. Granny, Tsunade called out, standing still as tears, thought to have dried up, welled anew. All right, no more tears. You're in your 20s, soon to be married. Mito comforted Tsunade, seizing the opportunity to exchange a few words with Yujiru. You've shown great thoughtfulness. It was merely a small gesture, Yujiru replied, shaking his head lightly and indicating that Tsunade was the focus of Mito's attention now. Their exchange was brief, as Mito needed to address Tsunade's emotional state. Once Tsunade calmed down, they conversed a little longer. The topics were mundane, yet in that moment, they radiated warmth, gradually alleviating the heaviness in Tsunade's heart. For both Tsunade and Mito, this encounter had resolved any lingering regrets. Chapter 58. The reason. After a solemn farewell, Yujiru escorted Tsunade beyond the boundary of life and death. In the realm of reality, Tsunade remained in a state of slumber. Mito's spirit had nearly faded to the point of becoming imperceptible, with only a final step remaining before her soul could return to the realm of purity. At that moment, Mizuho suddenly spoke again. I still have a lingering question in my heart. Yusuke expressed his confusion. Mizuho, aware of his imminent passage to the Pure Land and the dwindling time left, directly voiced his inquiry. You sought an item that could symbolize my identity, and I entrusted you with my hairpin. Now that I am deceased, can you tell me why you desired that object? I did so for the land of the whirlpools. Yusuke replied. As Mizuho noted, at this juncture, there was no longer any need for concealment. If I had told you then that the land of the whirlpools would be obliterated in a sudden assault, would you have believed me? Mizuho shook his head. The land of the whirlpools was backed by Konoha, which required the people of the Whirlpool clan to serve as hosts for the Nine Tails, and thus would not idly witness its annihilation. Although the land of the whirlpools excelled in sealing techniques, which limited its overall strength, it could certainly delay until Konoha's support arrived. Not only was disbelief prevalent then, but it remained so even now. Yet, the one speaking was Yusuke. For reasons unknown to Mizuho, his skepticism regarding the demise of the land of the whirlpools had transformed into belief, solely due to Yusuke's assertion. What I wish to accomplish is to save the land of the whirlpools from this calamity. What is your reason for doing this? Yusuke, who had previously responded with fluidity, now fell into silence. The question of reason is perpetually the most arduous to answer. This inquiry prompted Yusuke to reflect not only on the land of the whirlpools, but also on his own purpose and motivations. To begin with the land of the whirlpools. What did its destruction bring forth? It resulted in a significant surge in the sealing techniques of the villages of Kirigakure, Humogakure, and Iwagakure, enabling their Jinchuriki to become viable combatants. No longer were they merely vessels for sealing tailed beasts, deployed as living bombs on the battlefield. What else? The annihilation of the land of the whirlpools led to the near extinction of its people. Even those who survived did so as displaced individuals within the ninja world, transformed into living medical supplies, bearing the bite marks of others as they sacrificed their vitality to sustain life. Karen exemplifies this stark reality. Following the fall of the land of the whirlpools, she and her mother sought refuge in Kusagakure. Both possessed a unique talent that allowed them to transfer their life force to others through the act of biting. Subsequently, Karen's mother perished from excessive vitality extraction, leaving Karen herself viewed as an incredibly convenient and swift medical resource. This was not a just war. It was an invasion driven purely by self-interest. As for why I desire to save the land of the whirlpools, and even aspire to do more, it is simply because I am capable of doing so. The ability to act does not inherently imply an obligation to act. While some may turn a blind eye to impending tragedy, even if it does not directly affect them, I cannot accept the occurrence of such calamities without intervention. Indeed, Naruto is a fervent anime, yet countless characters within its narrative are perpetually shrouded in tragedy. If one were to liken their life to a novel, transforming that tragedy into comedy would constitute the central narrative arc. Moreover, this arc possesses a duality. The other strand comprises a blissful existence shared with Tsunade. Admittedly, such a notion may sound somewhat juvenile, yet it is not devoid of earnestness. If one wishes, it could be interpreted as a reference to the Navi clarity I perceive in Tsunade. Having expressed this, Yusuke shrugged and added, "Of course. The primary reason is that I do not wish for our wedding to be devoid of family." However, to Mito, this statement bore a semblance of justification. "Then I shall trouble you with that," she replied lightly, and with those words, Mito's figure vanished completely. Yet, Yusuke could discern that she had uttered those final words with a smile. Having just returned from the precipice of life and death, Yusuke exhaled a sigh of relief. Activating the unique talent of the walnut was effortless. The real challenge lay in the pressure he had imposed upon himself during his heartfelt conversation with Mito. When no one had inquired about his intentions before, although they were consistent with what he had stated today, they lacked clarity. To articulate these thoughts necessitated self-imposed pressure. Consequently, the ratio of clarity within his Navi foolishness had significantly increased. Releasing the tension that had been constricting his heart, Yusuke felt considerably refreshed. He then glanced down to see Tsunade resting peacefully on the bed. After the exertions of the past 2 days attending the funeral, Yusuke's fatigue surged forth with that exhalation. Stifling a yawn, he clambered onto the bed beside Tsunade, succumbing to exhaustion. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by an unfamiliar feeling. Turning his head, he spotted Tsunade's face, which jolted his mind into clarity as he recalled the events that had transpired. Tsunade's expression had softened considerably, and she was now gazing intently at him. "Thank you for today," she said. "What are we to each other?" It was but a trifling matter. Yusuke slipped his arm between the bed and Tsunade's waist, embracing her gently. Her expression bore a hint of reluctance, though it was primarily due to shyness and not excessive. "Then show me your eyes," she requested. After ensuring no one else was observing, Yusuke removed the bandage, revealing his divine eye to Tsunade. Having already shown it to Mito, revealing it to Tsunade was of little consequence. He even performed a live demonstration of its color-changing abilities, the azure green wind attribute, the fiery crimson fire attribute, and the golden yellow rock attribute, which he had acquired later. It had been half a year since his last inventory. Naturally, he had amassed a considerable collection of remarkable treasures. Tsunade observed with curiosity for a moment before Yusuke re-wrapped the bandage. "Did the items I asked you to mail arrive?" Yusuke initiated a new topic, engaging Tsunade in conversation. As night descended, Yusuke found himself back in his own home, seated on his bed, fiddling with the star chart in his hands. After watching for a while, with a wave of his hand, the star chart vanished, and the eyes concealed within the bandages pondered, calculating whether his plans could come to fruition. It seems that time is drawing near. Chapter 59. The Stoner, the 6 paths referring to them as bones. Tsunade was not like Shinjiro, who returned on a long leave for ulterior motives. She departed from Konoha the very next morning. After all, the situation at the front lines was far from favorable. Daily skirmishes with the Rain village were relentless, and it was merely a matter of time before a true confrontation erupted. While the conditions within the borders of Konoha were manageable, once they crossed into the land of rain, the home advantage of the Rain Village became significantly pronounced. If any one of Tsunade, Orochimaru, or Jiraiya were absent, the pressure on the remaining two would escalate dramatically. Apart from Shinjuro, there was another individual. Kushina had also arrived. Shinjuro sought to revive his former glory, while for Kushina, it was a matter of self-empowerment. Only by honing her own strength could she truly dictate her fate. Having just endured the loss of Mito, it was not only Shinjuro who had matured, but also Kushina. Adding to this was Minato, who had been training with her from the start. Alas, it seemed he had truly become a caretaker. Rubbing his face with his hands, Yusuke reluctantly accepted the reality. Minato was currently practicing a technique known as the falling spiral gun, which was essentially Yao Yao's standard attack. Given Minato's relatively short stature, his options were rather limited. And the only suitable technique for Yusuke was indeed Yao Yao's. Although Shao had become somewhat of an inside joke due to his height, Yusuke still longed for a Shao. The entire persona of Shao was captivating. First, he would perform a captivating dance, followed by his characteristic dismissal. Boring. Useless. However, without the luck to draw him, Yusuke had no recourse. Today, he had summoned the three of them together, but he did not intend to teach them any physical techniques. Today, I will impart some new knowledge to you. Are you aware of the chakra test, which assesses the properties of chakra? Minato and Kushina had yet to graduate, so they were largely unfamiliar with this concept. However, Shinjuro raised his hand, prompting Yusuke to nod. Shinjuro began to explain. Using chakra test paper, one injects chakra into the paper, which will then detect the changes that occur, resulting in corresponding transformations. For instance, fire attribute chakra ignites the paper. Wind attribute chakra splits it in two. Lightning attribute chakra crinkles it. Water attribute chakra dampens it. And earth attribute chakra shatters it. Not confirming whether Shinjuro's explanation was entirely accurate, Yusuke followed up with a question. Do you know why, when detecting wind attribute chakra, the test paper splits in the middle? Shinjuro nodded and replied, this pertains to the properties of chakra. Chakra itself is devoid of attribute. Its nature is determined from birth. The purpose of the test paper is to ascertain the inherent chakra properties within each individual. Only by possessing such properties can one manifest the corresponding chakra transformations. For example, members of the Uchiha clan typically possess fire attribute chakra, and the fire release ninjutsu is the result of this transformation. This explanation was somewhat lengthy and convoluted, yet it represented the most widely circulated version within the ninja world. In essence, you possess the fire element. Upon mastering the transformation of fire chakra, you can transmute your formless chakra into fire chakra, enabling you to conjure a fireball. As for why the test paper was severed, it is because the essence of wind chakra transformation lies in cutting. The division of the test paper exemplifies the manifestation of Wind's cutting ability. Yusuke nodded. Yet his words reflected a nuanced agreement. That is indeed accurate, yet also somewhat flawed. Ju was taken aback, revisiting his own statements without discovering any errors. Can you tell me, is there wind present now? Previously, Ju's discourse had left Kushina somewhat bewildered, while Minato appeared contemplative. It was only upon Yusuke's remark of it being both right and wrong that he regained focus. Yes, Kushina was the first to respond. Then tell me, is the wind cutting you? This time, Minato answered promptly. No, the spring breeze is gentle. The term wind is a human construct, and its characteristics are similarly defined by mankind. They merely serve as descriptions of the phenomenon. I shall first impart to you the transformation of wind chakra, the version recognized in the shinobi realm, which is fundamentally about cutting. The necessity of utilizing test paper for measurement is redundant. Kushina embodies wind, water, yin, while Minato embodies fire, wind, lightning, yin, and yang. Both individuals are adept in the transformation of wind chakra. The rationale behind allowing Orochimaru and Jiraiya to discover the principle of merely guided by the wind independently, while now explicating it to Kushina, Minato, and Ju, is rooted in the fact that both Minato and Kushina lack foundational knowledge in this domain, whereas Ju, although familiar with the concepts, has not delved deeply into them. They are establishing a foundation based on their own theories. Unlike seasoned veterans like Orochimaru who have long since accepted the original theories as commonplace, Minato and Kushina soon became engrossed in understanding the transformation of wind chakra. Seizing this opportunity, Yusuke approached Ju. Much like Tsunade, Ju himself lacked wind chakra, rendering Yusuke's previous teachings of little significance to him. What I just articulated can equally apply to the transformation of earth chakra. Ju nodded, contemplating this. Moreover, earth release encompasses not solely soil, but also rock within its definition. The test paper detecting earth chakra and fracturing occurs because, when isolated, earth is loose. If I were to define it, perhaps this is what earth truly is. Ju glanced at the chakra test paper in Yusuke's hand. He had not infused his chakra into it, but merely grasped it. Extending his hand toward Ju immediately reached out to accept it. As Yusuke opened his palm, the test paper landed in Ju's grasp. At this moment, the test paper was entirely flat, having been compressed into a compact sphere by Yusuke's formidable grip, resembling a stone. As Ju stared at the stone-like sphere in his hand, Yusuke's authoritative voice resonated in his ears, penetrating his mind. The stoner, the 6 realms are likened to bones. The rock bearer, the 8 directions conceal jade and clarity. In the realm of ethereal beauty, the names of the first 4 constellations of the rock god Morix, among the 7 archons of Teyvat, are as follows: the jade tablet, which remains unyielding despite the passage of time, and the yellow censer, which, though shattered, retains its steadfast essence. These phrases convey the essence of rock, employed by the heavens and earth to form their very skeletal structure. The vast expanse of the land becomes illuminated by the precious gems nurtured within the stones. The resplendent jade, impervious to darkness, shines with an unaltered brilliance. Indeed, rocks possess an indomitable character, embodying integrity and righteousness. This definition of rock is far broader than that which exists within the realms of shinobi. Should the rope tree comprehend these truths and integrate them into its own ninja system, it would indeed signify a unique form of earth release, setting a precedent for future techniques that owe their existence to the rope tree. Chapter 60. The Whirlpool Clan Leader. If you cannot enter, then surely you cannot contemplate entry. In the land of waves, within the village of Whirlpool, albeit a ninja village, it does not resemble the assembly of numerous clans found in Konoha. Here, only the Uzumaki clan prevails as the singular clan. The leader of the Uzumaki clan holds a status akin to that of the village's shadow. Within the confines of the leader's office, he scrutinizes the man seated opposite him with unwavering intensity. This individual had materialized unexpectedly in the village, inquiring for directions, only to be subsequently discovered by the Umbu and brought before the clan leader. Who are you? The philosopher bore no insignia to denote his identity. His sole distinguishing feature was the bandage shrouding his eyes. The implication of such a covering suggests the existence of unique eyes, warranting concealment. However, to explain it thus might suggest an unwitting admission of guilt, rendering it merely a conjecture on the part of the Uzumaki leader. I wish to speak with you privately. The philosopher did not address the leader's query. He cast a sidelong glance at the nearby ninja before turning his gaze back to the head of the Uzumaki clan. Indeed, the person before him was none other than Yusuke. It is evident that there exists a considerable disparity in our strengths, thus you hold no authority to refuse. Simultaneously, this declaration indicated that he bore no intention of toying with them. Yusuke's voice resonated with an undeniable authority, emanating a pressure akin to that of a mighty mountain. Beads of sweat began to form on the forehead of the Uzumaki leader. Please, step outside. He gestured for the Umbu to withdraw, ultimately yielding to the gravity of the situation. Understood. The Umbu, like their leader, were drenched in cold sweat. If the village head could not withstand this, how could they hope to endure? Once the Umbu had departed, the Uzumaki leader fixed his gaze upon Yusuke, demanding, now, can you enlighten me as to the purpose of your visit? Yusuke remained silent, his hand moving towards his back. Instinctively, the Uzumaki leader tensed, fearing that Yusuke might suddenly produce a weapon. The moment he beheld the glint of metal emerging from Yusuke's grasp, his anxiety intensified, causing him to dig his nails into his palms. However, the other party placed the extracted items on the table between them. Do you recognize this object? Yusuke moved his hand aside, allowing the leader of the Uzumaki clan to examine it. It was a shell-shaped golden hair ornament, accompanied by several needle-like hairpins adorned with talismans. After a moment of contemplation, the Uzumaki leader suddenly recalled the answer and promptly replied, "This is the bridal headpiece of Lord Uzumaki Mizuho. Indeed, your eyesight remains intact." Yusuke raised an eyebrow, offering a half-hearted compliment. Simultaneously, the leader of the Uzumaki clan began to analyze the implications of Yusuke's actions, since he had not resorted to violence. The presentation of this item suggested that he sought to validate his identity, proving that he was not an adversary. Let me be forthright. You may interpret it as possessing a divination ability. The timing was indeed divine. Otherwise, Yusuke would not have arrived in the land of Whirlpool at this precise moment. Currently, Konoha had left a shadow clone behind while he utilized a pocket anchor point to arrive here directly. The original rule of the pocket anchor point was that only one could exist on the map at any given time, but his was a version enhanced by the system. Within a ninja village, only one could exist, and it could be activated remotely. The ability to activate this point from a distance was crucial, for it enabled Yusuke's arrival here. Among the items he had previously sent to the land of Whirlpool, there was an inactive pocket anchor point. It was only upon reaching the divine time, which is today, that he activated this pocket anchor point and transported himself here. According to the divination, tomorrow night, the three major ninja villages, Mist, Cloud, and Earth, would launch a surprise attack on the land of Whirlpool, which would be utterly devastated in this onslaught, with barely a soul remaining. As for why I presented Mizuho's headpiece, you may understand it as a pact to assist the land of Whirlpool in overcoming this impending crisis. The leader of the Uzumaki clan's gaze was rife with apprehension at the mention of the allied forces of the three nations. Yet, Yusuke's words were not concluded. Moreover, do not harbor hopes of seeking assistance from Konoha, setting aside whether Konoha would come to your aid. You would have no time to react against the allied forces of the three nations, and you would not endure until Konoha's support arrived. Indeed, the Uzumaki clan members were not adept in combat. As Yusuke pointed out, they would not survive until Konoha's arrival. If the divination's timeline holds true, even sending a message to Konoha now would be futile. Thank you for your goodwill. But facing the combined forces of 3 out of the 5 great ninja villages with just your own strength is unwise. Perhaps you should first hear my proposed solution? Certainly. With that, Yusuke, under the curious gaze of the Uzumaki leader, retrieved a deep brown pot from behind him. The leader's large eyes reflected immense confusion. Shall we take a look inside? Inside. Look inside. Enter a pot? Almost instinctively, the Uzumaki leader retorted, There's no way to enter. It simply cannot be done, no matter how you think about it. Yusuke perceived the Uzumaki leader's figure as reminiscent of a certain white-haired specter. Casting aside the ethereal image of the white-haired spirit within his mind, Yusuke said little, merely exerting his will. Before the chief of the Vortex tribe, the vessel before him seemed to absorb both himself and the space he occupied, much like water being drawn in. This instinctively prompted him to close his eyes. Upon reopening them, the chief of the Vortex tribe found himself not gazing at the ceiling of an office, but rather at a dazzling starry sky. The sound of reassuring waves lapping at the shore resonated in his ears. However, what captured his attention the most was the individual who identified himself as Shafulin, none other than Yusuke. What do you think of this place? It's beautiful. The chief of the Vortex tribe replied, his eyes filled with admiration as he regarded the pirate before him. This locale, akin to the kingdom of Vortex, was an island. Yet its scenery and climate were undoubtedly superior. Yusuke concurred. Qingqiong Island, he continued, comprises 5 celestial realms. Considering that the kingdom of Vortex is a particularly small island nation, I specifically chose Qingqiong Island. Besides Qingqiong, the remaining 4 are Lofa Cave, Quidafing, Huicating, and Myaxilin. So, what do you think of this as a temporary stronghold for you over the coming period? After a brief contemplation of the scenery, Yusuke escorted the chief of the Vortex tribe to meet the vessel spirit. Along the way, he also sought the chief's opinions. I'm still uncertain, the chief admitted. Then the individual I am about to introduce should alleviate your concerns. Chapter 61. Vortex Village enters the kingdom of Vortex. Yusuke led the chief of the Vortex tribe to a grand mansion, where he knocked on the door of the exquisite blue and white vessel, calling out, a Yuan, boss. Before the chief of the Vortex tribe, a plump, round little bird emerged, its head adorned with a vessel lid, filling the vessel to the brim. Allow me to introduce you to this spirit of the Dust Song vessel, the esteemed Zhaohong Jiu Jinjuan, a Yuan. Also present is the Jinjuan Sun Ganaki, though Adu is not here today. In the realm of ninjas, the title of sage exists, akin to how Jiraiya refers to himself as the Toad Sage. However, the title Jinjuan is not found within the ninja world. Yet this did not hinder the chief of the Vortex tribe from grasping its significance. In fact, he found the title Jinjuan to be even more melodious than that of sage. Yusuke shared this sentiment, even pondering the idea of adopting a title for himself as a Jinjuan. Salutations, Jinjuan. Greetings. With such courteous exchanges, a Yuan reciprocated the greeting. Observing the amiable atmosphere of their initial meeting, Yusuke proceeded to elucidate to the chief of the Vortex tribe. A Yuan has blueprints for sale. As long as you possess the blueprints and the necessary materials, you can come to a Yuan, and with a specific amount of time, you will receive the finished products as indicated in the blueprints. To illustrate his point more vividly, Yusuke retrieved a scroll. For instance, here lies the blueprint of the Liyue residence, Kansong Yinjian. You will require merely 12 standard units of wood, as indicated in the blueprint, in addition to 6 standard units of white iron blocks. After a mere 14 hours of waiting, you will have acquired such a dwelling. 14 hours for a house. It can be said that with a Yuan's presence, the reconstruction of the Land of Waves can be swiftly accomplished. In fact, this is the outcome following the system's modifications. The original version required 6 portions of 2 different types of wood. However, due to the contrasting environments of the shinobi world and Teyvat, the system adjusted the requirement to 12 portions. Furthermore, to the astonishment of the Uzumaki clan, this is not the extent of it. Not only houses, but also furniture and decorations can be directly manufactured. Land can be purchased, and seeds can be acquired as well. Particularly, among the seeds, there exists a variety known as the rainbow flower, which, upon maturation, can be transformed directly into fabric without the need for any time-consuming spinning. All of this left the Uzumaki clan leader in a state of shock. Having concluded the introduction, the elation of the Uzumaki clan leader was nearly overwhelming, prompting Uchiha to inquire, "Now, have you decided to move in?" Prior to that, however, the Uzumaki clan leader had another question. Without a hint of hesitation, he articulated his thoughts. Nevertheless, he continued, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features as he scratched his head and replied, "You are truly too kind to me." Which leaves me feeling somewhat apprehensive. Indeed, Uchiha chuckled. As you have just observed, acquiring blueprints and seeds from a Yuan requires the expenditure of Dantian treasure. This treasure is intrinsically linked to the prosperity within the Dantian. The more prosperous it is, the more Dantian treasure it yields. My contract with Mizuho is merely one facet of this arrangement, and in your eyes, it may not suffice to support my current endeavors. If you seek reassurance, you may consider me akin to a landlord. You reside within the Dantian, while I manage the rent. A simple contract indeed does not sufficiently instill confidence in the Uzumaki clan leader, but establishing a landlord-tenant relationship offers a sense of security, a sentiment that can often prove vital. Then, on behalf of all the inhabitants of the Land of Waves, I extend my gratitude to Lord Shafulin. At that moment, Uchiha merely intended to make a jest, having noticed the other party lying half awake. Yet, to his surprise, the other truly believed him. Accepting this title with a smile, Uchiha continued, "Before the allied forces arrive tomorrow, we shall transfer all our clansmen into the Dust Song Pot. We shall transport as many supplies as possible. Is that agreeable?" This model of a family-centric ninja village affords the Land of Waves a considerable advantage in achieving consensus, far surpassing systems like that of Konohagakure. There is no need to override dissent, for the residents of the Land of Waves hold unwavering faith in their leader. No sooner had Uchiha and the Uzumaki clan leader emerged from the Dust Song Pot than the latter commenced demonstrating his decisive leadership. A contingent of ninjas entered the Dust Song Pot, bringing along tents to establish a camp within. As a nation, the Land of Waves naturally possesses an ample reserve of such commonplace battlefield essentials. Currently, within the confines of the Dust Song Jar, there exists no dwelling. The sole opulent residence belongs to Yuji, yet he has chosen to conceal it to avoid suspicion. Nevertheless, Yuji has entrusted the blueprints for the Liyue residence, Kansong Yinjian, to the leader of the Uzumaki clan. Transitioning from tents to fully replacing them with houses will not require much time. The Uzumaki leader has orchestrated the arrangements with remarkable ingenuity. In fact, according to the timeline Yuji provided, it is more than sufficient for the entirety of the Uzumaki nation to enter the Dust Song Jar. Thus, the Uzumaki leader has arranged for both people and supplies to enter simultaneously. Approximately 1/3 of the ninjas are tasked with escorting individuals to the Dust Song Jar and facilitating their entry. As for the remaining 2/3, their actions are far more daunting than an invasion. The warehouses brimming with ready supplies? Move them. The unmined resources? Dispatch the earth-manipulating ninjas to transport everything. A considerable number of ninjas have even been dispatched to the surrounding forests to fell trees on site, and judging by their momentum, the woods could be cleared by midday. The sight is enough to make Yuji's lips twitch. Their execution is unparalleled. Yuji is exceedingly eager to witness the expressions of the allied forces from the three villages upon their arrival in Uzumaki village. One by one, they are bound to be astonished by the scene before them. Could it be that someone has preemptively seized the opportunity and laid claim to the rain-hidden village? Night once again envelopes Uzumaki village. The moment has arrived. Accompanied by Yuji's seemingly weightless utterance, the Uzumaki leader, whose gaze had previously been somewhat unfocused, instantly sharpens as he gazes at the abnormal mist rising from the sea. The time Yuji had foretold has come to pass. Upon witnessing the ascending fog, the Uzumaki leader realizes that Yuji has not deceived him. The reason he remains here, instead of entering the dust song jar, is merely to witness the allied forces from the three villages, those who were meant to bring ruin to the Uzumaki clan. Intentional homicide is a crime, and so is attempted murder. Though he and the Uzumaki clan have successfully evaded disaster with Lord Shafulin's assistance, he understands that this remains a humiliation inflicted by the allied forces. Yuji stands with his arms crossed, the bandages covering his eyes seemingly reflecting the brilliance of all the role elements prepared for eruption. Chapter 62. Confronting the Alliance, Konoha has not neglected to establish pocket anchors. Thus, Yuji could readily return to Konoha. However, he is in no rush. Although escape is assured, why not seize the opportunity to practice against these invaders before fleeing? It is akin to holding a winning hand in a card game, only for one player to be summoned home by a spouse, causing the game to dissolve and leaving one with a useless hand. The pent-up frustration is palpable in Yuji's eyes. Utilizing these invaders for practice presents a fitting opportunity for release. After all, he can escape, and should he inadvertently eliminate his opponents, he bears minimal psychological burden. The mist continues to envelop the area. This is not ordinary fog, but rather a characteristic of the water country, the village hidden in the mist. Initiating the encounter with a veil of fog, followed by a silent assassination technique. Such is the sequence of events to unfold. At this juncture, the leader of the Whirlpool clan showed no intention of entering the dust song jar. Yuji, half-jokingly, inquired, "Are you planning to watch me make a move?" Indeed, he was quite eager to showcase his prowess. "Very well, allow me to reveal a glimpse of my capabilities." As he spoke, Yuji's right hand rose to his side, and the emerald green wind began to gather before the leader of the Whirlpool clan, coalescing upon his hand. The heart-strengthening fist commenced its accumulation of power, enhanced by the full-layer transformation effect. The divine eye beneath the bandages glimmered, further amplifying this heart-strengthening fist. "Come on." With a low exclamation, he unleashed the strike. The fifth-level combat technique of Rokuyen Haizu was now far beyond the intensity displayed during his sparring with Jiraiya. A 4-star character, generally, had no pressing need for deliberate upgrades. Thus, Haizu's level merely reflected the fortunate draw of 6 Haizu cards. The Emerald Tempest surged forth, charging towards the rising mist ahead. As the storm swept through, a circular void with a diameter of 70 to 80 meters manifested within the white fog. In the darkness of night, countless wails echoed. Yuji shook his arm, retracting it. However, within the coalition's ranks, a brief chaos ensued following the cries. This sudden assault compelled the ninja responsible for releasing the white mist to cease their ninjutsu, causing the fog to dissipate swiftly. Once the mist had fully cleared, Yuji observed the coalition with a sense of ease, while they, in turn, recognized the two figures obstructing their path. Casting a glance at the astonished leader of the Whirlpool clan beside him, Yuji smiled and said, "Have you seen enough? Please, step inside." "All right." The leader of the Whirlpool clan nodded dazedly and entered the dust song jar. Upon his entry, several individuals noticed him and gathered around, each eagerly posing questions. "What is the situation outside, leader? Has the coalition truly arrived?" "Yes," the leader of the Whirlpool clan affirmed, nodding his heavy head. 3 of the 5 great ninja villages have come, with only the farthest, the Land of Wind, and Tsunade not participating. In truth, the distance, coupled with the war involving Mangekyō, rendered Tsunade unable to partake in the fray. This explained why, later on, Tsunade's sealing techniques proved so inadequate. Particularly during Gaara's first appearance in the original narrative, where he exhibited such a frenzied demeanor, solely due to the inferiority of their sealing techniques. The individuals gathered around the leader inhaled sharply upon hearing his words, their spirits visibly sinking. All right, from this moment forth, this place shall be the new home for our Whirlpool clan. This is the new sanctuary bestowed upon us by Lord Shafulan. We must repay our savior, Lord Shafulan's grace. Yes, let us repay Lord Shafulan. Repay Lord Shafulan. Repay Lord Shafulan. Yuji was oblivious to the happenings within the dust song jar. He stowed it away and turned his gaze towards the approaching coalition. After the mist had dissipated, he beheld the coalition, 3 of the 5 great ninja villages. And their numbers were substantial. Indeed, this was not a force that the modest Whirlpool village could withstand. In the eyes of the allied forces, although Yusuke's recent display of strength was imposing, the actual damage inflicted was limited. With so many of them present, it would be utterly unreasonable to be unable to overpower a single individual. The absence of mist did not hinder their perception. The allied forces were convinced that no one from the land of mist could impede their advance, so they quickly moved towards Yusuke. Lightning release, earth walk. Fire release, great fireball. Earth release, cracking earth palm. Earth release, earth flow river. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Water release, water chaos waves. Water release, water dragon bullet. A myriad of ninjutsu surged forth, all aimed at the solitary obstacle, Yusuke. The cacophony of various techniques drowned out Yusuke's voice. Unyielding as a rock, the enormous smoke generated by these techniques obscured the battlefield, and the leading jonin from each faction silently questioned within their hearts. Have we succeeded? Had they been acquainted with the concept that smoke does not equate to harm, they would not have posed such a query. Regrettably, they were unaware. Earlier, Yusuke had imparted the significance of the Sharingan to SH. Now, the situation was such that the allied forces had lost sight of Yusuke, while he, in turn, could no longer perceive his adversaries. Although their visibility was compromised, Yusuke could sense their presence. Furthermore, given their numerical superiority, it was only logical for him to employ a wide-ranging technique. Herein lies the decree. The expanse of the smoke was considerable, yet it failed to conceal the sudden emergence of a flaming bird. Dialect, elemental burst, dawn. At this moment, the eye of the divine within Yusuke's gaze had transformed to a fiery red. The colossal firebird erupted from the smoke, revealing its full form as it charged towards the allied forces. While we unleash a flurry of minor techniques, you choose to strike with such ferocity. But that was not the end. Beside Yusuke, 2 square brown pillars emanated golden square waves, surging forth to assault the Shinobi Alliance. Zhongli, elemental skill, Jade Shield. It was precisely due to Zhongli's elemental skill, the Jade Shield, that Yusuke could disregard the allied forces' initial wave of attacks. The shield remained intact, unshattered by the damage received. A level 4 Zhongli. This was Yusuke's first time utilizing it. In truth, he had only recently upgraded to level 4. It was not a matter of insufficient star glitter. After all, he was one of the 7 gods, and upon obtaining him, Yusuke had hoped to max out his potential. However, the system only permitted him to reach level 3. As for how he attained level 4, it was a result of his promise to act as a witness for Mito before her passing, expressing that the contract was fulfilled, and the Oathbreaker would face the punishment of the stone. Afterward, Zhongli unexpectedly ascended to level 4. Chapter 63, The Arataki Gang, Justice Prevails. Yusuke's dawn was unleashed directly ahead of him, precisely where the leading force of the alliance, the Hidden Mist Village, was positioned. Defense, quick, defend. Water release, water barrier. Layer upon layer of water barriers intertwined, coalescing into a formidable wall of water. Water release inherently counters fire release. Although this fiery bird appears formidable, it instilled confidence in those behind the water barrier formed by their collective efforts. What is the nature of this bird? Having traversed the water barrier, you may claim it to be an illusion, yet it inflicts genuine harm upon us. Should they comprehend the existence of such divine might, they would undoubtedly perceive this fiery bird as a manifestation of it. In truth, the firebird summoned by dawn flies relentlessly forward, should it encounter an obstacle. It will continue to soar, carrying the obstruction with it. After traversing a considerable distance, it will ascend into the heavens, vanishing into the ether. Fortunately, the water barrier did mitigate some of Dawn's power, and with several ninjas employing defensive techniques to shield him, they narrowly avoided total annihilation. The immediate threat from the water-hidden village was temporarily alleviated, yet upon witnessing the skills unleashed by the rock-hidden village, Yuji felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release, earth return. Walls of earth rose, their target not solely being Dawn, for Dawn's principal adversaries were not them. Thus, the primary purpose of these earthen walls was to defend against the tremors approaching along the ground. As for why Yuji found amusement in this, it was due to the effects of the Earth's core. The core summons rock spines, like the two columns beside Yuji. Their function extended beyond merely obstructing the initial wave of jutsu. While they persisted, the rock spines resonated intermittently with other earthen creations, inflicting rock elemental damage upon nearby foes. The resultant effect mirrored that of the rock spines, generating similar tremors. The majority of those unleashing the earth flow wall belonged to the rock-hidden village, for they were most familiar with earth release. Initially, their resonance stemmed from the two columns, whose power had already diminished due to distance. However, the emergence of these earthen walls triggered a new wave of tremors. What had been attenuated now faced a direct resonance. The sole consolation for the ninjas of the rock-hidden village was that the potency of this resonance was not excessively high. At the very least, they fared better than the mist-hidden village, who bore the brunt of the fiery bird. Yuji, however, did not rush to mount a further assault. Having stated his intention to practice, the absence of counterattacks rendered such practice meaningless. As the fiery bird dissipated entirely, the rock-hidden village recognized the gravity of the situation and shattered the earthen walls they had erected. Noticing Yuji's cessation of aggression, a figure emerged from the crowd. Presumably the leader, who called out to Yuji, "Who are you?" Gazing down upon the allied forces, Yuji suddenly comprehended the demeanor of Madara during the Fourth War. Despite the presence of countless soldiers, he remained unperturbed. Fear, such a sentiment was non-existent. What surged within him was a profound sense of pride. Almost instinctively, Yuji shouted, "Do you wish to dance as well?" Ahem. Yuji gently cleared his throat, suppressing the awkwardness of his earlier remark. He then announced his prepared identity to the coalition below, Arataki clan, champion of justice. Among all the skills just now, the sensation that Dawn bestowed upon Yusuke was the most exhilarating, prompting him to promptly adopt the moniker of a righteous man. Upon hearing this name, the leader's brow furrowed slightly. The Arataki faction, an organization previously unknown to him. Yet, the mere existence of such a formidable figure within its ranks, shrouded in obscurity, inevitably aroused suspicion regarding the organization's intentions for resurfacing. Furthermore, the name Righteous Man, which clearly sounded like a code or an alias, only served to infuriate the leader further. Initially, he had been at a disadvantage due to the strength of his opponent, unable to retaliate, but now, with frustration boiling within him, he questioned, "You call yourself a righteous man. Does that imply we are the wicked ones?" Yusuke retorted, "I never claimed anything. You said it yourself." From the onset, Yusuke had no intention of embodying a character wielding a long-handled weapon. Zhongli merely executed a skill without resorting to a standard attack. In truth, within the entire shinobi world, only he and Minato utilized firearms, which made their presence all too conspicuous. It seemed imperative to promote the use of such weaponry. In a coalition like this, the leaders typically comprised elite jonin from various nations, accompanied by a few superior shinobi, while the majority of the members were, in fact, chunin. After all, in the eyes of these individuals, the land of whirlpools was a veritable prize, not particularly strong, yet rich in coveted sealing techniques. What strategy could possibly allow us to pass through? The leader was genuinely vexed, yet the notion of surpassing this righteous man was utterly unfeasible. A conversation was in order. After all, what if their opponent merely happened to be passing through or had accepted a commission from the land of whirlpools? Perhaps a negotiation could be reached. Are we fighting or not? If not, I shall take my leave. The leader of the mist, along with all the ninjas in the coalition, found themselves momentarily bewildered. If you had stated you wouldn't fight, you could have left at once. Did we really need to endure this torment for so long? We concede, we concede. The Rei ninja waved his hand dismissively, prompting Yusuke to respond. If we're not fighting, then I shall indeed take my leave. In the next instant, Yusuke's figure vanished without a trace. Had he truly departed? The leader of the mist gazed at the now empty hilltop where Yusuke had stood, feeling a profound disconnect between himself and the reality surrounding him. What on earth was transpiring? Advance into the village. However, upon confirming that their opponent had indeed left, The leader of the mist issued orders to enter the land of whirlpools. No one. The warehouses were devoid of any supplies. They had failed to uncover anything related to sealing techniques. The trees surrounding the land of whirlpools had all been felled, leaving only remnants of the buildings. Listening to the monotonous reports, the leader and the elite Jonin felt an inferno of unquenchable rage igniting within them. They had entered the land of whirlpools, yet the state of affairs was even more desolate than if they had been raided. Surely, we wouldn't have stripped every household of their bedding and cut down all the trees surrounding the village, would we? And this was not the doing of a solitary individual. When the final team returned, every report confirmed the absence of a single soul. Above these individuals, Yusuke floated serenely in midair, a faint azure halo emanating from behind him. The heavens stirred, and the time for a collective assault had arrived. Truth, in its cyclical nature, revealed fate in that moment. Bow your heads. Clad in an array of sacred relics, Yusuke exhaled deeply and murmured, "Ah, there's nothing quite like the thrill of a nuclear explosion." Chapter 64. The Gift of Angels. Have you heard? The land of waves has been obliterated. The Angel's Endowment. A few individuals gathered around a table, indulging in libations. Suddenly, one leaned forward, feigning mystery, and shared with his companions at the table. Yusuke's curiosity piqued. His ears perked up, and he began to listen intently to their discourse. In his mind, he recalled his final actions, the series of moves he had executed. Zhongli's elemental burst, Starfall. This skill manifested as a meteor descending from the heavens. Not only did it have the potential to crush foes, but all enemies caught within its range would be petrified for a duration. Following this was the standard nuclear explosion combo, Bennett's ultimate enhancing attack power, Mona's elemental burst purely amplifying damage, and Mona's Dragon Slayer granting additional attack power. Moreover, there was the fully leveled effect of the sixth constellation of Furuzan. Enemies under the influence of Furuzan's ultimate would experience a 40 increase in critical damage from wind elemental attacks. Additionally, characters shielded by Zhongli's Jade Shield would reduce the elemental resistances of nearby enemies by 20, reducing the enemy's resistance while amplifying one's own attack power, damage, and critical rate formed the conventional nuclear explosion procedure. However, it hardly seemed conventional, considering a team in the game consisted of only 4 members, and his support role involved all 4. To be honest, it felt somewhat excessive. Yet, he had fulfilled his initial intent of testing his damage output. Yusuke also came to a profound realization, the significance of control skills. This was why he had initially employed Zhongli's Starfall. As previously mentioned, a significant flaw of ninjas is their high offense paired with low defense, leaving them with limited defensive measures. This is akin to an archer with an attack power of 18, yet possessing only 1 health point and a defense attribute of 1. They could kite you to death or eliminate you in an instant. Yet, with a control skill, even a slight increase in attack power renders that archer utterly helpless, facing certain doom upon encountering you. Yusuke's reflections were but a fleeting moment, not detracting from his attentiveness to the conversation regarding the land of waves. Although it was a neighboring nation with which they shared ties, its demise was not a matter to be taken lightly. However, in the tavern, it served as a topic of casual conversation. The attendees were predominantly ninjas, and in truth, it was not inappropriate. It was said that the Hidden Mist Village, alongside the Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud, had launched a surprise attack on the land of waves. One individual at the table, clearly knowledgeable about the events, recounted the version he had heard. Is that true? Regardless of the circumstances, the land of waves has maintained a strong relationship with us. Is it truly acceptable for these 3 ninja villages to act in such a manner? We must seek justice for the land of waves. The individual who initiated this topic, upon hearing the discussions of the crowd, shook his head with an air of superiority. Observing this, the curiosity of the onlookers was instantly piqued. It is said that the 3 ninja villages indeed planned to launch a surprise attack on the land of Whirlpool, but guess what happened next? Upon reaching the shores of the land of Whirlpool, the allied forces of the 3 villages encountered a solitary figure who obstructed their path. Is that true? One person stopping an entire alliance? The narrator, undeterred by the murmurs of doubt, continued with his account. This individual, who claimed to be from the Arataki clan, was a man of justice. This righteous man first unleashed a colossal fiery bird from his mouth, scattering the ninjas of the Mist and Cloud villages into disarray. With another stomp, a golden wave emanated from beneath his feet, mirroring the waves produced by their own Earth-style defenses. How formidable! The captivated audience gasped in astonishment. One man stood against the coalition of 3 nations, thwarting their assault on his small, subordinate nation. This stirred the blood of all present. Only Yusuke awkwardly scratched his head. The Dawn's Firebird was launched with a great sword, and at that moment, he was shrouded in smoke, making it impossible for those individuals to see him. As for the stomp that summoned the resonance of earth elements, he was simply exhausted. But that was not the end. It is said that this man of justice inquired whether the coalition would continue their fight. When they replied in the negative, he simply departed. What? One moment he was decisively overpowering the coalition, and the next he just walked away? Moreover, upon entering the Whirlpool village, the coalition discovered it had transformed into a ghost town, devoid of people and resources. Just as they were preparing to retreat, this righteous man returned. He summoned meteorites, conjured starry skies, unleashed flames, and ultimately unleashed a tremendous gale that claimed the lives of many from the coalition. Terrifying indeed. This final segment was delivered with a dramatic cadence, eliciting screams of excitement from every individual present. From where did you acquire this information? One person inquired eagerly. The storyteller, without hesitation, revealed the source of his information, a joint announcement from the 3 great nations urging the ninja world to take heed of the Arataki clan. This revelation dampened the enthusiasm of those gathered, as it was merely conventional intelligence rather than the exhilarating whispers of clandestine news. The statement from the 3 great nations indicated that someone had escaped a potential catastrophe under the shadow of a nuclear explosion and relayed their information back to their respective countries. Yusuke, however, did not place much significance on this news. The array of skills he had once discarded primarily targeted a circular area. Standing at the periphery, there was indeed a possibility of survival. There was no need for total annihilation, and disseminating his false identity was not a matter of great consequence. Thus Yusuke regarded the situation with indifference. I actually possess a small piece of insider information. Elaborate. It is said that this righteous figure of the Arataki faction, exclaiming about camaraderie, bonds, and youth, has dispatched them. This statement propelled the discussion to a new height. The way this individual articulated the words, with a cadence akin to that of a storyteller, made Yusuke feel an overwhelming urge to cough. When did I ever invoke such juvenile terms as camaraderie, bonds, and youth? You could convey the message without distorting it into such absurdities. Once again, the flames of the phoenix spewed forth, resonating beneath their feet. In truth, it was not just the Hidden Leaf Village. Every nook and cranny of the ninja world was abuzz with discourse regarding the events in the land of whirlpools, becoming a prevalent topic of conversation. This included even the underground of the Kaminaraman Bridge. An elderly man with crimson Sharingan from the Arataki faction slowly enunciated these 3 words. Standing beside the elder was a figure, reminiscent of a small black boy from Conan, but with a bit more hair, who proceeded to relay the intelligence he had acquired. There are numerous versions of this tale throughout the ninja world. Yet this righteous figure of the Arataki faction has evidently thwarted the allied forces and possesses the capability to eliminate them entirely. Speaking of the Kaminaraman Bridge, one could practically ascertain the identities of these 2 individuals, Uchiha Madara and the protagonist of the tale of Kurizetsu, the strongest of the Naruto series, Kurizetsu. The entirety of the ninja world believes that Uchiha Madara perished during the clash at the Valley of the End against the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Naturally, his presence here suggests that he did not die, but instead survived by sacrificing the sight of one eye to activate the secret technique of the Sharingan, Izanagi. Not only did he survive, but he also successfully acquired a piece of flesh from Senju Hashirama. Though he achieved his objective, time is merciless, and now he is truly aged. He lay in wait at the Kaminaraman Bridge, preparing for his schemes. The Arataki faction, the righteous ones. A sudden emergence, scarcely witnessed by the living, reignited Uchiha's spirit. Various organizations and alliances exist within the ninja world. However, the organization known as the Arataki faction was one that Uchiha Madara had not previously heard of, especially one that harbors formidable individuals. They are more adept at concealment than himself. Are there still survivors in the land of whirlpools? A contemplative look gleamed in Uchiha Madara's eyes as he inquired of Kurizetsu beside him. The scene was littered solely with the corpses of allied ninja. Not a single person from the land of whirlpools remained, not even the dead. Moreover, given the circumstances, it appeared that the people of the land of whirlpools had not been slain, but rather had undergone a systematic and organized relocation. The population of the land of whirlpools was not insignificant. This implication raises the question, if they did indeed relocate, where could they have gone? The ninja world is not vast. Even if some special space-time ninjutsu could create a unique realm, what kind of strength would one need to possess in order to establish a space capable of accommodating all the residents of the Whirlpool Village? The rather macabre dialogue I previously mentioned now appears to bear a semblance of truth. The term Kurizetsu refers to the exchange where the so-called man of justice expressed his reluctance to engage in battle, only to withdraw. Ultimately, it seems that the man of justice emerged to eliminate the ninjas who had infiltrated the Whirlpool Village, only to discover it devoid of any resources. The situation is undeniably sinister. Initially proclaiming a refusal to fight, he instilled a sense of trepidation in the Allied forces, simultaneously evoking a fleeting sense of unreal joy. What followed was a revelation that the Whirlpool Village held nothing of value, shattering their hopes, only for him to reappear and eliminate the entire coalition. Such actions are indeed contemptible, and Uchiha Madara finds them rather distasteful. Is this not merely a game to him? With such a disposition, how can he still claim to embody justice? Madara fell into contemplation, while Kurizetsu, at his side, inexplicably felt an urge to sneeze. No, I am Kurizetsu, not a human. I do not possess the need for such bodily functions. Why would I feel the impulse to sneeze? In truth, Madara's attention extended beyond the 5 great shinobi villages. He was acutely aware of the situation involving the land of Rain and Hanzo of the Salamander. He laid out all the information before him, meticulously analyzing the sequence of events in his mind. From the outset, his focus diverged from that of most others. While they were fixated on the Arakaki faction, he concentrated on the coalition's assault on the land of Whirlpool, the very inception of these events. The land of Whirlpool, though a small nation, maintained a relationship with the Leaf Village, yet it was still an independent entity. This recent campaign against the land of Whirlpool was an audacious act of aggression by the great shinobi villages for their own interests. In the face of such overwhelming power, small nations possess no voice. Contemplating these matters, Hanzo's resolve to uphold his long-held beliefs only grew stronger. True peace could only be achieved if the great powers relinquished their territorial resources, eliminating the distinctions between large and small nations. But how could this be accomplished? Through war. Hanzo's gaze brightened with determination. His assault on the Land of Iron marked the initial probe into the shinobi world, while the invasion of the Land of Wind represented his first test against the great powers. The Land of Fire, the Land of Earth, these 3 nations, ensconced within the borders of the Land of Rain, paid no heed to the plight of its citizens, disregarding the stance of the Land of Rain itself. These 3 nations had become his initial targets. The only uncertainty for Hanzo lay with the Arakaki faction, which played a significant role in these events as an unexpected player. However, he felt ready. He could no longer afford to wait. Whether they were the Arakaki faction or representatives of justice or evil, I, Hanzo of the Salamander, a demigod of the shinobi world, shall undoubtedly realize the peace I so fervently desire. Indeed, the so-called demigod of the shinobi world, Hanzo, is merely a madman yearning for peace. And within the shinobi world, individuals like Hanzo are far more numerous than one might imagine. In the ninja world, various individuals hold differing perspectives on the events surrounding the land of whirlpools. Sarutobi Hiruzen, amidst a dispute with Danzo, mused that without the land of whirlpools, the support from the Jinchuriki of the Uzumaki clan would vanish, leaving him to ponder what measures he must undertake in the wake of the sealing technique's absence. Danzo contended that the 3 great ninja villages involved in the assault were merely spouting nonsense, asserting that they had undoubtedly appropriated all the sealing techniques. Hiruzen, on the other hand, expressed concern over the mention of the Arataki faction by the 3 great nations. The ninja from the Mist, Earth, and Cloud villages lamented their own warriors, while the Wind country quietly lurked in a remote corner of the desert, silently relishing the gossip of the entire ninja realm. However, amidst this discourse on the land of whirlpools, a piece of news swiftly eclipsed the incident, transforming the Wind country's narrative entirely. Big news, big news. Yusuke glanced toward the entrance and saw the storyteller who had previously entertained him. Hanzo had abruptly declared war on the Fire, Earth, and Wind countries. Such audacity. Alas, war is upon us. After the storyteller concluded this revelation, Yusuke turned to his companion, Ki, whose eyes sparkled with determination. Are you ready to return to the front lines? SHK nodded emphatically. I am prepared. Yusuke approached him, patted his shoulder with a smile of reassurance, and said, Then let us proceed, but do take care. Chapter 66. The Three Ninjas. Missing Yusuke. Oh, how exhausting. Tsunade leaned against the back of her chair, her demeanor utterly dejected, her vitality severely drained. Ever since the Rain Ninjas declared war on the three great nations simultaneously, battles had been unrelenting, leaving not just herself but everyone utterly fatigued. She longed for the exhilarating thrill of summoning the Seven Saints, and for the taste of the sake Yusuke would concoct. Alas, only a meager bowl of hot soup remained. Orochimaru ladled a bowl from the pot shared among the three and placed it before Tsunade. After taking a sip of the warm broth, she felt a slight restoration of the warmth that the rain had stolen from her body, her condition improving marginally. Upon hearing Tsunade's lament, Jiraiya began to grumble. I wish I could hear Hinata's songs. I heard she released a new one recently. Orochimaru, can you sing? I have not returned to Konoha. Whatever songs exist, they are solely Yusuke's creations. How could I possibly sing them? Orochimaru felt an overwhelming urge to support his forehead. Yusuke often complained about the exhaustion of raising a child. Little did he realize, observing Jiraiya now, Orochimaru understood a fraction of that sentiment. It truly is mentally taxing. Let us all strive diligently. We are nowhere near as renowned as SHK. After distributing the soup to the others, Orochimaru finally poured himself a bowl. Sitting down to sip it while casually remarking, Konoha's bulwark, such an impressive name. Jiraiya chuckled slightly, finding it amusing that he would one day envy SHK for possessing a title uniquely his own. It was said that he had returned to the village for a time and had grown stronger, solidifying his newfound reputation. If the SHK of your lacked significant strength but was resilient, the current incarnation was both formidable and unyielding. Tsunade remained deeply concerned for her younger brother. How wonderful it would be if SHJ were here with us. Upon hearing Tsunade express this sentiment, Jiraiya couldn't help but voice a similar thought. Yet this remark led to an odd atmosphere permeating the gathering. The threat from Tsunade was currently minimal, yet there was SHMA stationed there. Here, the trio of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were in charge. Among the three present, the one with the highest rank and most significant status would often utter a phrase learned from YK. Heh. Though hearing those two syllables often sparked an urge to strike, they occasionally conveyed a profound sense of speechlessness. What on earth was the third Hokage thinking? Allowing Danzo, this old fool, to assume command on the front lines of the Rain Shinobi? It is worth mentioning that the term old fool was also borrowed from YK. The assembled company felt it aptly described Danzo. Orochimaru and Tsunade had been influenced by YK, perhaps due to his affinity for those he cared for. As for Jiraiya, he had not harbored such disdain for Danzo initially, but after 2 days of Danzo's battlefield management, Jiraiya found himself on the verge of cursing. Were such maneuvers conceivable by a rational being? Even I, Jiraiya, could not fathom that this war could be fought in a manner that maximized losses. It was already a challenging endeavor, and Danzo's meddling had rendered it even more arduous. Sigh, given that no outsiders were present, even the perpetually stoic Orochimaru could not suppress a sigh. After committing his misdeeds, Orochimaru entertained thoughts of eliminating Danzo. As Danzo's successor, Orochimaru found himself subjected to Danzo's incessant schemes and manipulations, which appeared to suggest an alliance. Due to Danzo's position and Orochimaru's unwillingness to endure further of his command, he could only internally curse Danzo's ancestors while maintaining a facade of amicability as he accepted Danzo's overtures. This was not the end of it. Because Orochimaru had accepted with a smile, Danzo genuinely believed his persuasion had borne fruit, exhibiting an uncharacteristic cheerfulness. In response, Orochimaru could only offer him a 2-word epithet, fool. With this label affixed, Orochimaru resolved never to collaborate with Danzo again. YK had aptly stated that prolonged interaction with a fool could jeopardize one's own intellect. Though the command had been entrusted to Danzo, it also meant that the burden of responsibility and pressure on Orochimaru was mounting. After Orochimaru sighed, a collective sigh echoed through the tent, lowering the atmosphere. Ah, how long must this war persist? Everyone was acutely aware of Tsunade's disquiet, as the news of the disappearance of the Land of Whirlpools had reached her ears. As for the previous request by YK to assist in delivering something to the Land of Whirlpools, though I found it quite peculiar at the time and made a note of it, the details have long since slipped my mind. Moreover, The endeavor of crafting an antidote for Hansa's venomous pepperfish has left me utterly drained. How wonderful it would be if someone could directly uncover the concealed rain shinobi. This place experiences incessant rain, which has become a source of exasperation for every Konoha ninja involved in the conflict. The discomfort of the rain aside, the real challenge lies in engaging the rain shinobi amidst such weather. It is exceedingly arduous. The home field advantage of the adversary is overwhelming. A seemingly trivial technique like the water clone has driven the ninjas of Konoha to the brink of despair. The frequent downpours and accumulation of water offer substantial benefits to the rain shinobi adept in such skills. If a squad lacks a proficient sensory ninja, entering the land of rain is akin to offering oneself as a mere target. Yet, proficient sensory ninjas are a rare commodity. How delightful it would be if someone could alleviate the burdens of command and coordination. Upon hearing Jiraiya's lament, Orochimaru leaned back and echoed the sentiment. It appears there is indeed someone who can fulfill your needs. Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya turned their gazes towards Tsunade. YK. Orochimaru. Can you claim that YK lacks intelligence? He shook his head. No. Jiraiya. Can you assert that YK's sensory abilities are deficient? No. Jiraiya also shook his head. There you have it. With just one YK, you can simultaneously fulfill your desires. Oh. Jiraiya exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, as he slapped his forehead. I shall return to Konoha at once. How about summoning YK? Orochimaru, as the commander, with a mere command, I shall return. Observing Tsunade, who was already excitedly standing, Orochimaru could only shake his head in resignation. I consent. Then I shall set forth immediately. Tsunade, revitalized, pushed the door open and departed, leaving behind the speechless Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Chapter 67. I, Tsunade, the protector of my husband. The office door was thrust open with great force, and Tsunade had anticipated finding only one person within. To her surprise, there were three. Besides the absent Danzo at the front lines and the Hokage, the two Hokage advisors, Tsunade's former colleague SHY and Mito Gate-un, were present. SHY and Mito Gate-un were not accustomed to Tsunade's habit of barging in unannounced. They initially planned to admonish her, considering there were few individuals in Konoha of higher status, but upon realizing it was Tsunade at the door, they refrained. After all, it is prudent to maintain a harmonious relationship. Among the three disciples of Hiruzen, the other two dared to scold, but Tsunade was a different matter entirely. Oh, you're all here, Tsunade remarked, her expression not particularly warm, especially towards SHY. They often found themselves at odds, given their shared focus on medical expertise. Yet neither could assert dominance over the other, one an advisor, the other a princess of Konoha. Tsunade, your duties at the front lines must be quite demanding. What brings you back? The gaze shifted back and forth between Tsurine Kamaru and Tsunade, ultimately leading the third Hokage to step forward as a mediator. I will bring someone to the battlefield. Tsunade promptly pulled out a chair and seated herself before the three. Facing them alone, she exuded an undeniable aura of confidence, even seeming to hold the upper hand. Who? It was Sakamichi YK. You intend to take a blind man to the battlefield? Not only was it the inquiry from the other party that irked her, but also the tone with which Kamaru had uttered the word blind. This displeased Tsunade greatly. Despite her awareness that YK was not blind, possessing eyes of unparalleled beauty, the secret nature of this truth left her unable to express it, which only fueled her frustration. That is certainly far more sensible than having a fool as a commander. These individuals were unaware that the commanding officer at the front had already been replaced by Orochimaru. Thus, Tsunade's comments were directed at Danzo. What do you mean, Tsunade? Danzo is one of the Hokage's advisors. Even if you are the princess of Konoha, you have no right to speak of the Hokage's advisors so freely. Tsunade shot a disdainful glance at her interlocutor. Huh. The pent-up frustration from the front lines prompted Tsunade to launch a sarcastic retort. Just ask any ninja from Konoha about the battle a week ago, all of which was orchestrated by the opposing side, and see whether they don't curse Danzo. Today, Tsunade was determined to defend her husband. What could Kamaru possibly do about it? An old woman who is likely in her 50s or 60s and has probably never had a partner. All right, Tsunade. Could you enlighten me on why you wish to bring YK to the front lines? Sarutobi Hiruzen, fearing Tsunade might utter something inappropriate, hurriedly interrupted her. You have neither fought on the battlefield nor comprehend the situation there. You are entirely unaware of the challenges faced at the front. Generally, The Hokage does not participate directly in warfare, for when the Hokage takes to the battlefield, it signifies that the war has reached a critical juncture. However, this is merely a situation involving the Hidden Rain village, far from such dire straits. Thus, Tsunade's remarks were primarily directed at Tsurin Kamaru and Mido Kazan. The water clone of the opposing side, coupled with the incessant rain that characterized the Hidden Rain village, would have long been dealt with by Danzo had Orochimaru not been present. Even with Orochimaru's involvement, the front lines, lacking sensory-type ninjas, could do little more than remain confined to their camp. As Tsunade articulated her perspective on the front lines, the others present, aside from her, fell into deep contemplation. Furthermore, I am merely here to inform you. I will certainly be taking him with me. Just as her hand reached for the doorknob, Tsunade abruptly halted, turning to address the three individuals in the room. Were you involved in the matter concerning the Whirlpool country and the village of Yusushio? We were not. In fact, we have been discussing the Arataki faction that emerged from it. And what of their demands for compensation from the three great nations regarding Yusushio? Tsunade. The Arataki faction is the focal point of the Yusushio incident. In Tsunade's eyes, there lingered a hint of disappointment, akin to the frustration one feels when faced with an unworthy junior. Upon exiting her office, she made her way directly to the Gift of Angels. As she stepped into the backyard, she spotted Yusuke lounging comfortably on a deck chair, leisurely observing Might Guy training alongside Minato and Kushina. How long have you been back? Tsunade inquired, settling into another chair beside him. Yusuke's reaction to her presence was one of mild surprise. Whenever you are ready, we can set off together, he replied. Tsunade stretched languidly, her perfect figure on full display before Yusuke. Where to? Yusuke asked as he produced 2 glasses of freshly made sake, handing one to Tsunade. To the front lines. Didn't you hint at me before that if there were issues at the front, I should take you along? Was my hint that obvious? Yusuke raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his face. The front is in dire need of sensory-type ninjas. I recalled what you mentioned before I left Konoha. Let us depart tomorrow morning, then. It would be nice to enjoy a couple of meals together first. I've missed your cooking. My culinary skills have improved considerably recently, Tsunade boasted. I eagerly anticipate it. As they lounged in silence for a moment, Tsunade suddenly shifted the topic. Have you told Kushina about the situation in the land of whirlpools? I shared a different version with her. Really? Tsunade asked, puzzled. Yusuke replied mysteriously. I have something wonderful to show you. Ultimately, Tsunade's verdict on this wonderful thing was that he always brought her delightful surprises. Curiously, how had they both ended up on the chairs just moments ago? Might Guy scratched his head in bewilderment, but soon, Kushina's call diverted his attention. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Naturally, before departing, Yusuke ensured that Kushina and Minato were well taken care of. Minato, you must protect Kushina, understood? Yes, Minato replied. While I'm away, I'll rely on you for teaching them. I will, Might Guy affirmed with a vigorous nod and a booming voice. Then I shall take my leave. Take care. Be safe, brother. Yusuke stepped out, leaving behind a crowd of mourners enveloping the Gift of Angels, their tears of sorrow flowing freely. Among them was Narashikaku, father of Narashikamaru, and grandfather to the unborn Narashikadai, who stood at the door with a sigh. Yusuke, why must you leave so abruptly? Yusuke replied, I am not dead yet. Chapter 68. A quartet discussing Danzo. I've missed you immensely. Upon seeing Jiraiya clinging to his leg, Yusuke couldn't help but share the sentiment. The only solace was that Tsunade and Orochimaru were nearby. Otherwise, he might have wished for a block of tofu to end his own misery. Ultimately, it was Orochimaru who intervened, pulling Jiraiya off Yusuke's leg. Although the situation had escalated, Jiraiya's emotions remained rather unstable. Yusuke was genuinely fearful as Jiraiya suddenly shouted exuberantly about the arrival of Yusuke-san, proclaiming that clear skies had emerged. Ultimately, it was the apple brew, retrieved from behind. That calmed Jiraiya down. In reality, Jiraiya was overjoyed within. Do you understand the saying that a crying child receives milk? This moment was undoubtedly a significant triumph for him. His presence on the front lines was a result of a collective decision made by Tsunade and her companions, further intensified by Tsunade's fervor. Thus, Danzo remained unaware of this news. However, upon entering the camp, several individuals had witnessed his arrival, leading Yusuke to surmise that Danzo's subordinates would soon come to monitor him. The fact that Danzo was the overall commander on the front lines of the Rain Shinobi had been conveyed to him by Tsunade during their journey. Initially, Yusuke had been curious as to why Danzo's root organization had not sought him out or caused any trouble for Kushina, all while harboring concerns about Danzo's covert machinations. It was truly unexpected that Danzo had silently arrived at the Rain Shinobi front lines. Seizing this opportunity, Yusuke took the initiative to consult Orochimaru regarding the circumstances. Is Danzo no longer in charge? Jiraiya, now calmed by the apple brew, interjected, his tone laden with unmistakable reproach, fearing that Yusuke might not grasp the underlying sentiment. Yusuke merely smiled in response, remaining silent. If tasked with covert operations, Danzo might manage effectively, but directing the front lines was clearly beyond his expertise. Even a random online acquaintance could perform better than Danzo in that regard. Regarding Jiraiya's comment, it was implausible that Danzo had come for mere leisure. As for Danzo's true intentions, after a moment of contemplative silence, Yusuke shared his suspicions with Orochimaru. Keep an eye on the locations where corpses are stored. Typically, corpses are sealed within scrolls and stored in specific places. Are you suggesting that Danzo intends to steal the corpses of fallen ninja from the front lines? This remark was directed at Orochimaru, but Tsunade, upon hearing, became visibly agitated yet restrained her voice due to the gravity of the situation. Tsunade was responsible for medical care on the front lines and harbored a sense of guilt for the Konoha ninjas who had perished. After all, had her skills been a tad more proficient, those ninja might have survived. The thought that Danzo would contemplate pilfering corpses was shocking. Yusuke nodded, pressing his hand down twice to signal Tsunade to remain calm. After the Second Great Ninja War, Danzo had successfully enlisted Orochimaru for his research. The corpses of ninja that Danzo had acquired during the war had proven to be of considerable use. Moreover, Danzo didn't limit himself to ordinary ninja corpses. Otherwise, where would he have procured that arm adorned with Sharingan? Such items should be secured in the repository for corpses, ensuring adequate cover to prevent discovery by others. Yusuke placed a small, brown object resembling a box into Orochimaru's hands. The device he had modified, now fully capable of functioning as a surveillance tool, piqued Orochimaru's curiosity while simultaneously evoking a sense of admiration for Yusuke's meticulousness. If Danzo were to engage in such actions, it would certainly warrant impeachment and could lead to his immediate ousting. Jiraiya, though less interested in the object Yusuke had given Orochimaru, was quite attentive to Yusuke's words, openly expressing his thoughts. It was implausible for Danzo to steal personally, even if one could apprehend members of Root in the act. Proving Danzo's instigation would remain elusive, as he could easily distance himself from those captured. Such a scenario would indeed be sufficient for impeachment, allowing Danzo to return to Konoha. I would wholeheartedly support exchanging Danzo for some elite J-nin to bolster our ranks. The resentment within Jiraiya fueled his speculations. As long as Danzo was not killed, he would certainly refrain from returning to Konoha. If he did, it would mean he had fulfilled his promise on the battlefield against the Rain Shinobi, garnering no credit whatsoever. I might as well go and kill him now. Jiraiya's statement was born purely of frustration, and Yusuke decided not to press further. If you wish to confront him, I shall not hinder your way. Do as you please. Upon uttering these words, Yusuke sensed an approaching presence near the tent and quickly urged Orochimaru, Orochimaru, secure the item. Tsunade and Jiraiya instantly understood. Someone was indeed arriving, and it was highly probable that it was the very individual they had just discussed. Moments later, the tent was unceremoniously opened by Danzo, flanked by members of Root, who strode in. After surveying the 4 occupants of the tent, Danzo directed his attention squarely at Yusuke. Mitsukami Yusuke, what brings a blind man to the front lines? Yusuke hastily bowed in apology. The way he spoke elicited a bemused reaction from Tsunade and the others, especially Tsunade, whose shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to stifle a laugh? I had no idea who it was, only to discover it's the half-blind elder Shimura Danzo. My sincerest apologies for the lack of proper greeting. He continued, moreover, I have informed the 3rd Hokage of my presence here, and he has consented to my being on the front lines. Given the dire need for ninjas with heightened sensory abilities, which I believe you are well aware of, though his words were ostensibly reasonable, they implicitly suggested that Danzo was utterly oblivious to the circumstances at the front. By the way, I have yet to express my gratitude to Elder Danzo, last time. Due to your misunderstanding, our 3 enterprises were granted a 3-year tax exemption. As Danzo lingered at the entrance, his face flushed with indignation and his desire to retort with sharper words evident. Yusuke chose to press his advantage. You sent Yakushi no Nayu to us with such eagerness. Yusuke doubted Danzo had not investigated the matter of the cola. It was likely that upon seeing the current sales figures, Danzo would have been so overwhelmed that he would never wish to look again. The numbers, without a doubt, would have ignited a covetous gleam in Danzo's eyes. Humph, silver-tongued as ever. Since you are aware of your own strengths, I hope you will fully utilize your value. With that, Danzo turned to leave. However, just before stepping outside, he abruptly paused, leaving behind another remark. Jiraiya, indulging in alcohol at the front lines, knowingly defying orders. I, as the commander-in-chief, hereby impose a 3-day confinement upon you. Chapter 69. Danzo's machinations in Danzo's eyes. Yujin was merely demonstrating his verbal prowess. His decision to confine Jiraiya was not a mere whim, but rather a calculated move. On this battlefield, there were originally 3 individuals in charge. Yet what does he do? The most diligent among them is directly sidelined. Consequently, when news of this reached the camp, the ninja's grievances towards Danzo intensified. Nevertheless, he remained utterly indifferent, consumed by his rage. All he desired was to see Yujin suffer, and eliminating him was not off the table. After all, in the chaos of battle, the death of a mere Sanju Yujin was hardly a significant loss. The following morning, as Yujin emerged from Tsunade's tent, Danzo eagerly laid out his schemes before him. Sanju Yujin, due to your exceptional sensory abilities, you have been assigned to today's patrol duty. Yujin did not inquire about the source of this command. He was acutely aware of the seal on the tongue of the messenger. Where is the meeting point? I will lead you there. As Yujin trailed behind this root member, he began to piece together Danzo's intentions. With Jiraiya confined, Orochimaru was responsible for command, and Tsunade was tending to the injured on the battlefield. Thus, the 3 individuals with whom Yujin shared the closest ties were absent from his side. Consequently, the potential obstacles during this mission had been effectively neutralized by Danzo. This realization nearly brought a smile to Yujin's face. Truly, Danzo seemed to have a short memory. Did he genuinely believe that I was not the one who eliminated the root in the Sakura Grove? As such, Yujin felt no burden regarding this mission. He would face whatever came his way. The ninja in charge of the team today was a familiar face from the Angel's Gift, who instantly recognized Yujin. However, this was the battlefield, not a tavern, so he approached Yujin with a hint of uncertainty. Yujin, it's been a while. What brings you here? No matter how I run the tavern, if my eyes are closed, I'm still a sensory-type ninja. The 3rd Hokage trusts me. He personally rejected my retirement application. The 3rd Hokage does not wish for me to hide away, unnoticed, for fear I might engage in nefarious deeds. Ultimately, he never agreed to my initial retirement request, so my position remains intact. A genuine jonin. How do you feel about having a sensory ninja accompany you on this mission? I have longed for a sensory ninja to join me in the field, reflecting on the recent experience of being suspended and battered by the Rain Village. The leading jonin felt an overwhelming urge to collapse into Uchiha's embrace and weep. In reality, it was not only the leader who harbored such sentiments. Those familiar and unfamiliar with Uchiha alike maintained a rather pessimistic outlook regarding his participation in the mission. After all, the bandages adorning Uchiha's eyes were hardly reassuring. However, upon learning that he was a sensory ninja, their demeanor mirrored that of the leader. All right, you're in charge. I shall consider myself part of the team now, Uchiha remarked. Stepping into the ranks. Once integrated, he was greeted with a warm welcome. Simultaneously, in the command center presided over by Orochimaru, the future Sannin gathered for breakfast. With the inspection team already departed, Jiraiya could not shake off his concerns about Uchiha's bold approach. Although Uchiha had triumphed over him in sparring, it had not been a life-and-death struggle, thus Jiraiya had not exerted his full strength. Particularly after Orochimaru had elucidated that this was Danzo's deliberate scheme, his anxiety heightened. Tsunade, however, appeared unfazed, jesting, he could easily take on 10 of you without breaking a sweat. Orochimaru merely chuckled, choosing not to respond, clearly viewing Tsunade's comment as a jest. She brushed off the matter, asserting that Uchiha could easily handle the combined forces of the 3 nations, effortlessly countering the threats from the Root and Rain villages. Returning to the already departed team, the expansive camp of the Leaf Village was notable. However, since Danzo had assumed command, the camp had been strategically positioned further back, away from the Rain Village. Only after Orochimaru took charge did they begin to advance into the territory of the Land of Rain. He understood that Danzo's cautious approach would not resolve the conflict. Yet, the further they advanced, the more pronounced Rain's home field advantage became. The Rain village was acutely aware of its strengths, frequently launching small-scale incursions against the Fire Nation's camp. In this context, a region characterized by frequent small-scale skirmishes formed between the Rain and Leaf positions. Thus, the Leaf dispatched patrols to actively seek out the Rain forces in the intermediary zone. Within the team, Uchiha exhibited a commendable level of seriousness. In addition to activating his sensory abilities, he produced his weapon, Roashue. After equipping himself, Uchiha demonstrated the ability to manipulate the size of his weaponry. For instance, Roashue was currently reduced to the size of a glass marble, concealed within his palm. The choice of Roashue stemmed from its weapon skill, which enhances health by 16. When adversaries are present, the character wielding this weapon inflicts an additional 20 damage, regardless of whether they are on the battlefield or in reserve. The crux of this description lies in the phrase when adversaries are present. Should there be hostile entities nearby, they would be classified as enemies. In such scenarios, Roashue would illuminate, showcasing its unique effect. Before setting off, Yusuke had not anticipated the absence of Roashue. It was only after departing from the campsite that the thought crossed his mind. When he retrieved it, he was surprised to find that Roashue had yet to illuminate. Had he produced it within the confines of the camp, it would undoubtedly have shown. It is well known that the roots of Danzo essentially embody the extension of his will. Any hostility Danzo harbors towards himself inevitably permeates to the members of his roots. The absence of light from Roashue signifies that there are, at present, no members of the roots within this team. Is our patrol route fixed? The leading ninja, aware that this was Yusuke's inaugural mission of such nature, took the initiative to elucidate. Recently, progress had encountered obstacles. Thus, the patrol routes during this period have been predominantly standardized, with only the frequency being variable. I see, Yusuke nodded, continuing to synchronize his pace with that of the leading ninja. You have been waiting for me, haven't you, Danzo? Chapter 70. The encirclement inside Danzo's tent. He sipped hot soup while listening to a subordinate's report. The ninja delivering the report was the same one who had informed Yusuke of his mission earlier that day. Is everything arranged? Everything is in place. He has already joined the main force. Our people are also prepared. Without responding verbally, Danzo merely waved his hand, dismissing the ninja. As the tent flap was lifted, a ray of sunlight infiltrated the space, revealing the mingled glint of victory and ferocity in Danzo's eyes. Mitsuhashi Yusuke, let us see how you elude my grasp this time. Returning his focus to Yusuke, it was evident that the circumstances on Yusuke's side were significantly disparate from those of Danzo. Yusuke appeared buoyant, and the surrounding ninjas mirrored his demeanor. Despite this emotional buoyancy potentially dulling their acute awareness of danger, particularly on the battlefield and beyond the safety of the camp, each individual found it difficult to suppress their emotions, easing the tension that had initially pervaded their departure from the camp. The reason for such a shift in mood among the ninjas surrounding Yusuke could be succinctly summed up. If you were in the presence of Mitsuhashi Yusuke, you would understand my sentiment. 2 o'clock direction, 2 in the underbrush below, height 15 meters, and 1 atop the branches. The 2 ninjas, suddenly addressed by Yusuke, quickly grasped the intent behind his words, instinctively shifting their gaze toward the indicated direction. Do not look directly. It may reveal our position. Observe discreetly with your peripheral vision. On the count of 3, we throw the kunai together. I will target the one in the tree. Do you comprehend? Understood. This time, they had learned their lesson, responding quietly without any unnecessary movements. 3, 2, 1, throw. 3 kunai were released almost simultaneously, slicing through the air with the distinct sound of piercing leaves. Enemy attack. The taut nerves shattered instantly, as all ninjas transitioned into a state of readiness, grasping their weapons and scanning their surroundings with vigilance. No matter how one might argue, Yusuke is, after all, a perceptive ninja. Whether motivated by the desire to protect his target or to invoke Yusuke's sensing abilities, the lead ninja promptly arrived at Yusuke's side. Let your guard down, Yusuke suggested, gently patting the shoulder of his companion to indicate a need for relaxation. To prevent any misunderstandings, Yusuke swiftly clarified. The shuriken that was just thrown was at my behest. Following the trajectory of that shuriken will lead you to the 3 ninjas. As for their fate, that depends on your skill in throwing. Yusuke's explanation was concise, yet the lead ninja grasped the essence of his words. However, the underlying concern in his heart was not entirely dissipated as he immediately rallied his team to move forward. The location Yusuke indicated was unmistakable, and they soon discovered the 3 corpses. Upon seeing the lifeless bodies, the lead ninja comprehended Yusuke's earlier actions. A mere trio of ninjas did not warrant the abrupt halt of their entire force. Such a pause could easily arouse suspicion and provoke the enemy to either counterattack or flee. After 2 similar incidents, the group sensed that today was markedly different from the norm. Despite the rain pouring down, a sense of fear that typically accompanied such weather was conspicuously absent. Did one comprehend the confidence Yusuke instilled in me? Halt. This marked the first time Yusuke issued such a command. After all, throughout this journey, it had been Yusuke who commanded while executing stealthy strikes. They merely needed to send someone temporarily off the team to finish off the fallen enemies and retrieve the Rain Ninja's headbands, which served as a fitting testament to their exploits. The merits of their achievements were one aspect. The other was the feeling this journey had imparted. Given the nature of surprise attacks, the success rate of a decisive strike was notably high. One might ponder, how many opportunities would one have in a lifetime to eliminate an enemy with a single shuriken? What is it? The lead ninja inquired, noticing the seriousness etched on Yusuke's face. Ahead lies a substantial group of ninjas, with a team of 15 directly in front. Furthermore, there are a dozen more concealed along our path among our ranks. Is this an attempt to encircle us? Yusuke nodded gravely in affirmation. Should we retreat? The rain has intensified, and if they outnumber us, our previous strategy may prove ineffective. Today's gains have already been significant. The lead ninja, without realizing it, had begun to actively seek Yusuke's counsel. Yusuke's performance had been exceptional. Even when on missions with Jiraiya, he had never experienced such ease. Yusuke remained silent, pondering deeply with his chin in hand. I believe we can give it a try. If you think we should try, then let us do so. Such trust in me? Yusuke was momentarily incredulous, questioning what had earned him such faith. If one cannot trust comrades on the battlefield, whom can they trust? The lead ninja patted Yusuke's shoulder, a smile gracing his face. Moreover, it is not merely my own trust in you. They too place their faith in you. Yusuke turned around and beheld several individuals who had just been able to hear his words, all of whom solemnly nodded in agreement. Very well, along this journey, I shall inform those who have dispersed around us of where to conceal themselves. At this moment, let our people depart from the group, executing the operation with utmost swiftness and silence to eliminate the adversaries. In doing so, we will replace their encirclement with our own. To be candid, Yusuke found this plan somewhat audacious. Yet, since these individuals trusted him, what reason did he have not to extend them the same level of trust? Even if complications were to arise, he could simply reveal a hint of his prowess to rescue them. He had concealed his abilities for long enough. What harm could there be in a slight revelation? No issues at all. After patting Yusuke on the arm, the leading ninja began to relay this message to every member of the team, even taking the initiative to assign them numbers, signifying the order in which they would depart to confront those encircling them. And so, they set forth. Once the numbering was complete, the reorganized team promptly advanced into the encirclement, shrouded by the relentless curtain of rain. At the 11 o'clock position, 300 meters away, 2 individuals stepped lightly onto the branches, stealthily leaving the group and slipping into the foliage lining the path. Chapter 71. The back and forth of natural cycles. Once all personnel had dispersed, Yusuke finally exhaled with relief upon sensing that the last dispatched ninja had successfully dealt with the ambushers. No surprises, no dangers. Is it resolved? The lead ninja noticed Yusuke's sigh and felt a measure of reassurance, cautiously inquiring. The ninjas on the path were crucial to forming the encirclement. Yusuke's plan had reached a completion of 70%. However, this was merely a segment of the whole. What truly mattered now was that they had secured an escape route. Even if they could not overcome their foes, they still had the option to flee. Had they failed to eliminate the scattered individuals poised to form the encirclement, entering would have meant losing their escape, rendering them trapped. It is resolved. Yusuke affirmed with a nod, thoroughly assuaging the lead ninja's concerns. With 70 dealt with, the remaining 30 would inevitably emerge. They were coming. After traversing a short distance, Yusuke's voice suddenly pierced the air, alerting the lead ninja instantly. That sound instantly reminded Yusuke of the days when he had frightened SH-Ju. In terms of sensitivity to the sound of explosive tags, only SH-Ju in the entire ninja world could match him. Earth style, earth flow wall. A sturdy earthen barrier rose swiftly, completely shielding Yusuke and the ninja behind him. Boom. The shockwave from the explosion mingled with rainwater, surged past the sides of the earthen wall. How could he possibly forget the teachings he had imparted to SHJU? When one loses the enemy's line of sight, it signifies that the adversary has equally lost sight of them. This is precisely the situation at hand. As Yusuke retracted the earth flow wall, he simultaneously initiated the earth-style underground voyage. Under the cover of smoke, the opposing forces swiftly emerged, confronting the Leaf Village ninjas directly. Yet, where was Sange Yusuke? The gaze of the Root Ninja scanned the crowd, but he failed to spot Sange Yusuke's figure. Had he been obliterated in the explosion? The leading ninja appeared utterly perplexed. Although Yusuke had provided prior warning and raised the earth flow wall to shield against the blast, the overwhelming gust of air instinctively compelled them to shut their eyes. When they reopened them, where was Sange Yusuke? However, he did not entertain the notion that Yusuke had perished in the explosion. After all, it was Yusuke who had erected the earth flow wall in the first place. Yet, where was he now? Upon realizing that Yusuke had concealed himself, the leading ninja promptly began to scrutinize the team obstructing their path. These individuals bore no distinct insignia. However, one thing was certain. They were certainly not Leaf Village ninjas. What business could Leaf have with them? If they were not from the Leaf, could they be from the Rain Village? Yet, the Rain ninjas encountered along the way had all carried their own forehead protectors. Could it be that they were not Rain ninjas either? Who, then, were these individuals? Faced with the Leaf ninjas, despite the unfamiliarity, the situation felt rather awkward, prompting the Root leader to instinctively consider a hasty retreat. Earth-style decapitation technique. Just as he contemplated slipping away without a word, he suddenly felt a void beneath his feet. Almost immediately, a sensation akin to being choked gripped his neck, rendering his body immobile. Before he could react, a glint of cold light flashed before his eyes. The Root ninjas, witnessing their leader being dispatched, were momentarily stunned. The Leaf's commanding ninja also found himself momentarily dazed. However, since it was the leader of the Root who had fallen, the Leaf ninjas were the first to regain their composure. Attack. This was undoubtedly Yusuke's doing. Besides Yusuke, they noticed other ninjas approaching from the distance. They were their allies. The Root ninjas, however, seemed oblivious to this fact, with one individual even exclaiming, "Reinforcements have arrived. Let us ensure they remain here forever." Upon hearing this, the Leaf's leading ninja felt a surge of exhilaration. Meanwhile, emerging from the earth and standing before the severed head of the Root's leader, Yusuke wasted no time in launching his assault. Both sides were locked in a life-and-death struggle, and Yusuke did not hold back in the slightest. The Root ninjas instantaneously sensed a compelling force emanating from Yusuke. Not only did it draw their own bodies, but the surrounding raindrops also gravitated toward him. Within the brief moment Yusuke gathered his strength, a small vortex began to form. In the eyes of the Root ninjas, was this not an invitation to draw closer? Drawing forth their respective kunai, they intended to wait until Yusuke pulled them closer, at which point they would strike directly at his waist. The force of the wind was formidable, and the Root ninjas offered no resistance, each eager to reach Yusuke's side more swiftly. Thus, this simple technique, Chihayaburu, drew the Root ninjas nearer to him. The reciprocity was natural. However, just as they approached a rather close distance, Yusuke made his move. His form, as if lifted by the wind, leaped gracefully to a considerable height. Chihayaburu, the second phase. With a descending strike, he executed the chaotic assault known as Rinnegan Boshizu. Yusuke landed heavily on the ground. The previous sensation of being pulled dissipated, replaced by a buoyant feeling, as if he were in a comedic vacuum. This lightness rendered him incapable of exerting force. Without the need for grand techniques, Yusuke retreated into the patrol formation. Simultaneously, he issued commands to those around him and the encroaching ninjas. Utilize Suiton, unleash a full-scale assault. The Emerald Shadow Quartet. The damage from the diffusion reaction increased by 60, while simultaneously reducing the elemental resistance of affected enemies by 40 based on the type of element for a duration of 10 seconds. Given the rain, the earlier Chihayaburu had spread water elements onto everyone present. The outcome of this diffusion was a significant decrease in the water elemental resistance of these individuals, prompting Yusuke to command a Suiton attack. With the enemy momentarily incapacitated and their defenses diminished, this squad of ninjas met their demise before the second wave of ninjutsu bombardment even concluded. It felt as though today's Suiton was particularly effective. Once these ninjas were dispatched, the leading ninja approached Yusuke, their gaze reflecting disbelief as they examined their own hands. Perhaps it was due to the rain. providing an abundance of moisture in the air. Quite possibly so. With Yusuke's explanation in mind, the leading ninja dismissed the incident and began to inspect the corpses strewn across the ground. These ninjas bore no items indicative of their identities. Yusuke remained silent. In truth, prying open their mouths would reveal the cursed seals on their tongues. At this point, Yusuke's desire to scoff surged. One might wonder why they would inscribe a seal meant to eliminate the root of their tongue's affliction, only for it to leave traces behind. Was this not a blatant clue pointing back to them? Yet, since the leader had overlooked this detail, Yusuke chose to remain silent. After all, voicing it could provide Danzo with an opportunity for maneuvering. His intent was to obliterate Danzo entirely. Although the opposing party also harbored disdain for Danzo, his status was a significant factor. Instilling a sense of aversion toward Danzo could not be rushed, as haste might yield adverse outcomes. There would be ample time for this matter. For now, it was best to keep it noted against Danzo. Chapter 72. Hans, would I be unable to play games without you? Upon returning to the Konoha encampment, Yusuke spotted Tsunade and Orochimaru from a distance. What? You're asking about Jiraiya? Of course, he has been placed under house arrest. As Yusuke entered the confines of the camp, Tsunade rushed directly to his side. Although she was already aware of Yusuke's capability to confront the allied forces head-on, the common tactics employed by the ranged shinobi often involved treachery. There remained a possibility of unforeseen complications. Thus, Tsunade was genuinely concerned for Yusuke's well-being. She seized him, scrutinizing his arms and legs, fearful that he might have sustained injuries. Is there anywhere you feel discomfort? After completing her examination for external wounds, Tsunade inquired about any internal injuries. Though he secretly wished to feign an injury to Nestle against her chest, seeking her comforting embrace, he feared that such an act would result in a swift rebuke. What awaited Yusuke was, naturally, a furious punch to the chest, with the only distinction being that he remained grounded. Orochimaru silently commended Yusuke in his heart, not solely for his audacity in addressing Tsunade in such a manner, but also due to the day's accomplishments. As the commander, Orochimaru observed as the leading shinobi presented him with a substantial collection of Rain Village forehead protectors, now piled nearly to the height of a small hill. This represented the most significant bounty accumulated in quite some time, aside from a few large-scale confrontations. Moreover, the fact that no one had been injured today further amplified the value of their victory. After instructing for the Rain forehead protectors to be taken away, Orochimaru's attention shifted to the corpses brought back by the ninjas. The leading shinobi, upon noticing Orochimaru's inquiry, eagerly recounted the near encirclement they had experienced. Orochimaru cast a discreet glance at Yusuke, who, in turn, acknowledged him with a brief nod. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru found himself inexplicably amused by Yusuke's glance. Given Yusuke's intelligence, it was likely he had already recognized the potential threat posed by these individuals. The leading shinobi spoke with fervor, and Orochimaru discerned the underlying message in his words. The day's successes were largely attributable to Yusuke. Without him, they would have likely perished in that encounter. The identities of these individuals remained ambiguous, and there was a plea for Orochimaru to conduct a thorough investigation. Although there may have been an element of exaggeration in the shinobi's praise of Yusuke, the majority of the account was deemed credible by Orochimaru. He marveled at Yusuke's charismatic influence, whether it was himself, Tsunade, Jiraiya, or even the most inexperienced shinobi. All were drawn to him, captivated by his presence. Simultaneously, he found himself questioning Danzo's intelligence once more. While overt strategies posed no issue, could he not at least ascertain Yusuke's true combat prowess? Though Orochimaru had been present during Yusuke's earlier skirmish with Jiraiya, at that time, Yusuke had not displayed particularly formidable strength. Nevertheless, Orochimaru had sensed, despite not witnessing Yusuke's subsequent battles, that his abilities had evolved into something truly terrifying. It could only be said that Danzo lacked the discerning vision akin to that of Kakashi Hatake. Once the leading shinobi concluded his account, Orochimaru patted him on the shoulder, indicating his understanding of the situation. At this point, the ninjas finally disbanded, and Orochimaru led Yusuke to Jiraiya's tent. Yusuke, it's truly wonderful that you're here. Yusuke smiled and nodded in response, sitting down for a brief chat. However, Orochimaru swiftly redirected the conversation to the main topic. I have released the items you requested. What shall we do about Danzo's men? Let us send them to the place where the bodies are stored. A simple scare should suffice. Understood. Meanwhile, at Danzo's tent, the mission had failed. Danzo was on the verge of throwing a fit when a particularly faint sound suddenly pierced the silence from outside the tent. Did you hear? The patrol team that went out today was attacked by an unknown faction. Is that true? You think I would lie to you? It was said that Lord Orochimaru suspected this incident was related to the recently tumultuous Arataki faction and intended to summon the Yamashiro clan to investigate. Their secret techniques could delve into a person's memories. Upon hearing this, Danzo felt a chill run down his spine. If the Yamashiro clan were to investigate, it would spell disaster for him, especially since those accompanying Yusuke were a group of Konoha ninjas. While Yusuke might manage to extricate himself, Danzo had no reasonable explanation for the others. His mind raced, desperately seeking a solution. Outside the tent, Yusuke and Jiraiya stifled their laughter, sneaking away from Danzo's tent. 2 weeks later, in the Rain Village, Hanzo furrowed his brow, exuding an imposing aura that left those in the room gasping for breath. I recall that 2 weeks ago, the Fire Nation had a significant advantage on the battlefield. How has it suddenly become so dire? No matter where he went, the advantage seemed to vanish in his absence, potentially turning into a disadvantage. After developing military strength for so many years, how could things have come to this? If possible, Hanzo wished he could grab the collars of the leaders responsible for each front and demand to know if they would cease fighting in his absence. The ninja tasked with compiling frontline reports struggled to contain the sweat streaming down his forehead as he reported the reasons to Hanzo. After their defeat, Konoha secretly replaced their commander, who was now Orochimaru. And Hanzo pressed. Speak plainly. Konoha has gained a ninja with exceptional sensory abilities. Our previous tactics have all become ineffective, resulting in the Fire Nation front beginning to collapse. The notion that a single sensory ninja could sway the war was more than unsettling. And compared to the news from the other two fronts, it raised Hanzo's blood pressure even higher. Yet, he remained undeterred and continued his inquiry. What about assassination? A single sensory ninja cannot be all. Konoha also recognized his worth. Thus, they ensured that Yusuke Sanju was well protected, with all dispatched ninjas detected by his perceptive abilities. Hanzo proposed several solutions, yet each was promptly countered by the opposing party. With each round of intense questioning, Hanzo's blood pressure soared to unprecedented levels. After a prolonged silence, he ultimately resolved, I shall personally visit the battlefield in Konoha. Chapter 73, Orochimaru. Did the shadow pass the blame onto me? The atmosphere within the camp along the Fire Country front, which had caused Danzo's blood pressure to spike, was a stark contrast to the gloom that enveloped the camp upon Yusuke's arrival. When Yusuke first joined, the environment was not entirely lifeless, yet there remained an air of heaviness. In contrast, during the ongoing missions, ninjas could occasionally share lighthearted banter. After Yusuke and Orochimaru had their initial scare, they stealthily removed all the corpses that same night. Yusuke acquired numerous photographs of corpses stolen by root ninjas from the sealing scrolls. As for how these came to be, it related to the camera Yusuke had provided to Orochimaru, a 4-star item drawn from a tangled fate. Though at present, the world of the Hokage had yet to see the invention of the camera, it would eventually emerge in the narrative's timeline. Thus, Yusuke's possession of it was merely a premature occurrence. Initially, Yusuke did not regard this device with much significance until he conversed with Orochimaru about Danzo's corpse-stealing endeavors, prompting him to recall its potential. This camera could be set to capture images at fixed intervals and could store them automatically. Was it not ideally suited for surveillance? After all, this era lacked such a device. They would not recognize it. The day following Danzo's theft of the corpses, Yusuke and Jiraiya covertly intimidated him once more. Their rationale revolved around insinuating that Orochimaru suspected the corpse thief was among the camp's ranks. Upon receiving this information, Danzo disregarded any thoughts of Yusuke Sanju's significance and fled back to Konoha. He had no choice. The scrolls used to store the corpses were typically oversized and specially crafted. Such a scroll leaving the camp would draw undue attention. Moreover, citing concerns of retaliation from the Rain Village after a victorious battle, Orochimaru heightened the camp's security, making it even more challenging to smuggle the scrolls out. Ultimately, with no other options, Danzo had to assert that there were too many corpses, necessitating his personal escort back to Konoha for burial, thus cramming the stolen bodies back into the original scroll before departing the camp. Now that he was outside the camp, there was no justification for Danzo's return. Consequently, Orochimaru had effectively taken control of the entire Konoha camp. The reason it was deemed only partial control was that a small contingent of root members remained, left behind by Danzo when he departed, which warranted marginalization rather than elimination. Ultimately, Danzo was truly in a state of desperation. So much so that he did not even consider verifying the truth of the situation, despite seeking confirmation from Orochimaru, who would indeed affirm the veracity of the information. Orochimaru pondered, is it Danzo or I who is the true mastermind? Although Danzo has departed, rumors have spread that he is merely feigning innocence. Hastily returning to Konoha to evade scrutiny, quietly disseminating information at the front lines. In any case, the current state of Konoha is remarkably unified. Orochimaru oversees the macro strategies of the battlefield, while Yujin personally engages in combat, meticulously managing the finer details of the operations. Tsunade's development of the antidote has shown increasingly promising results, coupled with a minimal influx of new casualties, leading to a decline in the number of injured, allowing more warriors to return to the fray. After Danzo's exit, Jiraiya has fully embraced his freedom, indulging in missions alongside Yujin, relishing the sheer thrill of combat. He is free to fight as he chooses, reaping numerous accolades and discovering the joys of being a formidable ally. Consequently, the previously balanced, slightly disadvantageous situation has begun to improve. However, amidst this promising turn of events, an urgent message arrived at the command center. Just as Orochimaru concluded some internal matters and intended to sip tea for relaxation, a ninja rushed into the command room. What is the hurry? Speak slowly. Yet, the reporting ninja had no time for leisure, delivering the news to Orochimaru at an alarming pace. A ninja stationed in the Rain Village had sent word that Danzo himself had arrived at the Konoha front and was likely already there. Orochimaru lost all desire for tea, narrowing his eyes into slits. This revelation was overheard by Tsunade, who was about to enter. It appeared that Hanzo had infiltrated the ranks of ordinary ninjas and made his way to the front lines alongside them. If that were the case, then the timing of the message was indeed reasonable. Yujin and Jiraiya were on a mission today. Tsunade's reflection on this made Orochimaru acutely aware of Hanzo's intentions. It was Yujin who had the potential to alter the course of the battle. It was possible that the two sides had already encountered one another. Immediately notify all available teams to set forth to the battlefield. Orochimaru's command alerted Tsunade to the gravity of the situation. The reporting ninja departed, and Tsunade swiftly approached Orochimaru. Expressing her desire, I wish to join as well. Then prepare to depart. At the front lines, Yujin raised his hand, halting the advancing troops. What is it? Jiraiya, noticing Yujin's unusually serious demeanor, hurried to inquire. A formidable opponent has arrived. A formidable opponent? As Jiraiya contemplated who this might be from the Rain Village, Yujin's voice sent a shiver through the assembled ninjas. It is highly probable that Hanzo himself has come to the front lines. Is that true? While Jiraiya felt secure against regular ninjas with Yujin at his side, the prospect of facing Hanzo instilled a sense of unease within him. If it were the latter stages of the plot, with Jiraiya possessing sage techniques and having enhanced his fire release with oil, he would undoubtedly hold his own. However, the issue lies in the fact that he currently lacks such abilities. His future proficiency in sage arts and summoning techniques is limited to merely the summoning aspect at present. Retreat? Jiraiya inquired tentatively, for Yujiru's sensory range was generally extensive, and the distance to their target was certainly sufficient for an escape. I suspect retreat may not be possible, he concluded. Yet, Yujiru shook his head, rising to his feet and turning to the ninjas he had brought along. Orochimaru gazed up at Yujiru, whose voice resonated from above. The main forces were engaged with Hanzo, and everyone prepared to support them. The determination in Yujiru's eyes, concealed beneath bandages, was palpable. It seemed that today would mark the legendary battle of the three Sannin. This title would later become renowned throughout the shinobi world. Yet it was a moniker bestowed upon them by their vanquished foes, a mark of disgrace. Whether or not Tsunade would desire such a title remained to be seen. Chapter 74. Hanzo, who dares to challenge Yujiru Mikami? Upon arriving at the standoff between the two factions, Yujiru and Jiraiya immediately spotted Tsunade and Orochimaru at the forefront of Konoha's ranks. Orochimaru was overwhelmed with frustration, cursing inwardly. He had intended to bring the main forces to support Yujiru, yet they had encountered Hanzo's troops instead. What kind of predicament was this? At the forefront of the Rain Village stood its leader, the semi-divine figure of the shinobi world, Hanzo of the Salamander. This was Yujiru's first encounter with the true form of Hanzo, and the reputation he had garnered in the Book of the Shinobi was indeed impressive. This name was legendary, representing a pinnacle shinobi. Hanzo had a real-life counterpart, and remarkably, they shared the same name. Hattori Hanzo, a name that resonated with familiarity. In fact, the title Hanzo was a hereditary name within the Hattori clan, referring specifically to Hattori Masanari, the second generation. The association of the name Hanzo with ninjas stemmed from the fact that many of the IGA warriors under Hanzo's command were IGA ninjas. Thus, the image of Hanzo became synonymous with the famous ninja corps of the Tokugawa clan. Therefore, the prototype was quite distinguished, and Hanzo of the Salamander was not far behind. His presence was formidable. Even with a gas mask obscuring his features, it could not diminish his attractiveness, albeit he appeared slightly unappealing. "I am Jiraiya," Jiraiya declared. Yujiro had initially planned to wait for the battle to commence before deploying his forces as a surprise attack. Although this might cause him to miss the moment when Hanzo conferred the title of the Three Sannin, it was not a title to be coveted. As Yujiro observed Hanzo momentarily lost in thought below, he was abruptly jolted back to reality by an overwhelming sonic assault from close range. A glance sideways revealed that Jiraiya had indeed risen to his feet. Gazing up at Jiraiya, Yusuke found himself tempted to kick him off the ledge. How could he become so dazed that events had unfolded in such a manner? After shouting, "It was not the end," Jiraiya leapt down gracefully, landing firmly beside Tsunade and Orochimaru. With Jiraiya now on the ground, Yusuke realized it was futile to remain hidden, so he rose to his feet. In that moment, an eerie equilibrium formed among the Rain Village, Yusuke's faction, and the majority of the Leaf Village forces. Orochimaru observed the eager Jiraiya at his side, and then glanced up at Yusuke, who looked down upon everything with an imposing presence. He sensed, inexplicably, that Yusuke harbored similar sentiments of frustration as his own. However, it was for the best. In such a confrontation, the loser would inevitably yield. Once the battle concluded, there would be no need to dwell on whether cunning strategies were employed. It would merely be a test of raw strength. "Who is Yusuke Sanjo? A roar? Coming at me?" Hanzo's voice boomed, and Yusuke felt an instinctive urge to counter, anticipating he might shout next, "I shall end his life." Since the opponent sought him out, Yusuke would not indulge Hanzo's arrogance. "I am Yusuke Sanjo," he bellowed back, his voice surpassing Hanzo's in volume. Hanzo, looking up at Yusuke from his elevated position, exhibited little rage, instead displaying an unsettling calmness. Hanzo was remarkably cautious. Even when facing an unknown ninja, he would never underestimate his opponent. He always opted for the most reliable means to eliminate threats, much like when he dealt with Nagato and his companions. Yet, Yusuke managed to astonish Hanzo, primarily due to the bandage covering his eyes. A blind man, leading the Leaf Village, had successfully suppressed the Rain Village. Yusuke's shout invigorated the morale of the Leaf Ninja, who stood before them, a demigod of the ninja world. Yusuke boldly declared himself the grandfather of a demigod. With a silver tongue, he dismissed Hanzo as nothing more than a pretender. At this point, Hanzo lost interest in further banter. Yusuke's words not only stirred the spirits of the Leaf forces, but also ignited anger among the Rain ninjas. "Kill!" With Hanzo's furious cry, the ninjas from both sides swiftly converged. This was the battlefield. Mercy towards the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Raindrops began to fall, mingling with the blood that stained the ground. The Leaf ninjas stationed on the high ground leapt down, joining the fray. Yusuke intended to descend directly as well, but was restrained. The ninja leading the team was someone Yusuke had encountered on his first mission. The commander ordered 2 individuals to ensure Yusuke's protection, as Hanzo's first inquiry had been about Yusuke's whereabouts, clearly indicating he was targeting him. As for Yusuke, despite his boisterous declarations, he merely embodies the essence of a perceptive ninja, or so the leading ninja believes. Yusuke is aware that their intentions are well-meaning, yet the manner of it provokes an amused ire within him. In the realm of combat, one must match strength with strength. While the ordinary ninjas instinctively seek their designated opponents, Hanzo directly confronts Orochimaru and his comrades. What ensues is a flurry of taijutsu exchanges. At this juncture, Orochimaru lacks the formidable arsenal of Kusanagi swords he would later wield. Hanzo, armed with a ninja scythe, faces the trio, who can only defend themselves with kunai against his lethal weapon. Hanzo's prowess is already formidable, and the added advantage of his scythe amplifies his might. Thus, within the realm of physical combat, Hanzo utterly dominates the 3 adversaries. Moreover, Unlike conventional tactics, Hanzo skillfully intersperses techniques with his physical strikes. The trio struggles even more, as the opponent, already overwhelming in strength, continues to unleash ninjutsu amidst the melee. Finally, seizing an opportunity amidst the chaos, Orochimaru successfully employs ninjutsu. The serpentine technique ensnares Hanzo, wrapping him in coils. However, before Tsunade and Jiraiya can mount a direct attack, Hanzo, even while partially restrained, forms a hand seal. Water body flicker. His ensnared form transforms into a puddle, leaving the trio bereft of sight. Hanzo is not the type to shout before launching an assault. His side swiftly arcs towards Orochimaru's neck. Fortunately, Jiraiya's reflexes are swift enough to pull Orochimaru out of harm's way, narrowly averting disaster. At this moment, Orochimaru can distinctly hear the rapid thumping of his heart, overwhelmed by the pressure. Chapter 75. Yusuke. Is it not peculiar that a trio comprises 4 members? Yusuke rests his chin on his hands, a visage of existential despair etched upon his face. He had just assured his 2 protective ninjas that he was more than prepared for the battlefield, yet they remained unconvinced. With patience exhausted and tolerance at an end, Yusuke swiftly places his hands in a blade-like form against the napes of the 2 ninjas, delivering a gentle strike that renders them unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Truly, the portrayals of various media have not misled me. With the 2 incapacitated, Yusuke feels liberated, swiftly concealing them before turning his attention toward the battlefield. The skirmish among ordinary folk intensifies, with casualties mounting. The fierce clash between Hanzo and the trio of Orochimaru grows increasingly tumultuous. As for the state of battle, the trio's plight becomes starkly evident, a consequence of Hanzo's unyielding ferocity. At this moment, Hanzo reveals the true extent of his formidable abilities. Poison. The black pepper fish, a venomous delicacy from the land of rain, once thrived in the hidden village. Upon its demise, its toxic sac was implanted within Hanzo's very being. Thus, Hans developed a resistance to poison and gained the ability to control the toxins within his venom sacs. Some of these poisons, when diluted, transformed into a lethal weapon for the Rain Village. The antidote previously concocted by Tsunade was effective only against the diluted toxins. However, Hans's poison had undergone a qualitative change due to an accumulation of quantity. While it did not induce immediate poisoning, it certainly caused considerable discomfort. The more Hans fought, the more effortless he appeared, gaining a distinct advantage, while his 3 opponents grew increasingly afflicted. Tsunade executed a powerful side kick, successfully striking Hans. Typically, her immense strength rendered her invincible. Yet, Hans raised his arms, absorbing the blow without faltering. Afterward, he swiftly retreated. Why, having withstood the attack, did he withdraw? For a moment, Tsunade was perplexed, but soon realized the reason. The spot on her leg where she had kicked Hans was now covered with an abundance of explosive tags. These tags seemed to come alive, rapidly crawling up her entire leg. As Hans retreated, he began forming hand seals. Fire style, exploding flame formation. Ninja art, needle of the earth. This technique, Jiraiya's most formidable defensive skill, saw Jiraiya's hair shoot towards Tsunade, intending to shield her from the impending attack. However, in that critical moment, an arrow imbued with a blue luminescence soared in from the distance. Bang! Hans, witnessing the arrow approaching, abandoned his hand seals and deftly evaded, narrowly escaping the unknown projectile. Yet, the arrow offered Hans no respite. Upon impact, it transformed a small patch of water on the ground into ice. But that was not the end. As the ground froze, a massive ice spike materialized above Hans's head. The ice spike detonated, sending smaller shards cascading downward in a conical formation. This was Ganyu's normal attack, flowing heaven arrow technique. Ganyu is a remarkable character, the only archer who inflicts damage through charged ordinary attacks. The explosion of the ice spike resulted from the second stage of charged flowing heaven arrow technique. Hans clearly did not anticipate that a mere arrow could possess such an effect, and he was struck by the ice shards, causing the moisture on his body to freeze. Nevertheless, Hans's formidable strength allowed him to break free from the icy grip in a matter of moments. As he observed, the archer who had loosed the arrow stepped forward. Who else could it be but Yusuke Mikami? Thanks to Yusuke's intervention, Hans halted his hand seals, and seizing the opportunity, Tsunade hastily removed all the explosive tags from her leg. Yusuke stepped from behind the trio to confront Hans directly, even finding time for a jest. There is a saying that a trio usually comprises 4 individuals. I wonder if you have heard of it? How dull. Upon witnessing the culmination of his journey, Hanzo promptly unleashed his formidable ultimate technique. Known for his lethal prowess, Hanzo's reputation is not solely attributed to the venomous pouch within him, but also to his summoned spirit beast, a venomous salamander. The art of summoning manifests as the salamander emerges, enveloped in a purple haze of toxic gas that swiftly disperses, creating a chasm among the ordinary ninjas present. Those unfortunate enough to inhale the noxious fumes exhibit symptoms of poisoning almost instantaneously, regardless of whether they are from Konoha or the Rain Village, donned in gas masks. Yuki, retracting his bow, prepared for the ensuing close-quarters combat by brandishing a strikingly styled broadsword, the Wolf's End, its crimson blade gleaming with an intimidating elegance. With this weapon in hand, Yuki felt his resolve intensify, his gaze fixated intently on Hanzo. You may target others, but if you dare to lay a hand on my wife, we shall have a reckoning. As Yuki contemplated confronting Hanzo vocally, 3 resounding booms echoed from behind him, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. I can't believe this. Each of you has summoned a colossal spirit beast. Is there not a hint of irony in how this makes me appear? Jiraiya stood atop the massive toad, Gamabunta, while Orochimaru had summoned Manda, positioning himself on the serpent's head. Tsunade, too, was mounted on the enormous slug. These 3 were indeed the summoned beasts of the legendary trio, with Gamabunta being the most familiar to Yuki, as he had often been summoned by both the 4th Hokage and the prince, in addition to Jiraiya. The battlefield had transformed into a spectacle. Hanzo perched atop his salamander, facing off against the trio atop their respective beasts. Yuki pondered whether he should unleash his own spirit beast, a thought that filled him with trepidation, as he had never summoned it before. Leave the rest to us, Tsunade exclaimed energetically from atop the slug, addressing Yuki, who was still positioned before the trio. Her words pulled Yuki back from his musings. No problem. If they wish to engage, let them do so. I can always intervene later. I will likely have my chance to act. Chapter 76. The 3 little ones outside the battlefield as the spirit beasts clashed, instigated by Tsunade and her companions. Yuki employed the body flicker technique to position himself behind them, keeping his own prowess concealed for the time being. Although Tsunade and her comrades exuded a formidable presence, the outcome was likely to unfold in a manner reminiscent of the legendary battles of the 3 ninjas, given the existing disparity in combat strength. Indeed, this proved to be the case. Yusuke could only observe the unfolding battle from behind a few individuals. The presence of summoned beasts rendered close combat nearly impossible, as the beasts engaged below while the ninjas exchanged techniques from above. However, this long-range confrontation highlighted Tsunade's vulnerabilities. Her skills primarily derived from her extraordinary strength and adaptations of medical ninjutsu, all of which were predominantly male-oriented. Consequently, the main combat prowess lay with Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Yet, Hans also exhibited formidable ninjutsu skills, having immersed himself in the craft for many years. He would not dare challenge the 3 great nations without substantial expertise. As the clash intensified, Yusuke found himself thoroughly entertained, not only by the conflict between individuals, but also by the titanic struggle of the summoned beasts. This was a far cry from the typical ninja battles he was accustomed to. Yusuke understood why he had once been captivated by Ultraman. The sheer power exuded during battles between colossal entities felt entirely distinct from those fought between regular-sized opponents. Wow, what a magnificent punch, Bunta! Yusuke couldn't help but exclaim as an audience member. Just as he was engrossed in the spectacle, Yusuke's perceptive abilities kicked in. He tilted his head towards a small hill he had previously occupied. Though the distance was considerable, he distinctly spotted 3 children, a girl with purple hair, a boy with orange hair, and another boy with red hair, his bangs completely obscuring his eyes. Is that the trio from Mangekyō? Yusuke mused. Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato. He recalled that after their battle with Danzo, the 3 ninjas would encounter the recently defeated trio in a cave. Thus began the intricate entanglement of love and hatred between Mangekyō's 3 young ones and Jiraiya. To his surprise, these children had ventured to the battlefield's edge at such a time. What audacity! Yahiko, do you feel like that person is watching us? Konan tugged at Yahiko's sleeve, pointing towards Yusuke's direction. But he's wearing bandages. He must be blind, right? Yahiko scratched his head, puzzled by the bandages covering Yusuke's eyes. It was Nagato, usually quiet, who voiced a thought. Could it be a disguise? Perhaps he isn't blind at all? Due to the considerable distance, Yusuke could not hear their conversation. Had he been aware of their exchange, he would have given a thumbs up and remarked, "You've got quite the insight." Even if he wasn't truly blind, one would assume that covering one's eyes would render them unable to see anything. Surely, those bandages couldn't be one-sided, could they? What if the bandages are merely a ruse? And he can actually see? Yusuke joked, scratching his head. Yusuke thought to himself, "You deserve a thumbs up from me. If you keep talking, I might just find myself stripped bare." I, too, sense that he is observing us. Perhaps the three of us should depart first? Nagato is also unsure why he shares the same feeling as Konan. Very well, let us take our leave. It is indeed too perilous here. With Yusuke, our leader. Having spoken, the three children swiftly exited the battlefield. Once they felt the presence of the three children had receded, Yusuke redirected his gaze back to the fray. After all, it is highly likely that they would encounter one another again shortly. He was genuinely partaking in the skirmish, not merely a spectator. As the protagonist, it is only natural to await the opportune moment to make an entrance. The battle continued with the summoned beasts for a while longer, but both sides began to distance themselves once again. It was not that the three could not endure. Rather, it was the summoned creatures that were faltering. "I can't take it anymore. This fish is exceedingly toxic," lamented the massive slug, exuding an aura of anxiety. "After all, we rarely have the chance to appear together. Surely, we cannot be bested by a mere fish." Wanta's face, resembling that of a toad, was also marred with worry. The myriad serpents under Orochimaru cast a disdainful glance at the two summoned beasts. "Humph, a couple of deadweights. Hey, what do you mean by that? Enough already. Let us continue." The venom of the stonefish was, without question, a bane to the majority of summoned beasts. Jiraiya's toad, Wanta, and Orochimaru's myriad serpents were still in their youth, their prowess not yet at its zenith. If one were to categorize these summoned beasts, they would both fall under the warrior type, possessing defenses primarily against physical assaults. However, the stonefish did not inflict physical damage. Rather, it unleashed toxins, representing a formidable magical threat. In such circumstances, the efficacy of physical defenses was exceedingly limited. As for the healing slug, its capacities lay in mending wounds. Yet these injuries could be classified as both internal and external. Did it possess the ability to detoxify? Yes, but to a very limited extent. When faced with the pinnacle of toxins from the ninja world, the slug found itself somewhat powerless, akin to the embarrassing predicament of Wanta and the myriad serpents. As they re-engaged after parting, the stonefish, in its vexation at confronting the three summoned beasts, unleashed a powerful attack. A dense purple mist of venom struck directly at Wanta and the other two summoned beasts. In the face of the spreading toxic gas, the trio of summoned creatures persevered for 5 arduous minutes before, ultimately, they could withstand no longer, dissipating into a wisp of white smoke. The trio was swiftly dispatched. Jiraiya and his companions fell to the ground. At this moment, the stonefish prepared to unleash its ultimate technique, gathering energy in its mouth, poised to release it with but a final push. Hanzo, surveying the three individuals now devoid of their summoned beasts from a position of superiority, declared, "This battle undoubtedly favors the Leaf Ninja. Therefore, I shall spare you, for now. However, I do not extend this mercy without conditions. You must surrender, Yusuke. Otherwise, the venom within the stonefish's grasp is sufficient to claim the lives of all 3 of you, as well as every Leaf Ninja present." Jiraiya was just about to retort when an unexpected sound abruptly stifled his words. A howl, piercing through the air, sent a jolt of awareness through everyone on the battlefield. A wolf's howl? Surely, there were no such creatures in the Hidden Rain village. Chapter 77, Summoning. The North Wind Wolf King. After the momentary confusion brought on by the howl, a more profound mental shock descended upon the battlefield. The ice arrow that had previously soared towards Hanzo was witnessed only by Hanzo, Jiraiya, and a few others. Yet now, a brilliant blue streak, magnitudes larger than the ice arrow, burst forth from the distant woods, hurtling towards the center of the battlefield. Everyone in the technical room ceased their actions, drawn to the colossal, meteor-like light. Hanzo too was captivated. The streak drew nearer, and it seemed to take the form of a wolf. Was this the source of the earlier howl? No, that couldn't be right. Hanzo quickly recognized the anomaly. It appeared to be heading directly for him. However, by the time he comprehended this, he was too late to react. Bang! A thunderous noise erupted as the massive ice wolf's paw collided with the head of the salamander. But that was only the beginning. Despite the ground being saturated with water, the instant the ice wolf landed. Countless shards of ice exploded as if they had been shattered and flung away. The ice blast surged forth. The salamander, which had been puffing up its mouth, was struck defensively by the wolf's paw upon landing. Hanzo, perched atop the salamander's head, felt a flicker of relief. Thankfully, the salamander's mouth protruded forward, otherwise, he too might have been trampled by the colossal beast. Yet, the salamander was not as fortunate as Hanzo. The toxic fumes that had been accumulating erupted uncontrollably. A purple mist threatened to envelop the ice wolf and the figure upon its head. Alas, like leaves drifting to the ground. Though the ice wolf's arrival was heralded by a tremendous sound, within the toxic fog, that sound remained distinctly audible. All weapons seemed to be isolated as if encased within a hemisphere, which continuously expanded. It was the wind. Orochimaru discerned that the very essence of this hemisphere was composed of wind, which propelled the toxic miasma outward, driving it away. Wanya's elemental eruption, Wanya's blade of one. This strike effectively dispersed the toxins spewed forth by the salamander into the expanding wind-driven hemisphere. After stepping upon the salamander's head, the blue ice wolf took 2 steps back. At this moment, Hanzo noticed that there was indeed another figure atop the wolf's head. With striking crimson hair and attire that clearly did not belong to the shinobi world, yet radiated an unmistakable air of nobility. This individual wielded a massive sword resembling the bone of some great beast, gazing down upon Hanzo from a commanding height. "Who are you?" Hanzo inquired. The figure atop the wolf had no intention of concealing their identity, boldly introducing themselves. The Arataki clan, the Dark Knight hero. The Arataki clan? As Hans and Yusuke stood, the trio behind them narrowed their eyes in apprehension. After all, the affairs of the Arataki gang from the Land of Waves had sparked considerable discussion, and now, it seemed, another figure had emerged. This individual, distinct from the previous one known as the Justice Man, was now dubbed the Night Hero. Whether these two were indeed the same person remained uncertain. Hans, however, was inclined to believe they were not, considering the Justice Man had not exhibited any notable summoned beasts. It was also plausible that the previous coalition had been too inept to warrant the use of such creatures. Similarly, Orochimaru and Jiraiya shared this sentiment. Yet, upon hearing the mention of the Arataki gang, Tsunade's expression transformed from contemplation to one of peculiar intrigue as she gazed at the figure atop the wolf. Yusuke had previously elucidated the happenings in the village of the Whirlpool, thus she was aware of the Justice Man's identity. Therefore, it became evident that the individual in question was none other than Mikami Yusuke. In the world of Naruto, it was indeed Yusuke who would possess such an affinity for the Arataki gang and the title of Night Hero. Beneath him lay the wolf, Boreas, the king of the North Wind, a creature of unparalleled nobility. Originally, this world was among the highest echelons, initially referred to as the Northern Lord, Andreus. One of the demon gods who participated in the Demon War, Andreus had confronted the tower's solitary king 3,600 years ago. Over a millennium ago, he wandered the snowy realm of Mond alongside the then North Wind Knight, Ravenwood. 1,000 years prior to Tevat's current timeline, Ravenwood laid Andreus to rest in the wolf's domain. Boreas, in turn, was a manifestation of Andreus's desire to resurrect through ice and wind, providing trials for otherworldly travelers. Boreas's form was adorned in shades of white and icy blue, with deep blue fur cascading from his crown to his back, and 3 long, faintly glowing blue eyebrows that danced like dragon whiskers in the air. The summoning beasts invoked by Jiraiya and his companions had starkly illustrated the disparity in aesthetics. While the reason for their presence here stemmed from a fortunate draw, the very fabric of reality seemed to be at stake. Yusuke himself could scarcely fathom what bizarre entities this system might conjure for him in the future. Would he perhaps summon Paimon, or Zhongli's divine attire? If the king of the North Wind could be drawn, what of the Raiden Shogun's divine instrument, Kusanagi? Could he summon the demon lord's armament? The prospect of wielding the god of justice was tantalizing indeed. Yet, these musings remained purely speculative on Yusuke's part. He found it challenging to categorize these beings as mere summoned beasts, for they lacked consciousness, obeying his commands, and even engaging in combat on his behalf. From this angle, they bore a resemblance to puppets. These thoughts swiftly traversed Yusuke's mind as the battlefield continued to shift with unrelenting fervor. Hanzo recalled the previous incident involving the Arataki gang's righteous extermination of the coalition forces and swiftly made a judgment, issuing a command. All ninjas of Mangekyō, retreat. Orochimaru, aware of Hanzo's thoughts, issued a similar directive. All ninjas of Konoha, retreat. Upon receiving the orders, both sides' ninjas hastily retreated towards their respective encampments. The battlefield had escalated to a level beyond their participation. Tsunade, are you not leaving? Jiraiya and Orochimaru were also preparing to flee. For this Dark Knight hero seemed intent on confronting Hanzo. Tsunade's demeanor was markedly different from the tension exhibited by the other two. Even Orochimaru sensed a degree of relaxation emanating from her, almost as if she were eager to engage, as though she desired to ascend to the pinnacle of Andreas. Why the rush? Let's sit and observe for a while. With Mangekyō's withdrawal, Hanzo's wariness became increasingly palpable, fearing that the Dark Knight hero might suddenly strike, targeting either himself or the ordinary ninjas of Mangekyō. As the ninjas of both Konoha and Mangekyō departed, the battlefield was cleared. The adversary made no move to attack, yet Hanzo remained on high alert. Throughout the encounter, the red-haired man, who had been pacing like a wolf, had not once glanced at the three Konoha ninjas behind him. His gaze was fixed solely upon Hanzo. Now that Mangekyō's ninjas had retreated, Hanzo could no longer contain his frustration and called out to Yusuke. His voice laced with suppressed anger. What exactly do you intend to do? Are you not heralded as a demigod of the shinobi world? I merely wish to measure my strength against yours. Both Hanzo and Yusuke awaited the withdrawal of others. Meanwhile, Yusuke's shadow clone was leading the main force of Konoha back to the encampment. With an alibi firmly established, he felt liberated to act. Yusuke had initially presumed that Orochimaru would lead the two away, but remained close enough to observe the confrontation between him and Hanzo. However, staying behind posed no issue. Very well, let it commence. Since the adversary had spoken so boldly, Hanzo felt no inclination to retreat. Just as the man declared, he was indeed a demigod of the shinobi world. With a swift motion, Hanzo initiated his attack using the ninja's scythe in his grasp, executing a two-part strike with his chain scythe. The scythe's tail was attached to a lengthy chain, which he launched towards Yusuke's weapon. Due to its design, the Chikatsu sword was quite susceptible to being ensnared by the chain, and once entangled, it would prove challenging to extricate. However, Yusuke had anticipated this outcome. The weight of the rock provided reassurance. Noelle unleashed her skill, summoning a sharply defined shield that effectively blocked the chain hurled by Hanzo. After executing a powerful attack with Wanderer, Yusuke disengaged the Chikatsu sword, aiming to stack its passive ability. Having narrowly evaded the wolf's demise earlier, Yusuke chose the Chikatsu sword to avoid immediate recognition. A remarkable artifact among 4-star two-handed swords. Weapon skill, Wave Breaker. When the character is present on the battlefield, damage dealt is increased by 10 every 4 seconds, while damage taken is also augmented by 2. This effect can stack up to 5 layers and does not reset upon the character's exit. However, sustaining damage will reduce the effect by 1 layer. After conversing with Hanzo, a span of 20 seconds had elapsed, during which the passive ability was fully stacked. The strength of this sword lies in its capacity to enhance damage by 50 once fully stacked, despite the self-inflicted damage increase. Hence, wielding this sword requires either the application of a shield or the mastery of evasion. With the shield now equipped, and Hanzo seeking to compare swordsmanship, Yusuke too desired to exhibit his prowess in combat. Thus he charged towards Hanzo. The clash of scythe and two-handed sword resounded, yet at that moment, Hanzo's advantage became evident. His martial arts boasted a rapid attack frequency, meaning his strike speed was significantly higher. Currently, Yusuke wielded a two-handed sword, which was inherently slower in attack speed. Consequently, while Yusuke managed 1 strike, Hanzo could unleash 3. Yusuke could withstand 2 of Hanzo's blows with his sword, leaving the final strike to be absorbed by his shield. Although the shield's existence ensured it would not shatter before its duration expired, it was clear that wielding the great sword placed Yusuke at a disadvantage. With no allies present and the great sword proving ineffective, Yusuke resorted to more intricate maneuvers. The Chiga's sword, with its pointed design, was capable of thrusting. However, due to its length and substantial weight, the wind-up for a thrust was considerable, revealing a vulnerability. Was this truly a deliberate opening presented by his opponent? Just as Hanzo hesitated, pondering whether to strike, his instincts sounded a warning. Retreat. Maintaining his thrusting posture, Yusuke pressed forward while Hanzo instinctively withdrew. Under Hanzo's watchful gaze, Yusuke's sword transformed into a spear, its tip nearly grazing Hanzo's shoulder. Long-handled weapons often evoke thoughts of their elemental origins, thus facilitating a strategic withdrawal. Yusuke could maneuver freely. However, the spear's tip elicited no sensation of contact. Astonishingly, Hanzo had evaded the attack. Yusuke had not anticipated this. Hanzo retreated to solid ground. While Yusuke descended from the back of Andalus, both now positioned on the earth. The battlefield had divided, with Andalus confronting the mountain pepper fish and Yusuke facing Hanzo. With long-handled weapons now in play, it was time to employ their distinctive offensive techniques. A towering wall emerges. Zhongli's elemental skill, Earth Escort, conjured rocky spires. The Jade Shield manifested. Yusuke drew forth the single-handed sword, the Dawn Divine Blade. Bloom forth. Albedo's elemental skill, Genesis Creation, unleashed a brilliant radiance. Hanzo felt as though his body had been struck violently by a massive boulder. The resonance of the rock ridge is triggered, and the radiant bloom of the moment unfolds, unleashing a torrent of geo-elemental damage. The elemental skills of both combatants conclude, marking the end of the preparatory phase. Ordinarily, one would incorporate Xingqiu's abilities. However, in the Land of Rain, with the skies pouring incessantly, there is no need for Xingqiu's skill. The downpour alone suffices to infuse each of their strikes with vaporization. This marks the emergence of Hu Tao, Teyvat's first fire, her first 5-star character. Today, she shall confront the demigod of the shinobi world. Although the eruption of the moment's bloom inflicts considerable damage, Hanzo manages to withstand it. At this juncture, Yuji resumes wielding a long spear, a verdant lance akin to the jade pendant. Flames of crimson dance upon the spear, burning fiercely even amidst the rain. Hu Tao activates her elemental skill, Butterfly's Call to Life. I cannot afford to lose. For the sake of the Hidden Rain Village, I must not falter. Hanzo roars within, the soul eye that is visible ablaze with fervor. The combat resumes with fervor. In a fleeting moment, both engage in countless exchanges, neither side retreating. So swiftly that even Tsunade and the others struggle to discern the movements of their weapons. All that can be seen are the glimmering blades and the unwarranted flames flickering beneath the curtain of rain. After a prolonged exchange, the two draw apart, each resetting their stances. The final strike awaits. Orochimaru observes the separated duo and remarks. Chapter 79. Though I have no intent to hunt the deer, Jiraiya is taken aback. Hanzo has yet to employ his poison, and neither has unleashed any devastating jutsu. Must this be the end? Hanzo's poison remains unused. A gust of wind continually envelopes this individual, preventing the poison from infiltrating his body. As for ninjutsu, the Hidden Rain Village is a small shinobi settlement. Thus Hanzo's own techniques are not particularly formidable. The two have surpassed the threshold of Orochimaru's vision, to the point where it becomes impossible to discern their movements. With clarity lost, Orochimaru diverts some of his attention to elucidate matters to Jiraiya. Earlier, during Hanzo's encounter with the three of them, he possessed numerous high-damage jutsu at his disposal, yet he refrained from using them, a realization that did not escape Orochimaru's notice. However, truth be told, it mattered little. Hanzo, with merely the skills he displayed, was more than capable of dominating the three of them. On the battlefield, both Yuji and Hanzo recognize that the final strike is imminent. In their eyes, the rain, akin to a bucket of water being poured, begins to fall more sporadically. Both possess compelling reasons not to concede. Almost in unison, they take the first step, the distance between them diminishing. The rainfall slows, and the adversaries' movements appear to languish. There are no clouds of smoke, no explosions. Their actions freeze amid the deluge. To the three shinobi, everything transpires in an instant. Yet for Hanzo and Yuji, countless exchanges unfold within that fleeting moment. Hanzo, in a mid-movement, launches his scythe, utilizing the shield's tangible presence surrounding Yuji to shatter his own barrier successfully. As the scythe was drawn back, just as it was about to reach Yusuke, Hans witnessed Yusuke's form transform into a flurry of butterflies. Ultimately, his body reassembled into that of Yusuke, and at that moment, the scythe had returned to Hans's grasp. Subsequently, Hans executed a drawing technique with his sword. Although wielding a scythe, he was still capable of executing the kata. He had once used this very technique to vanquish the formidable Miura of the Iron Country. Yusuke, alongside Kurumi, launched a standard attack followed by a heavy strike. The ordinary attack intercepted the drawing technique, while the heavy strike inflicted damage. The two exchanged positions, yet their orientations remained aligned. both directed towards Yusuke's previous location. The spear in Yusuke's hand rested precariously upon Hans's shoulder, perilously close to his neck. Have I lost? Despite the spear's weight only partially bearing down on his shoulder, Hans felt an inexplicable heaviness in his already bent knees. The whims of fate are unpredictable. Hans sighed, his voice level, even tinged with a hint of relief. I have lost. Go ahead and kill me. However, the only response he received was the absence of weight upon his shoulder. Hans turned in astonishment. I came to spar with you, not to take your life. With an elegant withdrawal of his spear, Yusuke stepped from behind Hans and positioned himself before him. If I intended to kill you, that last attack would have inflicted far greater damage. To slay you would mean the absolute demise of the Hidden Rain village, leaving it vulnerable to encroachment by other nations. When that day arrives, I can only imagine the plight of the common folk in the Land of Rain. I believe you comprehend this better than I, as you are the shadow of the Hidden Rain. Hans's eyes reflected disbelief. Though I have no desire to hunt the deer, I am acutely aware of the suffering of the populace. Zhongli, your words are undeniably profound. I shall borrow them. Yusuke remarked. What should rest upon your shoulder has never been my spear, but rather the weight of your responsibilities as a shadow and a demigod of the shinobi world. After patting Hans on the shoulder, Yusuke rose and called out to Andreas, who was thoroughly engrossed in tormenting the pufferfish. Let us go. Andreas hurriedly approached Yusuke, who leapt onto the wolf's head, transforming once more into a streak of light, akin to his initial descent. Now, only 4 individuals remained on the battlefield, yet all had relinquished any desire to continue fighting. Hans cast a glance at the 3 others before looking towards the direction Yusuke had departed and withdrew his pufferfish, making his way towards the encampment of the Hidden Rain village. Witnessing the entire exchange, the 3 individuals chose to vacate the battlefield following Hans's departure, proceeding in the direction of the Leaf Village encampment. The rain intensified once more. Let us take a moment to rest there, Jiraiya suggested, pointing towards a cave and seeking the opinions of the other 2. All right. The 3 found a place to sit and lean against, as Jiraiya produced some dry bread. They replenished their energy while gazing into the distance, each lost in thought. The events of the day felt surreal. The Arataki gang had not anticipated encountering Hans here once again. Do you think Hans will spread word of his defeat by the Arataki gang upon his return? No one could quite grasp the psychological state of Hanzo, who had just suffered a defeat. A profound silence enveloped the 3, with only the sound of rain from outside and the rhythmic chewing of their food breaking the stillness within the cave. In an instant, Orochimaru and Jiraiya reacted, their muscles tensing as they assumed a guarded stance. The echoes of their voices faded, and a palpable tension began to permeate the relatively small space. I am here. What are you 2 looking at over there? Orochimaru and Jiraiya swiftly turned, their pupils narrowing in surprise. The figure before them bore striking red hair and donned an exquisite black attire, the only notable absence being the blue wolf familiar. The Dark Knight hero stood behind Tsunade, who paused her chewing of the dry bread to nonchalantly remark, I am hungry. Orochimaru and Jiraiya exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions mirroring a shared confusion. What is going on? Why do you both appear so unable to contain your laughter? All right, enough of the antics. Look how frightened you have made them. Yuji ceased his playful demeanor, dispelling his transformation as he stepped beside Tsunade, holding a steaming portion of square peace offerings. Yuji? Orochimaru and Jiraiya gazed at Yuji in astonishment, their worldviews momentarily shaken. While Tsunade was engrossed in her meal, Yuji smiled and inquired, So what do you think? Surprised? I understand you have many questions, but let us not rush. How about some food first? After we eat, I will explain everything to you 2 in detail. Very well, Orochimaru acquiesced, and seeing this, Jiraiya also accepted a portion of the square piece, beginning to eat. Given the rain outside, Yuji produced a bowl of carrot vegetable soup and placed it in the center of the trio. Once everything was arranged, Yuji turned toward the direction of the stone pillars at the cave entrance, calling out, Come out, let us eat together. How much longer do you intend to hide? Chapter 80. Yet knowing the suffering of the people, Orochimaru and Jiraiya followed Yuji's gaze. An orange-haired boy cautiously peeked from behind one of the pillars, his face partially illuminated by the outside light, while the other half remained shrouded in darkness. Indeed, at first glance, the boy's entrance bore an ominous presence reminiscent of a classic villain. As he fully emerged from the shadows, they finally discerned his youthful features. He appeared to be of a similar age to Konohamaru, with short orange hair and large, vigilant eyes. Yuhiko. If this name does not ring a bell, he would later be known as Pain. Yuhiko approached the four, striving to maintain a dignified tone as he called out, "Please share some food with us." Tsunade, Yuji, and Orochimaru remained silent. Tsunade and Orochimaru felt a twinge of offense, while Yuji simply wished to observe. Appreciating the classic nature of this moment, the encounter between Jiraiya and the three young Rain shinobi. "And where are your parents?" Jiraiya gazed at the youth before him and inquired of Yuhiko. He had witnessed the tragic demise of many at the hands of ninjas in the throes of war. Having recently endured a fierce battle, Jiraiya now harbored a profound understanding of the ravages of conflict. Particularly haunting were the lifeless bodies strewn across the battlefield, remnants left behind after the chaos had subsided. A poignant phrase surfaced in his mind, reminiscent of the words spoken by the Dark Hero, or Yuji. To Hanzo, "Though I do not seek the hunt, I am acutely aware of the suffering of the masses." The casualties of war encompassed not only ninjas, but also countless defenseless civilians. A tender expression flickered in Jiraiya's eyes. Reflecting upon this, he rummaged through his belongings, yet could only produce 2 small packets of dry bread. "I possess but a meager portion of dry bread," Jiraiya remarked. His words directed not solely at Yuhiko but also towards Yuji, infused with a hint of supplication. "Allow me to partake." Yuji began to search through his possessions, all the while reminding Yuhiko to summon his 2 companions. "Additionally, have your 2 comrades join us as well." Yuhiko, having been fully absorbed in Jiraiya's discourse, only then recalled Yuji, the individual who had recently discovered him. "Nagato, Konan, come forth." They seemed not to harbor ill intentions. At Yuhiko's call, 2 figures emerged from the same place he had just exited, a young girl with purple hair and a boy with long red bangs. "Approach, don't just stand there. Let us gather together and introduce ourselves before we dine." Although the meal had been presented, Yuji did not hasten to serve the 3, instead initiating a conversation. "I am Yuhiko," he introduced himself, assuming the role of the elder brother among the trio. "I am Nagato." "I am Konan." The remaining boy and girl followed suit in their introductions. After the trio had shared their names, Jiraiya, renowned for his fondness for mentoring young disciples, felt an inexplicable urge to ruffle the hair of these 3 children. "Let us dine together, shall we? How does it taste?" Since acquiring Xiangling, Yuji's culinary skills had finally reached a level that could rival the finest brews. Previously, he often felt his cooking paled in comparison to his beverages, but such concerns no longer plagued him, save for the occasional impulse to incorporate peculiar ingredients into his dishes. "So how does it taste?" "Delicious," the 3 children replied in unison. "If it is delightful, then eat your fill." Once the meal concluded, the group shared the dry bread Jiraiya had previously produced. Throughout the dining experience, Yuji sensed Orochimaru's gaze upon him several times, clearly harboring questions but restrained by the presence of the 3 children, compounded by his own difficulty in articulating his thoughts. Each time, he would part his lips, glance at Yuji, and then, with a resigned sigh, turn away. After repeating themselves numerous times, Yusuke felt discomfort and directly embraced Orochimaru's neck, whispering in his ear, "If you have any questions for me, we can discuss them later." Once they finished their meal, the rain had lessened slightly, and the 4 of them resumed their journey back to the camp. However, halfway through the path, the trio still followed closely behind Yusuke and his companions. Orochimaru contemplated where he should begin his inquiries with Yusuke. Tsunade and Kakashi had focused most of their attention on each other, leaving Jiraiya to direct his gaze toward the trio behind them. "Do you 3 have anything you wish to discuss?" Jiraiya suddenly halted and inquired of Yuhiko and his companions. Before Yuhiko could respond, Konan stepped forward from behind him, her hands positioned behind her back as if to retrieve something. Although her posture prompted Jiraiya and the others to instinctively be on guard, their hearts were enveloped by a unique warmth upon seeing what Konan produced from behind her, a pair of paper roses. "Thank you. This is a token of appreciation," she stated. Originally, there was only 1 paper rose, but it had transformed into 2 here. While it was Yusuke who provided the food, it was Jiraiya who had initially made the promise to them. Thus, 1 rose was for Jiraiya, and since the food came from Yusuke, he received the other. "I truly cherish this gift," Yusuke praised as he gently ruffled Konan's hair. "I appreciate it as well," Yuhiko chimed in, stepping forward to address Yusuke and the others. "Can you teach us ninjutsu? You are ninjas from Konoha, correct?" Yusuke recalled the original storyline clearly. At this juncture, Orochimaru posed a question. Should we eliminate them? Furthermore, The original narrative contained an explanation for Orochimaru's statement. I have witnessed many orphans, and their fates are often tragic. It may be kinder to end their lives here. Yet, at that moment, Orochimaru exhibited no inclination to voice such thoughts. What is this? Jiraiya pondered, contemplating the outcome of Orochimaru's plans. He replayed the events of the year in his mind, recognizing that the suffering of the world was represented in the scene before him. I wish to remain here to teach them. Jiraiya's seemingly solitary musings left Tsunade and Orochimaru astonished. He continued to articulate his reasoning. The events of today likely signify a temporary lull in the attacks from Mangekyō, so my presence on the front lines may not be necessary for now. Let them learn to stand on their own. It can serve as a small redemption for the war. Chapter 81. The Winds of Change in the Ninja World. Do you three agree? I do. Yuhiko was the first to consent, followed closely by Nagato and Konan. We also agree. Jiraiya smiled as he affectionately tousled the hair of the three children. He then stood up, intending to inform Yusuke to allow the three to return to the camp first. However, after Jiraiya rose, Yusuke approached the three children, crouching down to ask Yuhiko, the leader, if they had a place to stay. There is a small house. Yuhiko replied with a hint of confusion, unsure of Yusuke's intention behind the inquiry. Since you have agreed to take Jiraiya as your master, we, as friends of your master, would like to visit your home. Do you consent? This question left Yuhiko momentarily bewildered, uncertain of Yusuke's plans. Yet, after a brief contemplation, he willingly responded, I agree. Yuhiko was confident that the individuals before him were good-hearted. This conviction was not born of blind trust, but rather derived from the wisdom accumulated through his experiences in a chaotic world. Shall we three rest at your home for a while? What do you think? Yusuke inquired. That would be fine, Yuhiko replied. With a smile, Yusuke stood up, just as Orochimaru approached his side. At the camp, Yusuke waved his hand, interrupting Orochimaru's words, and said, Hans is injured and has already been dealt with by me. He will not strike first. I have created a shadow clone that resembles you. It will manage the situation effectively. Orochimaru felt a bit uneasy, but ultimately nodded in agreement to Yusuke's reassurance. After ensuring Orochimaru was at ease, Yusuke turned to Tsunade. There is also a clone that can transform into you. You need not worry about the injured. I will take care of that. Tsunade, determined not to abandon the wounded, had Yusuke send 2 shadow clones back to the camp after the confrontation with Hans. Just 2, Orochimaru and Tsunade, because Yusuke had known from the outset that Jiraiya would choose to remain. Jiraiya harbored a deep-seated guilt for those who had lost their homes in the war, compelling him to make such a decision. As they walked a distance, Yusuke realized why the 3 children trailed behind their group. It turned out to be a mere coincidence. Yuhiko led everyone into a house not far from the battlefield, featuring a bright red roof. Surprisingly, it had not been discovered until now. I believe the reconnaissance ninjas from Konoha are somewhat lacking in capability, Yusuke mused. Since we are here merely to rest, let's refrain from discussing work-related matters. Yusuke patted Orochimaru's shoulder and followed Jiraiya into the house. The single room, though modest, was spacious enough for the 7 of them, creating a warm and homely atmosphere. Yusuke glanced around and gave Yuhiko and his companions a thumbs up in praise. I'm in the mood for a drink, Tsunade declared as she settled cross-legged at the table. What about you two? Join in for a bit, just to warm yourselves. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were enticed by Tsunade's invitation, relishing the rare opportunity to unwind amid their busy lives on the battlefield. Each person was poured a cup of alcohol, and Yusuke did not forget to serve Konan and her companions a cup of fruit tea. Thank you, they expressed gratefully. Do not be so reserved here. This is your home. If you maintain such restraint, I, as a guest, shall feel quite awkward. All right. Xiaonan nodded and took a delicate sip of the fruit tea that Yuji had offered. Upon tasting it, her eyes sparkled with delight. It's delicious and still warm. How marvelous. If you enjoy it, drink more. There's plenty more to be had. Really? Of course. Xiaonan, I see a remarkable potential in you. Would you care to join me and Jiraiya? Tsunade, having only taken a couple of sips of her drink, felt her spirits lifted considerably after witnessing Xiaonan's endearing antics, and she engaged her in conversation. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's temper flared. Hey. Tsunade, she is clearly my apprentice. With their playful bickering, the atmosphere became lively once more. In this small room, Yuji felt a long-lost sense of camaraderie. Indeed, it had been far too long since he had departed from Konoha. away from the blessings of the angels. Yet, he also realized that such a vibrant atmosphere could be experienced beyond Konoha as well. As the ambience grew, the drinks flowed more freely. Before long, both Tsunade and Jiraiya had slumped over the table, fast asleep. The three children, Yahiko and the others, having never yet practiced chakra extraction and having spent a taxing day on the battlefield and in the caves, were utterly exhausted and had already succumbed to slumber. Yuji draped a coat over Tsunade and, tilting his head, noticed the only other person still awake, Orochimaru. Orochimaru sat across from him, gazing out of the small window behind him, lost in thought as he watched the rain lightly falling outside. Yuji rose and approached Orochimaru, gently tapping his shoulder. Startled, Orochimaru turned to see Yuji, his expression filled with curiosity. Yuji gestured towards the door, inviting Orochimaru to join him outside. Although Yuji had initiated the call, it was Orochimaru who posed the first question once they settled on the steps outside. You hold these children in high regard? He had observed the events of the day keenly and sensed something amiss. I suppose so. Orochimaru found himself somewhat perplexed by Yuji's answer. Initially, Yuji had intended to share another matter with Orochimaru, but since he had broached the topic of the children, Yuji's interest was piqued. No one knows what the future holds for them, whether they will perish in war, fall victim to treachery, or simply pass away in old age. The butterfly effect is ever present. Even though Yuji is aware of the narrative, he hesitates to define the future at this moment. Like the wind, no one can predict where they will eventually settle. Yet, one cannot dismiss the possibility that among these three children, there may be one who becomes a force propelling the entire ninja world forward. Orochimaru discerned that the crux of Yuji's thoughts lay in that latter sentiment. You hold such a high opinion of them? To propel the entire ninja world forward is no minor assessment. At the very least, they must possess the caliber of Hanzo to even consider such an impact. I merely provided an example. As for the future, who can truly predict it? Orochimaru felt a twinge of exasperation, while Yusuke's gaze drifted toward the horizon. Chapter 82, Alchemy. Allow me to teach you. Do tell me honestly. When you discovered they were war orphans, did the thought of extinguishing their lives ever cross your mind? Yusuke's tone grew markedly serious as he posed this question. Orochimaru shook his head. In that moment, Yusuke was almost moved to tears. You see, all my tactical perseverance and efforts have not been in vain. At that time, there was no necessity for me to end their lives. They were like the wind, and I had no reason to confine the wind in that place. It would carry them to where they needed to go. As you said, let the wind guide them. Perhaps those three could indeed propel the shinobi world forward. No one can foresee what the future holds. After articulating this, Orochimaru withdrew his gaze from the distance and turned to Yusuke, inquiring, "Is there any sake left?" "Indeed," Yusuke replied, pouring a cup for Orochimaru while serving himself as well. After taking a sip, Orochimaru fell silent, prompting Yusuke to redirect the conversation back to his initial intentions. The shinobi world resembles a windmill, needing the breeze to set it in motion. Konoha is no different. Orochimaru began to suspect the subject Yusuke was broaching. After a moment's contemplation, Orochimaru ventured his answer. Isn't Konoha progressing forward even now? Yusuke rolled his eyes in response. No. Given our relationship, you still wish to engage in such banter? Are you aware of the Senju clan? Of course. Then do you know how many members of the Senju clan remain today? After a prolonged silence, Orochimaru finally responded, 2. His delay was due to the realization of the underlying implications. The Senju clan had been dismantled in accordance with the first Hokage's intentions, assimilating into the ranks of the common folk in Konoha. The outcome was that just over 20 years after the second Hokage's demise, only Tsunade and Nawaki, the direct descendants of the first Hokage, remained. To suggest that this situation was devoid of intrigue would be utterly absurd. This undoubtedly had connections to the current high-ranking officials of Konoha. With Orochimaru grasping the essence of Yusuke's thoughts, there was no need for Yusuke to hold back. He directly clarified the topic. The present leadership of Konoha has become decayed. They can no longer be referred to as the wind. This decay at the upper echelons does not solely stem from the Hokage's failings. Orochimaru attempted to counter this assertion, but Yusuke silenced him with a single remark. Who issued the command to place Hanzo at the front lines of the range shinobi? The third Hokage. After the last funeral of Mito, upon Tsunade's return to the village, she submitted a request to the third Hokage to enhance the training of medical ninjas and to bolster their support. This was promptly rejected, not even reaching the Hokage himself. It was outright dismissed by the head of the medical department, Kamichi. This matter was supposed to be addressed at a council of elite ninjas. Yet only Kato Dan showed support for Tsunade's proposal. As a result, Yusuke offered a few words of persuasion, and Tsunade, realizing that Tenten was an insurmountable obstacle, proactively submitted a request. Although Yusuke had given a forewarning, Tsunade remained troubled for quite some time thereafter. The reason behind the initial support solely from Kato Dan was simply due to the scarcity of examples, with only S.H. Ju being a case of someone who perished due to the abysmal standards of battlefield medicine. Ultimately, this proposal did receive approval. However, by that point, World War II was nearing its conclusion. At that juncture, there was financial backing for the proposal, yet now, with the conflict just commencing, the funds seemed to have vanished. Ultimately, it boiled down to a naive belief that Tenten was unwilling to expend the resources of the medical department, treating it as her personal possession. As for the benefits of witnessing this matter, spending my medical department's funds or merely investing, where would the benefits arise? They had solidified their unity. Any attempt to sway Danzo or Tenten would inevitably confront the third Hokage, a hurdle that could not be bypassed simply due to status. You are now contemplating waiting for the winds to rise. Since you are anticipating the wind, why not become the very gust that propels you forward? Why me? Why not you? Orochimaru fell silent once more. Why couldn't it be me? After a moment's pause, Orochimaru raised his cup and articulated the sentiment he had longed to express. I shall become Hokage with honor, to lead a beautiful life with Tsunade. What a peculiar situation this is. Orochimaru chuckled in relief and clinked his cup with Yusuke's, both taking a sip. Of course, I am aware that being Hokage is exhausting, leaving little time for various research endeavors. So to compensate you, I am prepared to teach you something new. What is it? Yusuke stood up, glanced around, and spotted a withered flower on the ground, promptly plucking one of its branches. In the process of gathering the flower, he also discovered a salamander and picked it up. Approaching Orochimaru, he held the dried flower aloft. What do you see? A withered flower. A smile graced Yusuke's lips as he slightly raised his hand and waved it. Under Orochimaru's gaze, Yusuke's hand, or rather, the desiccated flower branch, released shimmering orbs of light with each motion. The flower branch transformed, no longer withered, leaves sprouted forth, and soon, a bud appeared at its tip, gradually blooming anew. Is this some sort of magic? Yusuke remained silent, placing the flower into Orochimaru's hands, gesturing for him to experience it for himself. This symbolizes a new life. What is this? Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with desire as he gazed at Yusuke. Alchemy. Having drawn albedo, this player always seemed to acquire special abilities with the suffix teacher added to their name. Alchemy. As the chief alchemist of Mondstadt, albedo is undeniably a formidable figure in the realm of alchemy, second only to his master. Interestingly, albedo himself is a homunculus, a being created through the art of alchemy by his master. Would you like to learn? Certainly. I shall teach you. Should I educate Orochimaru? It is likely that his offspring, Mitsuki, will not be conceived through cloning techniques, but rather through alchemical methods, resulting in a homunculus. Upon returning to Konoha, I will personally instruct you. Very well. Having expressed all that needed to be said, Yusuke and Orochimaru returned to the dwelling. Why did you bring that salamander in? Yusuke inquired. I intend to experiment with cooking it, replied Orochimaru, wrinkling his brow in distaste. Is it even edible? If pufferfish can be consumed, what is wrong with this? As long as the poison sac is removed, it should be fine, Yusuke argued. You shouldn't remove it. I find that quite terrifying. Tsunade should have brought antidotes, right? Chapter 83. Returning to Konoha. So, you encountered members of the Akatsuki during your conflict with Hanzo? Indeed, Tsunade affirmed, nodding in agreement with the third Hokage's statement. The mention of the Akatsuki elicited a contemplative murmur from the third Hokage, his emotions difficult to decipher. It was clear that he did not personally venture to the battlefield. Generally, unless it was Cloud Village, the presence of a Hokage at the front lines signified a dire situation. Thus, it was Tsunade, Yusuke, and Orochimaru who had returned from the front lines. The rotation of personnel was a standard procedure. As Yusuke and his group had lingered at the front for an extended period, raising concerns about potential complications. However, the positions held by Orochimaru, Tsunade, Yusuke, and Jiraiya were of utmost importance. Replacing individuals in such pivotal roles without caution could easily lead to significant issues. Consequently, These individuals remained stationed at the front for a considerable duration. The only irregularity in this rotation was the simultaneous recall of all 4 of them. The reason for this was undoubtedly related to the Akatsuki. Thus, upon their arrival in Konoha, they were promptly summoned to the Hokage's office. Tsunade and Mito Minion were also present. Where is Elder Hanzo? Yusuke's first inquiry caused the 3rd Hokage and his 2 advisors to tense up. What do you need Hanzo for? It's been a while. I find myself missing him. Also, please convey my regards to Elder Hanzo from the ninjas being withdrawn. Yusuke, be mindful of your tone, admonished the 3rd Hokage. His tone was indeed a touch too audacious. Tsunade and Mito Minion could hardly contain themselves upon hearing Yusuke's words, on the verge of standing up and slamming the table in protest. In the face of their inquiries, Yusuke tilted his head towards Orochimaru, feigning innocence. Orochimaru, you're clever. Tell me, have I misused the term regards? Not at all. Orochimaru shook his head, internally lamenting the torment of stifling laughter. Ah, how painful it is. Yusuke inquired once more of Tsunade, who could only suppress her mirth frantically before shaking her head in response. Not at all. Ultimately, Yusuke turned his attention to Mito Kamen and Tsuken Koharu. Am I misusing the term greet? What word do you believe would be more appropriate? At this point, the 2 finally ceased their chatter. Is the word truly the crux of the matter? The emphasis lies in your tone. Yet both sensed that if they continued to engage with Mikami Yusuke over this trivial issue, it would ultimately be their own frustration that would surface. Consequently, one tilted their head leftward while the other tilted theirs rightward, leaving the 3rd Hokage awkwardly glancing between the 2 friends, observing the back of their heads. Ahem. The 3rd Hokage was acutely aware that the primary objective today was to inquire about information concerning the Arataki faction. Thus, he bypassed any attempts at mediation and directly broached the subject, asking about the Arataki faction. The first encounter of the Whirlpool Village with the Allied forces had taken place on the battlefield of the Hidden Rain, resulting in resounding victories on each occasion. Hence, the 3rd Hokage deemed the Arataki faction to be the most pressing topic at hand. Thus, matters returned to the initial discussion. As the overall commander, Orochimaru recounted the emergence of the Night Hero on the battlefield, leading to the withdrawal of both sides, as the Night Hero dealt a significant blow to Hanzo. In fact, he conveyed all of the Night Hero's intentions and subsequent remarks to the 3rd Hokage, leaving the aftermath of Hanzo's encounter solely in Yusuke's domain, rendering it irrelevant to the Night Hero's narrative. Therefore, Orochimaru felt little psychological burden in sharing this information, as it had been previously discussed with Yusuke and was indeed permissible to disclose. After absorbing this information, the 3rd Hokage fell into a prolonged silence before inquiring, Orochimaru, what is your perspective on the Arataki faction? Seated, Orochimaru initially intended to state that he would observe from a distance, but quickly recognized the inappropriateness of such a phrase, as it was one Yusuke often employed. I feel that the individual I encountered bears little resemblance to the one from the Whirlpool Village. According to the information from the Whirlpool Village, the so-called righteous individual they faced exhibited a penchant for dark humor, initially claiming to refrain from combat before swiftly dispatching the Allied forces. In contrast, this individual, although claiming to challenge Hanzo due to his title as the demigod of the shinobi world, also displays a certain capriciousness. However, his final words served to substantiate his initial claims. He refrained from striking Hanzo and did not engage in the mass slaughter of ninjas. Nonetheless, both individuals demonstrated a mindset of reckless abandon. Overall, the adversary's potential threat appears somewhat elevated, warranting a degree of vigilance. And what of you two? Sarutobi Hiruzen directed his gaze toward Yusuke and Tsunade. My thoughts align with Orochimaru's, Yusuke affirmed. Mine as well, Tsunade concurred, witnessing the expressions on their faces that mirrored Orochimaru's assertion. The 3rd Hokage found himself disinclined to further probe their opinions. After pondering for a moment, he raised his head and changed the subject. By the way, where is Jiraiya? Why hasn't he returned? As for the 3rd Hokage, he only just realized that Jiraiya had not come back, primarily because he himself believed that, in such circumstances, Jiraiya would generally be of little use. It was only now, in light of the situation, that he thought of Jiraiya. In response to the 3rd Hokage's inquiry, Tsunade revealed the excuse Jiraiya had prepared in advance. Jiraiya claimed he was gathering material for a novel, and since he would be on leave upon his return, he asked me to inform you that he would not be coming back for the time being. so you may consider him on vacation. Knowing that Jiraiya was a child of the land of rain, the third Hokage would undoubtedly feel uneasy. Thus, Jiraiya concocted the excuse of gathering material for his novel to provide an explanation to the third Hokage. Moreover, who says one cannot gather material for a novel while taking care of children? Hence, this reasoning was both logical and well-founded, and since it pertained to Jiraiya, Tsunade felt no psychological burden in conveying it. After finishing her explanation, she further inquired, "What did you want Jiraiya for?" "I intended for him to lead a newly graduated team of ninjas, but since he hasn't returned, it's of no consequence. There's nothing more to discuss. You all should take a good rest. I appreciate your assistance during this time." Chapter 84. Guiding Jonin. YK believed that his joyous life was about to commence. Orochimaru was astute. In the initial stages of alchemy, all he needed to provide were the textbooks, and Orochimaru would grasp the concepts entirely. YK, who wished to take a laid-back approach, favored students like Orochimaru. Of course, in addition to teaching Orochimaru alchemy, YK also imparted some lessons on political ideology. Orochimaru's mindset was no longer as extreme as it once was. Under his grand ambitions, his character had seemingly deviated entirely from its original form. Consequently, the likelihood of any rogue ninja incidents occurring was significantly diminished. His desire for life was no longer as fervent, especially with the pressures of alchemy weighing upon him. Yet, this was still insufficient. In summary, Orochimaru's training plan had entered a new phase. As for Minato and Kushina, YK began taking over some of their training responsibilities from Might Guy. Although it would take up a bit of time, overall, it remained manageable. However, just as YK thought this period of tranquility would last for a considerable time, the arrival of an individual made him realize that his blissful existence was about to be temporarily disrupted. Study diligently during the exam. Did you wear the purple underwear I specially bought for you? Yes, I wore it, Minato stammered, feeling embarrassed. Who prepares a purple pair of underwear for their child before an exam? And what was that nonsense about purple bringing good fortune? All right, off you go. After patting the backs of Minato and Kushina's heads, YK ushered the two children outside. Today was the day Minato and Kushina planned to graduate from ninja school and take their exams. After sending off the two little children, Yusuke returned to his seat, ready to continue his breakfast with Tsunade. However, just as he was halfway through his meal, a knock echoed at the door. The Umbu? What could they possibly want at this hour? "The third Hokage requests your presence," came the voice from the other side. Instantly, Yusuke recognized who it was. "Oh, it's you again," he muttered, recalling the ninja who had escorted him to Mito last time, a devoted fan of Yakushi no Yu. "Tsunade, I'm heading to see the Hokage." "Go ahead, I'll take a short nap," she replied. Upon stepping outside, the first question from the Umbu ninja nearly caused Yusuke to lose his composure. "Yusuke, since you're back, does this mean Nanoyu-chan's new song is about to be released?" "It's in preparation. It should be out soon," Yusuke answered. "Wow, is the fan culture in Konoha like this now? It doesn't feel like I've been gone long." Last time they met, the ninja had been too shy to ask for an autograph, and now he seemed transformed. "You're amazing, Yusuke. Even Tsunade-sama is your girlfriend." "Not a big deal. Remember to come to our wedding when the time comes." "Of course. Why wouldn't I?" Their light-hearted banter carried them to the Hokage's office. "What brings you here?" Yusuke asked, noticing that today there was no Tsunade, no Mito, and no Hanzo, just the third Hokage. "I would like you to lead a small team of ninjas," he stated. "Didn't we discuss this before? You initially wanted Jiraiya for this role, but since he is unavailable for the time being, I must turn to you. Your abilities have already proven their worth on the battlefield. I believe you are fully capable of this leadership." Yusuke rolled his eyes beneath his bandages. Although he possessed no visible whites to roll, essentially, it felt as if he was being relegated to Jiraiya's backup. "Do you recall that I only entered the battlefield due to Tsunade's influence? I had already submitted my retirement report. I am confident that these individuals will meet your expectations." One statement would not suffice to persuade him to take on this task. "However, if you decline, I will have no choice but to ask Tsunade to take over. Orochimaru is currently occupied, and there are truly no capable jonin in the village to guide these individuals." After this assertion, the third Hokage continued to extol Yusuke's virtues. Ultimately, Yusuke could no longer endure the old man's incessant chatter and reluctantly opened up a bit. If they weren't asking Tsunade, the outcome would be no different. "Which team?" "The 7th team. Naruto and his friends will also be part of the 7th team? The team number is acceptable." I've already informed your teammates. They are waiting for you in classroom 7. Fine, I accept. Once he agreed, Yusuke had no desire to endure any more of the third Hokage's monologue and promptly exited the room. After Yusuke's departure, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned Anumbu. He then addressed the shadows. Please inform the teacher in charge of class assignments to replace this. With that, Yusuke, undeterred by the urgency of the Hokage building, began to saunter leisurely. As he walked, he pondered the types of individuals he might encounter. This feeling was distinctly different from merely supervising children, as such relationships foster bonds. For instance, there was Team 7 with Kakashi and Asuma Sarutobi with the Inoshikacho trio. If they were truly noteworthy figures in history, Yusuke might even take it upon himself to nurture their talents. However, if they were merely faceless passers-by, he had already devised an alternative path for himself. Working for himself, earning more, with less responsibility, was infinitely safer than being a ninja. Most importantly, it allowed for moments of leisure, a perfect arrangement indeed. Thus, lost in his musings, Yusuke wandered to the Ninja Academy. Team 7, found it. Upon opening the door, he was met not with Naruto's playful antics towards Kakashi, but rather with the surprised gazes of the 3 occupants within. Wait, how come it's just you 3? There was a blonde boy, a red-haired girl, and a slightly less attractive black-haired boy. The first 2 were straightforward, Minato and Kushina. Typically, in various narratives, individuals with black hair possess a lower likelihood of having special abilities. Yet, this one bore a connection to the protagonist. What were you thinking, third Hokage? What is the meaning of placing Uchiha Fugaku under my supervision? Have you lost your mind, or have I? This was why Yusuke mentioned a certain connection to the protagonist. This was none other than Sasuke's father. The blonde Minato paired with the Sharingan of Fugaku indeed imparted to Yusuke an uncanny sense of having encountered Naruto and Sasuke ahead of time. The only missing element was the 9 tails currently residing within Kushina, which left Yusuke utterly perplexed. Chapter 85, Uchiha Fugaku. What was the third Hokage thinking? Yusuke himself felt somewhat bewildered, as did the 3 individuals before him. Brother, why aren't you accompanying Tsunade? Kushina, the one Yusuke was most familiar with, couldn't he help but inquire upon seeing him silent on the platform. It was then that Yusuke snapped back to reality, turning his gaze towards the trio of children. Is it possible that I am your guiding jonin? At this moment, Yusuke recalled the reason for presenting Minato with the purple undergarments. It was for his graduation assessment. Yet, having completed it, he was directly assigned to oversee them? Really? Kushina exclaimed eagerly. Minato's eyes sparkled with anticipation, while Fugaku's gaze flitted about, lost in thought. Indeed it is true. I have just come from the Hokage's office, and starting today, I am your guiding jonin. Although Yusuke lacked extensive experience in this role, he was confident in following the established protocols. Despite everyone present being familiar with one another, the necessary formalities still needed to be observed. Let us each introduce ourselves. My name is Namikaze Minato, and my fondness lies in the exquisite summer daydream of melancholic coral bubble tea. My aspiration is to become Hokage. To become Hokage, you ask? Fugaku's gaze upon Minato bore a hint of scrutiny. I am Uzumaki Kushina, sharing a similar affinity for the remarkable summer daydream of melancholic coral bubble tea. My dream is also to become Hokage. Fugaku remarked, have I not encountered that phrase somewhere before? With both familiar individuals having introduced themselves, only Fugaku remained. He ascended the podium, while Waika scrutinized him in turn. Fugaku's presence here was entirely beyond Waika's expectations. Firstly, there was Fugaku's identity as the young master of the Uchiha clan, the future head of the family. Typically, someone of his stature would be nurtured by family ninjas. After all, he possessed the Sharingan, an elite bloodline limit, which would be well understood by his own clan. Moreover, there was a crucial point that perplexed Waika immensely. Uchiha Madara had once wielded the Sharingan to control tailed beasts in an assault on Konoha. From that moment, Konoha became aware of the Sharingan's capability to manipulate tailed beasts. Thus, they were unlikely to grant the Uchiha clan proximity to the tailed beasts. Yet now, although Mito assisted Kushina in reinforcing the seal and established a pact, granting her 5 years, could they truly be so at ease as to allow Kushina to team up with the young scion of the Uchiha clan? I am Uchiha Fugaku, fond of fish rice balls and disinclined towards sweets. My dream is for the Uchiha to integrate into the village. Upon concluding, Fugaku descended from the podium, returning it to Waika. After taking his seat, he began to assess Ka at the podium. Fugaku had heard of Ka's actions, including the incident of extracting eyes from the Uchiha clan, which had severed ties with them. He held no particular opinion on Ka's methods. He merely did not anticipate the day he would meet Ka in such a manner. His sole concern now was what Ka could impart to him. According to discussions among his clan's ninjas, Ka had made significant contributions on the front lines. Initially, the clan's perception of Ka was predominantly negative due to past actions. However, that sentiment had shifted. The reputation of Ka had been significantly elevated by those Uchiha ninjas who had participated in battles on the front lines. At this moment, Ka on the podium commenced his self-introduction. I am Mikami Ka, and my interests include, under the watchful eyes of the three little ones. Ka found himself ensnared in a state of contemplation. After a moment, the trio anticipated Ka would continue, but his actual words left them utterly astounded. Lunchtime has arrived. What would you like to eat? Shall we dine at a restaurant? Although perplexed by Ka's thought process, Kushina chose to respond to his inquiry first. Having grown accustomed to the culinary creations of Yusuke, it was rather surprising when he, with an air of detachment, proposed a suggestion entirely divergent from Kushina's expectations. How about indulging in some barbecue? He inquired. The barbecue spots in Konoha are renowned as the most frequented gathering places. Very well, let us proceed to the barbecue then. What about you, Fugaku? I have no objections. Fugaku promptly replied. The nature of Yusuke's question evoked a peculiar sentiment within Fugaku. It was reminiscent of a parent inquiring about a child's culinary desires, only to disregard their preferences and prepare a meal of their own choosing. Entirely oblivious to what the child had initially expressed, this sentiment compelled Fugaku to acquiesce to Yusuke's suggestion without hesitation. Thus, they resolved to enjoy some barbecue. In Konoha, the finest barbecue establishment is undoubtedly the one owned by the Akimichi clan. Aside from being slightly more expensive, it possesses no discernible flaws. The young waitstaff, also members of the Akimichi clan, exhibited exceptional courtesy towards Yusuke as he perused the menu and provided explanations to the servers. Are you assuming the role of a guiding jonin? These children are certainly fortunate. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the servers departed. It was at this moment that Fugaku leaned closer to Minato and whispered, Sensei Yusuke, is he truly that well-liked? It appears so. He seems to have a strong rapport with the Akimichi clan. The reason for Yusuke's amicable relationship with the Akimichi clan can be traced back to the introduction of cola, which initially gained traction at their barbecue restaurant. After sampling the beverage, the Akimichi clan promptly elevated Yusuke, Tsunade, and Orochimaru to esteemed guests. Following the experience of Yusuke's expertly crafted drinks, many were inclined to revere him as a deity. As the dishes began to arrive and Yusuke commenced grilling, Tsunade also made her entrance. What is the current situation? Tsunade observed the Umbu escorting Yusuke to meet the Hokage, while pondering the peculiar circumstances surrounding the three children. Kushina and Minato were satisfactory, but who was this lad from the Uchiha clan? I am currently their guiding jonin. Having some responsibilities is preferable to idling about all day, lest one grows weary of monotony. Gathering for a meal has always been an opportune moment to foster connections among individuals. Within the Uchiha clan, Fugaku was among the more approachable types, and soon the three children were chattering away, becoming familiar with one another. Everything was progressing normally until a small group entered the barbecue restaurant. Chapter 86. News from Tsunade. Asuma Sarutobi, a jonin of Konoha, was a familiar face among the clientele. Many may not recognize Asuma, as he lacks the fame of his daughter, Kurinai Yuhi. Following closely behind Asuma were three young children, each adorned with their headbands, distinctly indicating that they had, like Minato, successfully passed their graduation examinations and officially ascended to the rank of genin. The peculiar gaze of Fugaku stemmed from a little girl among the children. Yusuke tilted his head and exchanged a glance with Tsunade, both perceiving the same underlying meaning in each other's eyes, a sense of intrigue. Ever since Yusuke had elucidated the concept of crush to Tsunade, she had successfully grasped this notion. Although she was already with Yusuke, this did not hinder her enjoyment of watching Minato and Kushina playfully interact. Now, it seemed another pair had emerged before her. Fugaku appeared quite mature, yet one could not have anticipated that his demeanor would shift upon encountering a girl he fancied. He harbored feelings for that little girl. Yusuke casually remarked this, causing Fugaku to lift his gaze in surprise, his eyes wide with astonishment. It was as if the prior statement had not originated from Yusuke at all. As for any apprehension, it was merely a misunderstanding. Yusuke felt no fear. For the girl Fugaku was admiring was someone he truly knew, Uchiha Mikoto, who would eventually become Fugaku's wife and the mother of Sasuke and Itachi. At that moment, Eye Kurinai also noticed Yusuke. Yusuke, why not join us for a meal? I am here to bring the children I will be mentoring for a meal. Although they were somewhat familiar with each other, Eye Kurinai did not immediately acquiesce to Yusuke's invitation. Let us eat together. I too am bringing the children I will be mentoring. Are you also taking on the role of a guiding jonin? Indeed. This is my first time as a guiding jonin. I thought I might seek your advice, so let us sit down and dine together. With Yusuke presenting such an invitation, Eye Kurinai found it difficult to refuse, thus she consented. Then I shall not impose. Naturally, children find it easier to congregate with one another. A few young boys gathered together to chat, while Kushina engaged in conversation with Mikoto. In the original storyline, these two were close friends, sharing similar personalities, and soon found themselves laughing and chatting animatedly. Meanwhile, Fugaku occasionally glanced at Mikoto as she conversed with Kushina. As for Yusuke, his inquiry into the experiences of a guiding jonin led to a discussion that eventually veered towards the front lines. However, they did not speak of the Hidden Rain battlefield, as much of the information regarding it had been classified due to its connection with the Arataki clan. Instead, they conversed about the sand battlefield. I heard on my way here that a significant event has transpired at the sand battlefield. Since Yusuke had left the house that day, he had hardly interacted with anyone and was unaware of what had occurred at the sand battlefield. What happened? Didn't Hanzo personally lead an attack on the front lines? Upon learning of Hanzo's presence, the sand dispatched ninjas to ambush our borders. Upon hearing this, Yusuke could surmise the event in question. Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law had led an attack on the Konoha borders, only to be vanquished by Hitaki Kakashi. This incident later gave rise to the notorious Akatsuki member, Sasori. However, Eye Kurinai's perspective diverged from Yusuke's thoughts. Moreover, this time, it was personally led by the third Kazekage of Tsunade. Isn't he Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law? How could the third Kazekage, a figure renowned as the strongest of all Kazekage, take the lead? What has transpired at the front lines? Yusuke was enveloped in a myriad of doubts, while Tsunade recalled that Ju was stationed at the front lines of Tsunade and thus hastily inquired. As it turned out, Ju single-handedly withstood the Kazekage, while White Fang seized the opportunity to eliminate two prominent generals from the opposing side, reportedly Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. Subsequently, upon witnessing Ju dispatch his two generals, the Kazekage, unwilling to face both Ju and White Fang simultaneously, retreated in disgrace. Tsunade felt as if the information she had just received was somewhat surreal. Her group had been struggling against the rain-drenched enemies. Yet Ju had managed to drive the strongest Kazekage back at the front lines of the Land of Wind alongside Ju. Hinata's words evoked envy among a group of freshly graduated young ninjas. Please, what could be more impressive than forcing back the shadow of another nation? They chattered excitedly about Ju. Yusuke was also astonished by Ju's growth. Initially, I thought you were here to celebrate Ju's achievements. Truly, Konoha's stronghold is remarkable. It is likely that many young girls now view Ju as their ideal partner. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Instinctively voicing her thoughts, it seems necessary to start finding a girlfriend for Ju. If I had a daughter, perhaps she would also idolize Ju by now. I might even introduce them to each other. Is that true? Yusuke genuinely contemplated the pairing of Ju and Hinata. Although he was deeply moved when Asuma Sarutobi passed away, after witnessing Sarutobi's rather lackluster behavior on 2 occasions in Konoha, he grew increasingly disenchanted with him. Truly. Ha ha ha. After feasting, everyone dispersed on the spot. Following the disbandment, Yusuke had no intention of taking the children on their first day to accept any missions. Thus, they simply returned to their respective homes. In the Uchiha compound, Fugaku entered his home to find his father awaiting his return. Father, why are you home so late today? The Uchiha clan leader merely asked this question without dwelling on it, and proceeded to discuss serious matters. I specifically instructed the third Hokage not to include you on the list. You will learn alongside the ninjas of the clan from now on. But I have a J-nin instructor. That can't be. I made sure the third Hokage left you out. The Uchiha clan leader quickly sensed something was amiss. After a moment's thought, he inquired, who is your J-nin instructor? Mikami Yusuke. Mikami Yusuke, you say? The Uchiha clan leader furrowed his brow, bewildered by the third Hokage's intentions. Although Yusuke has recently been in the limelight, he had previously made arrangements with the third Hokage. Why then did the third Hokage hastily place his own son in Yusuke's hands? What strategy is being devised against the Uchiha clan this time? Who are your remaining teammates? Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. This leaves the Uchiha clan leader even more perplexed. Why has the Jinchuriki also been involved in this? Chapter 87. The Bells. Yusuke initially intended to share a tender moment with Tsunade before heading out. However, shortly after finishing breakfast, Tsunade pushed him out of his own home. Lazing around all day is unacceptable. It would be much healthier for you to engage in some activities. Before disbanding the previous day, Yusuke had informed the trio of the time and place. To be honest, he did not expect them to arrive so early. If the children arrived early, they could familiarize themselves with one another, but he feared they might feel uncomfortable with his presence. If they were conscientious, it could serve as a warm-up before their daily training. When Yusuke finally arrived, he spotted the three children from a distance. Good morning, he yawned, greeting the trio who had been waiting for him. Have you had breakfast? Yes, they replied in unison. Have you warmed up? Yes. What time did you arrive? 6 o'clock in the morning, they answered in chorus. You don't need to come this early. You're still young, and it's better for your health to sleep a bit longer. Minato and Kushina were already accustomed to Yusuke's languid demeanor, while Fugaku appeared utterly bewildered. Is this really considered early? Since the children claimed they had warmed up, Yusuke proceeded directly to the main topic. Have you ever played the bell-snatching game? No. This activity is a classic method employed by Jonin when first training their genin. The third Hokage taught Tsunade and her companions this game, and it persisted even until Kakashi trained Naruto and his peers. Its longevity signifies a tacit understanding among instructors to conceal information regarding the bell snatching. If disclosed, the testing method would lose its evaluative value. I possess 2 bells, which I have attached to my waist. Before noon today, those who manage to snatch a bell will remain in this squad. Those who do not succeed will be sent back to the Ninja Academy. And repeating a year is not out of the question. Is that really allowed? Before discussing the embarrassment of being sent back, Fugaku first questioned Yusuke's authority to enforce such a measure. The final decision rests with me. Are there any other questions? With this statement, the trio understood they had no right to refuse. Focus, everyone. If there are no issues, we shall commence directly. Fugaku quipped, perhaps you should rouse yourself first, old man. Then let the lesson begin. Minato and Kushina had been eagerly awaiting an opportunity to confront Yusuke head-on. The two individuals believed that only by confronting Yusuke directly could they truly demonstrate the fruits of their labor. Mato had already recognized their efforts. Now, their mission was to conquer Yusuke through practical execution. Mizumoto grasped the black staff he carried, giving it a swift shake, transforming it into a long spear. This weapon was familiar to Yusuke. Unlike himself, Mizumoto did not possess a system backpack. To address the inconvenience of carrying a long spear, Mizumoto had specifically commissioned a store that specialized in ninja tools to collaborate on creating a foldable spear. Mizumoto, quick to react, unfurled the spear as he approached Yusuke, adopting a proper stance for marksmanship. Fujitaka had noticed the spear's appearance prior to its expansion, but dismissed it as merely an ordinary stick. To his astonishment, this stick was, in fact, a weapon with a pointed tip. Having never encountered a spear, Fujitaka was unable to comprehend the weapon Mizumoto wielded. Mizumoto's speed was not lacking in Yusuke's eyes. It bore a semblance of a chilling gleam. Just as one practices the starting stance in running, Mizumoto's movements clearly displayed meticulous training. However, as the spear struck like a dragon, the initial momentum was abruptly halted by an unforeseen resistance. Upon closer inspection, Yusuke had brandished a green spear of his own. Where did you pull that from? Fujitaka inquired, astonished. Mizumoto redirected his attacks several times, yet Yusuke countered each one effortlessly. Realizing he could not break through Yusuke's defenses, Mizumoto suddenly shifted his target. His mind raced, recalling the original mission. Kushina, Fujitaka, attack the bell. I'm coming. At that moment, Fujitaka finally regained his composure, only to be stunned anew by the unfolding scene. Unbeknownst to him, Kushina had already dashed to Yusuke's rear. Her fist, poised for a strike, was now in motion. Fujitaka's Sharingan had long since opened, allowing him to discern the swift punch enveloped in a swirling vortex of azure energy. Yusuke, sensing the disturbance behind him, found his spear still poised to attack Mizumoto, unable to retract. This was the opportunity Kushina had meticulously awaited. Yet, the outcome was unexpected. Yusuke merely sidestepped, and Kushina's strike grazed past him, failing to make contact, instead causing his garments to flutter. Yusuke initially believed he had evaded the attack, only to feel another small whirlwind coalescing, this time aimed squarely at his abdomen. At this juncture, Yusuke had no choice but to withdraw his spear from Mizumoto and position it horizontally to block Kushina's second punch. Why does this move seem so familiar to me? He pondered. However, this notion flickered momentarily before Yusuke was compelled to take new action. Fugaku's great fireball technique arrived belatedly. It was not that Fugaku had been slacking. Rather, the combat style of Minato and Kushina left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Shouldn't ninjas engage in ninjutsu clashes? Why do you fight like warriors? Furthermore, the skill of wielding a weapon is not inferior to that of a samurai. With inherent strength and the added effect of airflow around his fists, Fugaku prided himself on his adaptability, yet Minato and Kushina completely surpassed his limits. This led Fugaku to ponder, am I, as a ninja, merely an imposter? Returning to why Fugaku had not acted sooner, it was due to Minato and Kushina immediately entering close combat. The speed of the three was astonishing, and the more focused they became, the more mental energy they consumed, amplifying their swiftness in Fugaku's perception. Consequently, he had yet to find an opportune moment to unleash his ninjutsu. It was only after Kushina's punch sent Yusuke staggering that Fugaku finally found the chance to employ his first ninjutsu. Chapter 88. The mighty Kushina of Konoha makes her entrance. Yusuke instinctively considered summoning a shield or dashing to exploit invincibility frames to evade the impending Great Fireball technique. He particularly wished to utilize Toma's elemental burst, the Crimson Inferno armor. Toma's shield offers a remarkable 250 absorption effect against fire elemental damage. Coupled with the Uchiha clan's mastery of fire release, this meant that activating this skill would render him largely impervious to Fugaku's attacks. However, he ultimately refrained from doing so. Upon reflection, he realized that employing this tactic would contradict his intention to teach. Thus, Yusuke opted for a response that was both conventional yet entirely unexpected for Fugaku, evading the assault with the submarine technique. This technique allows the user to submerge underground, albeit leaving traces on the surface. Presently, although Yusuke was alone, there were two distinct marks on the ground. Since Yusuke was but one individual, this indicated that one of the traces was a clone. One swiftly pursued Fugaku, who, while retreating, anticipated the underground entity's trajectory and successfully utilized Earth Release, Earth Spike, to unearth the hidden figure. Upon emerging, this Yusuke transformed into a plume of smoke. This was the false Kushina. Neither path had led to him, but rather surged towards Kushina. If Fugaku's was a deception, then Kushina's was likely the genuine article. What a fortuitous turn. As Yusuke burst forth from the earth, he felt an unmistakable pulling force emanating from none other than Kushina. The pull intensified abruptly, and Yusuke's body swiftly spiraled out of control, hurtling towards Kushina. He increasingly recognized that these skills of Kushina's were eerily familiar to him. Kushina successfully seized Yusuke's collar. What transpired next transcended not only the comprehension of Minato, but also surpassed Yusuke's expectations. As for Fugaku, he was the most bewildered at the scene. Kushina soared into the air, lifting Yusuke along with her. In truth, it was merely a leap, yet the height achieved was remarkable. Subsequently, they began a rapid descent. As the speed increased, Yusuke finally realized why Kushina's technique felt so familiar to him. Bang! Upon reaching the ground, their speed peaked. During the flight, the winds that were meant to restrain Yusuke's body converged entirely upon him at that very moment. The ground had already cracked from Kushina's leap, but the ensuing gusts caused even Fugaku, who was the farthest away, to feel as if he could barely keep his eyes open. It was overwhelmingly powerful. At that moment, Yusuke finally grasped why he felt such an affinity for Kushina's techniques. Wasn't it simply breathtaking? Those two punches earlier were reminiscent of the skills of the formidable wrestler. A show of might. And now, this was the wrestler's ultimate move. Could it be that Kushina had awakened some form of alliance system, or perhaps a wrestling system? No, that seemed incorrect. Rather, it appeared that Kushina had adeptly combined the teachings he had imparted with Might Guy's martial arts, resulting in this synthesis. In terms of presentation, it bore a slight resemblance to the wrestler's style. Observing the scene around Kushina, Fugaku instinctively turned to Minato, who had been blown beside him, and inquired, "Is it really alright for Kushina to be so ruthless?" Minato found himself at a loss for words. All he knew was that Kushina had prepared to be fierce for Yusuke. This was also Minato's first encounter with such a situation. At that moment, the stance that Kushina had taken elevated her perceived danger in the minds of both Minato and Fugaku to the highest level. Then bang! It was unlike the thunderous sound of Kushina descending with Yusuke, but this sound resonated like a heavy tolling bell, striking deeply in the hearts of all present. Yusuke, struck down by Kushina's decisive blow, transformed into a wisp of smoke, akin to the fate of the shadow clone that had fallen to Fugaku. Was this merely an illusion? If so, where was the real one? Fugaku, the entrance. Minato quickly reacted, beckoning Fugaku to join him at the entrance where Yusuke had evaded the Great Fireball technique by utilizing the submarine technique to leave a tunnel. And together they began to weave hand seals to execute a jutsu. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. The wind fanned the flames, sending the roaring fire racing towards the entrance. Yet again, a sound echoed, the shattering of a clone, dissipating into smoke. At that moment, a mocking voice emerged from behind the two. You guessed wrong. Accompanying this taunting voice, the sound of the clone shattering at the entrance felt like a playful tease directed at them. Yusuke's true position was behind Fugaku, ready to strike with his earth release, Mud Wall. Watergate and Fugaku were contemplating their next moves when, in an instant, two ropes appeared, binding the trio together like a caterpillar. Kushina, who had been struggling to reach them, was also ensnared by the ropes. All three had failed. Yusuke had merely mentioned possessing two bells, but did not specify that these bells were to be handed over to the trio. He intended to ease the pressure slightly, but there was no need to create an intentional flaw that would allow the bells to be given to two individuals, thereby leaving the fate of the third in their hands. It was unnecessary. Among the three, two were particularly close to him, and Yusuke was well aware of this. If those without bells went without lunch, he would add that whoever provided them with food would accompany him back to the Ninja Academy. Based on his understanding of these two, they would undoubtedly provide Fugaku with a meal. Thus, the condition was met. If it were not Fugaku who was captured, but rather one of either Kushina or Minato, the one who remained free would surely take Fugaku to feed the captured individual. The conditions would still be satisfied. Therefore, using the fact that only two bells were available as a test was unnecessary. It would be far more efficient to capture all three. Failing to do so would risk Fugaku's descent. After all, he belonged to a prominent clan, the foremost family of the ninja world renowned for their ocular techniques, and was the heir apparent. Yusuke feared he might not accept this outcome. Once the trio was tied to a tree, Yusuke began to address them. But when he reached Fugaku, he sensed something amiss. Why was Fugaku so docile, seemingly accepting whatever was said? However, upon observing Fugaku's gaze towards the others, particularly his look at Kushina, Yusuke understood. He had already been thoroughly subdued. Chapter 89. The First Mission Konoha, Mission Office. Undertaking missions was fundamentally the primary source of income for ninjas, without exception. Those like Yusuke were considered exceptions. Even Jiraiya, who earned money through writing, was a rarity among ninjas. Although Jiraiya had yet to profit from his writing and was merely a struggling author at this point, future royalties could very well rival the debts owed to Tsunade. Bringing lower-ranking ninjas to the mission office to accept assignments marked the formal beginning of mentorship for each guiding jonin, and Yusuke was no exception. Having just graduated, he found the mission office bustling with activity upon his arrival. Minato, surveying the room, recognized several familiar faces. Kushina, upon entering, became exhilarated. Rank A mission. Rank A mission. Yusuke turned to her, his tone tinged with exasperation. You've just been promoted to Genin. You can only accept Rank D missions. Rank D missions are fine, as long as there's fighting involved, she replied. Yusuke mused. Why do I feel like you've unleashed something sinister within yourself after our spar? The scent of grandeur is becoming increasingly potent. The relationship between Minato and Kushina now resembles that of playful adversaries. Just as Kushina expressed her desire to engage in a fight, Minato swiftly undermined her intentions. Generally, D-rank missions do not involve combat. It is only at the C-rank level that one might face injury or encounter other ninjas. At this rank, missions may pertain to villages, while B-rank missions involve national secrets. Minato, seemingly anxious that Kushina might persist in her ambitions, added, Genin can only accept D-rank and C-rank missions. In truth, To undertake C-rank missions, one must first complete a considerable number of D-rank assignments. As for missions above the C-rank, one must attain the rank of Chunin to qualify. Is it too late for me to take the Chunin exam now? Kushina seized upon the nuance in Yuji's words, as if grasping a lifeline, and immediately pressed for clarification. However, that is not feasible. One must accumulate experience through missions before being eligible to register for the Chunin exam. This statement from Minato effectively snatched away the last shred of hope Kushina had clung to. "Oh," she exclaimed, momentarily overwhelmed. Yet, her outburst garnered little attention, as many newly graduated ninjas often found themselves in similar predicaments. Upon arriving, they realized that the tasks available were often trivial, such as cat-catching or babysitting. Numerous individuals faced similar disillusionment, although Kushina's response was somewhat more fervent. Most were preoccupied with managing their own genin, thus oblivious to Kushina's entrance. Only Fugaku observed Kushina as she directed her frustration toward Minato and silently commended him for his audacity. "Minato, you truly possess courage. You dismantle every pretense." Kushina, however, merely threw a couple of symbolic punches. After all, they were merely playful adversaries, not genuine foes. Nonetheless, she ultimately faced Yuji's admonition. "You too should learn from Fugaku. Observe how composed he is amidst all this chaos." "Can we not mention me?" Fugaku interjected. "Keep an eye on those two." "Yes," Fugaku replied. "If this continues, I fear I will become a mere observer in my own mind." Leaving the three children momentarily, Yuji exerted considerable effort to reach the mission assignment desk. He began to peruse the tasks available for his newly formed genin team. Initially, Yuji assumed the missions would consist of mundane tasks like cat-catching or weeding. To his surprise, amidst the plethora of such assignments, he discovered one remarkably unique task. Although the work required was not significantly more challenging than catching cats or weeding. Upon seeing this particular mission, Yuji decisively chose it. "Team 7, we shall undertake this task, harvesting at the Konoha orphanage's orchard. Consider it accepted." Konoha is but a village. How expansive could an orphanage's orchard possibly be? The payment for this task was quite substantial. It was perplexing that no one had chosen it yet. After accepting the mission, Yuji exited the crowd and conveyed the details to the three individuals. "Let us be off to the Konoha orphanage." Though this task may not align perfectly with Kushina's preferences, it is nonetheless the inaugural assignment for her class. At this moment, Kushina has rekindled her enthusiasm. Yusuke, who is typically absent from Konoha, lacks a clear understanding of the task at hand. It was only upon observing the sprawling orchard extending halfway up the mountain that he comprehended why this task had gone unclaimed. "Did you all know that the orphanage possesses such an extensive orchard?" While I remained oblivious. "I wonder, would you believe me if I said I was unaware of such a vast orchard at the orphanage?" The three little ones offered no response, fully aware that they could not evade this task today. After glancing at the trio, Yusuke turned to the staff member who had guided him there. "This orchard is quite substantial," he remarked, chuckling to mask his embarrassment. The staff member, stifling a laugh, replied, "Ultimately, we owe our gratitude to you, Mr. Yusuke." "Me?" Yusuke exclaimed, incredulity evident as he pointed to himself. Simultaneously, the three little ones cast him glances filled with suspicion, pondering whether Yusuke merely sought to enlist their help. "Thanks to you, our director has managed to earn quite a sum. This land was originally part of the orphanage's territory, and once the director acquired wealth, he purchased it. Oh, I remember now. It's Yakushi-nan." Truth be told, Yusuke had considered Yakushi-nan when he accepted the task, leading him to the orphanage. However, upon discovering that Yakushi-nan was absent, Yusuke promptly brought the trio to the orchard, never anticipating that Yakushi-nan would cultivate the orchard halfway up the mountain. After exchanging pleasantries with the staff member, they proposed to escort Yusuke back to the orphanage, to which he consented, instructing the three little ones, "You three work diligently. I shall take my leave." Noticing their forlorn expressions, the staff member smiled gently, offering reassurance. "You need not worry too much. In fact, you are not the only ones assisting with the harvest. A few children your age arrived a bit earlier and have been picking for quite some time." Chapter 90. Undermining from within. The current Konoha orphanage resembles an ordinary establishment. There are no enigmatic figures like Yakushi Kabuto or unsettling Uchiha clones. Instead, it is simply a small community of war orphans. Upon Yusuke's arrival at the orphanage, numerous children were playing outside. He pulled a few candies from his pocket, exchanging them for the privilege of patting the little ones' heads. After parting from the children, The staff led Yusuke into a room reminiscent of where he and Orochimaru first encountered Yakushinan. As the staff poured tea, they simultaneously praised Yusuke. "You are truly kind-hearted. Yusuke, please, do not refer to me as sir. It makes me uncomfortable." Yusuke took the teacup, gently sipped, and then remarked, "Pharmacist Yano Yu possesses a remarkable vocal quality, which is undoubtedly her advantage. She earns a considerable amount, yet I find myself earning even more." Despite Yusuke's assertion, as he sipped his tea, he couldn't help but notice the gratitude reflected in the eyes of the staff member. It was a gaze he recognized as positive and affirmative, yet it left him feeling slightly uneasy. Recently, had the number of children in the orphanage been on the rise? The staff member nodded, their expression no longer as fervent when gazing at Yusuke, their head bowed, now imbued with a sense of melancholy. Fortunately, the headmaster's earnings were sufficient, otherwise, sustaining the orphanage would indeed pose a challenge. The increase in war orphans would not only lead to more children arriving at the orphanage, but would also likely result in more being taken by Danzo to the roots. Danzo, indifferent to the tragic circumstances of war orphans, sought those who were utterly alone, for such individuals were most susceptible to his manipulation and indoctrination, becoming mere pawns in his hands. The staff member engaged in conversation with Yusuke for quite some time, discussing everything from pharmacist Yano Yu's songs to the ethereal melodies of Chiho Shine, even touching upon the front lines of the rain-hidden village. After an extended discussion, the door was pushed open from the outside, and pharmacist Yano Yu entered. However, to Yusuke, her expression seemed somewhat contrived, akin to a teacher who, while jovially conversing in the corridor, suddenly adopts a stern demeanor upon entering the classroom. Yet, Yano Yu's demeanor appeared to be the opposite. The smile on her face seemed almost feigned, rivaling that of the nearby staff member in its insincerity. "Headmaster," the staff member exclaimed, rising hastily upon Yano Yu's arrival. "What brings you here?" Yano Yu seated herself beside Yusuke and inquired. "I began my duties as an instructor the day before yesterday. I intended to discuss the new song with you, but I was assigned to the orchard task, and since you were absent, I decided to wait here." "Are we finally releasing a new song? Do you realize that the letters urging for updates have nearly piled into a mountain in the recording studio?" "Well, I haven't visited the studio yet," Yusuke replied, scratching his face awkwardly. "All right, now that you are back, let us discuss the new song." After conveying this to Yano Yu, Yusuke turned towards the staff member. "The new song is classified information. Would you mind stepping out?" "Of course," the staff member quickly nodded, displaying an understanding expression, and smiled as they said, "I shall go prepare lunch." "Do you have any dietary restrictions, Mr. Yusuke?" "I have none," Yusuke replied, and the staff member then exited the room. "How have you been lately?" Yusuke casually asked. "The earnings have been significant, and the financial situation of the orphanage has improved greatly." As they conversed, Yusuke casually reached behind him and retrieved a Chiho Shine and a jade pendant. The jade and silk were placed upon the ethereal sound of the Qianlai, a powerful prelude resonating throughout the room. The collaborative mode of the two was reminiscent of their earlier partnership. Yusuke would expertly provide accompaniment, sometimes even presenting versions of songs he had previously sung, which surpassed his own renditions. Yaoshi Nanoyu had long since mastered this dynamic. Thus, when Yusuke leaned closer, Nanoyu instinctively paused, realizing that he was about to impart crucial insights regarding the song. "Have you been to Danzo?" Yet, the first words to escape Yusuke's lips caused Nanoyu to nearly falter. She held a profound trust in Yusuke, yet it was this very trust that almost compelled her to nod in agreement, inadvertently affirming her association with Danzo. Initially, Yusuke's intention was merely to provoke Danzo. However, he now perceived Nanoyu as a fitting ally in his plans against him. Indeed, while the Second Great War still had a few years before its conclusion, Yusuke believed it was time to begin preparations against Danzo. "Huh, what did you just say?" "I was so engrossed that I didn't catch that." Observing Nanoyu feigning ignorance, Yusuke couldn't suppress a smile. Had he not been familiar with the original narrative, he might have been genuinely deceived by her act. Truly, she was a remarkable elite under Danzo's command, the Wandering Priestess, was it not? Instead of reiterating his earlier question, Yusuke opted to reveal Nanoyu's codename. She was one of Danzo's private operatives, belonging to the covert and unspeakable faction of the Root, one that even the Hokage could not disclose. "I also know that Danzo is not entirely at ease with you. That staff member earlier was one of his agents. Furthermore, it seems you have yet to realize that you are not truly regressing, are you?" This was precisely why Yusuke had chosen to play this song, to ensure that the outside personnel could not overhear their conversation. Strangely enough, the sensation of undermining the root while in its midst was rather exhilarating. What are you talking about? I don't understand. What Danzo? Bound by the professional ethics of the root, Nanoyu chose to outright reject Yusuke's fervent assertions, despite their factual basis. Have you not noticed something? Yusuke shrugged, a victorious smile gracing his lips. According to your professional ethics, aside from disputing my claims, you could have opted to eliminate me, a mere sensory ninja, on the spot. Yet you did not. Your trust and loyalty to Danzo have begun to waver. Yusuke's voice slithered into Nanoyu's ears like a demonic whisper. Chapter 91. Fans meet fans. I am astounded. Until the song concluded, Yusuke remained silent. Pursuing a romantic interest is akin to a delicate dance. One must not be overly forthright. Allow her the space to engage in her own musings, for the more she contemplates, the more significant your presence becomes in her heart. What of this song? It is quite commendable. Yaoshi has yet to firmly choose a side. Her smile remains somewhat strained. Let us play it once more to familiarize ourselves further, as there are indeed numerous complexities within this piece. Yusuke raised an eyebrow and pressed the switch for Qian Lai Jiyin. The music resumed. Initially, Yaoshi believed this song would continue uninterrupted until its conclusion. However, just as the chorus was poised to commence, she noticed Yusuke's hand placing a note before her. How about joining me? Yusuke abruptly interrupted her thoughts, redirecting the conversation back to his desired path before the song concluded. You emerged from the very roots, aware of the intentions that brought you here. Do you truly claim you can abandon everything related to the orphanage and stand against it? Even if you resist acknowledging it, you must concede that you have come to regard this place as your home and the children and dedicated staff outside as your family. Since the moment you formed attachments, you ceased to be the wandering priestess of old. So, will you align with me? Yaoshi remained silent, neither nodding nor shaking her head. Instead, she posed a question to Yusuke. When did you first discern my identity? I knew from the outset. Summoning you here was simply to vex Danzo. His intent in placing you by my side was to extract information from me, which is why I brought you here solely to sing, granting you little opportunity to engage with me otherwise. Of course, I recognized from the beginning that you possess a good heart. Otherwise, I would not have chosen you, Yusuke replied, shrugging off the inquiry into Yaoshi identity and character with ease. As the song concluded, to those outside, it genuinely appeared as though Yusuke was engaging in a discussion about the new song with Yaoshi. In that middle section, your vocal range may not quite align, but only that earlier style suits you best, Yusuke remarked. Yet, his hands did not cease their movement. He began to inscribe new content upon the earlier note. What do you think? Are you ready to help me topple Danzo? Yaoshi, having undergone professional training, adeptly navigated Yusuke's method of exchanging information. While responding to Yusuke's inquiries, she also jotted down her thoughts. Are you truly unafraid that I might feign agreement and then turn to inform Danzo? I have a keen sense of character, Yusuke replied. And what if I were to do just that? I would not hesitate to take decisive action against Danzo. While it might diminish the thrill, it would certainly avoid unnecessary complications. Upon completing his statement, Yusuke noticed that the pharmacist, Yanoyu, remained motionless. After a brief pause, he finally inscribed his response onto the paper. Indeed, your perception of people is remarkably astute. Yusuke and Yanoyu continued their conversation until the sounds of Kushina and children playing outside broke their focus, prompting them to exit together. Yanoyu smiled as he approached Kushina, who was engaged in playful antics with the children, but was promptly intercepted by Fugaku mid-path. Are you the esteemed Yanoyu? Fugaku's voice quivered slightly. Taken aback, Yanoyu nodded, affirming, I am indeed Yanoyu. Esteemed Yanoyu, I truly admire your songs. May I request your autograph? Of course. As Fugaku reached for a notebook, he suddenly remembered something and quickly pulled out two more, somewhat shyly inquiring, May I have two, if it's not too much trouble? At this display, Yusuke immediately grasped why Fugaku appeared so flustered. It was evident he was seeking an autograph for Uchiha Mikoto. In fact, Yusuke was not the only one observing the scene. A glance to his side revealed Minato, along with Kushina, who had seemingly settled beside him. Wearing an expression reminiscent of students in class when a teacher calls upon a boy and a girl, only for them to be a couple, the onlookers' expressions were nearly identical. Certainly, Yanoyu replied readily, accepting the notebooks from Fugaku and signing his name in each. Is there anything else you would like me to sign? Could you inscribe a line from the lyrics of Aoi Tori? The lyrics from Konshu de Xian would be wonderful. Yano-yu complied, signing before returning the notebooks to Fugaku. Thank you. Fugaku exclaimed, bowing deeply as he received the two small books. Although this was their first encounter in reality, Yusuke effortlessly recognized the two individuals' names, Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi, the future heads of the Hyuga clan and its branch family. The reason for his immediate recognition lay in their striking white eyes, which were unmistakable. The two Hyuga brothers disregarded everyone else and approached Fugaku directly. What is their intent? Yusuke mused, his curiosity piqued by the gathering of children. Suddenly aware of a new presence beside him, Fugaku instinctively shifted his notebook away from the newcomer. Do you also admire esteemed Yano-yu? Upon hearing this question, Fugaku turned to observe the individual beside him. Tilting his head, he was met by two pairs of pure white eyes that inexplicably radiated warmth. Yes, I too greatly appreciate esteemed Yano-yu's songs. Which is your favorite? Aoi Tori. Fugaku answered without hesitation, revealing his heartfelt preference. I adore Aoi Tori as well. Hinata Hayashi clung to Fuyuki's shoulder and began to sway, as if longing to throw herself into his embrace and weep. Why is it that the scions of such distinguished families are so enamored with the bluebird? What depths of confinement must you endure to yearn so ardently for freedom? Oh, the Hinata family. Then there is nothing more to say. Chapter 92. The bluebird in the cage. The two children of the Hinata household were utterly engrossed in their exchange with Fuyuki. It was not until someone called them for dinner that their enthusiasm somewhat ebbed. Yusuke, observing them, found himself inexplicably amused. The very subject of their admiration was right beside them, yet they chose to discuss their shared fandom instead of engaging with him directly. During the meal, Yusuke noticed that the Hinata siblings would occasionally steal glances at him. After dining, while the group lingered outside to digest, he distinctly heard Hayashi inquire about his status from Fuyuki. He is our guiding jonin, Mikami Yusuke. Guiding jonin? This revelation exceeded the expectations of the two Hinata children, albeit only slightly. On a rainy day, with little else to occupy themselves, Yusuke decided to amuse the young ones. I am also the publisher of your beloved bluebird. Publisher? The confusion of the Hinata brothers intensified. Just moments ago, he was a guiding jonin, and now he claimed to be a publisher? How could these two concepts possibly coexist in their minds? Their wide, innocent eyes reflected a mixture of bewilderment and intrigue as they stared at Yusuke. Finally, unable to withstand the sight of their adorably perplexed expressions, Yaoshi Nanoyu could no longer suppress a chuckle. All right, enough teasing. The songs you've heard were all composed by Mr. Yusuke. I merely performed them, while he is responsible for everything else. Oh, Hayashi nodded in a half-understanding manner, before suddenly realizing. Then, did you write the lyrics to the bluebird? Well, one could say that. Yusuke found himself caught in a moment of ambiguity, unsure whether to nod in affirmation or shake his head in denial. My apologies, Mizuno Yashiki. He certainly could not admit, I am not the author. I merely transport the narrative of the Hokage. Could you sign my book and include a line from the bluebird's lyrics? Hayashi produced a notebook nearly identical to the one Fuyuki had earlier and eagerly approached Yusuke. Of course. After Yusuke completed the signing, Hayashi presented his brother's notebook as well. All right. After returning the notebook to Hayashi, Yusuke looked at the ecstatic expression on Hayashi's face as he admired the autograph and took the initiative to ask, May I pose a question? Certainly. Hayashi, momentarily shaken from his delight, nodded in agreement. What draws you to the bluebird? When one attempts to articulate their reasoning for their actions, it is not an endeavor devoid of challenges. Hinata Hizashi found himself ensnared in contemplation. I sensed a profound resonance within this song. But what precisely was this resonance? Just as Hizashi began to respond, Yusuke presented yet another question before him. Once again, Hizashi fell into silence, this time for a considerably longer duration. Yusuke harbored a probable answer in his mind, yet refrained from voicing it. It was akin to revealing to Jiraiya and the others the secrets of the Wind Village. At this moment, Hizashi needed to unravel the resonance he discerned in the song, for it sang of his brother. The Hyuga clan too bore the legacy of exceptional ocular prowess, Byakugan. Ultimately, it is rooted in the ocular techniques of the Otsutsuki clan. Nonetheless, whether in the real world of ninjas or through the displays of power in anime, the Hyuga clan's abilities paled in comparison to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. This disparity was intricately linked to the clan's customs, notably the system of main and branch families. The Hyuga clan is divided into the main house and the branch house. The Byakugan of the branch family is shackled by curse seals. Death or loss of the Byakugan triggers the curse mark, akin to a caged bird. The caged bird automatically devastates the brain and eyes, and even upon being reincarnated through Edo Tensei, the cursed seal remains. Thus, the caged bird is a relentless burden, persisting even in death. Additionally, the caged bird adds a visual blind spot to the original 360-degree perspective of the Byakugan, extending from the first thoracic vertebra backward. Returning to Hisashi, he was the current head of the main family, while his younger brother, Hinata Hayashi, led the branch family. His resonance with the song stemmed from hearing the echoes of his brother, one ensnared by the caged bird, bound by a family with an almost fanatical devotion to lineage, yet yearning for the boundless sky like a bluebird. However, Yusuke did not intend to clarify this matter just yet. Gently ruffling the heads of Hisashi and Hayashi, he remarked to the 5 children, "Well, if you've rested enough, it's time to get to work." The 2 young ones from the Hyuga family came with the intention of assisting the orphanage, driven by a desire to aid the pharmacist, Nanayu. Their assistance enabled Minato and his companions to successfully complete their harvesting task before the sun dipped below the horizon. After fulfilling their mission, they needed to return to the task office to report. "Congratulations, you have successfully completed your first mission as ninjas. How does it feel?" "It feels quite good." The 3 children chattered excitedly about the day's endeavors. "What shall we have for dinner tonight?" When posed with this question, Yusuke found himself unexpectedly thinking of Ichiraku ramen. Indeed, he had longed to savor Ichiraku ramen at least once. However, the current Uncle Yale is likely of a similar age to Shungtai. Speaking of Shungtai, upon recalling him, Yojiya addressed the 3 individuals. "If you wish to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams, it seems you could take them alongside Shungtai." Minato and Kushina were quite familiar with Shungtai, expressing only a simple delight at this prospect. Yet, Fugaku's eyes gleamed with an enigmatic light, as if reflecting some distant brilliance. Was it the barrier of Konoha, perhaps Shungtai? Surely, this referred to a single individual. Yojiya nodded lightly. Speaking of which, it was indeed time for Shungtai to take the exams. Despite having earned a special title, he still remained a genin. Yet, the genin of Konoha are undeniably the strongest. Should he persuade Shungtai not to take the exam? "Wow, Shungtai?" After Fugaku chattered for a while, Yojiya skillfully redirected the conversation. All right. What do you all want for dinner?" "How about ramen?" Minato casually suggested. "I want to eat the meals made by my brother." "Then how about I prepare ramen for you all?" "Sounds great." Chapter 93, Inquiry. In this chapter, how many pairs are mentioned? In the Gift of Angels. It was Fugaku's first time entering this realm. He finally understood what Minato and Kushina had referred to as the remarkable summer dreamlike melancholy coral bubble tea. Furthermore, Fugaku was utterly enchanted by the food prepared by Yojiya. "Can I come here often to eat?" "Of course, why not?" Yojiya took a sip of the wine, each taste revealing a different flavor, and continued, "After all, I am your guiding jonin, so you are welcome to come frequently. Is it permissible to bring others along? I need 2 signatures, and now I'm asking if I can bring someone else to the Gift of Angels. Just how many times have you thought about Uchiha Makoto today?" However, considering Fugaku's appearance, Yojiya believed that without relying on his status as a minor clan leader, this level of infatuation would undoubtedly be appealing in the eyes of the girls. With this thought, Yojiya felt a spark of interest and decided to tease Fugaku a bit. Of course, this is a shop after all. While it may be a tavern selling fruit teas, most people do not have the opportunity to savor my culinary creations. As he spoke, Yojiya's theatrical flair began to surface. He added dramatically, "Even the Hokage might not get this chance." Observing Fugaku's astonished expression, Tsunade beside Yojiya could not help but chuckle. Given Yojiya's character and his attitude towards the 3rd Hokage, it was indeed possible that the 3rd Hokage might not have the opportunity to enjoy Yojiya's cooking, and the likelihood was rather high. While Fugaku was taken aback, Yojiya, unperturbed, casually picked up a piece of food and placed it into Tsunade's bowl, who was trying her best not to laugh. Then, in a leisurely tone, as if discussing an ordinary matter, he slowly uttered a statement that nearly made Fugaku's head smoke. "That girl we met at the barbecue restaurant?" Although the map of the Yen Kingdom may be somewhat diminutive, it does not impede the impact of the words that utterly submerged Fujiwara's rationality. After a moment of silence, Fujiwara finally uttered a response, his voice barely audible, akin to the faint buzz of a mosquito. Following his reply, his gaze fell to his knees. However, The commotion that ensued from Yujia's direction indicated that Yujiya had distinctly heard his answer. With the atmosphere ripe for jest, Yujiya chose to continue the playful banter. You're referring to Mikoto, Uchiha Mikoto, aren't you? Since Yujiya had already caught on, Fujiwara decided to embrace the situation. In this instance, he successfully discerned a profound truth. As long as I remain candid, no inquiry shall pose a challenge. I believe that girl harbors feelings for you. Why not take the plunge and confess? Huh, you mean Mikoto likes me too? During our last meal, I noticed you were covertly glancing at her. And she was doing the same to you. It was merely stealing glances. Then let Kushina chime in. Although she may not have experienced romance, girls certainly possess a deeper understanding of each other's hearts. Kushina, do you think Mikoto likes Fujiwara? To everyone's surprise, Kushina lowered her head, contemplating seriously for a moment before nodding in affirmation. It does seem like there's something there. If she likes you, then be bold and confess. Who knows? You might solidify the relationship faster than these two, Yujiya remarked, raising an eyebrow as he glanced sideways at Minato and Kushina. Yet, these two transformed into the Fujiwara of a minute ago, both bowing their heads in unison. Wait, Kushina, when you lifted me and threw me, I was quite formidable, wasn't I? Why is it that in such circumstances, you seem to falter? Fidgeting, I almost felt inclined to retract your title of Konoha's prodigy. All right, that's enough. Look at how frightened these three children are. Tsunade did not comment, acknowledging that these youngsters were still quite naive. Come on, we are in the shinobi world. Naruto and Sasuke were already getting intimate at their age. Boys should be more straightforward. Look at how I pursued Tsunade. Be confident. I genuinely believe you will be just fine. Yujia's words elicited a roll of Tsunade's eyes and contemplative expressions from Fujiwara and Minato. After finishing his meal, Fujiwara took the initiative to take his leave. It remains uncertain whether he returned home or sought out Uchiha Mikoto. Minato and Kushina ventured out to enjoy themselves. However, these details were of little consequence. What truly mattered was that once these individuals departed, Yujiya could finally indulge in a world of intimacy with Tsunade. Yet, the topics of their conversation were somewhat peculiar. Or perhaps it was simply Tsunade who found Yujiya unusual. You know, with Kushina and Mikoto being good friends, and Minato and Fujiwara sharing a solid bond. It stands to reason that these two families will frequently interact in the future, right? Tsunade, aware that Yujiya had more to say, inquired further. So, what do you think about arranging a betrothal between the two families? It seems that it is not entirely unfeasible. However, what if these two families only bear male offspring or female offspring in the future? We shall address that when the time arises. Tsunade remained speechless. Logically speaking, should such circumstances not render the previous arrangements null? What do you mean by addressing it later? Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Yujiya, who wore a mischievous grin, seemingly lost in thought. She then willingly shifted the topic. Speaking of which, it seems that Ju ought to find a girlfriend soon. He is likely to return for the next NEEN exam. Perhaps we could arrange a few blind dates for him? Although Yujiya still harbored some curiosity about the prospect of Ju and Yuhi Kurinai, to be candid, there is a slight age gap between them. Even if Ju appears youthful, his baby fat has yet to diminish. However, blind dates must still be pursued. I believe it is feasible. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Yet Yujiya once again steered the conversation in another direction. Having spoken of so many matters, when do you think we should consider marriage? Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly, and she refrained from answering Yujiya's question. You see, I do not allow anyone to call me master, hence no one refers to you as mistress. Therefore, why not simply bypass the title of mistress altogether and leap directly to having a child who would call you mother? Yujiya's topic seemed to wander, yet ultimately, he brought it back to the central theme. What if Orochimaru were to become Hokage? It would be rather amusing to have the Hokage serve as our witness, wouldn't it? Tsunade softly acknowledged with a gentle hum, her voice barely audible, yet Yujiya discerned a profound determination within it. Chapter 94. Third Hokage. Danzo, you have fallen behind. Father. As Fugaku entered the house, he immediately spotted his father, who had long been waiting for him, seated directly opposite the entrance, clearly anticipating his arrival. Have you had dinner? Yes, I have. Fugaku nodded in response and settled himself before his father. As he took his seat, Fugaku already contemplated why his father awaited him. Moreover, the Uchiha clan leader's opening remark confirmed Fugaku's suspicions. What have you been doing today? I executed a mission. Fugaku was aware that Yujiya had encountered some rather uncomfortable situations at home, Hence his father would naturally be concerned about matters pertaining to Uchiha. Regarding the occurrences of today, Fugaku intended to disclose everything. After all, what transpired today was quite ordinary and posed no barriers. The only hesitation lay in the events of the final dinner of the day. However, Fugaku had barely uttered 2 sentences when he was ruthlessly interrupted. "Who did you encounter at the orphanage?" "I encountered Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi. The Hyuga clan, the future head of the main family and the branch family leader, commanded the Uchiha clan leader's attention. The Uchiha clan is the foremost clan in the ninja world, a fact that every Uchiha member possesses ample confidence in. As for the Hyuga clan, they were not particularly concerned. However, the 2 young masters are still worthy of a modicum of attention. What are they up to? They are engaged in pursuits akin to ours. As for the reason, he too is an admirer of the pharmacist Yano Yu." Fugaku raised his hands in a gesture that indicated there was no issue with this matter. This rationale even led the Uchiha clan leader to be convinced. Let us continue. By the way, after dinner, Mikami Yusuke posed a question to Hinata Hizashi. Yusuke's inquiry piqued Fugaku's interest, prompting him to specifically mention this question. "I thought as much. Such a chance encounter undoubtedly harbors some intrigue. Perhaps the crux of the matter lies within this very question." He asked Hizashi why he held a fondness for the song Bluebird. Hizashi replied that it resonated with him, yet he did not elucidate what that resonance entailed. The moment Fugaku contemplated this question, he found himself ensnared in profound contemplation, absent-mindedly toying with his hair. The song Bluebird was one that the Uchiha clan leader himself had heard. Upon reflecting on the circumstances surrounding the Hyuga clan, even he arrived at an answer to this question. However, such inquiries are often easily conjured by adults. Yet for Fugaku, a child of Hizashi's age, it indeed presents a conundrum. Concerning this matter, the Uchiha clan leader had no intention of sharing his answer with Fugaku. Very well, let us temporarily set this question aside. Evidence has shown that sometimes, clinging to the notion that everything will sort itself out in due time only leads to an agonizing wait filled with anxiety. The child, who had previously been quite vocal, has now fallen silent. If Fugaku were privy to his father's thoughts, he would undoubtedly unleash a scathing retort. "How many times have you interrupted? Do you not remember?" Ultimately, Fugaku opted to recount the events of that evening's dinner. "I find Yusuke's assertion to be quite astute. If you like someone, pursue them boldly. I do recall that little girl, Mikoto. You must strive diligently." "Indeed, father." Fugaku nodded earnestly, a smile gracing his face, as he had not anticipated his father would so readily endorse Yusuke's perspective. "By the way, what about that Jinchuriki girl? Is there any issue?" "Not particularly. Aside from being exceptionally formidable." "Exceptionally formidable?" It dawned on Fugaku that he had yet to mention the incident on the first day when he and others competed for the bell. Thus, he hurriedly relayed the tale to his father. Moreover, Kushina seems to have been trained alongside Yusuke and another individual named Might Guy. So strong. Who is this Might Guy? He appears to be a genin? A genin? This evening, the Uchiha clan was rendered somewhat tumultuous due to their boisterous clan leader. In truth, the Hokage's office was no better off. The cause of this turmoil could only be attributed to Danzo. "Hizashi, what on earth are you thinking?" Danzo slammed his hand on the table, raising his voice towards Sarutobi Hizashi, his tone brimming with fury. "What has transpired to incite such ire in you? You assigned the Jinchuriki to the same team as Uchiha Fugaku. What were you thinking? If you believe you cannot control the Jinchuriki, it would be wiser to place them under my command. If you have the capability, then by all means, proceed. After all, the Jinchuriki currently resembles an ordinary civilian. If you wish to capture them, go ahead. You possess the ability to do so, Danzo." At this moment, Danzo felt an uncanny resemblance to his conversation with the third Hokage, reminiscent of his exchanges with Yuji. Indeed, there was truth in that. When the third seemed unoccupied, he would ponder aimlessly, ultimately distilling the essence of Yuji's manner of speaking, sarcastic and cryptic. Presently, this manner of communication proved genuinely effective against Danzo. Whereas previously, the third may have experienced frustration, now Danzo, you have become an obsolete version. The mere thought of Yuji intensified Danzo's ire. "I am not a traitor." "What do you mean by this?" "I am certainly acting in their best interest." With no one around, Sarutobi Hiruzen candidly expressed his thoughts. "Danzo, I am the Hokage. I wish you success in your plans." Just before leaving, Danzo paused, sensing an inexplicable void within himself. He turned back to the third and cautioned, "Beware of Mikami Yuji, or you will come to regret it." With that, Danzo departed, leaving the third alone in the room. The third understood that if he truly wished to grasp the Nine Tails, Yuji stood as an insurmountable barrier. Unbeknownst to him, in Yuji's eyes, the third was an indispensable obstacle in his dealings with Danzo. From the very beginning, Yuji's ambition was to secure a position beneath the third. Since becoming a guiding jonin, Yuji's life had regained structure. Each day, he was roused from slumber by the three little ones, fed them breakfast, and then was unceremoniously pushed out of his home by Tsunade. His days were filled with tasks such as cat catching. When Kushina could no longer tolerate the monotony and began to voice her complaints, a new mission presented itself before Yuji. Chapter 95. A special mission. Upon returning home, Yuji prepared a meal, anticipating Tsunade's arrival. In truth, not only had Yuji refrained from touching his chopsticks, but the three little ones also gazed longingly at the spread before them. However, as Tsunade entered, she immediately thrust a scroll into Yuji's awaiting embrace. The old man asked me to bring this for you. Once seated, Yuji began examining the scroll, while Kushina and the others fixated on the document in his hands. They recognized it as a mission scroll. The delivery of a mission scroll to Yuji effectively meant handing the task over to Team 7. Congratulations. Today marks your first mission outside the village. Where to? Where to? The moment they heard about an external mission, the three little ones were instantly intrigued. Here you go. Take a look for yourselves. Yuji placed the scroll before them, allowing the trio to peruse its contents. Wow, it is indeed a journey to the hidden rain. These three individuals, due to their unique identities, have scarcely ventured beyond the confines of Konoha. Even when they have left the village, they have not strayed too far. Kushina, hailing from the land of whirlpools, can be considered the sole one among them who has glimpsed the diverse landscapes of different nations. This mission entails escorting supplies from Konoha to the Hidden Rain, where a band of mountain bandits has recently emerged, necessitating that Yusuke lead Team 7 to eliminate this threat. Currently, the battlefield in the Hidden Rain is still active. However, the scale of conflict has significantly diminished since Yusuke's return, now reduced to mere skirmishes. Yet, the emergence of such a task is perplexing, particularly as it arises only after he has ascended to the rank of Jonin. Observing the eager faces of the three youths before him, Yusuke increasingly perceives this situation as both sinister and bizarre. Yet, he cannot fathom what the third Hokage truly intends. As for the notion that this is merely an ordinary mission, Yusuke harbors grave doubts. After all, from the moment the third assigned him to lead this small team, his vigilance has remained unwavering. Naturally, his wariness extends to the third Hokage himself. Regarding Kushina and her companions, Yusuke's sentiments are genuine and heartfelt. Enough of this. Let us eat, he declared. However, mealtime did little to quell the excitement of the trio. Seemingly indifferent, Yusuke's conversations inevitably circled back to the impending mission. If circumstances permit, he might even take them to meet their former teacher, Jiraiya. Given that Kushina and Minato are aware of Jiraiya's absence, Yusuke had previously mentioned this to them. When contemplating the battlefield of the Hidden Rain, Jiraiya and the three little ones naturally come to mind. Provided there are no significant complications, he indeed wishes to pay them a visit, his only concern being the potential for serious issues. Is it truly possible? Tsunade, too, had a stake in this discussion. After all, she had discerned Yusuke's genuine concern for those three children, which in turn endeared them to her as well. Let me share a little secret. Jiraiya is training a few children himself, consisting of 2 boys and a girl, she whispered. Upon hearing this, Kushina's competitive spirit surged. Do you think we can defeat them? Perhaps we could, Yusuke replied, deliberately leaving his answer somewhat ambiguous. Kushina seized the moment. Then let us train on our way. At that time, we shall seek an opportunity for you to spar with Jiraiya's current students. That sounds splendid. Throughout the meal, Yusuke's discussions rarely strayed from the matter of the journey to the Hidden Rain. Although a smile adorned his lips, an unsettling dissonance lingered within him. By the way, when you go, remember to bring something for Conan, he reminded. All right, I will. You, good sir, seem unaware of the composition of my team. With the tailed beasts and the heir of the foremost clan in Konoha, it is improbable that I would be assigned a mission that requires leaving the village. It is not that I wish to confine Kushina and the others strictly within the borders of Konoha. Rather, I naturally hope they can explore the world beyond. However, the involvement of the third Hokage adds a layer of complexity to this outing, rendering it less than straightforward, if not outright perilous. My primary concern lies not with the strength of our adversaries, as I am confident in my capabilities, I can certainly defend those I wish to protect. As I once expressed to Yakushi Nanoyu, my decision to refrain from directly eliminating Danzo is a strategic one, allowing me to engage in the games set by others. Achieving victory within those parameters brings a sense of fulfillment that surpasses merely overturning the table. After indulging in a hearty meal, we each returned to our respective homes. The tavern operated for a brief period longer before I closed it, citing my departure tomorrow as the reason. I find myself perplexed by the third Hokage's intentions. Just because one person is unable to discern a matter does not imply that others are equally blind. I must venture out, exercising caution. I seek an individual whom I cannot approach directly. After informing Tsunade, I executed a seamless combination of the shadow clone technique and transformation technique. Each time I perform this elegant maneuver, I am reminded of Goku's 72 transformations. Under the cover of moonlight, I successfully arrived at my destination. Upon dispelling the transformation, my true form was revealed. There, beneath the window, sat Orochimaru, engrossed in a book. The illumination of the moon and lanterns lent him an ethereal quality, a demeanor that had never graced him before. If one were to compare, he exuded a hint of the sage-like aura that transcends even the version of Orochimaru from the immortal narrative. Indeed, the person I seek is none other than Orochimaru. In the realm of the Hokage series, he stands as a paragon of intelligence. Thus, it is only fitting that I seek his counsel. Good evening. You spend your days confined within these walls, buried in books. Perhaps venturing outside could lead to the discovery of new wonders. I am far too acquainted with the entirety of Konoha, or rather, it has remained stagnant for far too long. Chapter 96. Orochimaru yet unrest. I am not particularly fond of the oversized sleeves adorning Orochimaru's attire, yet that does not hinder my appreciation. For instance, the current Orochimaru, with his long hair cascading naturally, holding a book, appears as if he has simply donned a bathrobe. The collar, which ought to be neatly fastened, hangs loosely, revealing his chiseled chest and a portion of his abdominal muscles. Such a sight would undoubtedly captivate any girl with a penchant for this kind of allure. Orochimaru embodies this duality. He is a person who oscillates between the realms of temptation and enlightenment. The phrase, "a thought can lead one to either madness or divinity," aptly describes him. As he gazes upon Orochimaru, Uchiha is suddenly reminded of a saying. Previously, it was Hymen has yet to sleep. But now it is Orochimaru has yet to sleep. Uchiha takes a seat directly across from Orochimaru, who sets his book aside. What are you reading? He inquires. There is much to discover within these pages. I still need to conduct my own experiments, Orochimaru replies. Before delving into these texts, I had never considered that seemingly inconspicuous elements could harbor boundless possibilities. Uchiha nods in agreement, recalling how profoundly he was struck by the myriad potentialities inherent in the alchemy mastered by Albedo during his first encounter. Care for a drink? Uchiha casually produces a bottle of wine, placing it on the table and pouring a glass for each of them. What brings you here? He asks. You truly are perceptive. You are not in your usual state, Orochimaru observes. Well, indeed, I have matters to discuss. Since the topic has been broached, Uchiha proceeds to recount the recent events to Orochimaru. After listening intently, Orochimaru ponders for a moment before suggesting, perhaps you should reconsider this situation from a different perspective. Rewind to when you took on the 7th squad, he continues. Someone of Uchiha Fugaka's stature would likely not enter such a class. This is an established norm. Yet, he did so. Therefore, was Sarutobi Hiruzen's target me from that moment onward? Uchiha furrows his brow, questioning, what is the significance of this approach? To bolster your squad. You have a genius who graduated at the top of his class, a Jinchuriki, and the heir of the foremost clan in the ninja world. I have already considered this, and I am aware that, due to the identities of these 3 children, they would inevitably face numerous assassination attempts during their mission. However, I cannot shake the feeling that there are greater implications behind this particular attempt on their lives. This is the aspect that perplexes Uchiha the most, and Orochimaru remains silent for a moment, contemplating. Indeed, there are implications, Orochimaru asserts, pointing a finger at Uchiha. And these implications pertain to you. Huh? Uchiha responds, intrigued. If faced with a relentless onslaught of assassins, and if Kushina and the others cannot withstand it, would you intervene or not? Of course, I would intervene. Uchiha's instinctive reply is immediate. If Kushina and the others are overwhelmed, he cannot stand idly by. He would certainly act to save them. Yet, as he contemplates, he hesitates. his expression shifting to one of deep thought. After a lengthy pause, Yusuke comes to an understanding. This situation is unlike that between the land of whirlpools and the land of rain. The land of the wind is distant from Konoha, while the land of rain was a battlefield at that time, rendering the situation quite intricate. I could have showcased my abilities without restraint, yet this occasion is markedly different. Although I have departed from Konoha, fundamentally, I remain under the directive of the third Hokage. This is not a venture of my own volition, it is a command, which signifies that I am compelled to act accordingly. The third Hokage's objective is to elicit my true potential. Should I reveal my capabilities and unleash the power I have concealed, it would inevitably thrust me into the limelight. Let us set aside whether the third Hokage might unearth my identity as a member of the Aotaki clan. The significance of that identity has become somewhat trivial. What truly matters is that my existence will be brought to the forefront. I will be forced to stand before the third Hokage, thereafter compelled to contend with him within the confines of his rules. I find myself unable to elucidate how a sensory-type ninja, who has excised his Sharingan, can possess such extraordinary strength. This, too, aligns with the ultimate aim of the third Hokage. I am the purpose. In this predicament, even my customary technique of utilizing a shadow clone to masquerade as a mysterious figure will no longer suffice. Such a tactic would only incite deeper suspicion. This indeed is a masterfully crafted trap. Upon this realization, a chill crept into my heart. The more I pondered, the more deeply my brows furrowed. What's the matter? Do you wish for my assistance in extricating you from this predicament? Orochimaru quirked an eyebrow, articulating the very thought that lingered in my mind. Yet, before I could make any move, Orochimaru continued, I cannot assist you. Just because you can conceive of my thoughts does not imply that my dear teacher is oblivious to them. And indeed, that is the case. During my mission over the past few days, it is highly likely that the third Hokage has entangled Orochimaru with various pretexts. Given the current scenario, I am left with two choices. Either I concede to the third Hokage's expectations and reveal my strength, or should I refuse this mission? It would only suggest to him that I intend to continue concealing my abilities. However, this perspective is solely from the third Hokage's viewpoint. Alternatively, I require someone external to this situation to aid me in breaking free from this predicament. Seeking help from within Konoha is virtually impossible. Any ally I might find would likely be whisked away by the third Hokage. Even the Uchiha clan, who are generally at odds with him, would probably be of little assistance. Even if the current Uchiha clan leader were to discover this situation, he would be powerless to act. Dispatching a multitude of Uchiha ninjas as bodyguards? The third Hokage is already troubled by the absence of a strategy to counter the Uchiha. Should there be a significant mobilization of Uchiha ninjas, it would essentially place a weapon in the third Hokage's hands. This is so vexing. I reclined, abandoning my seated posture. This is indeed a deadlock, regardless of whether I proceed or refrain from action. My fate is inescapably entwined with the trap prepared by the third Hokage. Observing me as I lay back, Orochimaru wore a faint, rueful smile. He had truly never witnessed me in such a state. After casting a few more glances, Orochimaru retrieved the camera that Yusuke had previously given him and took a photograph of Yusuke. Yusuke, filled with curiosity, slightly rose as he observed Orochimaru, whose voice, akin to a celestial melody, graced Yusuke's ears. I happen to have a rather commendable candidate here. Who? Chapter 97. The next day, at Yusuke's doorstep. Typically, Minato and his companions would be waiting outside at the appointed time for Yusuke to lead them on their missions. This day was no different. However, the distinction lay in the exuberance displayed by two of the trio. Are you all prepared? After bidding farewell to Tsunade, Yusuke turned to the three children. Kushina and Minato wore expressions brimming with anticipation. Yet, Fugaku's expression was less than splendid. Though he smiled, the strain was apparent at a glance. We are ready, Minato and Kushina replied in unison. I am prepared, Fugaku responded, albeit a beat slower, clearly preoccupied with his own thoughts. In truth, during yesterday's discussion with Orochimaru, Yusuke had realized that Fugaku posed a significant concern. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kushina was someone the third Hokage sought to protect, making it unlikely for his chosen operatives to target her. Consequently, Fugaku became the priority for those dispatched by the third Hokage. Should Fugaku perish, the Uchiha clan would lose a promising heir and a future prodigy. Furthermore, Yusuke would find himself estranged from the Uchiha clan due to Fugaku's demise. creating a chasm between them that would severely impede his support for Orochimaru's plans. The influential clans wield considerable sway over the Hokage position, largely due to their numerous elite shinobi. Frankly, the Uchiha clan leader's willingness to send Fugaku was a testament to his desire to assess his own stance. Should this endeavor succeed, the Uchiha clan would likely align themselves with Yusuke and Orochimaru. However, if Yusuke were to fail, at present, Yusuke did not anticipate such a failure. Since we are all prepared, let us set forth, he declared. I'm off now. Following his return from Orochimaru the previous night, Yusuke's previously furrowed brow had completely relaxed. Having spent ample time together, Tsunade could discern whether Yusuke was merely putting on a brave front, and the answer was a resounding no. Moreover, upon hearing Orochimaru's proposed solution, Tsunade expressed considerable agreement. Be safe. I will, Yusuke replied, waving his hand as he joined the trio of children. The song High Hope, released recently by Yusuke and performed by Yakushi Nanoyu, played in the background, fitting the current atmosphere quite well. This very song coincidentally aligned with the part of the original narrative concerning Team 7. If in the future, Minato would lead Team 7 and Kakashi would also guide Team 7, Yusuke felt an inexplicable sense of becoming the inaugural leader of Team 7. Although the designation of Class 7 had been previously utilized, it is indeed plausible that this particular team is the one that is being chronicled anew. As for the reason why, in this Japanese-speaking world, this song is interspersed with a considerable amount of English, even Yusuke remains perplexed. Remarkably, during my first performance for pharmacist Nanoyu, she did not express any peculiarities regarding it. Am I singing beautifully? Indeed I am. Mizumoto, while it is true that it is quite commendable, upon your inquiry, what more can I say besides that it is beautiful? This statement, whether sincere or insincere, elicited a slight smile from Yusuke's lips. In light of the ambush from the Leaf S forces and the arrival of ninjas from other nations due to leaked information, it is evident that Fugaku must be addressed first. However, Kushina is not in a much better position. The land of whirlpools seems to have evaporated from the ninja world, and the third Hokage is unlikely to find any quality, new Jinchuriki in the immediate future. Thus, capturing Kushina alive is of paramount importance. Yet, for the ninjas from other villages, killing Kushina would inevitably mean unleashing the Nine Tails. While it would not be as devastating as releasing the Nine Tails directly within the confines of the Leaf, the opportunity to unleash such a beast would be one they could not overlook. If released in a town, it could potentially devastate it, tarnishing the Leaf's reputation for inadequate oversight. This blemish could very well create a rift between the Leaf and the Land of Fire. Even if there are no casualties, the mere act of releasing the Nine Tails, whether it escapes or retaliates against the Leaf, is something these foreign ninjas would eagerly anticipate. The former would cause the Leaf considerable headaches in recapturing the beast, while the latter would inflict tangible losses. Regardless, as long as it succeeds, there would be no losses. Conversely, among this group, it appears that Minato, who is destined for great accomplishments, has become the most inconspicuous. It is likely that if anyone were to target Minato, it would merely be a simplistic belief that he is merely an accessory. Upon stepping beyond the gates of the Leaf, Kushina's spirits soared, and she sprinted ahead for quite a distance. Minato, come chase me. With Minato and Kushina racing ahead, Fugaku maintained a pace similar to Yusuke's, trailing slowly beside him. I can guess what your father said to you, Fugaku remarked, glancing up at Yusuke. My father warned me that this journey would be perilous. We may encounter ninjas from other villages, and possibly even from the Leaf. One cannot help but admire the Uchiha clan. Matters that would be hushed in other families are openly discussed here. Is the village and the Uchiha truly at such odds? Confusion filled Yusuke's gaze, a sentiment that would persist throughout the original narrative, ultimately culminating in Fugaku's demise. The village and the Uchiha clan are fundamentally at odds. It has always been just a handful of individuals caught in this discord. Relax a little. Since I have taken you out of the village with care, I shall surely return you all safely. Fujitaka was perplexed. Despite Yuji's words being delivered in a perfectly ordinary tone, he felt an inexplicable force emanating from them. By the way, have you confessed to Uchiha Makoto yet? Not yet, but I have mentioned it to my father, who is very supportive. Fujitaka intended to express his courage in speaking up, but unexpectedly, Yuji delivered a sharp blow to his head. What good is it to mention it to your father? You should go and tell Uchiha Makoto. I will seek her out as soon as I return. However, Fujitaka was met with another strike to the head. Don't stand around here. Chapter 98. Flame and Arrow Elder. Is this Miliwa village? As the sun dipped low, Yuji inquired of an elderly man seated beneath a large tree at the entrance. The three little ones trailing behind Yuji had lost the vigor they possessed at the outset of their journey. Though they had trained their physical stamina considerably, mere travel proved to be a great strain on both their bodies and spirits, despite having rested the previous night. With Yuji keeping watch and sparing them the burden of vigilance, none had truly recuperated. The dwindling energy left them rolling their eyes at Yuji's antics. Doesn't the inscription on the stone beside you reveal the village's name? Why ask at all? What did you say? The elder leaned in, feigning inability to hear. Yuji raised his voice a few decibels. I asked if this is Miliwa village. Miliwa what? Miliwa. What is Miliwa? At this point, Yuji's interest waned, and he straightened his back, taking 2 steps back. Observing Yuji's retreat, the elder also leaned back into his chair, fully relaxing against the support. Wind me up. Huh. Not only was the elder taken aback, but Kushina and her companions wore bewildered expressions. What on earth is happening? The initial inquiry about Miliwa village was already puzzling enough. Now what does this mean? The elder, quicker to react than Kushina and her friends, sprang from his reclining chair and nimbly dashed toward the village. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and chase after him before he escapes. Yes, if one cannot discern the obvious, one might as well forfeit their intellect entirely, fit only to be fed to pigs without a second thought. How could it be so blatant? As the elder began to run, the 2 birds previously pecking at the ground in the square took flight as soon as the humans departed. Yuji, unhurried, retrieved a bow and arrow from his backpack, stringing the bow but refraining from releasing the arrow in haste. Aiming at flying birds is, in truth, a rather intricate endeavor. Naturally, Yusuke had no intention of employing conventional marksmanship. 3 fiery arrows, resembling the trails left by a fairy wand, materialized around his true arrow. As Yusuke released his grip, these 3 flame-tipped arrows initially followed the genuine arrow for a brief distance. The arrow had begun its descent, drifting further from the 2 departing birds. Yet, the flame-tipped arrows showed no signs of halting. Under Yusuke's vigilant gaze, they swiftly veered upward toward the heavens. Shielding his eyes from the last glaring rays of the setting sun with his hand, Yusuke observed as the 3 flame-tipped arrows successfully snared 2 birds. The outcome was quite satisfactory. Twirling his bow, the water of life returned to his system's inventory. The character, Shimiya, had recently been drawn by him, and these flame-tipped arrows were one of her signature abilities. The reason behind their peculiar backward flight lay in their intrinsic capability to autonomously track foes. This ability was so astonishing that even if Yusuke aimed at an enemy, the flame-tipped arrows would still find their mark. Regardless of how swift one might be, these arrows would relentlessly pursue their target. The likely result was that the prey would flee, while the pursuer would remain in relentless pursuit, rendering escape nearly impossible. This was a quintessential rule-bound weapon. While one could endure its effects, evading its strikes was not an option, even if one remained on the path of pursuit. Upon returning, after Yusuke retrieved the 2 birds, now thoroughly charred, Kushina and her companions also made their entrance. How did you discern it? Yusuke approached the bound elderly man, removing his false beard and wig with a decisive motion. The removal of the beard elicited a sharp wince from him. Despite being labeled as an elder, he was, in fact, a middle-aged man. How did you realize I was in disguise? He queried, staring at Yusuke, who crouched before him, echoing the unasked questions of Kushina and her companions. Your makeup skills are quite commendable. However, don't you find it peculiar to place 2 birds, a black one and a white one, at the village entrance? Moreover, I shouted quite loudly. Yet those 2 birds remained pecking at the ground, showing no inclination to take flight. That in itself is quite strange. If there is something amiss with the birds, naturally, I would suspect the humans. It's hard not to be suspicious of someone who chooses to sit here during mealtime instead of dining. In truth, after harboring suspicions, Yusuke discreetly drew forth his water of life. Utilizing his perceptive abilities, he could only ascertain that this individual was not a ninja. Yet he hesitated to make any definitive judgments regarding his character. However, upon drawing forth the water, its brilliance illuminated the surroundings. The radiance signified the presence of adversaries. Excluding the 3 companions and himself, only the man lounging on the recliner remained. As he feigned ignorance, it became evident that this individual possessed a lack of guile. Those two birds were likely tools for you to relay information to the mountain bandits. Am I correct? Indeed, you are not mistaken. The middle-aged man lowered his head, and Yusuke rose with a sense of satisfaction. He turned to face the trio of Kushina, who all bowed their heads. The enemy was right before them, with glaring vulnerabilities. Yet he had failed to perceive anything. Having said this, he was about to address the three of them. Yusuke crossed his arms and reclined on the man's lounge chair. Addressing the trio, each of the three felt a slight jolt in their hearts. It was time for them to be scrutinized. You three also lack a bit of insight. However, considering this is your first mission and that there was indeed a plan to train you for the journey, it is understandable that you encountered such an occurrence. Thus, let this be a one-time event. I merely hope you will remain vigilant in the future. Do you understand? Understood. The voices of the three filled with renewed vigor. As the day was drawing to a close, they decided to find a place to rest before confronting the mountain bandits the next day. Following the flight path of two birds, Yusuke effortlessly located the bandits' hideout. I wish to use an illusion to interrogate the person we captured today, he said, enjoying the dinner prepared by the three. This task now belongs to you. Follow your instincts. Yes. Chapter 99. The Killing Game. Astonishing. The Powerful Shattered Skulls. Although Yusuke found a modicum of embarrassment in shouting the names of his skills, it was evident that Kushina reveled in the excitement. At that moment, the skills he invoked were simply exhilarating and straightforward. Several individuals were ensnared by the winds manipulated by Kushina, unable to escape. He then forcefully slammed the individuals in his grasp together, diminished their might. Following that, he unleashed two punches, one slow and one swift, as the mountain bandits aimed their bows at Kushina. Remarkably, he transformed the damage he had sustained over time into a shield, inflicting harm upon the foes ahead. Yet, Kushina inadvertently conjured a wall of wind. All the arrows shot towards him were intercepted by the swirling winds surrounding his body. Subsequently, with a deft turn, he launched the wind, along with the weapons that had been aimed at him, back toward the attackers. Kushina displayed formidable prowess, and naturally, Minato and Fuyuki were not to be outdone. Minato, akin to a piercing sword, surged forth enveloped in a fierce wind, plunging directly into the ranks of the bandits. A spear twirled in his grip, sending bandits flying. In truth, based solely on Minato's strength, he could not propel a burly man several meters away. Yusuke distinctly observed the azure winds coiling around the shaft of Minato's spear. Kushina and the members of the Uchiha clan deliberately left behind a contingent of ninjas, entrusting them to Fugaku. During the previous Bell experiment, Fugaku was unable to fully demonstrate his capabilities, but now he was finally presented with an opportunity to showcase his prowess. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. The Uchiha clan's timeless skill, unchanging through the ages. In truth, the rank of a ninjutsu bears little correlation to the ultimate effect it produces. Madara's high-level jutsu, the Great Fire Destruction, could only be countered by the water barrier of the allied shinobi forces. Fugaku's Great Fireball, however, transcended the level of an ordinary chunin. Witnessing his two companions engage in such flamboyant displays, it was only natural for Fugaku to conjure something equally spectacular. Typically, when performing a Great Fireball, one must place their hands to their mouth, but Fugaku was different. He interrupted this motion entirely. As flames billowed forth, he deftly produced several kunai in his hands. The kunai were launched, forming a circular perimeter that ensnared all enemies within. Upon completing the Great Fireball, Fugaku swiftly prepared another hand seal. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Upon hearing the name of the technique, Yusuke, standing behind the trio, discerned its nature. Flames erupted from Fugaku's mouth, targeting the kunai that had been shot forth amidst the Great Fireball, now adorned with numerous kunai. The hollowed tips of the kunai were tied with transparent fishing line, allowing Fugaku's fire to follow the trajectory of the line with precision. Bang! Yusuke delivered a powerful punch, toppling a bandit charging towards him, and continued to relish the performance unfolding before him. Although the displayed strength was not as formidable as during the Bell test when he had faced them, the experience of combating others certainly felt different from being the target. The ninjas of Konoha could be regarded as the military of the Land of Fire. Beyond the military, the Land of Fire also possessed law enforcement agencies in regions outside of Konoha. Thus, these individuals resembled a military force sent to eradicate bandits. Though Yusuke had not previously made an appearance, it was imperative that these individuals be handed over to the nearby law enforcement authorities. Once they had securely bound the bandits, there was no need to bring along any dismembered limbs. Understood. While the act of fighting was exhilarating, the moment they began to gather the bandits, each of the trio felt as though they had stepped upon an arm or half a leg. What were they all thinking? At that moment, Yusuke's voice resonated in their ears. In the previous encounter, you held back. Now, the heads lying on the ground are your own. Thank you, esteemed ninja, for your intervention. These ruffians have been exceedingly rampant of late. We are grateful for your assistance. We are merely fulfilling our duties. Esteemed ninja, would you care to stay for dinner before departing? No, thank you. I have matters to attend to and cannot linger. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yusuke departed from the security department with his companions. To be honest, the structure resembled that of Konoha's security department. Take care, esteemed ninja, he remarked. In truth, during the encounter with the mountain bandits, Yusuke had already been on high alert. After all, no one could predict when those intent on eliminating him might strike. In Yusuke's assessment, the threat of an ambush against him and his companions could arise at any moment during their confrontation with the bandits. The more chaotic the situation, the more advantageous the outcome could be. Indeed, the strategy of fishing in troubled waters is a valid one. However, their adversaries seemed to lack such tactics. Even throughout the escort process, Yusuke had not sensed a significant presence of ninjas within his perception range. There had been no signs of them at the security department, and even as he and his three companions left the town, there were still no indications. Could it be that both he and Orochimaru were merely overthinking the situation? This possibility suddenly flashed in Yusuke's mind, but he eventually shook his head in silence. The likelihood of such an occurrence was quite slim. His imagined invulnerability had dissipated, leaving him to confront the reality of his own vulnerability. If that were indeed the case, the impact on him would be considerable. We have completed our mission. So where shall we go next? I mentioned I would take you to the Hidden Rain Village, and I shall certainly keep my word, Yusuke replied. Wonderful. The Hidden Rain Village. Yusuke was relatively familiar with the route to Rain Village. Pointing down the path ahead, he explained to the three, whether we head to Rain Village or Konoha, we must traverse this road. Then it should be along this route, one of them remarked. What were you just saying? Yusuke's final words were barely audible, so soft that even Kushina, who was closest to him, failed to catch them. As they set foot on the path and walked for a while, the birds in the trees, startled by their swift movement, took to the skies. Are they coming? Yusuke mused quietly. Unexpectedly, several groups of adversaries indeed converged upon them. Protect yourselves. The three young ones instantly assumed a defensive stance. Fujitaka had heard a bit about this from his father, while Kushina and Minato were cautious due to Kushina's identity. During their movements, a long staff materialized in Yusuke's hand. It could not be classified merely as a spear. Rather, it was more aptly termed a staff. The top was not the conventional single tip, but featured two red elements shaped like wings. In Yusuke's grasp, the staff of Hakma twirled elegantly before transforming into a whirlwind of motion, akin to a fan, deflecting all manner of projectiles launched from the front. With a swift turn and a few more spins, he sent flying the projectiles aimed at him from behind. After 2 rounds of deflecting various ninja tools, the opposing forces ceased their assault, as the distance between them had now closed considerably. In other words, those approaching from the front and those arriving from the rear formed a circular encirclement, trapping Yusuke and his 3 companions in the center. Yusuke surveyed the individuals surrounding them. Their attire was distinctly uniform, clearly indicative of various factions. Each village bore its unique characteristics. For instance, the group directly ahead bore the marks of sealing techniques upon their tongues, suggesting they were from the root. This group was also the most numerous. Have they all arrived? Yusuke's expression displayed little sign of panic. However, the ninjas in the encirclement remained eerily silent, save for one ninja from Konoha, who lunged at Yusuke with intent to strike. The others remained still, seemingly contemplating a one-on-one confrontation. Yusuke raised an eyebrow, wielding his spear horizontally to deflect the attacker's weapon. A mere 2 exchanges of blows sent the assailant flying back into the circle. It appeared that these shinobi were entirely oblivious to the maxim that 1 inch of length signifies 1 inch of strength. It was understandable, as weapons in the shinobi world are rarely crafted for extended reach. The longest weapon Yusuke had encountered was Hanzo's scythe, enhanced with chains. After effortlessly vanquishing his opponent, Yusuke scanned the crowd and inquired, "It seems that your objectives differ, do they not?" The root members were evidently the leaders of this assembly. Yusuke was keenly aware that the wretched tongue of their leader often caused his dear Lord Danzo to lose his composure. Following Yusuke's words, the leader of the root issued a command: attack. No honor in combat. To deceive and ambush a blind man. This time, it was not a simple brawl. The assaults came in a torrent. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Earth style, Earth Shattering Palm. Lightning style, Earth Walk. In an instant, Yusuke felt overwhelming pressure enveloping him. Techniques from all directions surged forth like a tempestuous sea, rendering Yusuke and his companions akin to fragile, isolated boats adrift in a vast ocean, perilously close to being swallowed by the waves. Yusuke sensed a hint of pressure, while the three children appeared even more distressed, each wearing expressions of intense anxiety. Beneath his bandages, Yusuke's eyes radiated a golden glow. "Do not fear, close your eyes." Kushina and the others complied. The next moment, an authoritative voice echoed in Yusuke's mind. Heaven moves the myriad phenomena. Though it was still afternoon, with the sun shining beautifully, a massive void resembling the night sky suddenly appeared above. Stars, of course, were not absent in this celestial tapestry. To the astonished onlookers, one star plummeted towards them in a free fall, swiftly descending. Retreat. Quickly retreat. A dense cloud of smoke materialized around Eugen. Yet, he perceived that, in reality, only a handful of individuals had sustained any harm. The principle of smoke without injury applied to him as well. Although the power of the falling star was indeed formidable, its practical application posed a significant challenge. During the period of its descent, there remained a possibility for these individuals to escape its range. After all, the agility of a ninja is not to be underestimated. Should they encounter someone capable of flight, the likelihood of a successful strike diminished further. The optimal strategy would be to initially deploy a large-scale water-based technique, followed by an expansive ice-based skill. By freezing these individuals first, the damage inflicted by the falling star could be augmented, and subsequently, the petrifying effect of the star could serve as a supplementary control mechanism. However, in the context of the current combat scenario and broader strategy, such considerations were secondary. The primary focus was on leveraging Zhongli's secondary effect to envelop the designated allies with a shield akin to his own. As the star descended, a conspicuous circle formed on the ground. Despite its considerable radius, some individuals remained outside this perimeter, thereby allowing them to continue unleashing their ninjutsu. Eugen observed as these techniques struck the protective shield, which merely flickered momentarily without any further reaction. The ensuing events held greater significance. With a burst of wind, the smoke was dispersed. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Wind release, great breakthrough. These two prevalent techniques effectively cleared the haze surrounding Eugen and his companions, revealing them to the onlookers. Observing this, the leading root ninja intended to make their move. Given the overwhelming nature of the previous falling star technique, it was evident that its usage was costly, and it could not be employed consecutively. Eugen thought, though I cannot use it consecutively, I have yet to expend any chakra thus far. Just as he was about to issue his command, a voice filled with fury rang out from beyond the encirclement. In broad daylight, what are you all doing? Even the still closed eyes of Kushina registered the familiarity of that voice. All right, you may open your eyes now. Eugen's voice reached the ears of his companions at that moment. Chapter 101. The break of the siege. The three gradually opened their eyes, only to find that all the ninjas before them had turned to look behind. That direction was where the voice had originated. They focused intently on the speaker, with Kushina and Minato displaying expressions of joy, while Fugaku appeared utterly perplexed. The sight of Kushina and Minato's expressions only deepened his confusion. Who is this? Indeed, within this family, he felt somewhat superfluous. Brother Shju, crush them for me. Shju? In the present moment, Shoju stands as the ultimate idol for all those younger than him in the village of Konoha, without exception. Honestly, the Konoha barrier is truly magnificent. Yusuke affectionately ruffled the hair of Kushina, whose face was flushed from her exuberant shouting. Shoju, brother-in-law, can you handle these individuals? Shoju? No problem, leave it to me, my dear brother-in-law. Shoju hefted the enormous double-handed sword onto his shoulder, poised for action. Meanwhile, the root ninjas facing Shoju were in a state of turmoil. Before their departure, Danzo had clearly stated that Yusuke would receive no support. So where did this Shoju come from? Of course, their unease was merely a flicker of fear, not substantial. What is my status? Though those from the root seldom partake in the ninja rank examinations, I have been personally appointed by Lord Danzo to oversee this mission, mind you. What about you, Shoju? You are merely a lowly ninja with the title of Konoha Barrier, exaggerated beyond measure. As a dignified jonin, defeating a chunin like you should be a mere trifle. The leader of the root felt an overwhelming urge to glance back at Yusuke and utter a harsh retort. However, Shoju, after exclaiming, "No problem, brother-in-law," charged forth wielding his great sword. Quickly eliminate him. Upon uttering this command, he was met with a shimmering 40-meter double-handed sword slicing through the air. Restraining the impulse to shout about upholding the etiquette of a maid, the sheer momentum of Shoju's sword was palpable. The force was such that even while wielding such a massive weapon, he did not appear diminutive. Rather, the sword seemed almost small in comparison to his presence. If Yusuke were to describe it, he would undoubtedly liken him to a human-sized Gundam. Although wielding a double-handed sword, Shoju's speed was anything but slow, particularly with his initial strike, which was infused with gravitational potential. While the lead assailant halted his hand signs to evade, several slower foes were caught by the vertical slash, followed immediately by a horizontal sweep. Shoju had only drawn half the enemy's attention, the other half awaited Yusuke. With a flourish, Yusuke faced the remaining foes. At this moment, Kushina and her companions' expressions had returned to normalcy. The recently completed task of eliminating bandits felt like a mere appetizer compared to what was now at hand. The true feast was upon them, and the carnage continued unabated. However, they had been tempered by their earlier experience, developing a resilience to bloodshed and a proper understanding of their identities as ninjas. There was no need for battle cries. Both sides instinctively engaged from the outset. Full radiance. Golden blossoms accompanied Yusuke's gestures, striking the ground. When enemies within the domain centered around radiance sustained damage, ephemeral flowers would bloom, unleashing rock elemental area damage based on albedo's defense. It is not the attack from Yusuke that triggers rock attribute damage. Rather, it is the damage inflicted upon the enemy that activates it. This signifies that it is not solely Yusuke who can trigger Yonghwa's attacks, but anyone within the circle formed by Yonghwa, including Minato and others, can also activate the attack through their inflicted damage. As the rain ceased and the rainbow appeared, Yusuke, after engaging in a single-handed sword maneuver, did not immediately switch to Hu Tao to unleash his elemental skill. Instead, he seamlessly followed up with an elemental skill, allowing his body to trace an arc through the air. The ripples created by his single-handed sword struck an enemy who was charging towards him, cloaked in lightning release. The adversary was knocked back by this strike, and Yusuke stepped forward, employing the passive ability of the festive sword to launch another elemental skill. Upon the Homa staff, flames began to ignite, perfectly complementing his actions. Fuyue had only seen Minato wield a gun, and his first impression of Minato's swordsmanship was simply one word: impressive. Yet now, through Fuyue's Sharingan, Yusuke's movements appeared even more captivating than Minato's. Yusuke resembled a fiery arrow, plunging directly into the enemy ranks with precision. His movements were devoid of unnecessary flourishes, consisting solely of swift slashes and charges. Though the actions were ostensibly simple, Yusuke moved with an otherworldly grace, sometimes passing through the bodies of foes. Those he traversed bore no wounds, and their garments remained unscathed by the flames of his weapon. Nonetheless, they would collapse heavily to the ground as Yusuke sought his next target. With the Sharingan active, Fuyue and his companions were not hindered in their own assaults. However, amidst the unleashing of various ninjutsu, the three of them grasped the reason Yusuke had established a circle at the outset. Each of their attacks now summoned a golden floral phantom, and every enemy struck by this phantom suffered tremendous damage. Meanwhile, SHK seized the opportunity as the sweeping attack was about to fade, successfully closing in on the leading ninja, whom he struck down with a single blow from his sword. "Demacia," he exclaimed, though it seemed somewhat out of place. Not a matter of concern. He wielded his broad sword, plunging it downward to pierce the throat of the root leader. The leader's neck, of course, was not as wide as SHK's great sword. The blade mercilessly penetrated through, instantly staining SHK's half with blood. After dispatching the leader, SHK suddenly turned, raising his sword toward the spot where he had initially crouched. Both parties voiced their inquiries in unison. One SHK perched in the trees, while another, bloodied and battle-worn, stood on the battlefield. The SHK, who had been fighting fiercely, reacted first. Since you've arrived, there's nothing left for me to do. I'll take my leave. As he spoke, the SHK, who had previously routed numerous ninjas, formed a hand seal, transforming into a plume of smoke and vanishing. Squatting in the tree, the rope tree exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" Chapter 102, Departure. Rain hidden. Although his mind remained in a state of utter bewilderment, this did not hinder Rope Tree's ability to analyze the scene before him. Setting aside the sudden appearance of his doppelganger, the current tableau consisted of his brother-in-law, Kushina, Minato, and a child he did not recognize, all besieged by assailants. Without a moment's hesitation, Rope Tree drew his clock sword and charged towards the encircling ninjas. To the members of the Root, this confirmed that the recently vanished Rope Tree was, in fact, merely his clone. In truth, Rope Tree was still dazed. However, the instinct for combat had become second nature to him. As for the identity of the original Rope Tree, it could only be Yusuke, for it was a tactic he often employed. Frankly, Yusuke had not anticipated encountering Rope Tree at that moment. Indeed, the candidate Yusuke discussed with Orochimaru that fateful night was none other than Rope Tree. The rationale was straightforward. The third Hokage's scheme necessitated an outsider to disrupt it, a notion both Yusuke and Orochimaru shared. This individual had to meet several criteria. First, they must not be within the village yet still be a member of it. An outsider's intervention would not influence the third Hokage's judgment, as they could neither substantiate nor falsify his decisions. Second, this person must possess sufficient strength to contend with numerous ninjas. Otherwise, the third Hokage would quickly discern their true capabilities, thereby necessitating Yusuke's careful management of the situation to avoid compromising the plan. Combining these 2 points, Orochimaru proposed Rope Tree and Shikomo, with Rope Tree ultimately being selected. Currently, Shikomo could sense the dynamics between Yusuke and the third Hokage, but remained uncertain of his allegiance. Loyalty to superiors was ingrained in him as a member of the Kiba clan, a family rooted in the samurai tradition. Fortunately, Shikomo was not blindly loyal. However, he had yet to firmly choose a side. Additionally, with Shikomo stationed on the front lines of the Sand Village and unable to return promptly, he was thus sidelined. Conversely, Rope Tree was fortuitously returning, especially with the Chunin exams approaching. Did he possess strength? One could assert he had some capability, but whether he could eliminate all the participating ninjas was uncertain. Nevertheless, Rope Tree had one advantage. He was on the front lines, and both Yusuke and the third Hokage were largely unaware of his circumstances, granting Yusuke the latitude to maneuver. Thus, Yusuke had preemptively dispatched a clone to the front lines in the Sand Village to seek out Rope Tree. Rope Tree's appearance in this context exceeded Yusuke's expectations. Yusuke unleashed his full power, augmented by the creation technique that enhanced the trio's damage output significantly. Consequently, Yusuke swiftly dealt with all the adversaries. After freeing his hands, Yusuke assisted SHJU in dealing with the remaining adversaries. Following such a one-sided and grim battle, only 5 individuals remained on the field. Observing the fallen foes, Yusuke felt an inexplicable urge to smile. The third Hokage was indeed intriguing. Having turned against his own, he still sent people from Danzo in the end. Moreover, this batch of enemies was quite formidable, and upon receiving the news, Danzo would likely be furious enough to spout blood. It appeared that this time, the third Hokage had held back. Danzo remained the same overconfident fool. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dispatched so many elites. Unfortunately, he and Orochimaru still played their cards expertly. Whether he bled or not, once he returned to Konoha, there would be a reckoning. None would escape unscathed. After ensuring there were no survivors and finishing off the last foe, SHJU approached Yusuke. "What on earth is happening, brother-in-law?" Yusuke scratched his face, hesitating to explain. However, after carefully observing SHJU, despite still possessing a hint of baby fat, he emanated a charisma that was quite incongruous with his youthful appearance. Ultimately, Yusuke decided to confide in SHJU, but not at this moment. It would be better for these youngsters to remain oblivious to such matters. "I'll find an opportunity to tell you later." "All right," SHJU nodded. Just then, Kushina and her companions arrived, eager to reminisce with SHJU. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, SHJU's gaze naturally fell upon the only unfamiliar face among them. This was Uchiha Fugaku. SHJU, the two acknowledged each other, and Fugaku's lips curled into a slight smile. SHJU, slightly puzzled, wondered why this child was grinning at him. All right. Yusuke draped an arm around SHJu's shoulder and inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" "I was thinking of returning to the village to participate in the ninja rank examination, as I am still a genin. Senior Shikumo believes I should take a break and has sent me away from the front lines." Kushina and the others were also preparing for the Nin exam following this mission. Hence, Yusuke mentioned that SHJu would join them, which was certainly not unfounded. Upon returning to the village, they would likely begin their preparations for the Nin assessments. SHJu was somewhat surprised, suddenly realizing why Yusuke had brought Kushina and the others here. Seeing SHJu's astonishment, Yusuke smiled and explained, "I am now their guiding jonin. They are all members of Team 7. I intended to finish this mission and then take them to the Rain Village for some leisure. Would you like to join us? What is there to enjoy in the Rain Village?" SHJu's first reaction was to decline, immediately envisioning returning to the village to commence his rigorous training, so he could excel during the Nin exam. Jiraiya, while in the Rain Village, took on 3 apprentices. My initial intention was to lead them to Rain Village to find Jiraiya and train them simultaneously. Having been on the front lines and training alone, SHJu was suddenly jolted into awareness. Indeed, the skills I possess were honed under the guidance of my beloved brother-in-law and Might Guy. Can training back in the village truly yield better results than mindlessly practicing alone? In an instant, SHJu altered his decision and exclaimed, "I want to go too." "Then let us go together," Kai replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling SHJu's hair. "However, before departing, let us first place these corpses into this scroll." Chapter 103. Kurizetsu. It was evident that children easily congregate with one another. For instance, Kushina and Konan, being girls, had topics to discuss. And Kushina's shared red hair helped bridge the gap with Nagato. Ultimately, the group of children sat at the doorway watching the rain, engaging in conversation about the peace of the ninja world. Meanwhile, Kai busily mixed drinks for Jiraiya to satiate his cravings. After all, having been in the land of rain for so long, Jiraiya had been deprived of Kai's beverages. In the afternoon, Kai arranged for both sides to engage in a match. However, the 6 individuals quickly grew shy, leaving both Jiraiya and Kai in amused disbelief. Why, after half a day's interaction, did they now appear so bashful? Despite their awkwardness, both Jiraiya and Kai believed it was entirely feasible for them to spar. Jiraiya was also keen to assess the progress of the 3 young ones. Yet, after watching for a while, Kai lost interest. Even when Kushina and her companions held back, they still dominated the scene. While Kai was uncertain of Yahiko's potential strength, he could discern the abilities of the others from the original storyline. Logically, they should be quite similar. Even prodigies require time to actualize their talents. And the trio from Rain Village had trained for far too short a period. But as Kai slightly diverted his attention from the 3 youngsters, a premonition suddenly emerged within his perception. Someone. Almost immediately, he dismissed the thought. Indeed, someone was observing him, but this entity could not be strictly defined as a person. More accurately, it should be referred to as Kurizetsu. The moniker of Kurizetsu in the Naruto universe is not solely attributed to the legendary eyes. His other moniker, Mother Rescue, is equally notable. If given the chance, Kai would genuinely wish to have a meaningful conversation with Kurizetsu. In this ninja world, perhaps only he and Kurizetsu could truly comprehend their authentic selves. As for Kaguya-hime, she does not count, as she resides on the moon, far removed from the ninja realm. Speaking of Kaguya, Kai harbored no significant malice towards her. Rather, he simply feared that Tsutsuki's siblings, Kaguya, Kinshiki, and Momoshiki. These individuals, too, are adversaries of the shinobi world. The primary dilemma of Kaguya-hime lies in her desire to exploit the God Tree to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, aiming to transform humanity into white Zetsu, thereby utilizing them to counter the Tsutsuki clan. Setting aside the question of white Zetsu's combat prowess, Kaguya's fundamental issue is her imposition of her will upon others. As for black Zetsu's presence here, it is rather straightforward. He is drawn by Nagato's Rinnegan. Undoubtedly, these eyes are legendary. They are the result of Obito's Sharingan fused with a piece of flesh taken from Hashirama during the battle at the Valley of the End, thus embodying the blood and flesh of both Obito and Senju Hashirama. It is akin to a mosquito drawing your blood, only to claim that it now harbors a part of you. With Black Zetsu's arrival and the attention of Jiraiya and Nagato, the 6 individuals present felt the tension. Izuku swiftly formed a hand seal, executing a seamless combination of the shadow clone technique and transformation technique. From a distance, Black Zetsu peered cautiously from behind a small hillock, observing the gathered figures. Regarding Yusuke's unexpected appearance, Black Zetsu was not particularly surprised, considering Jiraiya's presence made Yusuke's involvement almost inevitable. As for whether Yusuke would notice the Rinnegan on Nagato and contemplate some action regarding it, Black Zetsu deemed it improbable. In his eyes, Yusuke is fundamentally a good person. Shall we converse? Yusuke, oblivious to the fact that Black Zetsu had unwittingly granted him a good person card, inquired from behind. There is little for us to discuss, Black Zetsu replied, and his head, which had been visible on the ground, vanished. Moving so swiftly? Yusuke scoffed. Black Zetsu's technique, akin to that of an ephemeral insect, was indeed formidable. By merging his physical form with the earth and vegetation, he achieved remarkable speed, becoming one with the ground and weaving through the organic networks of plant roots and subterranean water, rendering himself undetectable during the execution of his ninjutsu. Yusuke's opinion of Black Zetsu was less than favorable, yet his perspective on Black Zetsu was of little consequence. What truly mattered was Kaguya looming behind him. Black Zetsu likely shared this sentiment, recognizing Kaguya's significance surpassing his own. As for Yusuke's feelings towards Kaguya, they remained within a rather stable emotional spectrum. Devoid of intense affection or occasional hatred, Kaguya must be unleashed, and it is almost imperative to do so, as she could serve as a guide to locate and confront the Tsutsuki clan. Failing to address the Tsutsuki clan could lead to dire consequences, especially if circumstances were to escalate to the events of Boruto, where one might even wish for death. However, there is no urgency in this matter. The lack of haste is attributed to his current state. He still has numerous roles to explore, and his strength possesses considerable potential for growth. The pinnacle of power in Teyvat is represented by the 7 archons, yet I currently possess only the Geo Archon, Zhongli. Furthermore, this Zhongli remains ensnared at the 5th level, with the 6th level still a distant prospect. This progression cannot be achieved merely with unclaimed stardust. It necessitates a specific opportunity. Yuyo harbors suspicions regarding this opportunity, but attaining it appears to be quite challenging at the moment. Moreover, Yuyo has a vague intuition that once his Zhongli reaches full potential, a transformative change will ensue. Why does he act as if he recognizes me and possesses extensive knowledge about various matters? My retreat was purely due to a sense of guilt, compounded by a habitual tendency to flee upon being discovered. Now, as I calm my thoughts, Yuyo's earlier demeanor replays in my mind, and Kurizetsu also perceives the irregularities within. Initially, Kurizetsu did not regard Miyakami Yuyo with much concern, only giving him a modicum of attention. His primary objective recently has been to investigate the suddenly appearing Arataki gang. The sole intention he harbors towards Miyakami Yuyo is to infiltrate the Uchiha clan and abscond with Yuyo's pair of Sharingan. He had hoped to discreetly procure the eyes amid the chaos in Konoha. However, unbeknownst to him, some unobservant individual had already pilfered a significant number of Sharingan before him. Next time, he could attempt to engage with Kurizetsu mused, recalling Yuyo's earlier performance and softly muttering to himself. Chapter 104. The Ninja World's Pressure Princess and Bombing Princess. Upon witnessing Kurizetsu's immediate retreat, the Shadow Clone's presence became redundant, prompting Yuyo to dispel the technique. One must admit, the jutsu of the ninja world can be remarkably effective at times. Can chakra explain everything? Indeed, chakra can elucidate all. As Yuyo redirected his focus back to the scene of the battle involving 6 individuals, he discovered that the confrontation had concluded. Naturally, Kushina and her companions emerged victorious. The disparity in strength was simply too great, rendering even the highest combat intelligence insufficient to bridge the gap. Moreover, Kushina's side was led by Minato, whose tactical acumen was equally commendable. Of course, his emotional intelligence was also noteworthy. He allowed the battle to flow slightly, yet it was not excessively lenient. Well done. As the victor, Yuyo was not stingy with his praise. The triumphant trio, however, scratched their heads in slight embarrassment. Yuyo empathized with their sentiments, shifting his gaze to the trio of Yahiko. Do not be overly disheartened. Your training period has, after all, been rather brief. Even geniuses require time to realize their potential. Yuyo understood that a simple statement from him would not suffice to dispel the gloom residing within the trio. They comprehended the rationale, yet acceptance would still demand time. The primary issue at hand remained the awkward atmosphere among the 6 individuals. Although it was only this morning that we first met and established a certain connection, the bond among these 6 children has already deepened significantly. This evening, as I prepare dinner, I wonder if there is anything you would like to eat. While Yusuke's culinary skills are indeed enticing, they do not entirely alleviate the awkwardness felt by the 6 individuals. Fortunately, Yusuke possesses a secret technique, as explosive as the forbidden taijutsu of Tsukumo. If we remain silent, how about some spicy fish? The last time Yusuke conversed with Orochimaru here, he expertly prepared that very fish after dealing with its venom sac, serving it at the table. To my surprise, it was quite delectable. However, midway through the meal, when Yusuke revealed that it was spicy fish, everyone began to choke and frantically gulp down antidotes. In the end, Yusuke alone finished the dish. After Yusuke's revelation, Yahiko and his companions, along with Jiraiya, immediately exclaimed, "No way. Absolutely not." Meanwhile, Kushina and her friends, along with SHU, wore bewildered expressions. What is spicy fish? Observing the 4 in their state of confusion, Jiraiya took SHU aside, while the 3 from Mangekyō pulled the 3 from Konoha, each face reflecting terror as they hastily explained. "It's actually quite delicious. Look at you all, saying no just because." Yusuke feigned helplessness, shrugging, and remarked that they had been misled and missed out on a culinary delight. After the spicy fish incident, the awkward atmosphere dissipated swiftly among everyone present. After sharing a hearty meal and taking a brief respite, we returned to the training grounds. However, we did not rush into training. Yusuke took Konan aside for a private conversation, ensuring everyone could hear his whispers. "Just think, what if you replaced ordinary paper with explosive tags?" At this moment, Yusuke himself gasped in excitement. Imagine that scene. Wouldn't it be magnificent? Indeed, it would be impressive. Everyone listened intently, for Yusuke's ability to mentor is truly remarkable. Like Tsukumo, he possesses an eye for discovering other strengths and articulating a suitable developmental path for them. Take Konan, for instance. Most of her techniques currently revolve around paper. In the past, paper symbolized the flower she created for herself, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. In the future, paper will represent the vast ocean of 600 billion explosive tags that Konan aspires to create. This brings to mind the joke about Conan's 600 billion explosive tags, which drained the resources painstakingly accumulated by Akatsuki. Paper serves as the vessel for explosive tags. Thus, Yusuke intends to guide Konan down this path, undoubtedly the most fitting for her. Consider the scenario. If you fashioned wings from paper that enabled you to soar through the skies, and then proceeded to rain explosive tags down upon the earth, just envision the spectacle. It would indeed be magnificent. Xiaonan pondered this for a moment, and upon raising her head, her response was no longer as tentative as before. Instead, her voice resonated with a hint of excitement. While Yusuke spoke passionately, Xiaonan's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. The others, except for Kushina, sat in a row, their faces reflecting indescribable expressions as they observed Yusuke instilling the notion of substituting paper with explosive tags in Xiaonan's mind. They felt a sense of foreboding. If Xiaonan truly embraced this transformation, she might ultimately resemble the current Kushina. One would embody extreme close-range brutality, while the other would unleash devastating long-range bombardments, both seeking the pinnacle of violence, craving an overwhelming sensory thrill. It's hard to say who might surpass the other in prowess in the future. Kushina and Xiaonan instinctively wished to be modest, yet Yusuke's subsequent remarks rendered them speechless. "I've already devised titles for both of you." "What?" Xiaonan blinked her large eyes at Yusuke, her curiosity piqued by the mention of titles, and Kushina leaned in as well. "From now on, Kushina shall be known as the Princess of Road Rollers in the ninja world, and Xiaonan shall be titled the Bombing Princess of the ninja world. What do you think of these names?" Yusuke expressed unwavering confidence in these sudden monikers that had sprung to mind. Yet the 2 ladies were left utterly perplexed upon hearing them. "Princess of Road Rollers? Bombing Princess?" Yusuke elaborated. "Just think about your current techniques. Don't they resemble forcibly flattening opponents on the road? Xiaonan flying above and hurling explosive tags is akin to bombarding the enemy." He animatedly supplemented his explanation with gestures, before turning back to Kushina and Xiaonan, inquiring, "How do you feel about these names now?" "I love them." "Me too." In response to the 2 exhilarated girls, Yusuke affectionately ruffled their hair. Chapter 105. One's Own Path. While the trio reveled in their camaraderie, The few men observing from the sidelines instinctively swallowed hard. With Kushina already in their midst, another contender of comparable might was emerging. The thought of someone soaring above while casting explosive tags sent a chill down everyone's spine. A few casual throws might be manageable, but when Xiaonin unleashed her techniques, those paper tags could fill the skies. If those papers were not mere paper but explosive tags, the onlookers collectively gasped, shuddering involuntarily. Now, where shall I begin my lessons? Yusuke pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully before settling on the first training objective. How about starting with the creation of explosive tags? To craft explosive tags, one must possess a fundamental understanding of sealing techniques. Jiraiya, have you ever taught Conan about sealing techniques? No, I haven't. In the ninja world, the most commonly utilized skills are ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and sealing techniques. With the land of whirlpools having mastered the latter to an extraordinary degree. What was the outcome? If it weren't for the fact that they were trapped in the Song of Dust when I married Tsunade, the only ones from her side would likely have been Shinosuke and Kushina. Thus, sealing techniques are often regarded as esoteric arts. Although Jiraiya excels in sealing techniques, he did not impart much knowledge to Conan and the others. After all, he could not remain in the Rain Village for long. And what Conan and her companions truly needed were potent offensive ninjutsu to rapidly enhance their combat capabilities. Hence, let us begin with the fundamentals of sealing techniques. Yusuke reached behind him and retrieved a book on the basics of sealing techniques, placing it into Conan's hands. If possible, Yusuke was curious to see what would transpire if the explosive tags were placed in Conan's hands. Perhaps she could conjure a mushroom capable of devastating the entire ninja world. Unfortunately, Yusuke currently lacked the skill to perform such techniques. He suddenly realized that some ninjutsu in the ninja world might indeed be more intriguing than his existing abilities. Do you like it? Yes. Perhaps it was the book's connection to paper, but Conan had always enjoyed reading. Take your time. This is a gift from your sister-in-law Tsunade, and I will leave the book with you before I depart. I will also present you with my gift before I leave. Thank you. You're very obedient. After gently patting Conan's head, Yusuke turned to face Yuhiko and Nagato. You two will also receive something from me before I go. Having made promises to the trio from the Rain Village, Yusuke could not show favoritism, so he then turned his attention to Minato and Fugaku. As for you three, I will give you your gifts after we return from the CHNIN exams. Shinosuke, I will hand yours to you before I return to Konoha. What about mine? Jiraiya blinked his large eyes, trying to appear cute as he looked at Yusuke. Before I leave, I will leave you a bottle of fine wine. Excellent. Jiraiya's face instantly lit up with joy. After discussing these matters, Yusuke sat beside Jiraiya, while Conan took her time with her reading, and they all began their training according to their respective plans. Yusuke and Jiraiya raised their small cups, savoring the humid atmosphere around them as they drank. Their cheeks soon flushed, while Shinosuke, sitting beside them, sipped his fruit tea, eagerly watching the wine glasses in their hands. Oh, the agony of being underage and unable to drink is truly painful. Naturally, Yusuke and Jiraiya could not simply drink in silence. They engaged in casual conversation. Eventually, Jiraiya posed a question. Why don't you teach Nagato and Yuhiko? Yusuke believed he had done his utmost for these 6 children, providing them with all that he was capable of offering. However, this did not prevent Yusuke from holding varying degrees of evaluation about the 6 individuals. If one were to offer an evaluation, Kushina, Minato, and Conan undoubtedly belong to the foremost echelon. This world is a realm of authenticity, a truth that Yusuke discerned long ago. This assessment can not only be applied to the conspiracy theories surrounding the 3rd Hokage, but equally to every individual within the ninja realm. Although the presence of oneself may alter the course of many future events, the outcomes still stem from their intrinsic issues. Take Fugaku, for instance. The massacre of the Uchiha clan is inexorably linked to Fugaku's inherent weaknesses. As for Yuhiko and Nagato, Yusuke finds himself uncertain about the nature of peace in the ninja world. The notion of peace, which binds countless individuals, has, unbeknownst to him, entwined itself around his own hands. Contemplating this, Yusuke could not suppress a silent self-mockery. He refrained from delving deeper into his thoughts, shifting his focus to answer Jiraiya's inquiry. The path suitable for Yuhiko closely resembles your own. As for Nagato, after a moment of evident sluggishness, just as Jiraiya was about to inquire about any issues concerning Nagato, Yusuke's words reached Jiraiya's ears. Nagato bears the shackles that bind him. This response successfully elucidated what it means to be a riddle. Observing Jiraiya's perplexed reaction, Yusuke surmised that Jiraiya had yet to perceive Nagato's Rinnegan. Let us not dwell on them. Let us speak of you instead. What is amiss with me? Jiraiya adopted a demeanor of indifference toward himself. Do you not wish to elevate your prowess? Of course I do. Hence, I plan to train in sage arts at Mount Myaboku once the war reaches its conclusion. Jiraiya is aware that Yusuke knows about the 3 great sage lands. Given that his companion is Tsunade, who forged a contract with the Wetbone Forest. Just as Yusuke was about to respond, Jiraiya leaned in closer and asked, by the way, when you fought Hans, did that ice wolf you summoned still have any offspring? Could you perhaps procure one for me? Even if it doesn't serve as a summoning beast, it would still bring joy to raise it. Seeing Jiraiya's spirits dampened slightly due to this remark, Yusuke hastily shifted the topic to reassure him. You will undoubtedly succeed in mastering sage arts. I believe Haven T mentioned the dangers of failure. Shouldn't you be requesting a stroke of good fortune from me? A stroke of good fortune, you say? Let me share a method that would suit you. Jiraiya's interest piqued instantly, and Yusuke presented the plan he had meticulously prepared for him. After mastering sage arts, I believe you should experiment with using oil to amplify your fire techniques. Combining fire with oil should significantly enhance your ninjutsu. Chapter 106. The confession of the rope tree. Having consumed considerable amounts of alcohol in a hurried manner, Jiraiya's face flushed crimson, and he soon found himself inebriated. Yusuke set down his wine glass and glanced at the side, where Ju was sipping fruit tea. Would you like a drink? He inquired. Ju instinctively nodded, but soon realized that he was not of age, and quickly shook his head in denial. If you wish to drink, simply say so. Have you really been watching me for so long without my notice? Yusuke continued. This isn't the village, nor is it the battlefield requiring quick reflexes. I can offer you just a taste. Is that really all right? Ju's excitement surged as he looked up at Yusuke with sparkling eyes. Yusuke smiled and produced a small cup, pouring a little for Ju. With joy radiating from his face, Ju mimicked Yusuke and Jiraiya, tipping the cup to his lips. However, he immediately spat out the entire contents, fanning his mouth with his hands. His eyes widened in shock as he attempted to disperse the strong aroma of alcohol, all the while expressing his discontent. That is dreadful. This wine was not concocted by Yusuke. It had been purchased for Jiraiya just before leaving Konoha. All right, enough of that. Come here. I have something to discuss with you. Ju nodded eagerly, quickening his pace to follow Yusuke. When they reached a secluded spot not far from the training grounds, Yusuke halted and turned to Ju. You must be curious about why we encountered an ambush. I can share that with you now. It's no longer a secret. Yes, Ju replied, nodding. Although he could not decipher the underlying reasons, he sensed that there was a deep connection behind it all. Otherwise, Yusuke would not have chosen this moment to reveal it. I'll think about where to begin, Yusuke said, stroking his chin in contemplation. He began recounting the decay within the higher echelons of Konoha, leading up to the recent schemes orchestrated by the third Hokage against him. Ju had the right to know these matters. He had endured the trials of the battlefield and could no longer be perceived as merely a child. Having matured, he now faced the realities of the world. That is how things stand, Yusuke concluded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Unbeknownst to him, Ju had reached a standard where he could now walk alongside his peers, no longer confined to the safety of being left behind for his own protection. After absorbing Yusuke's words, Ju fell into a prolonged silence. Yusuke patiently awaited Ju's response. For Ju, this was not a matter of timing, but rather of acceptance. This is the true Konoha. After a moment, Ju exhaled deeply. There was no vehement opposition, nor was there an eager compliance. Only a single question emerged. What must I do? In truth, Ju harbored a certain fondness for the third Hokage. Much like many children in Konoha, because the Hokage represents the strongest and most esteemed figure in their perception. Shinshu has refrained from expressing his emotions due to Yusuke's influence and the attitudes of those around him towards the third Hokage. Initially, what Shinshu sought from Yusuke's narrative was an explanation regarding the latter's pursuit. However, upon hearing the introduction, Shinshu realized he was mistaken. Yusuke, his sister, and his former mentor, Orochimaru, all possessed valid reasons for their disdain towards the third Hokage, and these reasons were undeniably real, leaving Shinshu with no grounds for rebuttal. It was at this moment, accompanied by Yusuke's words, that Shinshu finally comprehended the true nature of the Hokage he idolized and the affliction plaguing his beloved Konoha. Thus, He posed his question. Yusuke had long been prepared with the answer. You must diligently enhance your strength. Your current abilities cannot conceal you from the third Hokage's scrutiny. During the previous confrontation with a group of assassins, despite his battlefield experience, Shinshu found himself struggling against the overwhelming number of Jonin. The third Hokage had countless methods to assess Shinshu's capabilities. Your defense is now adequate. However, you must diversify your offensive techniques, as they are currently rather limited. Having experienced this external breakthrough, Yusuke felt he had relinquished certain burdens, particularly his arrogance. Previously, he believed he possessed a profound understanding of this world, but it became evident that he had not truly grasped the depth of that statement. His earlier comprehension was confined to analyses of conspiracy theories he had encountered, leading him to conclude that many future events would unfold regardless of his presence. For instance, the indelible stain on the third Hokage's reputation concerning his treatment of Naruto remained unaltered. However, Yusuke gained a new layer of insight. He had previously regarded the third Hokage as somewhat foolish, but this revelation served as a wake-up call. The Hokage's enduring tenure in such a position was not without justification. Had Yusuke not sought out Orochimaru and derived Shinshu's breakthrough from their discussions, he would have had no choice but to comply with the Hokage's schemes. Of course, this matter could not simply be dismissed. Upon returning to the village, Yusuke felt compelled to confront both the scheming Hokage and the manipulative Danzo with considerable force. The previous deal of a 3-year tax exemption was trivial. This time, a more substantial price would be required. I have arranged a training regimen for you. Adhere to this plan diligently, Yusuke stated, placing a sheet of paper in Shinshu's hands. Put in the effort and practice earnestly. After patting Nobuki on the shoulder, Yusuke departed without a moment's hesitation. Once Yusuke had left, Nobuki turned his gaze towards the paper in his hand, but its contents left him scratching his head. The Art of the Blazing Gold Sword, the Molten Iron Hellfire, the Lion's Bite? Chapter 107. Farewell. Your training is rather commendable. After neutralizing Nobuki's fiery punches, as well as the concealed blow within, Yusuke withdrew his hands and praised him. Yusuke had long since grown numb to his defeats. His days were consumed with training and sparring with his beloved brother-in-law. Having engaged in such practice for an extended period without a single victory, could one not feel desensitized? Let us grant you a day off today. Take a good rest. Yes. Nobuki's previously downcast expression brightened instantly, a stark contrast to the perpetual reign of Mangekyō. Though they were in the wilderness, it was not as confining as the village of Konohagakure, nor as desolate as the endless sands and raging winds of Tsunade's front lines. Nobuki had already taken the opportunity to relax, quite literally, as the nearby rivers provided ample diversion. Go on, go on. Yusuke patted Nobuki's shoulder, and he left with a heart full of joy. As soon as Nobuki departed, Jiraiya approached. Yusuke, just how formidable have you become? He had observed the sparring match. His enthusiasm ignited by the display. I could probably take on 100 of you. Is that so? Then let us make it 50. This straightforward proposition led Jiraiya to mistakenly think Yusuke's initial claim of 100 was merely jest, and he playfully patted Yusuke on the shoulder in response. As they strolled towards the small cabin, their conversation flowed casually. When do you plan to return to Konoha? Yusuke granting Nobuki a day off implied he was likely preparing to leave. Perhaps tomorrow? Nobuki has trained sufficiently, and it's time to head back. And you? Jiraiya inquired. To which Yusuke casually returned the question. Didn't I mention before? I will return once Yahiko and the others have the means to safeguard themselves in this chaotic world. So, you intend to return to Konoha then? But Jiraiya shook his head. For now, I have no plans to return, after I finish guiding them. I wish to go to Miyaboka Mountain to practice sage techniques. Will you even make it in time for my wedding with Tsunade? That remains to be seen. You sure know how to bring up the most inconvenient topics. Jiraiya chuckled as he playfully punched Yusuke. If I were you, I'd spend more time collecting material from those establishments. I believe there would be a considerable audience for novels of that kind, and they would undoubtedly sell well. Am I really that kind of person? I believe so. I've mentioned that you resemble the third Hokage quite a bit. I absolutely do not resemble that old man. The two engaged in playful banter, reminiscent of children yet to graduate from the ninja academy, chasing and teasing one another. I am a paragon of virtue. A paragon of virtue, you say? During the pursuit of one another, they did not forget to exchange banter. You are undoubtedly thinking that you simply lack the courage to voice it. As soon as Yusuke uttered this, he instantly sensed that Jiraiya had become rather agitated. You see, I have accurately hit the nail on the head. You are flustered. What of it if I am indeed flustered because you call me out? After a brief chase, the two finally came to a halt beneath a tree, sitting back to back. If I truly cannot reach you, then I shall offer my blessings to you now. Where are the blessings? Jiraiya rolled his eyes and began to awkwardly recite. May you enjoy a century of marital bliss and bear children swiftly. What about the monetary gift? We shall discuss that later. Very well then. What? You are leaving tomorrow morning. At dinner, upon hearing the news of Yusuke's departure, Yuhiko abruptly stood up, visibly excited. The sentiments towards Yusuke had always been somewhat ambiguous for Yuhiko and the others. Among Yusuke's quartet, Jiraiya chose to stay behind to guide them. Thus they shared the most time and developed the deepest bonds with him. If Yuhiko were to describe this relationship, Jiraiya would be akin to a father figure, while Yusuke, Tsunade, and Orochimaru resembled the amiable neighbors. But now that Yusuke was set to leave, Yuhiko felt an emptiness within him. The amiable neighbors were departing, taking with them his closest companions, the ones he knew best, as they prepared to relocate. There are matters awaiting us in Konoha. Well, I had promised to present you with gifts before your departure. This is a book from Tsunade for Konan, containing various training manuals and stories, along with a reading order for professional literature, which Tsunade has also prepared for you. As for the two of you, Tsunade entrusted me with a set of weighted training gear. He placed a sizable stack of books and 2 sets of weights before the trio. Having finished Tsunade's gifts, it was now my turn. This book is titled The Wine and Poetry of the Alley. Its purpose, you shall discover in due time. Like Tsunade, my gifts for you are equally significant. 2 watches adorned with red and white threads. The sands of time in the note of reminiscence, the morning dew of the moment. These items possess unique abilities. You too should take your time to explore their potential. Thank you. The 3 young ones expressed their gratitude earnestly, and Yusuke offered his own words of advice. After all, following his departure, he might truly lack the opportunity to return in the near future. Make good use of them. Pursue your aspirations, and do what is right. He gently patted the heads of the 3, a faint smile gracing his face. After the gift-giving, it was time for the 6 young ones to cherish their camaraderie. Though their time together barely exceeded a week, the bonds formed had intricately woven these 6 children together. Jiraiya and Yusuke observed for a while, and as the dishes began to cool, they beckoned the group to partake in the meal. Let us eat. After tonight, you shall find it difficult to savor my cooking for a while. Early the next morning, Yusuke promptly set off with Kushina and the others. Jiraiya, accompanied by the 3 young ones, naturally came to bid farewell. Sensei, do you think we will meet them again in the future? Yuhiko inquired, standing beside Jiraiya. Jiraiya gazed at the now empty road, and, before turning away, offered a light-hearted response. If you wish, then it is possible. Meanwhile, Yusuke and his companions were quietly making their way, when suddenly, Kushina posed a question to Yusuke. Big brother, do you think we will be able to see Konan and the others again? If you wish, then it is possible. Really? Indeed. Chapter 108. A Magical Arrow. Bidding farewell at the root, I found quite a few of these fruits on my last trip back to Konoha. They have a rather pleasant flavor. Yusuke plucked a fruit from a tree and placed it in Kushina's hand beside him. How is it? He inquired after noticing her take a bite. Delicious. Would you all like to try some? Sure. Minato and Fugaku responded with smiles, yet upon closer inspection, their expressions appeared somewhat strained. Although they had completed their mission, the journey back to the village was inherently more relaxed than the journey to execute the task. However, the current pace felt rather slow, to be honest. Shouldn't Yusuke be the most anxious among them? After all, Tsunade was still in Konoha. Minato and Fugaku repeatedly exchanged glances, each reflecting the same concern. Fugaku, in particular, felt a greater sense of urgency. Yusuke's sluggish pace was causing him considerable agitation, as he longed to convey his safety to his father. Yet, they refrained from directly questioning Yusuke. Even the stoic SH-10 did not inquire, "Are we moving too slowly?" After consuming the fruit, Minato could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked Yusuke, "I thought we could treat this journey as an autumn outing, since you all find it slow. Shall we quicken our pace?" Yusuke, putting away the fruit, turned to Minato and asked, "Is that acceptable?" Minato felt that suggesting an increase in speed seemed rather casual. Is it really that simple to just mention it? Why not? Let us proceed at full speed from here on out. In truth, Yusuke had deliberately slowed their pace. Given that SH-10's training speed exceeded his expectations, they had ample time to return to Konoha. The reason for maintaining a slower speed was due to another matter that required his attention. The reason for hastening now was that he had successfully completed what he intended to do, having embraced his own plan. Internally, Konoha, along with the surrounding area, was monitored by a device that detected fluctuations in chakra. In the cherry blossom grove, when Yusuke swiftly eliminated the root, he did so without utilizing chakra, relying instead on the elemental power of the Eye of God, successfully deceiving the surveillance devices. Typically, a shadow clone cannot stray too far from its original body. Meanwhile, on a mountain peak outside of Konoha, Yusuke resembled an assassin armed with a sniper rifle, quietly preparing for his operation. He measured distances and contemplated trajectories. Although he lacked a sniper rifle, he possessed a bow and arrow. Yusuke aimed to employ his bow to execute a long-range sniping maneuver. In the original game, many players would shoot an arrow skyward and then teleport to a location near their intended target. Subsequently, they would witness their initial shot striking the predetermined spot with undiminished force. The sole complication was that, while the arrows shot forth in the game were unaffected by wind speed, they remained significantly influenced by gravity. Therefore, in executing this maneuver within the game, players typically shot their arrows into the sky, allowing them to traverse a parabolic arc for long-distance flight. To be honest, even in the game, Yusuke had never attempted this himself. He had only observed others executing such maneuvers in videos. Now, Yusuke was capable of utilizing Ganyu's abilities to target a comparable distance, as Ganyu's charged attack would unleash an explosion, damaging all enemies within a circular area after a second charge. However, Yusuke intended to concoct something entertaining this time. Lynette, a 5-star fire elemental archer character, was a recent acquisition. Lynette's charged bow attacks could also be charged to 2 stages, each possessing unique effects. Her normal attack, the card trick, and the second stage charge would launch a magical arrow causing fire elemental damage and, upon impact, summon a grinning cat hat. This hat could taunt nearby enemies, drawing their attacks. Each enemy could only be taunted once every 5 seconds by the grinning cat hat. Upon destruction or expiration, it would unleash a firework spell against a nearby enemy, inflicting fire elemental damage. While this effect may seem unremarkable, a mere taunt, the frequency of taunting is not particularly high. However, it could facilitate an alternative method of gathering enemies, allowing the grinning cat hat to explode and affect a larger group. Nonetheless, upon detonation, the hat could only inflict damage on a single enemy. Yusuke's objective, of course, could not be simply to target 1 or 2 foes. The grinning cat hat could synergize with a skill, Lynette's elemental skill, Illusory Light Trick. This skill could actively trigger the explosion of the grinning cat hats on the field, and the ensuing explosion would not merely target one individual. By triggering the grinning cat hat himself, Yusuke could unleash area damage. Moreover, he had invested in 2 levels of enhancement for this skill. A skilled individual has the ability to summon 2 grinning cat hats with a single arrow. The secondary effect is that after utilizing Linny for 6 seconds, their critical damage is elevated by 60. Although the stakes are not excessively high, there lingers a concern that a moment of carelessness could lead to an explosion exceeding expectations, potentially harming innocent bystanders, which would undoubtedly be disheartening. Yusuke nocked an arrow, meticulously aiming at the predetermined target based on his prior calculations. As the sign for the second charge appeared, he decisively released his grip. "Mom, will there be shooting stars during the day? How could there possibly be shooting stars in the daytime?" A parent scolded the child, yet instinctively glanced skyward. To their surprise, there indeed appeared to be shooting stars. At the root, what is this? The root's operatives, who had come to greet the 3rd Hokage, observed the sudden emergence of 2 upside-down hats with a cat motif, trailing behind them in the wake of a descending rocket, their expressions filled with perplexity. "Is this your little surprise for me, Danzo? I didn't expect you to have such a taste." Indeed, Yusuke's target was the root. Blowing up the Hokage building, which housed many innocent people, weighed heavily on the conscience. However, targeting the root posed no moral dilemma for him. Yusuke mimicked the act of removing a hat, placing the imaginary hat in his right hand, and with a mischievous grin, made a theatrical exit. This time, Yusuke's shadow clone did not dissipate into smoke, but transformed into playing cards, which fell to the ground and vanished. Boom! A towering inferno erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar from the root's headquarters. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this chaos, Yusuke, had long since made his escape. Chapter 109. The temptation of returning to the village at last. He had returned to the village. Why had the security become so stringent? Although the few children under Minato's watch were efficient in their search, they conducted a thorough examination. As an adult, Yusuke's scrutiny was even more meticulous. Was there something amiss within the village? The atmosphere felt oppressive. Once Minato had completed his inspection and entered the village, he quickly sensed something was amiss. Yusuke, too, was engulfed in confusion. Did I truly cause such an uproar merely by targeting the Root? The Root is a clandestine organization, more hidden than the Umbu. Even if the headquarters were destroyed, as long as it remained undisclosed that the Root had been the target, which is a gathering place for many in the village, such a stifling atmosphere should not prevail. Despite the oppressive ambience, Fuel understood he had priorities to address. Having been away from the village for so long, he needed to report to the third Hokage. Ropesuke, tasked with briefing the front lines, accompanied Fuel to the Hokage building. After knocking on the third Hokage's door for what felt like an eternity without response, Fuel was on the verge of forcibly entering when a side door opened, welcoming them inside. Are you here to see the third Hokage? I have a mission report for the Hokage. I am here to provide an update on the frontline situation. The third Hokage is temporarily incapacitated. Simply submit your mission reports to me. Huh. Yusuke's exclamation was heartfelt, a genuine expression of astonishment. The third Hokage has been injured? Could it be that someone stealthily infiltrated Konoha and attacked him? Such an occurrence is not entirely implausible. Otherwise, it would not have been depicted in the original narrative, where the ninjas from the hidden cloud boldly abducted Kushina beyond the village's borders. As for Yusuke, he harbored no doubts whatsoever. How could I possibly be responsible for this? I, Mikami Yusuke, am utterly innocent. The ninja who guided Yusuke and his companions to this room scrutinized Yusuke's expression at that moment. However, he discerned no hint of deception. Why would the third Hokage instruct me to observe Mikami Yusuke? Could it be that he is somehow implicated? Yet, does this expression truly convey guilt? Recently, an unknown assailant attacked Elder Danzo and the third Hokage, leaving both gravely injured. After observing Yusuke for a while, the ninja proactively began to explain the situation to Fuel. What? Yusuke jolted back to reality. From what this ninja just said, could it be that he actually did play a part in this? He also noticed that the ninja before him was diligently recording his expressions. Fortunately, he had initially been genuinely bewildered, granting him ample time to react. He merely needed to replicate his earlier demeanor. Is there truly someone audacious enough to assault the third Hokage and Elder Danzo? It is indeed peculiar. Both of them adamantly claimed that two hats resembling cats were involved in the explosion. Who would fashion a bomb in such a manner? The ninja's suspicions regarding Yusuke began to wane slightly. Seeing Yusuke inquire further, he commenced explaining the recent events. Ordinary explosions, even if sudden, would hardly inflict such severe injuries on these two, right? Observing the situation, Fuel feigned alignment with the ninja's reasoning and pretended to continue analyzing. You make a valid point. Were there no remnants of explosives at the scene? None. Do you think it is possible that the Hidden Rock Village was behind this? I have heard of a substance called explosive clay that they possess. Moreover, they are currently engaged in fierce combat with our forces at the front lines in the Land of Rain, which certainly provides them with a motive. Upon hearing this, Yusuke silently reflected, My apologies, Deidara. I shall personally teach you the art of making bombs and fireworks in the future. He also entertained other thoughts, such as the possibility that if he had employed Ganyu's second stage charge, perhaps the suspicion would have fallen upon the Hidden Mist Village instead, given their unique ice release bloodline limit. Of course, their conversation did not remain solely on this topic. It also encompassed inquiries the ninja had regarding Yusuke's mission report. For instance, why did you take so long? Alas, it is quite embarrassing. After completing our mission, we were besieged by a large number of ninjas. Although I have gained some recognition on the rainy front due to my keen perception, it seems that others are acutely aware of this ability. They swiftly transformed from a broad circle into a compact encirclement, effectively cornering the four of us. How did you ultimately resolve the situation? My dear little brother-in-law unexpectedly appeared on the battlefield, rescuing us all. Otherwise, even if we had completed our mission, we would not have returned to Konoha. The ninjas listened intently as Yusuke recounted the tale, nodding vigorously in agreement. It was only when he was about to pin down the account that he realized something was amiss. However, this does not quite explain why you returned so late. Oh, you see, this is because I want to check on Jiraiya. I recall mentioning this to the third Hokage before my departure. Ah, I see now. The ninjas recorded Yusuke's words, posing a few more questions to Minato and the others, thereby concluding Yusuke's part in the matter. As for the content SH intended to report, it pertained to frontline affairs and was classified information. Thus, Yusuke and the entire 7th Squad were excused. Just as he was about to find a place to wait for SH, a voice calling his name caused Yusuke's head to spin. Yusuke, my wife has come to find me. I must take my leave. You all can return home, and you may divide the mission rewards amongst yourselves. By the time Minato and the others processed this, they witnessed Yusuke pulling Tsunade along, her feet barely touching the ground. After distributing the rewards, Fugaku also took the initiative to bid farewell. I shall return home to inform my family of my safety. With that, Fugaku departed with a speed that nearly matched Yusuke's. Do you think he will seek out his father or Mikoto first? Kushina inquired, glancing at Fugaku's retreating figure. His father, perhaps? Shall we wager? I bet it's Mikoto. The answer will be revealed the next time we see him, and the loser must fulfill a request for the winner. What do you say? Certainly, Minato replied with a smile. That can be settled later. How about we indulge in some barbecue now? It has been ages since we last enjoyed it. Let's go. After a while, SH emerged from the building, only to find no one waiting for him, and the corridor was empty. A sudden chill enveloped his heart. What is this all about? Chapter 110. The Desolate. Yin and Yang. Upon returning home, Yusuke and Tsunade did not immediately engage in any intimate activities. Tsunade, noticing Yusuke's fatigue, took it upon herself to give him a massage. While relishing the soothing touch of his fiancée, Yusuke finally found the leisure to inquire about recent events in Konoha. How are things with the 3rd Hokage and Danzo? Tsunade, being Konoha's foremost medic, was the one they would ultimately turn to in such a situation, regardless of any prior disputes. Even Tsunade herself is reluctant to engage in this matter. The 3rd Hokage has sustained relatively minor injuries, appearing to have mitigated part of the explosion with ninjutsu. However, Danzo is far worse off, bearing significant wounds, evidently closest to the epicenter of the blast. To be candid, the situation has proven unexpectedly fortuitous not only for the 3rd Hokage, but also for Danzo. After all, it is rather improbable that Yujin could have anticipated that he would inadvertently strike the notorious thief, the Hat Cat, directly in front of both men, particularly when he could not have aimed for the interior of the room. Ultimately, one could attribute this outcome to a fortuitous alignment of timing, location, and collaboration, all executed with remarkable precision. In comparison to the casualties among personnel, the economic devastation to the root organization is considerably more severe, with the above-ground facilities entirely razed to the ground. Even the underground experimental base appears to have suffered repercussions. Although the loss of life is significant, it does not necessarily equate to fatalities. A considerable number of individuals are likely rendered incapable of continuing their ninja careers, given Yujin's previous actions, such as the events in the Land of Whirlpools and the Ice Wolf incident at the Rain Hidden Front. Tsunade suspects that Yujin is indeed behind this occurrence. However, whether or not Yujin is the perpetrator has become less critical for Tsunade at this juncture. Upon hearing Tsunade's account, Yujin struggled to suppress a smile, though he ultimately restrained himself, managing only a comment. That truly is quite tragic. With the Chunin exams approaching, it is unlikely that Kushina and the others would pester him daily. While they may not entirely disappear, it is anticipated that Hanzo will not cause any trouble for a significant period, allowing him to enjoy some well-deserved respite. Tsunade, however, suddenly donned a rather wifely smile and remarked to Yujin, "You hardly strike me as someone who can take a break. Aren't you being a tad too industrious?" After contemplating, she offered an alternative perspective. "Are you certain I am diligent? I personally feel somewhat undeserving of such a label, as I cannot possibly associate myself with the notion of industriousness." Yujin is aware of his own limitations in this regard. You simply have yet to recognize your own diligence. Although you often appear somewhat lethargic, your mind is undoubtedly industrious. As she spoke, Tsunade's hand shifted from Yujin's shoulder to his head. "What are your intentions moving forward?" "To relish in our shared world." Tsunade tightened her grip, playfully admonishing Yujin, "No frivolities, let us discuss serious matters." Regarding serious matters, it seems prudent to prepare for Orochimaru's ascent, taking advantage of Danzo's weakened state to facilitate Orochimaru's development. Why not seize this opportunity for Orochimaru to take center stage? After all, the 3rd Hokage is still your mentor, and Orochimaru likely wishes to provide him with a fitting farewell. In fact, in the original series, Orochimaru's act of killing the third Hokage during the Chunin exams was to afford him a spectacular exit rather than allowing him to pass away quietly. As long as the third Hokage relinquishes his position before his misdeeds come to light, it prevents his reputation from being irreparably tarnished by future transgressions. In a brief moment of contemplation, Yusuke spoke again, expressing his intention to enhance his abilities. Currently, your prowess could indeed challenge my grandfather, couldn't it? Yusuke pondered this matter seriously. The most formidable battle of the first Hokage was undoubtedly the confrontation against Uchiha Madara during the Valley of the End, where his primary techniques revolved around Sage Jutsu and would release. If he were to face the first Hokage, after considerable reflection, Yusuke concluded that he would still fall slightly short. If he were to fully unlock his Zhongli, reaching level 6, his strength would surpass that of the first Hokage. However, at present, he could not overcome the hurdle of Zhongli at 6 constellations. Then strive harder. I feel as though I am beginning to lag behind you. If you set your mind to it, you can surely achieve it. Yusuke spoke with sincerity, acknowledging that the issue of longevity remained a significant concern. After acquiring the vision, he had already discovered certain aspects related to this matter, yet he understood that there was no need to rush. Haste would yield no results. He possessed a vision, but required time to actualize it. As for the enhancement of his abilities, it was intrinsically linked to Rinne. While utilizing Rinne, Yusuke had developed new insights into self-improvement, Yin release and Yang release. The recent detonation at the root marked Yusuke's initial experience with Rinne. During this process, he uncovered certain points previously unnoticed. He realized that Rinne, during the execution of skills, occasionally emanated a new energy that did not belong to the 7 elements. Upon thorough examination after employing Rinne, he discerned this unique energy. The foundational force of Rinne was of the Mang nature, and in addition, there existed a character named Lynette who also possessed foundational power, characterized by the arid nature. The correspondence between Mang and arid prompted Yusuke to recall a nearly forgotten concept, Yin-Yang release. Yusuke resolved to delve into Yin-Yang release through the lens of Mang and arid foundational power. Furthermore, he intended to explore Sage Jutsu, albeit not in the manner of the ninja world, but rather drawing inspiration from the Sage techniques within Genshin Impact. While the previous elements had some foundational basis, his current exploration ventured into the advanced realms of the ninja world. He aimed to juxtapose the system of Genshin with that of the ninja world. The Mang and arid attributes in relation to Yin-Yang release, and Sage Jutsu against Sage Jutsu. This posed a certain challenge. However, on a brighter note, he had ample time for cultivation, allowing him to complete this endeavor. Alright, enough of such thoughts for now. Tsunade's massage and gentle coaxing gradually drew Yusuke's mind back. I understand now. Chapter 111. 3 questions to the third Hokage. Upon returning, the small shop, blessed by the angel's gift, had naturally reopened its doors once more. However, the current gifts from the angels have come to signify a choice for Yusuke. He may open his heart when he wishes or refrain from doing so at his discretion. This can be interpreted as being pampered by his patrons. No other establishment possesses Yusuke's unique craftsmanship. Although there are taverns attempting imitation, they fall short by a considerable margin. Yusuke still holds onto the training tasks for the trio, yet a significant portion has been delegated to Might Guy, who has not been shortchanged, receiving a substantial raise in compensation. Once the Nin exams commence, Guy will have successfully fulfilled his responsibilities for this generation. Indeed, this generation. Orochimaru has begun to devise plans for reforms within the Ninja Academy upon his ascension as Hokage. Might Guy is included in this list of reforms. For someone like Guy, specializing in taijutsu, there could be no more fitting role than to teach this very discipline. Of course, there is no rush for this matter. In fact, even before the opportune moment arrives, Yusuke remains patient, as does Orochimaru. For now, the focus is on establishing the most fundamental and straightforward promotional efforts. The Hokage is chosen from among the populace, whether commoners, civilian ninjas, or prominent clans. All are indispensable components. These 3 factions must be gradually nurtured. The immediate task is to begin cultivating a positive image of Orochimaru among others. If we were to consider the unrefined and chaotic Orochimaru, often referred to as the Serpent Demon, it would undoubtedly be a challenging endeavor. However, the current incarnation, the Sage Serpent, renders this task considerably easier. Thanks to the destruction of Danzo's base, which left him significantly injured, he has been relatively inactive of late. Yusuke feels that his life has become increasingly comfortable. It was not until the 7th evening of Yusuke's return to the village, as he prepared to close up shop, that he sensed an unexpected force pushing back against his hand while attempting to shut the door. Curiously, he reopened the door, ready to express a quip, only to be met with the unexpected presence of none other than the third Hokage himself, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who appeared without even the company of Umbu. "Might I come in for a moment?" The third Hokage inquired upon seeing Yusuke had opened the door. Of course, Yusuke replied, not wishing to refuse. After all, in Konoha, even the Hokage must adhere to the rules, and he was equally curious about the intentions of the man who had recently orchestrated a coup against him. Once the third Hokage stepped inside, Yusuke closed the door behind him. "I have heard that your liquor is quite commendable, yet I have never found the time to visit until now," he remarked as he took a seat at the counter. However, Yusuke had no intention of venturing behind the bar. "I understand you have sustained an injury, making it unwise to indulge in alcohol. As a responsible establishment, I cannot sell you any. I believe I am quite all right now," the third Hokage responded. Yusuke raised an eyebrow and responded somewhat impolitely, "I don't care what you think. I care about what I think." Not satisfied with Yusuke's refusal, the third Hokage turned to Tsunade, who was preparing to return home with Yusuke, and asked, "As my primary physician, you have stated that I am allowed to drink, correct, Tsunade?" Naturally, as a doctor, Tsunade had indeed made such a declaration. However, she was taken aback to discover that the reason the third Hokage posed this question was to seek permission for drinking the angel's gift. Yusuke merely smiled, unwavering in his stance, and replied, "I apologize, third Hokage, but you may not be aware of my family's circumstances. Generally, I am the decision-maker in my household, and if I say no, then it is indeed no. Therefore, it suffices for me not to drink, as I have yet to have dinner. I noticed you have a kitchen here. How about preparing something simple for me to eat?" He continued, "Is it possible that this is a tavern and not a restaurant? A yakitori shop is just 200 meters to the right, and our establishment does not prohibit customers from bringing their own food. You were recently scheming against me, and now I simply wish to indulge my craving. Surely that is not excessive or illegal." After exchanging these few dialogues, Yusuke found little desire to continue with the pretense. It would be better to address matters directly. The third Hokage shifted in his seat to a more relaxed position and inquired, "Yusuke, let us speak frankly. I am curious about your true intentions." He added, "I should inform you that I am only striving to live the life I desire." Yusuke interjected with a sardonic remark, perfectly pitched for the third Hokage's ears. Of course, one might say this is all for the good of Konoha. With that remark, Yusuke's final statement resonated with multiple layers of meaning for the third Hokage, as this was a sentiment often voiced by Danzo. "Do you believe that Konoha is flourishing at present?" In response to the third Hokage's inquiry, Yusuke retorted with a question of his own, raising his first finger. "What do you think, esteemed sir? Is Konoha thriving now?" The third Hokage fell silent, watching Yusuke continue. "I can clearly inform you that I have no interest in power. But might you, perhaps, find yourself unwittingly ensnared in the whirlpool of power and vanity?" He raised a second finger. The downfall of the Senju clan stemmed from this very issue, and the indoctrinating words in the ninja academy are a consequence of it. The Sarutobi clan's ability to thrive in the village is also due to this. "This is my second question," he concluded. "As the Hokage of Konoha, one should embody both firmness and gentleness, wielding authority and benevolence. I acknowledge you are resolute in dire situations. Yet the question remains, did these problems arise from your gentleness or perhaps from your weakness? The demise of the Uchiha clan unfolded in such a manner, and the development of Danzo was also a consequence of this. This marks my third inquiry." Yusuke extended his third finger, although his eyes remained unseen, or rather, if Yusuke possessed eyes at all, the third Hokage felt his gaze transcending those three upright fingers, surpassing Yusuke's bandaged visage, and beholding a pair of eyes that scorched his very soul. Chapter 112. The visit of the Uchiha clan leader. The third Hokage ultimately refrained from responding to the final question. Yet, to the naked eye, it was evident that the once relatively lean figure of the third Hokage had, unbeknownst to him, taken on a semblance of stoop. Before the third Hokage exited, Yusuke imparted his final words. "If one day you find clarity regarding these matters, I would be inclined to invite you for a drink." The third Hokage's steps faltered noticeably, and as he opened the door to depart, he was soon approached by members of the Umbu. "Lord Third." He halted his stride, And after a brief interlude filled only with the whisper of the wind, he finally parted his lips to issue commands to the Umbu present. Inform Danzo that the funding for the route's repairs will be temporarily withheld, should he inquire about the reason. Convey that the Umbu will assume control of the route's operations for a while, allowing it some respite. Indeed, the route's responsibilities had always pertained solely to the training of the Umbu. The Umbu, established by the second Hokage, primarily served to safeguard the Hokage and preempt foreign incursions into the Hidden Leaf Village, occasionally undertaking reconnaissance and assassination missions. However, at that time, the second Hokage had merely founded the Umbu. Thus, the Hidden Leaf had never truly possessed a route. What, then, was the purpose of establishing the route? At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly recalled this question. Instinctively, he juxtaposed this query with Yusuke's 3 earlier questions. Did the Hidden Leaf genuinely require a root? Or rather, what sort of roots did this grand tree of the Hidden Leaf truly need? This question took root in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Indeed, once the Umbu departed, a rare weariness flickered in the third Hokage's gaze. The gift of an angel. When the third Hokage arrived, it was precisely the time Yusuke had intended to conclude his workday. With the third Hokage's departure, Yusuke naturally planned to return home with Tsunade. However, just as Yusuke exchanged a few words with Tsunade, the door was abruptly pushed open from the outside. Yusuke, disinterested in the identity of the intruder, turned around and, with a feeble tone, called out to the person behind him. The business hours have ended. There is a sign indicating the cessation of operations at the entrance. Upon turning around and recognizing who stood with their hands still upon the door, his frustration surged. Though your eyes remain unseen, I cannot shake the feeling that your gaze upon me is rather unsettling. The Uchiha clan leader, observing Yusuke's impassive countenance, instinctively voiced the thoughts that lingered within his heart. If I were to tell you that just before your arrival, the third Hokage had just departed, that statement from Yusuke struck the Uchiha clan leader like a thunderbolt. I comprehend the situation. However, comprehension aside, the Uchiha clan leader nonetheless steeled himself and entered the room, closing the door behind him and taking a seat at the counter. Primarily, I have come to express my gratitude. After sitting down, the Uchiha clan leader retrieved a pouch and placed it before Yusuke. Although it is my duty as a guiding jonin to do so, given the circumstances, I believe you are well aware of what transpired, hence I accepted it. Yusuke's resentment was slightly elevated. Therefore, he did not decline and promptly accepted what the Uchiha clan leader had offered. Now that you are here, feel free to speak your mind. Do not misconstrue my demeanor. The third Hokage was equally brusque earlier, and his words were even more cutting than my own. After all, both of you have significantly disrupted my serene moments of companionship. My visit today pertains to the Uchiha clan, given the recent events. I believe it is possible for you and the Uchiha clan to mend your relationship. Upon hearing this, Yusuke felt an urge to roll his eyes. My esteemed clan leader, I have already suggested that you be straightforward. I believe you have misunderstood a crucial matter. Pray, enlighten me, the Uchiha clan leader implored. I have never aspired to become Hokage, nor do I possess any particular inclinations regarding the management of Uchiha affairs. The discord between the Uchiha and the village has been an objective reality since the inception of the village. It first became apparent with the betrayal of the Uchiha Madara and worsened dramatically during the tenure of the second Hokage. Now, it has begun to reach a point of irreconcilability. Just as I once faced division over my allegiance to my clan, a similar schism has emerged regarding the village. Ultimately, the Uchiha feel unjustly targeted, while the higher-ups in Konoha harbored deep-seated mistrust towards the Uchiha clan. Danzo capitalized on this rift, exacerbating tensions to orchestrate the Uchiha massacre, thereby acquiring a multitude of Sharingan. Orochimaru had previously mentioned this to me, and he even shared his thoughts on how he would address this issue should he ascend to the position of Hokage. His perspective is indeed intriguing. However, to be candid, I am not particularly invested in this discourse. With that thought, Yusuke took the initiative to issue a dismissal. Seek out Orochimaru. Converse with him about the current state of affairs. He may offer you the answers you seek. As the most prominent clan in Konoha, Orochimaru's success in obtaining the Hokage position hinges not only on the fourth Hokage's disinterest, but also on the indispensable support of these major clans. I understand. Though Yusuke's tone was rather ungracious, the Uchiha clan leader was profoundly understanding. After all, his intimate moments with his spouse had been interrupted, and he surmised he had little reason to wear a pleasant expression. After all, the events have concluded in such a manner. Yusuke has, to a certain extent, demonstrated his prowess. As for myself, it was my belief that Yusuke could assume the role of Hokage that led me to seek him out. It now appears that I have indeed discovered the pertinent answer. Following the departure of the Uchiha clan leader, Tsunade turned to Yusuke and inquired, "Is it truly wise to allow a prominent family like the Uchiha to engage with Orochimaru at this juncture? Orochimaru harbors his own intentions. I have merely paved a path for him. It is up to him to construct and traverse it. Compared to Orochimaru, I still think it is preferable to close the door and return home." At the Konoha hospital, upon receiving the message conveyed by the Umbu, Danzo felt a surge of frustration. "My route has been obliterated, completely decimated. I am a victim in this scenario as well. Not only have you denied me funding, but you have also outright seized the only viable operation of route. What is Sarutobi Hiruzen thinking? Did he imbibe too much to issue such an order? Sarutobi Hiruzen, that's amusing. I haven't had a drink at all." "Very well, I understand." Danzo yearned to express his indignation with a curt dismissal, but the words remained unspoken. Chapter 113. Chunin exams. Yusuke's life gradually settled into a semblance of tranquility. Approximately a week after the third Hokage and the Uchiha clan leaders' visit, Kushina, Minato, Fugaku, and SHJ embarked on their Chunin exam journey. Although most circumstances had reached a relatively stable state, it must be acknowledged that the Second Shinobi World War was not yet concluded. Thus, this exam was not a collaborative assessment among nations, unlike the Chunin exam that Naruto experienced, which included ninjas from various countries across the shinobi world. This particular Chunin exam was merely a standard examination. In fact, due to the ongoing war and the resultant shortage of personnel on the front lines, the difficulty had been somewhat mitigated. These four individuals currently represent the most illustrious figures in all of Konoha. Yusuke indeed felt a semblance of parental pride akin to that of a parent witnessing their child's college entrance examination, yet this sentiment was fleeting. For these four, participating in the current Chunin exam carried an implication of a disproportionate advantage. Had Konoha possessed a system of guaranteed admission, there would have been no doubt that all four would have been automatically promoted. However, the journey of Kushina and her companions through this Chunin exam is more aptly described as one filled with minor challenges rather than significant dangers. The most notable, and indeed the only major surprise, occurred in the first round. Mirroring Naruto's examination from years past, it involved assessing theoretical knowledge alongside the ability to gather intelligence. Kushina's circumstances were strikingly reminiscent of her future son. Lacking any theoretical knowledge, her intelligence-gathering skills, if placed in a practical context, could be likened to an infiltration operation executed with unparalleled finesse. Yet, under the conditions where the focus on intelligence gathering was obscured, Kushina's ultimate method of passing bore a striking resemblance to that of her eventual son, Naruto. It was, in essence, the existence of a non-existent 10th question, following the 9 formidable inquiries that enabled the passage of the examination. Upon the conclusion of the 9 questions, the examiner would halt the proceedings and inform all candidates of the impending 10th question, which they could choose to answer or decline. Should one opt not to respond, the entire team would fail if even a single member refrained from answering. Conversely, if one chose to answer but erred in their response, congratulations were in order. Failure awaited the entire group. Upon hearing this predicament, Kushina, steeling herself, took her seat at the end and ultimately succeeded in this initial trial. Had SHJ, unseasoned by the rigors of the battlefield, faced this juncture, he might have encountered significant difficulties. However, the current SHJ, even without relying on his intellect, faced little challenge in overcoming this obstacle. While others participated in teams of 3, SHJ stood alone, a solitary squadron. Thus, the psychological burden he bore was considerably lighter than that of Kushina's trio. Following the first examination, Kushina remained somewhat shaken. Yet, from the second examination onwards, she entered her realm of expertise. With 13 heavenly scrolls and 13 earthly scrolls randomly distributed among 26 groups, each team received a pair of scrolls and was tasked with traversing the forest of death within 5 days to achieve success. The trio led by Kushina and SHJ, alone as a team, sought to dominate all competitors entering the perilous forest. These 4 individuals established an unprecedented record. Their fervent combat nearly resulted in the disqualification of every other team, prompting the examiners to intervene prematurely. Despite this interruption, the number of successful candidates proved alarmingly meager, leading to the cancellation of the anticipated preliminary round and a direct progression to the third phase. This third round, still comprising 11 participants, transformed into an open competition. Viewed from the perspective of Yusuke and Kushina as quartet, this middle ninja examination appeared rather commonplace. However, from the vantage point of any other observer witnessing the remarkable performance of Kushina's group, the spectacle from the second round onward was nothing short of exhilarating. Particularly during the final open duel, the atmosphere, previously burdened by the sudden assault and injury of the Hokage and his aide, began to thaw. Upon the completion of the middle ninja examination, Yusuke felt a profound sense of relief. The ninja vest, emblematic of the middle ninja rank, was distributed that very day, marking the success of these 4 young individuals. Though merely a middle ninja examination, with further evaluations for upper ninjas looming ahead, the latter could be likened to graduate studies, an endeavor distinct and unrelated to Yusuke's journey. To commemorate this occasion, Yusuke organized a grand celebration, and Fugaku even invited Uchiha Mikoto to join. Prior to his last mission, Fugaku had indeed declared his intention to confess upon his return. However, it was only with Yusuke's persistent encouragement that he finally succeeded in expressing his feelings to Uchiha Mikoto after coming back. With Mikoto present, Yusuke decided to invite Akane as well. Shumo had recently returned from the front lines of Tsunade. In fact, his orders had come down simultaneously with Shoju's. However, as the overall commander, the handover process, though tedious, was of paramount importance, which caused him to return slightly later than Shoju. Consequently, Yusuke also extended invitations to Shumo and his wife, as well as the Might couple. Orochimaru was also in attendance, but the only one unable to make it from Konoha was Jiraiya. The banquet was filled with joy, and Yusuke and Tsunade, as the hosts, were naturally delighted. The conclusion of the Nin exams signified a new beginning for each of you. You are all the brightest stars of this era, and I firmly believe that each of your futures will be extraordinarily brilliant. However, the following morning at 7 o'clock, Yusuke was awakened by the biological clock instilled in him by the trio he had trained. Initially, he felt a twinge of nostalgia, but upon opening the door, he exclaimed, "Not you 3 again. Aside from Kushina, Minato, and Fugaku, who else could it be? Someone reached out to us yesterday, informing us that we still need time to grow. So there won't be any frontline missions for the time being. We genuinely didn't know where to go and inadvertently ended up here," Minato admitted, feeling somewhat awkward. Just yesterday, Yusuke had wished the 3 of them well as they embarked on their new lives. Yet today, they found themselves back here. Chapter 114 2 Years Shoju. "How did it go with that girl I introduced you to last time?" Tsunade inquired while eating, glancing at Shoju, who was engrossed in his meal. Initially, he kept his head down, fearing Tsunade might discover his apprehension. After a moment, he stiffly lifted his gaze. "Not great, we didn't hit it off." Tsunade had heard this response countless times, and every time, she would follow up with a question that was almost always the same. "Did you actually go?" Upon hearing this, Shoju's emotions flared up. "Of course I went. Just yesterday, I saw Jiraiya at the restaurant you reserved. He was on a blind date too." Only he knew the truth, that he had claimed he would go on a date, but ultimately did not, and had suffered through his sister's discovery of his plight. "It's been 2 years. How many blind dates have I been on? Each time, it's the same outcome, no connection." Faced with Tsunade's familiar nagging, Shoju silently lowered his head, feeling numb. In such circumstances, having a bowl of rice in hand felt like the greatest bliss. He simply focused on eating. All right. That's enough for now. Let us eat," Yusuke said, placing the prepared drinks and beverages on the table as he took a seat beside Tsunade. 2 years. Do you know how I've spent these 2 years? Tsunade took one of the cups, and after delivering her final admonition, she observed Yusuke's unwavering demeanor, as if he were a pig unbothered by boiling water. With that, she ceased her nagging and began to wholeheartedly indulge in the meal before them. The sight of Yusuke voraciously consuming his food was, in itself, quite appetizing. Yusuke chuckled softly and joined in the feast. Indeed, 2 years had elapsed since the Nin exams. It was from that moment that Yusuke embarked on his journey of courtship. Tsunade was destined to marry Yusuke. The celebration of their union was merely a matter of time. Furthermore, being a woman, Tsunade bore the weighty task of reviving the Senju clan, restoring its former glory, and fostering its growth, a responsibility that had serendipitously fallen upon Yusuke's shoulders. While Tsunade did not expect this earnest boy to become a cad, leaving behind emotional debts, she merely hoped he would find a meaningful connection. Her expectations were not overly stringent. If he had to go, he must go. If he did not fancy someone, then so be it, and she would not press further. Considering Yusuke's age 2 years prior, it was hardly premature for him to seek a young girlfriend. After all, Fujitaka's case did not qualify as such. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Reflecting on the recent conversation he had overheard, Yusuke felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him as he ate. Over the past 2 years, Danzo had indeed remained remarkably subdued. The areas surrounding the route had been quiet ever since the demolition of the bombed buildings had been completed, with no signs of reconstruction in sight. With Danzo's absence as a source of turmoil, the past 2 years had been relatively peaceful for the shinobi world. The only discomfort stemmed from the unfulfilled aspirations that lingered within him. If Yusuke had any desires at present, it was simply to explore the world with Tsunade, indulging in what could be deemed a leisurely journey. The ninja world, after all, was not insignificant. Konoha represented but a small fraction of the Fire Country. Moreover, each nation within the ninja realm possessed its own unique characteristics, which fueled Yusuke's yearning to experience them all. The deserts of the Wind Country, while scorned by Tsunade, paradoxically provided abundant resources that required each Kazekage to personally procure. The steel edifices of Mangekyō, perpetually shrouded in mist, and the hot springs renowned in the Land of Water were but a few examples. In some respects, this resembled the allure of Teyvat. Although Yusuke may never set foot in that land, he was determined to explore the ninja world. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. Primarily due to the ongoing conflicts, nations were still embroiled in ceaseless strife. From conversations he overheard with guests at the Angel's Gift, Yusuke frequently learned of the shifting tides of war. For instance, the frequency and scale of battles at the Mangekyō front had significantly diminished. However, due to the current commander's reluctance to delve deeply into the Land of Rain, fearing the nation's policy of luring enemies into their territory, many guests speculated that Mangekyō had indeed withdrawn its forces. After the battle between Yusuke and Hans, the scale of conflict at the Rain-hidden front has diminished significantly. Now, to hear that it has further declined raises questions about the nature of warfare itself. Besides news from the Rain, we only have updates from the Land of Earth. Frankly speaking, while Owagakure claims involvement in this second great ninja war, they have maintained a conspicuous absence. The Land of Earth has opportunities akin to those of Tsunade. Yet Owagakure has failed to seize them, seemingly content to remain stagnant, much like the Rain during the first great ninja war, covertly developing in the shadows. Jiraiya has returned from the Rain front, but after a brief stay, he vanished, likely retreating to Mount Maiboku to hone his sage techniques. The trio of young ninjas has, of course, remained in the Rain. Yusuke harbors no particular expectations for them. In fact, he finds their untamed growth rather commendable. It was amidst this very wild development that they established the original Akatsuki, an organization dedicated to peace within the ninja world, rather than the later version focused on collecting tailed beasts. If there has been a notable change over the past 2 years, it is undoubtedly the emergence of several new children from various clans. Kakashi Hitaki, Might Guy, Kurinai Yuhi, Asuma Sarutobi, and Obito Uchiha, all of whom evoke a mixture of fondness and exasperation in Yusuke whenever he sees them. The trio from Minato's generation has also begun to shine, while the next generation continues to arrive in this world. Speaking of which, have Minato and Kushina finally confessed their feelings for each other? Tsunade is uncertain, prompting Yusuke to directly inquire with Ju. While one might consider Furii and Tsunade as siblings, in truth, Furii often feels like the elder when interacting with Ju, who shares a similar sentiment with Kushina and Minato. Among peers, familiarity breeds comfort, which is why Yusuke's inquiries have been directed solely at Ju. It seems there has been no progress. Ju shook his head in response. Why is it so challenging to galvanize Minato's resolve? When Fugaku pursued Mikoto, a mere nudge led to a confession, yet Minato appears to be a more elusive case. Yusuke smirked, a hint of playful reproach in his tone. A knock on the door interrupted their lunchtime banter. Someone's here. Chapter 115. A visit from Yakushi-nan and news of Danzo Yakushi-nan? Yusuke opened the door without a thought as to who might be outside, given that his social circle in Konoha is rather limited, and few would come to his home. However, Upon opening the door, he found himself slightly taken aback. "Non, please, come in." Tsunade, hearing Yusuke's exclamation, promptly beckoned Yakushi-non inside. During Yusuke's absence on missions, albeit a brief period, the bond between Non and Tsunade had blossomed into a close friendship. "Come in, please." As Yusuke stepped into the room, the pharmacist Nanoyu entered shortly thereafter. Yusuke peered out cautiously, employing his perceptive abilities to ascertain whether anyone was following him. Upon finding no one, he closed the door to his home. This matter demanded Yusuke's utmost caution. Although Nanoyu claimed to have a good relationship with Tsunade, he had never visited Yusuke's residence before. Their encounters typically occurred within the village, at the Angel's Gift, or at the orphanage. Nanoyu's presence here signified that he had come with a purpose, likely related to Tsunade. The most probable reason for Nanoyu seeking them out was the involvement of Danzo. Indeed, the situation unfolded precisely as Yusuke had anticipated. After entering, Nanoyu took a seat on the sofa, casting furtive glances at Shinji as Yusuke settled down. The implication was clear. There were matters to discuss that he preferred Shinji remain unaware of. No matter, Shinji was privy to many things, and it would suffice to speak openly, for no ninjas were tailing Nanoyu outside. Yusuke poured a glass of water for Nanoyu, signaling that it was safe to proceed. Tsunade, sensing the unusual atmosphere, seated herself beside Nanoyu. With Yusuke's reassurance, Nanoyu felt considerably more at ease. "Just moments ago, Danzo had sought me out personally." It was indeed Danzo. After 2 years of concealment, was he finally unable to restrain himself? Yusuke's brow furrowed slightly, though only marginally. His expression was anticipated by Nanoyu, who continued recounting the events to the three of them. He expressed his desire to rebuild the root organization and requested Yusuke's assistance in identifying suitable children from the orphanage to send to him. While Shinji was aware that Danzo was not a benevolent elder, Nanoyu's revelations provided insights previously unknown to him. For instance, the fact that Danzo had directly approached Nanoyu for recruits hinted at a deep and direct hierarchical relationship between them. This raised the question, was Nanoyu actually a part of Root? No, that couldn't be right. After seeking recruits, he had immediately come to his brother-in-law, suggesting he was ultimately aligned with his brother-in-law's interests. Was he perhaps an undercover agent placed within Danzo's ranks by his own brother-in-law? Yusuke glanced at Shinji, whose expression betrayed the shocking nature of this information, revealing the turmoil within his young heart. Indeed, it was as you suspect. Once Shinji regained his composure, he quickly grasped that this statement was directed at him. "I'll go wash the dishes," he instinctively blurted, eager to escape the gravity of the revelation. This news was too overwhelming. He was still a child and wished to shield himself from such burdens. "Don't be in such a rush. Sit down and listen carefully." Hearing Yusuke's words, Shinji ultimately returned to his seat, albeit with a strained smile. "Aren't you still aspiring to become Hokage and to revitalize the Senju clan? Now it is an essential part of the curriculum. However, my grandfather's political acumen is rather lacking," murmured Nobuki softly. But Yusuke heard him clearly and even found it somewhat amusing. Indeed, the political prowess of the first generation is concerning, and Nobuki is certainly justified in making such a statement. Do you not aspire to be a synthesis of your grandfather and great-grandfather? Strong in capability and sharp in intellect. One should sit down and listen attentively. Yes, Nobuki replied with palpable excitement. The pharmacist, Yanoyu, was somewhat taken aback. It must be said that Yusuke's persuasive skills are quite impressive. "Wait, it seems I too have been somewhat swayed into being here," Yusuke remarked. "Do you comprehend the significance of the teachings passed down by the wind deity Barbados? Where does Danzo acquire his funds?" After listening to Yanoyu, Tsunade could not restrain herself from posing her most pressing question. The base of the root has yet to be reconstructed, and the funds allocated by the third Hokage for its rebuilding have remained stagnant for 2 years. The training of the Umbu remains shrouded in secrecy, still under the third's purview. The destruction was merely of one root base. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Thus, even if the main base is obliterated, it would only be a significant setback for Danzo, not a debilitating blow. The reason for Danzo's previous lack of activity stems largely from the third Hokage's continued suppression. Tsunade and Yanoyu furrowed their brows slightly. A person's character is notoriously difficult to alter. Even 2 years may not suffice. Hence the third's nature has not undergone substantial change. Nonetheless, he has managed to keep Danzo in check, seemingly recognizing him for the unsavory character he is. However, from Yusuke's words, It appears that the third is no longer inclined to restrain Danzo. Thus, the very point at which the third excelled is now to be relinquished. This is precisely why both Tsunade and Yanoyu wore frowns. The third is likely not as unreasonable as you presume. 2 years can be deemed neither short nor long. It is plausible that the third has merely relaxed his vigilance, or perhaps Danzo has concealed himself too well for the third to detect. One thing is certain, Hanzo harbors no benevolent intentions. Everyone present nodded in agreement with Yusuke's remarks. So, what shall we do about this? While the analysis is complete, the pressing matter remains: how to address this situation. Seeking out the third to continue suppressing Danzo seems somewhat unnecessary in Yusuke's eyes. This opportunity may very well be a direct chance to eliminate Danzo. Suppression alone is merely that. It pales in comparison to directly vanquishing him. Allowing Danzo to linger for an additional 2 years is sufficient. Tsunade grasped Yanoyu's hand and inquired of Yusuke. Yusuke pondered while resting his chin on his hand. As Tsunade and the others fixed their gaze upon him intently. I actually have a plan. Chapter 116, Puppetry. In truth, according to the original storyline, after the Second Shinobi World War, Orochimaru, having witnessed the death of many before his eyes, developed an unparalleled yearning for immortality. It was during this tumultuous time that Danzo approached Orochimaru. At that moment, the third Hokage was preparing to abdicate, and 2 contenders emerged for the position of 4th Hokage, Danzo and Orochimaru. Logically, these 2 should have been adversaries. However, they ultimately formed an alliance. Danzo, leveraging the research on Hashirama's cells as a bargaining chip, successfully recruited Orochimaru to his cause. Yet, in the end, their clandestine experiments were exposed, and both Orochimaru and Danzo, who initially sought to exploit one another, lost their eligibility to continue their pursuit of the Hokage title. The mantle of the 4th Hokage eventually fell upon Minato after the conclusion of the Third War. Now, you have 2 tasks at hand. First, to confront Danzo. Second, to use this camera to capture portraits of the children at the orphanage, noting their heights and other details on the back, and record a message for each child, ensuring clarity in identifying who is who. Though uncertain of Yusuke's intentions, Yakushi Nanoyu nodded in agreement and accepted the camera he offered. As for the recording device, she had plenty at her disposal. Being Yusuke's confidant, Tsunade was evidently privy to more information, and upon realizing what Yusuke referred to, she expressed her astonishment and inquired, "Are you planning to use that?" After such extensive study, it was indeed time to put it to use. Both Shinjutsu and Yakushi Nanoyu appeared bewildered. Yet out of respect for Yusuke's authority in this matter, they refrained from asking questions. All right, I shan't keep you in the dark any longer," Yusuke remarked, discerning the subtle expressions on their faces. He reached behind him, smiling at both. In an instant, Yakushi Nanoyu and Shinjutsu's eyes widened in anticipation as Yusuke performed his classic gesture of retrieving an item. "Clang, clang," he exclaimed, revealing the prop he had prepared. However, instead of astonishment, their faces contorted into expressions of confusion. This was not due to their lack of discernment, but rather because the item's appearance was exceedingly peculiar. It resembled a doll, the size appropriate for a typical 5 or 6-year-old child, yet it was devoid of hair and facial features, a remarkably mundane doll. Yakushi Nanoyu and Shinjutsu were at a loss as to how this object could serve as a prop to break the deadlock. Aside from its somewhat haphazard appearance and slightly larger size, it bore no other distinguishing traits. Do not fret, this is the unrefined version, merely a half-finished product. But if I were to present a completed version, how do you suppose Danzo would respond? As Yusuke spoke, he produced a humanoid doll from behind him. Quite genuine, was the initial thought that crossed Yakushi Nanoyu and Shinjutsu's minds. However, Shinjutsu soon realized that something felt amiss. It is not that I have discovered any functional discrepancies, but rather, it is this new doll that bears an uncanny resemblance to my childhood self. Is this truly the child I once was? Rope Tree gazed at Yusuke and then at the doll before him, unable to restrain his curiosity and posing a question to Yusuke. Upon hearing Rope Tree's inquiry, pharmacist Nanao also took note of this striking similarity to the divine tree. However, what assistance could such a doll, resembling him so closely, provide in unraveling their predicament? Pharmacist Nanao found this perplexing. Yusuke nodded in agreement with Rope Tree's assertion, confirming that it was indeed modeled after his younger self. He advised against hasty conclusions. Under the watchful eyes of the 2 present, Yusuke placed his hand gently upon the head of the doll, which was a youthful version of Rope Tree. Both pharmacist Nanao and Rope Tree were fixated on the doll before them, and almost simultaneously, they noticed the eyes of the doll shift slightly. The adage that eyes are the windows to the soul rang true in that moment. In fact, even in photographs, individuals can discern the authenticity of a person by observing their eyes. The doll's eyes moving caused both pharmacist Nanao and Rope Tree to cast aside their initial impressions of the doll as merely a likeness, replacing it with the notion that it was akin to a living being. Startled, both were taken aback, particularly Rope Tree, who, not seated on the couch, but rather on a stool, nearly toppled over at the unexpected movement of the eyes. The doll then curiously scratched its head, surveying its surroundings before fixing its gaze upon Rope Tree. In a voice reminiscent of the present Rope Tree, albeit more juvenile, inquired, "Are you me from 9 years hence? What on earth is this creature?" Rope Tree could no longer contain his astonishment, pointing at his youthful likeness and asking Yusuke for clarification. Yusuke did not respond verbally, but merely smiled, and instead of the reassuring answer Rope Tree had hoped for, he faced the source of his trepidation. As the young Rope Tree countered, "Do you wish to know?" At this juncture, Tsunade, observing Rope Tree's reaction, found it amusing to the point of causing her stomach to ache, and after enduring it for a while, she urged Yusuke to cease the jest. Upon Yusuke's nod, the doll appeared to go into a state of stasis, ceasing all movement. "Is this a puppet?" A sudden realization dawned upon pharmacist Nanao, who had been keenly observing, prompting him to seek confirmation from Yusuke. "Indeed, this is a puppet. The art of puppetry, a unique technique developed by the second Kazekage, Sabaku, is a hallmark of Sunigakure. One would think, given your lengthy tenure on the front lines of Sunigakure, you would have recognized even 2 puppets." Pharmacist Nanao remarked, genuinely bewildered. Rope Tree, still shaken from the earlier fright, found himself devoid of the energy to retort, silently critiquing the situation in his mind. "Just look at what the puppets from Sunigakure resemble, and then compare them to your own puppet. The puppets from Sunigakure typically retain their original essence, crafted from natural wood, and their appearance is often quite unremarkable. However, the terror that Yusuke instills in Shinji, the puppet, arises from its lifelike quality, as if it were indeed a human being. Isn't it almost your birthday? This puppet is my gift to you. Can I refuse?" With fear still lingering, Shinji gazed tearfully at his once adorable brother-in-law, dreading that Yusuke might utter an unacceptable response. Chapter 117. The God of Thunder and the God of Herbs. Very well, if you do not wish for it, I shall craft a female version instead. By the way, Shinji, what type do you prefer? Do you have any real-life examples to guide me? Initially, upon hearing the words "very well," Shinji felt a surge of joy, for this doll truly gave him the sensation of encountering another self. However, upon hearing Yusuke's subsequent remarks, his expression shifted to one that epitomized the phrase "tears of frustration." If he were to name a real-life prototype, his sister, who was pressuring him to go on blind dates, would undoubtedly come knocking on his door to propose by tomorrow. Should he dare to express a desire, he would surely be labeled a pervert. Upon realizing these 2 points, Yusuke immediately shook his head, filled with sorrow, and resolutely declared, "I do not want it. I am not a pervert." Very well then. With Shinji's refusal, Yusuke could only respond in kind. At that moment, he recognized a crucial fact. Setting aside the issues of era and technology, this world of ninjas bore no resemblance to the anime he was familiar with. The real-life prototypes Yusuke envisioned were, in fact, characters from the 2-dimensional realm. Is this a human puppet? As he comforted Shinji, Yusuke, upon realizing that this was a puppet, posed a second question to the medical ninja, Non. "Certainly not," Non replied. Her previous intelligence-gathering duties were not confined to Konoha. She had encountered information from every nation and ninja village throughout the ninja world. The concept of a human puppet had emerged while she was gathering intelligence on Sunigakure. Naturally, upon seeing this puppet, the name had instinctively surfaced in her mind. Non herself did not fully comprehend what constituted a human puppet. Typically, a human puppet is crafted from a living body or corpse, retaining the original physical form. As for me, I cannot traverse time to capture a youthful Shinji to create a human puppet. Thus, this is a legitimate puppet, albeit one that differs somewhat from the puppets of Sunigakure. Somewhat different. Shinji silently scoffed, having witnessed more Sunigakure puppets than anyone else present. For instance, this puppet is not manipulated through chakra strings in the traditional Sunigakure manner. Tsunade, intrigued by Yusuke's explanation, learned that it is controlled via shadow clones. In the presence of others, the shadow clone technique was elucidated by Yusuke, leading everyone to contemplate its characteristics in light of the earlier puppet's performance. What defines the shadow clone? Its most significant distinction from a mere clone lies in its physicality, enabling it to engage in combat and possess a certain degree of resilience. Upon dispelling, the memories and experiences of the clone revert to the original body. However, upon deeper reflection, these attributes do not encapsulate the essence of the shadow clone. It possesses consciousness that exists independently from the caster. Yusuke's revelation came to the trio just a moment later than their realization. Almost simultaneously, they reached a singular conclusion: genius. Thus, the consciousness of the puppet we witnessed earlier was, in fact, the awareness of your shadow clone? Indeed, Yusuke affirmed with a nod, openly acknowledging the truth. In reality, the capability to achieve such a level of sophistication was largely attributed to the contributions of two deities among the seven. The craftsmanship involved in puppet creation stemmed from the Raiden Shogun's unique abilities, akin to Diana's mixology skills, specifically the art of doll-making. The Raiden Shogun had only succeeded in creating two notable puppets, Scaramouche and the Raiden Shogun herself. Both seemed to exhibit signs of awakened self-awareness, particularly Scaramouche, who could almost be considered a fully fledged individual. However, Yusuke did not aspire to reach the same heights as Raiden Shogun. He believed that instilling self-awareness in a puppet was not necessarily a desirable outcome. His objective was to ensure the authenticity of the character. The remaining elements, however, relied upon the powers of another deity, Kusanali, the Lesser Lord Kusanali, whose abilities diverged from the brute force of the original wood manipulation. Kusanali's true strength lay in her mental prowess. Yusuke's shadow clone could indeed leverage his extraordinary mental fortitude to detach from his body over considerable distances, yet, as exemplified by the current task, which would not be completed in the short term, maintaining the shadow clone throughout the duration of the task was an unfeasible endeavor. Fortunately, Kusanali's mastery over mental control afforded Yusuke the flexibility required to orchestrate a complete structure, culminating in the creation of what he termed the miniature shadow clone Gundam mode. This designation stemmed from the function the puppet served in this mode, acting as a protective shield for the shadow clone. After all, the defensive capabilities of a shadow clone were woefully inadequate. Should it find itself near Danzo and receive a mere pat on the shoulder, the shadow clone could dissipate into a cloud of smoke, resulting in considerable chaos. While this was an exaggerated scenario, one could not simply dissolve into smoke from a gentle touch. The potential for mishaps during routine training and sparring was significant. Preventing the shadow clone from being shattered was merely the first step. The subsequent task involved enhancing the puppet with a mental component. However, this was not intended to grant the puppet independent consciousness. Instead, the purpose is to enable the shadow clone, serving as the pilot of the Gundam, to utilize this component for the continuous replenishment of spiritual energy. Concurrently, this component must employ mystical techniques to extract chakra from the air, facilitating the charging of the chakra orbs designated for power supply. Once this concept is grasped, does it not evoke a sense of wonder? The trio, consisting of Yakushi Nanoyu and others, evidently discerned the potential issues within this framework. However, they possessed ample confidence in Yusuke. The concerns they contemplated were likely ones Yusuke had also considered, and it was presumed that he had already devised a flawless solution. In any case, the task I entrust to you must be completed expeditiously, as the creation of my puppets will require a considerable amount of time. As for the method of exchanging the puppet for a child and how to conceal the acquired child, I shall elucidate once I have completed the puppets. Understood. Yakushi Nanoyu nodded, the slight apprehension that accompanied her entrance having entirely dissipated. Chapter 118. The third Hokage's assessment with Yusuke's solution in mind. Yakushi Nanoyu refrained from further discussion and departed promptly. After all, the longer she lingered, the more susceptible she became to detection. Although the root organization had contracted in size, Yakushi Nanoyu was acutely aware of one fact: numerous members of the root still resided within the Umbu. The overt positions held by the root were still being executed, indicating that those who transitioned from the root to the Umbu were, in essence, still under the influence of Danzo. Aside from this faction, the remaining personnel were primarily individuals promoted by the third Hokage himself, a portion of whom were indeed loyal to the third. Thus, it was evident that the majority of the Umbu comprised members of the root and, by extension, Danzo's followers. Yusuke was cognizant of this reality and therefore did not detain Yakushi Nanoyu. In fact, after her departure, Yusuke conjured a shadow clone to discreetly follow her. This was not an act of stalking, but rather a precautionary measure to ensure Yakushi Nanoyu's safety. His perceptive abilities were unmatched, even surpassing those of the Uzumaki clan's Kaguya-hime. Two ninjas were indeed monitoring the perimeter. However, given Yakushi Nanoyu's capabilities, she adeptly maneuvered into the orphanage, evading their line of sight. Once he confirmed that Yakushi Nanoyu's trajectory remained undetected, Yusuke did not immediately dispel the shadow clone. Instead, he directed it towards the direction of Orochimaru's residence. "Why are you seeking me again today?" As Yusuke soared into Orochimaru's abode, he found the space empty, thus proceeding directly to the entrance of Orochimaru's private laboratory. Even before dispelling his transformation technique, he overheard Orochimaru's voice emanating from within. With a slight smirk, Yusuke dispelled the transformation technique, reverting to his human form before entering the laboratory. "How did you discover my presence?" "My last alchemical endeavor to create pest-repelling flora yielded satisfactory results. I can assure you, within a radius of 500 meters of my home, not a single mosquito dares to intrude. Now, please enlighten me. Is there an issue with this mosquito?" Just as Yusuke transformed back from a mosquito into human form, he felt an overwhelming urge to express his frustrations, yet found himself at a loss as to where to begin. After much contemplation, he could only muster a single remark. Can't there be a hint of ambition? The gradual progression of events felt rather pleasant, and he relished that sensation. Alas, it was futile. Having nurtured Orochimaru himself, there was little he could do but silently endure. "What brings you to me?" Orochimaru inquired, placing a test tube on the rack, a smile gracing his lips. Naturally, there was a pressing matter at hand. Orochimaru was already aware of the puppet situation, so Yusuke had no intention of concealing it. After all, he lacked a laboratory of his own. Everything was created within Orochimaru's domain. Moreover, the puppets incorporated substantial elements of alchemy, and given Orochimaru's current proficiency, he had indeed provided invaluable insights during the process. Furthermore, the present-day Orochimaru was a product of Yusuke's guidance, a sage serpent, distinct from the original monstrous serpent. Earlier that day, during lunch, the pharmacist Nanoyu had visited Yusuke's home. He recounted the events to Orochimaru, only to find himself momentarily at a loss when Orochimaru's first comment struck a chord. "Do you think Shinji might simply be too shy to desire a female version of the puppet?" Yusuke had initially intended to tease Shinji, but now, with Orochimaru revisiting the topic, he felt a twinge of discomfort. What type should it be? Utilizing real individuals feels somewhat unethical, does it not? Orochimaru mused, stroking his chin before finally articulating his thoughts. What if it were a female version of Shinji? A person can refuse others, but to refuse oneself? That must feel rather peculiar for the individual involved. This perspective piqued Yusuke's interest. "If you put it that way, I believe there is potential. This could serve as a splendid birthday gift." It was, after all, his original idea. "You wouldn't have been able to conceive it without me, would you? Imagine if I denied you access to the laboratory. I wonder how you, Mikami Yusuke, would manage." Of course, this topic did not linger for long, as the two eventually redirected their conversation to the matter at hand. While Yusuke still struggled to comprehend Danzo's intentions, one thing was certain: Danzo was certainly not scheming anything benign. Furthermore, Orochimaru gleaned Yusuke's perspective on the situation and acknowledged his sentiments. Indeed, this notion was a fitting strategy to decisively counter Danzo. After neutralizing Danzo, Yusuke and Orochimaru shared a mutual understanding regarding the subsequent steps. Initially, Yusuke believed it necessary to eliminate Danzo's protector, the third Hokage, but it had become evident that their relationship had evolved over the past 2 years, leading Yusuke to reassess his views on the third Hokage significantly. Ultimately, whether to continue with the third Hokage depends on his performance. The criteria for evaluating this performance should not derive from the subjective perspectives of individuals like Yusuke or Orochimaru. There will soon be numerous events that can serve as a basis for assessing the third Hokage's actions. Firstly, when Danzo faces his imminent demise, what stance will the third Hokage adopt? Some events have yet to unfold, yet Yusuke understands that even in his absence, they are destined to occur. For instance, following Danzo's assassination attempt on the third Hokage, the latter remained inactive. The bond between them runs deeper than Yusuke had anticipated. Merely allowing Danzo to continue his life as a wealthy man is something Yusuke cannot condone. If Danzo's allies can live in peace, what of those who perished because of him? This world is undeniably real, a fact Yusuke has never forgotten. Moreover, there is another matter to consider: the negotiations between Konoha and the Sand Village following the war. In Yusuke's recollection, the conclusion of these negotiations saw Konoha as the victorious nation, providing food, money, and resources, making it appear as though they were the defeated party. While it is true that the Wind Country suffered greatly due to resource scarcity, a resolution to this issue is indeed necessary for future peace in the ninja world. However, that is a matter for later. If the third Hokage's performance remains unchanged during the post-war negotiations, it would be a significant failure. Should these two events unfold as they did in the original storyline, then there would be no reason for the third Hokage to maintain his position. I will find a way to inform the Uchiha clan leader. It is time to prepare. Orochimaru harbors a pessimistic view of the third Hokage, and Yusuke shares a similar sentiment. Chapter 119. Yakushi Nanoyu, the first paid worker in the ninja world. Is everything truly alright? In the Konoha orphanage's reception room, Yakushi Nanoyu inquired of the empty space before him. Rest assured, everything is absolutely fine. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying Yusuke's voice to Yakushi's ears. Since the last incident where he transformed into an insect and was promptly captured by Orochimaru, Yusuke resolved to refrain from such transformations in the future. After much contemplation, he decided on a new form for his infiltration missions: the wind. Wind is an invisible entity, a natural phenomenon arising from the movement of air. The inhabitants of the ninja world cannot achieve this. Yet Yusuke, after extensive research, finally devised a unique transformation technique. Eye of the God. Youngster. Level 6 Full Command Wind God. Barbados, young man. Yakushi Nanoyu had intended to confirm the details with Yusuke once more, but a sudden exclamation from Yusuke instantly invigorated him. Stay sharp. Danzo is coming. The anxious demeanor that Yakushi displayed while conversing with Yusuke vanished completely upon Danzo's entrance. As soon as Yusuke's voice faded, the door to the reception room was flung open. The Root organization is currently facing a financial shortfall. You must surrender all the funds you obtained from Yusuke. At this moment, Yusuke yearned to confront Danzo, wishing to let him experience the tempestuousness of a storm. The predominant sentiment within Yakushi Nanoyu was a desire to roll her eyes. What is this situation? She is, without a doubt, the first individual in the entire shinobi world to work under a loan. Yet, for the sake of executing the plan, Yakushi Nanoyu nodded in agreement, stating, "Yes. I will compile the information promptly and deliver it to Root." To be candid, the sum of money remaining in her possession was rather meager. The majority of her earnings had been devoted to the renovation of the orphanage. Presently, the orphanage, if not identified as such, could easily be mistaken for a different establishment by those unaware of its true nature. In truth, after the destruction of Danzo's base at Root, he had contemplated the possibility of transforming the orphanage into a new headquarters. However, this notion was ultimately quashed by the third Hokage's restraining orders. Her being restrained signified that Root could not operate overtly, and at that time, the orphanage had already developed numerous public-facing enterprises, such as dining establishments. Surely, she could not instruct her subordinates at Root to learn how to make pancakes. Their skills would likely raise suspicions. Thus, this matter faded away without resolution. Each time Danzo returned, he was struck by the surroundings, and he turned to Yakushi Nanoyu, inquiring, "Have you prepared the personal information of the children I requested?" "Everything is ready." As she spoke, Yakushi Nanoyu placed several sheets of paper before Danzo, watching as he perused them. During his review, he occasionally extracted a few documents. Ultimately, he handed the larger portion of files to a member of Root who had accompanied him. "Go, take these children back with you." Yakushi Nanoyu watched as Danzo's entourage departed the room, heading toward the bedroom. In fact, ever since she arrived at the orphanage over 2 years ago, Yakushi Nanoyu had envisioned this very scenario countless times. She had imagined, helplessly, seeing the children she encountered daily being taken away by Danzo, embarking on an irreversible path, becoming mere instruments in his hands. Uncertain of Danzo's selection criteria, Yusuke had taken the precaution of substituting every child in the orphanage while they slept the previous night. Choosing the night was a strategy to evade Danzo's surveillance within the orphanage. All the children were transported to the Chenju, placed within the domain of the Uzumaki clan. Yusuke rarely visited, and when he did, he never made any requests. However, this time, upon entering, he simply stated his desire for assistance from the Uzumaki clan, prompting their leader to nearly collapse in tears, exclaiming, Do you have any idea how long I have waited for your request? Yusuke had but a humble request to care for the children. Yet, considering the demeanor of the leader of the Uzumaki clan, he found himself questioning whether he was, in fact, entrusted with a legacy. Yakushi Nanoyu, in her efforts to comfort the little ones, encountered the enigmatic Chingahu. Upon witnessing the multitude of crimson-haired figures within the cave, she realized the whereabouts of the Uzumaki clan members and Yusuke's affiliations with the Arataki faction. Indeed, she had merely perceived Yusuke as one of the Arataki, under the impression that it was a collective organization. Yusuke refrained from elaborating, as the emergence of Arataki members on the front lines of Rain Hidden was a closely guarded secret known to very few. The Hokage remained silent, and Hanzo, having been defeated, also held his tongue. Had Nanoyu been privy to the truth, her astute mind might have deduced far more. Returning to the present, although aware that all these children had been transformed into puppets, Nanoyu felt tears welling in her eyes. The emotional connections formed with the orphans were of little concern to Danzo. For his subordinates tasked with assassination and similar duties, emotions were deemed a burden. Yet, for Nanoyu, Danzo paradoxically hoped she would harbor a semblance of sentiment, as the feelings she now cherished became leverage in his grasp, a means to gauge her loyalty. Observing Nanoyu's barely perceptible quiver of her lips and the reddening of her eyes, Danzo silently approved. Truly, she was his ace, the wandering priestess, who had not forgotten her roots. This emotional state, devoid of vehement rebellion, yet not entirely indifferent, struck a perfect balance that delighted Danzo immensely. In a short while, members of the root organization brought forth the individuals Danzo sought, each one in a state of unconsciousness. Having achieved his objectives, Danzo imparted a couple of warnings before departing with his entourage and the newly acquired child. Only after Danzo had completely vanished did Yusuke finally materialize before Yakushi Nanoyu. She sensed the wind and recognized Yusuke, but as she prepared to speak, she noticed him cradling a small boy at his side. To her surprise, she recognized the two children, Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi. Chapter 120. Caged birds, what are you two doing here? Yusuke inquired, placing the pair between himself and Nanoyu, directing his question at the still-dazed Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi. We're merely here to return something, Hizashi, the elder brother, replied first, regaining his composure. As he spoke, he glanced at Yusuke. What are you looking at? We wish to return the camera that you took from us. Indeed, when he had come across these two youngsters, they had been in a corner, using the camera to capture moments. The concealment was rather unremarkable, and Yujiru's perceptive abilities remained intact. The reason he refrained from acting against the two individuals was merely to procure the items they had captured. Thus, when the individuals from the roots sought to apprehend the children from the orphanage in the bedroom, Yujiru swiftly placed the two into the dust song jar. With Yujiru's concerns mitigated, the focus shifted to the apothecary, Nanoyuki. The expressions of the two individuals directed at Nanoyuki no longer mirrored the fervor of their previous encounter. Instead, they were now clouded with disbelief, disappointment, and other negative sentiments. Naturally, Nanoyuki took note of these expressions, gradually lowering his head, unwilling to engage in eye contact with Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi. In their eyes, it was likely that his image had already crumbled upon presenting the list. However, divulging the plan to these two children was evidently an imprudent choice, for children are prone to unforeseen complications. Bang! Bang! The two resounding thuds jolted Nanoyuki back to reality, revealing Yujiru leisurely sipping tea and the Hinata brothers clutching their heads in pain. Perception is not always reality, even if your eyes are wide open. Believing everything you see is not the mark of a wise individual. The expressions of the two children towards Nanoyuki incited Yujiru's ire. At his remark, Hizashi and Hayashi ceased their cries of pain, contemplating their next thoughts. However, they remained perplexed, unable to discern the apparent flaw. After a pause, Hizashi, unable to comprehend any further, cautiously glanced at Yujiru, wary of receiving another blow to the head. Yet, what awaited them was merely Yujiru's disdainful gaze. If a flaw is so evident that even children can perceive it, how could it possibly deceive Danzo? What is the situation? And do you possess the courage to hear it? This inquiry momentarily stunned the brothers. As designated heirs of a prominent clan, analyzing the internal affairs of the village was a fundamental lesson. Thus, both brothers were familiar with Danzo, possessing varying degrees of insight into his underhanded dealings, particularly Hizashi, the designated head of the main family. I wish to hear, was the first response uttered by Hayashi, who had been relatively silent until now. Yujiro, initially sipping tea with his head bowed, assumed Hayashi was merely uninformed about Danzo. However, when Hayashi lifted his gaze, revealing his resolute Byakugan, Yujiro recognized that he had made a firm decision. Yujiro had not previously paid much attention to Hayashi, as he had already perished by the onset of the original plot. The manner of his demise was quite absurd. At the age of 3, while attempting to abduct Hinata from Konoha for the Byakugan, a ninja from the Cloud Village was slain by Hisashi, who rescued Hinata. Consequently, the Hidden Cloud sought to exploit this incident to launch an offensive against the Hidden Leaf, specifically desiring the corpse of Hyuga Hisashi. In essence, their aim was the Byakugan. To the ordinary person, such a demand from the Hidden Cloud might seem utterly outrageous. Yet, unexpectedly, the Hidden Leaf acquiesced to the request, albeit by employing the methods of the elder members of the Hyuga clan. After all, Hyuga Hisashi bore a striking resemblance to his brother, and ultimately, what was surrendered was, in fact, the body of Hyuga Hayashi. As a member of the branch family, Hyuga Hisashi was cursed with the caged bird seal at the tender age of 3. This seal would create a blind spot in the Byakugan, which is normally capable of a 360-degree field of vision. Furthermore, the main family could manipulate and damage the neural pathways of branch family members through this seal, thus asserting control over them. In the event of a branch family member's death or the extraction of their Byakugan, the seal would also serve its purpose by directly obliterating the Byakugan. It is rather tragic, really, to be a person living in an era where such constraints still exist. From the demise of Hyuga Hisashi, one can discern his character. He was someone easily swayed toward a particular belief, prone to fixation. And you? One speaks. Yet another remains silent. Yusuke shifted his gaze to Hyuga Hayashi. I too wish to know. Who is the elder brother, you or Hisashi? Will you merely echo Hisashi's words? Hayashi's initial reaction was one of bewilderment. If I express my thoughts, what if I choose not to? Do you think I lack the courage? Since you both are eager to hear, I see no issue in revealing the truth. However, to be so forthright with 2 children, I cannot guarantee you want to divulge what you hear. What are your intentions? The vigilance of Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi sharply escalated. How about this? I can place a seal upon you both, a seal that can extinguish life with but a thought. Upon uttering these words, Yusuke's smirk sent chills down the spines of Hayashi and Hisashi. What? Are you contemplating a refusal? Hayashi instinctively swallowed hard. It's merely a technique of the Hyuga clan. Why be so fearful? Our Hyuga clan? Hayashi instinctively sought to refute, asserting that their esteemed clan would never resort to such tactics. It's merely a variant of the caged bird seal. Do not pretend it is not a technique of the Hyuga clan. At this juncture, Yusuke clarified his earlier remarks. His intent was to redirect the Hyuga's focus toward the caged bird seal. The very mention of the caged bird evokes a sense of revulsion. What use is your caged bird seal, along with the system separating the main and branch families? Has it truly contributed to the flourishing of the Hyuga clan? The Uchiha clan is renowned as the foremost family of ocular techniques in the ninja world, and even after their annihilation, none would proclaim the Hyuga as the preeminent clan of ocular prowess. Ultimately, whether to divulge the truth or not is of little consequence. Chapter 121. The Nine Tails. Indefinite imprisonment following that fateful night. After Yusuke disclosed the events to the 2 individuals, he entrusted their disoriented states to Orochimaru. Although Yusuke held a disdain for the myriad regulations and the perceived weakness of the Hyuga clan, their political significance was undeniable. In fact, their political influence surpassed even that of the Uchiha clan, which was often the target of hostility. As for Orochimaru's methods, Yusuke chose to remain uninvolved, harboring a considerable degree of confidence in him. He believed it was sufficient to place his trust in Orochimaru. Uchiha did not impose any curses, as he was not one to employ such incantations. His intentions were merely to instigate a reaction from the 2 individuals, ultimately leading to the matter concerning the caged birds. What lay ahead was merely a matter of observing what plans Danzo, that old schemer, intended to execute. Having acquired both funds and individuals, it was inconceivable that he would remain inactive. Despite the current dynamic where Danzo operated openly while Yusuke remained shrouded in secrecy, Danzo's maneuvers consistently left Yusuke baffled. What was Danzo truly orchestrating? The child had indeed been taken by Danzo to a small base located outside the village, belonging to the Root organization. However, none of Yusuke's anticipated scenarios materialized. His understanding of Root's training methods stemmed from his acquaintance with Sai. Though Sai's parents were likely of a similar age to Kushina, the training methods were expected to be largely consistent. How had Sai been trained? Initially, he was paired with a close companion for training, only for the narrative to culminate in a classic villainous plot where only one of them could survive. It was from this juncture that the systematic erasure of individual will, characteristic of Danzo, commenced. This was the Danzo that Yusuke had come to know. Yet, the current Danzo simply returned the child to nurture him. It was an act of pure guardianship. Could it be that Danzo had undergone a transformation? After discerning Danzo's actions, Tsunade posed this query to Yusuke. Though Tsunade herself considered the likelihood of such a development to be exceedingly slim, given that Danzo had not only acquired a child but also funds. It seemed implausible that he would be in any rush while they remained anxious. Yusuke promptly dismissed the possibility, suggesting that believing in Danzo's reformation was less credible than entertaining the notion of him being a time traveler or reincarnated soul. The acquisition of wealth and people was merely a means to shed his past identity. In comparison to Danzo's potential character shift, it was more plausible to trust the ideas that sprouted in Yusuke's mind. However, Yusuke had nearly invalidated the latter notion as well. He had already employed various methods, including the unchanging puppet technique, to scrutinize Danzo. As for marriage, Yusuke pondered whether it would be he or Minato who would propose to Kushina first. He wondered if there existed a possibility that Kushina might be the one to confess her feelings, fully aware of her current state. Over the past 2 years, both Minato and Kushina had matured significantly. The chakra has surged, powers have amplified, height has increased significantly, and with the growth of the body, beauty has also ascended. The only aspect that has not evolved is the relationship between these two individuals. 2 years ago, they engaged in playful banter, and now it remains the same. Neither has expressed their feelings. It remains a mystery as to where the miscommunication lies. The scene that should have accelerated their emotional connection never materialized. In that scenario, Kushina was abducted by a ninja from the Cloud Village, leaving behind a trace of her red hair as a marker. Ultimately, Minato arrived under the moonlight to rescue her, defeating all the Cloud spies, and embraced Kushina in a princess carry. Although the Kushina of the original tale differs from the current one, who enjoys considerably more freedom, it is still perplexing that such a significant figure as the Jinchuriki could be taken out of the confines of Konoha by a ninja from the Cloud Village. The situation is rife with inconsistencies, yet it unfolded in the original narrative. As for myself, I remain unclear about where I faltered in my endeavors. In the chaos during the rescue, the Cloud Ninja, who was besieged by allied ninjas from other villages, stated, "I am the wings you flapped." Observe Fugaku and compare him to these two. I cannot help but feel a sense of disappointment. Speaking of Kushina, is there truly a solution for her ceiling? I initially thought our conversation would revolve around Minato and Kushina, yet Tsunade abruptly redirected the topic to focus on Kushina herself. Tsunade, not being well-versed in sealing techniques, and I having not specialized in them either, found ourselves at a crossroads. Zhongli's elemental burst can be considered a form of sealing, akin to the Earth Explosion Stars technique. However, even if the Nine Tails requires further sealing, techniques like the Earth Explosion Stars are not suitable. What is needed are the 4-symbol seal, the 8-trigram seal, or even the Corpse Demon consignment. Unfortunately, these are not within my repertoire. Tsunade had inquired with the leader of the Uzumaki clan, only to discover that the sealing technique of Uzumaki Mido was indeed unparalleled, both past and future. In other words, even they could not replicate it. What if we consider releasing the Nine Tails? Are you certain? I believe I mentioned that the tailed beasts were originally divided from Sage of 6 Paths and possessed no inherent malice. They were sealed out of fear that someone might exploit them, much like Uchiha Madara. This has been stated, but will the Nine Tails truly comply? The current Nine Tails must be on the brink of madness. Initially confined within Mido, the sealing technique left the Nine Tails with little room for movement. By the time it reached Kushina, it must have thought it was finally free, only to be met with an even harsher 5-year confinement. What do you think about granting the Nine Tails a semblance of freedom through a puppet mechanism? I had contemplated this method when I first devised the puppets. However, the current sealing is so robust that even the Nine Tails chakra cannot be accessed. Thus, I have refrained from conducting any experiments for the time being. However, according to the existing data reports, there seem to be no issues with direct application. Is it feasible? The matter concerning the Nine Tails is even tied to Kushina's life. Hence Tsunade remains exceedingly cautious. It should be adequate. If the Ninetales is unwilling to engage in a proper dialogue, it might be prudent to confront him first, subduing him through combat to ensure a fruitful exchange later. 3 months later, the previously relaxed pace suddenly accelerated as if a boost button had been pressed. Chapter 122, The Surrender of Tsunade. Orochimaru. Observing Orochimaru standing at the door, Yuji's curiosity was piqued regarding his visit, and he welcomed him into the room. Once seated, Orochimaru immediately inquired, "Do you have any alcohol?" Indeed. Yuji rose to prepare a drink, placing it before Orochimaru. How long has it been since the angel's gift opened its doors? Relishing the long-missed flavor, Orochimaru couldn't help but ask Yuji. Previously, by leveraging the angel's gift, Yuji had acquired a wealth of information. However, over the past 2 years, the frequency of its opening had diminished significantly. Initially, it was only available on weekend evenings, then once a week, followed by bi-weekly, and now it had dwindled to merely once every fortnight. Yuji had even mused about having it open once a month. Yet that intention never materialized, likely due to concerns of collective opposition. "I only opened it last week," Yuji replied. "What about Tsunade?" He poured himself a glass and savored a sip. "She went out to have some fun. Didn't she just start a Yu-Gi-Oh game? She found my concessions unsatisfactory and sought others to play with." "Is that so?" After inquiring about both his and Tsunade's situations, Orochimaru seemed to have deduced something significant. Yuji, unable to discern what Orochimaru had concluded, directly asked him. Yuji's primary objective was to deal with Danzo, and now the matter of becoming Hokage had entirely fallen into Orochimaru's hands. With Danzo's puppets keeping watch, Yuji naturally focused more attention on that aspect. Orochimaru, without any pretense, laid the matter bare. "No wonder you two are unaware of Tsunade's impending surrender. The scarcity of the angel's gift leads to reduced sources of information. Tsunade is about to surrender?" It had indeed been a considerable duration of conflict, and it was about time. Moreover, with the emergence of Shouju in the battlefield, Tsunade's defeat had become increasingly evident. The battle in the Rain Village, due to Yuji's confrontation with Hanzo, had significantly diminished Hanzo's forces directed towards Konoha, thereby allowing more focus on combating Tsunade. As for Iwagakure, they had played a minimal role throughout the Second Great Ninja War, indicating a lack of seriousness in their efforts. Perhaps they had been inadequately skilled and were now disinterested in continuing the fight. Thus, the Rain Village found itself in a state of neglect. Tsunade yearned for the bountiful lands of Konoha, yet they lacked the strength to breach its defenses. Furthermore, with an ever-watchful Rain Village behind them, their plight was rendered even more dire. Indeed, the pressure from the Rain Village and the impending assault from the Leaf Village compel them to make a choice. It appears they are more inclined to confront Rain Village. Orochimaru's analysis suddenly resonated with Yuji. At that moment, Yuji was struck by a thought. "By the way, why have you summoned me?" "For a mission," came the response. "Why do you need me for this mission?" Orochimaru gestured towards himself and then towards Yuji, replying, "Is it possible that you and I are to embark on this mission together?" "No. Isn't Sand Village about to surrender?" "Rain Village has already approached Sand Village. What mission could there possibly be now? With the Second Great Ninja War nearing its conclusion, what task could possibly require the combined efforts of both him and Orochimaru? This mission indeed pertains to Sand Village." "Continue. I am listening." "The third Hokage specifically requested our presence to accompany him for negotiations. Is it possible for me to decline?" "What do you think? There are scarcely any capable individuals left in the Leaf Village. Tsunade certainly could not attend, given her strained relationship with Chiyo. Jiraiya was absent from the village, residing in Mayaboko Mountain. Shikamaru was also unavailable, having killed Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law." Yuji fell silent, sifting through his thoughts to consider who might be suitable for the negotiations. Orochimaru remained quiet, observing Yuji as he lay back contemplatively. "When shall we depart?" This signaled his acquiescence. "Tomorrow morning." "Very well then. I shall take my leave." After bidding farewell to Tsunade with a wave, he proceeded with Orochimaru to the designated gathering point. Upon arrival, Yuji discreetly pulled Orochimaru aside. "There seems to be something amiss with Danzo's faction." "What do you mean?" "Today's team comprises several of his men. He had a private conversation with some of them yesterday, but I am uncertain of his intentions." While examining the memories of the puppets the previous night, Yuji had made this observation. "What is the caliber of Danzo's subordinates?" Yuji scanned the assembled group, then shook his head, responding, "Mediocre. None are particularly formidable. If they lack strength, what could Danzo possibly intend by gathering them here?" Please cover for me. I wish to ascertain their intentions. Understood. Orochimaru was aware of Uchiha's unique ability and the reason behind his request for assistance. Known as all-seeing, this skill possessed offensive capabilities and was exceptionally useful. Moreover, it had a distinctive feature that allowed Uchiha to glean the thoughts of individuals through scanning. However, to employ this skill, Uchiha needed to maintain a specific gesture. Whether such a gesture would seem odd within the ninja world or in public spaces remained a question to ponder. The issue at hand is that this action is, in fact, quite endearing. If individuals like Konin, Kushina, or even Tsunade were to perform it, it would undoubtedly be charming. However, for someone like Yusuke, a grown man, to undertake such a gesture is utterly out of the question. After surveying the few members of the root organization he had just confirmed, Yusuke furrowed his brow in contemplation. What is the matter? Danzo had remained silent, merely stating that he would assign them tasks during their return to the village. Do you think it's possible that their final mission will involve cooperating with those puppets? There is indeed a possibility of that. Once the puppets are involved, we can devise a plan then. After all, their mission also coincides with the return journey, which at least indicates that they want to disrupt the negotiation process. Currently, there seems to be no alternative, as stirring up these individuals could very likely alert the enemy. Thus, Yusuke reluctantly agreed. The third Hokage has arrived. With this proclamation, everyone who had been seated rose to their feet. The third Hokage scanned the gathered individuals, lingering for a moment longer on Orochimaru and Yusuke. Is everyone here? Yes, we are all present. Then let us set off. Chapter 123. Yusuke, be careful, or I might ask Orochimaru to perform a tongue-washing act for you. From the moment the third Hokage summoned him to join the expedition, Yusuke realized that this journey would likely not be a leisurely one. Therefore, when Orochimaru informed him that he would be accompanying the third Hokage as a personal bodyguard the following day, Yusuke agreed without a moment's hesitation. Yusuke's swift acquiescence left Orochimaru somewhat perplexed. Since when has Yusuke Mikami become so diligent? What is the occasion? I have not witnessed such industriousness from you during the Angel's gift operations. Are you truly Yusuke Mikami? I feel as though you are concocting a narrative about me. The divine eye concealed beneath Yusuke's bandages rolled upward, revealing an unusual hue rather than the expected white. Is that so? Orochimaru replied with a smile. Is there not? Not at all. I am merely curious as to why you have suddenly become so industrious. When it comes to serious matters, one must adopt a demeanor befitting the situation. Attitude is paramount. Regardless of the circumstances, one must maintain an appropriate stance. Very well. Yusuke's words were as good as unspoken, yet his direct agreement spared him considerable effort. Prompting no further discussion, it sufficed that he had consented, even when Orochimaru informed the third Hokage of Yusuke's swift agreement. It instigated a hint of skepticism in the Hokage's mind, as if he had inadvertently adorned his face with gold. How splendid it is to possess such esteem. However, the meeting was a matter for the following day. Having finally arrived in Tsunade, Yusuke was overwhelmed with curiosity. He had seldom encountered deserts in his previous life, and it must be said that the geography of the shinobi world bears a striking resemblance to Teyvat. The expanse between the deserts of Tsunade and the broadleaf forests of Konoha is virtually non-existent. Moreover, this negotiation was again situated near Tsunade, specifically within the vast expanse of the desert. Yusuke, rarely given the chance, reveled in the moment, frolicking unrestrained across the sandy terrain. Orochimaru, unwilling to embarrass himself, declined all of Yusuke's invitations to join in the merriment. The ninjas from Konohagakure observed him for a while before quietly departing. Had there not been such a multitude present, it is likely they would have joined Yusuke's leisurely pursuits. After all, who could resist the allure of a shaded umbrella in the desert, basking in the sunlight and breeze while sipping on the concoctions prepared by Yusuke? Likely, no one at all. The third Hokage remained lost in contemplation, amused that Yusuke had chosen to spare him a thought. Thus, even when reports reached him concerning Yusuke's playful antics, he dismissed them, merely instructing someone to remind Yusuke not to forget the meeting scheduled for the following day. It was not until the sun began its descent that Yusuke finally settled down. Perching upon a dune and gazing at the seemingly endless boundary between Konohagakure and Tsunade. Was the sand truly that entertaining? Yusuke sensed someone approaching but paid little heed, reasoning that those preparing for the negotiation would remain within their designated encampments. Any erratic movements could potentially disrupt the forthcoming discussions. Turning his head towards the source of the sound, he was startled to see two familiar figures, Rasha and Yakumo. What were they doing on the front lines? It seemed they were both disciples of the third Kazekage, making their presence on the battlefield somewhat plausible. Should he summon Orochimaru to intimidate Rasha? Perhaps he could jest, saying, "This is the one destined to take your life," and then have Orochimaru demonstrate his infamous technique of face-washing with his tongue. Nowadays, however, it appeared that Orochimaru had moved away from such antics, though perhaps a polite request would elicit compliance. Despite the bandages obscuring his eyes, when Yusuke turned to face him, Rasha instinctively felt a chill creep down his neck, leaving his mind momentarily blank. Meanwhile, Yakumo, standing behind Rasha, noted Yusuke's silence and took the initiative to address him directly. A ninja from Konohagakure, Rasha is inquiring about the sand. Is it truly that enjoyable? Yusuke snapped back to reality, considering the query. A visit now and then could indeed be quite delightful. The southern region of Tsunade seemed to border the sea, which would be even better. Perhaps if they ventured south, they could invite Tsunade along as well. As Yusuke spoke, his whimsical thoughts dissipated, and the pressure he had exerted upon Rasha gradually faded. In other words, Rasha's confidence surged, emboldened by the shift in atmosphere. "Since you have such an affinity for sand, how about we trade resources for sand?" he proposed. Yet, Yusuke thought better of it, dismissing Rasha's youthful exuberance, recognizing that the child was merely speaking without a filter. However, when Rasha noticed that Yusuke completely ignored him and turned his head away, he instantly felt displeased and began to stride toward Yusuke. Yet, in the next moment, Rasha halted in his tracks as a sword appeared out of nowhere, mere inches from his eyes. Some thoughts ought to be pondered thoroughly before verbalizing. Otherwise, one is bound to suffer significant consequences later. Yusuke relaxed his grip, and the sword remained poised before Rasha's gaze. Behind Rasha, Yakura also dared not move an inch. If you were granted ample resources to enable Tsunade's rapid development, and then tasked with becoming the Kazekage, do you believe you could restrain yourself from expansion? If it were me, Gaara, the fifth Kazekage, I might see a glimmer of possibility. However, judging by Rasha's past actions, it is evident he would not be capable. Perhaps after being thoroughly bested by Gaara post-reanimation, he may have a chance. Rasha appeared as though he wished to say more, yet Yusuke offered him no opportunity. Furthermore, you ought to have sneaked out. It seems Tsunade has already noticed your absence. If you wish to avoid punishment, it would be prudent to return swiftly. In truth, I would rather you not be in such a hurry to return. Studies indicate that children who frequently face discipline tend to be a touch more intelligent. I believe a good scolding upon your return might serve you well. Being subjected to such ridicule, Rasha felt his dignity had been thoroughly stripped away before this individual. However, the suspended sword before him deterred him from any further approach toward Yusuke. Before turning to leave, Rasha inquired, "What is your name?" "Mikami Yusuke," came the reply. Chapter 124. A joyful thought. Rasha and Yakura, both possessing rather absurd ways of meeting their demise and still being mere children, did not weigh heavily on Yusuke's mind. His and Orochimaru's mission was to stand behind the third Hokage, observing the negotiations between him and the representatives of Tsunade. Politely termed negotiations, they were akin to haggling at a market. "My safety is entrusted to both of you," the third Hokage stated. Yusuke and Orochimaru exchanged solemn nods, their expressions turning serious. As Orochimaru regarded Yusuke's newfound gravity, a thought flitted through his mind, recalling Yusuke's words from the previous day. Perhaps this is what they mean by maintaining a proper attitude? With that, the third Hokage took the lead, followed closely by Nara Shikaku, while Yusuke and Orochimaru trailed just behind them. The Nara clan, renowned for producing intelligent individuals, possessed a clear understanding of their role. Not only the Nara, but also the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans are quintessential supporters of the Hokage. Typically, the head of the Nara family would serve as an advisor to the Hokage, assisting with various documents, akin to the role of a chancellor. Who could have anticipated that the Nara clan would ultimately produce a Hokage? It is indeed you, the eighth Hokage, Nara Shikamaru. However, whether Nara Shikamaru can still assume the role of the eighth Hokage in the present day remains a matter of uncertainty, as he is undoubtedly awaiting the emergence of Kaguya, who will serve as his guiding ally in dealing with the Otsutsuki clan. As Nara Shikashin walked ahead of Yuji and Orochimaru, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Whirling around abruptly, he found only Yuji and Orochimaru behind him. "Is something the matter?" Nara Shikashin inquired, noticing Yuji had returned to his senses and immediately posed the question. Shikashin, has something occurred? The third Hokage had also heard the commotion from behind and turned to look at the trio. I merely sensed a slight chill on my back. It must be my imagination, Shikashin replied. The third Hokage surveyed the surroundings, but found no unusual gazes or sensations. It is wise to remain cautious. Be prepared to signal at a moment's notice. In such negotiations, one must exercise utmost caution, as one can never predict if the other party may turn hostile during discussions. Indeed, Nara Shikashin nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. In the midst of the two factions stood a solitary tent. Both sides timed their entrance to the tent meticulously. For in such a scenario, the first to arrive risks diminishing their own momentum. Yuji could sense that the opposing side had already arrived, and thus the two groups entered the tent simultaneously, a rather absurd occurrence. Both parties essentially lifted the tent flap at the same time, their order nearly indistinguishable. The third Kazekage entered first, followed closely by Chiyo and Ebizo. On Yuji's side, Nara Shikashin accompanied them, adding an extra layer to the assembly. Although Chiyo and Ebizo were a duo, Yuji and Orochimaru formed another pair. Yet, from a functional perspective, Yuji seemed somewhat superfluous. Chiyo and Ebizo, while serving as guards, also assumed advisory roles. In this light, Yuji's presence appeared somewhat redundant. The negotiation entailed a direct dialogue between the two Kage, with their advisors standing by to assist and offer insights. Thus, it was the third Hokage and Nara Shikashin against the three from the opposing side. As the discussion progressed, Orochimaru also became involved, while Yuji adhered to the principle of maintaining an error-free stance, observing the debate unfold from behind. Such negotiations would undoubtedly extend beyond a single day. Had this been in the past, Yuji would have informed Tsunade and Orochimaru that Tsunade would likely impose conditions, potentially leading to an uprising. Yet the current reality is that Tsunade, as the defeated party, is genuinely presenting conditions. This is why Orochimaru has also engaged in the discourse. Yuji, having little to do, took the opportunity to scrutinize the three individuals across from him. He was already well acquainted with Orochimaru and his associates, but this was his first encounter with the opposing trio. Among them, the one Yuji was most familiar with was likely Chiyo, as she had the most prominent role in the events that unfolded. Although Chiyo has not yet aged to the extent depicted in the original work, she certainly no longer possesses the youthful charm that once characterized her. The role of Ebiz is limited, and Yusuke hardly knows him. It is only upon seeing Ebiz that he recalls the existence of such a person in Tsunade. Ebiz is Chiyo's younger brother, who, in his youth, was responsible for intelligence and espionage in Tsunade. His role is somewhat akin to that of Danzo, yet his personality is considerably more amiable. It seems he also has a penchant for fishing, which could provide an opportunity for future camaraderie, perhaps sharing a day fishing with an elder, listening to their stories, which is, in itself, a delightful aspect of the experience. Regrettably, despite the numerous rivers in Konohagakure, very few engage in fishing. Perhaps after the third Hokage's retirement, he could be encouraged to cultivate a love for the sport. Yusuke is familiar with those surrounding the third Kazekage, but upon encountering the current leader of Tsunade, he finds himself momentarily dumbfounded. He realizes he has forgotten a crucial detail. What is the name of the third Kazekage? It appears he has never truly learned what the third Kazekage is called. His only recollection of the Kazekage is likely that he was defeated by Sasori. I am the third Kazekage. You were defeated by a mere child. I am the mightiest Kazekage. You were defeated by a mere child. My magnetic release is exceptionally powerful. You were defeated by a mere child. Such dialogues suddenly invaded Yusuke's mind, prompting an uncontrollable chuckle to escape his lips. Instantly, he drew the attention of the 6 others present. Struggling to suppress his laughter, he contemplated adopting a zombie-like expression, but ultimately, he merely addressed those watching him. Please, continue. I was merely reminded of something amusing. Perhaps bewildered by Yusuke's unexpected outburst, the group resumed their conversation, though after a while, they began to subtly observe him out of the corner of their eyes, sensing something amiss. Yet, none dared to inquire what joyful thought could provoke laughter in such circumstances. Chapter 125. A curious yet apt metaphor as previously mentioned. It is astonishing that the defeated Tsunade would dare to propose conditions. A notion intolerable to the 3 representatives of Konoha engaged in the discussions. Even the third Hokage, who might have been inclined to seek a compromise for peace, displayed evident frustration. Not only do you refuse to pay for the return of prisoners of war, but you also have the audacity to impose conditions? Tsunade, however, remained steadfast, insisting that without resources, they would continue to fight, showing no signs of yielding. Their rationale, though strained, could be construed as somewhat valid. I may not be capable of defeating Mangekyō, but if they were to conquer the land of wind, would it not be Tsunade's honor that would be tarnished? What has been lost is not merely the dignity of Tsunade. If they truly cannot contend with Danzo, then Tsunade itself may cease to exist. And should Tsunade fall, what dignity remains? Ultimately, it is the prestige of the 5 great nations that is at stake. Oh, but if Tsunade were to perish, it would devolve into a mere 4 great nations. In essence, the loss will not merely affect the 4 great nations' honor. If Mangekyō has opened this door, can one truly assert that others cannot traverse through it? There are only a handful of great nations. Should those smaller nations follow in Mangekyō's footsteps, would that not plunge the ninja world into chaos? Can you confidently claim that Konoha can maintain its integrity in such a tumultuous environment? You cannot be certain. Thus you should acquiesce to my demands. Release my people and provide some provisions, and we shall consider this matter as if it had never transpired. These individuals are utterly infuriating. The few present are typically not prone to displaying intense emotions. During the intermission, as they separated from the central tent and returned to the camp for a meal, the 3rd Hokage slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in exasperation. Yusuke refrained from saying much. It appears that the 3rd Hokage's attitude towards this matter remains relatively positive. However, it remains uncertain whether the final outcome will mirror his own, with only the attitude being agreeable. Yusuke, of course, harbors no fondness for war and yearns for peace. If a contract were truly signed, ushering in tranquility, would this peace genuinely be normal? Tsunade would still engage in conflict with Mangekyō. Moreover, the 3rd Great Ninja War would inevitably return. During that war, Tsunade danced with the same fervor. Thus, this is not authentic peace. It is merely a fade, a deceptive semblance of peace. Just as Yusuke previously assessed the future of Nagato, he expressed uncertainty regarding how to achieve peace, and even what peace truly entails. Yet, he is certain that the peace you describe is far from genuine. This sentiment is applicable here as well. Signing this treaty will not yield true peace. Consequently, this debate persisted until evening, yet the outcome remained a discordant parting, with hardly any substantial agreements reached. Yusuke is at a loss regarding the duration of this debate. Were it not for the fear of gossip, he would undoubtedly have dragged Orochimaru into a game of 7 saint summoning, treating it as a lesson in how to yield to Tsunade. However, after dinner, as night fell, Yusuke pulled Orochimaru from his tent and led him to a secluded sand dune. What could possibly be amiss? As Yusuke hastily brought him out to this desolate locale, Orochimaru immediately inquired upon halting. Danzo has begun engaging with Tintin and Mito Minyan. Today he met both individuals and seems eager to connect with even more. Yusuke merely stated the facts, leaving the assessment to Orochimaru, allowing him to ponder before arriving at a conclusion alongside Yusuke. During his studies in alchemy, Orochimaru had traversed similar paths, thus he was exceedingly familiar with the process. Consequently, after Yusuke articulated this point, Orochimaru plunged himself into a contemplative state. After a moment of reflection, he withdrew his hand from his chin and offered Yusuke his interpretation of the matter at hand. It appeared that Danzo was indeed planning something significant. Following his deliberation, Orochimaru's previously pensive expression morphed into one of seriousness. Although Danzo had been suppressed, this was indisputable. The real concern lay in the fact that both T-Ka and Mito Menka still held their positions as advisors to the Hokage, wielding genuine power. While the departments under their supervision were not of paramount importance and vastly inferior to Danzo's former route, their proximity to him indicated that Danzo's ambitions were far from benign. With these two individuals by his side, it was evident that Danzo's intentions were intertwined with the pursuit of power. One might ponder whether Danzo's current objective was to ascend directly to the position of Hokage. The main obstacle in Danzo's quest to reclaim power was, ironically, his greatest reliance, namely, the 3rd Hokage. If a problem could not be solved, one might as well eliminate the source of the problem. Despite any previous displays of foolishness, Danzo would surely grasp this principle. Thus, an idea spontaneously emerged in Yusuke's mind, which he promptly voiced. Wait. Orochimaru contemplated briefly and recognized the plausibility of such a scenario. He was about to convey his interpretation to Yusuke when Yusuke raised his hand, obstructing Orochimaru's attempt to speak. I am eager to discern Danzo's intentions regarding those puppets. Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of tension. In their prior analysis, it was clear that the puppets played a pivotal role. Clearly, the significance of this role was now manifesting. Given Yusuke's demeanor, it seemed he had already deduced Danzo's true intentions. Armed with Yusuke's insights, Orochimaru was keen to engage in the analysis. Thus, he concentrated intently, prepared to listen to Yusuke's conclusions. However, as Yusuke continued speaking, he suddenly fell silent. Orochimaru had intended to press for further clarification when a metaphor from Yusuke resurfaced in his mind. It was akin to two individuals whispering during study hall, only for one to abruptly cease speaking. In such instances, one ought not to pry into the silence of the other, for the teacher might very well be standing right behind you. You two here truly makes it easy for this old body of mine to find you. Yusuke remained motionless, gazing into the distance, while Orochimaru abruptly turned to face the source of the voice, an unexpected figure, the third Hokage. At that moment, Orochimaru could only entertain a singular thought. It seems my metaphor was surprisingly accurate. Chapter 126. If it has been quite some time since I simply sat and gazed at the stars in the sky without any particular concern. The third Hokage, without a hint of hesitation, settled beside both Yusuke and Orochimaru. Being a student of the third, Orochimaru naturally felt a twinge of discomfort in the presence of his teacher. However, Yusuke, who typically held a strong disdain for the third Hokage, also found himself slightly ill at ease. This was largely due to the metaphor that had just crossed his mind, which was akin to Orochimaru's sentiments. Do not be so restrained, both of you. When are you and Tsunade getting married? The third Hokage remarked, akin to a long-absent youth encountering a familiar elderly neighbor from next door. Third Hokage, I would like to pose a question, Yusuke began, his expression deliberately grave, revealing little change. Go ahead, the third Hokage replied, in such a relaxed atmosphere. He did not take Yusuke's words too seriously, assuming it would be a mundane inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, Yusuke spoke. If one day Minato were to become the fourth Hokage. Before he could finish, both individuals interrupted him. Indeed, the third Hokage and Orochimaru both interrupted Yusuke's statement. The third Hokage was aware of Yusuke's intention to recommend Orochimaru for the position of Hokage, a notion widely recognized among the higher echelons of Konoha. Of course, Danzo was not considered part of this elite group, hence this reference to Konoha's higher-ups pertains specifically to himself, Kohyudatane, and Mito Kazemaru. If Orochimaru were to become Hokage, it would undoubtedly be as the fourth Hokage. How does Minato come into play? Orochimaru pondered. Minato, a prodigious talent emerging from the ranks of common ninjas, was but a teenager, still too young to even drink. How could he be associated with the position of Hokage? Orochimaru's interruption echoed Yusuke's thoughts. Weren't you previously trying to persuade me to become Hokage? Now you're suggesting Minato for the fourth Hokage? Have you lost your affection? Let us break up right now. Upon realizing he had been interrupted, Yusuke understood that his previous statement had been a product of habitual thinking. After all, he had been consistent in his advocacy for Orochimaru. Having grown accustomed to this perspective, he had failed to recognize that this iteration of advocating was directed toward Orochimaru, and that Minato would merely be in line for the fifth Hokage. Realizing his mistake, Yusuke quickly waved his hand and revised his statement. Then, if Minato were to become the fifth Hokage one day, that would be acceptable. This time, there were no interruptions, and the two listened intently. The third Hokage mused that as the fifth Hokage would belong to a different generation, thus holding little direct relevance to him. Meanwhile, Orochimaru began to contemplate the rationale behind potentially becoming the fourth Hokage and passing the mantle to Minato once he matured. The more he considered it, the more appealing the idea became. As fellow commoners and ninjas, they shared a calm demeanor and possessed considerable intelligence. Although they occasionally conjured peculiar names, it seemed no significant issue arose from it. Yusuke pondered whether the act of creating odd names might not be a trivial matter after all. After all, Minato had ascended to the position of the fifth Hokage, married Kushina, and she was now expecting a child. Yusuke's conjecture held merit, prompting both individuals to listen intently, particularly when they learned of Kushina's pregnancy. The notion of a Jinchuriki giving birth was indeed a critical affair. as the potential weakening of the Jinchuriki could allow the Nine Tails to escape confinement. The third Hokage stroked his chin, initiating a thoughtful analysis. He surmised that it would be prudent to establish several strategic locations to prevent any disturbances during Kushina's labor. Orochimaru, unperturbed, followed the third S line of thought, proposing specific and actionable strategies. Yusuke found himself momentarily at a loss for words, pondering how Orochimaru articulated precisely what he intended to express. In the original narrative, events unfolded in this manner. Thus, they decided to preemptively disseminate several false locations, even uncovering an undisclosed site for the time of delivery. However, as fate would have it, an unexpected individual emerged and attacked Kushina during her labor. Yusuke questioned the logic of this occurrence, despite the distribution of misleading locations. How could they still be discovered and assaulted? Would you like the microphone to voice your thoughts? Yusuke inquired. I can't possibly claim that Kakashi, son of Shikaku, happened to be conversing at Rin's grave and was overheard by that rogue Obito, can I? And should I also inform you that Obito ultimately invoked the name of Uchiha Madara and summoned the Nine Tails, resulting in the chaos known as the Nine Tails Incident? By the way, third Hokage, your wife also perished during that tumult. In summary, the assailant succeeded in releasing the Nine Tails, and at the last moment, Minato sacrificed his life, exchanging a part of himself for the beast, sealing the remaining portion within their child. Tragically, just before the Nine Tails was completely sealed, it pierced through the bodies of Minato and Kushina with its claws. Engrossed in the narrative, both individuals' expressions grew solemn. Thus, Yusuke posed a poignant question. How would one regard the child of the fifth Hokage, who had sealed the Nine Tails with his own body, thereby becoming a hero? While the third Hokage's other actions could be justified, this particular incident remained irredeemable. This was the primary reason Yusuke harbored disdain for the third Hokage. He awaited the third S response, grappling with the realization that he never anticipated he would confront the third with such a direct question. As he spoke, he felt his heart race with intensity. Certainly, Yusuke never anticipated that one day he would witness the third Hokage's heart racing. Upon hearing the question, Orochimaru had already conceived an answer in his mind, even finding the inquiry somewhat amusing. However, when he beheld Yusuke's earnest expression and the lowered head of his teacher, Orochimaru felt an immediate sense of discomfort. I do not know. The third Hokage's ultimate response elicited a silent sigh from Orochimaru. Konoha has never been a place governed by the whims of a single individual. Chapter 127. For a better Konoha, the third Hokage's reply, of course, left Yusuke unsatisfied. However, I hope you do not merely provide him with the bare minimum, allowing him to subsist on expired milk, thereby not bestowing upon him the title of the hero's son, but rather imposing upon him the stigma of the nine-tailed scorn. This, of course, is out of the question. Upon hearing Yusuke's words, the third Hokage felt a profound sense of despair. Yet, Yusuke deftly shifted the conversation to a completely different realm. Or at least that is how it appeared to the third Hokage. I remember that the advisor, Tsunade, was once a member of the second Hokage's elite guard, correct? Indeed. The third Hokage, still reeling from his earlier confusion, instinctively responded to Yusuke's sudden change of topic, albeit in a dazed manner. In those days, I, Uchiha Kagami, Mito Gate-in, Tsunade, Akimichi Torafu, and the third Hokage hesitated, unable to utter the name of Danzo, which lingered on his lips. I know, and Shimura Danzo, the former elder. Then I presume that advisor Tsunade is also a formidable ninja? In her youth, she was quite impressive. However, I fear her abilities may have diminished considerably with time. You mentioned that Elder Tsunade has reached the pinnacle of power in Konoha. Does she truly comprehend what a tailed beast is, and what it means to be a Jinchuriki? What is the connection here? The third Hokage appeared bewildered. Orochimaru shared the sentiment, opting to remain silent and observe the verbal sparring between Yusuke and the third Hokage. Surely, she must know. The third Hokage finally managed to offer a vague response. By the way, why do you bring up Tsunade? I mention Tsunade because she seems to harbor a distinct aversion towards Jinchuriki, often displaying overt hostility towards Kushina. The third Hokage initially intended to deflect the matter with a jest, but Yusuke did not grant him the opportunity to speak. Not to mention that individuals of her stature may be oblivious to the significance of Jinchuriki and foolishly exclude them based on personal biases. After all, should a Jinchuriki flee, there would be others to bear the consequences. Now, If we were to place Elder Tsunade in the hypothetical scenario I previously mentioned, would you heed her counsel and undertake the actions I described? Absolutely not. In addition to Mito's inflammation, the consensus with the esteemed Senior Komura is largely aligned. However, the third Hokage's response was met with a slight hesitation, yet overall, he maintained a resolute demeanor. What about Danzo? One of the villagers who lost much due to the Ninetales incident. This time, the third Hokage pondered for an extended period, ultimately altering his response. I do not know. It is an injustice to burden a child, one who is meant to be a hero, with such blame. To impose the weight of scorn upon a youngster who ought to remain innocent while enduring the torment of the Ninetales. The villagers of Konoha expressed their emotions, and the higher-ups addressed the turmoil instigated by the Ninetales. Do you deem this just? The third Hokage did not reply immediately, and Yusuke left him with a poignant remark. Every second you deliberate is a misstep. Yusuke fell silent, gazing into the distance, and the third Hokage too ceased to speak. In truth, my visit today bears a request. Speak, the third Hokage urged. Yusuke's emotions hovered on the brink of chaos, his tone frigid. Yet the third Hokage remained largely unfazed. You are correct. Every moment I have spent contemplating has indeed been erroneous. Thus, I will enlist Orochimaru to take the helm of these negotiations starting tomorrow. Upon my return to Konoha, I shall voluntarily resign from my position as Hokage and seek an audience with the daimyo of the Land of Fire to convey the will of the Hokage and Konoha to Orochimaru. There was no sense of emptiness in this decision, for the adversaries were not those who demanded personal retribution. What of your request? The third Hokage inquired. I ask that you spare the lives of my old companions. Yusuke turned back to face the third Hokage, his eyes, obscured by bandages, revealing a deep inner turmoil. Is there a possibility that the current situation is such that you wish to spare him, while he contemplates taking your life? Now, Yusuke was fully aware of Danzo's intentions and methods. Should Danzo's scheme come to fruition, it would not only spell doom for the third Hokage, but would also lead to Orochimaru's complete severance from the position of Hokage. Furthermore, I propose a rather unique circumstance for joining forces. The third Hokage had anticipated that Yusuke would acquiesce or engage in some bargaining. However, he was taken aback by the multitude of hypotheticals Yusuke presented tonight. What precisely does this joining entail? For instance, are these three planning to conspire against you? Yusuke leaned in cautiously, his words striking the third Hokage with such intensity that he felt an overwhelming urge to rise and exclaim, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." In the past, I would converse with Orochimaru, asserting that the four of you constituted Konoha's elite. Yet since you began to suppress Danzo, the dynamics among the four have irrevocably shifted. Nevertheless, Yusuke was not merely stating this without elaboration. He felt it prudent to offer some clarification, as remaining enigmatic in such circumstances would be less beneficial than revealing a modicum of insight. In the past, the dynamics among the four of you appeared straightforward. You held the highest position, followed by Danzo, with Tsurugi Konohamaru and Mito Menon in lesser roles. However, upon deeper reflection, the relationship among you formed a remarkably cohesive whole, a conglomeration of interests and power. The quartet established a perfectly symmetrical triangular relationship, exhibiting considerable stability. Yet, as you began to suppress Danzo, Tsurugi Konohamaru and Mito Menon gradually came to a realization. Without Danzo, the triangle could no longer be sustained. You and the two of them began to exhibit a distinctly hierarchical relationship. In such a dynamic, they would inevitably ponder a pressing question. Would you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, one day strip them of their power, just as you did with Danzo? Have you perhaps received some intelligence? Indeed, there are whispers, albeit not entirely conclusive. Yusuke refrained from making absolute statements. After all, at this juncture, the third Hokage would discern the implications himself. After a moment, the third Hokage resignedly shook his head. Though his appearance remained unchanged, an air of weariness enveloped him. Do as you wish, for the betterment of Konoha. I await with anticipation. Chapter 128. Today I realize who I am. The third Hokage did not go back on his word. The following day, the negotiations commenced, with Orochimaru assuming a leading role. Not having been informed, Nara Shikaku was taken by surprise. Being a man of intellect, he contemplated certain possibilities. Yet, given the peculiar circumstances, he chose to remain silent, accepting the reality quietly. It seemed much had transpired the previous night. After all, when he sought the third Hokage to prepare for the negotiations. The Hokage was absent from his tent. Returning to the matter at hand, Yusuke intended to maintain a composed demeanor and continue his solitary leisure, only to find his leisurely pursuits joined by another. Who else could it be but the third Hokage? The Hokage promptly pulled a chair to align with Yusuke's level. Might it be possible, dear sir, that you have not yet stepped down? While I have at least attempted to maintain decorum, you are brazenly indulging in leisure here. I trust Orochimaru to handle matters. Noticing a peculiar expression on Yusuke's face, the third Hokage chuckled, patting Yusuke's shoulder. Leaning closer, he whispered in Yusuke's ear. Yusuke looked at the third Hokage and replied, I am also at ease. The smile on the third Hokage's face deepened in response to Yusuke's words. He gently swayed his body, relaxed, and continued. Orochimaru's inherent disposition has always been somewhat troubling. His sensitivity often leads him to extreme responses in various situations. I have contemplated more than once that had Orochimaru's temperament been sound, I would have willingly passed the mantle of the fourth Hokage to him. I have long sought to alter Orochimaru's disposition, but by the time I recognized the necessity, it was regrettably too late. Subsequently, I came to realize my error. It was not merely the late hour, but rather my own perception that I lacked the capability and courage to act. For this matter, I must express my gratitude to you. It is indeed deserved. Presently, we remain within the confines of the tent, and Waisei refrains from displaying any excessive behavior, avoiding a repeat of the previous day's uncontrollable laughter. Is there not a peculiar resemblance to a scenario where a son introduces his daughter-in-law, only for the latter to inquire about the family's background? The five engaged in fervent discussion posed a question. Should you two take our feelings into account? Despite both parties harboring similar sentiments, none dared to voice them. For once one party yielded, the other might seize the opportunity to steer the situation in their favor. Furthermore, amidst the discourse within Konoha, Waisei grew increasingly certain that he would not return to Konoha anytime soon. I believe we can continue to prolong this situation. They are more anxious than we are. After all, our rear is secure, while they bear the burden of the Rain Village's pressure, and should it become unbearable, they will falter first. All eyes turned to Orochimaru, awaiting his decision. He did not disappoint those who looked to him, promptly offering his verdict. Let us continue to delay. Thus, 2 more days passed, during which Konoha successfully managed to draw one of the adversaries away. Chiyo had vanished, leaving only Otohime and the third Kazekage. One could easily deduce that Chiyo had returned to extinguish the flames. Under normal circumstances, such developments would have little bearing on Waisei. However, in actuality, it was quite significant. The original situation of 253 had not merely reverted to 252, but rather transformed into 22. From the following day onward, the third Hokage had become the 05, and with the adversary reduced to 2, he had thoroughly abandoned his responsibilities. Waisei aspired to be the diligent student, while the third Hokage resembled a once promising student now led astray. Presently, the good student wished to maintain his facade, yet the one who had strayed only desired to coax him into leisure. Realistically, the third Hokage sought to engage Waisei in conversation daily, nearly wishing to play Seven Saints summoning with him within the negotiation tent. Ultimately, during their nightly ritual of private discussions, Waisei could no longer contain himself and posed a question to the third Hokage. Initially, these private discussions had been between Waisei and Orochimaru, but with Orochimaru's absence, the third Hokage had taken his place. The current dynamic resembled that of a regular guest with occasional special guests, such as Rasha, Yakura, Orochimaru, and the third Hokage. Waisei, too, was curious about who might join before his departure. As he roasted the game he had hunted, Waisei inquired of the third Hokage, might there exist a possibility, esteemed sir, that you are still the Hokage? The third Hokage's gaze remained fixated on the roasted meat in Waisei's hands. In just a few short days, Waisei had captured the third Hokage's appetite with his culinary skills. The third Hokage has finally fulfilled his long-held wish, savoring the culinary creations prepared by Yusuke himself. One cannot help but wonder about the caliber of such a dish. Were it not for the pressing matters at hand, the third would certainly indulge in a taste of the sake crafted by Yusuke. Returning to the core of the conversation, the third initially refrained from responding, leading Yusuke to believe he had not been heard. Just as Yusuke was poised to repeat himself, the third unexpectedly spoke up. Young man, do you know what my nickname was in my youth? Yusuke pondered briefly before replying, Monkey? The third was taken aback, surprised that Yusuke had indeed answered correctly. You possess quite an impressive breadth of knowledge. After all, few still referred to him by that name. Indeed, in my younger days, the second would often call me Monkey. And later, even Koharu and the others would occasionally use that moniker. Reflecting upon it now, it was not only due to our family's spirit beast, typically a monkey, but also because of my own temperament, akin to that of an incessantly restless monkey. Moreover, I have come to realize that having occupied the position of Hokage for so long, I have forgotten what my true self should resemble. It seems that since I ascended to this role, the name monkey has faded away, as if the monkey within me has utterly vanished. As one approaches the end of their life, their words tend to carry wisdom. The current third Hokage finds himself in a similar state, on the verge of retirement. His words echoing wisdom. At this juncture, I feel compelled to extend an apology to you. Reflecting on the incident during your mission where you faced an ambush, and it was Shinjuro who came to the rescue, I can hardly believe that such a plan was conceived by me. The irony is palpable. The third shook his head, a self-deprecating smile adorning his face. Today, I finally recognize who I am. Yusuke regarded the third and offered his assessment. Well said. Chapter 129. The negotiation concludes. Good fortune follows Chiyo of Tsunade is no longer present. Yet her absence signifies more than merely her return to extinguish the flames of crisis. If it were not for dire necessity, Tsunade would never have permitted Chiyo to depart ahead of them. To put it plainly, this effectively communicates to Konoha that there are issues brewing at the rear. Konoha has every reason to leverage this information to undermine Tsunade. This is a negotiation following warfare. And aside from the prohibition against actual combat, it resembles a typical conflict devoid of gunpowder. The greater the pressure at your rear, the more substantial the pressure at the front. The people of Tsunade have even begun to suspect that Konoha may be engaged in undisclosed dealings with Amegakure. While negotiations are underway, genuine hostilities have erupted elsewhere, leading one to question the credibility of the situation. On the Konoha side, regardless of how Tsunade speculates, if you do not acquiesce to my terms, I shall prolong our engagement. To think that mere rhetoric could compel us to accept Tsunade's conditions is sheer folly. When the third Hokage was still the principal negotiator, Tsunade felt confident they could manipulate Konoha. Having long been acquainted, the character of the third Kazekage is quite familiar. However, when the third Kazekage ceased to play a pivotal role, or even withdrew entirely, the situation in Tsunade became somewhat bewildering. The pressure from the situation was even more intense than that faced during the Third Great Ninja War. It was discovered later that the pressure from the second Kazekage was indeed greater than that from the third. Initially, Yusuke anticipated prolonged negotiations, but with the comprehensive offensive from Amegakure against Tsunade, the discussions came to an abrupt conclusion. Eventually, Tsunade had no choice but to yield, as resisting would have been futile. Delaying further could have allowed Amegakure to encroach upon Tsunade's homeland. The primary issue at hand was the exchange of prisoners of war, since Konoha had captured more individuals. Tsunade was compelled to pay a significant sum, which became a protracted topic of contention. Additionally, the procurement of supplies from Konoha resembled a business transaction. Due to urgency, Tsunade abandoned its initial strategy of demanding exorbitant prices, opting instead for a more reasonable approach. Of course, Orochimaru left a degree of leeway, refraining from imposing excessively detrimental costs. Moreover, the most crucial matter was the war reparations. It is noteworthy that during the Third Great Ninja War, the third Kazekage had signed an outrageous treaty with Tsunade. Although this is recounted in the original narrative, Yusuke recalls that the third Kazekage had directly waived Tsunade's war reparations, ultimately gaining an ally who arrived with a small stool and watermelon. Furthermore, the reparations were not merely financial, they also encompassed tasks. Tsunade was required to delegate a portion of its missions to Konoha. This arrangement stemmed from the simple truth that the geographical scope and population of a ninja village are relatively small, even in comparison to the 5 great nations and their respective ninja villages. In most instances, the sources of missions do not originate from within the village, but rather from outside it. By leveraging missions as collateral for war reparations, Tsunade would transfer its assigned tasks to Konoha, allowing Konoha's ninjas to execute them. If the tasks were to be carried out by Tsunade, most of the rewards would ultimately benefit Tsunade's ninjas, with only a minor portion reaching the village's treasury. Conversely, entrusting the tasks to Konoha would mean that Konoha's ninjas would undertake the work, and how Konoha distributed the rewards would be their prerogative. Hence, this portion of the rewards could not be equated with the war reparations and would require a discount. After Yusuke absorbed this information, he not only praised Orochimaru's adeptness, but also silently encouraged the third Kazekage and the young Gaara. He hoped that the third Kazekage and Gaara would diligently pursue their endeavors. The heavens do not produce two suns. In the vast desert, the pursuit of gold is as enduring as the night is long. He also wished for the feudal lord of the Land of Wind to remain unperturbed by the treaty ultimately signed by Tsunade. Following the conclusion of the negotiations and the signing of the agreement, the representatives of Tsunade swiftly departed. In the end, Yusuke did not have the opportunity to see Gaara and Yukura again, leaving him uncertain whether those two youngsters faced any repercussions. Simultaneously, Yusuke's evening respite came to an end without the arrival of any new aerial guests. On the eve of departure, in addition to the third Hokage, a new presence emerged, Orochimaru. In the end, Yusuke did not encounter the child he had envisioned, and it certainly was not Gaara, whose father, Raza, was still just a young boy. Instead, it was the Scorpion of the Red Sand. The desire to meet him was quite straightforward. Scorpion was strikingly handsome as an adult, and his childhood visage was undeniably charming. In any case, he was far more pleasing to the eye than Raza. Homeward bound, Yusuke stretched his body, a radiant smile illuminating his face. This joy stemmed not only from the successful conclusion of the negotiations, but also from Orochimaru's impending return to the village, where preparations for the fourth Hokage's succession ceremony would commence. Furthermore, it was not merely the anticipation of finally putting an end to Danzo. It was also the realization that after accomplishing all of this, he could justifiably prepare for his upcoming wedding with Tsunade. I, Mikami Yusuke, shall soon have a wife. Moreover, these delightful events could be interwoven. The negotiations had concluded successfully. The journey back to the village was underway. Danzo's demise was imminent, and upon returning, Orochimaru would assume the role of Hokage. The wedding, which he eagerly awaited, would occupy the final, ceremonious position in this sequence of events. It was exhilarating, particularly as the latter two matters required the third Hokage to merely pay a visit to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Thus, eliminating Danzo became a pivotal climax in the interim. Yusuke's smile was infectious, and the root members of Danzo's faction, brought forth by the third Hokage Zanbu, were already receiving their forthcoming orders. They understood that regardless of the outcome of this mission, their fates were sealed. However, their expressions betrayed little fluctuation. All for Lord Danzo. Yusuke paid no heed to such sentiments, frankly too disinterested to care, for he was acutely aware of all of Danzo's schemes. Now, he merely awaited Danzo to present himself. What makes you so joyful? Nara Shikamaru, observing Yusuke's elation, felt a wave of curiosity and decided to inquire. Yusuke raised an eyebrow and replied, "Because I've thought of something delightful. Do share, let us bask in your joy as well." Though Nara Shikamaru was astute, he could not fathom the source of Yusuke's happiness, given his lack of crucial background information. Perhaps the events that would unfold on their return journey would provide the answer. Nara Shikamaru remained puzzled, and Yusuke, unwilling to elaborate further, simply suggested, "Let us await the outcome." Chapter 130. The Four-Symbol Seal and the Four Purple Flames Formation. The third Hokage has returned. As they approached the gates of Konoha, Yusuke could already hear the commotion emanating from the entrance. Good news, such as the successful negotiations, was always relayed back to the village in advance. So prior to Yusuke and his companion's departure, someone had already left to convey the uplifting tidings. Consequently, a throng had gathered at the gates of Konoha. Next, they would be calling for the fourth Hokage. Between Orochimaru and Yusuke stood the third Hokage, who naturally heard the voices at the village entrance and jested with his loyal guardians. The fourth Hokage was not Yusuke, so both Yusuke and the third turned their heads to gaze at Orochimaru. Once they passed this final obstacle, the position between Orochimaru and the fourth would be almost within reach. Orochimaru had once envisioned such a day and thought he would feel serene. However, at this moment, his heart was tumultuous. Well, let us first overcome this last hurdle. Upon arriving at the village entrance, everything remained uneventful. The third Hokage walked at the forefront, receiving a warm welcome from the villagers of Konohagakure. Orochimaru and Yusuke remained stationary behind the third. Among the crowd, Yusuke spotted Tsunade, SHZ, Kushina, Minato, and the couple, SHM, cradling their child. The The throng gradually parted, creating a pathway as several children holding flowers approached the third Hokage and Yusuke. Such fortuitous events attracted a significant number of villagers, while in the distance, Danzo, obscured by one eye, observed the procession with a cold snort. "Danzo, are you truly resolved to proceed in this manner?" questioned Koharu, her demeanor appearing quite conflicted, her voice laced with hesitation. "What, Koharu? Do you harbor thoughts of retreating at this juncture?" Danzo tilted his head to regard her, his gaze icy. Koharu, intimidated by Danzo's stare, took a step back, ultimately remaining silent. On the other side, Minato remained mute throughout, for he was more astute than Koharu. He understood he had no path of retreat. Rather than awaiting his demise at the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he chose to place his trust in Danzo. Upon reaching this point, there was no turning back, and now, the lack of options was even more pronounced, for the wheels of fate had already begun to turn. Danzo surveyed the bustling streets in the distance, uttering with malice, "It is about to begin." While continuing to walk normally, Yusuke paused, seemingly to himself, murmuring. This utterance was clearly heard by both the third Hokage and Orochimaru. A child holding a bouquet bypassed the foremost guards and ultimately stood before the third Hokage. At that moment, the guards, who had been blocking the crowd, suddenly turned around, their hands commencing to form seals. The two individuals at the rear of the procession also began to weave their hand signs. 10, 4, 3, 2. Only 5 seals were needed. Once completed, for translucent walls of crimson light surged upward, enveloping the entire procession within. The 4 purple flames formation, a barrier-type ninjutsu, necessitating the combined effort of 4 individuals to activate. A rectangular barrier of purple flames unfurled to the east, west, south, and north, preventing any external forces from breaching its confines. Any who came into contact with the barrier's walls would suffer burns from the flames. As for the reason behind the familiarity, during the Nin exam arc, the Sound 4 unleashed the 4 purple flames formation, trapping both Orochimaru and the third Hokage within its confines. Ultimately, the outcome was that Orochimaru, at the cost of his own hands and soul, eliminated the third Hokage. Now, he himself experienced being ensnared within the 4 purple flames formation. The sole intention of those 4 individuals was merely to ensnare the members of the team, for the true lethal move lay ahead. The children who approached the third Hokage and Yusei suddenly exploded, the black curse seals mingling with crimson blood, instantly saturating the entire 4 purple flames formation. The black curse seals expanded to encompass a radius of several hundred meters, sufficient to envelop everyone within the formation. Once it reached its maximum expansion, the black curse seals began to contract, leaving nothing behind. All of this was observed clearly by Danzo, who stood upon the Hokage rock. Haha, everyone was there to welcome the third Hokage, leaving only the 3 of them atop the Hokage rock. No one would know that Danzo was laughing heartily in that moment, nor would they perceive that his expression diverged from theirs. After indulging in laughter for a while, Danzo's demeanor suddenly turned cold. "Let us go?" His tone, though frigid, bore an undercurrent of suppressed delight. With a flick of his sleeve, he passed by T-Ka and Mito, positioning himself behind them. T-Ka and Mito exchanged a glance and chose to turn around, stepping forward. Thus, Danzo, who had initially been behind them, now walked ahead. Descending from the Hokage rock, he made his way onto the street, where, in his eyes, everyone was rushing towards the scene of chaos. He, however, led T-Ka and Mito against the tide, heading towards his destination, the Hokage building. With the Hokage ambushed and sealed, all those involved in the assault either detonated themselves to initiate the 4-symbol seal or awaited the aftermath of their self-detonation, ultimately succumbing to poison following the dissolution of the 4 purple flames formation. In Danzo's gaze, all the Umbu emerging from the root stood before the Hokage building. Hisashi, you perished in the midst of their welcome. Thus, I too shall ascend amidst their applause." Danzo navigated through the crowd, entering the building and arriving at the door of the Hokage's office. Stepping inside, he found the office vacant, save for towering stacks of documents. "Please take your seats." Without glancing back, Danzo commanded T-Ka and Mito, who said little in response, and settled into their usual seats. The 2 remained unchanged, while the one in the middle had transformed. After settling in, 2 individuals entered from outside. One adorned Danzo with a red and white hat, while the other draped a prepared cloak over him. The 5 characters read, "Fourth Hokage, Once these two had dressed him in the ceremonial attire of the Hokage, Danzo finally occupied his seat, firmly establishing himself in the central position. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the very embodiment of the Hokage position. Chapter 131, Danzo's Fleeting Joy. As Danzo settled into his chair, the sensation of the seat beneath him finally brought a sense of calm to his heart. With this newfound security came an irrepressible euphoria. Ha! I am the Hokage now. I am the Hokage. Hiruzen, look. Who among us is the Hokage now? A sharp snap of fingers resonated in Getsu's ears. The sound akin to a crisp echo reverberating close by. A shattering sound of glass filled the air, though no mirror had actually broken. Rather, Danzo felt as if his vision had splintered, akin to a fractured pane of glass appearing before him. The maniacal laughter began to fade, and as his vision shattered completely, he finally beheld those hidden behind the metaphorical glass. It was the third Hokage, who should have been sealed away by the four-symbol seal. It was the man he loathed, the one who should also have been sealed, Mikami, and it was Orochimaru, whom he had once contemplated allying with, now standing alongside Waika. Moreover, there stood Shizune and Tsunade. Danzo's mind raced to comprehend the reality, yet another part of him suppressed the truth, urging him to disbelieve what lay before his eyes. You shouldn't be here. You should all be dead. In stark contrast to Danzo's utter hysteria, Tsukinakawa Kamachi and Mito Gate Enju, standing behind the two, lowered their heads silently, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. If they had succeeded or had made no choice at all at the outset, perhaps they would still have options. But now, they had none. Silence! Danzo shouted, turning towards Kamachi, who had called his name. You should all be dead. Dead. Someone. Take them all to prison. To prison. This is a lie. You must be illusions. As Danzo uttered his first command, the third Hokage's soft nature reared its head, compelling him to instinctively offer words of comfort to Danzo, even to plead on his behalf if necessary. However, witnessing Danzo's complete descent into madness following his outburst towards Kamachi, the third Hokage could only shake his head in silence. Mikami, you should die? You should perish. With the glass shattered, Waika's hand remained poised as if still snapping his fingers, revealing to Danzo that this entire charade was orchestrated by him. Hey, Danzo! Waika's voice, when directed at Danzo, radiated an intensity that the third Hokage understood all too well. After much contemplation, he decided to interject and silence Waika. Recognizing the third Hokage's intent to restrain him, Waika fell silent, realizing that truly provoking Danzo to the brink of death would be excessively lenient on him. The third Hokage seized the opportunity to speak, adopting a tone that balanced seriousness with a hint of relief. Surrender, Danzo. Waika ceased his words, retreating silently behind the third Hokage, prepared to observe how the third Hokage would navigate this precarious situation. Orochimaru cast a peculiar glance at Yusuke, who remained silent, having already surmised the thoughts swirling in Orochimaru's mind, likely astonished by the display of his own prowess. It must be said that Danzo's plans are, in fact, quite meticulous. As for the reasoning behind this, Yusuke would assert that should Danzo succeed in his current endeavor, Orochimaru would be irrevocably barred from the position of Hokage. A glance at the fate of Shumo would suffice to illustrate this point. Shumo faced a critical choice while undertaking a covert mission, to either persist with the task at hand or abandon it to save his comrades. Ultimately, he opted to rescue his allies, forsaking the mission. Despite the secrecy surrounding the assignment, its particulars were inexplicably leaked, leading the villagers to castigate Shumo. Even those comrades whom he had valiantly saved turned against him, transforming him into a figure of public scorn. Overwhelmed by the relentless gossip, Shumo ultimately succumbed to despair, taking his own life. This episode resonates profoundly with Orochimaru's current predicament. The mission he has embarked upon is to safeguard the Hokage, absent the foresight to anticipate Danzo's machinations. The third Hokage stands on the precipice of death. The four purple flames formation, accompanied by the four-symbol seal, leaves little room for survival, especially since the third Hokage lacks the ability to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. Should both he and Orochimaru emerge unscathed, they would inevitably face a fate akin to that of Shumo. A failed mission resulting in the third Hokage's demise would render them both culpable. Furthermore, the upper echelons of Konoha have effectively fallen under Danzo's dominion, allowing him to ascend to the position of Hokage, while both Yusuke and Orochimaru would be forever marked as pariahs. Even if Danzo were to be eliminated, It would not pave the way for Orochimaru to claim the title of Hokage. The unfolding of events into their current state underscores the importance of foreknowledge regarding impending occurrences. Yusuke's methods are equally significant. While it may appear straightforward to articulate, the rest of the ninja world would undoubtedly shake their heads in disbelief. The puppets represent merely one facet. The crux of the matter lies in a dream, or rather, an illusion vast enough to envelop all of Konoha. Within this domain, Yusuke possesses the ability to dictate who falls prey to the illusion and who remains untouched. The dreamscape crafted by Naida is so potent that even the deified Skirmisher would unwittingly succumb, let alone Danzo. Expanding the dream's reach to encompass the entirety of Konoha requires meticulous selection of its targets. For instance, Danzo himself, along with his allies, the likes of Tsunade and Mito, as well as the root agents stationed at the entrance. Additionally, the initial quartet responsible for activating the four purple flames formation, ensnaring all within its confines, is crucial. Indeed, at that moment, Yusuke's illusion had already been set in motion. Thus, they were genuinely receiving the flowers proffered by the puppets. With the third Hokage even cradling a puppet as they approached the Hokage building. Standing behind Danzo, I observed as he donned his robe and took his seat in the Hokage's chair, laughing maniacally. Nazaida, the eternal deity. The third Hokage had already lost the desire to engage further with Danzo and called out to the Umbu outside, "Come forth, imprison Danzo, and prepare the Yamanaka clan to conduct a thorough search of his memories." To be frank, the third Hokage's resoluteness left Yusuke somewhat astounded. This matter involved not just Danzo alone, but the entire Leaf Village. The silent companions, Tsurun Koharu and Mito Gate, could only lower their heads, opting to silently endure the unfolding events. Take them both away as well. Chapter 132, The Prison Break in the Depths of Konoha Prison. Danzo's unique status and his considerable strength ensured that his experience in confinement was not particularly harsh. Despite the third Hokage having publicly announced Danzo's crimes, leading to his own resignation and shame, no one offered Danzo any special treatment. Most merely cast distant glances, commenting disdainfully to those beside them, ultimately spitting in contempt. However, a small fraction of individuals did fix their gaze upon Danzo. Konoha's prison was constructed underground, with Danzo's cell situated even deeper, leaving him to rely on the number of meals served to gauge the passage of time. It was now night. Danzo-sama, Danzo-sama. The prison was shrouded in silence, a state to which Danzo had long since adapted. Yet, as he lay on his bed, he was suddenly disturbed by a sound that made him toss and turn restlessly. Initially inclined to explode in anger, upon opening his eyes and sitting up, Danzo realized that the voice was indeed calling his name. "Who are you?" Danzo inquired, matching his voice to that of the mysterious speaker. "Danzo-sama, I am Leopard." Indeed, there was a person in the root organization by that name. "What brings you here?" Danzo pressed. "The rest of us understand that a direct assault on the prison is futile, so we have resorted to committing offenses that would lead us to be captured and sent here, with the hope that one of us could secure a cell closer to yours. Each of us smuggled in a disposable master key upon our arrival. We can only facilitate your escape. The rest is up to you, my lord." As Leopard spoke, he extended his arm through the bars of the cell, tossing a key towards Danzo's confinement. "Danzo-sama, the third Hokage has left the village to seek the daimyo of the Fire Country, making this the ideal opportunity for your escape." Danzo reached out and successfully grasped the key, but he did not hastily unlock the door. Instead, he turned to the individual who identified himself as Leopard and asked, "How did you evade detection?" "My lord, my rank was too low. No one informed me of the events that transpired. I was quite pleased initially, only to find everything had vanished as if I had been trapped in a dream." As the Leopard spoke at the end, his voice was imbued with profound sorrow and regret. Clearly, this particular inquiry was insufficient to assuage Danzo's concerns, prompting him to pose several additional questions regarding the roots. The Leopard's responses were meticulously guarded. Once the questions were exhausted, Danzo finally employed the throne key to unlock the door. This was a specially crafted tool. Once used, the key would remain lodged in the lock, rendering it impossible for Danzo to utilize it again on the Leopard's door. Based on his prior observations, Danzo surmised that no one else would come to this place at this time, so he leisurely approached the Leopard's door, gazing inside at the Leopard. A boy of merely a decade or so, Danzo was not particularly familiar with this Leopard, yet the earlier responses had confirmed his identity. The Leopard, noticing Danzo's presence, addressed him, saying, Sir, you should leave quickly. Danzo nodded in acknowledgement, but did not depart immediately. Instead, he extended his hand into the cell. The leopard, somewhat perplexed, received a reminder from Danzo. Lean your head closer. Assuming Danzo intended to pat his head, the leopard crawled forward, bringing his head near the hand extended by Danzo. However, in the next instant, the anticipated touch of admiration was absent. Instead, he felt an inescapable pressure around his neck. The leopard's face flushed crimson as he struggled to articulate something, but ultimately, no words escaped his lips. Danzo's grip tightened further, and in a short while, the leopard fell silent. Releasing his hold, Danzo observed the lifeless body collapse to the ground, the boy's chest ceasing to rise and fall. With a cold gaze fixed upon the youth, separated from him only by iron bars and adorned with an unpleasant smile, Danzo offered no further words. A frequent visitor to the prison, this was his inaugural visit as an inmate. Yet, he had envisioned countless scenarios in his mind regarding how to escape the confines of Konoha's prison. He had merely awaited such an opportunity. Turning his gaze from the leopard, Danzo rose and departed. Evading detection, he donned the attire of a guard, skillfully navigating any challenges encountered along the way, all thwarted by the illusions crafted with his Sharingan. It must be acknowledged that, in this regard, Danzo, as the head of the Roots, wielded considerable authority. Thus, he successfully extricated himself from Konoha's prison. On a distant mountain overlooking Konoha, Yusuke directed his gaze towards Danzo's direction and remarked to those nearby, "One must admit, the members of the Roots are truly unwavering in their loyalty." "Did Danzo kill him?" inquired Orochimaru, standing beside Yusuke. "Indeed," Yusuke affirmed, then turned to Orochimaru, saying, "You guessed incorrectly, so you shall cover the barbecue tomorrow." "Fine, I shall take care of it," Orochimaru conceded. "But why must we have barbecue? By the way, a new ramen shop has opened near Angel's Gift. Could it be handmade? If so, ramen would not be out of the question." At Yosuke's suggestion, a smile graced Orochimaru's face. The exorbitantly priced barbecue has transformed into inexpensive ramen, and there is no reason to refuse it. Let us proceed. It would be unfortunate if he escapes. The prison guard uniform proves useful within the confines of the jail, yet outside, it becomes a burden. Fortunately, in the present Konoha, few individuals roam, and Danzo has taken extra measures to find various hidden paths. Even though my identity has not been that of the Hokage's assistant for over 2 years, and the power of Root seems to have been reclaimed by the third Hokage, Danzo's control over Konoha remains intact. The plans devised after my release from prison were naturally included in Danzo's schemes. Departing from Konoha without visiting any of my bases, even those outside the village, is imperative. Upon leaving Konoha, Danzo's next destination is Mangekyō. Although I have lost everything, I still possess a modicum of confidence in handling Hanzo. The reason for avoiding my base is simply a matter of safety. These upright individuals would not resort to such treachery to facilitate my escape. Thus, from Danzo's perspective, I remain secure. Chapter 133. The death of Danzo. After leaving Konoha, Danzo began to mobilize legs that had not been trained for years, sprinting towards Mangekyō. His rapid pace soon had him gasping for breath. However, he quickly halted, for a figure appeared before him. It was indeed you, Yusuke Mikami. Aside from me, who else do you wish to see? I recall you are still unmarried, a confirmed bachelor, are you not? And you remain single as well. My apologies for encountering you when you least desired it. Since we have met, allow me to share some delightful news. I am preparing for marriage. Orochimaru, lurking in the shadows, remarked, "Is it truly necessary to mention that at every encounter? In recent days, nearly everyone has perceived only one sentiment towards Yusuke. Regardless of what is said, the conversation inevitably circles back to his impending nuptials." Quite absurd indeed. Danzo scoffed, filled with disdain for Yusuke. "That leopard is clearly one of yours. Your true aim is to release me, assign me a label of escape, and ultimately have me perish by your hand. Is it not? This indeed aligns with Yusuke's intentions. Placing Danzo here was part of his scheme. However, the issue lies in the sequence of Danzo's words. Might there be a possibility that the leopard is genuinely one of your own? Whether true or false, it no longer holds significance. Come, Yusuke Mikami, come and slay me." Danzo's roar evoked a vision of the dark blade demon within Yusuke, being summoned for combat. How could he still engage in idle chatter? Following Danzo's declaration, Yusuke charged towards him. Wind release, vacuum wave. With hands forming seals and inhaling deeply, Danzo moved swiftly. By the time Yusuke approached, Danzo had already executed the entire series of actions and unleashed the technique as Yusuke advanced. Although it is merely a basic ninjutsu, Danzo's application of it proves remarkably effective. Some smaller trees along the path are uprooted by the forceful winds. However, this impressive effect is limited solely to the trees. It has no impact whatsoever on Yuji. Upon closer inspection, one can discern that the winds emitted by Danzo actively veer away before even making contact with Yuji's form. Realizing that the winds pose no threat to Yuji, Danzo ceases his technique, and as Yuji approaches, he quickly ducks to evade a powerful back fist aimed at his face. Though the back fist possesses considerable strength, its lengthy wind-up and follow-through allow Danzo to swiftly counterattack towards Yuji's exposed midsection. A kunai, stealthily retrieved from the prison, darts toward Yuji's waist. Yet, Yuji, aware of the back fist's strengths and weaknesses, deftly alters the trajectory of his arm, delivering a crushing blow to Danzo's back just before the kunai reaches him. Danzo, realizing the opening, transitions his grip from one hand to two, leveraging the force from Yuji's strike to secure a hold around Yuji's waist. "May you forever remain sealed, Mikami Yuji," Danzo exclaims, actively releasing the sealing technique inscribed upon him. A searing pain radiates through his back, yet a maniacal grin spreads across Danzo's face. In his eyes, Yuji now appears devoid of any means of escape. Do not blink. The sealing technique, once initiated, cannot be halted. Yuji's voice reaches Danzo, yet while his mind grapples with its implications, he suddenly senses his straining arms losing their anchor. Not only are his hands exerting force, but his entire body is leaning forward as well, causing him to stagger. The stars realign. A purple lightning wedge hurtles toward Yuji's position, soaring hundreds of meters. At the moment the sealing technique's sigil reaches its zenith, Yuji's form abruptly vanishes, reappearing at the location from which the lightning wedge was launched. Yuji's version of the Flying Thunder God technique. "I am acutely aware of how you perished, Danzo," Yuji declares. "You claim to be a creature from a tale, but I am Pu Songling. What relevance does your story hold for me?" The dark sigil, having expanded to its limits, swiftly contracts and ultimately vanishes. Thus, the infamous Danzo, former aide of Konoha and leader of the Root, finds himself consigned to death. A large crater forms in the earth, as though a spoon has excavated a portion of the ground, soil and trees alike obliterated. Yuji had previously harbored concerns that Danzo might employ Izanagi to ensnare him, especially considering the likelihood of Uchiha Kaguya's Sharingan still being at Danzo's disposal. However, it now seems clear that upon emerging from imprisonment, or upon sighting Yuji, Danzo's singular intention has been to bring about Yuji's demise. His own life is of no consequence. Yuji must perish. From beginning to end, Danzo utilized merely a single vacuum wave, and he did not even release his summoning beast. In his previous life, Danzo at least sealed a bridge. This time, he sealed a cluster of trees. Congratulations to the bridge for narrowly escaping disaster. Orochimaru emerged from the shadows and approached Yujiro, gazing at the substantial pit before them. He inquired, "Is it dead?" "I suppose so. What is the matter? Do you find it unsatisfactory?" Orochimaru, well acquainted with Yujiro's disposition, directly articulated the thoughts swirling in Yujiro's mind. Yujiro had intended to respond straightforwardly, but upon tilting his head, he caught sight of Orochimaru's cunning gaze. "All right then. He appears to wish to witness some of my unique skills. If you wish to see, then allow me to show you." Yujiro averted his gaze from Orochimaru, and his previously relaxed hand gradually lifted. Indeed, Danzo was dead, but it was his physical form that had perished. The Pure Land exists genuinely within the ninja realm. Harnessing the power bestowed by Kurumi, Yujiro simply raised his hand, conjuring a translucent specter visible solely to him, appearing between himself and Orochimaru. Who else could it be but Danzo? "Is this a soul?" Orochimaru queried, fixated on the azure specter of Danzo. "Indeed. Interested in studying it?" To prevent Danzo from creating a ruckus and causing irritation, Yujiro waved his hand, and a block of ice suddenly enveloped Danzo's mouth, silencing him. So, the Edo Tensei is essentially extracting the soul from the Pure Land and implanting it into a human body. Yujiro pondered whether the Orochimaru he recognized, one from the original narrative, would resort to Edo Tensei at this juncture. He himself was uncertain. However, this version of Orochimaru would not. Or perhaps he simply had not yet acquired the knowledge. After all, Learning Edo Tensei through conventional means proved to be quite challenging. Yes, a ghost cannot possess a body alone, hence the necessity of Edo Tensei as guidance. Do you suppose a vessel created from blackened earth is superior? Or is it more effective to utilize the original remains of the summoner, as stated in the notes of the second Hokage? I have yet to experiment, so I cannot confirm. The blackening Orochimaru referred to was not the conventional notion of corruption, but rather a specific term pertaining to alchemical practices involving black earth. The blackening process serves as the initial phase of alchemy, aiming to revert an object to its most fundamental essence or components. Throughout this process, all waste, impurities, and extraneous materials must be eliminated, otherwise they would taint and undermine the subsequent stages of the alchemical procedure. One type embodies the essence of purity, while the other maintains a certain connection to the fundamental nature of existence. Determining which of these two is superior or inferior is indeed a challenging endeavor, one that cannot be accurately assessed through mere verbal discourse or gut instinct. As Danzo observed the two individuals blatantly disregarding him, engrossed in their academic discussion, his frustration intensified. He longed to express his ire in the simplest and most direct manner, yet found himself rendered mute, as if his voice had been frozen. The more agitated he became, the more frantic his emotions surged, to the point where he felt as if he might burst his own eyes from sheer exasperation. Enough, enough. We shall revisit this matter later, he conceded. Though neither of us may be particularly impressive, I am not a sadist. Nor do I intend to subject you to any torturous ordeal. Therefore, let me offer you a swift resolution. With that, Uchiha interlocked his hands. In Danzo's gaze, the emotions of sheer anger and fear transformed into something more profound as Uchiha's movements reached a crescendo. As Uchiha's hands clasped together, a spectral azure light illuminated the space around him. Danzo's right eye fixated intently on the sudden emergence of this blue luminescence, which originated from a cerulean sphere enveloped in icy flames, spiraling around Uchiha. As it danced, the sphere left behind a trail of flames akin to a tiny specter. Danzo attempted to mobilize his body, only to realize he was utterly immobilized. What had initially been a mere frost upon his lips now seemed to have spread throughout his entire being. His anxiety escalated, for in his current ethereal state, he sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from the blue sphere, a threat that struck directly at the core of his soul. I believe Uchiha Kagami has arrived in the Pure Land ahead of you. Your esteemed second Hokage is undoubtedly aware of your misdeeds and will not spare you, Uchiha continued. Thus, I have resolved to alleviate some of the second's burdens by swiftly dealing with you, so as to spare him the unpleasantness of witnessing your existence. Senjutsu, Cold Disease Spectre. The cerulean orb circled Uchiha once more, this time with a broader reach. On its subsequent pass, it traversed through Danzo's soul, momentarily decelerating. In that brief hesitation, Danzo's essence felt as if it had been entirely encased in ice, becoming ethereal and semi-transparent. With a shattering sound, the frozen soul cracked, fragmenting into countless shards of blue light. This was Chi-Chi's elemental combat technique, which Uchiha seldom employed, despite having drawn her character to full potential through mere luck in the card system. It was rather peculiar. His system did not distinguish between permanent and limited pools, with all character draw probabilities being equal. Yet, Chi-Chi had fortuitously emerged at full capability through sheer chance. The reasons for her infrequent use were twofold. He had not encountered many opportunities to act in the past 2 years, and he had never considered applying Chi-Chi's abilities in this context. Had it not been for his desire to cultivate the techniques of Teyvat, he might never have thought to utilize Chi-Chi's character. For a long time, I harbored a certain prejudice against Chi-Chi. This bias, which originated from the game, extended into the shinobi world and ultimately influenced my own system. After all, in my original account, the adorable little zombie, Chi-Chi, was fully leveled, yet I seldom utilized her. Is this the sage art you have devised? Yuyo turned to Orochimaru, remarking, shouldn't you take a moment to lament the complete demise of Danzo before hastily shifting the conversation to whether what I just employed qualifies as sage art? Shouldn't we afford him some respect, considering he has just passed? This thought flickered in Yuyo's mind, only to be extinguished promptly. After all, Danzo's soul had departed, irretrievable even through the reanimation jutsu, rendering any concern for his feelings unnecessary. Currently, Konoha's focus remained solely on a group of root members who had yet to act. Alongside the former Hokage's aide duo, all awaiting their inevitable reckoning. Thus, Danzo had floated away into death not once but twice, utterly beyond resurrection. How could this not be considered sage art? Yuyo smiled at Orochimaru, adding, however, the sage art I have learned may differ from your understanding of it. Orochimaru initially intended to respond, but ultimately remained silent. You wish to learn? Yuyo wore a mischievous grin, as a new pursuit loomed before him, akin to a tsunami crashing upon Orochimaru's mind. Ultimately, Orochimaru shook his head. It was wiser not to overreach. The mere thought of having to face alchemical studies, even if he were to become Hokage, made Orochimaru feel a conflict within his mind and body. Then when you become Hokage, I shall present you with a gift. Orochimaru looked at Yuyo with curiosity. The timing of such a topic suggested that this gift might be immensely significant. However, Orochimaru failed to notice that Yuyo had already distanced himself, leaving only a wave in his wake. Then it is settled. Oh, and do not forget to inform Kushina Noyu that all is well. Understood. Orochimaru glanced back at the spot where Danzo had last vanished before departing from the scene, which was now marked only by a large pit. Chapter 135. Yuyo's sage art. Is the matter resolved? Completely resolved, not even a soul left behind. The conversation did not linger, as Tsunade pulled Yuyo aside to assist her with her studies. Come help me figure out where I have gone awry in my practice. Yet, as Yuyo prepared to explore the aspects of Yin release and Yang release through the lens of the Manghuang attribute, his thoughts naturally drifted towards sage art. Not merely the sage art of the shinobi world, but also that of Teyvat. In Liyue, numerous sages abound. Lu Yun, the true monarch of wind; Shui Yu, the true monarch of the moon; Li Shui, the true monarch of water; and Guchun, the true monarch of waves, among many others. First, do it this way, and then that way, and it shall work. This is what Adu taught me initially. During his journey of cultivating immortality, Yusuke felt a profound sense of gratitude towards Ayuin, his vessel spirit. Indeed, Ayuin was remarkable. Despite her adorable demeanor, she possessed extraordinary abilities. After all, Adu was also an immortal. Suddenly, Tsunade found herself at a loss for words, gazing skyward in silent contemplation. The name of the illustrious sage, Tsunade Senju, came to mind. Yes, indeed, within the ninja world, the perception of immortals is often steeped in legend. Only a select few exist to affirm the reality of these immortals, Tsunade being one such figure. The ninja realm is home to 3 great sage territories: Mayuboka Mountain, Ryuchi Cave, and Shikatsu Forest, each representing a distinct form of sage arts. Their nomenclature derives directly from the geographical names combined with the respective sage arts, with each territory being associated with a specific immortal. These 3 locations are linked to Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, who each forged a summoning contract with these realms. Such contracts are merely foundational. One must gain recognition to establish a summoning agreement, allowing the summoning of toads from Maiboka Mountain, snakes from Ryuchi Cave, and slugs from Shikatsu Forest. To master the sage arts of these 3 territories, one must undergo trials, either from the territories themselves or from the nature of the arts. Essentially, the sage arts within the ninja world involve absorbing the natural energies surrounding one, harmonizing them with one's own physical and spiritual energies to create a potent force. The challenge lies in manipulating these natural energies. For instance, failure in the sage arts of Maiboku Mountain may result in petrification or transformation into a frog. In Ryuchi Cave, failure could lead to being devoured by its serpentine inhabitants. As for Shikatsu Forest, the name itself implies a rather grim fate. In terms of the number of successful practitioners, Mayuboka Mountain is relatively easier to master. Jiraiya, Minato, and Naruto were unable to succeed in Ryuchi Cave, with only Yakushi Kabuto achieving mastery. It seems the first Hokage also attempted to learn the sage arts of Shikatsu Forest. Among these figures, Jiraiya's results were notably lacking. He bore blemishes on his face, and his transformation into a frog was quite apparent upon entering sage mode. Others exhibited similar traits, their eyes morphing into those of their respective sage arts, adorned with shadowing effects. From a numerical perspective, Shikatsu Forest is the most challenging, and Tsunade has indeed not acquired its sage arts. If Shikatsu Forest proves insurmountable, Yusuke decided to take matters into his own hands. Thus, Tsunade is currently practicing a form of sage arts that aligns with Yusuke's own system. After conducting his own experiments and reaching a certain level of proficiency, He entrusted his knowledge to Tsunade. Observing her now, Yusuke was suddenly reminded of the many individuals he owed his thanks to throughout his cultivation journey. Foremost among them is Adu, while Ayuen is his vessel spirit. Adu is the roaming spirit who only appears on weekends. Adu closely resembles Ayuen, both being large, round birds perched within their vessels, but Adu's title signifies her authority, Tsunade Senju. The last two characters in her name reveal her identity as an immortal and the only one capable of communicating with him. In addition to them, he must also express gratitude to Chi-Chi. Yusuke is now aware that the celestial beings he can summon are two, the demon subduing Great Sage and Shao, alongside another. The one who just demonstrated her abilities, Chi-Chi. As for why he does not express gratitude towards the demon subduing Great Sage, one must first possess the ability to summon in order to offer thanks. At this juncture, Yusuke feels compelled to critique the card drawing mechanism. All characters exist within a single pool, rendering the probability of acquiring a specific character exceedingly low. However, Chi-Chi is an exception. Having a fully awakened Chi-Chi has indeed greatly assisted Yusuke in his pursuit of celestial arts. Although Chi-Chi is an adorable little zombie, her identity is not to be overlooked. She is known as the savior of the suffering and the child of resurrection, a bona fide celestial being. Zhongli has also contributed significantly. As a celestial being native to Liyue, and what is Zhongli's identity? He is the Geo Archon, the deity of Liyue, and furthermore, he holds another title, the ancestor of all celestials. It was fortunate that a Yuan mentioned it. Otherwise, Yusuke might have forgotten that he possesses a fully awakened Zhongli. Let us all express our gratitude to a Yuan. These beings are all part of Liyue, but in addition, Yusuke wishes to extend his thanks to an entity hailing from Mondstadt. This little creature is truly remarkable. Yusuke gazes at Tsunade, who is holding a pendant adorned with a green gemstone. My eyes are beautiful too. Yours pales in comparison. Tsunade retracts the pendant, tilting her head in the opposite direction. This is certainly no ordinary pendant. The full title of the Celestial is the Three-Eyed Five-Manifestation Celestial. The three eyes refer to the unique third eye of Teyvat, the vision. Possessing a vision does not necessarily denote one as a celestial, yet all celestials possess a vision. It is the foundation of becoming one. Since Tsunade is currently practicing celestial arts, it is only natural that she holds a vision, specifically a wind element vision. Thus, Yusuke expresses gratitude towards a Mondstadt individual, or perhaps to the deity of Mondstadt, Barbados, although he likely prefers to be called Veni. It was previously mentioned that Yusuke's Veni is fully awakened. Unlike other characters, he does not encounter any bottlenecks. When he reached full potential, Yusuke even questioned its authenticity, only to discover that it was indeed fully realized. Moreover, a fully awakened Veni grants Yusuke a unique ability, the power to bestow visions. Although the origins of Teyvat's visions remain uncertain, whether they are bestowed by the seven archons or not, within the shinobi realm, Yusuke's fully realized Veni successfully granted him the ability to bestow a vision. However, thus far, Yusuke has only given one to Tsunade. When Tsunade first received it, she was utterly astonished, believing Yusuke had detached his own eye to gift her. After experiencing it firsthand, Tsunade was once again profoundly astonished. The vision bestows upon its bearer the power to manipulate elemental forces. This power does not originate from within, but rather from the external environment, the elemental forces present in nature. This aspect closely resembles the principles of celestial arts. So, would you like to take a closer look at my vision? Yusuke withdrew his thoughts and turned to Tsunade, removing the bandages and switching to the wind attribute of the Eye of God, swiftly tackling Tsunade. He addressed her directly. Chapter 136, the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru. The third Hokage successfully conveyed the message from the daimyo, granting approval for Orochimaru to assume the role of the fourth Hokage. There were no unforeseen complications. With Danzo's demise, what other surprises could there be? Before his death, Danzo had failed to acquire Shirsui's Sharingan, especially since Shirsui had yet to graduate. This was merely a formality. Ultimately, the decision regarding who would become Hokage rested within the village's consensus. Returning to the present, under the watchful gaze of nearly everyone in Konoha, the third Hokage relinquished his central position and moved aside, allowing Orochimaru to ascend from the crowd to the forefront. Someone handed the third Hokage a red and white hat, along with a red and white cloak. Orochimaru lowered his gaze as the third Hokage donned the hat and draped the cloak over him. There was a profound silence among the crowd. On such a momentous occasion in Konoha's history, no one dared to voice their opinions. Once all was completed, when Orochimaru lifted his head again, the audience seemed to awaken from a dream, erupting into a wave of cheers. It felt rather pleasant. Yusuke had deliberately chosen a quieter high vantage point, sitting beside Tsunade, observing everything on stage. What is this? You pushed for Orochimaru? A twinge of regret surfaced. He pondered why he had once mentioned his reluctance to become Hokage. Would it not have been better for her to take up the mantle of the fifth Hokage? Originally, Tsunade was destined to be the fifth. Nevertheless, this arrangement was quite agreeable. Upon returning from his travels across the ninja world, he intended to take on a disciple, as Kushina had been somewhat neglected under her guidance. Tsunade shifted her position, placing her arms behind her and extending her legs, relishing the moment. When Yusuke returned from Tsunade, he had briefed her about his journey across the ninja world, to which she had readily agreed. Could it be that Kushina simply sought to liberate herself? He remained indifferent. Regarding the matter of her disciple, he had a candidate in mind, and once they returned from their travels, he would introduce her. Certainly not Sakura. By the time he and Tsunade returned, the question of whether Sakura had even been born would remain uncertain. Yusuke considered Shizune, originally Tsunade's assistant. Or perhaps he could seek out Karen from the Uzumaki clan. With Yusuke's promise, a cunning smile graced Tsunade's face. Yusuke was aware of many things, possibly even countless future events. Thus, Tsunade had merely guided him to articulate his thoughts, facilitating her search for a disciple. He recognized her intent, but chose not to dwell on it, as it was a shared, unspoken secret between them. Orochimaru was about to speak. After the success of her scheme, Tsunade employed her usual tactics to divert Yusuke's attention. I express my gratitude for the trust bestowed upon me by the third Hokage and the villagers. Within this expression of gratitude, Orochimaru had initially intended to include Yusuke. Although one might proclaim that marriage is imminent and a journey across the ninja world will soon commence, with a temporary departure from Konoha, the protagonist cannot simply dismiss the embarrassment of such an event. Thus, Orochimaru ultimately refrained from contributing to the discourse, allowing the atmosphere to remain somewhat tranquil. The announcement of the candidates for the position of Hokage's assistant followed, namely Kakashi Hitaki, Nara Shikaku, and Jiraiya, who was still away on his travels. At this juncture, only the more significant matters were typically addressed. As for the selection of the head of the Umbu, that would be reserved for private discussions. Orochimaru had contemplated the possibility of appointing Yujin as his assistant once he became Hokage. However, the mere thought of such a decision could lead to his own demise, which caused him to hesitate during the deliberation. He recalled a moment when his throat constricted, yet he ultimately chose to remain silent regarding this notion. Nevertheless, Orochimaru had previously informed Yujin that Kakashi Hitaki was to be appointed as the Umbu leader. Officially, Kakashi would hold both positions. Yet the reality was that there was little choice in the matter. Orochimaru's generation was somewhat lacking in talent, and both Kakashi and Nara Shikaku were considered seniors, with few capable peers available. Yujin had contemplated the potential of Yamashiro Aoi or Nara Shikihisa taking on the assistant role, thinking that Shikaku might voluntarily retire. But Yamashiro Aoi was indeed quite effective as head of the Umbu. The crux of the issue, however, lay in the fact that all these individuals belonged to the generation of Minato. Regarding Kakashi, he initially wished to avoid any responsibilities, preferring to stay home and care for his children. Yet, witnessing Orochimaru's dire need for assistance, Kakashi ultimately acquiesced to Orochimaru's request. Kakashi's role as Hokage's assistant was, in truth, more ceremonial than substantive, with the management of the Umbu still being his primary focus. Among the three assistants, one held a nominal title, another was absent from the village, and the third, upon returning, might not prove particularly useful. Yujin found it perplexing how Nara Shikaku had ultimately agreed to the arrangement. The reform of the ninja examination system would introduce a special jounin rank, designated for those possessing unique ninjutsu or engaging in specialized roles within Konoha while demonstrating the strength of a jounin. Commencing tomorrow, a week-long registration period would ensue, followed by the preliminary list for the inaugural batch of special jounins. Yujin struggled to locate Might Guy amidst the crowd, but was confident that Guy's expression would be nothing short of remarkable. The perennial underachiever of Konoha was soon to bid farewell to that title. The reform of the ninja school was set to abandon the traditional model of a single teacher per class, opting instead for diverse instructors leading various subjects. With the cheers ignited by these new regulations, both Yujin and the third Hokage recognized that Orochimaru's position as the fourth Hokage was solidified. While Yujin wore a smile akin to those around him, it soon faltered slightly. Is that person Zetsu? Has Zetsu also come to witness the succession ceremony of the Hokage? Konoha did not glance back towards the direction of Kaguya, for the last encounter had already set the alarm bells ringing. Moreover, in the upcoming period, there was little inclination to involve oneself with the affairs of Black Zetsu. Whatever issues arose could certainly wait until my journey across the shinobi world had concluded. Chapter 137, Guided by the Wind, End of Volume 1, Beneath the Kanabi Bridge. Black Zetsu had just returned when Madara opened his eyes. Did you acquire the item? Indeed, Black Zetsu replied, placing a glass jar before Madara, within which floated a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan. The Sharingan of Yusuke Sarutobi? Yes, it appears that obtaining further Sharingan will be quite challenging for some time. This was undeniably unfortunate news. As Madara gazed at the eyes within the jar, he inquired of Black Zetsu, what transpired? Konoha has appointed a new Hokage. The disciple of the third Hokage, Orochimaru, has ascended to the position of the fourth Hokage. Intelligence suggests that this individual possesses capabilities significantly surpassing those of the third Hokage and maintains a close relationship with the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, Danzo, who once harbored animosity towards the Uchiha, has met his demise. Madara's aged visage, which had previously been indifferent, now contorted with a frown, revealing a more sinister expression. This was certainly not favorable news for Madara. He understood well that his adversary was the entirety of the shinobi world. The weaker the collective strength of the shinobi world, the more feasible his plans would become. Undoubtedly, undermining Konoha's power was a crucial component in this strategy. The most effective method to weaken Konoha was to target the Uchiha clan, for he was acutely aware of the rift between Konoha and the Uchiha. Engaging with Danzo had appeared to be the most prudent choice. 2 years prior, when he learned of Danzo's removal, he had not given it much thought, for Danzo's hatred towards Yusuke Sarutobi would inevitably spill over onto the Uchiha clan. Though Madara belonged to the Uchiha clan at this moment, his focus was solely on his own ambitions. However, with the most opportune avenue now obstructed, his mood began to sour. The events of the Second Great Ninja War had already left him feeling somewhat unsettled, and now his discomfort deepened. Madara had harbored great expectations for the Second Great Ninja War, yet it had unfolded rather anticlimactically. Reflecting on the pivotal moments of this war, he recalled the sudden emergence of the knight hero of the Arataki faction on the battlefield between Mangekyō and Konoha. Having thought of the Arataki faction, Madara turned to Black Zetsu and inquired, have there been any recent developments regarding the Arataki faction? There are some reports, but upon verification, they were merely falsehoods. Madara's brows knitted tighter. The mention of the Arataki faction stirred a sensation akin to a thorn in his throat. Not only Madara, but Black Zetsu too felt a discomfort at the utterance of those 3 syllables. I am Kaguya, so it is of no consequence. He suddenly found himself empathizing with Obito. Madara posed a few more questions, and Black Zetsu answered without reservation. Once the inquiries ceased, Madara closed his eyes in contemplation. To the two of them, it seemed that the Second Great Ninja War had effectively concluded. As for the ongoing skirmishes between Tsunade and Mangekyō, Madara chose to disregard them entirely. The rationale is rather straightforward. Among the 3 great nations, Tsunade is inherently the weakest, and Uchiha Madara has always regarded it with disdain. Furthermore, negotiations with Konohagakure have already faltered, resulting in considerable losses, and Tsunade will soon face further erosion of its foundations at the hands of Mangekyō. For an extended period, Tsunade will find it exceedingly challenging to lift its head. Weakness begets weakness, and Madara's interest in Tsunade will wane. Mangekyō's Hanzo is renowned as a demigod among shinobi, yet Mangekyō possesses only Hanzo. And the disparity between the title of demigod and that of the god of the shinobi world is abundantly clear to one who stands shoulder to shoulder with the first Hokage. Thus, this conflict bears the semblance of 2 lesser beings engaging in a feudal struggle. Regardless of the outcome, the repercussions for both nations will be minimal, failing to stir significant tides. The Second Great Ninja War has concluded, yet the third is already on the horizon. After a prolonged silence, Madara finally uttered, from here on, let us direct our focus primarily on Kirigakure. Indeed, Black Zetsu nodded in agreement. On the second day following Orochimaru's succession, Yusuke hastily organized a wedding. The ceremony was, by necessity, simplified in terms of guests, as both Yusuke and Tsunade had only a handful of acquaintances in Konohagakure, though they were acquainted with many. Most of these relationships were akin to that of a vendor and customer, stemming from their time at Angel's Gift. Thus they chose not to extend invitations to this group. Only prominent figures such as Orochimaru, Shikamaru, and Narashikaku were invited. Uchiha clan leader brought his family along, including Uchiha Mikoto. The third Hokage also attended, originally intending to partake in Yusuke's celebratory drink, yet ultimately did not indulge. As the groom and host, Yusuke left the third Hokage with no choice but to suppress his disappointment. Of course, there were no regulations dictating that the value of gifts would determine one's eligibility to attend the wedding, a rule penned by Tsunade that had previously sparked much amusement at Naruto and Hinata's wedding. Additionally, there was no performance of the cloud dance from Kimogakure. The two families not engaging in conflict was, in itself, a blessing. With these matters settled, the whimsical version of Orochimaru was also absent, leaving one to ponder the nature of his absence. Though the guest list was modest, Yusuke endeavored to infuse the ceremony with significance. He sought a wedding dress, a garment notably absent in the shinobi world, and after considerable expense, he finally procured one. In addition to the wedding dress, he arranged for an outfit reflecting the common styles of the shinobi world, as well as one representative of his homeland. Finally, he captured the moment with photographs of the wedding attire. The remaining elements of the wedding were of the utmost quality, including the culinary offerings. As the banquet concluded and guests departed, Yusuke turned to Tsunade, a smile gracing his face. So, this is what it feels like to become a husband. Upon discovering his home empty, he rushed to the entrance of Angel's Gift, only to find the door locked, leaving the third Hokage feeling quite deceived. Before coming back, didn't you say you wanted to taste the wine he concocted? Where are you? At the Hokage building, gazing at the small box nestled behind a mountain of documents. Orochimaru suddenly recalled the words Yuji had spoken to him. Is this a gift from Yuji before his departure? A green gem, remarkably pure. Upon closer inspection, reveals a faint imprint resembling a pair of wings upon its surface. As Orochimaru lifted the gem, he discovered a note hidden beneath it, but relying on the wind to guide the one who will propel Konoha and the ninja world forward. After reading the words on the note, Orochimaru silently gazed into the distance, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he internally echoed, but relying on the wind. Beyond Konoha, first destination, the land of water. Let us depart. Volume 1, concluded, Chapter 1, Kakashi and Gai Kakashi. Today I emerged victorious, so you shall treat me to ramen. Perhaps due to his youthful exuberance and impressive vocal prowess, Gai's proclamation captured the attention of the only other patrons in the restaurant as he dragged Kakashi into Ichiraku Ramen. Once seated and having ordered their meal, Gai began his incessant chatter once more. Kakashi, you are truly formidable. There is no need for you to feel disheartened. Having grown accustomed to Gai's relentless banter, Kakashi expertly filtered his words, allowing them to enter one ear and exit the other. He tilted his head slightly, seeking a more comfortable position to better absorb Gai's incessant dialogue. However, in doing so, he noticed the peculiar pair who had watched them upon entering. How strange they are, he mused. Can they truly see where the bowl is with their eyes covered by bandages? Kakashi's brow furrowed imperceptibly before swiftly returning to normal, nonchalantly redirecting his attention to Gai. These individuals are ninjas, and their strength radiates a presence more formidable than that of the fourth Hokage he had encountered in his youth. Kakashi realized this almost instantaneously, and it seemed the pair had also sensed his scrutiny. Kakashi, I believe there is something off about those two. Gai's keen perception picked up on Kakashi's subtle movement, prompting him to slightly adjust his position so that Gai could also glimpse the unusual duo beside them. Understanding Kakashi's implication, Gai's expression shifted as he observed Kakashi retract his head, blocking Gai's view of the two individuals. Kakashi then began to signal discreetly to Gai. They pose a potential threat. They are likely not ninjas from Konoha. For two individuals who had been playing together since they could walk, grasping the gravity of the situation was a mere trifle. Gai composed himself and, with a questioning glance, inquired, What shall we do now? It's close to my house. Let's go find my father. All right. I'll blink 3 times, and then we make our escape. Absolutely. I will reach your home before you do. Kakashi felt a hint of exasperation, wondering why there remained such an overwhelming urge for survival directed solely at him at this moment. However, in the end, he managed to restrain himself, repeatedly reminding his inner self of the greater significance at hand. After Kakashi blinked 3 times, the two sprang from their seats with remarkable speed, not needing to lift the curtain, as their heights had yet to reach it. What had just dashed out? They still created a slight disturbance. The woman among them had just finished eating and turned to the man beside her, whose eyes were covered with bandages, inquiring about the swaying curtain. It seemed to be the offspring of the SHMO and Dai families. Why did they flee? It appeared they mistook us for unknown adversaries, fearing we might wreak havoc in Konoha. After finishing the last of his ramen and sipping the broth, the man proposed, "Shall we tease them a bit?" The woman donned a playful expression as she asked him, "Why not?" At that moment, the chef had just completed the ramen for Kakashi and Guy, but upon turning around, he discovered the 2 children had vanished. Where did they go? Surely they weren't devoured by YK? Please pack it up for me. I shall deliver it to them. Although perplexed by the unfolding events, as he had been focused on preparing ramen, the chef readily acquiesced to the man's request. Very well. Who else could they be but YK and Tsunade? The inability of Kakashi and Might Guy to recognize YK and Tsunade did not imply that the chef was similarly oblivious. He remembered YK's first visit, accompanying the current 4th Hokage. Although the chef's establishment had only recently opened when YK departed, he distinctly recalled the handsome young man. Many in Konoha were blindfolded, yet none were as striking as YK. Moreover, despite the chef's considerable transformation over the years, YK appeared unchanged, save for slightly longer hair. Of course, his striking appearance was but one aspect. Prior to YK's arrival with Orochimaru, the chef had already taken note of him, having been profoundly impressed by the meal YK prepared for him. His initial encounter with the cuisine was purely serendipitous, unaware that it was a tavern. He had simply wandered in, realizing only upon arrival that it was a bar, and importantly, he was still underage. To add to the coincidence, when the ingredients for fruit tea ran out, YK prepared a meal for him. Since then, the chef had retained a vivid memory of YK. All these associations prompted the chef to agree to the request. He carefully packed the noodles and handed them over to YK, who, instead of rushing off, engaged in casual conversation with the chef. Having been away for over 5 years, it was far preferable to inquire about current affairs than to experience them gradually on his own. They exchanged a wealth of words, yet the chef, still relatively young and not overly talkative, ultimately distilled their conversation into a singular sentiment. It feels quite comfortable. However, when pressed for more detailed insights, the chef admitted he could not provide further information. The two conversed only briefly before Yusuke led Tsunade away. Since he had mentioned teasing the 2 children, he intended to do just that. How to tease them? You might suspect I am a villain from another village. Then I shall indulge your assumptions and continue to play the role of the antagonist. Initially, as they fled, Kakashi was merely running. However, as he continued, he sensed something amiss, a feeling as though he were being watched from behind, a sensation of being targeted. This instinct prompted him to glance back twice during their escape, and each time, he spotted the 2 individuals he had seen earlier at Ichiraku Ramen amidst the crowd. "Guy, hurry! They've spotted us!" Kakashi exclaimed, his voice strained and lowered from exertion. Fortunately, while fleeing, Kakashi and Guy had deliberately chosen a bustling street, making it easier to conceal their figures amidst the throngs of people. Perhaps Kakashi's strategy proved effective, for the 2 pursuers were now merely a turn away from Kakashi's home. Just one more turn. Just one more turn. But as they rounded the corner, Kakashi's pupils dilated in shock. "Young one, if you order ramen but fail to consume it, it will be wasted in the shop." Chapter 2. I am particularly fond of a phrase by Yusuke. Kakashi and Guy instinctively considered retreating, for confronting the bandaged-eyed man ahead seemed decidedly unwise. Yet, as they turned, they found their sole escape route obstructed by a blonde-haired woman accompanying him. At this moment, the 2 realized a critical issue. In their haste to flee, they had exposed their backs to the blindfolded man. "It appears you 2 youngsters have noticed something amiss," a voice filled with mockery echoed from behind them, sending a chill of apprehension down their spines. "What do we do? What do we do?" Kakashi pondered, anxiety mounting. "To prevent you 2 from revealing our whereabouts, it seems I must put you through a bit of hardship." Tsunade had fully embraced her role, arms crossed, her gaze coldly fixed on the pair before her. Without an attack from behind, both felt a heavy hand settle on their shoulders. "We're finished," Kakashi and Guy simultaneously thought. "Next time you spot someone suspicious in the village, try to act more naturally. Running away without eating is a clear giveaway that something is off with you 2. At this moment, Kakashi recognized how reckless he had been. His heart began to chill with dread. Guy, however, was too overwhelmed by the pressure Yusuke exerted to think much further, finding it increasingly difficult to remain steadfast. Moreover, it would waste the effort they had put into this charade, wouldn't it? In the gaze of the two, the hand resting on their shoulders suddenly produced 2 bowls of packaged noodles. If the noodles could materialize so unexpectedly, what of the shuriken? The 2 individuals swiftly became aware of this reality, and as time passed, their hearts grew increasingly desolate. It felt as though everything around them was drifting further away, voices, power, all retreating into the distance. Tsunade, Yusuke, come in and take a seat. It's just right that Daisuke is here too. A mere 2 sentences, yet they possessed an unparalleled enchantment, drawing everything that had distanced itself from the 2 back into the realm of reality. Unbeknownst to them, the pressure upon their shoulders had dissipated, for at that moment, both were bowing their heads, gasping for breath. Oh dear, now that you've shown up, all the education Yusuke and I provided has gone to waste. Tsunade immediately broke her composure, directing her reproach at the suddenly appearing woman. Shikumo's wife gazed at the 4 with her small head brimming with questions. All right, that should suffice. I do not wish to leave any psychological scars on the children. Yusuke stood up, addressing Tsunade. It has been so long since we last met. Come here for a hug. Shikumo's wife, who already shared a close relationship with Tsunade, quickly fell back into a warm camaraderie with her after such a long separation. Come in and sit down. Come in and sit down. Kakashi, still panting, observed the affectionate interaction between his mother and the blonde woman, soon realizing he had been played. In summary, that's the situation. You weren't frightened, were you? Kakashi and Guy. Upon noticing Yusuke's glance towards Kakashi and Guy, Shikumo placed his hand on Kakashi's head and began to ruffle his hair. But Kakashi swiftly turned his head away. After absorbing all this, Guy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Yusuke, you are truly impressive. Is it really all right to call me brother? Let me ask you, how do you usually address the Hokage? Hokage uncle? Although brother sounded youthful, if truly referred to as such, it would place him not only a generation below Shikumo and Daisuke, but also below Orochimaru. Without hesitation, Yusuke promptly instructed Guy. From now on, you shall call me Uncle Yusuke, understood? Got it, Brother Yusuke. I will call you Uncle. Understood, Brother Yusuke Uncle. Only when Guy finally uttered it did Yusuke release a sigh of relief, nodding in satisfaction. Kakashi was quite astute, and Guy resembled Daisuke in his spirited demeanor. The current Guy truly mirrored the character of Might Daisuke. In fact, according to the original storyline, Guy's personality was not initially characterized by such fervor. The reason being, at that time, Daisuke's reputation was not very favorable, which could be quite distressing for a child. It appears that placing Daisuke in the role of a teacher indeed had a significant impact on Guy's character. Eventually, he would inevitably grow into this form. A smoother process is certainly a blessing. Well, it's all right, just a bit inexplicably arrogant. Daisuke completely shifted his demeanor, immediately encircling Guy's shoulders with both hands, shouting at him. Guy, did you hear that? Yusuke acknowledges your youth. Kai emanated an abundance of energy, and at such a tender age, he possessed a voice almost akin to Dai's. Yes, father. Yusuke interjected, I mean to say, is it possible that this child is currently in a phase that ought to be termed childhood? The glances exchanged between Dai and the others successfully captivated the attention of everyone present. All right, you two, go out for a meal, Shimo remarked, gently patting Kakashi and Kai on the back. Kakashi, relinquishing his nearly excavated 3-bedroom apartment, swiftly took Kai and dashed away, observing the retreating figures of the 2 children. Yusuke suddenly mused, the accomplishments of these 2 youngsters may very well surpass those of both of you. With your words, we find solace, replied the 2 in unison. You are the one endowed with keen insight. I merely spoke offhandedly. Speaking of 5 years, Shimo was immediately reminded of a matter that Yusuke could not possibly be aware of. Guess who has missed you the most during these 5 years? Who? Yusuke responded. Surely many must have longed for me. Minato, Kushina, Orochimaru? Yet, it seems these individuals are hardly comparable. It is the 3rd Hokage. Yusuke felt a multitude of question marks hovering above his head. How could it be the 3rd Hokage? You see, on the very day you departed, the 3rd Hokage visited your home in search of you. Upon finding it empty, he went to the angel's gift, yet found you not there either, which left him utterly distraught. At that time, having just retired, his presence was still quite significant, and the village buzzed with gossip. Furthermore, the Angel's Gift has remained closed for 5 years, and there are still those who eagerly await your and Tsunade's return. Chapter 3. 5 years in Konoha. Yusuke and Tsunade did not linger long at Shumo's home. After informing them of their dinner plans at the Angel's Gift that evening, they took their leave and made their way to the Hokage building. Tsunade did not accompany them. Shumo's wife took her, along with Might Dai's spouse, to tidy up Yusuke's home and the Angel's Gift, as it had been closed for too long. The primary challenge lay in locating others, but the Hokage building would undoubtedly refresh encounters with the elusive Orochimaru and Jiraiya. No sooner had they entered than Jiraiya seized Yusuke. Or rather, it was Yusuke who was seized by Jiraiya. Indeed, Jiraiya was the one whom Yusuke had not seen for the longest time, for Jiraiya had been absent from the village prior to Yusuke's departure. Upon opening his mouth, Yusuke naturally expected a warm welcome after such a prolonged separation. However, the reality was that Jiraiya clasped Yusuke's shoulders and immediately began his interrogation. "Yusuke, why did you suggest to Orochimaru that I should serve as the Hokage's advisor?" "Huh, I did not," Yusuke replied, bewildered. "Did I actually do that? I have no recollection of it. You have yet to mention it." Orochimaru clearly stated that it was you who offered him advice, leaving me no time to gather materials for my new book. Yusuke initially thought to commend him, considering it a service to the community. However, upon reflection, he realized that this was indeed not something he had ever done. "Is it not conceivable that I am entirely unaware of this matter? How could that be?" Orochimaru and Jiraiya suddenly paused mid-conversation. "You see, as you mentioned, it was Orochimaru who said it. Let us seek out Orochimaru." Thus, Yusuke found himself without a welcoming reception from Orochimaru, merely an invisible observer as the two engaged in banter before him. After much persuasion, Orochimaru finally convinced Jiraiya to attend to his own affairs. Upon seeing Orochimaru's return, Nara Shikaku voluntarily took on a portion of Orochimaru's responsibilities, allowing him to reminisce with Yusuke. "You truly excel at creating such a significant predicament upon your return. Is it substantial?" "Not at all." In this back and forth, Orochimaru felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Everything was returning, the familiar sensations flooding back. Regardless, he was firmly established in his position, and with Nara Shikaku taking over your tasks, I have afforded you a legitimate opportunity to relax. What? Am I to thank you? Thank Nara Shikaku instead. You are aware of the necessity to express gratitude to Nara Shikaku, are you not? Naturally, the two could not continue their playful exchange like children, and swiftly redirected the conversation to the matter at hand. Orochimaru began to recount the endeavors he had undertaken over the past 5 years. He spoke of the village's development and shared his insights into alchemy. Eventually, the discussion circled back to the village. "I intend to take action against the prominent clans. If action is to be taken, then so be it. You are the Hokage." Yusuke even felt that Orochimaru was somewhat sluggish. The educational reforms in Konoha had been in effect for 5 years, yet no action had been directed at the prominent clans. While the reform in education appeared merely to alter teaching methods, it was, in reality, a challenge to the influential clans. In contrast to the clans, there were the common ninjas of Konoha, and the educational reform aimed at elevating the average standard of these common ninjas. Initially, Konoha's foundation comprised various clans, but in the present, these clans have exhibited a persistent flaw. The clan's importance often supersedes that of Konoha itself. For Konoha to flourish, a more liberated environment is essential. What is the situation within the Uchiha clan? The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi families stand firmly with the Hokage, so resistance is virtually non-existent. Hiruzen Sarutobi has attained a high level of enlightenment. Thus, there are no significant issues. The Shimura clan has diminished greatly due to Danzo's actions and can scarcely be regarded as a prominent clan anymore. Consequently, Yusuke's first inquiry was regarding the Uchiha. Indeed, the Uchiha Patriarch has engaged in clandestine dealings with Orochimaru, yet the Uchiha clan is certainly not a monolithic entity. There will undoubtedly be a few reckless individuals among them. The existence of hawks and doves has always been evident. However, it is due to the favorable relationship between Orochimaru and the leader of the Uchiha clan that the doves have temporarily subdued the hawks. Nevertheless, the hawks have not been entirely vanquished. In times like these, they are undoubtedly eager to make their presence known. There are dissenting voices, yet overall, the situation remains within expected parameters, and the problem is not insurmountable. The focus shifts to the Hyuga clan. Speaking of the Hyuga, Yujin naturally thinks of two young individuals. Have Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi ascended to the roles of clan heads of their respective branches yet? Not yet, but it is imminent. Therefore, let us begin with them. As for the approach, how about I assist you in dealing with the caged bird? If the caged bird can be resolved, coupled with the two young men, who possess a sound value system, Orochimaru envisions the amusing scene of the old relics of the Hyuga clan being driven to despair. Were you not able to resolve this earlier? Yes, it is indeed possible, but the optimal opportunity would be when those two brothers assume their positions as clan heads, thereby maximizing the effect. By the way, it has been 5 years since Tsunade and I departed. Have Minato and Kushina confirmed their relationship? They have. A sense of relief washes over me. Yujin now feels as if his prized cabbage has been spirited away by a pig. As for who is the cabbage and who is the pig, it seems quite fitting for those two individuals. Since we are discussing Kushina, might you also address the issue concerning the Nine Tails? Before Tsunade and I left Konoha, I was aware that my absence would not be brief. The enhanced seal established by Mito could only hold for 5 years. Therefore, prior to my departure, I devised a special extension for Mito's seal. When Mito's seal reaches its limit, it will automatically transition to the seal I prepared. This seal will leave a small opening, allowing Kushina and the Nine Tails to communicate. Furthermore, Kushina possesses the ability to end the conversation at will. Yet, this is not a sustainable solution. Ultimately, it is essential for the Nine Tails and Kushina to form a bond. The purpose of leaving that opening was to facilitate preliminary communication between Kushina and the Nine Tails, especially considering that after 5 years of confinement, the Nine Tails' temperament would undoubtedly be more challenging to manage. Yujin nods, agreeing to handle this matter. I will take care of it. Chapter 4. Akatsuki and the Child of Prophecy. She has grown into a young lady, and Minato has become increasingly handsome. The two have begun to resemble the figures from Yujin's memories. With 5 years elapsed, the distance between them and adulthood has significantly diminished. Given the crowd, Yujin refrains from broaching the topic of the Nine Tails, and since Kushina does not bring it up, there seems to be no issue. Before long, Fugaku arrives with Mikoto, and the four of them gather with Obito, pulling Kakashi and Guy into their circle, forming a lively assembly. Having indulged in a hearty meal and refreshments, a group of young individuals gathered together. Tsunade brought along Shikamaru's wife, Might Guy's spouse, and they began to engage in a game of mahjong by the shores of Lake Biwa. With the presence of Lake Biwa, it was only natural for Sarutobi Hiruzen to join as well. The third Hokage finally savored the delightful concoction prepared by Yusuke, perhaps a touch too exuberant, leading him to overindulge. Shikamaru and Guy, both of whom had established families, relished this rare opportunity to drink freely. Yusuke, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya reconvened, their conversation soon drifting to the topic of the Second Great Ninja War. Not long after Yusuke and Tsunade departed from Konohagakure, the conflict between the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind concluded. Ultimately, it was Tsunade that emerged victorious, as the resources of the 5 great nations proved formidable. Even against the prowess of Hanzo alone, Tsunade also managed to reclaim some dignity from the Land of Rain, redirecting a significant portion of the negative repercussions stemming from their defeat against Konohagakure onto Rain's shoulders. Ironically, the nation that instigated the war ended up being the greatest loser. As the discussion progressed, Yusuke took the initiative to introduce a new topic. Recently, a new organization has emerged in the Land of Rain, known as the Akatsuki. Have you heard of it? Akatsuki? Jiraiya pondered, confirming that he had not encountered this name before, and turned to Orochimaru for insight. Do you know of it? Given that the Land of Rain was the last nation to provoke a war, and had subsequently lost, its neighbors understandably harbored concerns about the potential for further aggression from Rain. Thus, various nations had established a considerable number of covert operations within the Land of Rain. Jiraiya had initially expected Orochimaru to be informed, as Yusuke's tone suggested the Akatsuki was noteworthy. However, Orochimaru shook his head. I am unaware. His analysis offered more depth than Jiraiya's. Judging by Yusuke's demeanor, the organization could either be exceedingly formidable and deeply concealed, or merely a minor entity with ties to someone present among them. It seems this organization may indeed be well hidden, Jiraiya remarked, his brow furrowing upon realizing Orochimaru was equally uninformed. At that moment, Orochimaru keenly observed the fleeting smile that appeared on Yusuke's face. All right, I shall cease amusing you too. This organization is, for the time being, merely a local group in the Land of Rain. Yusuke continued, indeed. I am quite fond of a particular phrase from Jiraiya. Instantly, Jiraiya's enthusiasm waned. Do not rush. Allow me to elaborate. The crux of the matter lies with the three founders of this organization. With that single statement, Yusuke reignited Jiraiya's interest. What do you mean? Is there a story? The three founders are, in fact. Yusuke glanced at Jiraiya, then at Orochimaru, raising their anticipation to its peak before revealing an answer that exceeded their expectations. It is Yuhiko and his companions. Yet, the only response he garnered was a shared glance between Jiraiya and Orochimaru, their gazes bypassing Yusuke entirely. What kind of gaze is this between you two? Yusuke remained puzzled until, in the next moment, Jiraiya grasped Yusuke's hand and inquired, Are you certain it's Yuhiko and the others? Indeed, Yuhiko, Konan, and the three of them have all grown into adulthood now, especially Yuhiko, who stands even taller than Minato. Why do you look so strangely? It is because, not long ago, a frog delivered news to Jiraiya, informing him that those three children from Mangekyō had all perished. Jiraiya had mourned this news for a considerable time. Upon hearing this, Yusuke recalled the events that had transpired, as there was indeed a storyline surrounding it. For Jiraiya, this moment must surely be filled with the joy of rediscovery. Eager for confirmation, Jiraiya hastily asked Yusuke, When did you travel to the land of rain? If Yusuke had ventured there only after receiving the news, it would be a mere false hope. Thus Jiraiya awaited the answer with great anticipation. Just a few days ago. Actually, we first headed north to the land of hot water, and then circled back to the land of rain. This organization is quite intriguing. Yusuke took a gentle sip of his drink and continued. Their goals are fascinating. They aspire to change the world by fostering communication among people, building a hopeful bridge toward global peace. One must admit, such lofty ideals are commendable. This statement brought Jiraiya a sense of solace, rekindling the vivid memories of those three children in Orochimaru's mind. Oh, has Yuhiko truly abandoned the path of making others experience the same pain? Some matters, at certain junctures, may evoke varying perspectives. By the way, Jiraiya, are you contemplating the prophecy regarding the child of prophecy? Yusuke had never broached this topic with Jiraiya, nor had Jiraiya anticipated Yusuke would so openly discuss it. This prophecy originates from the great sage Toad, a native of the ninja world. It once guided Otsutsuki Kaguya and the Otsutsuki clan in their struggle against the formidable Kaguya. The sage of six paths, Otsutsuki Yui, returned to the Pure Land. But this Toad survived and now resides in Mount Myaboku. Initially, the great sage Toad proclaimed that Jiraiya would become an exceptional ninja, and once he could stand on his own, he would begin to take on disciples. Subsequently, the dreams of the great sage revealed that this disciple would bring about transformation. Uncertain whether this change would usher in stability or destruction, Jiraiya must have already discerned Nagato's Rinnegan and regarded him as the child of prophecy. Currently, Nagato is part of the Akatsuki, whose ideals revolve around peace in the ninja world, further solidifying Jiraiya's belief in Nagato's prophetic status. Perhaps, Jiraiya mused, the prophecy may have lost some of its significance. Chapter 5. Peace and Idealism. Sometimes, the burden of an entire world rests squarely upon a single individual. Allowing the chosen one to bear the entirety of the burden alone is, in essence, a manifestation of self-denial and an exploitation of the chosen one. For a moment, Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words in response to this dilemma. Jiraiya, reflecting upon his own actions, realized that he too had staked all his bets on this so-called chosen one, and indeed, he was the one most eager to accomplish this task. Lost in contemplation, Jiraiya was roused from his reverie by Orochimaru, who began to analyze the situation of the chosen one based on Yujiru's previous remarks. After all, this was a matter Jiraiya had never shared with anyone else. It was a unique secret mission entrusted to him by the great Toad Sage. Jiraiya, Yujiru's call brought him back to reality. I wish to meet the great Toad Sage. I will reach out to the Toads of Maiboku Mountain. Thank you. Initially, Yujiru thought this topic should draw to a close, but the dynamic among the three resembled a late-night discourse in a student dormitory, particularly that of a boys' dorm where none could sleep, each lounging on their beds and engaging in conversation. Such discussions, once ignited, are not easily extinguished. I am deeply intrigued by what you know, Yujiru remarked, but interest alone is of little use. Please elaborate on what you consider perfect peace. Can the shinobi world ever achieve the peace you envision? To be honest, this inquiry was profoundly intricate. Throughout the course of his work, Kishimoto would often pose such questions. Yet in the end, he himself could not provide a definitive answer. Jiraiya felt momentarily bewildered, yearning to articulate his thoughts. Yet he became acutely aware of a troubling realization. The answer he wished to express struck him as juvenile. Could an answer deemed childish by its own proponent ever be the correct one? Hesitantly, Jiraiya turned to Orochimaru. I do not know. However, I am certain of one thing. War will return. The Second Great Ninja War ended abruptly, yet there are those lurking in the shadows, waiting for their opportunity to rise, while others, having tasted defeat, plot their vengeance from the dark. Orochimaru's perspective was clearly rooted in the viewpoint of the Hokage. The onset of the Third Great Ninja War appeared inevitable and unavoidable, for, as Orochimaru articulated, the Third War was merely a continuation of the Second, albeit with the ominous shadow of Kaguya's influence looming larger. Of course, these considerations are somewhat inconsequential. Humanity has always found myriad reasons to instigate warfare: religion, ideology, resources, territory, animosity, love, or even mere whims. Whenever war erupts, death ensues. And with death comes hatred, which inevitably breeds further conflict, a ceaseless cycle of animosity, perpetually repeating itself. Take Shoma, for instance. As soon as Yujiro uttered this remark, he noticed Shoma turning his gaze towards him. No worries, just continue to enjoy your drink. All right. Shuo Mao also began to show signs of inebriation, so after offering a brief response, he resumed drinking with Dai, his arm draped over his shoulder. Yusuke lowered his voice slightly and remarked to the two individuals beside him. Shuo Mao was in Tsunade at that time, having slain Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. To my knowledge, Chiyo has a young grandson as well. If this grandson seeks vengeance, what about Kakashi? Might he also harbor thoughts of retribution? Yusuke chose not to elaborate further, as they had already grasped the concept of an infinite cycle of vengeance. However, the situation did not unfold as such. Scorpion would shift his focus to the third Kazekage, which was indeed the case, for the conflict between Tsunade and Konohagakure was instigated by the third Kazekage's own volition. Ultimately, the disappearance of the third Kazekage became a catalyst for the onset of the Third Great Ninja War. Nevertheless, Yusuke's assertion held a degree of validity. Leaving Orochimaru and Jiraiya with little to contest, I suddenly realized that attempting to engage earnestly in a methodological discussion regarding this issue might be somewhat misguided. You know, the act of deliberating on methodology often seems absurd. So now, do you find the matter of the chosen one equally ludicrous? As Yusuke approached the latter part of his discourse, he turned his gaze to Jiraiya. Jiraiya scratched his head, feeling as though his mind was engulfed in a fog. Orochimaru articulated his thoughts, and Jiraiya wished to contribute, yet all his words seemed lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. What are your thoughts? Yusuke inquired. As for me, I am unsure of the ultimate answer, but I am aware that to attain the peace I desire, a process must ensue. What sort of process? If you were to ask a European how to achieve peace among 5 warring nations, he might suggest forming alliances through marriage. This could be considered the final answer provided by Kishimoto. However, Yusuke hails from a region outside Europe, so his perspective aligns with the education he has received: unification. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were taken aback by Yusuke's response. The ninja world is inherently small. In fact, the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara were once capable of dominating the entire realm. With Susanoo and the Great Buddha, they could annihilate 4 nations. This statement was not mere rhetoric, it carried significant weight. Yusuke shrugged, adopting an expression that seemed to convey, I knew you both would react this way. Regarding terrorism, which later became the creed of Nagato, positioning himself as the enemy of the entire ninja world, Yusuke scoffed at the notion. He had previously expressed his views, asserting that such peace was not genuine. Even the ultimate threat posed by Kaguya-hime, in Yusuke's perspective, bore traces of terrorist ideology. As Jiraiya began to ponder deeply, Yusuke launched into his own rhetorical elaboration. Little did he expect that his arrival in Konohagakure would not merely entail engaging in rhetoric with others. First, he had corrected Orochimaru's character, and now he was set to challenge Jiraiya as well. In this world of Konoha, I am unwilling to scatter my dreams. Trust others. Trust fate. Why can you not have faith in yourself, Jiraiya? Do you know what we generally call someone like you, Jiraiya? What? An idealist. You should incessantly pursue your ideals. So I ask you, is your ideal truly to find the destined child spoken of by the great sage Toad? Chapter 6. Yusuke Mikami, The god of deception, what brings you here? Upon seeing Yusuke appear in his office, Orochimaru felt a sense of novelty. Has he become more diligent? I simply feared that Jiraiya would impulsively leave to the land of hot water in pursuit of his dreams, so I came to check in. It's not that Tsunade. Well, actually, Tsunade has gone out to play mahjong, and I have nothing better to do than to come here and enjoy the air conditioning. Indeed, air conditioning. The technology of the ninja world is as bewildering as the timeline of Conan. Air conditioning already exists. In a few years, computers will surely emerge as well. Orochimaru already possesses computers in his base, and it won't be long before they become commonplace. When computers arrive, I must develop them well, at least create some games. As Orochimaru observed the leisurely Yusuke and noticed Narashikamaru was somewhat distracted, he posed a question that had plagued him for 5 years. What exactly was the item you left me before you departed? As he spoke, Orochimaru retrieved the gem that Yusuke had given him. The Eye of God. The Rinnegan? Orochimaru, being well-read, naturally recognized the alternative name for the Rinnegan. No, the Eye of God is a description of the Rinnegan. That item is called the Eye of God. It is an external magical organ, and as for its function, you should have already experienced it. It can assist you in wielding the power of the wind element. Indeed, Orochimaru had already undergone this experience for 5 years. While manipulating the wind element through the Eye of God, he gained a deeper understanding of wind and realized that this item's mechanism is somewhat akin to sage techniques. Sage techniques involve absorbing natural energy, and the wind element he perceives resembles a fragment of that natural energy. You could interpret it as a response from the divine. Thus, what Yusuke bestowed upon him was akin to receiving a divine response. So are you a god? Yes. Orochimaru did not expect Yusuke to affirm this directly, so he continued to inquire. What god? The god of deception. Yusuke leaned back, relaxing against the chair, and spoke leisurely. I deceived you into believing I am a god. Well, now you believe I am the god of deception. Orochimaru could not help but laugh at this. The god of deception. Is that why it is referred to as the Eye of God? Certainly not. Yusuke shook his head. Orochimaru assumed Yusuke would once again present something akin to the god of deception, yet Yusuke's explanation took a more serious turn. When faced with uncontrollable circumstances, people often lament their own helplessness. At the steepest turning point of life, if there exists a mortal's fervent desire to reach the pinnacle, the gaze of the divine shall cast down upon them. This is the Eye of God. Each possessor of the Eye of God is deemed worthy of ascension. Hence they are referred to as original deities, possessing the qualification to ascend to the Sky Island. To be candid, some of the content is so abstract that even Orochimaru finds himself somewhat bewildered. What are the teachings of the god of deception? Within Yusuke's words, there lies a blend of truth and falsehood, and now, with his mind teetering on the edge of overload, Orochimaru decides to take a moment's respite. Well then, enough of the commotion. Could you assist me in reviewing this document? Certainly. Merely reviewing a document, Yusuke readily accepted it. Is it a reward concerning Minato? Why not allow Minato to choose for himself? Minato's current experience is still limited, and as his mentor, he believes your input would be more judicious. Assisting Minato in selecting a reward equates to reaping the benefits from Orochimaru, while also needing to consider Minato's present advantages. Flying Thunder God. This answer instantaneously flashed in Yusuke's mind. Although the Flying Thunder God technique was invented by the second Hokage, it is in Minato's hands that it has truly reached its full potential. Minato's application of the Flying Thunder God technique even earned the admiration of the second Hokage. Does Minato currently possess the Flying Thunder God technique? No, he does not. You wouldn't be suggesting that you wish to bestow the Flying Thunder God technique upon Minato, would you? Orochimaru appeared noticeably hesitant, prompting Yusuke to inquire further. Is there a problem? I concede that Minato is indeed exceptionally talented, but entrusting a technique that is both challenging to master and requires spatial aptitude, alongside sealing techniques, to Minato is a gamble. Should he successfully master it, it would be beneficial for both Minato and Konoha, but if he fails, the reward would be rendered futile. I still advocate for the Flying Thunder God technique, undoubtedly. Kushina will have taught Minato the sealing techniques, so that concern is alleviated. As for spatial aptitude, Minato should fare well. Very well then. I shall retrieve the scroll for the Flying Thunder God technique. While you assist Kushina with the Nine Tails, you may as well bring the scroll along. Incidentally, I recall that Tsunade possesses the second Hokage's notes, which would be fortuitous to present to Minato as well. Orochimaru departed to obtain the Flying Thunder God Scroll, and barely had he left when another individual entered the room. Yusuke? Yusuke tilted his head to see Uchiha's clan leader, an old acquaintance he had not seen in quite some time. The previous night's gathering had not included the Uchiha clan leader. Is there something you need? I came to discuss matters pertaining to the Uchiha clan with Orochimaru. He has just stepped out and will return shortly. Speaking of which, I feel the need to personally extend my apologies to you. Faced with the Uchiha clan leader's sudden apology and bow, Yusuke found himself momentarily taken aback. What is the matter? While selecting your wedding gift, we initially intended to return your Sharingan to you. However, presenting a pair of eyes at a wedding, especially when they originally belonged to you, seemed inappropriate, so we ultimately opted for a different gift. The eyes must certainly be returned. However, when we sought out your original pair of Sharingan, we discovered that they were missing. The Sharingan is lost. This matter seems rather inconsequential to my present self. Yet in Yusuke's mind, a suspect almost instantly emerged. The one most infatuated with the Sharingan, Danzo, has been deceased for 5 years, his soul long departed. Thus he cannot be the culprit. In 5 years, it should not be so difficult to uncover a thief within one's own ranks. Therefore, only one option remains, Kurizetsu. Yusuke initially dismissed the thought, but the idea that Kurizetsu might have stolen his Sharingan and delivered it to Madara made him uneasy. After all, those were his eyes. Very well, this provided yet another justification for interrogating Kurizetsu. Of course, to the outside world, particularly to the Uchiha clan leader, Yusuke would need to feign a more nonchalant demeanor. It's merely a pair of eyes. Is it truly nothing? I assure you, it is nothing at all. Chapter 7. The Manual of Water Cultivation. Last evening, due to the presence of many individuals, Yusuke did not engage extensively with the newly formed couple. Fortunately, both were at home and not on a mission. As Yusuke settled himself, Minato emerged with a tray of tea. Over the 5 years, the changes in the two were striking. Observing them, Yusuke felt a profound sense of wonder regarding the passage of time. In contrast to her former boisterousness, Kushina had evidently become more composed. Seated there now, she even exuded an air of gentility. Perhaps this is the power of love. I had genuinely believed that Kushina would continue her tempestuous ways, yet she appeared far more at ease now. Could it be that she had previously found me displeasing? In an instant, Yusuke felt that familiar sensation returning to him. Kushina, too, seemed to realize that she had unconsciously uttered those words upon seeing Yusuke. Cautiously, she glanced at Minato, and upon noticing his ever-gentle smile, she sighed in relief. Yusuke found the scene amusing. The intensity of young love was palpable. They conversed for a while about the events that had transpired in the past 5 years. Through their dialogue, Yusuke discerned some changes in Minato. He had become more talkative than before. Previously, while Minato exuded warmth and comfort, he often felt like a gentle spring breeze. Now, however, there was a hint of a bright sun in his demeanor, a tranquil presence occasionally revealing a spark of fervor. I have come today primarily with 2 matters to discuss. The first pertains to the Ninetales issue. Indeed, the matter of the Ninetales is quite serious, prompting both Kushina and Minato to nod gravely. Although this is the most pressing issue of the day, I shall postpone it for the moment. I have also come bearing a task from Orochimaru. What is my reward? Watergate recalls that the 4th Hokage sought his counsel, and it was then that he learned of Yusuke's imminent return. Thus, he suggested waiting for Yusuke to assist him in making a selection. Indeed, I have chosen for you. Here it is, Yusuke stated, placing the scroll upon the table, gesturing for Watergate to examine it. With eager anticipation, Watergate unfurled the scroll, but upon reading the introduction, he cast a puzzled glance toward Yusuke. The Flying Thunder God technique. The one from the 2nd Hokage? Precisely. I previously mentioned that your strengths lie in your unparalleled reflexes and combat intelligence, and the Flying Thunder God technique will undoubtedly maximize these advantages. However, I have heard that this technique is notoriously difficult to master. To learn the Flying Thunder God technique, one must grasp 2 components, sealing techniques and spatial affinity, both of which you possess. Do I? If your elder brother says you do, then it must be true. Very well then. Watergate silently tucked away the scroll detailing the Flying Thunder God technique. This is a reward from Orochimaru for you, and I must also present you with something. This brings us back to the first matter. When addressing the Ninetales issue, I will include you in the endeavor. Include me? Indeed. Beyond providing a vast reservoir of chakra, tailed beasts possess a unique ability, the tailed beast ball. Watergate struggled to comprehend the connection to himself, so he listened intently as Yusuke elaborated. Let me explain the mechanics of the tailed beast ball. A tailed beast transforms its chakra to the utmost degree, mixing and compressing it in a ratio of yin and yang 28 to create a super-dense sphere, which is then unleashed in one breath. The sheer power of a fully released tailed beast is enough to obliterate several mountains or an entire ninja village. When you accompany me, your task will be to observe the energy fluctuations during the tailed beast's release of the tailed beast ball and, based on its principles, invent a new ninjutsu. The prospect of the Flying Thunder God left Watergate feeling somewhat bewildered and apprehensive. Now, he was also to observe the tailed beasts and derive a ninjutsu from the tailed beast ball. You possess this talent. I have faith that you can succeed. In fact, Watergate's development of the Rasengan stemmed from his observation of the tailed beast ball, conceived during a time before the Third Great Ninja War. Otherwise, he would not have encountered the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Otsutsuki, or the Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han. Ultimately, Watergate utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to escape alongside his comrades. Indeed, while Watergate mastered the Rasengan, he did so much later than the Flying Thunder God technique. However, observing the tailed beast ball presented a valuable opportunity for Watergate to learn, especially with the impending engagement of the Nine Tails. In Yusuke's view, mastering both the Flying Thunder God and the Rasengan would signify the true emergence of the youthful Watergate. Ultimately, whether it pertains to neural reaction speed or combat intelligence, these advantages, while seemingly substantial, often possess an air of superficiality. In truth, Yusuke shares this sentiment. If two individuals possess comparable combat prowess on paper, the one endowed with swifter neural responses and superior tactical acumen would certainly hold a greater advantage. However, what if the disparity in their strengths is markedly pronounced? In such cases, neural reaction speed and combat intelligence cease to be decisive factors. In other words, these two attributes are merely embellishments to one's innate capabilities. Moreover, Yusuke believes that the Flying Thunder God technique paired with the Rasengan ought to be the hallmark of Minato's prowess. As Minato approaches the cusp of his youth, one might ponder whether the time has come for the blue water to take its rightful place. The mere thought of blue water conjures a cascade of thoughts in Yusuke's mind, spiraling beyond his control. Is it too ambitious, after all? We, the practitioners of blue water, possess remarkable skills. Bearing numerous burdens, I am resolute in my pursuit of success. Surely, one must grasp the origins of the yellow flash. Upon arriving in Konoha, it is evident that misfortune awaits you. Flying Thunder God, ensnared, Rasengan. The second phase can only be executed with the spiral wind lightning shattering technique. In summary, one must keenly observe the tailed beast bomb, for opportunities to study it are indeed rare. By the way, dear brother, have you long since discovered how to train the technique inspired by the tailed beast bomb? Minato. Ahem, Minato, please promise me that this technique shall simply be named Rasengan. Might it be possible that I have never even seen a tailed beast bomb? Very well then. Chapter 8. So you are Kushina's elder brother, are you? Drip, drip. The sound does not come from a ticking clock, but rather from droplets striking the surface of water. Is this truly the place where the Nine Tails is sealed? The simple inquiry reverberates through the space. Although the surroundings cannot be described as vast, the echoing sounds and the yellow light create an oppressive atmosphere. The experience of hearing one's own voice resonate is far from pleasant, prompting Minato to obediently seal his lips. Where's the Nine Tails? This location bears little resemblance to the sealing site Yusuke once encountered with Naruto. Thus he scans his surroundings in search of Kurama's form. To his surprise, upon turning his gaze, he encounters a towering barrier, beyond which looms a massive silhouette that he can only regard with reverence. Indeed, viewed from this angle, it exudes a palpable sense of pressure. Nevertheless, he has come to understand what sort of being Kurama truly is. Rather, what kind of fox he embodies. The moment Yusuke recalls that Kurama is a proud fox, the sense of oppression dissipates by half. Although Kurama remains visible, he clearly refrains from uttering a word, cognizant that his ability to vocalize relies upon Kushina. This detail was deliberately included from the outset. The influence of the Nine Tails upon Kushina, as well as the chakra conveyed to her, can encompass a myriad of negative emotions. This is precisely why Naruto, in his tailed beast cloak mode, exhibits signs of rage and loss of control. Furthermore, it involves the manipulation of Kushina through language. According to the original storyline, Kushina faced considerable ostracism and coldness in Konoha, which the Ninetales exploited to subtly influence her with words, urging her to release it for vengeance. Ultimately, however, Kushina never succumbed to this temptation. This scenario bears resemblance to Naruto in the future, who, despite being the one most likely to succumb to darkness, faces everything with a brilliant smile. Although Yusuke was present, Kushina experienced minimal ostracism. Nonetheless, such voices inevitably caused her annoyance. Therefore, while maintaining the seal, Yusuke granted Kushina the unilateral ability to disconnect their communication. Currently, the Ninetales, aware that these individuals are unable to receive its messages, chose silence. It also noticed that, in addition to Kushina and her boyfriend Minato, there was another man with his eyes bandaged. Minato recognized the Ninetales too, marking his first encounter with it, which left him quite astonished. "Let it speak," Kushina suggested. Nodding in agreement, the Ninetales, upon being freed, did not immediately seek out the two familiar faces, but rather turned its gaze toward Yusuke. "Blind man, you are Kushina's elder brother?" "Huh." Yusuke was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, this is our first meeting. How do you know my identity?" Instinctively, he glanced at Kushina, who seemed to grasp something significant, and turned her head away. "Yes, I am indeed Kushina's elder brother." Yusuke felt he was beginning to understand the situation and responded to the Ninetales. Initially, the Ninetales had been calm, but upon hearing, "Come on, let us clash," it became agitated. "Do we not need to converse first? What is there to discuss? This little girl keeps saying that when her brother returns, he will teach me a lesson. Aren't you her brother? Come on, let us have a go. Moreover, it was you who added the seal. When you sealed me, I sensed that your involvement was akin to when Mito forcibly sealed me for 5 years. Come on, let us fight, and you'll see whether I back down or not." Yusuke turned to Kushina, who had completely bowed her head in response. "Oh, so all the animosity has been redirected toward me, has it? Is there truly no room for negotiation with you, Ninetales?" Yusuke sought to remind the Ninetales, cautioning it against feeling aggrieved after being struck. A confrontation was inevitable. Otherwise, how could Minato observe the tailed beast bomb? "Indeed, let us have a fight first, and then we can discuss matters afterward. This location is somewhat unsuitable for a battle. How about I choose a different place? Suit yourself." With the Ninetales consenting, Yusuke promptly retrieved the items he had prepared in advance, the dust song jar. "Shall we enter to fight?" "Not a chance. It's impossible to get in. No matter how you think about it." "Very well. It seems we have no choice but to enter." Gazing at the surrounding environment, the Ninetales found it hard to believe its own eyes. Clouds floated around, and it stood upon a massive stone. Besides the clouds, numerous stone platforms drifted in the air. This place was undoubtedly larger than the confines of Kushina's seal, and the Ninetales felt an overwhelming urge to unleash its true nature. What to do? It longed to frolic freely. This was the first time the Ninetales entered this realm, and it was also Watergate's inaugural visit. After rescuing the villagers of Whirlpool, Yuji had brought Kushina to explore the Dust Song Pot. "Greetings, Lord Xiahongjiu, it has been a while." Watergate, encountering such an unusual scene for the first time, mimicked Kushina's earlier words to greet a Yuan. "Hello to you both." A Yuan returned their salutation. "How about we engage in a little fun here, Kurama?" Yuji's call snapped Kurama back from its spiraling thoughts of unrestrained playfulness. "No problem." Before Kushina, Watergate, and the others exited, Yuji reminded a Yuan, "The protective measures are in your hands. I may need to let this fellow unleash a grand move." "No worries. Are you ready yet?" This time, it was the Ninetales urging Yuji. Coming. Let's begin." Once a Yuan retreated to a safer position, he immediately shouted. The Ninetales' method of attack was remarkably straightforward, launching a simple yet powerful claw strike towards Yuji. However, before the claw could reach Yuji, a blue claw intercepted it. Summoning technique, pseudo, King Wolf of the North Wind. A confrontation between a fox and a wolf, both being canines, was quite reasonable. To be honest, Yuji had long wished to witness this. Thus, he summoned Boreas. The Ninetales, though not small, was somewhat slender, while Boreas was robust and well-muscled, clearly adapted to withstand the harsh cold, appearing significantly more formidable. "What is that?" The Ninetales gazed warily at the blue ice wolf beside Yuji. Chapter 9. Ninetales and the King Wolf of the North Wind, the God of Opportunity. Although Boreas was a mere spirit, its strength in the game was not particularly high. Sometimes, it could not even reach its second phase and would be swiftly defeated. Nonetheless, across the entire ninja world, it was still quite useful. Despite being merely a remnant soul, and not the complete form of the demon Andreas, Boreas could still contend with the Ninetales. Ultimately, this was due to the Ninetales' overly simplistic attack style, just clawing and whipping its tail about. However, the Ninetales was not entirely ineffective. Each of its strikes delivered tangible damage, even if merely physical. As the battle progressed, Boreas entered its second phase, enveloped in a layer of ashen gray. Meanwhile, the Ninetales found itself pinned beneath Boreas's foot. At this juncture, the Ninetales had undoubtedly succumbed to defeat. Yujiro, with an air of nonchalance, strolled leisurely before the Ninetales. "You mentioned that after our bout, we would sit down and negotiate terms," he remarked, crouching down to address the Ninetales with a calm demeanor. "You wouldn't dare suggest that, being a fox. Your words are untrustworthy, would you?" The Ninetales, in a moment of desperation, exclaimed, "Is there anyone who can come to my aid, or at least call out to me? When others anticipate my actions, what am I to do?" Naturally, Yujiro refrained from further predictions, wary of cornering the Ninetales too severely, thus granting it a moment to contemplate. Indeed, the Ninetales pondered earnestly, and after a considerable time, it managed to conjure a somewhat feeble excuse. "I refuse to accept this," Yujiro responded. "Is this the reasoning you arrived at after such deliberation? Did you not state that after one match, we could negotiate? Now you claim discontent. What is your true intent?" "I did say that, but I have yet to satiate my desire for battle. Furthermore, it has been far too long since I exercised my body. Just as I began to engage, I was ambushed." The term ambush had now been invoked. Nonetheless, it served as a rationale of sorts. So Yujiro decided to indulge it for a while longer, for there was little else to occupy his time, especially with Tsunade absent from home. "Very well, Boreas, release him, and let us engage in another round." Boreas retreated a few paces, maintaining its second phase, while Yujiro refrained from restoring Boreas's health. This presented an opportune moment to assess the strength of his hand. As for the outcome, once again, the Ninetales found itself beneath Boreas's foot. Typically, Boreas would enter its second phase when its health dwindled to half. During the initial takedown of the Ninetales, Boreas lost 51 health points. Just as it transitioned into its second phase, following the second round, Boreas retained approximately 20 health points. The Ninetales' assertion of prolonged inactivity indeed held some merit, and it had yet to be pushed to the point of utilizing the tailed beast ball. However, Yujiro had effectively conducted a trial for Boreas. The results indicated that, against a Ninetales reliant solely on physical prowess, Boreas could easily dominate. Yet should the Ninetales employ the tailed beast ball, it would falter. Seemingly, the results represented two extremes, mirroring the dual nature of the Ninetales itself. "So, are you now satisfied with the battle?" Yujiro inquired once more, casually approaching the Ninetales. This time, the Ninetales did not hesitate as it had previously. It promptly articulated the strategy it had devised during their encounter. "Fighting a wild wolf is rather unfulfilling. Continuing this way leaves me unsatisfied. How about this? If you allow him to release me, I challenge you to a duel instead." In truth, this proposition fell well within Yujiro's anticipatory framework, though he chose not to vocalize it. Thus, the Ninetales believed that if it could surpass this peculiar wolf and directly confront Yujiro, it would undoubtedly prevail. It even had prepared arguments to persuade Yujiro to engage in battle with it. Let us be direct, Yujiro is not afraid. Nor is he merely relying on his spirit beasts as external tools. With these two reasons, Kyubi believes there is a considerable chance that the other party will engage in combat. However, these two reasons remained unspoken. Yujiro crouched in contemplation for a moment, then astonished Kyubi with his response. "All right then, he actually agreed so readily? The reasons I painstakingly prepared." In any case, for Kyubi, Yujiro's agreement was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Forgetting that he was being stood upon, he immediately pressed further. "Really? Of course it's true. Didn't you mention feeling unwell from the fighting? Rest assured, I will certainly bring you down and quietly sit at the negotiation table, discussing terms with you." At this moment, Kyubi clearly could not grasp the full implications of Yujiro's words. Yet, what Kyubi understood was that he could now bypass this wolf and directly confront the true opponent, Yujiro. "Oi, retract this wolf and let us have our bout." Yujiro complied, summoning Boreas back while stepping to the position Boreas had just occupied. Call out the start again." "Okay, 3, 2, 1. With the opportunity to face Yujiro directly, Kyuubi was instantly filled with confidence, determined to unleash his full potential. Just as he had been trampled moments ago, this time, he would make Mikami Yujiro experience the taste of being beneath someone's heel. Begin. At the sound of Ayuin's command, Kyuubi's speed surged to its maximum in an instant, transforming into a crimson whirlwind that charged toward Yujiro. With a screech, the red tempest abruptly halted, kicking up a cloud of dust behind him. Though his paws ached, Kyuubi felt a sense of relief. Before him stood a towering purple-hued humanoid puppet, one he could only look up to in awe. If it were merely a puppet, Kyuubi would not have halted his advance. The crucial detail was the aura emanating from this entity, sending shivers through every hair on his body. Goodness! Gazing up at this colossal puppet, Kyuubi felt the phrases he had learned from Kushina were particularly apt at this moment. The voice of the puppet seemed eager to permeate through every pore of Kyuubi's being, penetrating deep into his marrow. Such power, all born of divinity. Who are mere insects to challenge the divine? Beneath the 7 leaves, I alone endure. Kyuubi thought, can I opt out of this? Or can you call Boreas back for me? Chapter 10. Kyuubi, I am playing the true original god. Yujiro directly entered the second phase. The first phase was merely a transitional stage. Since Kyuubi wished for a more exhilarating experience, he naturally had to show a certain level of respect. As the battle progressed, Kyuubi discovered that he still had a second phase, which dealt a significant blow to his confidence. Striking the Nine Tails was not the ultimate objective. Rather, the true aim was to bring the Nine Tails to a state of calm, allowing it to sit at the negotiation table. Thunderstrike. With a low utterance from Yuji, he adeptly maneuvered the divine mechanism, unleashing his first skill. Wind and water convergence. Instantly, an area of peculiar shape manifested before Yuji, its edges glimmering intermittently. The Nine Tails halted its advance, sensing the imminent threat at the very center of this formation. What does one do in the face of danger? Flee. The Nine Tails swiftly reacted, retreating from the perilous zone. In the next moment, a tempestuous wave surged forth from Yuji's position, traversing in a linear trajectory from one end to the other. Up until this point, the Nine Tails remained unfazed, perceiving this merely as a standard ninjutsu, albeit slightly more powerful and swift than usual. Thus, upon observing the attack's trajectory and noting that the colossal puppet was still in the recovery phase of its skill, the Nine Tails resumed its charge towards Yuji. This time, Yuji remained silent, allowing the Nine Tails to approach. After gauging the approximate range, he stamped his foot, not merely a stomp, but a thunderous suppression. A surge of purple electricity erupted from the fissures created by his stomp, swiftly penetrating the ground and subsequently ensnaring the Nine Tails, which had been charging towards Yuji from the very beginning. By this juncture, evasion was futile. The purple currents erupted from the earth, momentarily staggering the Nine Tails. Although it did not sustain severe injuries, it felt a tingling sensation coursing through its body. With a sidelong glance, it lamented, alas. The fur I meticulously tend day in and day out. The only activity that brings me solace is grooming my fur. Yuji, you shall pay for this. Danzo. At last, is there someone to inherit my legacy? Though the Nine Tails was incensed, its violent displacement left it momentarily bereft of a suitable counterattack. And this technique was not merely a single stomp. Unable to strike the Nine Tails, Yuji directed a punch towards the fractured center of the ground where he had stomped. Almost instantaneously, the electrical currents felt by the Nine Tails intensified. Boom. The impact of the Nine Tails hitting the ground stirred up a massive cloud of dust, causing the 3 onlookers to gasp in astonishment. While Minato awaited Yuji's mention of the tailed beast ball, he was nonetheless captivated by the unfolding battle. The sheer magnitude of such a being in combat was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Whether Minato would eventually become the progenitor of a new generation of heroes in the ninja world was a matter beyond Yuji's current knowledge. Returning to the battlefield, Yuji was well aware of the principle that smoke does not equate to injury. Moreover, the previous technique had indeed failed to inflict harm on the Nine Tails. However, following the Nine Tails dislodgement, and as the aftermath of thunderous suppression concluded, Yuji unleashed a new move. Incinerate. Universal attraction, of course. This is not the universal attraction from the ninja world or the Rinnegan version. The true essence of the universal attraction, as wielded by the god of true mechanism, is akin to deploying landmines. The perimeter of the battlefield is ensconced with mines infused with the elements of water, ice, and fire. As Yusuke observed, the Nine Tails inadvertently triggered a fire element mine, resulting in its leg fur being scorched to a charred black. The Nine Tails, evidently aware of this peril, began to maneuver cautiously to evade the mines. Just as the Nine Tails appeared poised to escape the minefield, Yusuke detonated the explosives, unleashing his next skill, Moment of Judgment. This ability unleashed a torrent of energy strikes upon a targeted area, culminating in a devastating impact that engulfed the entire arena. The Nine Tails recognized that a circle had formed behind it, relentlessly pursuing its tail. It could sense that if ensnared by this circle, it would suffer grave consequences. The Nine Tails sprinted with great effort, and Yusuke found this exhilarating. The sensation evoked by the Nine Tails reminded him of playing Genshin Impact, engaging in a raid against the secret boss, the god of true mechanism. In essence, it felt as though he were battling himself. Congratulations to the Nine Tails for becoming the first in the ninja world to play Genshin Impact. Though endowed with the system of the Divine Eye, the thrill of this experience was undoubtedly delightful. In truth, Yusuke had allowed the Nine Tails a glimmer of hope. Had he first unleashed Universal Attraction, the landmine skill, followed by Moment of Judgment, the relentless pursuit skill, the Nine Tails would have faced certain doom. If it attempted to flee, it would be surrounded by elemental mines. If it remained still, it would be caught in the blast of judgment. After a brief interlude, the second phase of Moment of Judgment struck, inflicting damage upon the Nine Tails. With the timing just right, Yusuke began to gather energy for his ultimate move, 10 Temptations, Dispel, Moment of Birth and Destruction. The Nine Tails sensed a colossal, violet sphere of unparalleled energy materializing above its head. As Yusuke ascended toward the orb, its power surging exponentially. What to do? What to do? Observing Yusuke's ascent, the Nine Tails devised a plan. Since the celestial sphere was a manifestation of Yusuke, why not obliterate Yusuke instead? As for the method of destruction, the answer lay in the tailed beast bomb. The palpable tension between the two combatants was so intense that even Minato, who should have been focused on the tailed beast bomb, found himself momentarily entranced. Minato, focus on the Nine Tails' mouth and observe the formation of the tailed beast bomb. Yusuke's calm voice successfully snapped Minato back to reality, prompting him to scrutinize the Nine Tails' maw. Within, dark energy began to coalesce, chakras swirling within the sphere, which itself formed a perfectly symmetrical orb. The orb was aimed directly at Yusuke, who continued to ascend toward the violet sphere above. In the Nine Tails' perspective, the time for a final, desperate strike had arrived. Now was the moment. Drink. This is the moment when the Nine Tails unleashed its accumulated tailed beast balls, heralding the birth of a new deity. In Chapter 11, titled The Vile Nine Tails, an explosion indeed transpired. However, it did not occur within the confines of the battle between the two. Both Yusuke's sphere and the Nine Tails' tailed beast ball manifested in the distant sky. The immense shockwave instinctively caused Minato and Kushina to squint their eyes. Within the internal space of the Dust Song urn, there was no discernible impact. Ayuan also noticeably observed Kushina and Minato, who, despite being unable to open their eyes due to the wind, still appeared eager to continue watching. With a gentle wave of his hand, all the winds generated from the earlier explosion dissipated completely. Are we still going to fight? Yusuke hovered in the air, looking down upon the Nine Tails. For the Nine Tails, a single-tailed beast ball was rather effortless. The exertion just now was not particularly strenuous, yet under pressure, the fatigue from physical activity felt amplified. The Nine Tails was clearly in this predicament, panting heavily. This sensation of being looked up to was quite displeasing for the Nine Tails. So it did not ponder for long, and promptly provided Yusuke with an answer. Yes, why not? My tailed beast ball can hit you directly, rendering your sphere useless. Well, in truth, the Nine Tails had not contemplated at all. Throughout this battle, it had been relying entirely on instinct. Are you certain? Absolutely. Continuing like this is not a viable option. How about this? You attack me directly with a tailed beast ball, and if I withstand it, I win. How does that sound? But you can't employ that technique you just used to evade. Fine, whatever you say. Just remember to acknowledge the outcome afterward. The Nine Tails let out a derisive snort internally, choosing not to respond. It simply opened its mouth, and a black sphere materialized before it, growing increasingly larger. Wait. Cough cough. The tailed beast ball that had begun to gather was abruptly halted, causing the Nine Tails to cough uncomfortably a couple of times. What do you mean by that? Is this how you fight? I despise those who pause mid-attack like you. The Nine Tails shot a cold glance at Yusuke, curious about what he intended by calling for a halt. I'll remain here. I'm worried that if I endure your attack, You won't acknowledge it later. So I might as well step out. Under the Nine-Tails' watchful gaze, Yusuke indeed emerged from his mech, floating down to the ground while waving his hand to retract the divine mech. The Nine-Tails, initially somewhat disgruntled, instantly brightened with joy. What had begun as disdain swiftly transformed into acceptance of Yusuke's presence. He was tolerable. The core essence of the tailed beast ball is a fusion of yin release and yang release chakra, with a ratio of 28, indicating that yang release comprises the predominant portion. In Yusuke's own developed system, the Manghuang attribute serves as a counterpart to the yin-yang chakra. Thus, Yusuke's plan was to employ the Manghuang attribute to directly counter the tailed beast ball, essentially intending to clash with it head-on. Certainly, for the sake of caution, Yusuke decided to deploy every possible shield at his disposal. This included Zhongli's Earth's Heart, Noel's Heart's Armor, and particularly Diana's Cat Paw Freeze. The latter truly caught the attention of the Nine-Tails, who, despite being struck by several ice blocks shaped like cat paws, did not take it too seriously. After all, being hit felt more akin to a gentle tickle. Naturally, the Nine-Tails harbored no significant concerns. Yusuke's strength was merely reflective of the power displayed by the cat paws moments ago. Had Yusuke possessed only such a modicum of power, he would not have felt the overwhelming pressure of the confrontation. For the Nine-Tails, the tailed beast ball was an instinctive part of its being. Hence, the Nine-Tails' contemplations did not affect the accumulation of the tailed beast ball. Soon, the massive sphere was fully charged and hurtling toward Yusuke, following the deployment of his shields. Yusuke had also completed the preparation of the skill he intended to utilize. Beneath the bandages, his eyes transformed into a striking blue, adorned with white patterns reminiscent of splashing water. The resonant voice of the tide proclaimed the highest adjudicator of Fontaine, Villette. In Yusuke's understanding, in the absence of drawing the maintainer of heavenly principles, the seven gods should be his ultimate pursuit. However, upon obtaining Villette, he realized his error. Yusuke was unfamiliar with this character, even to the point of feeling estranged. A group he had once forgotten re-emerged before him, dragons. While other characters wielded elemental powers of water or grass, Villette was distinct, commanding power through what was termed ancient dragon sovereignty. Even the powers of the seven gods, the earthly seven rulers, were derived from the strength of dragons that had been usurped. Aside from Villette, Yusuke was aware of another dragon king, the grass dragon, Apep. However, he had only drawn the guardian of the oasis, which could barely be considered her white blood cell, and was on par with the North Wind's King Wolf, the god of just cause. Returning to the matter at hand, Yusuke intended to leverage Villette's skill set to achieve his objectives. Given that the tailed beast ball was predominantly infused with Yang chakra, and Villette's Manghuang attribute corresponded directly with Yang release chakra, Yusuke resolved to confront it head-on, lest the Nine-Tails dispute the outcome after the confrontation. As the tailed beast ball approached, Yusuke readied himself. Elemental combat skill tiers, I shall repay. Utilized 3 droplets of source water. Elemental explosion tide, I have returned, employed 6 droplets of source water. Neither skill possessed a vast range, and Yusuke did not intend to solely rely on them to overpower the Nine-Tails. The focus lay in what was to follow, heavy strike charge of the Heart's Testament. As Yusuke descended, his feet had initially touched the ground, yet, in that moment, he floated once more. Upon ceasing the charge, if the emblem was not yet complete, a heavy strike would ensue. If it was complete, a heavy strike of equilibrium would be executed. The prior elemental techniques and bursts were designed to accumulate droplets of source water. With a powerful strike, a torrent of water erupted before Yusuke, surging towards the tailed beast orb ahead. From the perspectives of Minato and Kushina, Yusuke's modest stream appeared rather pitiable and somewhat undignified when juxtaposed with the colossal tailed beast orb, which tightened their hearts with an undeniable pang. As the water collided with the tailed beast orb, the piercing energy of the light attribute activated, striking forcefully against the orb. At the moment of their contact, the ensuing explosion was potent enough to generate a massive shockwave that could level the ninja realm from the epicenter of the collision. Chapter 12. The Tailed Beast Orb Chasing the Tailed Beast. The Nine-Tails, too, was momentarily blinded by the shockwave produced upon their contact. However, a Yuan waved his hand to quell the winds, ensuring that both Kushina and Minato could see clearly. Not only were they granted clarity, but the Nine-Tails also gained insight into the unfolding events. What is this? Why do I feel the tailed beast orb drawing closer? Yusuke replied. Is it possible that it's not merely a feeling, but rather a reality? As the piercing energy of the light attribute made contact with the tailed beast orb, it collided with the dark attribute chakra within, triggering the earlier explosion. This phenomenon mirrors the effect of employing light attribute against an enemy imbued with chaotic energy, resulting in their paralysis. The two forces would not neutralize each other. Instead, they would incite an explosion. At present, the tailed beast orb retained a mere 20% of its light attribute chakra. Now, let us return to the tailed beast orb. Although the orb is a mere manifestation of chakra, which belongs to the realm of energy, it possesses a tangible form. Thus, the Nine Tails observed that the orb not only failed to advance towards Yusuke, but was, in fact, moving closer to itself. Despite the orb containing only 20% of its light attribute chakra, the Nine Tails sensed an immense threat emanating from the tailed beast orb it had unleashed. Without hesitation, the Nine Tails turned to flee. At this juncture, the capacity to inflict damage became inconsequential. What mattered was avoiding the impending impact of the tailed beast orb. The Nine Tails wisely chose to evade in a lateral direction rather than toward the approaching orb. In the midst of this, the Nine Tails finally discerned how Yusuke was propelling the tailed beast orb forward, utilizing its own massive form to push the seemingly diminutive water vortex. However, upon believing it had escaped a considerable distance, the Nine Tails turned back to glance at the tailed beast orb and was taken aback. The distance between itself and the orb had not only failed to diminish, but instead had grown closer. Yusuke had evidently adjusted his angle, maintaining the same trajectory as that of the orb's approach. Most importantly, the speed of the propulsion had increased. At that moment, the Nine Tails heard Yusuke's voice behind the tailed beast orb. "Are you ready to concede?" Although I still question my own submission. Whether it was due to the earlier explosion or the push of the tailed beast ball, the Nine Tails found its spirit yearning to protest. Yet its body and vocal cords resisted. The tailed beast ball drew ever closer, and the Nine Tails even forgot to flee. Perhaps it had already realized that escape was futile. As long as Yusuke Misaka desired it, the tailed beast ball, launched from its own lips, would inevitably return to it. I submit. Please make him stop." Just as the Nine Tails finished its plea, the massive tailed beast ball vanished, ultimately exploding in the distant sky, revealing Misaka. However, he was positioned behind the flowing water. The force of the water that propelled the tailed beast ball crashed against the Nine Tails' face, awakening it substantially. Truly subdued, the Nine Tails, contemplating a last-ditch effort, noticed a faint golden light emerging behind Yusuke. So quickly subdued, I still have many tactics yet to employ. Subsequently, the Nine Tails beheld a colossal golden phantom wielding a katana materializing behind Yusuke. This evoked memories of a man named Uchiha Madara, though this golden apparition possessed a striking elegance surpassing that of Madara. Besides the golden figure, the Nine Tails also spotted a gigantic, plant-like creature resembling pickled cabbage, which was animated. This entity reminded it of the first Hokage, who boasted of his strength while effortlessly manipulating the Nine Tails like a fledgling chick. It felt rather helpless. Furthermore, dragons soared through the skies, while a dragon-like creature resembling a crocodile lay on the ground. At this moment, the Nine Tails neglected to ponder whether it had indeed submitted or not, for it had truly capitulated. What manner of existence was I just battling? Each of those manifestations felt potent enough to fill a vessel. Certainly, Yusuke displayed these entities merely to intimidate the Nine Tails, extinguishing its last vestige of defiance. Facilitating a calm dialogue later. "All right, he has submitted. You two may come down." Upon confirming the Nine Tails submission, Yusuke beckoned Watergate and Kushina, who had been observing from the sidelines. When they approached, Yusuke refrained from immediately commencing negotiations with the Nine Tails. After such a severe confrontation, it was prudent to allow the Nine Tails a moment of respite. "What thoughts do you have regarding the tailed beast ball you just witnessed?" "Impressive. Any insights on the research approach?" "Somewhat. We shall discuss it further after we exit. Also, my earlier manipulation of the tailed beast ball, alongside my own attack, constitutes a unique application of the Flying Thunder God technique. Once you master it, you may explore its potential." Upon hearing this, Watergate realized that his elder brother had indeed mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Yusuke had indeed acquired the Stellar Convergence technique, which bore a resemblance to the Flying Thunder God. The stars have returned to their rightful positions, akin to the act of casting a lightning wedge to reach its designated location, which is comparable to the automatic execution of the Flying Thunder God technique, a high-level ninjutsu. This technique involves the throwing of a specially crafted kunai inscribed with a formula, ultimately allowing one to arrive at the kunai's location. While the functions are somewhat similar, the primary distinction lies in the latter's versatility. The Flying Thunder God technique enables the transportation of individuals as well as objects. This serves as the most significant difference between the two. Yusuke shared 2 insights with Minato, and due to Yusuke's proficiency in the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato's confidence was notably bolstered. "Brother, you were truly impressive just now." "Oh, it was nothing extraordinary," Yusuke replied modestly. Winning a battle already elevated his spirits, but receiving praise from his younger sister only added to his elation. Yusuke then conveyed some important considerations regarding the Nine Tails to Kushina. He explained that the Nine Tails is merely a proud creature, inherently not malevolent. Yusuke had begun this educational endeavor when Kushina was quite young, which resulted in her harboring little animosity towards the Nine Tails. Having addressed these matters, Yusuke approached the Nine Tails, who was lying on the ground. Just as the Nine Tails attempted to move, Yusuke issued a commanding statement that compelled it to cease its actions. "Do not move." Without further elaboration, he raised his hand, summoning an ethereal jellyfish-like apparition in front of the Nine Tails. The sudden influx of chakra and the sensation of healing overwhelmed the Nine Tails, prompting an involuntary, pleasurable groan. Upon regaining composure, it was met with the slightly disdainful gazes of the 3 present. Chapter 13. Nine Tails. I shall collect all the tailed beasts. Was that enjoyable? It was all right, nothing too remarkable. True to its nature, the Nine Tails, having just emerged from battle, resumed its defiance. There's really nothing more to discuss. After listening to Yusuke, the Nine Tails turned its head away, indicating a reluctance to engage in conversation. While dialogue was possible, its attitude during the discourse was beyond its control. "If there's nothing to discuss, let us not bother. I was considering releasing you. Since you are unwilling to converse, I shall simply return you to Kushina's seal. After all, you cannot break this seal on your own." Indeed, Kushina nodded, having already understood what needed to be done. With her and her brother's agreement, the situation was settled. Although the Nine Tails had tilted its head away, it still kept a peripheral watch on Yusuke's reactions. Upon hearing this, it quickly regained its focus. Wait. Yusuke, who had begun to turn away, spun back around, adopting a feigned impatient demeanor as he inquired of the Nine Tails. "What are you waiting for? I believe there is something worth discussing." Although the Nine Tails felt uncomfortable with the current tone of conversation, contemplating Yusuke's words reassured it that the matter was tolerable. "You don't wish to converse, yet you wish to discuss." The Nine Tails felt a twinge of guilt as Yujing spoke, yet he continued, "Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity. Do share your thoughts on how we might negotiate." The Nine Tails, slightly embarrassed by his own actions, could not resist the temptation of freedom from confinement and thus revealed his thoughts. "Did you not just mention that you could release me? Let us discuss this matter." "Go on," Yujing urged. "If you were to set me free, I promise I shall never return to Konoha again." The Nine Tails gazed earnestly at Yujing, striving to appear amiable. However, Yujing shook his head, promptly rejecting the proposal. "No." As the Nine Tails was about to inquire why, Yujing provided an explanation. "You must understand. The nine-tailed beasts are distributed across various nations. Thus, upon their allocation, they were imbued with the responsibility of mediating the power dynamics among factions. Konoha's loss of you would signify a diminished strength compared to other regions." The Nine Tails partially comprehended this and quickly sought a counterargument. "But does Konoha not possess you? That ice wolf, the rock dragon, and the flying dragon, could they not substitute my role? Frankly, with those companions, you could easily dominate the ninja world." This statement resonated with Yujing, for he had indeed spoken of unifying the ninja world just the day prior. Nevertheless, he knew that the conversation's focal point remained the Nine Tails' predicament, and he must continue the performance. "Those are my assets. Why should I relinquish them simply because of your departure? Whether I choose to share them is my prerogative. Why do you believe your freedom should supersede mine?" The Nine Tails replied, "Very well then. I do not wish for you to release me. It would suffice if you allowed me to reside here. This space is vast, more than ample for my existence. The environment is pleasant, and I would be quite content living here. This is my territory. Are you suggesting to stay here without cost? I could lend you my chakra. Do you think I lack your trivial chakra?" Yujing retorted. "Aside from chakra, do you believe the esteemed Nine Tails possesses nothing else? Well, It seems I indeed lack much, the Ninetales conceded. Moreover, this issue ties back to the initial concern. You have come to this place. Should Konoha lose you while you show no interest in its affairs, it implies that if Konoha were attacked, you would not intervene. Yet other villages still possess tailed beasts. The Ninetales lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before abruptly raising it, exclaiming a newfound idea. What if I were to bring back the one tail through the 8 tails and confine them here? We would then refrain from appearing in the ninja world. What do you think? Yujing responded, are you suggesting the Akatsuki, which has been in the making for several years? You, the Ninetales, wish to undertake the dark deeds that Black Zetsu intends for the future? All right, the method you proposed is rather unreliable upon reflection. Kaibai obediently fell silent, intending to observe how Waikai would respond. Witnessing Kaibai's silence, Kushina and Minato discreetly retreated to stifle their laughter. For no other reason than to see Kaibai's demeanor, which suggested that it had indeed been thoroughly deceived by Waikai. Just from hearing your words, I have come to grasp what it is you truly seek. What is it? It is freedom. Indeed, freedom. Waikai's words struck a chord deep within Kaibai, eliciting an immediate and fervent reaction. This term evoked memories of a time long past, before it was sealed away. It recalled the days of hunting and singing, before being ambushed by a man named Uchiha Madara. Prior to that fateful encounter, it was a time of ease and liberty, only lacking a little fox companion of its own size. Otherwise, its life would have been complete. What is this? Is it not freedom? Unfortunately, however, given the current state of the ninja world and your present character, I cannot trust you with freedom. Perhaps you should contemplate what true freedom really is. Under Waikai's persuasive rhetoric, Kaibai unconsciously followed the line of thought he had laid out. Yet in the end, it still shook its head. I cannot comprehend what freedom is, but I feel that I am very much unfree at present. How about this? I will arrange for you to have a human identity, allowing you to live in Konoha. A human, you say? Without delving into the methods Waikai intends to employ to accomplish this, the proposal was one that Kaibai could begrudgingly accept. After all, it was preferable to remaining sealed away. Very well, then. Of course, merely arranging an identity would not suffice. Thus, it would be best for you to attend the Ninja Academy for a time. What do you think? Fine, I suppose. Chapter 14. I, Mikami Waikai, am about to become Kaibai's teacher. Of course, this arrangement will not take effect immediately. To grant Kaibai a human identity, the foremost task is to procure a human body. This issue must be entrusted to a puppet. The use of puppetry will also necessitate the shadow clone technique. However, Kaibai does not possess the ability to perform this technique. This is precisely why Waikai remarked that Kaibai's combat style is more akin to that of a beast or a lowly creature. Look at Shikaku, possessing wind release, magnet release, and sealing techniques. Though Shikaku may be somewhat weak, the fact that it can perform these techniques indicates a different approach. Yet, Kaibai cannot. Hence, Kaibai now finds itself facing Kushina-sensei's lessons on the shadow clone technique within the dust song jar. In order to escape the seal, Kaibai is indeed putting forth a great effort. Of course, to prevent Kaibai from suddenly realizing it had been deceived, Waikai also asked A Yuan to keep an eye on it. So, your final plan is to send Kaibai to school? Indeed, let him experience the human realm. Moreover, what is released is merely the spirit of the Nine Tails. The true form cannot be unleashed. Allow me to tell you, the characteristics proposed by the Nine Tails, based on its aesthetic sensibilities, are utterly absurd, even when conjured from mere imagination. You shall surely be astounded when you behold them. Regardless of how I attempt to persuade him, he remains unmoved. Yet, this situation poses a considerable dilemma. Although Yusuke expressed keen interest in the puppets that aligned perfectly with the Nine Tails aesthetic, Orochimaru felt a throbbing at his temples upon receiving such news. The more he contemplated the information, the more ludicrous it seemed. While it is true that the Nine Tails cannot be released, it is still the Nine Tails. The temperament of the Nine Tails is well known to me. Such actions render my position as the principal of the Ninja Academy quite challenging. Yusuke also recognized that his decision to act without prior consultation was indeed somewhat outrageous. However, simultaneously, Orochimaru, utilizing his intellect, successfully devised a solution. Very well, Mikami Yusuke. Yusuke was somewhat perplexed. Why was his name being invoked directly? I hereby formally appoint you as a teacher at the Ninja Academy in the name of the 4th Hokage. Since you invited the Nine Tails to the Ninja Academy, it seems reasonable that I command you to serve as a teacher there as well. Coincidentally, There are currently no suitable positions for you. Given your demonstrated capabilities in nurturing me, Minato, Kushina, and others, I believe your appointment as a teacher at the Ninja Academy is a most judicious arrangement. The enrollment for the next academic year is about to commence, and Kakashi-gai and others will be entering the school as well. I am certain that Shumo and the others will be exceedingly pleased with this news. Originally, Shumo had mentioned that once Yusuke returned, he would like him to instruct Kakashi. While he possesses sufficient strength to teach Kakashi, upon seeing individuals such as Naruto, Kushina, and Minato, Shumo felt the weight of comparison. Some might say, one must throw away lesser goods. Ultimately, it is still Yusuke's teachings that are exceptionally formidable. However, due to the reforms being promoted within the Ninja Academy, Orochimaru has grown disinclined to seek mentors or teachers through traditional means. Additionally, the current teaching capabilities of the Ninja Academy, particularly in the realm of taijutsu, are quite robust, which led Shumo to suppress this inclination. What do you think about bringing your partner into the academy as well? I uncovered a report from Tsunade regarding the expansion of the Medical Ninja Corps, advocating for their inclusion in the three-man teams. We all concurred that this reform could be implemented, but due to Tsunade's absence, we have yet to identify a suitable candidate. This report was indeed authored by Tsunade, and according to the original plot, it would eventually be presented at the Ninja Conference, where all Jounin would vote on whether to enact it. However, in this world, due to the rapid deterioration of relations, this proposal was ultimately withheld by Tsunade. Who would have thought that Orochimaru would contemplate this matter? This matter is indeed worth a try for Konoha, and when Tsunade departed from the village, she had expressed her desire to find a student. Had Tsunade encountered the proposal from back then, she would most likely have readily accepted Orochimaru's invitation. Thus, after a brief contemplation, Yusuke chose to acquiesce. Very well, I accept your proposition. Haha. Upon hearing Yusuke's agreement, Orochimaru's previously gloomy demeanor transformed into one of exuberant delight. He could not contain his joy and burst into laughter. Konoha Ninja Academy has joyously acquired 2 new instructors, a cause for celebration indeed. If, through this endeavor, the Nine Tails could develop a sense of belonging to Konoha, it would be even more splendid. Although challenges are certain to arise, if it is Yusuke at the helm, he is undoubtedly capable of nurturing a commendable temperament in the Nine Tails. Furthermore, it is not just the Nine Tails, Kakashi-hime, and numerous untapped talents yet to be discovered will also be unveiled by Yusuke. Orochimaru has a premonition that this cohort may very well become the most formidable in Konoha's history. In fact, Yusuke shares this sentiment, as this class includes not only Kakashi and Might Guy, but also several key figures who will impact the storyline. Asuma Saratobi, Kurenai Yuhi, and Rin Noara, along with Uchiha Obito. The configuration is already impressive. And now, with the addition of the Nine Tails, how thrilling to contemplate. Yusuke even believes that, with such a lineup, a comparison to the legendary Konoha 12 is not out of the question. With these thoughts in mind, Yusuke promptly rose to bid farewell to Orochimaru. Please have someone send me the letter of appointment later. I must take my leave. Why the rush? Orochimaru was somewhat bewildered. I feel it is imperative for me to personally oversee the Nine Tails' progress with the shadow clone technique. In such haste? Did you not just agree after my lengthy discourse? Now, it seems you are the one in a hurry. I doubt the Nine Tails possesses much aptitude for ninjutsu. I need to ensure that he masters the shadow clone technique before the school year commences. Orochimaru intended to elaborate further, but Yusuke had already dashed out of the office, leaving no trace behind. It feels as though this cohort will be quite lively. Yusuke, you are not mistaken. It will indeed be exceptionally vibrant. Chapter 15. Teacher Yusuke Mikami. The village is not large, and naturally, peers of the same age find it easier to bond. Thus, before the teachers arrived, the children who were reporting to school for the first time that day had already clustered together in small groups. The predominant topic of their discussions revolved around, who do you think our homeroom teacher will be? I heard the teacher from last year's largest class was incredibly strict. Oh, I would prefer a slightly gentler teacher as our homeroom instructor. Rather than gentle or strict, I want a teacher who is somewhat handsome. After all, having an attractive teacher is quite important when gazing upon them for several years. Why can't our teacher be a bit more attractive? What kind of person do you think our homeroom teacher will be? Kakashi? Kakashi, with his own unique charm, perfectly embodies the archetype of the cold beauty, which has led many young girls to steal glances at him, yet none dare to sit beside him. Ultimately, it was only Guy who took the initiative to approach. If you believe I am being neglected or isolated, you need not think that way. My guy, I somewhat feel like giving this arrogant fellow a punch. All eyes turned toward me as I announced, I have something to declare. A voice from the front of the classroom indeed commanded everyone's attention. Turning around, I beheld a figure with black hair and orange goggles perched atop his head. I, Uchiha Obito, shall become the Hokage. Countless individuals have professed their aspirations to become Hokage, yet those who boldly declare it in front of the entire class are a rare breed. Aside from eliciting a chorus of laughter, it had little other impact, right? The answer, of course, is negative. As Obito shouted, he exerted himself so vigorously that he tightly closed his eyes. However, he quickly opened them again, instinctively glancing down at his feet. He felt no contact with the ground and sensed a pulling at his neck. Am I being lifted? Upon realizing this, Obito immediately turned his gaze to the one hoisting him. A person with black hair and white bandages wrapped around his eyes, someone he did not recognize. Who are you? I don't know you. Why are you lifting me? Being lifted caused Obito to lose his sense of height, and the laughter from the crowd below gradually subsided. Those who continued to laugh ceased as well, persuaded by others. This individual seemed to be their homeroom teacher. Traditionally, the instructors at the Ninja Academy served as homeroom teachers while also teaching all subjects. However, following Orochimaru's reforms, the teachers became more specialized, leading to the emergence of the title homeroom teacher. Typically, one teacher from any subject is selected to serve as the homeroom teacher for a particular class, essentially mirroring the position of a homeroom teacher as understood by Yuji. Kakashi, do you think this person will be our homeroom teacher? Before uttering these words, Guy instinctively swallowed, his voice slightly hoarse. Kakashi's gaze was fixed intently on the man standing at the podium, gripping the collar of the boy named Uchiha Obito. The memories of everything this man had done for him and Guy resurfaced vividly in Kakashi's mind. He certainly would not forget this man's name, Mikami Yuji. Who else could it be but Yuji? Before entering, Yuji had stood outside for quite some time, observing the class and its occupants. Apart from Kakashi, Guy, and Obito, Yusuke also noticed several individuals he had previously overlooked, such as Noara Hiruzen, Ebisu, and the likes of Aoi Raitan. One must admit, this assembly is quite impressive. The most notable feature of Noara Hiruzen is perhaps his collaboration with Aoi Raitan and Kageyama, through which they devised a technique reminiscent of the Flying Thunder God. Although the names differ by a mere syllable, the operational efficacy varies significantly. Like the Flying Thunder God technique, it possesses the capacity for instantaneous relocation, albeit necessitating the concerted effort of 3 individuals to execute. When united, they can transfer objects or individuals within the formation to disparate locations. Yusuke's impression of Ebisu was rather mundane. Aside from his somewhat flamboyant appearance, he seemed to lack any extraordinary abilities. However, Yusuke distinctly recalled his signature accessory, a pair of distinctive sunglasses with dark, circular lenses wrapped in a black scarf. Furthermore, there was another individual who captured Yusuke's attention after a few glances, Tsukiki's ship, a user of the bloodline limit, Ketsurygan. Upon encountering Tsukiki's ship, a phrase instantly flitted through Yusuke's mind. A swift wind has met its demise. It struck him as peculiar and somewhat tragic for ship, yet inexplicably. A smirk crept upon his face. Standing discreetly, Yusuke observed for a while before leisurely making his way towards the classroom, prepared for an intimate exchange with his future students. However, just as he was about to step through the doorway, he spotted the unfortunate Obito ascending to the podium, proclaiming his ambition to become Hokage. Yusuke thought to himself, this is quintessentially Obito, and indeed characteristic of the ninja world. What followed? Upon entering, Yusuke promptly lifted Obito off the ground. This display of enthusiasm from Obito triggered memories of Kushina and Naruto in Yusuke's mind, yet the sight of Obito's face elicited an unexplainable irritation within him. While it is prudent to assess Obito separately, before and after his descent into darkness, Yusuke found himself inexplicably vexed by the untainted version of Obito. He appeared to be a mere unfortunate child. Nevertheless, it felt somewhat inappropriate to chastise a newcomer for no apparent reason. There would be ample opportunities to reprimand him later. Return to your seat, he instructed. Obito, taken aback by Yusuke's sudden appearance, instinctively swallowed hard, feeling an inexplicable sense of threat emanating from him. Yet, this sensation was fleeting, leaving Obito momentarily disoriented, even as he descended from the stage. Strangely enough, standing on the podium allowed Yusuke to see the class quite clearly. With the classroom now enveloped in silence, Yusuke leaned on the desk, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Greetings, everyone. I am your homeroom teacher, Yusuke Mikami. I will be responsible for your education until your graduation. Since we are in a school, feel free to address me as Teacher Yusuke if you are unsure of how to refer to me. Kakashi interjected, what if someone wishes to drop out? Chapter 16, I. The Nine Tails aspire to be Hokage. As soon as Yusuke finished speaking, a girl's voice resonated from the doorway, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Without turning, Yusuke addressed the entrance directly, saying, come in. A voice from among the onlookers commented, isn't this teacher blind? Some, curious and unbothered by the situation, assumed Yusuke was indeed sightless since he had not even glanced towards the door. The two individuals who made this remark were positioned behind Kakashi, who, upon hearing their words, felt an inexplicable urge to roll his eyes. Judging by the playful banter between Yusuke and Kai, it was evident that even with his eyes covered, Yusuke's observational skills far surpassed those of an ordinary person. Additionally, Kakashi had consulted his father afterward and learned a bit about Yusuke's past exploits. For instance, during the Rain Village battlefield, Yusuke had single-handedly turned the tide of battle through his perceptive abilities. Beyond his sensory skills, Yusuke's own prowess seemed exceptionally remarkable. Kakashi's father himself admitted to being uncertain of where Yusuke's limits lay. Shimo mused, is it possible that I truly have never faced Yusuke Mikami or witnessed his abilities in action? Of course, such speculations were trivial, for in a certain sense, Shimo was not entirely mistaken. At this moment, Yusuke himself was unaware of the extent of his capabilities. Despite having drawn over 10,000 times, he had yet to explore his own limits. As Yusuke spoke, the door opened from the outside, yet he still did not turn to face the entrance. The room, which had been quiet, grew even more so. Those drooling, particularly Hibi and Uchiha Obito, should take a cue from Kakashi and Might Guy. A simple cough from Yusuke silenced 4 individuals, along with 2 boys behind Kakashi. It seemed this teacher could indeed see. Returning to the main topic, it was no wonder that Hibi and Uchiha Obito were so mesmerized. This connected back to Yusuke's reluctance to look towards the door. The one who had just called out was none other than the Nine Tails. Yusuke felt a tinge of unease at the prospect of leaving a tailed beast in the classroom, opting instead to have the Nine Tails positioned behind him, a deliberate choice. The reason he avoided looking was that he felt somewhat embarrassed about the puppet he had crafted at the Nine Tails' request. Initially, Yusuke intended to create a simple puppet resembling an ordinary young man with red hair. However, the Nine Tails insisted that Yusuke fashion the puppet into a more mature form. Yusuke had initially resisted, questioning how large the puppet of a 5- or 6-year-old girl should be. You may have already discerned the crux of the matter regarding the young girl. Indeed, the Nine Tails insisted that Yusuke create a puppet of a little girl. As for the reason, my dream fox should be a white fox. If we were to have an offspring, I hope it to be female. The female fox, in human terms, represents femininity. Thus, the Nine Tails must compel Yusuke to craft a young girl puppet for her. The current appearance is the result of Yusuke's earnest efforts to appease the Nine Tails, yet it remains a sight less than desirable. A 5- or 6-year-old girl with flowing red waves of hair, reminiscent of fruit-laden branches, is indeed a formidable creation. Yusuke finds it increasingly difficult to look upon her. The Nine Tails possesses commendable aesthetic sensibilities, her visage truly remarkable. However, the mere thought that the soul within is that of the Nine Tails causes Yusuke to nearly falter. A plea for assistance escapes him. He gestures for the Nine Tails to find her own place, wishing to disengage from the situation. Wait, teacher, I have something to say, she interjects. Yusuke falls silent, an inexplicable fear creeping into his heart, yet he feels it would be unreasonable to silence the Nine Tails. Ultimately, he gestures for her to proceed. Very well. If you have something to express, do so now, and then take your seat, he concedes. I, Uzumaki-Q, shall be the one to become Hokage. Young one, the position of Hokage is mine for the taking. She clears her throat. Fearing the worst, Yusuke refrains from drinking water as the Nine Tails prepares to speak. However, upon her proclamation, he is unable to contain himself and chokes on his own saliva. His coughing goes unnoticed by others, for most are riveted by the movements of Obito and this self-proclaimed Uzumaki-Q. The name Uzumaki-Q was a collaborative creation with the Nine Tails, since she desired red hair. The surname Uzumaki was a foregone conclusion. As for Q, it signifies her identity as the Nine Tails. Having accompanied Yusuke, she stands outside the door, having already heard Obito's earlier remarks, and her defiance begins to brew. How audacious for this young one to claim the position of Hokage, the very seat once held by Senju Hashirama. If such a child can assert a desire to become Hokage, why can't I, Uzumaki-Q, do the same? I refuse to yield. I too shall be Hokage. Yusuke had indicated that once she finished speaking, she should find a seat. Thus, after her declaration, the Ninetales confidently strides to the only vacant spot in the classroom, situated beside Kakashi and Guy. To be candid, this action attracts considerable attention from the male students. Akin to Kakashi's bemused expression, Guy, seated between them, is completely overlooked, as his appearance and demeanor do not suggest he is a rival. Help! Help! Kakashi implores. The gazes of the crowd shift from Obito to Kakashi. After all, Uzumaki-Q's words were directed at Obito, and merely looking at her causes Obito's cheeks to flush. Presently, Obito's eyes, when cast upon Kakashi, are tinged with a hint of jealousy. Help! Help! Kakashi repeats. Although the unfolding of events is undeniably intriguing, Yusuke felt an overwhelming urge to pinch his brow and kick the Ninetales into the dust jar, subsequently hanging it from a tree to deliver a sound thrashing to its essence. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed with caution. Yusuke pulled out a chair and positioned himself at the foot of the stage, turning his back to the children, and spoke while embracing himself. Let us begin with self-introductions. One at a time. Chapter 17. Self-introductions. The self-introduction segment proceeded normally, devoid of any peculiar incidents. To some extent, no new oddities emerged, as the peculiarities of the self-introduction phase had already been showcased at the outset. For instance, the Ninetales expressed a desire to become Hokage, while Obito echoed the same ambition. In fact, apart from these two, numerous others also declared that their dreams were to become Hokage. Yusuke did not regard unfamiliar individuals as mere passers-by. After all, this world is a genuine one. If given the choice, Yusuke preferred not to see the offspring of politicians perpetuating their lineage or the children of bankers following in their parents' footsteps. What people truly relish are tales of triumph against the odds. Even if such instances are rare, the allure remains undeniable. Even if these children ultimately cannot become Hokage, should they wish to pursue the path of a ninja, Yusuke believed he could ensure them a baseline of opportunity. Reflecting on why Yusuke was particularly struck by Obito and the Ninetales, it was primarily due to their additional declarations. Upon taking the stage, the Ninetales exuded an air of disdain, announcing once more its ambition to become Hokage. Although Yusuke discerned that the Ninetales' initial proclamation had been more for amusement than earnestness, this time it carried a hint of genuine intent. However, truth be told, while Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, envisioning Naruto as Hokage could somewhat translate to the Ninetales becoming Hokage. If the Ninetales were to truly mature, it could be feasible, yet, given its temperament, that seemed unlikely. Just a few days prior, had it not expressed a desire for freedom and to find a white fox of comparable size. Yusuke did not impose a fixed order for the introductions. Whoever wished to take the stage first could do so. After all, children in the ninja world tended to be quite carefree. Following the Ninetales was Obito. Once on stage, Obito cleared his throat and introduced himself. When it came time to share his aspirations, an oddity emerged. Earlier, when the Ninetales entered, it had essentially called out to Obito. Now, the tables had turned, and it was Obito's turn to address the Ninetales. You, Uzumaki Kurama, remember this. The position of Hokage will surely belong to me, Uchiha Obito. Yusuke remained silent as Obito glared at the Ninetales before stepping down from the stage. Oh, so the intricate web of love and hatred between these two has begun to unravel. Returning to the matter at hand, I almost overlooked that the Ninetales still bears the summoning mark of Uchiha Madara, which certainly requires addressing in the future. Obito continued to glare intently, while the Ninetales, casting a sidelong glance at him, could not help but scoff. Humph, a Uchiha brat who hasn't even fully grown his fur. The Ninetales indeed harbors a disdain for the Uchiha clan, which inevitably extends to Obito. After all, the fear instilled by the Uchiha in the Ninetales is genuine and palpable. Obito has become a target of this animosity. If the Ninetales were aware of Obito's future intentions towards him, harboring a grudge in advance would not be unreasonable. Seated beside the Ninetales were Madara and Kakashi, both taken aback by the ferocity of the young woman's demeanor. Is she truly that fierce? What kind of girl speaks with such ferocity? The enraged Kushina? Their emotions seemed to affect the Nine Tails, who tilted its head and cast a sideways glare at them, prompting both to quickly avert their gazes. Aside from these two, the remainder of the introductions were rather mundane, which Yusuke listened to attentively. One by one, they progressed until an old acquaintance of Yusuke's appeared on stage. This individual, who had passed away at the story's outset, nonetheless brought forth a multitude of matters. I am Rinnegan, and my dream is to become an exceptional medical ninja. The original Rin was one of the medical ninjas cultivated following Tsunade's initiative to extensively train medical personnel. In Kakashi and Obito's squad, she served in the capacity of a medical ninja. The role of a medical ninja is indeed a commendable choice, and recently, Tsunade has been considering establishing a class for medical ninjas at the Ninja Academy. If anyone is interested, they should keep an eye on that. Tsunade's name resonates far more than Yusuke's. After all, she is a disciple of the third Hokage and a comrade of the fourth Hokage. Thus, when many in the classroom heard this news, they could not restrain their astonishment. Wow, Lady Tsunade is coming to the Ninja Academy? That is indeed Lady Tsunade. To be fair, Yusuke felt a sense of pride hearing praises for his wife. As the discussion progressed, announcements regarding the matter had likely already been disseminated, and he urged everyone to check them later. With that, the classroom swiftly returned to silence. Listening to the now quiet room, Yusuke felt a slight relief. His authority had been established. This would undoubtedly facilitate management in the future. Following this, several more individuals took the stage, none of whom surprised Yusuke. Only two remained uncalled, Might Guy and Kakashi. Kakashi leaned against the wall, while Might Guy sat in the center. For them to exit, they must first circumvent the Nine Tails, which was only part of their concern. The more significant issue was Yusuke, who had his back to the entire class. The memory of their initial encounter lingered vividly. Were the two of them simply too shy? If they were indeed too bashful, it was perfectly acceptable not to take the stage. However, I believe it is essential for the two young men to muster the courage to present themselves. Why not commence with a self-introduction before the classmates who will be their companions in the days to come? Yusuke's words were imbued with a hint of provocation, knowing that Kai would likely fall for the bait. Just as Yusuke contemplated this, Kai had already leaped onto the table, skillfully bypassing the Nine Tails, and commenced his introduction. I, Might Guy, shall undoubtedly become the strongest in taijutsu within Konoha, he declared, flexing the muscles of his forearms accentuated by his tight green attire. Many in the audience were amused by Kai's peculiar outfit and hairstyle. Yusuke remained silent, merely smiling, for he knew these young ones would soon experience the pressure that came with such attire. After all, he had heard of Might Guy's current renown even before entering the academy. However, these children were evidently unaware of it. Kakashi, on the other hand, was considerably more composed. While the Nine Tails had captivated the attention of all the boys, Kakashi's entrance successfully drew the gaze of every girl present. I am Hatake Kakashi, and my dream is to become a person like my father. After finishing his introduction and stepping down, the focus of everyone shifted to Yusuke. Chapter 18. The Flaws of the Ninja Academy. With all the students having introduced themselves, the podium naturally returned to Yusuke. He had no intention of dilly-dallying and got straight to the point. As I mentioned earlier, my name is Mikami Yusuke. If you haven't remembered it, I hope you will now. Just as Yusuke began to speak, he suddenly paused. While everyone was left wondering what was happening, Yusuke swiftly changed his tone. Obito, please refrain from continuously staring at classmate Uzumaki Naruto. You will be spending a considerable amount of time in the same class together. The entanglements between these two had already begun. For someone like Yusuke, who did not believe in fate, it felt rather absurd. Upon hearing this, Obito immediately diverted his gaze to his shoelaces. Yusuke's words elicited laughter from many, with a clear undertone of mockery. Uchiha crossed his arms and surveyed the audience. This simple gesture silenced the class almost instantly. Others might refrain from laughing, yet at least one person dared to look, while the rest wished to but lacked the courage. Obito, who had initially looked down, would not perceive Yusuke's statement as a personal attack. Nevertheless, he couldn't shake off the discomfort it stirred within him. Being classmates meant they would frequently encounter one another. The village was small, and after graduation, they would inevitably cross paths. Furthermore, I strongly dislike and wish to prevent any form of exclusion or ridicule from occurring within my class. Such flaws are, in fact, quite common in the ninja world, exemplified by Kushina. Kushina exerted considerable effort to finally integrate into her class at that time. Subsequently, there was Naruto, who not only faced exclusion and isolation from his peers, but also from the village itself. If we were to consider the current class, Obito would be an apt comparison. Furthermore, according to the original storyline, there was also Guy, who, due to the incomprehensible nature of Might Dato, was similarly ostracized as a freak. The phenomena of exclusion, isolation, and bullying are unfortunately prevalent maladies within the educational institutions of the ninja world. Should such occurrences arise within this class, I would gladly demonstrate my methods, as well as express my profound disdain for such behavior. In order to convey my intentions effectively, Yusuke deliberately released a hint of his aura. Almost instantaneously, all those who had been laughing moments before lowered their heads, feeling a sense of discomfort even if they had been secretly amused. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. My primary responsibility lies in your practical combat training. The mere mention of practical combat instantly invigorated everyone in the classroom. Combat. Indeed, how exhilarating. Upon hearing this, the Ninetales also became intrigued. If one aspires to become Hokage, it would be wise to first conquer this class. When it comes to practical combat, who could possibly rival me? After all, I am the Ninetales. Who can surpass my prowess in real combat? However, considering that you have yet to grasp chakra and have not undergone fundamental taijutsu training, there will not be any practical combat lessons for you in the initial stages. A collective sigh of disappointment filled the classroom, palpable in the air. One must eat their meals bite by bite and walk their paths step by step. Without even the basics of taijutsu, what could be termed a practical combat class would be more accurately described as a mutual brawl. As for chakra refinement, specialized instructors will be provided later. Regarding this batch's taijutsu training, since Yusuke has decided to take charge of this class, Orochimaru has brought in Might Dato, who was not originally supposed to be responsible for this cohort. Just as Yusuke thought of Might Dato, a knock echoed from the door. Upon seeing the person who entered, many instinctively glanced towards Might Dato, for their attire suggested a probable father-son relationship. After all, across the entire ninja world, it is likely only these two still don such a style of green spandex. Might Guy, observing Might Dato at the door, found himself somewhat bewildered. Wait, just a few days ago, you said you wouldn't teach me? However, it was indeed Orochimaru who had summoned him, with Yusuke actively involved. It was only logical to bring in Might Dato. In the past, while Yusuke contributed to the development of Kushina and others, the true exertion of physical and mental energy was borne more by Might Dato. With these two together, Orochimaru became increasingly curious about the heights this class might reach. Returning to Might Dato, these children remain oblivious to the challenges that lie ahead. Kakashi and Might Dato are aware, as is Yusuke, but the others remain uncertain. Greetings to you all. I am your physical training instructor, Might Guy. With a spirited demeanor, Might Guy introduced himself while striking a youthful pose. In the world of ninjas, one would not typically encounter a scenario akin to a physical education teacher's misadventures. However, Might Guy was present here because, according to the timetable, this class was designated for martial arts training. As Might Guy arrived, Uchiha intended to take his leave, but at that moment, Might Guy addressed him, saying, "Mr. Uchiha, the principal has requested your presence." "Very well, ensure these children engage in rigorous practice. Indeed, we shall be colleagues from now on." After giving Might Guy a reassuring pat on the shoulder, Uchiha exited the room. How does it feel? The Hokage also serves as the principal of the Ninja Academy. And today, being the day of registration, Orochimaru was in the principal's office. Just as Uchiha settled into his seat, Orochimaru inquired, "How are you finding things?" "I feel quite well. I have established my authority among these youngsters. I have no doubts about you, particularly regarding the Ninetales." Orochimaru smiled, albeit with a hint of exasperation. Interrupting Uchiha, "The Ninetales, huh? I suggest you exercise caution." "Why is that?" Orochimaru was taken aback. He had never encountered the Ninetales, who likely did not even know of his existence. Yet why did Uchiha caution him? When the Ninetales introduced himself today, he expressed his desire to become Hokage. Cough cough. Although Uchiha had not been drinking, his words caused Orochimaru to choke on his own saliva. What nonsense is this? The Ninetales wishes to become Hokage? Surely you jest. Uchiha, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama, raised an eyebrow and proceeded to elaborate to Orochimaru. The first time he spoke, it did seem like a jest. However, during his second introduction, there was a certain sincerity to his words. "Do you recall when Kushina first arrived and proclaimed her ambition to become Hokage? If you were to ask her now, do you think she would still express that desire or not?" Chapter 19. The strongest teaching team in light of your martial arts instruction. The throwing techniques have commenced, and the entire class has successfully refined their chakra. Thus, practical combat lessons are set to begin. Wonderful. Although Uchiha, as a teacher, could occasionally be intimidating, he generally exuded a sense of security. Indeed, this notion of security, often cited as a reason for breakups, was attributed to Uchiha. He exhibited patience and treated each student with equality. Ultimately, this group of children collectively associated the term security with Uchiha. Hence, when they heard that practical combat lessons were finally commencing, excitement illuminated their faces. The refinement of chakra was a fundamental aspect that Uchiha had taught, as it constituted the very basics of their training. There were no distinctions in techniques. Each individual utilized the same method to achieve refinement. The subsequent enhancement, however, required personal effort and practice. Chakra generally refers to a product that is an even amalgamation of spiritual energy and physical energy. Among the two, mental energy is the more elusive to define. Generally speaking, mental energy tends to increase with age, peaking during adulthood. However, this is not an absolute rule, as some individuals possess unique, extraordinary methods to enhance their mental faculties. For instance, one might consider Obito or the entirety of the Uchiha clan. The condition for awakening the Sharingan is rooted in intense emotional stimuli. At first glance, it appears to be merely the act of opening one's eyes or the transformation from a single tomo to a double tomo. However, this process is intrinsically linked to the enhancement of Yin chakra and the elevation of mental energy. This explains why Obito exhibited an extraordinary surge in power following his descent into darkness. While his Kamui ability constitutes a portion of this strength, a significant part is attributable to the increase in chakra driven by his mental energy. Of course, this is a discussion for another time. Presently, Obito's emotional fervor ranks among the highest in his peer group. He recalls the first encounter with Yujin, during which Yujin initially addressed him before subsequently confronting the entire class that mocked him. This interaction instilled in Obito a profound sense of protection, making security a term he was the first to utter. Currently, Obito is diligently striving forward. With a teacher like Yujin, what reason could he have not to exert himself? His efforts serve as a tribute to Yujin. Thus, upon hearing this news, Obito begins to prepare himself eagerly. However, it is worth noting that his excitement is merely one of the highest among his peers. If one were to inquire who is the most exhilarated in class at present, the answer would be the Nine Tails. The practical combat class presents a splendid opportunity for him to assert his authority. Given his battle experience, defeating these children should be a mere formality. Yujin interjects, "You have no combat experience to speak of. Furthermore, I have an announcement. Your ninjutsu teacher has been decided. Greetings." It is the third Hokage. The third Hokage had previously invited Yujin to go fishing, hoping to share a drink of Yujin's concoction. Unfortunately, that venture ended in disappointment. Standing at the threshold of Yujin and Tsunade's home, the helplessness felt 5 years prior resurfaced within the third Hokage. Fortunately, someone from the Land of Rain informed him that Yujin had merely taken up the role of a teacher and had not fled with Tsunade. Upon learning that Yujin had indeed chosen to embrace responsibility rather than indulge in idleness, the third Hokage felt intrigued. After all, before Yujin's return, the person he most desired to see and engage with was Yujin himself. The third Hokage's remaining old friend was none other than Akimichi Choza. However, every visit to Choza resulted in a gluttonous feast. While the cuisine was delightful, the incessant eating left the third Hokage feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He had eagerly anticipated Yujin's return, hoping to fish together and partake in more enjoyable activities. Instead, Yujin had chosen to become a teacher? A teacher? Yusuke remained perplexed by the third Hokage's thoughts. Yet the ultimate outcome was that he successfully secured his position from Orochimaru. He became the instructor for this class of ninjutsu. Moreover, Orochimaru had disclosed to him that the current third Hokage was aware of the Nine Tails residing within this very class. The notion of unleashing the beast was one that, had he still been in the era of the third, Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely have opposed vehemently. Even if he had consented, it was highly probable that Tsunade would have disagreed. As for the present, Orochimaru and Yusuke could do as they pleased. When the third Hokage entered, a smile radiated on his face, and he even seemed inclined to approach Yusuke, playfully bumping against him. However, ultimately, he refrained from such antics due to the surrounding influence. "You may now refer to me as Teacher Hiruzen," The title of third Hokage is but a relic of the past. Yusuke remained silent, contemplating whether Orochimaru's smirk had now extended to the very edges of his ears. Most likely it had. Would he next summon Uchiha Fugaku or Yuhi Kurinai to serve as instructors in Genjutsu? Might Guy, in his current youthful form, be considered the strongest in taijutsu within Konoha, given his mastery of the 8 gates? The instructor for weapon throwing, too, was likely to be a master sourced from the Uchiha clan, renowned for their proficiency in such techniques. The third Hokage, as the ninjutsu professor, possessed formidable capabilities, while the second Hokage excelled in the development of forbidden jutsu. The third's strength lay in his mastery over the elemental ninjutsu of fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. He could effortlessly wield all 5 elemental techniques. The mischievous thought of the third Hokage becoming their teacher was one that these children had not considered. However, it was Yusuke who, upon hearing the third's words, began to grasp the absurdity of the situation. It was well known that Orochimaru was the disciple of the third, and these children were students of the third, implying that Orochimaru and the children belonged to the same generation. This realization almost made Yusuke laugh, but upon seeing the excited children and the third Hokage, he ultimately suppressed his amusement, clearing his throat to stifle the urge to chuckle. Yusuke's coughs attracted the attention of everyone present, their gazes converging on him. In 1 week's time, you shall embark on your first practical lesson. I hope you are all adequately prepared. Until then, take this opportunity to become well acquainted with teacher Hiruzen. With that, Yusuke nodded toward the third Hokage and exited the classroom. The very next moment, as Orochimaru, who had accompanied the third Hokage to the school, was about to inspect his office, he was taken aback by Yusuke's sudden appearance before him. After observing him for a brief moment, he erupted into laughter, clutching his stomach. Orochimaru was left bewildered. Am I truly that amusing? Chapter 20. The first practical lesson. A week is but a fleeting moment, and today marked the arrival of the long-awaited first practical lesson as promised by Yusuke. The first practical lesson primarily serves to assess your current abilities. You will be paired off randomly in a knockout tournament format. The ultimate champion will receive a special reward personally bestowed by me, while the top 10 will also receive their respective prizes. As for the remaining participants, each will be given a bottle of cola. It is entirely reasonable to use cola, which is sold throughout the ninja world, as a prize. Moreover, cola holds a significant allure for those of a younger age. Indeed, the rewards and the practical lesson are merely one aspect, as present today are not only Yusuke and the third Hokage, but also Tsunade, who has begun instructing the medical specialty class, and Orochimaru. Observing the children around him, the Ninetales disdainfully remarked, "Humph, you little brats. That special reward is as good as mine." Yet, within the Ninetales' heart, another thought emerged. What exactly is this cola? A curiosity sparked, surpassing even that of the special reward itself. The drawing of lots proceeded swiftly and methodically. Since Yusuke did not intend to oversee the event, he promptly summoned Minato. Minato had initially wished to consult Yusuke regarding the development of the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan. Upon realizing he had been called upon as a mere assistant, he found himself somewhat bemused. Under Yusuke's assertion that his solitary efforts were of little use, and that stepping out might yield clarity, Minato willingly accepted the role of hosting today's practical lesson. Yusuke, in turn, positioned himself between Orochimaru and Tsunade. The children needed to warm up, as Tsunade engaged Kushina, who had accompanied Minato, introducing her to the students of her medical class. Seizing the moment, Yusuke struck up a conversation with Orochimaru. As Hokage, why do you spend your days in the ninja school rather than attending to affairs in the Hokage office? It seemed that the previous discussion had left Jiraiya in a state of confusion. When one is bewildered, immersing oneself in the tasks at hand often serves as an effective means of escape. Orochimaru refrained from continuing the discussion, yet Yusuke understood the unspoken sentiments. However, avoidance is ultimately just that, avoidance. There is truth in the saying that the best way to conquer fear is to confront it directly. This wisdom applies equally to Jiraiya in his state of uncertainty. Speaking of Jiraiya, Yusuke's pursuit of the Great Toad Sage had been temporarily set aside. The Great Toad Sage was asleep, and despite Yusuke's ability to enter the sage's dreams, Mount Myaboku, unfamiliar with Yusuke, had declined his entry for the time being. Yusuke remained unperturbed by this matter. As for the currently perplexed Jiraiya, Yusuke believed that, given Jiraiya's character, he would not encounter any significant issues. Perhaps one day, As Orochimaru steps into the Hokage office, he will find a resignation letter on his desk, a letter from Jiraiya, who is set off to explore the world for inspiration. Additionally, individuals of Minato's generation have begun to assume their roles. For instance, the Dark Organization now has Yamashiro Kaichi, the son of Lord Nara Shurshin, who has already begun assisting in the office, which makes my tasks considerably lighter. Perhaps you might consider re-evaluating the current management structure of the village? I have some ideas in mind. However, I am here to unwind today, so let us refrain from discussing this matter. After saying this, Orochimaru cast his gaze toward the distant children. Certainly, Yusuke replied, directing his attention to his students, who were nearing readiness. It was Orochimaru who initially diverted the conversation, yet now he was the one to reignite it. I pondered whether, in the future, I might forego the role of Hokage and instead become a teacher. The third Hokage could still impart ninjutsu. What would you teach? Perhaps alchemy? Yusuke remained uncertain as to whether Orochimaru was jesting. Nonetheless, promoting alchemy within the shinobi world was not out of the question, and he preferred not to interfere, leaving such matters for Orochimaru to contemplate. If he wishes to pursue it, so be it. Yusuke felt he had not received an answer, but was instead greeted with a reminder from Minato. Ready? Then let us commence. Minato turned back to the children, announcing the beginning of the first match. These youngsters had only been in school for 3 weeks. Although they possessed chakra and were learning ninjutsu from the third Hokage, the truth is that at this stage, combat primarily tested their physical prowess and the skillful use of ninja tools, with physical techniques taking precedence. To be fair, Might Guy's level was quite impressive, and the spectacle of his taijutsu was commendable as well. The Nine Tails also relied on physical techniques, as it could only perform a shadow clone jutsu. Soon, the event arrived that caught Tsunade's utmost attention, the match featuring Noara Rin and the Nine Tails. Noara Rin had joined Tsunade's medical team, and naturally, Tsunade supported her. To be honest, so did Yusuke. He was primarily eager to see the Nine Tails falter. Well, it seemed everyone on stage, including Minato, was curious to witness the Nine Tails' downfall, as such a scenario promised to be quite entertaining. Yet, the actual outcome was that Noara Rin emerged victorious. Woohoo! Tsunade exuberantly pulled Noara Rin into her immense pride on stage. Ultimately, this was somewhat attributable to Tsunade's teaching methods. Yusuke's first lesson was to ensure that every member of the medical team mastered the art of running. To escape, one must learn to run. Thus, for these past few days, their training had consisted solely of running. Might Guy's high-intensity taijutsu classes were held almost daily. After enduring Guy's rigorous training, the students were met with continued physical challenges. However, Tsunade maintained a careful balance. As a professional physician and medical ninja, she was adept at assessing each individual's remaining stamina. Moreover, following their daily physical exercises, Tsunade would employ healing techniques to restore the exhausted participants. Thus, the intensity of the physical training they received was undoubtedly unparalleled. Returning to the matter of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails is now incapable of utilizing ninjutsu, and its physical prowess no longer reflects its own abilities, but rather those of a puppet. To prevent any potential mischief from the Nine Tails, the limits of its puppet stamina are deliberately kept low. Thus, the Nine Tails sits upon the platform, its eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be? The once proud Nine Tails feels its values beginning to crumble faintly. Chapter 21. The Weeping Nine Tails. As the Nine Tails remains motionless on the stage, Minato finds himself in a predicament. Knowing the identity of the Nine Tails, coupled with its current appearance as a young girl, leaves Minato momentarily at a loss for words. Rinnegan Noara breaks free from Tsunade's embrace and approaches the Nine Tails to offer comfort. Yet, the Nine Tails appears entirely engulfed in the aftermath of its defeat, unable to escape its despair. Orochimaru narrows his eyes, intent on observing the Nine Tails' next actions. While the Nine Tails remains still, Yuji makes a move. He strides over to the Nine Tails, grasping its collar and lifting it from behind. Meanwhile, Toby, standing below the stage, feels a chill at his neck. This sensation of having one's collar grasped reminds Toby of his first encounter with Yuji. It is truly astonishing that one could fail to excel, especially given the lack of effort in training. Upon losing, one should recognize their shortcomings rather than remain on stage with a face full of disbelief. You are here to learn, not to languish. This admonition not only alludes to the Nine Tails' lack of diligence in learning, but also addresses its resistance to integrating into a normal human life. The purpose of releasing the Nine Tails was to allow it to experience what constitutes a typical human existence. Though tailed beasts possess formidable chakra, they have long existed in a peculiar state. They possess their own thoughts, yet their role has been reduced to selecting suitable human hosts for each village, serving as mere batteries. Those aware of the existence of human hosts in the ninja world share a common understanding of this reality. However, once one acknowledges that tailed beasts also possess independent thoughts, the awkwardness of their situation becomes evident. Despite having their own consciousness, they either remain sealed away or are en route to being sealed. If the Nine Tails continues to resist communication, it will find it exceedingly difficult to become human rather than remain a tailed beast in an awkward position. Rinnegan is putting in more effort than you. With your primitive, beast-like combat skills, it is indeed a miracle if you can triumph. She stands beside you, offering comfort, yet you cannot even spare her a glance. How profoundly confident are you in yourself? It appears that there are indeed quite a few who are willing to answer my call. Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, Yuji, and now Rinnegan. Reflecting on the fact that one is supposedly the invincible tailed beast yet lacks notable achievements, the Nine Tails can no longer hold back. And in its moment of vulnerability, the Nine Tails bursts into tears. Yuji, in turn, cannot contain himself either. Are you the Nine Tails, my friend? Just because Zhuge Liang could scold Wang Lang to death, it doesn't imply that I can reduce you to tears. How did it come to this? Where is your dignity as a tailed beast? Nine Tails pondered. Is it possible that my entire existence has been spent either sealed away or lost in the wilderness? Like an infant barely a month old. At that moment, the situation grew increasingly awkward. Fortunately, after shedding tears, Nine Tails was finally able to rally. As Rinnegan promptly lifted Nine Tails away. After a brief period of weeping, Nine Tails began to calm down. Noticing that Nine Tails had ceased crying, Rinnegan casually remarked, "In truth, Teacher Yusuke is quite kind to you." Initially, Nine Tails intended to remain aloof, especially since Lin had just triumphed over him. Not wishing to engage in conversation or unsure of what to say, Nine Tails spotted a can of soda nearby, a consolation prize, and began to drink. Delicious. All worries vanished from Nine Tails' mind in an instant, leaving only the delightful beverage to occupy his thoughts. However, drinking too quickly left a slight discomfort in his throat, prompting him to pause and take a more measured sip. Rinnegan realized that this was Nine Tails' first experience with soda, and he was utterly enchanted by it. Moreover, Nine Tails drank with such enthusiasm that he quickly finished a 500 milliliter bottle. "You can have mine," Rinnegan said, noticing Nine Tails staring blankly at the empty bottle. Without a second thought, Nine Tails unscrewed the cap of Rinnegan's soda. Who cares about the consequences? I'll drink first and ponder later. While it was true that excessive soda consumption is detrimental to one's health, Rinnegan nonetheless felt compelled to offer a word of caution. "Take care," she said. After answering, Nine Tails suddenly paused. Not due to Rinnegan's words, but because her gesture of sharing the soda reminded him of Yusuke's earlier remarks. "This young lady seemed to have been comforting me just now. What is it? Are you feeling unwell?" Drinking soda indeed prompts the urge to burp. Seeing Nine Tails momentarily lost in thought, Rinnegan quickly inquired, "Are you all right?" I'm fine. That's good to hear. Thank you. What did you just say?" Nine Tails looked up at Rinnegan, his expression one of genuine confusion. After confirming that Lin wasn't teasing him, Nine Tails repeated himself, his head gradually lowering. Thank you." Suddenly, a burp escaped, startling Nine Tails, who quickly covered his mouth. Rinnegan caught the sound and burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Nine Tails thought of scolding Lin, but was swiftly disarmed by her response. "Oh, it's nothing. I just find you very adorable." The Nine Tails found himself perplexed by the warmth that enveloped his heart, a sensation both inexplicable and delightful. In essence, this young lady was quite agreeable. There arose an impulse within the Nine Tails, a desire to bestow some tokens upon the girl known as Lin Yawahara. Unbeknownst to him, Yusuke, employing the little lucky grass king skill to delve into the Nine Tails' innermost thoughts, understood this feeling all too well. It was a yearning to share, a sentiment that blossoms solely among friends. For instance, after capturing all the tailed beasts, what if one were to gift a tailed beast to this girl? The thought of sealing the beast, allowing the Three Tails and his current self to be in a similar state, seemed quite fitting to the Three Tails. Ultimately, the Nine Tails found himself once again frozen in place, only to be further sunk by Lin Yawahara's remark. Your face is so red. How could this be? How could the great lord blush? The Ninetales promptly turned his head, casting his gaze away from Lin Yawahara. By the way, why did you cry earlier? Was it because of teacher Yusuke's words? He only meant well. Not at all. I merely recalled something sorrowful. How are things? Tsunade inquired, shielding Yusuke, who had just employed the all-knowing technique. Upon seeing Yusuke relent, Tsunade hastily posed her question. It seems quite similar, a cause for celebration. I must commend your discerning eye for selecting disciples, she added. So, it's still viable then, Tsunade remarked, glancing at Yusuke, who continued. Little Sun is a moniker for Minato. How about you think of a name for this one? Chapter 22. The finals trailing behind Lin Yawahara and the Ninetales was Obito, engaged in a match against a young girl from the Oil Woman clan. The Oil Woman clan specializes in manipulating insects. Each member is bound by a contract that allows them to use their bodies as nests for these bugs, which they command in battle. They approach any foe with caution, demonstrating a calmness in their combat techniques, a hallmark of their clan's character. Training within the Oil Woman clan begins at a young age. However, it must be said that, at this stage, physical techniques may not be particularly effective. To Yusuke's surprise, the two fighters were evenly matched, yet in the end, Obito managed to outmaneuver his opponent, securing victory. With this win, Obito advanced to the semifinals, where he would face none other than Lin Yawahara, who had just defeated the Ninetales. Next match, Kakashi vs. Rinnegan. At this moment, Gunma had begun to chew on 1,000 books, a detail that lent him an air of nonchalance, making him somewhat dashing. Kakashi, with his white hair, had always concealed half of his face with a mask since childhood, yet that exposed half was quite appealing. Despite the disparity between them, Kakashi emerged victorious. After Guy eliminated an opponent, both he and Kakashi progressed to the semifinals on the same side. The clash between Noara Rin and Obito was remarkably balanced. Not merely a case of two novices stumbling through a bout. Although both were fledgling practitioners, lacking specialized instruction in physical techniques, chakra manipulation, and the art of weaponry, they nonetheless showcased their utmost potential during the contest. Ultimately, Rin emerged victorious. It was somewhat unexpected for Yusuke to witness Obito, once a laggard among his peers, ascend to the ranks of the top four. To be candid, Yusuke found himself somewhat bewildered. However, after the match, when Obito expressed his apologies, Yusuke began to comprehend the reasons behind Obito's progress. His gratitude spurred him to strive diligently, propelling him into the semifinals. The fact that Obito referred to him as teacher sent a chill down Yusuke's spine, especially with Minato and Kushina standing nearby. After all, they were the true mentors. Yusuke grappled with the implications of Obito's situation. Could Obito be of assistance, or even salvation? The answer was affirmative. Yet even as he helped Obito confront the harsh truths of reality, he contemplated sending him to Madara as an undercover agent. Yusuke felt a compelling urge to confront Obito physically. He knew that without doing so, he would remain uneasy. Nevertheless, these thoughts were mere musings for now. After offering a few commendations to Obito, he skipped off the stage. The match between Kakashi and Guy promised to be more captivating than the one between Obito and Rin. Having grown up together, their extensive training sessions fostered a deep familiarity. In this critical phase of combat, which emphasized physical prowess, Kakashi ultimately triumphed. His combat intelligence surpassed that of Guy, who, at this stage, exhibited a certain naivety. Through clever stratagems, Kakashi successfully subdued Guy, setting the stage for a final showdown with Rin. After Tsunade provided care and a respite for both competitors, the decisive match between Kakashi and Rin commenced. Their confrontation bore an entirely different essence. Although Rin had only recently begun her tutelage under Tsunade, focusing primarily on medical ninjutsu, her fighting style already exhibited traces of her mentor's influence, favoring a brawler's approach with considerable force. In contrast, Kakashi embodied the archetypal stealthy ninja. Each brought distinct strengths to the arena, and Rin's slightly superior combat intellect over Guy contributed to the intensity of their duel. Ultimately, Kakashi emerged narrowly victorious, exerting somewhat more effort than he had against Guy, and the match extended for a longer duration. With the battle concluded, there was no need for further healing assistance from Tsunade. Yusuke waved his hand, invoking the Oath of the Sea Moon from his heart's depths, summoning a moonlit sea creature to aid in the recovery of all present. As for the final reward, he produced a sword, an authentic blade, the Tenmaku Shadow Blade. Although it is a forged weapon, This sword was drawn by Yusuke himself. Initially, Yusuke believed that Kakashi would most likely emerge victorious, so he casually selected a sword, truly just a random choice. However, upon considering the sword's advantages, Yusuke found it increasingly difficult to contain his excitement. The sword's greatest asset lies in its passive ability, which allows the wielder to regenerate chakra. This is in no way a subtle implication that Kakashi suffers from a lack of chakra, absolutely not. Moreover, genuine swords like this are exceedingly rare for children to encounter, and it was evident that the sword Yusuke produced was no ordinary item. To be honest, even Orochimaru felt a twinge of desire for it. The children watching Yusuke present the sword to Kakashi gazed at it with envious eyes. After distributing the rewards, as Yusuke returned to the stage, he heard the third Hokage calling for him. Yusuke. Yusuke instinctively turned to face the third Hokage, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Watching these children's matches has made me a bit restless. How about we have a little spar ourselves? Yusuke was taken aback. Was this appropriate? It seemed they had never truly engaged in combat before, and he was quite curious about the third Hokage's current strength. Indeed, it appeared he had never fought against him. After all, the matter of the third Hokage's succession had been resolved amicably, and Yusuke held a genuine curiosity about his prowess. The proposal was initiated by the third Hokage himself, indicating a marked interest in Yusuke. Shall we demonstrate for the children? That seemed reasonable enough. In light of your remarkable performances, the upcoming exhibition match will feature the third Hokage and teacher Yusuke. As Yusuke and the third Hokage prepared, Tsunade settled among her medical team students. Noara tugged at Tsunade's sleeve, asking, "Teacher, is Teacher Yusuke's medical ninjutsu also very impressive?" "Indeed. He can even bring the deceased back to life." This was almost too outrageous. Rin naturally assumed Tsunade was jesting. "Why do you always inquire about that fellow? Your teacher is quite formidable as well, you know." Chapter 23. Kai, the one with 3 in his name has won. The schoolyard could scarcely withstand the antics of Yusuke and the third Hokage. "How about we head outside the village to spar? There's ample space for you to unleash your abilities." "Very well. At least departing in the morning would certainly be too late." Although Yusuke could utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport everyone back, this technique requires prior preparation of the seals, and he had not developed the habit of carrying kunai inscribed with his seals. Thus, there would be no means to execute the technique outside the village. As for whether anyone might speculate about the origins of Yusuke's Flying Thunder God, considering it is a secret technique, he felt no concern. The last time Orochimaru had asked him to deliver the Flying Thunder God scroll to Minato indicated that Orochimaru was uninterested in scrutinizing what Yusuke was capable of. Due to time constraints, Orochimaru had departed with his team. Although Yusuke and the third Hokage intended to engage in a simple spar, certain preparations were still deemed necessary. For instance, it was essential to inform the department monitoring the fluctuations in Konoha's chakra to expect some disturbances in the afternoon when Yusuke and the third would be training together, hoping they would remain unperturbed by the ensuing chakra waves. Initially, Yusuke believed that they would have to wait until the following day, but by noon, Orochimaru had dispatched someone to inform Yusuke that the fourth Hokage had prepared a venue outside the village and requested Yusuke's presence in the afternoon. "Very well, I understand," Yusuke replied. The messenger from Orochimaru departed promptly, and Yusuke did not dwell on the matter, returning to his meal at the podium. Meanwhile, the students below fell silent upon the arrival of the Umbu. Their sudden quiet allowed them to catch the words spoken by the Umbu. "So, this afternoon we will witness a match between teacher Yusuke and the third Hokage?" Once the Umbu left, the students noticed Yusuke's composure remained undisturbed as he continued to eat with his head down, prompting a few bolder ones to initiate a conversation. With the sound of discussion rising, the intensity of their chatter escalated, especially as Yusuke finished his meal and exited, causing the excitement to peak. "We can see it this afternoon? How exhilarating. I thought we would have to wait until tomorrow. Who do you think will win?" Noara promptly sat beside the Nine Tails, inquiring about the impending match. The Nine Tails, engrossed in the lunch prepared by Kushina, barely lifted its head as it replied, "Yusuke Mitsukami." It spoke plainly, recognizing that the third Hokage would likely struggle against Yusuke, who could easily outmatch him. If one were to articulate this using the mathematics recently acquired, it would be expressed as Yusuke Mitsukami self Saratobi Hiruzen. Thus, Yusuke Mitsukami Saratobi Hiruzen, a perfectly reasonable inequality. Indeed, while the Ninetales feigned disinterest in conversation. It had absorbed some information. No one could foresee that a teacher's words would echo in one's mind, leaving a lasting impression. However, the Ninetales soon sensed a shift. The surrounding chatter had noticeably diminished. Despite Yusuke's formidable prowess, it was clear that the third Hokage was likely to prevail. After all, he was the third Hokage. Turning to the speaker of that remark, the Ninetales rolled its eyes slightly. Have you ever fought against Yusuke Mitsukami? Do you comprehend just how extraordinary he is? The speaker was Uchiha Obito. Although Obito acknowledged Yusuke's kindness and held a fondness for him, he still believed the third Hokage would emerge victorious. The Ninetales regarded Obito with a critical eye, realizing a crucial point in the conversation. Having faced off against Yusuke Mikami, the internal conflict within oneself arises, whether to disclose one's own peculiarities that might draw Mikami's attention or to reveal the humiliation of having been bested by him. An admission that would surely tarnish one's dignity. Thus, the Ninetales chose to remain silent, merely observing Obito. The latter, upon noticing the Ninetales' gaze, found himself at a loss for words as well. In that moment, the two exchanged silent yet intense stares, each grappling with their own thoughts. The Ninetales pondered, after all, it is Yusuke Mikami. Though my words may be limited, he is indeed Yusuke Mikami. Meanwhile, Obito reflected, he is the Hokage. Although he has stepped down, he remains the Hokage. Their silent standoff came to an abrupt end thanks to a remark from Rinnegan, which plunged the Ninetales into a new turmoil. It seems you have come to terms with what Yusuke-sensei mentioned this morning? To which the Ninetales vehemently denied. No, how could I possibly be at peace? Yusuke, catching a glimpse of Rin, swiftly diverted his gaze elsewhere, only to fix it upon Might Guy and Kakashi. Guy was innocently enjoying the spectacle, while Kakashi, realizing the Ninetales had turned his head, angled his own towards the wall. Upon spotting Guy, the Ninetales immediately seized upon an opportunity. Guy, who do you think will emerge victorious? The inquiry prompted Obito, a supporter of the third Hokage, to glance at Guy as well. Awash in the intensity of their combined stares, Guy felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Who should he declare as the victor? In the showdown involving 3 against 3, who will prevail? The Ninetales and Obito simultaneously queried, Asuma, who do you believe will win? To which Asuma replied, the third Hokage. I suppose. Yukimaru, who do you think will triumph? 9. While I would love to support Yusuke-sensei, I believe the odds favor the third Hokage. Guy found himself disregarded as the duo continued to seek opinions from others, ultimately leading Obito to inquire, Kakashi, who do you believe will win? After contemplating for an extended period, Kakashi was ready with his response. Can I predict a tie? This answer was far more reasonable than Guy's. Very well. We shall count it as a tie. The Ninetales and Obito replied in unison. After sharing another glance, Obito suddenly proposed, the loser must treat the winner to ramen. Though the price of ramen is modest, Obito deemed it a fitting wager. The Ninetales hesitated momentarily, musing to himself, it seems I lack the funds these individuals speak of. However, the Ninetales' nature prevented him from uttering the word no. The fleeting thought of financial inadequacy quickly dissipated, and he agreed, very well, no problem. And I will also provide unlimited cola. Absolutely. Chapter 24. Yusuke Mikami, the third Hokage, Kakashi, and others were positioned above, granting them a vantage point to observe the details of Yusuke's spar with the third Hokage more clearly. To be candid, Orochimaru felt a twinge of envy. Curious about the extent of Yusuke's strength at present. 5 years ago, had I faced Yusuke, I would undoubtedly have been at his mercy. However, the current version of myself would likely find that predicament less daunting. My strength has indeed seen considerable enhancement, and I have wielded the Eye of God for 5 years now. Yet, I would still find it challenging to contend with Tsunade. In fact, it is quite possible that I could be outmatched once again. Thus, in a certain sense, Orochimaru is merely here for amusement. The manner in which Yusuke chooses to engage in this match, and the eventual outcome, are not intrinsically linked. The final result is a matter entirely independent of the preceding events, resting solely upon Yusuke's intentions. Begin. With this command from Minato, the attention of all assembled heightened perceptibly. Upon hearing the signal, the third Hokage produced a black staff, metallic at both ends. This was not a standard slender rod, but a hefty staff, approximately the thickness of a human waist. Although the third Hokage was more adept in the art of elemental ninjutsu, this did not deter him from initiating a physical confrontation with Yusuke. Recognizing the challenge, Yusuke promptly brandished his Homa staff. The two combatants mirrored each other's actions. It must be noted that the aesthetic appeal of the Homa staff was remarkable, instantly captivating Obito's interest. Not for any other reason, but simply because it was strikingly handsome. Meanwhile, Guy, who specialized in physical arts and possessed a keen understanding of various weapons, also discerned the uniqueness of Yusuke's armament. This was certainly not a mere stick. That would be the third Hokage's weapon. What Yusuke wielded was something altogether different, a distinction that left Guy somewhat puzzled. In an instant, the distance between them closed. And in the blink of an eye, their weapons clashed. Both weapons were predominantly wooden, hence no metallic sound accompanied their contact. Instead, the expected dull thud of which striking would resonated loudly, revealing the considerable strength of both fighters. From a higher vantage point, one could observe their movements clearly, yet their facial expressions remained obscured. Neither combatant chose to disengage or change tactics immediately. Instead, they engaged in a test of strength. A glance at their expressions revealed that the third Hokage bore the greater burden of pressure. "Show me your technique now," he seemed to imply, as he sought to gauge his opponent's focus through verbal distraction, a tactic commonly employed in combat. As the third Hokage spoke, he suddenly exerted force, withdrawing his staff and swiftly thrusting it toward Yusuke's right ankle. Of course, Yusuke remained undeterred by the third Hokage's maneuver, although this particular tactic was novel to him. It did not impede his ability to perceive the third Hokage's movements through his mental acuity. In the process of retracting his right foot, Yusuke deftly propelled his body over the third Hokage's head, executing a graceful arc. During this aerial maneuver, he took the opportunity to prod the third Hokage, compelling him to defend rather than attack the vulnerable figure suspended in midair. As the confrontation unfolded, the third generation's defense was no longer a mere contest of strength. Rather, it evolved into a display of artistry and skill. Both combatants were not intent on overwhelming speed, for such haste would render their movements indistinct to the audience. This exhibition was, after all, a demonstration for the younger spectators. The pace established was just right, allowing all present to comprehend the third generation's techniques and witness Yusuke soaring over him. Not to mention, executing a graceful spin in midair and evading one's opponent was undeniably impressive. However, under heightened pressure, one must confront a stark reality: the necessity to continuously adapt one's techniques, swiftly exploiting any openings to launch an offensive. The frequency of these transitions would inevitably escalate, leading to an acceleration of the overall tempo. Thus, the initial stalemate swiftly transformed into a dynamic exchange, culminating in a flurry of movements that even Orochimaru would struggle to perceive. Observing from the sidelines, the Ninetales licked his lips. In their initial exchange, Yusuke's strike had been so forceful that it nearly propelled him skyward, yet just as it seemed poised to connect with the old monkey, he restrained himself significantly. Why was this? The Ninetales remained perplexed. Earlier that day, he had learned a term, letting water flow, and now it seemed Yusuke was practicing this principle. If he let enough water flow, could it not be turned to sea? While the Ninetales grasped the concept of restraint, he was oblivious to its underlying motivations, unaware of the subtleties of human interactions. Though he harbored no desire to conceal his capabilities, a single, unrestrained blow could humiliate the third generation. It was evident that revealing his full strength might not be conducive to maintaining the third generation's dignity, potentially inviting discontent from the villagers. Thus, Yusuke maintained a delicate balance in his engagement with the third generation. In his youth, Minato had learned the art of marksmanship from Yusuke, and even now, he carried a collapsible spear. Yusuke had taught him a technique known as the rebirth hall style, which was distinct from Yusuke's current approach. The present technique, convergence of dust, was far more incisive and aggressive. The majority of the audience struggled to keep pace with the two fighters, their minds buzzing from the rapidity of the duel. Was this truly merely a demonstration? Was it conceivable that one could request a modest sum, yet be presented with a fortune beyond comprehension? The third generation thought to himself, "Do you believe I wish for this? Do you understand the pressure I am under?" He acutely sensed that he was on the defensive and recognized that continuing in this manner was untenable. While he yearned to spar with Yusuke, he did not seek to subject himself to relentless torment. No, he resolved that he must showcase his most formidable ninjutsu against Yusuke. The gun itself is a long-range weapon, and there are relatively simple methods to create distance. Utilizing the force from his staff as a leverage, the third Hokage successfully increased the gap between himself and Yusuke. The familiar hand seals in the air conjured a massive torrent of water that not only surged toward Yusuke, but also propelled him further away. Thus, their sparring seamlessly transitioned into the next phase. The children watching from the sidelines began to grasp the essence of the encounter. It appeared now that the third Hokage was at a disadvantage. Chapter 25, Bouncing Bombs. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. This is a technique passed down through generations of the Sarutobi clan. Yusuke recognized this move from the Fourth Great Ninja War, when members of the Sarutobi clan collectively employed it against the Ten Tails. At first glance, there seems to be a plethora of fire release techniques, yet they largely share the same fundamental expression. They all utilize chakra to create a new entity, fire, which is typically expelled from the mouth. Earlier, Yusuke had withstood a water dragon bullet directly. For the third Hokage, an expert in the 5 basic elemental techniques, once the water dragon bullet was expelled, the seals for the great fireball technique were nearly complete. A colossal flame surged toward Yusuke in an instant. He did not evade. However, he was not without defensive measures. A shield, emanating a blue glow, materialized in Yusuke's left hand, meeting the flames head-on. Holy Ceremony. Azure Heron-S protection. The fire collided with Yusuke's shield, never reaching his body. As the flames gradually receded, the third Hokage finally beheld Yusuke and the shield in his grasp, realizing that this attack had proven ineffective. In gaming terms, this could be likened to a prolonged charge of Candace's elemental skill. Upon completion of the charge and the release of the skill, a jump attack occurs once the duration ends or the shield is broken. Since the third Hokage's attack did not shatter the shield, Yusuke, having withstood the majority of its force, leapt into the air. This moment belonged to the second phase of his technique. Yusuke soared high, his figure coming into view for the third Hokage. Had Yusuke only wielded a spear, his silhouette might have appeared somewhat feeble. However, with the shield in hand, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the scene. Body flicker technique. A common flaw of jump attacks is the inability to alter one's gravitational descent, leading to a fixed falling speed. This interval provided ample opportunity for the third Hokage to execute the body flicker technique, swiftly repositioning himself away from where Yusuke had targeted. The ground beneath the third Hokage's previous stance shattered under the impact of Yusuke's strike. In this moment of vulnerability, the third Hokage not only evaded using the body flicker technique, but also prepared his next technique, fire release, ash pile burning. Yusuke had not witnessed this technique from the third Hokage, but he had seen it employed by his son, Asuma Sarutobi. This time, the attack did not manifest as flames, but rather as a plume of ashen black smoke. The third Hokage, being an experienced veteran, swiftly regained his composure upon witnessing Yusuke's descent. Without hesitation, he activated the second stage of his ninjutsu. While the first Hokage clapped his hands together, the third's approach resembled the clash of upper and lower teeth. In the moment of collision, a few sparks ignited, setting ablaze the previously exhaled gray smoke and triggering a violent explosion. Concerned that Yusuke might escape without sustaining any damage, the third unleashed the second stage of his technique before the smoke could envelop Yusuke entirely. Every bit of damage mattered. The explosive force filled the surroundings, obscuring the vision of everyone except Yusuke, whose figure was engulfed in flames. Daikia, the molten iron prison. This technique served multiple purposes, yet Yusuke employed it solely for one of its effects, resistance to being knocked down. The shockwave from the explosion arrived before the flames, and should he be caught by the wave first, he would lose any opportunity to counteract. Thus, his primary objective was to withstand the impact and maintain control over his body. Shield-type skills could stabilize his form, but they often came with a drawback, wind-up time. During this wind-up, he would still be vulnerable to the shockwave. Therefore, Yusuke expertly utilized his familiarity with the skill to execute Daikia's elemental technique, stabilizing his stance and successfully conjuring the water release, water barrier to shield himself from the explosion. Meanwhile, the children in the audience were utterly bewildered, their minds struggling to keep pace with the rapid developments. Once the confrontation transitioned to ninjutsu, their understanding of such techniques was limited. The nature of the technique itself was, to some extent, less significant than the timing of its deployment and the strategic advantages it offered. However, their minds were not yet capable of processing these complexities all at once. The majority remained fixated on the visual spectacle, instinctively gasping at the ferocity of the explosion. The Nine Tails, however, maintained an unchanged expression, standing out in the crowd much like Kakashi, whose face remained obscured. The Ninetales pondered the appropriate nomenclature for what was unfolding, still some distance away from grasping the intricacies of human emotions. Regarding the situation at hand, the Ninetales was unperturbed about Yusuke, for its own perceptive abilities had already detected Yusuke amidst the flames. The explosion was but a fleeting event, leaving behind a dense cloud of newly formed smoke, which, of course, could not be reignited. The third Hokage was still in the process of preparing his next ninjutsu, but his attention was soon captured by something emerging from the smoke, a figure resembling a rabbit ensconced within a red bundle, round and plump, resembling the size of a basketball. It seems that placing it in one's home as a decorative piece would be exceedingly fitting. Moreover, it bounces towards me with a playful leap. However, are we not engaged in a spar? I have just detonated an attack against you, and now you hurl this peculiar object at me? Although I struggle to comprehend the true nature of this item, I cannot shake off the sense of unease it evokes within me. If I were to pinpoint the source of this discomfort, it would be the unsettling realization that I perceive a threat emanating from this seemingly adorable object. Acting purely on instinct, I seized my hand seals and swiftly withdrew my body. As anticipated, my prediction was only partially accurate. After retreating a short distance, I beheld the red, round object bouncing a few times before ultimately erupting. This aspect was within my expectations. However, what I did not foresee was that the explosion would not be as expansive as the fire release I had conjured earlier. Rather, it resembled a gift box that burst open, fragmenting into several smaller versions of the very object that had approached me. Is this truly all? Chapter 26. Kakashi. Who won so easily? Naturally, skills intertwine. The bouncing bomb will leap thrice, with each bounce triggering an explosion that inflicts area damage of the fire element. After the third bounce, it will split into 8 deceptive mines. These mines will detonate upon contact with an enemy or after a brief period, causing area damage of the fire element. It is evident that I cannot simply step on it, even if I disregard the potential destruction of these charming little figures. There is an undeniable peculiarity about this object. The combination of these two factors renders it implausible for me to willingly tread upon it. Thus, Yuki opted to execute an elemental skill from Mangekyō, Chizuru's dance. Centering around Yuki's form, he transformed into the very eye of a swirling vortex. Even from a high vantage point, the crowd sensed the intensifying wind around them. I, too, felt the gusts emanating from Yuki. The smoke that once surrounded him had now coalesced entirely at his side. As I retreated, my body naturally lifted off the ground, entering a momentary state of suspension. During this process, I lost my footing, causing my form to waver. In gaming terms, I found myself in a state of imbalance, or rather, levitation. Of course, this state was not a result of Yuki's actions, but rather my own attempts to evade the bouncing bomb. This very circumstance elucidates why Yuki felt emboldened to employ Chizuru's dance, unperturbed by the possibility of me evading his pull. By the time I realized this, it was already too late, as my body hurtled towards Yuki with alarming speed. True to my crafty nature, I began to gather energy for a new ninjutsu in response to Yuki's enticing approach. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. While the Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet boasts greater power, it requires a more extended preparation time, something I evidently lack in this moment. According to the estimations of the third Hokage, he anticipated that he would be able to unleash the fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique upon encountering Yusuke's Dark Mist. Just as the third Hokage completed his hand seals, Yusuke executed the second stage of Chihaiburu. He burst forth from the swirling smoke that enveloped him, soaring high into the air. This spectacle immediately captivated the attention of all present, and what followed was even more astonishing. Conventionally, after reaching the zenith of his ascent, one would expect to descend. However, Yusuke defied this expectation by suspending himself in midair. Everyone anticipated that he would plummet any moment, yet he remained aloft. Soon, the gazes of onlookers were drawn once more to the area beneath Yusuke. The third Hokage had indeed unleashed the fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique, but Yusuke had already ascended into the sky. At that very moment, the third Hokage successfully made contact with the mist that Yusuke had drawn together. The instant he touched the smoke, alarm bells rang in his mind. His instincts proved accurate. In an instant, a violent explosion erupted right beside him. The third Hokage realized the source of the blast. It was the large puppet that had detonated, scattering smaller puppets like celebratory firecrackers. Oh, so the larger one was merely a distraction, while the smaller ones bore the true significance. Amidst the fiery chaos of the explosive device, Yusuke's blade, imbued with a cerulean wind, cleaved downward with ferocity. Instantly, he shattered the smoke, obscuring its contents from view. At this point, the third Hokage lay on the ground, his visage entirely charred. His attire, of good quality and originally black, showed little change, though he could surmise that the explosion had left him quite uncomfortable. What had just transpired? The third Hokage silently gazed at the sky, directing a question towards Yusuke, who stood nearby, rhythmically striking two sticks together, likely imitating the sounds generated during their earlier skirmish. Bouncy bombs, he mused, noting the almost endearing name. No, that couldn't be right. This diminutive contraption wielded such formidable power, inflicting upon him considerable distress. While he could comprehend the concept of a bomb, the ninja world lacked conventional explosives, yet it did possess smoke bombs. This explosive surely had the capacity to cause devastation. You're playing dirty, employing gadgets. How does this differ from a detonating talisman? He pondered, realizing there was, in fact, little distinction. I concede. The third Hokage recognized that Yusuke had hardly exerted himself. It was acceptable that he not unleash his full potential. After all, the exhilaration of combat was sufficient. However, Yusuke abruptly interrupted the third Hokage's musings, though thankfully, his words remained unspoken. No, I still wish to linger in the village. How about a draw? The third Hokage chuckled and responded, in that case, I shall humbly acquiesce. Given his current state, it was fair to say he appeared somewhat pitiful. Yet Yusuke offered him a restorative technique. After executing the moonlight jump twice, the third Hokage was restored to his former self. The two individuals once again crouched down together, and Yusuke called upon the third Hokage to retrieve his staff. They exchanged blows with their staffs for a while, and once Getsu vanished, they deemed their task complete. They both gave each other a gentle tap. Relax a bit, otherwise your flight will appear unnatural. No problem. Amidst the swirling smoke, the sounds of their collisions resonated intermittently, yet the obscurity of the fog concealed the unfolding events. Each person's face bore an expression of intense anxiety. While it was unlikely that these two would face dire consequences, the inability to witness the spectacle was quite vexing. I concede. As the referee, Minato remarked, you two, whether in flight or in cries, seem to be cast from the same mold. What can I do? I, too, am quite helpless in this matter. Let us call it a draw. Ultimately, it was Orochimaru who delivered the final verdict on the situation. Indeed, Minato nodded in agreement. Orochimaru's voice may have been soft, yet everyone distinctly heard his proclamation. Then, all eyes turned towards Kakashi, who had recently triumphed in the morning's bout, now emerging as the ultimate victor once more. Kakashi felt slightly uncomfortable under the scrutiny. I truly wish to offend no one. I assure you, it was unintentional. Since Kakashi stood as the sole victor, it was decided that each person would treat him to a bowl of ramen. Internally, Kakashi pondered, could we not simply take turns treating each other to one bowl? Shortly thereafter, Yusuke, alongside the third Hokage, assisted one another as they approached Minato, who was busy summoning the others back to the academy. Before returning, he did not forget to issue a cautionary note to everyone. Today's competition was recorded by Minato. Tomorrow, it will be replayed in class. Each of you must submit a reflection on it afterward. There is no word limit. No word limit? How splendid. Yusuke chuckled, you may not realize it, but sometimes a lack of restrictions leads to the most verbose responses. Chapter 27. Kakashi's dullness on the way back to the academy. Yusuke was walking alongside Tsunade when he suddenly felt someone tugging at his clothing from behind. Turning around, he found the Nine-Tails grasping his attire. What is it? I need some money. I lost a bet today and have to treat Kakashi to ramen. Ironically, as the sole supporter of Yusuke, the Nine-Tails became the first to extend an invitation to Kakashi. Perfect timing. We were planning to visit Kakashi's home. Why not join us? Minato, are you two coming along? Absolutely. As they approached the entrance, Kakashi and the Nine-Tails entered first. Kakashi could never have anticipated that one day he would feel hesitation upon entering his own home. The moment he returned, his parents, SHM and his wife, were at the door, welcoming him, perceiving it as if he were bringing home a girlfriend. It was not that they deemed her too young or unsuitable. Rather, they found the situation rather unexpected. Moments later, SHM and Tsunade arrived. Shwomo was aware that Yusuke had taken a position as a teacher at the school, specifically as Kakashi's instructor. Upon learning this news, he felt a surge of joy that lingered for quite some time. After all, engaging Yusuke as Kakashi's private tutor in the current educational environment of Konoha was not an endeavor devoid of complications. Although Yusuke was not solely responsible for teaching Kakashi, this revelation was certainly a positive development. As for the present moment, Yusuke was indeed teaching his own child. When Kakashi entered, he kept his head lowered and had brought along a girl. Had he come to seek parental guidance, and directly to their home at that? Kakashi indeed entered with his gaze cast downward, and despite the silence between Yusuke and Tsunade during their journey, the presence of the two individuals beside him, who had once toyed with him and Guy, made Kakashi feel an uncomfortable prickling sensation throughout his body. The Ninetales, too, was not faring much better. Yusuke merely smiled quietly, as the current state of the Ninetales could be seen as a nascent awakening of humanity. It was a process of adaptation. Although the Ninetales felt discomfort, it was at least beginning to acclimatize, no longer resisting as fiercely as before, nor contemplating the futility of such thoughts. Unbeknownst to it, the Ninetales was gradually becoming more humanized. Returning to the matter at hand, upon entering, Yusuke was met with the extraordinarily peculiar expressions of Shwomo and his wife. What is this expression? Yusuke wondered. Enough, Yusuke, I understand, Shwomo said as he approached Yusuke and gave his shoulder a heavy pat. Understand what? What has transpired? Did I merely arrive a moment later than the Ninetales? Have I stepped into some alternate realm? Minato and Kushina, who were behind Yusuke and Tsunade, also wore looks of utter bewilderment. It is my failure in parenting. I must educate Kakashi properly. Kakashi, why are you still standing there? Apologized to the young lady. Kakashi found himself at a loss, bewildered by his father's accusations. What heinous act have I committed to deserve such wrath? Yusuke was genuinely perplexed as he glanced at Shwomo's wife, whose expression conveyed disappointment. Stop, stop. Yusuke successfully interrupted Shwomo's spiraling thoughts before they could escalate further. Now it was Shwomo's turn to be bewildered. What? Is it not as I envisioned? Shwomo had no choice but to clarify the situation. After his explanation, Shwomo sheepishly scratched his head. In Kakashi's eyes, Yusuke, who had initially seemed somewhat unapproachable, suddenly appeared warm and amiable. Kakashi even felt as if a halo had materialized above Yusuke's head, accompanied by a pair of luminous wings. Shwomo's embarrassment did not linger for long, as he had failed to conjure any of the misdeeds he had imagined Kakashi might have undertaken during their earlier conversation. As calm gradually returned, Shwomo's attention shifted to the Ninetales, or rather, to the entity known as Uzumaki Kyubi. Within the entire ninja world, only those from the Uzumaki clan, hailing from the village of Yuzushiogakure, bore the surname Uzumaki. Moreover, the hair resembling that of Kushina served as a testament to the identity of the Uzumaki clan. The matters concerning the Uzumaki clan date back several years, and Shuo Mao still recalls the report from that time vividly. There were signs of a struggle at the scene, which also implicated the Araki faction. Not a single inhabitant of the Uzumaki village remained. All had mysteriously vanished overnight. Thus, could it be that someone departed from the land of whirlpools prior to this enigmatic disappearance? However, this does not align, for Kakashi and his contemporaries were born after the fall of the land of whirlpools. Were their parents among those who fled the land of whirlpools? While this is a possibility, it is rather unlikely. The land of whirlpools was an isolated island, and the number of Uzumaki clan members who left was exceedingly small. Yet, this does not imply that none ever did. The presence of such individuals in Konoha, especially with a close connection to Yusuke, raises further questions. Shuo Mao cast an inquiring glance towards Yusuke, who intuitively understood the unspoken concern. However, with his bandaged visage obscured, Shuo Mao could not discern Yusuke's eyes, and explaining the situation proved arduous. Ultimately, he suggested, shall we indulge in some ramen together? Let us dine at your home. I would be delighted to showcase my culinary skills. Are you certain? Shuo Mao's wife had yet to experience the culinary prowess of Tsunade, and given her disposition, coupled with the fact that Yusuke typically handled the cooking, she expressed skepticism. Rest assured, you shall not perish, Yusuke reassured, only to have Shuo Mao's family respond with an increased sense of trepidation. Let us depart, Yusuke said, pulling Shuo Mao's shoulder as they hurried outside. Kakashi and the Ninetales, who also intended to partake in ramen, exchanged bewildered glances, ultimately deciding to follow in the footsteps of Yusuke and Shuo Mao. In order to elucidate the situation regarding the Ninetales to Shuo Mao, Yusuke hastened their pace. maintaining a distance that Kakashi and the Nine Tails would likely not overhear. After conveying the details about the Nine Tails, Shuo Mao instinctively recalled the moment Kakashi and the Nine Tails had entered, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Why must she embody the essence of a girl? She expressed a desire to experience what it might be like if she had a daughter, pondering the nature of such an existence. Setting aside the previous awkwardness, Shuo Mao gave Yusuke a thumbs up. To be fair, this is indeed a commendable approach. Truth be told, you need not force yourself. I am aware you yearn to voice your thoughts. Chapter 28. Nine Tails. I wish to earn money after ordering a bowl of ramen. Yusuke took the initiative to engage Shuo Mao in conversation, sharing his reflections on his recent experiences as a teacher. The topic soon shifted to Shuo Mao's impending retirement. After all, Yamashiro Toru had matured significantly and, given time, would fully acclimate to the responsibilities of the Umbu minister. By then, Shuo Mao would be ready to retire entirely. In fact, it was conceivable that he might step down even before the onset of the Third Great Ninja War. With Yusuke now instructing Kakashi, Shuo Mao felt reassured. Yet the prospect of retirement left him momentarily disoriented. The only concern for SHM was Kakashi. Now that Kakashi no longer required close supervision, SHM found himself less inclined to contemplate retirement. Yet, he still needed to make room for newcomers. If possible, SHM desired to find a role that would not consume too much of his time. I believe that after retiring, one could still engage in teaching. Upon hearing this, SHM's eyes brightened with a spark of interest. Yujin, noticing this, turned to Kakashi without questioning SHM further. Kakashi, what do you think? Kakashi, though somewhat hesitant in his thoughts, maintained a demeanor of calmness. This version of Kakashi was rather endearing. In the ensuing years, Kakashi endured great losses, the deaths of Obito, Rin, and his mentor. Although his personality did not become overly hardened, it was evolving in a positive direction. So, when exactly would Jiraiya pen the tale of the unloved? Kakashi could choose not to read it, but now that he was married, indulging in such literature seemed inconsequential. His curiosity about the nature of this peculiar book was undeniable. Kakashi had no desire to engage in the conversation between the others, while the Nine Tails was completely captivated by the aroma of the freshly made ramen. As the enticing scent wafted through the air, it infiltrated the Nine Tails' nostrils. Typically residing in Kushina's home, the Nine Tails was accustomed to her cooking, which, while not inferior, paled in comparison to the handmade delicacies. Soon, bowls of ramen were presented before each individual, and the Nine Tails greedily inhaled the fragrance. With a lack of other patrons, the chef initiated conversation, focusing particularly on the Nine Tails' enthusiastic reactions. The little girl is truly beautiful. Indeed, I crafted her myself. The Nine Tails caught himself almost revealing too much, nearly disclosing that his form was sculpted according to his own aesthetic. At that moment, Yujin's cough startled the Nine Tails, causing him to instinctively pause. If his tail were still intact, it would have surely flared up in embarrassment. Now was the time to express gratitude. Thank you for the compliment. The Nine Tails hurriedly complied. How does it taste? Delicious. The ramen had completely occupied the Nine Tails' mouth, restricting him to muffled sounds. Ha ha ha, it's clear you enjoy it. Yujin continued to converse with the chef while savoring his meal, the topic revolving around the Nine Tails. The child has only recently arrived in Konoha and is still unfamiliar with the customs. No worries. I believe children should be a little unruly and carefree. It's not a bad thing. The Nine Tails felt an urge to nod in agreement, affirming the chef's perspective. Yujin raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the chef's skills. Indeed, the chef favored a lively demeanor, much like Naruto. As they enjoyed their meal, the Nine Tails' peripheral vision caught a fleeting glimpse of a vibrant red. The aroma of the ramen was exquisite, and paired with cola, the Nine Tails felt that this combination made him the happiest tailed beast in the world, without exception. However, he was acutely aware that both his bowl of noodles and Kakashi's required him to spend his own money. The addition of cola would further strain his finances. In this moment, the Nine Tails had come to appreciate the significance of money, a realization previously overlooked due to his lack of encounters with desired items. Yet, the allure of cola ultimately overcame his trepidation. He tugged at Yujiru's arm and said, "I can have cola." Yujiru had been observing the Nine Tails and, noticing his gaze and the subsequent slowdown in his noodle consumption, surmised his thoughts. Witnessing the Nine Tails lost in contemplation brought Yujiru a sense of satisfaction, as it signified a gradual understanding of human society. Recognizing this as good news, he was not inclined to be frugal. After all, it was merely a few bottles of cola, one for each. The meal was a satisfying feast of ramen and cola. And after returning to Shuma's home and spending some time together, Yujiro, Tsunade, Minato, Kushina, and the Ninetales bid their farewells. Once they had departed, Shoma promptly took his son to an unoccupied room. Unaware of the Ninetales' true identity, he was cautious about his forthcoming inquiries, fearing they might raise his wife's suspicions. As they entered the room, Shoma placed both hands on Kakashi's shoulders and asked, "Son, what do you think of that Vortex 9? "Not much," Kakashi replied tersely. This response was insufficient for Shoma, who was now eager for a definitive answer following his discovery of the Ninetales' identity. "If you had to choose a relationship with 9, what do you think would happen between you two?" Kakashi found the question peculiar, but he could see his father's insistence on a clear response. After a lengthy pause, he reluctantly offered, "Perhaps something akin to what I have with Guy. Even though she is a girl, I feel they complement each other well." Shoma pondered. Should I inform Dai to caution his son about the relationship with Vortex 9? That seems prudent. I believe a romantic involvement between you two would be quite unsuitable. Do not entertain such thoughts. Kakashi felt embarrassed, genuinely oblivious to any such notions. Why was his father behaving so strangely today? Meanwhile, the Ninetales walked at a noticeably slower pace than usual, drawing the curiosity of Minato and Kushina, who noted the contemplative expression on his face. "What are you thinking about?" Kushina perceived this as a rather opportune moment to engage in conversation with the Ninetales. Thus, she proactively inquired, "I wonder if there exists a means for me to earn some money. What do you intend to do with your earnings?" "I wish to indulge in a bowl of delightful ramen with every meal and enjoy a soda whenever I please." Chapter 29. So, what exactly is the esteemed Ninetales proficient in? Given your current appearance, the prospects for earning are virtually non-existent. In contrast to Kushina, Minato appeared to possess a greater understanding of the situation. In an ordinary household, children typically receive an allowance from their parents. However, as a war orphan, Minato had received a pension during his childhood. Thus, at this age, it was uncommon for children to contemplate earning money. Yet, the Ninetales expressed a desire for financial independence. Minato and Kushina exchanged glances, each perceiving a mix of reassurance and confusion in the other's eyes. The reassurance stemmed from the Ninetales posing such a question rather than resorting to theft, indicating a desire to integrate into human society. The confusion arose from pondering what sort of work would be suitable for the Ninetales. Currently, he was enrolled in the Ninja Academy, leaving him with very limited free time, which precluded even the opportunity for labor. Moreover, should the Ninetales be seen engaging in manual work, both he and Kushina would undoubtedly face scrutiny from others. Although the Ninetales possessed formidable strength, his current persona did not reflect this power. The present version of himself likely wished to keep his identity concealed. Revealing it would mean returning to confinement, while the outside world was undoubtedly more appealing than the seal. As he had yet to graduate, he could not earn money through the completion of ninja missions. Despite the Ninetales' prowess surpassing even that of elite ninjas, conventional logic did not apply to a tailed beast. "How would you feel about receiving a modest allowance from me?" Kushina suggested, observing the Ninetales deep in thought. Naturally, the Ninetales promptly shook his head in refusal. "I do not desire your money. I wish to find a way to earn it myself." The group continued their journey home, resting their chins on their hands as they walked. Upon settling into their usual seats, after a brief silence, Minato finally pondered aloud, "So, Ninetales, is there anything you believe you excel at?" "Excel at? What could a tailed beast possibly excel in? I suppose I am quite adept at combat. Although I was thoroughly beaten by that Yusuke Mikami fellow, I am still the Ninetales, the mightiest of the tailed beasts." With this thought, the Ninetales confidently declared his area of expertise, "I am proficient in fighting. However, fighting does not yield financial gain, and you have yet to graduate from the academy. After graduation, you would only be able to accept missions under the guidance of A.J. Nin." Minato refrained from elaborating further, for even upon graduating, it was highly likely that the Ninetales would not receive any missions. Kushina found herself in a similar predicament. Though the seal was quite secure, Kushina still found herself unable to partake in certain activities that required leaving the village. Her previous visit to the Hidden Rain village was solely due to Yusuke's presence, as he was then the third Hokage, deliberately orchestrating a unique circumstance. However, over the past 5 years, with Yusuke absent from Konoha, Kushina had scarcely undertaken any tasks that necessitated a prolonged departure from the village. She had grown accustomed to this situation. "Is it possible for me to graduate early?" Do you believe my elder brother would permit you to graduate ahead of schedule? Mikami Yusuke would hardly allow such a simple graduation. Perhaps you should consider what you excel at instead. This time, the Ninetales' contemplation was notably brief. In fact, it could be said that he hardly deliberated at all, shaking his head with a hint of irritation in his tone. I truly don't know. I finally conjured a notion about fighting, only to have it dismissed. I, the Ninetales, find no desire to ponder this any further. How about this? This weekend, I will take you on a tour around Konoha. You can observe with your own eyes if there is anything you excel at or wish to pursue. Kushina's suggestion sparked a glimmer of interest in Minato, who silently approved with a nod. Regardless of whether it would yield results, it certainly offered a means for the Ninetales to better comprehend Konoha. Very well. I shall reluctantly agree to this weekend, the Ninetales remarked, still employing a somewhat haughty tone, yet it was evident that he was secretly pleased within. Suddenly, the Ninetales interrupted Minato and Kushina's moment of satisfaction. Wait a moment. Both Kushina and Minato felt a pang of anxiety at the Ninetales' abruptness. What was he up to? What is it? Could you two enlighten me as to what exactly a weekend entails? Good morning, greeted Noira Rin as she passed by the Ninetales on her way to her seat. Morning, the Ninetales responded, momentarily forgetting the fact that he had lost to her the previous day, and instead recalling that he had likely consumed her soda. I drank his soda, which means she has none left for herself. Suddenly feeling the need to make amends, the Ninetales was interrupted by Rin, who inquired, feeling good today? Rin could clearly see the faint smile gracing the Ninetales' face. Indeed, there is something to be cheerful about. I learned from Kushina that yesterday was Thursday, and today is Friday. Thus, after today, I can accompany Minato and Kushina to explore potential jobs suited for me. After exchanging a few more words, the children who had previously been outside began to return to the classroom. It was evident that Yusuke had arrived. Yusuke arrived precisely on time for class. And as he stood at the podium, he noticed QB smiling at him from the audience. What on earth is happening today? Why does QB keep smiling at me? Just then, Obito, who was late due to helping an elderly lady cross the street, burst through the classroom door, panting heavily. What is the matter? Did you arrive late because you were helping the old lady? Huh, how did you predict that? Obito was momentarily taken aback, and during that brief silence, Yusuke quietly organized the materials in his hands. Once Obito regained his composure, he nodded and replied, Yes, I indeed helped the old lady cross the street. Make sure to come earlier next time. Upon hearing this, Obito instantly understood. In truth, Yusuke was contemplating whether he should follow Obito next time to investigate if the old lady, who would likely cause Obito to be late often, was actually Madara or a disguised Black Zetsu. Chapter 30. QB's job hunt. Why is it you? Where are Kushina and Minato? QB woke up exceptionally early today, having barely slept the night before. The mere thought of being able to roam around Konoha today and seek ways to earn money filled her with excitement, causing her to roll around in bed. Initially, she was brimming with enthusiasm upon waking. However, as she stepped out of her room, she found no sign of Minato or Kushina. Instead, she saw Yusuke sitting at the dining table, enjoying his breakfast. In an instant, her excitement vanished, and a sense of drowsiness began to creep in. Minato and Kushina had been called away on a sudden mission. Yusuke, chewing on the dango he had bought on the way, replied indistinctly, Has it only been a few days, and I'm already becoming dependent on Minato and Kushina? QB thought. Me, QB? Dependent on Kushina and Minato? Impossible. She immediately tilted her head to the side, dismissively retorting, I'm not. Ah, right. Though every word was familiar to her, QB inexplicably sensed a tone of indifference in Yusuke's voice. QB had intended to retort further, but as the words lingered on her lips, the thought of Yusuke's right ignited a fire of frustration that consumed all her intended responses. How infuriating. Hurry and wash up, then come eat. QB leapt from her chair and dashed to the bathroom. Can I do that? Following QB's gaze, Yusuke noticed the very dango he had purchased on the way. Can you cook? QB shook her head. I haven't tried yet. While eating breakfast, she had merely observed how deliciously Yusuke enjoyed the dango. She felt a craving of her own. Had it been someone else, she might have directly asked for some. However, sitting opposite Yusuke, she decided to forego that impulse. Then I'll discuss it with the shopkeeper. You can try making some yourself? No problem. After a brief exchange with the shopkeeper, who was quite amiable, QB entered the kitchen. After the shopkeeper demonstrated, Yusuke asked QB, Would you like to give it a try? No problem, came the swift reply, though upon closer inspection, One could discern a hint of uncertainty in the tone. After a moment, both the shopkeeper and Yusuke gazed at the creation Kyubi had produced, feeling as if they were witnessing the Sage of Six Paths. Why do I feel as though I see a purple specter rising from this tricolored dumpling? Kyubi felt a bit embarrassed. Despite following the shopkeeper's instructions meticulously, the outcome was far from satisfactory. Truth be told, Yusuke could vouch for Kyubi's adherence to the proper sequence of steps. It was likely that Kyubi was under some kind of constraint, much like a version of Dhyana, akin to the level of the Raiden Shogun. The fact that the place was not blown to smithereens could be considered a small victory. Ultimately, Yusuke led Kyubi out of the shop, with Kyubi still clutching the tricolored dumpling she had made. It seems culinary skills are not your forte, Yusuke remarked. Although reluctant to concede, Kyubi could not bear to taste the dumpling she had crafted, merely standing there, gazing vacantly at it. Let us find you another task, Yusuke suggested. Soon after, they stumbled upon a flower shop. The proprietor was the wife of Kazekage, and coincidentally, Kazekage was at home. This was Yusuke's first encounter with her, as he prepared to take over for Shumo, the next head of the Yumbu. Moreover, she was already acquainted with Yusuke. After a brief introduction outlining the context for Kyubi, Kazekage agreed to let her give it a go. Eagerly, Kyubi rolled up her sleeves. I recognize these flowers. There's no problem at all. Having spent time in the wilderness, Kyubi felt confident she could perform well in this endeavor. Kazekage had a good rapport with Minato, which made it easy for him to agree. It wasn't too long before the first customer arrived. While Kyubi was introducing the flowers to the customer, Yusuke could no longer contain himself, his thumb and index finger fervently massaging his temples. After Kyubi concluded her introduction, she lowered her head in embarrassment. The extent of Kyubi's knowledge was limited to phrases like this small yellow flower and that large yellow flower. Yusuke noticed the beads of sweat forming on the customer's forehead. Upon attempting to inquire about additional details regarding the flowers, Kyubi was unable to provide any answers. Ultimately, Yusuke led Kyubi out of the shop. Kazekage suggested teaching Kyubi that the small yellow flower was a chrysanthemum and the large yellow flower was a sunflower. But Kyubi declined the offer outright. Before leaving, however, Yusuke took it upon himself to purchase a sunflower for Kyubi. During the earlier introductions, the sunflower had been her top recommendation. While it appeared as if she was suggesting it for others, it was, in fact, her personal favorite. Following that, Yusuke took Kyubi to 2 more locations, one of which was the gym run by Might Guy. Indeed, in addition to teaching at the academy, Might Guy had established a fitness center. In recent years, the graduates of the Ninja Academy have notably excelled in physical prowess under the tutelage of Might Guy. However, the physical abilities of earlier graduates varied significantly. Consequently, Might Guy's gym emerged as a sanctuary for those eager to enhance their physical fitness. As for the final outcome, it was, of course, unsuccessful in securing a job. The Nine-Tails struggled to sustain even the weight of a metal piece for long. Shortly thereafter, the Nine-Tails spotted a place frequented by children not much younger than himself and eagerly dashed over, only to return empty-handed. This location was the ninja tool shop owned by the parents of Ten, who had yet to be born. The children, only slightly older than the Nine-Tails, were actually apprentices at the shop. Within the confines of Konoha Village, all children now have the opportunity to attend the Ninja Academy, leading many of these youngsters to seek livelihoods outside the village. As for the outcome, the Nine-Tails could barely lift the weights at the gym, let alone forge with a hammer. Upon exiting the tool shop, the Nine-Tails expressed discontent, questioning the reason behind his own frailty. Why did you make my body so weak? The body I gave you is capable of growing stronger through training. Who else can you blame for not putting in the effort? It seemed he had indeed neglected to train in a manner befitting humans. He decided to find a place for lunch. How about going to Kakashi's house? Tsunade has gone to visit Kakashi's mother today. The mere mention of Kakashi's residence reminded the Nine-Tails of the gaze cast upon him by Kakashi's father, SHM, the previous night. I am not particularly keen on visiting Kakashi's house. If we are not going to Kakashi's, then let us find somewhere else. YK? Chapter 31, The Nine-Tails Job Search. Yakushinon? YK turned toward the source of the voice and indeed recognized a familiar face. The distinctive bandages around Nant's eyes were unmistakable, remaining unchanged over the years. Upon noticing the bandages, she approached YK directly. Long time no see. After returning, YK had invited Yakushinon to a meal, but due to pressing matters at the orphanage, she had been unable to attend. Nan looked at the Nine-Tails with a clear expression of confusion. YK had black hair. Tsunade had blonde hair. How could these two possibly produce a girl with red hair? The only feature resembling both YK and Tsunade was the young girl's developing figure, which indeed bore a resemblance to Tsunade. However, red hair appeared to be a trait of the Uzumaki clan. Kushina's relatives have recently come to Longman. Oh, Nan immediately realized the absurdity of her previous thoughts and nodded in agreement. As their conversation progressed, they began discussing the orphanage in Konoha. Observing the red walls and the opulent houses within, the Ninetales felt somewhat bewildered. Are you telling me this is an orphanage? The Ninetales still understood the meaning of the term orphanage. In theory, an orphanage serves as a sanctuary for abandoned children, often established due to financial constraints. However, this particular orphanage is not at all less impressive than the ostentatious Hokage office. The lavish decor caused the Ninetales to enter with a degree of trepidation, a clear indication of their understanding of the true nature of wealth. Pharmacist Nanoyu prepared tea for Yusuke and offered a bottle of milk to the Ninetales. After enlisting the kitchen staff to prepare a meal for both Yusuke and the Ninetales, Nanoyu engaged Yusuke in conversation. Were you two looking for something on your way here? This child exhibits remarkable independence, already contemplating ways to earn money at such a tender age. Independence is indeed commendable. As someone who frequently interacts with children, Nanoyu possesses considerable insight into their development. You're quite impressive, she remarked. Taken aback by the sudden compliment, the Ninetales nodded obediently. Is this truly an orphanage? It lacks students from the current ninja academy. The majority of orphans emerged during the height of World War II, which was about 6 or 7 years ago. Nanoyu had sufficient funds to send the orphans to the ninja academy, and Orochimaru had expressed intentions to lower the admission standards. Thus, most children from the orphanage had already enrolled in the academy, albeit a year or two ahead of the Ninetales. Therefore, Nanoyu was genuinely surprised to learn that Yusuke had become a teacher, yet also felt a tinge of regret that these children could not have Yusuke as their mentor. As it was mealtime, Yusuke and the Ninetales did not have to wait long for lunch. Let us dine first. Despite the opulent surroundings, the meals served here were of average quality. After all, this is an orphanage, and excessive indulgence could lead to complications. During their meal, the Ninetales gradually relaxed as they became more accustomed to the environment. After a moment of contemplation, they proactively inquired of Nanu, big sister. Do you possess a great deal of wealth? How about this? I will pose a question to you, and once you answer, I shall answer yours. Seeing that Yusuke was engrossed in his meal and unresponsive, the Ninetales replied directly, that sounds fine. Why do you wish to earn money? Nanoyu gazed into the Ninetales' eyes as she posed her query. I wish to drink Coca-Cola every day, and it would be delightful to enjoy ramen daily. Upon hearing this response, Nanoyu chuckled softly, remarking, what a pure aspiration. It seemed to be a compliment of sorts, which left the Ninetales feeling slightly embarrassed as they scratched their head. Haha. Then I shall respond to your question. I indeed possess a considerable sum of money. How did you acquire it? The Ninetales eagerly pressed for more information. Through singing. Others purchased the songs I perform, and Yusuke shares the earnings with me. How did Yusuke come into this conversation? Moreover, singing can be a lucrative endeavor. Although the Ninetales had sung less in recent years, they found that their earnings had, paradoxically, increased. Prior to departing, Yusuke had left Nanoyu with 10 songs, allowing her to manage her time accordingly. Initially, the plan was to produce a song every 6 months. But Yaoshi has turned it into an annual endeavor. Yuku swallowed the rice in his mouth, recognizing that this process is inherently cumulative. Jiuwei, disregarding the dialogue between the two, inquired of Yaoshi, can singing actually earn money? If one sings beautifully, it becomes a distinctive talent that can indeed be monetized. In truth, due to his preparations for becoming Hokage and his alchemical pursuits, Orochimaru had little time left in the later stages to oversee Yaoshi singing career. The same could be said for Yuko. Thus, after Danzo's demise, Yaoshi completely took over the Dong Yi Yushi recording studio and began mentoring new talents on his own. If you wish, sing a song for me to listen to? Sure. Upon hearing that singing could be a source of income, Jiuwei's interest was piqued. Yaoshi retrieved a Qian Lai Ji In and selected a lively song for Jiuwei to listen to, mindful of Jiuwei's spirited nature. Drawing from past experiences at the flower shop, Jiuwei diligently practiced for quite a while. However, the final outcome revealed, you still have ample room for improvement. Yaoshi gently patted Jiuwei's head. Yuka remarked, honestly, you could simply say it sounds quite unpleasant, which wouldn't be untrue. But if you aspire to make money through this, It's insufficient. So, what am I truly adept at? Jiawei murmured softly while walking beside Yuku, head lowered. Yuku, at a loss, heard Jiawei's continuous mumbling. How about becoming a doctor? Jiawei was momentarily stunned, failing to grasp that Yuku was speaking to him. Me? He asked incredulously, pointing at his own face. You want me to fight? Sure, but becoming a doctor? Are you serious, Senshan Yuko? I recall that the chakra of tailed beasts is quite effective for healing external injuries. Is it? Jiawei's chakra is an innate attribute, essentially making him a conglomerate of chakra, somewhat akin to an elemental creature like a slime. However, the notion of utilizing tailed beast chakra for healing external wounds was entirely beyond Jiawei's knowledge. Having never attempted such a feat, shall I seek an opportunity to try? In Chapter 32, Kakashi graduates early. It is noted that while Jiawei's use of chakra for healing was passive, requiring no conscious manipulation, it could effectively mend injuries. Nevertheless, foundational knowledge must still be acquired. Due to Jiawei's identity and to protect him, his few healing sessions were conducted discreetly. The fees collected for healing ultimately found their way into Jiawei's pockets, allowing him to successfully earn his first fortune. 2 years later, Yuko often felt that after completing his travels, time seemed to pass by swiftly. It remains uncertain whether the weight of responsibility that comes with being a teacher or some other factor influences this, but Yujin's feelings are undeniably profound. Kakashi, Naruto, could you both wait for a moment? Before the end of the school day, Yujin called out to Kakashi and the Nine Tails. Kakashi, I will be visiting your home today. I have already spoken with your father, so please wait for me. We shall go together. Why should I be concerned about you visiting Kakashi's home? Once Yujin had addressed Kakashi, his attention turned to the Nine Tails. Minato and Kushina are on a mission and likely won't return for some time. Kushina asked me to check if you would like to come over to my house to rest for a while. I think I'll just return home. The home that the Nine Tails referred to was, in fact, the residence of Kushina and Minato. Very well then, take care of yourself. I will. Watching the Nine Tails dash away, Yujin couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. Since the desire to earn money had arisen, the Nine Tails had increasingly begun to integrate into human life. Yet, Yujin refrained from mentioning this, and the Nine Tails was reluctant to acknowledge it. Given the Nine Tails' proud nature, it was unlikely that he would willingly admit to such a transformation. For Yujin, the current state of affairs was quite satisfactory. Let us go to your house. All right. As the matter at hand pertained to Kakashi, yet Kakashi remained unaware. Yujin and Shoma directly entered the study. Is there truly nothing to discuss? Nothing at all. Calmly sipping his water, Yujin provided a definitive answer. Shoma's brow furrowed slightly, clearly dissatisfied with Yujin's response. He is progressing far too rapidly. He is already prepared to graduate. If I were to teach him anything, it would be a gradual process, accommodating the majority's pace. Keeping him in the ninja school merely squanders his innate talent. Yujin set down his teacup, articulating his reasons for refusal. Their discussion was not about any particularly clandestine operation. It simply revolved around Kakashi's early graduation. With a teacher like Yujin, Shoma naturally wished for Kakashi to remain in Yujin's class, avoiding premature graduation. Logically speaking, Kakashi should have been ready to graduate by this time. Truth be told, perhaps due to the school's reform and Yujin's role as a teacher, this could hardly be considered self-promotion. In any case, Kakashi had already demonstrated the capability to graduate long before the first year concluded, yet he had not proactively sought early graduation. Thus, the notion of Kakashi's early graduation was indeed conceived by Yujin. After his graduation, he could simply be entrusted to Minato for a period. At his age, seeking a team with this year's graduates was rather impractical, given the age disparity. Since there were no pressing matters at hand, it would not be too late to team him up with his peers once they graduated. Shwomo lifted the teacup to his lips, yet refrained from sipping, instead immersing himself in contemplation regarding the strategy proposed by Yusuke. Indeed, it was a commendable notion. Once Mizumoto returned, he would discuss it with him. To save a life is to see it through to the end, much like escorting a Buddha to the West. Noticing that Shwomo had relinquished his desire to assume the role of Kakashi's mentor, Yusuke began to outline a new plan for Shwomo. If Kakashi were to form a team in the future, how should it be structured? Given Kakashi's somewhat somber disposition, Yusuke suggested adding a more vivacious personality to the mix. In their class, Obito seemed quite suitable. However, that lad had a penchant for causing trouble, so it would be prudent to include someone with healing abilities. The thought of the Nine Tails sprang to Shwomo's mind almost instinctively. He was aware of the Ninetales' capacity for healing. Perhaps it could be Lin Noera. Tsunade held a fondness for her, and the girl possessed a strength reminiscent of Tsunade's own. With a single blow, most ninjas would be incapacitated. Yusuke articulated his points with clarity, each resonating deeply with Shwomo's thoughts. As soon as Yusuke concluded, Shwomo eagerly responded, "Very well. I shall follow your lead." The only concern was that once this group assembled, the war would likely commence in earnest. At that juncture, they would inevitably confront the battlefield. The upcoming Third Great Ninja War would mark a pivotal moment in the rapid development of these three children. The linchpin connecting them was none other than Kurizetsu. If Orochimaru appeared to be the ultimate threat in the early stages, then Kurizetsu would emerge as the significant menace in the latter phases. As for Kaguya Otsutsuki, released by Kurizetsu, she seemed to serve as an additional complication. If Kurizetsu could be eliminated, he would no longer orchestrate such events, rendering Kaguya's release unnecessary. Nonetheless, Yusuke's intentions signified his determination to release Kaguya. He sought to engage with Kurizetsu, expressing that his goal was also Kaguya, and perhaps they could negotiate. The dilemma lay in the fact that he could not locate Kurizetsu. Since Orochimaru's succession ceremony, he had not encountered Kurizetsu directly. He could observe Kurizetsu surveying the Uchiha clan, yet appearing at such a moment would undoubtedly prompt Kurizetsu to flee. His ability to escape was unparalleled, and Shwomo lacked any reliable means to restrain Kurizetsu. Thus, this matter had remained in abeyance until now. War was indeed on the horizon. While Shwomo felt unperturbed about facing the battlefield himself, the prospect of his son Kakashi entering combat tightened his heart with apprehension. Yusuke discerned the flicker of worry on Shwomo's face and leaned back in his chair. Addressing him, "It is something we must confront, after all. This war is unavoidable." Chapter 33, The Approaching Third War. "I know," Shwomo replied with a resigned smile, shaking his head as he drank the now slightly tepid tea, refilling his cup once more. Such is the burden of fatherhood. It is said that despite being married to Tsunade for quite some time, you still have not had any children. Upon hearing this, Yusuke rolled his eyes. "I am indeed making an effort, all right." Although he enjoyed every evening spent with her, the absence of children left Yusuke at a loss for a satisfactory solution. According to his understanding of the most prevalent theories, this situation could arise from two primary circumstances. Firstly, it could be a significant disparity in strength between himself and Tsunade. Such phenomena are commonly observed in the animal kingdom, where the stronger the progeny, the less likely they are to produce offspring. Secondly, it could be due to the modifications to his body after acquiring the Eye of God. Logically speaking, since he had traversed souls, there should be no reproductive isolation between him and the inhabitants of the ninja world. However, the issue arose from the fact that he possessed the Eye of God, an entity not native to the ninja realm. Moreover, the Eye of God had ceased to be an external magical organ. It had become an intrinsic part of his own body. Thus, Yusuke decided to entrust the Eye of God to Tsunade, allowing her to acclimate to its powers and enabling the eye to transform her body, making her akin to himself. Consequently, the focus of Yusuke and Tsunade's efforts had always revolved around the complications arising from the Eye of God. Wanting to divert the conversation from this topic, Yusuke inquired about something else. "By the way, do you know why Minato went to the border of the Land of Earth today?" 2 years had passed. Yet Shikamo had still not fully retired and was required to manage a considerable amount of paperwork. Only today did Yusuke learn that Minato and Kushina were assigned to the same mission, heading towards the border of the Land of Earth. It was noteworthy that Kushina had not undertaken a mission in quite some time. Recently, there had been some unusual activities in the Land of Earth, prompting Minato to investigate. As for Kushina, she had not ventured outside for a long while, so she decided to accompany Minato. After all, the current Uzumaki Naruto was fully capable of taking care of himself, allowing them to feel at ease. The Land of Earth, indeed. During the Second Great Ninja War, the Land of Earth had remained relatively quiet. Although they claimed to have participated, it resembled mere skirmishes, with their true intentions elsewhere. This could be considered a form of dormancy, akin to the days of the Rain Village. With this topic in mind, Shikamo continued to analyze the recent dynamics within the ninja world. The Land of Earth had been biding its time for so long. It was likely they were eager to take action. The Cloud Village had not participated last time, so they would surely desire a piece of the pie this time around. The Sand Village, having suffered greatly previously, would likely be unwilling to back down, approaching this opportunity with a mindset of either success or demise. As for the Mist Village, While they had means to investigate the other three nations, Shikamo found himself at a loss regarding Mist Village. The Land of Water and the Mist Village were situated on an island, albeit a considerably larger one than the Land of Whirlpools and its village. Aside from the four major nations of the Land of Water, which were located on a single continent with convenient transportation, the Land of Water was somewhat too distant. Furthermore, the Mist Village seemed to have completely severed communication with the other four major nations, leaving Shikamo perplexed about the situation. He had completely isolated himself on the island, and there was even something ominously referred to as the Blood Mist. Shimo himself had contemplated venturing to the Land of Water to investigate the situation in the Mist Village, as his instincts persistently hinted that something was amiss. However, he was ultimately dissuaded by Orochimaru, who advised against risking his life, asserting that if war were to erupt, they would inevitably reveal their vulnerabilities. This counsel from Orochimaru effectively extinguished Shimo's intentions of heading to the Mist Village. Yet, as the topic of the mist arose, Shimo pondered and remained convinced that there were indeed issues within. Despite the lack of intelligence, he firmly believed that these individuals would actively engage in the impending conflict, and his intuition insisted that they were undoubtedly problematic. Having discussed 4 of the 5 great nations, only Konoha remained. Among those 4, it was likely that many harbored ambitions directed towards Konoha. Thus, it was imperative for the vortex to draw Konoha in. Yusuke, which side do you think will be the first to make a move? Shimo recalled his initial meeting with Yusuke, during which Yusuke eloquently articulated his insights regarding the state of the ninja world. The subsequent developments indeed mirrored Yusuke's predictions closely. Yusuke possessed his own unique perspective on the matter. Shimo then inquired about Yusuke's thoughts. Sand Village, Yusuke replied. Why not rock or cloud? If Shimo were to analyze it, he would lean towards those 2 options rather than rock or cloud. The Sand Village had suffered significant losses previously, and their primary objective would likely be to restore their own strength. Rock and Cloud, having preserved their finest resources, should be the ones most eager to act. Furthermore, recent intelligence indicated that these 2 nations had been the most vocal along the borders of the Land of Fire. They had already waited 5 years, and a few more days would not make a difference. Yusuke shook his head, presenting his own viewpoint. There was merit in both arguments, so Shimo did not interject, allowing Yusuke to continue his discourse. As for the Sand Village, rather than grappling with internal strife, they might prefer to redirect their conflicts outward towards Konoha, taking a calculated risk to confront them directly. Even if the Mist Village wished to partake, their primary goal would likely be to observe the terrestrial nations clash and take advantage of the chaos. There were certain matters Yusuke chose not to elaborate on, such as the incident involving Sasori and the demise of the 3rd Kazekage, which had served as a catalyst. The Mist Village's motives entangled a plethora of factors, but fundamentally, they aimed to further muddy the waters. The distinction lay in the deeper objectives at play. The Rain Village sought not merely to exploit the turmoil, but to derive benefits from the warfare, aiming to exacerbate the chaos within the ninja world, paving the way for Uchiha Madara's return. The 3rd Great Ninja War was imminent, signifying that Madara's time was running short. When the name of Obito was conveyed to Madara, it marked the moment of Uchiha Madara's temporary withdrawal from the scene. Whenever the hidden mist is mentioned, Yujin's mind involuntarily drifts towards those thoughts. What could he be contemplating so earnestly? Shimo waved his hand in front of Yujin's face a couple of times, bringing him back to reality. Noticing Yujin's return to awareness, Shimo glanced at the hand he had just waved. Could it be that he could truly see my hand through the bandages? Who knows? Shimo, Yujin, it's time for dinner. Tsunade has arrived. Chapter 34. The front line of a Wagakure report. We have spotted a squad from a Wagakure, consisting of 13 members. Adorned with the Konoha headband and donned in the attire characteristic of a chunin, a ninja spoke softly into a device resembling a walkie-talkie. Indeed, it was a walkie-talkie. Each time they used this device, every ninja felt a wave of gratitude towards the 4th Hokage, Lord Orochimaru, and that phrase Lord Orochimaru often uttered. Technology? Yes, technology. The ninjas of Konoha had come to wholeheartedly acknowledge the truth in Orochimaru's words regarding technology's transformative power in the ninja world. Received, we are en route to the scene. Remain concealed. Although the term immediately defines a span of time, its interpretation can be quite nebulous. If the opponent rushes over at top speed, it could be termed as immediately. Conversely, if the opponent leisurely strolls over after a snack, it could also, in a sense, be considered immediately. For Minato, however, immediately meant precisely that, right away. Minato's arrival was accompanied by not the slightest whisper of wind. The only source of embarrassment for him was the fact that his hand rested upon the rear of a Konoha ninja. To be precise, it was this ninja who had affixed a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique at his waist, which now inadvertently settled upon his backside. Shoo! The ninja unmistakably sensed something against his rear. However, in the fleeting moment he turned around, the sensation vanished, revealing only Minato, who had silently appeared behind them. Thank my unparalleled reflexes, Minato thought, striving to mask his inner awkwardness with a smile. Is it only that front squad? Minato lowered his posture, peering towards the direction the two Konoha ninjas had been observing, quietly inquiring of them. Indeed, it's just the squad ahead, totaling 12. At this moment, the Konoha ninja was too preoccupied to contemplate the peculiar sensation on his rear moments prior, promptly responding. Good. This statement did not dissipate into the air, but was abruptly cut off, when the ninja realized that Minato had already begun to take action and turned his head. He was met with the sight of two heads from the squad he had intended to track soaring into the air. The mere thought of Minato having silently appeared behind him, followed by witnessing the current scene, made the Konoha ninja who had felt the earlier sensation instinctively swallow hard. I am truly fortunate to have Minato as my teammate. I could scarcely perceive his presence. By the time I regained my composure from the astonishment, Minato had already dispatched the members of that small team and returned to our side. He had struck at the waist, a region less sensitive to touch, allowing him to withdraw his hand before the opponent even sensed it. The choice of the waist was merely a spontaneous decision. The bodies needed to be dealt with. Is it done? Minato, merely a hand in this endeavor, was met with curiosity from Nara Shikahisa, who was commanding at the temporary base. Though Shikahisa had become increasingly adept in internal affairs, he still lacked experience in battlefield command. Thus, this task had fallen to him. It's resolved, Minato declared as he tossed the kunai onto the table and settled beside Kushina, who had accompanied him. The Flying Thunder God technique is truly remarkable. Shikahisa leaned back in satisfaction, reflecting on how he had preferred to engage in administrative duties rather than confront the battlefield. For someone from the Nara clan, work felt akin to donning women's attire, merely a matter of one occasion versus countless others. However, this time, Minato seemed eager to experiment with the Flying Thunder God technique himself, prompting him to volunteer for the mission. In retrospect, Minato's presence was indeed a stroke of luck for Shikahisa. The sheer exhilaration of being able to slack off was delightful. Minato, I adore you. You are my savior, Kushina remarked, having not anticipated mastering the technique herself. She admired the kunai Minato had discarded, its blade inscribed with the words ninja love. You taught me your sealing technique. Yet I cannot fathom why I cannot grasp the Flying Thunder God technique. Wouldn't it suffice if I could? Wherever you desire to go, I shall take you. Just as Yusuke and Tsunade did. Sounds splendid. Nara Shikahisa, who had yet to seek a girlfriend due to the perceived complexities of romance, found himself feeling less enamored with Minato. What is happening? I'm weary. The subsequent missions primarily revolved around repeating this operational procedure. When a team identified a target from a Wagakure, they relayed the information back to the command center via the intercom. Minato would then engage, returning within a minute to continue his affectionate exchanges with Kushina. Having been inundated with the couple's antics, Shikahisa remarked, I feel desensitized. Report, Team 3 has spotted 2 individuals. Only 2? Indeed, merely 2. Typically, reconnaissance teams comprised 9 or 12 members, arising from the amalgamation of several triads. Yet now, merely 2 individuals indicated a significant escalation in the situation. Given the elapsed time, the enemy must have realized that their dispatched members had largely perished within this forest. The dispatch of only 2 individuals at this juncture suggested their formidable prowess. Otherwise, they would not have sent merely these 2. I am on my way. I shall join as well. However, just before departing, Kushina suddenly grasped Minato's hand. Minato, in turn, glanced at Narashi Kakashi. Whether Kushina could partake in the battle depended on Kakashi's decision, as he was the commanding officer. Kakashi, at that moment, found himself deep in contemplation. Should he allow Kushina to join? The crux of the matter lay in whether permitting her to engage would expose her to danger. Kushina's prowess was formidable. She had grown up alongside her peers under the weight of her own strength. Kakashi had managed to evade peril numerous times through his cunning and laid-back demeanor. Yet those instances belonged to a bygone era. How long had it been since Kushina had last fought? Should she confront these two unknown adversaries? Time was of the essence. Kakashi swiftly reached a decision. You two may go, but exercise caution. Understood. Kushina's face brightened as she promptly agreed. Thank you. Minato responded to Kakashi before taking Kushina's hand, and together they vanished from sight. Chapter 35. Otsutsuki. It had been a while since they had engaged in combat. Today would finally provide an opportunity to stretch their limbs. Let us showcase our strength to this assembly of leaf ninjas. Both individuals, or rather, the two-tailed beasts, shared this sentiment. Otsutsuki, the four-tails Jinchuriki, and Han, the five-tails Jinchuriki. Minato was already familiar with their names through the nine tails. The four tails, Sun Wukong, bore the appearance of a simian creature. The five tails, Mu Wong, resembled a hybrid of a dolphin and a horse. A dolphin's head atop a horse's body. Was Leaf Village so devoid of capable warriors that they dispatched two mere children? It seemed plausible that their ages were not significantly disparate from their own. Otsutsuki was likely the elder, while Han appeared to be of similar age. The two-tailed beast hosts had inexplicably materialized at the borders of the leaf. They could either retreat to the land of Earth or face immediate consequences. Otsutsuki and Han exchanged glances before erupting into laughter. Minato and Kushina realized that these two were not inclined to retreat without a fight. We could return, Otsutsuki jested, but that would mean being beaten back. Due to the Nine Tails incident, Minato had meticulously researched the circumstances surrounding each village's Jinchuriki, information specially sanctioned by Orochimaru, as it was considered confidential. This research encompassed the combat capabilities of each village's hosts. Otsutsuki possessed a unique bloodline limit combining fire and earth attributes, lava release. While the Four Tails could also wield this ability, Otsutsuki's mastery was likely his own. Han, adorned with a red mask and clad in crimson armor, harnessed steam to unleash formidable power in battle, earning the title of the Steam Ninja, possessing a distinct boiling release. In summary, both individuals were exceptionally powerful adversaries. Which of you will engage? Otsutsuki inquired of Han. The individual with crimson hair complements the red armor adorning my form. Listening to the exchange between the two, and observing the man charging directly towards her, Kushina felt the veins on her forehead pulsating with intensity. You two seem rather oblivious to your surroundings. As the pair of furious gazes locked onto her, Kushina began to amass a tempest within her hands. I, Kushina, simply disdained to engage, but today, I shall demonstrate the martial spirit I have cultivated for nearly a decade. Powerful Fist of Fury. From the perspective of visual effects, the manifestation of Kushina's accumulated energy was not strikingly apparent. Only a subtle shift in the wind hinted at the force gathering in her hands. The man appeared to charge straight towards her, yet he concealed a ploy. With boiling release, unparalleled strength, the steam armor, in tandem with his accelerated speed, even began to emit the sound of water reaching a boil. This assault was indeed infused with the might of his steam armor. Kushina struck. The distance between her and the man had diminished to a mere heartbeat, poised to collide with her and send her flying. Bang! A ferocious ball of wind collided directly with the man, who had lost the ability to alter his course. Quite impressive. Typically, individuals in midair lose their center of gravity, resulting in a lack of control. However, the man employed his steam armor to swiftly regain contact with the ground and reposition himself. Now, it was Kushina's turn to charge, and the two were instantaneously entangled in a fierce clash. The boiling release met Kushina's wind release in a tumultuous confrontation. Meanwhile, Minato and Old Purple were equally locked in a fierce struggle. Old Purple initiated with a defensive technique, melting release chakra mode. His entire being was enveloped in searing lava, capable of melting anything it touched, and his defensive capabilities were formidable. Even the spiral sphere Minato conjured could not entirely breach his defenses. In fact, Old Purple had previously withstood Naruto's spiral sphere using this very technique. Moreover, when combined with physical combat, its efficacy was exceptional. However, once Minato commenced utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Old Purple found himself increasingly vexed. This technique is quite bothersome, I assent it. After a period of combat, both Minato and Kushina, along with Old Purple and the man, instinctively retreated to their original positions. These two possess considerable strength, Old Purple remarked, observing Kushina and Minato, and then inquired of the man beside him. Perhaps we should conclude this swiftly? The man, somewhat irritated by Kushina's wind release which countered his boiling release, readily concurred. Very well, Old Purple declared, addressing Kushina and Minato. If you wish to vanquish us, then bring forth the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Minato and Kushina exchanged bewildered glances. In the ninja academy, a student piped up, "Teacher, I wish to use the restroom." This was no mere desire to relieve oneself. It seemed there was an urgent matter at hand. Yet, Yusuke did not impede him, simply waving his hand, "Go ahead." With a sense of urgency, the Nine-Tails dashed out of the classroom. Kakashi's gaze returned to Yusuke, who stood at the podium, exuding an inexplicable aura. Was the current teacher acting strangely? How could he not? After all, I am his shadow clone. Previously, I employed a seamless combination of the shadow clone technique and transformation technique. Now, it has evolved into a variant, a smooth blend of the shadow clone technique and the flying thunder god technique. I yearn to watch a play. In truth, the destination of Yusuke's flying thunder god was not the theater he longed to visit, but rather a return to his own home. Why are you back so early today? Tsunade, who had no classes, looked bewilderedly at Yusuke emerging from the bedroom. I'm off. There's a good show to catch. A show? What show? Ignoring Tsunade's confusion, Yusuke grabbed the popcorn he had purchased the night before, along with 2 bottles of cola. Ready? Tsunade was still trying to process the situation, but in the next moment, the room was devoid of his presence. In the classroom of the Ninja Academy, glancing at the clock that indicated 5 minutes until class ended, Yusuke placed his book atop the desk. Study for a while, he instructed. The students below wore expressions of bewilderment. Generally, Yusuke was known as the exemplary teacher who dashed out of the classroom the moment the bell rang. However, it was unusual for him to exhibit such eagerness to leave 5 minutes early. Chapter 36. The Four Tails, Five Tails, and Nine Tails. The forms of the Four Tails, Sun Wukong, and the Five Tails, Mu Wong, gradually converged. The mouths of the two-tailed beasts opened wide, with Lao Zi and Han floating within their respective maws, fully transformed into tailed beasts. To be honest, Minato felt a twinge of fear. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was present, yet he clearly could not match the mastery of the tailed beast's power exhibited by the two before him. Additionally, 2 dark spheres began to coalesce from the openings of the tailed beast's mouths. Minato was all too familiar with this technique. The tailed beast bomb was the very principle upon which his Rasengan was devised. Should he retreat? Minato grasped the hand of Kushina beside him. Waiting for her to suggest withdrawal, he would then immediately activate the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Returning to Konoha to summon Elder Yusuke would not be shameful. He could even deliver a shock to his beloved older brother. Kushina hesitated as well. Her reasoning mirrored Minato's. This was not a wise battle to engage in. Currently, she could not even utilize the so-called tailed beast cloak that Yusuke had mentioned. Though her heart yearned to retreat, her inherent nature resisted such a hasty conclusion. What's the rush? Let's take them on. Both Minato and Kushina voiced their confusion simultaneously. Was that the original voice of the Nine Tails? After becoming accustomed to the voice of the Nine Tails, hearing the deep, resonant tone of the beast felt somewhat disconcerting. Wasn't it just the complete tailed beast transformation? Let us join in as well. Both Minato and Kushina were momentarily taken aback, jolted back to reality by the overwhelming surge of chakra erupting from within them. This chakra lifted them swiftly, elevating them to a position even higher than that of Otsutsuki and Han. The sudden turn of events startled Otsutsuki, Han, as well as the 4 and 5 tails, pausing their progress in gathering tailed beast balls. Soon, the 2 and their respective tailed beasts came to realize what was transpiring. 2 Nine Tails Jinchuriki? The released chakra rapidly coalesced into its original form, manifesting as 2 golden, familiar tailed beasts. Kurama. In the distant sky, Yusuke and Tsunade watched the unfolding battle with popcorn in hand, finding amusement in the spectacle of titanic beings clashing. Surely, witnessing such colossal entities in combat was truly exhilarating. One might ponder how such a thought could even be conceived, to split the Nine Tails into 2. Tsunade understood instantly. During the original Nine Tails disturbance, Minato utilized the dead demon consuming seal, a 1-for-1 sealing technique, to bind the soul of the Nine Tails within himself. This portion represented the yin aspect of Kurama. In the interplay of yin and yang, the remaining yang aspect was sealed within Naruto. Of course, I had only seen similar scenarios. This was my first encounter with such a display. Previously, I had witnessed the reincarnation of Minato fighting alongside Naruto. This manifestation of Minato and Kushina, revealing the complete tailed beast transformation of Kurama, was an unprecedented sight for Yusuke. It was worth the effort to utilize sage techniques to divide the nine tails. Is this for real? Indeed, it is true. Kurama had consented to this division. For Kurama, life in its current state was quite satisfactory, as it no longer required the sealed portion. Who would desire to be confined in a cage? Moreover, Minato treated Kurama with great care. Without much contemplation, Kurama raised its head and proclaimed its gratitude. Sun Wukong, Muwong, long time no see. What brings you here? The four tails, Sun Wukong, impatiently inquired of Kurama. Why all the chatter? Let us just fight. Sun Wukong exclaimed. Is there a possibility that you might speak first? Perhaps after splitting, your strength has been divided as well. Let us settle this with a battle. Muwong immediately halted Sun Wukong, while simultaneously resuming the accumulation of tailed beast balls. Observing the two opponents, who collectively possessed the same number of tails as himself, the four tails felt a burgeoning opportunity to reveal his complete form, a faint smile gracing his lips. How long had it been since he had engaged in combat with this body? As he watched the adversaries begin to gather tailed beast balls, Kurama remained unperturbed. Instead of rushing to accumulate tailed beast balls like the others, he began to form hand seals. What is Kurama up to? As the nine tails, the beast endowed with the most chakra during the distribution of tailed beast chakra, stands out among its peers due to its immense chakra reserve. When chakra was initially allocated, the nine tails alone received almost half, leaving the remaining 8 to share the rest. This circumstance has rendered the nine tails quite ignorant of ninjutsu, and it harbored no desire to learn. Initially, the nine tails had not taken the formation of the four tails and five tails seriously. However, the nine tails had a different perspective. Shadow clone technique. What? Are you serious? This is absurd. The nine tails already possesses the greatest chakra. It could have relied on its innate power without any knowledge of ninjutsu. Meanwhile, other beasts like the one tail have sealing techniques, and the four tails can utilize lava release. Now, the nine tails has opted to employ shadow clone technique, as if it fears others might not recognize its proficiency in ninjutsu. The number of nine tails has inflated from 2 to 10. The original 2 were already overwhelming, and now there are 10? Most alarmingly, these 10 nine tails have begun to charge their tailed beast bombs simultaneously. The shadow clone technique divides the chakra among each clone. But for the nine tails, this is merely a trifling matter. Consequently, the nine tails tailed beast bomb accumulates not only more rapidly than that of the four tails and five tails, but is also significantly more substantial. Observing this spectacle, both the four tails and five tails began to sweat profusely, as did Old Purple and Han. They were all acutely aware of the destructive power of the tailed beast bombs. Initially, they had taken pride in their two-tailed beast bombs, but in such a short span, their opponent has amassed 8 additional bombs. Alarm bells began to ring in their minds. I believe it's not too late to retreat now. Why hesitate? They even neglected to withdraw into their Jinchuriki, as doing so would waste precious time. They simply started to flee with their Jinchuriki in tow. Why not run? Even if their two-tailed beast bombs could withstand 2 of the opponents, that still leaves 8 more. If they dawdle, they might very well be obliterated by the tailed beast bombs. Chapter 37. The Nine Tails is still pursuing us. Nine Tails, stop charging. The Jinchuriki and tailed beasts have fled. The Nine Tails, along with Minato and Kushina, instinctively turned towards the source of the voice. They beheld Yuji and Tsunade, holding cola and popcorn, watching them as if they were observing a play. The Nine Tails instinctively panicked. There were still about 5 minutes left before class ended, which could be considered an early departure. It felt akin to leaving class only to find the teacher who had just lectured them standing behind the counter at an internet CAF. However, Minato, Kushina, and the Nine Tails quickly grasped what Yuji had just said. Fled? The tailed beast bomb had already accumulated sufficiently large, blocking their line of sight. Thus, the Nine Tails was unable to perceive the situation, while the Four Tails and Five Tails, already accompanied by their Jinchuriki, hastily retreated towards the land of Earth. What are you waiting for? Hurry and pursue them. Yusuke waved his hand, diverting the tailed beast bomb that the Nine Tails had momentarily suspended due to its daze. With the Nine Tails no longer maintaining it, the 10-tailed beast bombs erupted into an unparalleled explosion. Unimpeded by the tailed beast bombs, the Nine Tails distinctly observed the retreating figures of the Four Tails and Five Tails. Their massive forms were conspicuously visible within the forest. The explosion was indeed deafening. Yet Yusuke's voice penetrated the Nine-Tails' ears with clarity. Remember, don't let them perish. Ensure they return alive to the land of Earth. It would be troublesome if they were killed outright. If humans are slain, could I seize this opportunity to capture the Four Tails and Five Tails? I could bring them directly to Konoha, allowing these two brothers to also receive Yusuke's tutelage. It would be fortuitous, as they possess some ninja skills they could seamlessly transfer into my class. It wouldn't be impossible for them to start from the first grade, thus making the Four Tails and Five Tails my juniors. The Nine-Tails' mind began to conjure images of the Four Tails and Five Tails having to address him as their senior in Yusuke's presence. Ah, how delightful. However, Yusuke's words swiftly grounded the Nine-Tails back to reality. Moreover, do not entertain thoughts of abducting the Four Tails and Five Tails. That would be even more troublesome than killing them. The Nine-Tails felt an urge to throw a tantrum. Am I merely a worm in your belly, Yusuke? How do you know my every thought? Yusuke replied, your expression has betrayed all your intentions. Nevertheless, Yusuke's final remark rekindled a glimmer of hope in the Nine-Tails. Perhaps there will be an opportunity for you to personally capture each tailed beast one day. Is that true? When have I ever deceived anyone? It seems not at all. Now go pursue them. They'll soon reach the land of Earth, and you can consider today a day off. Minato and Kushina had never experienced such an opportunity. Observing the Nine-Tails' exuberance, coupled with Yusuke's protection, they chose not to voice any objections. The Nine-Tails, the happiest being present, no longer pondered whether Yusuke had ever deceived him. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the direction in which the Four Tails and Five Tails had fled. Boom. The Four Tails and Five Tails were acutely aware that the explosion behind them was undoubtedly the sound of the 10-tailed beast bombs detonating. King Mu, with his long neck, found it easy to glance back. Thus, he instinctively turned his head. This glance, however, startled him greatly. The simultaneous explosion of 10-tailed beast bombs unleashed a force beyond anything King Mu had ever imagined. After all, there are only 9-tailed beasts, and none to study from regarding the shadow clone technique. Hence, King Mu concluded that such an explosion was indeed a rare spectacle. However, soon enough, King Mu found himself lacking the inclination to ponder the magnitude of the explosion. His attention was seized as he witnessed the figure of the Nine-Tails erupting from the flames and smoke, racing towards him and Sun Wukong. Run! King Mu exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of the Nine-Tails, and he immediately turned to assess his escape route. The fright he experienced left him too apprehensive to glance back during his flight. Without uttering a word, he pressed on with determination. Observing King Mu's reaction, Sun Wukong, realizing that they were indeed being pursued, matched his pace with fervent speed. It was evident from King Mu's demeanor that the Nine-Tails was intent on confronting them. Although they were both tailed beasts, Sun Wukong and King Mu had arrived here driven by their own allegiances. With differing stances, being caught by the mischievous Nine-Tails would surely lead to dire consequences. Initially, Sun Wukong dared not look back, but after a short while, King Mu's courage began to return. After all, he possessed 4 legs, and part of his original form was that of a horse. Sun Wukong, with his 2 legs, was at a disadvantage, unable to afford a glance behind him. Despite both being 4-legged, a horse would undoubtedly outrun a fox. Gaining a modicum of confidence, King Mu glanced back. His initial self-assurance quickly evaporated upon seeing the situation behind him. The Nine-Tails is still pursuing us, he thought, sensing the distance between himself and the Nine-Tails had diminished. The Nine-Tails, noticing King Mu's anxious glance, couldn't help but smirk. Is that all it takes to startle you? This is just the beginning. The Nine-Tails resolved to give Sun Wukong and King Mu a taste of the saying. A change in 3 days warrants a new perspective. Prepare for acceleration. With that, the Nine-Tails transitioned from running on 4 legs to sprinting on 2. Body flicker technique. The technique required hand seals. King Mu, upon noticing the Nine-Tails still in pursuit, increased his speed, determined to surpass Sun Wukong, who was lagging behind on 2 legs. Why the rush? After all these years, you won't even grant me a moment to catch up? King Mu's focus was entirely on his escape until the sudden voice of the Nine-Tails startled him, nearly causing him to stumble. Why did the Nine-Tails' voice sound so close? A quick turn revealed not Sun Wukong's face, but rather the mischievous grin of the Nine-Tails. Sun Wukong and King Mu simultaneously thought, I don't want to play anymore. Noticing the Nine-Tails hesitating to strike, King Mu couldn't help but inquire. How can you move so quickly? Body flicker technique, came the reply. At that moment, any semblance of playfulness vanished. The Nine-Tails had mastered ninjutsu, Was there no justice left in the world? Was there no law? Would they even be allowed to play anymore? Chapter 38. So, is there homework or not? Due to the prior warning from Yusuke, the Ninetales merely played with the two individuals for a while. As they accelerated, they managed to create some distance from the Ninetales. The Ninetales then utilized its body flicker technique to return to the vicinity of the two-tailed beasts, delivering a light physical attack upon King Mu and Sun Wukong with its tail. Consequently, the three-tailed beasts ended up racing side by side. From the front, it appeared as though they were running normally, but from behind, one could observe the chaotic flurry of 18 tails in combat. The number of tails from the 4 tails and 5 tails matched perfectly with that of the 9 tails. Eventually, after considerable effort, Sun Wukong and King Mu finally reached the borders of the land of Earth. Although their previous sprint had been frantic, they quickly regained their composure. Primarily, Yusuke's words resurfaced in the Ninetales' mind at that moment. Yusuke had mentioned not crossing the border. Thus, if my voice crosses the border, it should not count as me crossing it, right? Just as the Ninetales contemplated this, Sun Wukong and King Mu also realized that the Ninetales had come to a halt. Upon turning around, they found the Ninetales crouched behind the border line, scratching its head in contemplation. Hey, why are you two running? Can't we have a proper fight? The Ninetales questioned. Do you think we would believe you? As Sun Wukong and King Mu prepared to respond, the Ninetales continued. I promise not to cause any fatalities. Sun Wukong and King Mu exchanged knowing smirks, with King Mu even retorting, we are not human. The Ninetales soon recognized its earlier misstep and swiftly amended its statement. I assure you, I won't cause any harm to either humans or tailed beasts. I truly won't pursue you for any longer. Initially, the Ninetales intended to engage in further banter, regardless of whether the others would turn back. Even if a genuine battle was unfeasible, indulging in some verbal sparring wouldn't pose any issues. Cowards, you two still consider yourselves tailed beasts, bringing shame to our kind. Most tailed beasts were inherently proud, rendering such remarks equivalent to a direct insult. Are you cursing Sage of Six Paths? Then it's fine. The Ninetales grew increasingly animated in its tirade, while Yusuke and Tsunade watched with amusement, and the 4 tails and 5 tails continued their spirited dash. The Ninetales' insults were harsh, yet they were trivial compared to the experience of being struck down by the 9 tails, which was hardly worth the trouble. It was only when the figures of the 4 tails and 5 tails vanished from sight that the 9 tails finally ceased its pursuit. Being a manifestation of concentrated chakra, it wasted no breath. Once the 9 tails came to a stop and its emotions began to stabilize, Yusuke gradually floated closer. Did you enjoy yourself? It was fine, but those two just ran off, which irked me slightly. Yusuke chuckled, observing the 9 tails' relatively relaxed demeanor, and decided to quell its fury. Just think of it as a dampened spirit, and it's no issue. Remember to complete your homework when we return. The 9 tails replied, I am a fox, but you are truly a dog. Understood. With Yusuke's intervention, the 9 tails lost all inclination to continue the frolic. Originally intending to frolic in the woods, I now found myself devoid of consciousness. The leaking chakra began to retract, and the forms of Minato and Kushina re-emerged. Waisei was acutely aware that the events unfolding were the result of Minato and Kushina allowing the 9 tails to roam free. In truth, even in a fully tailed beast state, the consciousness of Minato and Kushina remained intact. It seemed that these two had not permitted the 9 tails to emerge for quite some time, hence their decision to grant it a brief respite for merriment, which accounted for their lack of involvement in the communication with the beast. You two are fine. We shall take our leave now. These two sustained no injuries, their only expenditure being a modicum of chakra. However, for two Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, chakra was but a trivial matter, equating to virtually no loss. Understood. After Minato and Kushina nodded in agreement, Waisei and Tsunade vanished from sight. Minato and Kushina exchanged glances in the direction of the departing 4 tails and 5 tails, after which Minato silently activated the Flying Thunder God technique, returning to their command post. In Konoha, could you assist me over there, young one? Obito was momentarily lost in the delight of having no homework assigned for the day when a sudden voice startled him. Of course, Granny. I'll help you right away. Obito, bowing his head to watch his steps, instinctively offered his arm to the elderly woman. Her lips curled into a gentle smile, yet a glint of sharpness flickered in her eyes. Had Waisei been present, he would have discerned at a glance that this old woman was not human, but Kaguya. Kaguya regarded Obito, who was supporting her, and with a feigned tranquil tone, inquired. What were you just pondering? Your smile never faltered. It's wiser to watch where one walks. Otherwise, you might have nearly collided with me. Obito, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head, acknowledging he had indeed come close to bumping into her. It's because something joyous happened today. Kaguya almost rolled her eyes. Is that not akin to saying nothing at all? Oh, what is this joyous event? Upon hearing this question, Obito hesitated, glancing around before conspiratorially whispering, I'll tell you, but you mustn't share it with anyone. Very well, I promise to keep it secret, Kaguya replied, intrigued. Leaning closer to him, this event is that our teacher assigned no homework today and dismissed us early. Kaguya, is that it? She fell silent, her interest waning. At least, when Obito guided her to the opposite side of the road, no further words were exchanged. Having successfully escorted her, Obito waved goodbye. I'll be on my way now. Granny. Kaguya maintained her expression, waving back. Seeing this, Obito skipped away cheerfully. Farewell, farewell. Toby has departed, leaving this path devoid of any presence. The elderly figure, disguised as Kurizetsu, watched as Toby vanished from sight. The initially gentle smile transformed into one of appreciation. In the blink of an eye, the elderly man who stood by the roadside disappeared without a trace. After a brief moment, a portion of a face emerged from around the corner where Toby had once stood, the goggles atop his head revealing the identity of this returning individual, Uchiha Obito. Observing the now desolate intersection, Obito's eyes reflected a sense of uncertainty. Chapter 39. The Moon's Eye Plan in Motion in the Depths of the Kamui Bridge. He returned. Sensing the change in his surroundings, the wrinkle-laden face of Madara opened his eyes. Compared to 5 years prior, the decay evident in his gaze had intensified. The time left for Madara was dwindling. What is the situation? Without waiting for Kurizetsu to speak, Madara directly inquired. I conducted a minor test on the suitable target I mentioned last time. Uchiha Obito, correct? Indeed. Kurizetsu had merely mentioned the name previously, and Madara remained somewhat unclear about this individual. Tell me more about him. Kurizetsu nodded and began recounting details about Obito. He has only a grandmother and is somewhat of a peripheral figure within the Uchiha clan. Currently, he is attending the Ninja Academy, with Yusuke Mikami as his homeroom teacher. Oh, he has taken on the role of a teacher? Yes, Kurizetsu affirmed. As you know, Yusuke Mikami has ties to Orochimaru, making this class quite desirable. The Uchiha clan likely seeks to place a talent in this class, but due to a lack of suitable candidates, the opportunity has fallen to Uchiha Obito. Madara merely nodded in response. The reaction this statement elicited was rather muted. Observing Madara's lack of enthusiasm, Kurizetsu silently sighed. While Yusuke Mikami possessed strength, Madara held him in low regard, be it due to Mikami's surname or the fact that he had squandered 5 years in a honeymoon phase, neglecting his own growth. In contrast, Kurizetsu held a contrary opinion. The mere posture Mikami had adopted when he approached Kurizetsu and Mangekyō to discuss matters had compelled Kurizetsu to take notice. This Yusuke Mikami was undoubtedly suspicious, even instilling a sense of inexplicable fear within him. While others fell deeply in love without knowing the reason, Kurizetsu's experience was one of fear, a simple and pure apprehension. This class is quite intriguing. The physical training is overseen by Might Guy, and the third Hokage is responsible for teaching ninjutsu. This statement did little to stir any emotion within Madara. After all, Madara looks down upon Obito and the third generation. In Madara's eyes, the abilities of these two teachers are rather mediocre, their potential limited, and these students are unlikely to stir any significant upheaval. Kaguya's will, which Black Zetsu needs to embody, must take precedence over his own desires. Everything is for the sake of his mother. At this moment, he cannot oppose Madara, so he must bide his time and proceed cautiously. Once Obito arrives, Madara is likely to perish. And then Black Zetsu can gradually persuade Obito to pay attention to the individual known as Obito Uchiha. There is a possibility that Obito may even comprehend his intentions. Madara waved his hand, signaling Black Zetsu that there was no need for further explanation. Discussing such matters was futile. It was time to address character traits. Madara doubted whether he could extract any useful information from the previous discussion. He gestured for Black Zetsu to move to the next phase. A lively and cheerful personality. Someone who cherishes life, often helping elderly individuals cross the street, even at the risk of being late for school. Upon hearing these descriptions, which felt so alien to him, Madara nodded contemplatively. He understood precisely what kind of individual he sought, someone whose descent into darkness would be most crucial. The characteristics of Obito were evidently disconnected from Madara's expectations. Yet it was precisely these traits that intrigued him. The transformation of such a person into darkness would be the most terrifying outcome, aligning perfectly with his desires. As for how to facilitate Obito's descent, Black Zetsu mentioned that Obito had someone he cared for. Madara interrupted, perplexed by Black Zetsu's word choice. One person? Black Zetsu, understanding the implications, replied with a hint of resignation. Within the class, there were two girls who had captured Obito's affection, leaving him conflicted. If there were only one, it would be the optimal solution for Madara. Eliminating Obito's beloved would undoubtedly lead to an emotional breakdown, causing his faith to shatter and awakening the power of the Sharingan. In such a scenario, convincing Obito to believe in the Grand Moon Eye plan would surely succeed. Yet now, with two romantic interests emerging, Madara found himself momentarily hesitant, contemplating whether to change his approach. The notion of liking two individuals seemed rather unreliable, although Black Zetsu would remain vigilant after his demise. Any slight issue would provoke Madara's concern. The Moon Eye plan must not falter. Rest assured, individuals like him are either oblivious to others' affections or wholeheartedly devoted to their chosen one. If necessary, both girls can be taken hostage. At that time, it might even be arranged for him to choose between two individuals, with the dire consequence that failure to make a choice would result in the demise of both. This scenario would not only further awaken the potential of his Sharingan, but also lead him down a path of complete darkness. Madara remained silent, while Kurizetsu could only wait patiently. Let us observe for a while longer. I can endure for some time yet. Yes, Kurizetsu immediately acquiesced. The investigation was his responsibility, and ultimately, it was he who would execute the plan. His strategy was multifaceted, and now that he was awake, Madara naturally wished to inquire further. What is the status of the situation in the Hidden Mist? Everything is proceeding as planned. Chiyo's grandson, Sasori, appears to have intentions to confront the third Kazekage, which will undoubtedly exacerbate the internal strife in the Sand Village. A new round of the Ninja World War is already on the horizon. Madara nodded in acknowledgement and solemnly instructed Kurizetsu. The Eye of the Moon plan must not encounter any setbacks. Yes, Kurizetsu promptly responded, yet in his heart, he mused that if anyone desired the Eye of the Moon plan the most, it would undoubtedly be him, Kurizetsu. You, Uchiha Madara, could only rank second. Mother, wait for me. Chapter 40. The Awakening of the Great Toad Sage Report. Yujin had long since grown accustomed to Obito's tardiness. Not only Yujin, but also the other classmates were already used to Obito's habitual lateness. Come in. Many speculated whether Obito was genuinely delayed due to assisting an elderly lady across the street. However, when Yujin produced a recording device for Obito to document his own tardiness, the entire class was convinced. It was as if Obito possessed a peculiar magnetism for elderly women in need of assistance, encountering them almost daily. Once Obito settled in, Yujin did not immediately commence the lesson or lead the class to the training field as was customary. Instead, he placed the book firmly on the desk. Before we begin today's class, I have an important announcement. An announcement? The attention of the class, previously diverted by Obito, was now fully captured by Yujin. Kakashi. Kakashi stood up promptly. Once this week's lessons conclude, you will officially graduate. Kakashi is graduating? This news sent ripples through the class, leaving many in a state of shock, including Kakashi himself. Kakashi instinctively recalled a conversation between his father and Yujin from a few days prior. Have I done something wrong? The moment this query left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the classroom, as it implied that Kakashi was unaware of his impending graduation. Although Yujin had not initially left a favorable impression on him, over the past 2 years, Kakashi's perception of him had transformed significantly. Initially, he was awed by Yujin's displayed strength, especially after matching the third Hokage. From that point onward, Kakashi's perspective on Yujin began to change subtly. Throughout the subsequent 2 years of teaching, Kakashi's view of Yujin underwent a profound transformation. Not only is he strong himself, but the wealth of knowledge he imparts has also proven immensely beneficial to Kakashi. Beyond these somewhat utilitarian aspects, Yusuke's character and his adept management of the classroom atmosphere make Kakashi consider that if school life were to continue in this manner, it would not be an undesirable circumstance. However, Yusuke had no intention of conceding to Kakashi in this matter. With arms crossed, he gazed at Kakashi and posed a question in return. Why do you say that? Faced with such an inquiry, Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. his thoughts effectively stifling his voice. As Kakashi remained silent, Yusuke continued. Your skills have long surpassed the graduation standards set by the school. Your current level also aligns with my own graduation criteria, which are indeed higher than the school's. You have truly met them. Not just you, but any individual in this classroom who achieves my standards will be encouraged to leave. There is only so much I can teach. Remaining here will only waste your time. Kakashi, your departure from this classroom will not reflect poorly on me. Otherwise, I would not have permitted you to leave. Once Yusuke felt he had expressed himself sufficiently, he fell silent, observing Kakashi quietly. Kakashi soon recognized that the issue lay within his own mindset. He immediately bowed in apology, saying, I understand. Please take a seat, Yusuke replied. Yes. With that, the matter concerning Kakashi came to a temporary conclusion, and Yusuke commenced the day's lesson. Many in the class regarded Kakashi with envious glances. After all, achieving Yusuke's graduation standards meant a direct advance towards graduation. How impressive is that? Kakashi became the first to accomplish this, inspiring a competitive spirit among others who believed they could vie for the second position. Obito, too, found himself swept up in this ambition, even beginning to fantasize about what it would be like to be the second to leave the classroom, envisioning how striking his departure would appear to his classmates. However, his daydreams were promptly quashed by Yusuke's voice. Focus, everyone. Study diligently. I look forward to seeing you all leave this classroom soon. With this reminder, the students redirected their attention to their studies. Moreover, with Kakashi's early graduation as motivation, their concentration intensified even further. After the class concluded, Yusuke was preparing to depart. However, just as he reached the staircase, a voice from behind halted him. Yusuke-sensei, I need to speak with you. Upon turning around, Yusuke encountered Obito, who appeared to be glancing around cautiously. What is it, Obito? Obito leaned closer to Yusuke and whispered, I encountered something strange yesterday. I suspect someone has infiltrated Konoha. What happened? Please elaborate. Yusuke's interest piqued, and he crouched down to inquire further. Last night, on my way home, I met an elderly woman who asked me to help her cross the street. Are you suggesting that there is something amiss with this elderly woman? Indeed. That individual is highly likely to be an imposter, which raises my suspicions that she may very well be a spy infiltrating Konoha. What are your reasons? Firstly, her manner of exertion while crossing the street is distinctly not that of an elderly person. Secondly, I have assisted numerous grandmothers in crossing the road. Yet I have never encountered this particular old lady. Therefore, after turning the corner, I stealthily returned to take another glance, only to find that the elderly figure had vanished. Quite intriguing indeed. There is no doubt that this person is Black Zetsu. It is probable that Black Zetsu could not have anticipated encountering issues regarding these 2 points. There might genuinely be something amiss with the individual, and I shall report this matter to the 4th Hokage. Your information is invaluable, and your efforts commendable. However, to avoid alarming the enemy, refrain from disseminating this information widely. Do you understand? I comprehend, Teacher Yusuke. You may return for now. Yes, as I observe Tobi's retreating figure. A flicker of uncertainty dances in Yusuke's eyes. Black Zetsu, Tobi. Yusuke. He is jolted back to reality by the sudden voice. Jiraiya? To be honest, it has been some time since he last saw Jiraiya. 2 years have passed since that discussion, during which Jiraiya had been predominantly ensconced in the Hokage's office. Is there something amiss? The great sage frog has awakened. After 2 years, he is finally roused. Yusuke had contemplated numerous times the prospect of rushing to Mayaboka Mountain to seek the great sage frog. However, this matter was not particularly urgent, hence each time it remained unaddressed. Take me to Mayaboka Mountain. It is the reason for my visit. Chapter 41. The dream of the great sage frog. The scenery of Mayaboka Mountain is indeed splendid, yet at this moment, Yusuke is not inclined to admire its beauty. His purpose for arriving here is to attend to serious matters. Ultimately, he fears that the great sage frog may fall asleep once more. This time, he has waited 2 years. Who knows how long it will be before he awakens again. Thus, throughout the journey, even when encountering many familiar faces, rather familiar frogs, such as Gamabunta and Gamaken, nothing could impede Yusuke's pace. Jiraiya could not fathom why Yusuke was in such a hurry, and instinctively quickened his own steps. Soon, Jiraiya led Yusuke to a grand, closed gate, guarded by 2 frogs. Yusuke recognized these 2 as well, Fukasaku and Shima. These 2 frogs are renowned as the esteemed elders and trusted aides of the great sage frog. Both possess formidable sage chakra and are primarily responsible for screening those who wish to enter Mayaboka Mountain for training. They were instrumental in nurturing both Jiraiya and Naruto into sages. Upon Jiraiya entering sage mode, these two stood upon his shoulders. When Jiraiya and Yusuke arrived, the two sages were dozing at the entrance. It was only when Jiraiya approached and greeted them that they regained their awareness. Little Jiraiya, indeed. It is customary for these two to precede Jiraiya's name with the term little. This brought to Yusuke's mind the image of a slug. The slug sage also affectionately referred to Tsunade as Little Tsunade. I have brought Yusuke to meet the great toad sage, who had previously given his consent. Due to Yusuke's urgency during the journey, Jiraiya decided to get straight to the point. The great toad sage was already in slumber. Yusuke thought to himself, this is rather unreliable. Jiraiya felt a moment of awkwardness, as Yusuke himself was not inclined to wait another 2 years. He decisively interrupted Jiraiya, stepping forward to face the two sages, and declared, I have the capability to enter the dreams of the great toad sage, and I can communicate with him within his dream. However, the deep sage simply shook his head in a nonchalant manner. That does not constitute a valid reason for your passage through this door. Yusuke remained silent, and his hands, which had been hanging naturally, slowly lifted. Both Shima and Deep became tense, fixated on Yusuke. This was indeed the realm of the great toad sage's dreams. Shima and Deep were not mistaken in their anxiety. When he acted, he had indeed drawn the two into the dream as well. Upon invoking the authority of Naida, he could directly enter the dreams of others in his physical form. He wished to avoid vanishing and causing the two to lose control of their emotions. His sole objective was the great toad sage. He could sense the sage's presence, and this range fell within the distance required to invoke Naida's power. Almost instantaneously, the landscape before Yusuke transformed. The verdant hills and clear waters vanished, leaving behind a blanket of white, reminiscent of fog. Since he had entered in his true form and was manipulating the dream, wielding divine authority, locating his target amidst the white mist was not a daunting task. Moreover, what he sought was not the dreaming great toad sage. The prophecies of the great toad sage stemmed from dreams, observations derived from the realm of slumber. Thus, within the dream, the great toad sage could elevate his consciousness beyond the dream itself, adopting a divine perspective to observe the dreamscape. Although it was the great toad sage's dream, upon closing his eyes, as Yusuke prepared to open them again, an ancient voice echoed in his ear, "You have arrived." Yusuke opened his eyes to behold the source of the voice, a massive orange toad seated upon a pedestal inscribed with the character for sage. This was the great toad sage. At that moment, the sage gazed intently at a swirling vortex of clouds and mist before him. Though he spoke to Yusuke, his attention remained elsewhere. Yusuke did not take this familiar greeting from the great toad sage to heart. When conversing with one endowed with prophetic abilities, it was customary to assume that they possessed knowledge of all things. I had wished to see you in reality as well, but alas, I am of advanced age. One moment of weakness, and I succumbed to slumber once more. Initially, my desire was to encounter you in a dream. However, due to a lack of urgency, I refrained from taking the initiative. With a graceful gesture, Yusuke conjured a chair and placed it beside the vortex that the great toad sage was observing. Sitting cross-legged, he rested his chin on his hand, gazing into the swirling depths. "Are you here to critique me?" the great toad sage inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. Yusuke retorted, "Are you unaware? What I perceive of the future is merely a fragment. I anticipated your arrival and am intrigued by the tidings you bring. Indeed, my purpose for coming here was to uncover such news." After a moment's contemplation, Yusuke uttered a name that resonated with profound significance. Kaguya, the Kaguya-hime. "Do you comprehend why Kaguya has come here and her intentions regarding the white Zetsu?" At that time, the great toad sage was merely a small toad, lacking the prophetic capabilities that would later be attributed to him, even if he had possessed them then. After all, he was still young. Presently, those abilities seemed to be of little consequence. What sort of prophecy would predict the disciples of Jiraiya under such restrictive conditions? The great toad sage did not indulge in age-related arrogance, simply shaking his head in acknowledgement of his ignorance before adopting a posture of attentive listening. As for how Yusuke had come to know this name, the great toad sage refrained from inquiry, and Yusuke had no desire to divulge. Although Yusuke had indeed stated that, under normal circumstances, one defaults to the assumption that the other party possesses all knowledge, he had also imposed a conditional limitation on this assertion. Under typical circumstances, The present moment does not fall within the realm of the ordinary. This event transpired in the past, not in the primary focus of prophetic foresight. The great Toad Sage witnessed the peace of the ninja world embodied in Jiraiya's disciple, Naruto. Therefore, the most the great Toad Sage could have perceived was the conclusion of the Shippuden narrative, lacking any foresight into the Boruto era. In other words, the great Toad Sage could only foresee a limited future, and his own vision was similarly constrained, as he had not completed the Boruto saga. However, his glimpse into the future extended slightly further than that of the great Toad Sage, which was sufficient to maintain control over the dialogue today. Chapter 42. The Past of Kaguya. Listening intently, Yusuke began, "In ancient times, I cannot ascertain whether you existed. Kaguya belongs to the Tsutsuki clan, a lineage from beyond the ninja world. You are aware of this, are you not?" "Indeed, I am aware, for she was the bearer of chakra." In truth, Kaguya Tsutsuki arrived on Earth merely as a sacrificial offering, accompanied by one known as Tsutsuki Ishiki. At this juncture, the great Toad Sage recognized a dissonance. Both individuals bore the surname Tsutsuki, and Kaguya-hime, whom he regarded as a formidable adversary, was merely a pawn in a sacrificial scheme. Of course, in her overt identity, Kaguya Tsutsuki was indeed Ishiki's partner. It was only as the divine tree, the object of their ambitions, neared maturity that Kaguya realized her existence was solely to serve as sustenance for the tree. Kaguya-hime achieved this fate. Listening to Yusuke's words and reflecting on the history he knew, the great Toad Sage grasped this profound truth. Indeed, if one were to oppose Kaguya, they would not merely contend with her, but rather with Otsutsuki Ishiki. It is even conceivable that victory might elude them. For the Sage of Six Paths and his brother might never come into existence, given that their mother, Kaguya, has perished. In summary, Kaguya ambushed Ishiki and, having severely wounded him, sacrificed him to the Ten Tails, acquiring formidable power by consuming the fruit of the God Tree. Her subsequent creation of White Zetsu was a measure taken to defend against the Otsutsuki clan that would seek her out. Thus, this indeed represented a facet of history unknown to the great Toad Sage. When the great Toad Sage encountered Kaguya's two sons, Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Himura, they had just uncovered Kaguya's nefarious act of using living beings to produce White Zetsu. The act of utilizing humanity for the creation of White Zetsu was undeniably wrong, yet the threat posed by the Otsutsuki clan was an objective reality. Yusuke felt he had conveyed enough regarding the events of the past, and awaited the great Toad Sage's response in silence. However, the great Toad Sage remained with eyes closed, seemingly lost in contemplation. Noticing the delay in response, Yusuke continued to express his views. "I have come to offer you a warning. I intend to release Kaguya." "What follows her release?" Upon hearing this, the great Toad Sage could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of Yusuke. "I require Kaguya to serve as a guide to locate the ancestral home of the Otsutsuki clan and eradicate it. Thus, I must indeed release Kaguya. And she cannot perish at the hands of your prophesied child. For it is not only the Otsutsuki clan from beyond the stars that poses a threat. Even Ishiki, who accompanied Kaguya, remains alive, concealed somewhere within the shinobi world. Ultimately, he may even establish a shell organization, stirring up a myriad of troubles. Even your prophesied child, Naruto, has been sealed away by Kawaki in the realm of the Great Darkness. The troubles brought by the Otsutsuki clan far surpass the tumultuous future envisioned by the great Toad Sage. Yusuke did not wish for events to escalate to the era of Boruto. Thus, releasing Kaguya and allowing her to lead was of utmost necessity. As for the matter of the prophesied child, I can assist with that as well. The ultimate peace within the shinobi world closely resembles Nagato's envisioned path. Establishing a common enemy that necessitates the unification of all shinobi will inevitably lead to their consolidation. The final adversaries will be similar, the singular Ten Tails, along with Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, and Kaguya Tsutsuki. There exist numerous methods to release Kaguya, even ones currently feasible. However, such approaches would eliminate a crucial step in uniting the entire shinobi world. Consequently, Yusuke was unconcerned about slowing the pace of this endeavor, allowing events to unfold naturally, bringing forth Uchiha Madara, the Ten Tails, and Kaguya. This would unify the shinobi world in their resistance. As for how the shinobi world would progress thereafter, Yusuke chose not to intervene. The prophesied child, Naruto, emerged amidst this great tide. Even after accomplishing all this, Kai had already contemplated his next steps. Sitting here, Discussing this matter with the great sage Toad could be deemed an act of mercy towards the ninja world. Every thought and perspective Kai wished to convey had already been articulated. Oh, the prophesied child. Jiraiya has relayed your sentiments to me. I must concede that the ideas you imparted to Jiraiya have indeed moved me. Nevertheless, I am eager to hear your specific plans. Very well. The great sage Toad is now in a state of emergence. The most significant intervention in the ninja realm is simply to send Jiraiya to seek the prophesied child. This is not a stringent demand, merely a suggestion for Jiraiya to pursue. Once he finds you, how he proceeds is entirely his prerogative. In fact, in the original narrative, when Jiraiya encountered Naruto, he did not regard him as the prophesied child. It was only after enduring numerous trials that he realized Naruto was indeed the prophesied one. For an extended period prior, Jiraiya did not educate Naruto with the gravity he initially ascribed to the prophesied child. Kai spoke swiftly, for the great sage Toad had already foreseen parts of what was to come, and Kai's intentions were to amend the existing storyline. Since you have determined your course of action, proceed with it. Upon Kai's conclusion, the great sage Toad expressed his own thoughts. Indeed, I have grown old. I shall take my leave. With the great sage Toad endorsing his worldview, Kai rose contentedly, stretching leisurely. I still need to prepare dinner for my wife. Take care. No need to see me off. Upon closing his eyes and reopening them, Kai's perspective shifted back to the tightly shut door. Kai? Jiraiya, who had been guarding Shima and Fukasaku, immediately stood upon seeing Kai emerge. Have you finished your discussion with the great sage Toad? So soon? Not bad. At this moment, Jiraiya walked up beside Kai, who placed a hand on his shoulder, preparing to leave. The great sage Toad has yet to awaken, and thus cannot attest to my meeting with him. There's no explanation for running away. Jiraiya had initially anticipated that Kai would return with a solution. Instead, your plan is to make a swift exit? Ready? 3, 2, 1. Just before the Flying Thunder God was activated, Kai reached out to dissolve the dream state of the two sages. Before they could open their eyes, the Flying Thunder God successfully initiated, leaving no trace of their actions. Chapter 43 Kai. Good morning. Morning. Orochimaru, already engaged in today's work, instinctively responded. However, upon completing his reply, Orochimaru sensed something amiss and slowly lifted his head. Mikami Kai. If I am not mistaken, it should be class time now, Teacher Yuyo. I have no classes today. This morning was the illusion class taught by Senior Shinhong, and this afternoon is the third generation's ninjutsu class. Yuyo settled onto the office sofa designated for meetings, squeezing against the backrest like a cat. What brings you here? Yuyo's reasoning was indeed impeccable. Not attending class naturally afforded him his own time. However, Orochimaru, observing Yuyo, could not shake the feeling that Yuyo's visit held no good tidings. Waving his hand, he dismissed the Nara father and son, and setting aside the scroll he held, Orochimaru sat beside Yuyo. There was no need to brew tea. Indeed, Orochimaru was too lethargic to bother and simply poured himself and Yuyo a glass of plain water. I came to request a person. After taking a sip of water, Yuyo finally responded to Orochimaru's inquiry. Who? Yamashiro Kazuhaya. Years of self-cultivation had kept Orochimaru from reacting immediately. You recommended him to me as the head of the Umbu, did you not? Yuyo felt it was quite fitting for Orochimaru to add, for an additional fee. Yet, Orochimaru was unwilling to entertain even that modest concession. Presently, in Konoha, it appeared to be advancing continuously, but to be frank, there was still a shortage of talent. The older generation had aged to the point of ineffectiveness, while the younger generation, though beginning to take on responsibilities, still required some time before fully stepping up. Ultimately, it boiled down to the age-old issue. There were few among Orochimaru's generation who could be relied upon. Indeed. So, you seek another person for me? Yuyo had intended to elaborate, but Orochimaru interrupted, continuing his own train of thought. Before you arrived, Jiraiya also stopped by. What for? Upon asking, Yuyo recalled the events of yesterday, instinctively probing further. Resigning? Yes, he came to resign. Orochimaru did not become agitated upon Yuyo's accurate guess. Instead, he reclined back, adopting a languid posture. He expressed his desire to pursue his dreams and to leave Konoha in search of inspiration for writing. Did you not dissuade him? Jiraiya's temperament is gentle. With a few words from Orochimaru, the likelihood of him remaining would have been considerably high. He did stay, but alas, there was no other choice. Orochimaru shook his head in resignation. He left a letter on my desk and dashed out. Only after reading the letter did I realize that the rascal had slipped away. After revealing this, Orochimaru cast a pair of eyes, filled with resentment like dead fish, upon Yuyo, fixating on him as if he were prey. Yuyo felt a shiver run down his spine under that gaze. What exactly did you both do yesterday? We made a trip to Maiboka Mountain. Did you meet with the Great Sage Toad? Yes, that explains a lot. Orochimaru had now fully reclined on the sofa, the aura of resentment dissipating, leaving behind a sense of dejection. Rest assured, I merely wish to invite Yamashiro Kazuhaya to assist me in teaching someone. Not directly taking someone away is indeed good news. However, this matter has indeed touched a sensitive nerve in Orochimaru. As you know, I am not particularly fond of soliciting teachers in private. The Ninja Academy in Konoha has already been performing admirably. Moreover, the non-ninja school funded by Yakushina Noyu is also under construction. You clearly enticed me into this educational reform, and now you intend to violate that very agreement? Yusuke, is there even room for dialogue? Please, do not rush me. Can I really afford to remain calm? Yusuke, after a few well-meaning words and the expenditure of several bottles of sake, Orochimaru finally regained his composure. Are you suggesting that Uchiha Obito is already being targeted? Indeed. Furthermore, Obito's infiltration into this organization pertains to the very existence of the entire ninja world. Well, to say the continuity of the ninja world is perhaps an exaggeration. After all, there is still a safety net in place. However, for the ninja world to unite, it is almost imperative for Obito to become Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru's brow furrowed slightly. With the safety of the entire ninja world at stake, this matter warranted his serious attention. Is it truly necessary to burden a child with all of this? Then you must find a way to catch the eye of Uchiha Madara or the third son of the Sage of Six Paths, Orochimaru. What? Uchiha Madara is already quite extraordinary. What on earth is the third son of the Sage of Six Paths? Uchiha Madara is not dead. With a single statement from Yusuke, Orochimaru was instantly on edge. Although, logically speaking, even if Madara were alive, he should have aged by now. However, considering Madara's character, Orochimaru could not dismiss the possibility that the latter was hiding with ulterior motives, most likely concerning Konoha or even the entire ninja world. After all, Yusuke mentioned that Obito's situation was critical to the survival of the ninja world. You may not be aware of Obito's character. It shares similarities with Kushina from his childhood. Such a personality, when recklessly infiltrating, could easily lead to complications. Indeed, this is true. If one were to discuss this matter in isolation, it would be difficult to comprehend and lack credibility. By merely invoking the memory of Kushina from her youth, Orochimaru instantly understood. That is why I need Yamamoto to provide him with proper guidance. Yusuke's words genuinely resonated with Orochimaru. However, before agreeing, he felt it prudent to ask a few more questions. Given that Uchiha Obito possesses such a character, why would Uchiha Madara take an interest in him? It is quite simple. A person with such a disposition, once corrupted, can become far more malevolent than the average villain. Do you think that if Jiraiya were to succumb to darkness, what kind of person would Orochimaru become? Jiraiya's temperament aligns with that of Obito and Kushina in their youth. I cannot even begin to fathom it. After pondering for a moment, Orochimaru helplessly shook his head. Echu, as Jiraiya sprinted towards the land of hot water. Fearing that Orochimaru might change his mind and pursue him, he inexplicably sneezed. Damn it, it must be that scoundrel Orochimaru muttering about me. Orochimaru, Achu. Yusuke, Hihi Chapter 44, Obito's Choice. Obito. Obito felt as though someone was fanning his face. The other party was not applying much force. In fact, Obito even found it somewhat pleasant. Observing Yusuke smacking his lips, Obito felt a large bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Initially contemplating a grand display of affection, he ultimately decided against it, primarily out of concern that such an emotional assault might be too overwhelming for Obito. Instead, he opted for a method that would evoke even greater shock. Kaze, the mountain dweller, gazed upon Yusuke's face, which bore an enigmatic smile, and leaned closer to Obito's ear. Obito, sleeping during class is not a commendable habit. Obito, who had been enjoying a deep slumber, abruptly stood up, not merely propelling his upper body upright, but rising to his full height. Yusuke-sensei, I didn't mean to, he exclaimed, while his peripheral vision frantically scrutinized the now upright Yusuke. Yusuke remained silent, and gradually, Obito began to piece together the situation. Wait a moment. I just finished my homework at home before falling asleep. Surely, I haven't suddenly lost a segment of my memory? He hurriedly surveyed his surroundings, realizing, no, this is my home. I am still standing on my own bed. Obito was utterly perplexed, his mind stalling completely as he instinctively asked Yusuke, "Sensei, how did you end up in my house?" Yusuke maintained his smile and countered, "Is this truly your home?" "Huh. This is indeed my home." Obito initially wanted to argue, but soon he recognized his error. The scene before him shifted instantaneously from his room to the summit of a mountain, with daylight illuminating the surroundings. What on earth is happening? Although the Flying Thunder God technique allowed for instantaneous movement, Obito was evidently unaware of such a possibility. Furthermore, within the ninja world, there was no concept of a time difference where Konoha experienced night while other places basked in daylight. These thoughts eluded Obito, leaving him with but one conclusion. Am I dreaming? Indeed, you are within your dream. Yet this dream is a genuine dreamscape. A genuine dreamscape? Obito's mind struggled to grasp this concept. Yusuke, however, said little more, the smile upon his lips widening. For Kaze, who excelled at discerning identities through emotional cues, the meaning behind Yusuke's smile was all too clear. Simultaneously, he silently prayed for Obito. In the next moment, the mountaintop vanished, along with all trees and everything visible in the landscape, leaving only an indistinguishable darkness. Although he could no longer discern the directions around him, he still sensed one undeniable feeling. He was plummeting rapidly, and the speed was increasing. Taito felt as though his mind was on the verge of complete overload. He was not particularly intelligent. His academic achievements were solely a result of hard work. With the turmoil caused by Eugene, he found himself utterly unraveling. What on earth was happening? Why did this sensation feel so overwhelmingly intense? Was he on the brink of death? Was the moment he came to a halt the moment he would be reduced to mere flesh? Was this truly a dream? Why were his emotions so heightened? And why had he not awakened yet? The self within the dream should have been disoriented. Why then did he feel so acutely aware of his descent? Taito struggled to comprehend. A sharp snap echoed in Taito's ears. The darkness seemed to vanish as he sensed his feet making contact with solid ground. However, his posture remained that of falling, and he had long lost control over his own body during the descent. Taito had no time to observe his surroundings. Resembling a prison cell, he crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. Did he now understand what a true dream felt like? He nodded laboriously, almost expending all his strength to control his vocal cords, producing a sound that hardly resembled his own. You are indeed in a dream. Yet both I and the teacher I have chosen for you are real. Teacher? Taito's emotions had stabilized considerably as he turned his head to regard the figure he had overlooked for so long, masked and faceless. Eugene, what is it that you want from me? Unable to rise, Taito remained seated, prompting Eugene to sit cross-legged on the ground. What I am about to tell you requires your utmost attention. Eugene revealed the plan to send Taito on an undercover mission. Taito's mind was still processing this information, while Shanzhong Chifeng had already grasped Eugene's intent, yet felt a buzzing in his head. Is it truly appropriate for me to hear this? Reflecting on the recent sensation of falling, Shanzhong Chifeng deeply regretted taking on such a task. Being subjected to special training meant he was already entangled in this affair. However, he recognized that this knowledge was inconsequential. The special training was conducted in secrecy, and Shanzhong Chifeng understood he was remarkably safe. After a considerable time of contemplation, Eugene continued speaking. Though this task is undoubtedly yours, two paths lie before you. The first path involves training under the teacher I have selected for you, leading to your role as an undercover agent. The second path entails creating a duplicate of yourself, though you must remain concealed. Rest assured, regardless of which option you choose, I will ensure your safety, and ultimately, I will prove your innocence. I stake my life on it. Taito realized that he was left with only these two options. Though he did not fully comprehend what it meant to create a version of himself, he understood the course of action he was expected to take. As the one targeted by Uchiha Obito, I find myself ensnared within his grasp, unable to escape. Even if I were to flee, Uchiha Obito would inevitably seek out others. Moreover, Teacher Yusuke has proclaimed that I am destined to become a bridge for peace within the ninja world. I, Obito, do not perceive any thirst. Yet the first word I utter emerges from a parched throat. However, this solitary pause is fleeting, as I soon find myself articulating a complete sentence with unwavering conviction in both tone and gaze. I choose the first option. I am a ninja, and undertaking undercover missions is an essential rite of passage for one of my kind. Truly, I am a student of the esteemed Yusuke Misaka. Chapter 45. Purchase sunflower seeds for kurizetsu. I recall that last night I had a dream. This is the first thought that crosses my mind upon awakening. In the dream, there was teacher Yusuke alongside a figure adorned with an animal mask, who also seemed to be my instructor. Upon this realization, I suddenly grasped that my mind has been enriched with an abundance of new knowledge, specifically regarding emotional management. Concurrently, I vividly recollect the contents of my dream from the previous night. Teacher Yusuke entrusted me with a daunting task, instructing me to undertake an undercover operation. Last night's endeavor involved training in emotional management as part of my disguise preparation for the mission. It feels somewhat surreal. While my memories and the newly acquired knowledge are genuine, the manner of instruction and the environment evoke an undeniable sense of unreality. Even the current surroundings impart a similar feeling of disconnection. After sitting on the bed to gather my thoughts for a moment, I gradually begin to feel more at ease. Dressing, descending from my bed, and attending to my morning routine, I share a meal with my grandmother in a calm state of mind before hastily departing. If the journey proceeds smoothly, I shall arrive at school without issue. My concern lies in the unique allure I possess, which might once again affect my grandmother. Thus, following our meal, I hurriedly set forth. I'm off to school, Grandma. Be safe on the road. I will, I reply, my voice diminishing as I distance myself. As I walk, reflecting on the events of the previous night, I begin to assess the training I underwent. Undoubtedly, teacher Yusuke's methods are rather intriguing. Everything transpired within the dream, aside from the brief time I took this morning to assimilate the knowledge I had gained. Other than that, all seems well. My mental state remains consistent with my usual self, devoid of any fatigue from last night's learning. Meanwhile, Yamashiro Takafu, preparing for his tasks, shares a similar sentiment. Additionally, a unique thought arises within him. Since he must earnestly instruct Obito, perhaps in the future he could allow Obito to take over his position and become the head of the Umbu. In the village, the gap between the Uchiha clan was gradually dissipating under the influence of Lord Orochimaru. The prospect of an Uchiha, albeit one on the fringes, taking over his position seemed less improbable. As for Obito, a curious thought emerged in his mind. How wonderful it would be if education could be conducted in such a dreamlike manner during ordinary school days. Should Yujin become aware of Obito's current musings, he would undoubtedly be reminded of a singular term, infinite Tsukuyomi, which was originally Obito's most fervent desire. However, Obito quickly regained his composure. No, Obito, how could you entertain such thoughts? He shook his head vigorously, rejecting the sudden notion that had crossed his mind. Although knowledge could be acquired, one's physical abilities and various attributes would not improve within the confines of a dream. To grow stronger and to repay the nurturing of teacher Yujin, the tangible world was far more suitable. With this realization, Obito's steps became notably lighter. He should indeed be grateful for his swift change in perspective. Had he continued to dwell on such thoughts, Yujin would not hesitate to suspend him from a tree and administer daily reprimands. Obito's mood returned to a radiant state. Yet, as he turned a corner, his heart skipped a beat upon seeing an elderly woman ahead. He silently cursed within himself. This was not merely a case of the elderly woman's presence affecting him. Was this not the very woman he had encountered just days prior, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere and then vanished just as suddenly? Moreover, according to teacher Yujin's words from yesterday, this individual and her associates had set their sights on him. If one were to consider human years, she was indeed a senior citizen. Presently, there was no escaping the situation. Faced with this predicament, Obito's mind began to work unusually swiftly. A thought arose within him. He must not allow the other party to uncover his vulnerabilities. If he remained unaware of their background, he would never fall into such a line of reasoning. Nevertheless, Obito felt a surge of exhilaration in his current mental state. He maintained his pace, even accelerating as he approached the elderly woman. To Obito, this was a maneuver befitting his character. When Kaguya tilted her head to regard him, he seized the initiative, inquiring, "Excuse me, dear lady, are you crossing the street?" Yes, could you assist me?" "Of course," Obito responded, and promptly took action. Kaguya allowed Obito to guide her, while her gaze scrutinized him from a superior vantage point. Indeed, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Kaguya viewed Obito with considerable favor. The one she did not regard favorably was Madara. Thus, in Kaguya's eyes, Obito was adorned with an aura, a glow of potential masked by naivety, making him the most susceptible to manipulation. Considering the identity of the Uchiha, Individuals born into such a lineage generally endure the trials of life. If a psychological blow strikes precisely at the core of what they hold dear, it is likely to unleash a power surpassing that of an ordinary Sharingan. Setting aside whether Obito can perceive Black Zetsu's scrutinizing gaze, these external factors do not hinder Obito from showcasing his adeptness in assisting the elderly across the street. After all these years, Obito has refined this skill to perfection. I'm off now, Granny. Upon successfully escorting Black Zetsu to the other side of the road, Obito feigned a glance at his watch and promptly exclaimed before dashing away at lightning speed. Go on, go on. Black Zetsu, observing Obito's retreating figure, was filled with an unwavering resolve. I believe my performance was satisfactory just now. After running a considerable distance, Obito wiped the sweat from his back. Assisting Black Zetsu seemed effortless, yet Obito still sensed a significant degree of oppression. However, reflecting on his previous actions, he felt a swell of satisfaction and joy. You, Black Zetsu, perceive me as a fool, and I, Obito, regard you as a fool as well. Let us see who ultimately emerges as the greater fool, Black Zetsu. Chapter 46. The war has commenced, serving as a continuation of the preceding conflict. Have you found it? One could barely consider Yusuke a mere acquaintance. Certainly, he could not be categorized as an old friend of Chiyo. At that moment, Chiyo's anxious expression accentuated her wrinkles considerably. In response to Chiyo's inquiry, another acquaintance of Yusuke, Aizu, shook his head in exasperation. This gesture undoubtedly heightened the anxiety within both Chiyo and Aizu. The disappearance of the third Kazekage was enough to unsettle Chiyo and Aizu, esteemed elders. This was indeed the third Kazekage. Furthermore, the absence of Sasori compounded Chiyo's distress. With her son and daughter-in-law slain by Konoha's Kakashi, this grandson had become one of Chiyo's few remaining sources of solace. Despite her busy schedule and limited opportunities to meet Sasori, he remained a significant emotional anchor for her. Now, with both the third Kazekage and Sasori missing, the loss of her two most vital sources of comfort weighed heavily upon her. Nevertheless, Chiyo, being a person of considerable experience and stature, understood that she could not falter at this moment. Tsunade still required her. However, the true blow was yet to come. Members of the Umbu discovered, at Sasori's repository for puppets, a plethora of books pertaining to human puppetry and a small assortment of tools for crafting them. Furthermore, a few of Sasori's puppets had also vanished. The words of Arozak struck like thunderclaps in Chiyo's mind. It was evident that she comprehended the sentiments her brother sought to convey. Yet, amidst the profound turmoil that had beset her spirit, a voice within her resisted accepting this grim reality. Arozak, being her brother, understood her plight. With no progeny of his own, he recognized that the calamity wrought by Sasori, who had assassinated the third Kazekage and fled in fear of retribution, was an undeniable truth. The mere study of puppetry was sufficient to classify Sasori as a renegade ninja of Tsunade. This secret could not be concealed for long. The village had already been simmering with ire over the previous war's failure, and now, with the third Kazekage having been assassinated by Sasori, a fellow villager. As Arozak had noted, Tsunade's stability was precarious at best. Should news of the third Kazekage's disappearance surface, chaos would inevitably ensue within the village. This dilemma swiftly occupied Chiyo's thoughts. Arozak observed his sister in silence, patiently awaiting her to devise a solution. He felt ill-equipped for such matters and entrusted this responsibility to her. After a prolonged silence, a realization dawned upon Chiyo. She proposed to publicly declare the third Kazekage missing, appoint the fourth Kazekage, and shift the blame onto Konoha, thereby instigating war against them. Waging external conflict served as an astute means of diverting domestic discord. Upon uttering these words, Chiyo's gaze sharpened with newfound clarity. Considering Iwagakure and Kumogakure, who had long harbored their grievances, it was likely they would be eager to join the fray against Konoha. Arozak felt a jolt of alarm. Should Iwagakure and Kumogakure involve themselves, the ensuing war would undoubtedly eclipse the previous one in scale. Moreover, it could indeed destabilize Konoha. A victory would not only compensate for past losses, but could yield even greater gains. At this juncture, it appeared that this was the only viable path forward. Arozak found himself at a loss for any alternative strategies. As for who should assume the role of fourth Kazekage, should it be Raza or Yashimaru? Chiyo leaned back against her chair, a gesture of apparent relaxation, yet her countenance betrayed no hint of ease. It was as though the previous discourse had unblocked her thoughts, leading her to a swift decision. She resolved upon Raza for the position. He possessed a fiercer disposition and enjoyed a higher reputation among the ninjas than Yashimaru. Tsunade required a leader of sufficient ruthlessness to guide them into this impending war. Yashimaru, despite his merits, retained elements of weakness in his character. In line with Chiyo's earlier strategy, Raza was undoubtedly the most fitting candidate for the fourth Kazekage. However, when considering the long-term development of Tsunade, one must ponder whether a person like Raza truly possesses the qualities to serve as the Kazekage. Is he indeed suited to occupy the highest position of authority? Keizi remains uncertain. Yet, at this moment, Chiyo has evidently allowed her emotions to become completely ensnared in the notion she has devised, utilizing external warfare to alleviate internal discord. Ignoring Keizi's expression, Chiyo proceeded to issue directives regarding their forthcoming tasks. I shall inform Raza and establish contact with the Wagakure and Kumogakure. You will prepare the succession ceremony for the Kazekage and get ready to launch a full-scale war against Konohagakure. As she spoke, Chiyo rose to her feet. In response to her arrangements, Keizi promptly nodded in agreement. Understood. Before the two departed, Chiyo paused momentarily. Without turning back, she addressed Keizi directly. Let us conceal the matter of Sasori for now. After the war, we shall classify him as a rogue ninja. Consider it my personal desire, as well as for the sake of Tsunade. Indeed, Keizi replied with a nod. He could distinctly perceive that his sister seemed to have aged decades in an instant. Such matters are indeed too burdensome for an elder. Subsequently, the two exited in succession. Upon stepping outside, they both realized an undeniable truth. The impending war had become unavoidable. Tsunade had irrevocably burned its bridges. In the depths beneath the Kanabi Bridge, Kurizetsu returned and eagerly relayed the information he had overheard to Uchiha Madara. War is finally upon us. Kurizetsu's heart brimmed with anticipation. A subtle smile crept upon Madara's lips. The more chaotic the ninja world becomes, the easier it will be for his Moon Eye plan to succeed. The war had commenced, a continuation of the last conflict. Madara glanced at Kurizetsu, while Obito directed his gaze towards Orochimaru, one filled with excitement, the other obscured from view. Chapter 47. The Vanguard of Rope Tree Today. There is but one matter to address. Tsunade launched a surprise attack on the borders of the Land of Fire yesterday, and the defenses have already fallen. All the Nin of Konohagakure, originally seated in the audience, remained bewildered, uncertain as to why the fourth Hokage had summoned them. The last assembly of Nin was convened to discuss the education of medical ninjas, and at that time, the agenda had been disclosed in advance, allowing those unable to attend to abstain. This time, however, there was no prior explanation, merely a summons for all to gather. This suggested that the announcement to be made today could be of grave significance. Once Orochimaru disclosed the news, the audience erupted into a tumultuous uproar. War has returned. Konohagakure, as the wealthiest of nations, has scarcely missed any major conflict within the ninja world. The prevailing sentiment is that others perceive Konohagakure's wealth, and indeed it is affluent. However, wealth should not serve as a justification for plunder. Otherwise, such reasoning parallels the notion that attire alone could be construed as an invitation. Almost instantaneously, the audience sparked into fervent discussion over this matter. This group of Tsunade shinobi is like a swarm of flies. They appear every time. Last time, they were thoroughly defeated by Lord Pakura. Indeed, they are unlikely to prevail against us this time either. We shall deal with them decisively. Suddenly, when Orochimaru uttered a single word, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, as if the previous discussions had never occurred. It must be acknowledged that Orochimaru's credibility is substantial. Otherwise, such an effect would not be achieved. Following today's meeting, the enlistment for the Tsunade front line will commence, with individuals expected to sign up. The results will be revealed by tomorrow morning, and we shall depart by noon. It is worth noting that, due to the need to remain vigilant against the other three great nations, the number of personnel dispatched to Tsunade will be limited. Although enrollment is voluntary, it is unlikely that anyone would shy away from signing up within the shinobi world. After all, participating in the front line during wartime is akin to a swift path to accumulating merit, even more so than completing missions. Moreover, the onset of war signifies a significant reduction in routine tasks, thus presenting opportunities for ninjas. These opportunities are so substantial that they often overshadow the inherent dangers. Many astute individuals grasped the implications of Orochimaru's words. This upcoming war is likely to attract involvement from other nations, contrasting sharply with the hasty conclusion of the last conflict. This battle promises to be far greater in scale. The topic of today's discussion revolves around the selection of the commander for the Tsunade frontline. Given the previous war with Tsunade, Orochimaru turned his gaze towards the esteemed Kakashi Hatake seated in the front row. Indeed, Kakashi now occupies the position of the Umbu leader, and he is nearing retirement. Kakashi-senpai. Orochimaru's eyes burned with intensity, yet Kakashi responded with a gentle shake of his head, declining the offer. I am too old and burdened with too many concerns. I could serve as a deputy, but to be appointed as the commander is rather an overestimation of my capabilities. Kakashi dismissed Orochimaru's request with a light wave of his hand. Orochimaru clearly recognized this, and since Kakashi was willing to serve as a deputy, it was satisfactory enough for him. Indeed, one might even consider it a favorable outcome. However, the question of the overall commander remained unresolved. Ultimately, the pool of capable individuals is regrettably limited. Minato suggested Yamato, who stood beside Orochimaru, but Orochimaru shook his head lightly. Minato cannot be mobilized just yet. His Flying Thunder God technique plays a pivotal role in warfare and is particularly effective against the swift shinobi of Kumogakure. To deploy him against the relatively weaker Tsunade would be akin to using a legendary weapon to slay a mere chicken. It is a widely accepted notion that Tsunade is the weakest among the 5 great nations. Hans, who had nearly breached their borders, silently approved of this sentiment. As the meeting progressed, several more names were put forth by the J-nin in attendance, yet ultimately, none seemed to fit the bill. Ultimately, it comes down to the selection of a single individual, yet dissent is inevitable. There is no one who can truly command unanimous agreement from all. Furthermore, there exists a contingency left by Orochimaru that is not worth sacrificing at the front lines of Tsunade. For instance, the third Hokage's engagement with Tsunade was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After all, Tsunade's rationale for conflict rests on the disappearance of the third Kazekage. Regardless of the truth of this claim, it serves as a pretext that prevents the third Kazekage from appearing on the battlefield. Should he show himself, Konoha would have every justification to completely assimilate Tsunade, and such an action would align with a higher moral imperative. Thus, it is indeed plausible that Tsunade's third Kazekage has already perished. As for the candidate for the fourth Kazekage, intelligence suggests it is none other than the third Kazekage's disciple, Rasha. According to Yujin, he is merely an insignificant figure, hardly worthy of carrying the third Kazekage's shoes. Regarding Yujin's second remark about Orochimaru's disdain for Rasha, one can only speculate about the significance of Rasha's own sneezes. The audience buzzed incessantly, leaving Orochimaru somewhat exasperated. The discrepancies in combat strength and age are far too pronounced. I am willing to lead the troops into battle. From within the crowd, a path was willingly cleared, revealing the figure at the back. Each step taken was as steadfast as stone, instilling a sense of reassurance. Ju has his own path to tread, and thus, since Yujin's return, he has largely refrained from participating in Ju's training. Ju understands this as well, which is why he has not sought out Yujin actively. Day after day, he sits atop the Hokage rock to train. In Ju's words, the weight of stone provides comfort, and thus, Hokage rock is the most reassuring stone for the people of Konoha. Years have passed, and the extent of Ju's growth remains uncertain even to Yujin. However, it is certain that he has reached a commendable level of prowess. Ju positions himself at the forefront, directly before Orochimaru. The crowd, which had only heard his voice, now beheld the one willing to shoulder this burden. Composure, that is the deepest impression that Obito has imparted upon Orochimaru. Do you possess confidence? He inquired. Perhaps by the time I have dealt with Tsunade, I shall have resolved matters with the Wagakure and Kumogakure as well. Orochimaru could not help but burst into laughter at these words. Such mirth was rare for him, yet Ju was worthy of it. As the primary commander at the front lines of Tsunade, who could dare voice dissent against Ju? This young man, during his tenure at the Tsunade front, though unspoken, held a position equivalent to that of a vice commander. If one were to consider it, this represents a reversal of their former ranks, and the two of them embarking on this journey would indeed make for a splendid tale. The indomitable spirit of Konoha's defenses is as formidable as it was in years past, truly befitting the grandson of the first Hokage. Orochimaru allowed a moment for discussion among the attendees before posing the question once more. As the primary commander at the front lines of Tsunade, who has any objections? The solitary voice of agreement echoed through the conference room. Chapter 48. Movements of all parties. Is there still no news from Owagakure and Kimogakure? Luosha inquired, seated in the center of the tent. Yet, upon entering, the first to question Eyes was not Luosha, but Chiyo. This was not indicative of Chiyo overstepping her bounds, wielding her status as an elder to overshadow the newly appointed fourth Kazekage, Luosha. Rather, after absorbing the previous intelligence report, Luosha fell silent, even willingly transferring this authority to Chiyo. The essence of the prior report revealed that the ninjas of Konohagakure had begun to appear at the borders, forming a surrounding encirclement. If it were merely this, Chiyo would not have been driven to fury. The truly alarming aspect was that the Leaf ninjas at the forefront of Tsunade were led by Sh. with Kizashi as his deputy. Kizashi, coupled with the grandson of the first Hokage, Sh., stirred deep animosity within Chiyo, for Kizashi had slain her son and daughter-in-law. Chiyo's hatred for Sh. transcended mere familial loss. It stemmed from the fact that Sh. had played a pivotal role in enabling Kizashi to execute her kin. At that time, Sh. had intercepted the third Kazekage, granting Kizashi the opportunity to eliminate Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, who were allies of the third. Thus, in Chiyo's eyes, Kizashi was the principal perpetrator, while Sh. was merely an accomplice. This profound enmity, compounded by the betrayal of Sasori, culminated in Chiyo's mental unraveling. Not at the moment, Eyes replied, sensing the need to counsel his sister. While revenge was a natural inclination, this was hardly a time for excessive emotion. A confrontation was inevitable. Their forces were already dispatched, and Konohagakure had sent reinforcements. Conflict was unavoidable. However, whether for the sake of war, personal vendettas, or even for Sasori, who had turned rogue, his disdain for war surely played a part in his actions, leading him to slay the third Kazekage, who had instigated the war with Konoha. Upon hearing Ai's response, Chiyo silently approached the map positioned behind her, scrutinizing it intently. Ai's understood that, relying solely on his own words, Chiyo was unlikely to heed his counsel. If he were to be of any use, it would not suffice to persuade Chiyo alone for so long without any progress. Thus, he cast a pleading glance toward Luosha. Yet, Luosha disregarded Ai's gaze, focusing instead on Chiyo and the map. Very well, let fate decide. Ai sighed resignedly to himself as he exited the tent. Kimogakure, are we not entering the fray yet? Each successive Raikage has adopted the name A, accompanied by a notably synchronized partner to inherit the title. This duo is referred to as the A-Bai combination. Currently occupying the highest position is the third Raikage, A, while the one who posed the question is Bai, Barubi, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails from Kimogakure. Tsunade is now mobilizing, and Konoha has also dispatched personnel to address the situation in Tsunade. Barubi reiterated the latest intelligence gathered to the third Raikage. The prolonged silence is indeed rather disconcerting. The third Raikage pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, before decisively slamming his hand on the table and articulating his thoughts. Very well. Let the next generation of the AB team showcase their prowess at the borders of Konohagakure. Are you certain about this? Absolutely. With that, the third Raikage resumed a state of relaxation. As a result of his command, Barubi naturally prepared to inform the next generation of the AB team. However, just as Barubi was about to exit, the third Raikage inquired suddenly, "Why the urgency, Bai?" In the small room, a pin drop could be heard. "My time is limited." AI. Barubi stepped out, and the room fell back into silence. Owagakure, shall we not make our entrance? As the son of the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, the current Kuratsuchi had firmly established himself by his father's side through his own merit. Recently, Tsunade had sent a request to jointly attack Konohagakure, which his father had agreed to. Yet these days, what is the haste? Anoki narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at his son, noticing his son refraining from further inquiries. He took the initiative to ask, "What is the status of Kusagakure?" Kusagakure is now largely under our control. Indeed, Iwagakure's recent maneuvers had primarily focused on Kusagakure. The village of Kirigakure, being isolated from the land, meant that only 4 of the 5 great nations were present on the continent. These 4 nations were not all adjacent to one another. Even though Tsunade and Konohagakure had engaged in conflict, and Tsunade had begun to encroach upon the territory of Konohagakure, they were not directly neighboring. a small nation, the Land of Rivers, lay in between. However, the Land of Rivers was a minor nation, vastly inferior in strength compared to the 5 great nations, thus allowing Tsunade to traverse through its territory to reach the borders of Konohagakure. Similarly, a small nation served as a buffer between Kumogakure and Konohagakure. The same applied for Iwagakure, which was separated from Konohagakure by the Land of Grass and the Land of Waterfalls. Nevertheless, the Land of Waterfalls possessed greater strength, even housing a tailed beast. Generally speaking, if Kuratsuchi were given the choice on how to approach an offensive against Might Guy, he would opt for a method akin to that of Tsunade, namely, traversing through the Land of Grass. Thus, one must ponder, what was the rationale behind his father's elaborate efforts to secure control over Kusagakure? Seeing your expression, it seems you harbor a dislike for Kusagakure? Indeed, Kuratsuchi candidly acknowledged. The ninjas of Kusagakure left him with an unfavorable impression. To describe it, they seemed rather petty. After all, Kusagakure was an ally of Konohagakure. If we were to replace some of our own with a portion of Kusagakure's populace, they could launch an assault on the Land of Fire, yielding far better results than merely traversing through. A surprise attack would yield greater triumphs. Yet, Kuratsuchi's expression remained rather grim. Was the capture of the Land of Grass hastily executed with minimal resistance? Do you disapprove of such fence-sitting behavior? Inoki fully opened his eyes and leisurely sipped his tea. Huangtu nodded solemnly, for his father's words had undoubtedly resonated deeply within him. Indeed, he harbored concerns about the potential issues that might arise subsequently. However, this particular issue need not be a source of worry. In small nations, such circumstances are rather commonplace. To phrase it more elegantly, one might say they thrive in the crevices of existence. Less charitably, they might be likened to a blade of grass swaying in the wind. Yet, the nation of Chao is particularly emblematic of this phenomenon, resembling a mere blade of grass, a true wallflower. Ultimately, the direction in which this wallflower leans depends on the prevailing winds, which may not necessarily blow favorably towards Konoha. Chapter 49. The Commander and the Vice Commander in the originally solitary chamber. Only Shunshu occupied the space. Prior to Shuangmao's entrance, Shunshu sat on a stool, his back turned to the door, intently studying the map affixed to the wall. The sound of the door opening was quite pronounced, and upon realizing someone had entered, Shunshu turned to face the doorway. Upon recognizing Shuangmao, he promptly stood to greet him. Senior Shuangmao. Shuangmao waved his hand, signifying that Shunshu need not regard him with such formality and should take a seat. Shunshu complied, and Shuangmao settled into his own position, adjacent to Shunshu, in the role of deputy leader. Now that you are the commander, I am merely the person in charge, and there is no need to append the title of senior to my name. I was merely adhering to your directives while arranging for the ninjas. I understand. Shunshu nodded, and after a moment of reflection, his expression became markedly more composed. With a demeanor that conveyed authority, he inquired, have all arrangements been finalized? Before departing, Shunshu had entrusted a prepared plan to Shuangmao for implementation. Thus, Shuangmao's return signified a report on the situation, a task befitting the primary leader. Observing Shunshu, now fully engaged in his role, Shuangmao also embraced his responsibilities as the deputy. All arrangements have been made. The reconnaissance team has already embarked. Once we receive their report, we can commence the encirclement of Tsunade. The matter of the encirclement is of utmost importance. Allowing Tsunade to expand its influence further would complicate matters considerably. After discussing the encirclement, the two engaged in further conversation before returning to their seats. Before I set out, I was concerned whether you would be able to remain composed. Composed about what? Shunshu queried, perplexed. Concerned that you might be unable to resist the urge to join the battlefield. This issue, while seemingly trivial, is of significant import. Ultimately, it underscores a difference in self-perception. There exists a distinction between the commander and the deputy. Previously, Shunshu had begun as a mere foot soldier. It was only after enduring a fierce confrontation with the third Kazekage that he could be considered a deputy. At that time, Shuangmao was the sole commander, with Shunshu merely one of the deputies. The primary responsibility of the commander lay in overarching strategy and planning. Typically, it is the deputy's role to lead the team onto the front lines. Naturally, the commander must also take action, especially when confronting the most formidable foes. Otherwise, the collaboration of Shunshu and Sakujo in the fierce battle against the third Kazekage and his descendants would not have transpired. In retrospect, both your self-awareness and task management have been commendable. After all, This praise comes from your seniors, causing a slight flush of embarrassment on Shinshu's face. Though it was hardly noticeable, you are deserving of your current status. As for your strength, Sakujo remarked, casting a glance at Shinshu, who had transformed from a somewhat slender figure on the battlefield to a robust one now. I am even less concerned. 7 or 8 years ago, you could withstand the assaults of the third Kazekage. I cannot even fathom your current prowess. Should the opportunity arise, I shall take action. Shinshu's expression grew considerably serious. The current encampment indeed requires my intervention. This is true, Sakujo nodded in agreement, acknowledging Shinshu's sentiments. Initially, no one raised objections during the selection process, as both Orochimaru and Sakujo had expressed their confidence in Shinshu. However, there were still many who held a degree of skepticism towards Shinshu, not outright disdain, but merely a lack of familiarity with his capabilities. This is why Shinshu yearned for an opportunity to demonstrate his strength and win over the entirety of Konoha, thereby solidifying his position. Establishing one's image solely through policies can be rather challenging. A display of strength carries far more weight. Do your best. I believe in you. A portion of the military supplies has arrived today. I shall check on how the inventory is progressing. As he spoke, Sakujo rose to his feet. Given the seriousness of the matter, Shinshu saw no need to retain him, allowing Sakujo to exit while he turned his attention back to the map, sand table, and camp records. After Sakujo left, he did not hasten to the supply warehouse, but instead moved to the side, where a figure emerged. Since this area was still too close to Shinshu, Sakujo gestured towards the warehouse and proceeded there with the individual. Yusuke, Sakujo-senpai. After exchanging greetings, the person accompanying Sakujo approached Yusuke. Who else could it be but Tsunade? Yusuke, being proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique, had come to assist with transporting supplies due to special circumstances in the Land of Rain, which led Orochimaru to dispatch Minato. Thus, Yusuke was essentially conscripted as manual labor. Minato, even with the 9 tails, could manage the transport, but it would still be quite taxing on his energy, despite the chakra he possessed. In contrast, Yusuke could effortlessly store items in his backpack or within his dust song jar. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, one can reach the designated location by expending merely the chakra required to transport a single individual, thanks to the mark of the Flying Thunder God. However, this instance is not merely about transporting one person. I have also brought Tsunade along. Since we are heading to the front lines, Tsunade intends to observe how SH Moku is faring. After all, this marks SH Moku's inaugural experience as a commander, and Tsunade feels a tinge of concern for him. Thus, everything that Shikomo has done recently has been, in part, to reassure Tsunade. Judging by her expression, Tsunade appears to be in high spirits, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. Who would have thought that the individual we held in such high regard? No, I digress. Who would have predicted that the very person I initially underestimated, even wishing for him to lead a mundane life and continue the Senju lineage, would now find himself in the position of commander in the national war? Moreover, he is performing commendably. Not just commendably, but exceptionally well, as one would expect from a sister observing her younger brother. Your expression reveals your contentment, does it not? Indeed. Tsunade nodded, and Shikomo added, I am quite pleased as well. Thus, Tsunade and I wish you a swift victory. Should you arrive at the front lines, your triumph shall come even sooner. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Then I wish you a swift victory as well. Thank you. Chapter 50. The Disturbance of the Cloud-Hidden Village. Good morning. Good morning. The most vivacious among the trio, Obito, promptly turned to respond, yet during his turn, he evidently recognized the peculiarity of the situation. This voice was unfamiliar, not that of the renowned Jonin Minato, yet it was a voice he should be quite familiar with. Instead of discerning through sound, Obito first identified the speaker visually upon turning around. Teacher Waikai? Kakashi and Rin immediately responded, rising to bow before Waikai. Good day, Teacher Waikai. What brings such surprise at my presence? Not at all. To be candid, among those present, Obito has encountered Waikai the most frequently, given that his undercover training has been ongoing and will continue until he participates in the Battle of the Kamui Bridge. By that time, Obito will commence his life as an undercover agent, and opportunities to meet Waikai will diminish significantly. Following closely is Rin, who, although she graduated early, has completed her studies at the Ninja Academy and is currently apprenticing in medical ninjutsu under Tsunade. It is somewhat peculiar that Tsunade, who is teaching her medical skills, emphasizes combat proficiency. In truth, why Kai sensed something amiss from the outset. How many instructors across the ninja world would have students practice running before delving into the arts? Mike Guy, for instance, enjoys leading his students on rigorous runs, and thus, Rin trained in running twice daily. Tsunade's subsequent teachings have always aimed at enhancing the combat abilities of this cohort of medical students. Consequently, Rin's combat prowess is quite formidable now. Minato is certainly not one to arrive late. In fact, he typically arrives a tad early. The timing of Yusuke's recent appearance was impeccably synchronized with the scheduled time agreed upon with Minato. Yusuke-sensei, what brings you here? Where is Minato-sensei? Although Obito harbored some suspicions, he could not restrain himself from inquiring of Yusuke. Minato has stepped out on a mission. I will be overseeing you for a while. Yusuke casually seated himself in front of the three, explaining as he partook of his breakfast. In the near future, your beloved Minato-sensei will be spending less and less time in Konoha. With great power comes great responsibility. This is a testament to Minato's prowess. What does Yusuke-sensei intend for us to do? Kakashi, the first to depart from the classroom, recalled the battle with the third Hokage, still vivid in his memory. Hence, he was exceedingly curious about Yusuke's plans for them. I cannot be oblivious to your thoughts. You three are eager to head to the front lines, aren't you? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the trio varied. Obito appeared exhilarated, while Rin, directly addressed, felt somewhat embarrassed. Kakashi maintained his usual stoic demeanor. As for what he truly thought, that remained known only to Kakashi himself. Desiring to reach the front lines is not inherently a negative aspiration. However, lacking the requisite strength to engage in battle could prove detrimental to one's comrades. This notion brought Obito and Rin's expressions back to a more serious tone, mirroring Kakashi's. Kakashi's inner thoughts echoed. I knew Yusuke-sensei would approach it this way. You still have much to learn, but before this war concludes, there will be ample opportunities for you to see the front lines. After all, this conflict could very well culminate in Konoha facing the remaining four great nations. These individuals were still young, untouched by the convolutions of higher-level politics. Therefore, when Yusuke mentioned that this endeavor might necessitate Konoha to engage 4-against-1, the shock on Obito and Rin's faces was palpable, contrasting with Kakashi's stoic acceptance. The number of available ninjas is certainly insufficient, so before you head to the battlefield, it is imperative that you train diligently. Do not wait until you find yourselves on the front line, only to realize you are hindering your comrades and jeopardizing the entire team. In this period, the mission department has little to offer. The only tasks available involve trivial pursuits such as searching for cats. Most missions have been resolved at the front lines, so for the time being, you shall train independently. After all, you must strive to attain the rank of Nin. Kakashi has already taken the exam, so you too should put forth your best efforts. At the front lines of Kumogakure, Village 1 has not yet detected any enemies. Village 2 has not yet detected any enemies. Report any enemy sightings immediately. The deployment at the front lines has not been fully mobilized. Sending all resources directly would deplete their stock and weaken their resolve. Thus, the resources available to Minato are rather limited, yet still sufficient. Several villages along the border were originally assigned personnel from the Leaf, in addition to a contingent of scouts dispersed in the wilderness. Although the area is extensive, locating their target is not particularly challenging. The adversary's objective is unequivocal, to assault the villages along the border. Therefore, Minato now awaits reports from each village. It is certain that the enemy will strike, and YG intends to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to swiftly arrive at the scene upon receiving the news. Consequently, Minato remains utterly vigilant, focusing all his attention on honing his readiness. The enemy's numbers are indeterminate. However, one thing is clear. This is not a large-scale operation, but rather a few rogue cloud shinobi causing disturbances. Despite their limited numbers, the damage they inflict suggests formidable strength, with at least one elite jonin among them. Their principal aim is to lure a powerful Leaf shinobi, a motive that is glaringly apparent. If given a choice, Minato would prefer to confront an organized squad of jonin and Nin, for only then could he fully unleash his capabilities. However, facing a solitary yet powerful adversary might prove somewhat taxing. For now, his task is to wait. Simply waiting is sufficient. This mission bears similarities to the previous one, yet it evokes a distinctly different sensation within Minato. Perhaps it is because this marks his first experience of war looming so closely. With the Flying Thunder God technique, the Rasengan, and half of the Nine Tails within him, he should be able to manage the majority of situations, or so he hopes. 11 villages have detected the enemy. The target is merely 2 individuals. Only 2? I shall arrive immediately. The leaf ninja on the other end of the line listened quietly, but soon realized something was amiss. The last 2 words echoed not only through the intercom, but also in his ears. Additionally, there was a hand resting on his shoulder. Chapter 51. Minato and Ai, each individual stationed in the villages, bore the mark of Minato's signature, Sword of Shinobi Love. Thus, upon hearing that enemies had been spotted, Minato promptly made his way to the location. Following the direction indicated by the scouts, he soon identified his targets, 2 individuals. One was an adult, and the other a child. The adult appeared to be of a similar age to Minato, while the child was slightly older than Kakashi and his peers, though not by much. Were these 2 the ones stirring up trouble at the border? Minato narrowed his eyes, assessing the strength and identities of the 2 before him. Ai, do you truly believe our actions will attract a strong opponent? Of course. Do not doubt Mr. Barubi's judgment. Very well, I understand. Since acquiring the E9 Tails as imparted by his teacher YG, Minato felt a significant enhancement in his sensory abilities, including an improvement in his hearing. This was a natural talent of the 9 Tails, and as his bond with the beast deepened, so too did this ability grow stronger. Upon overhearing the conversation between 2 individuals, Minato deduced their identities. The name A is typically associated only with those who have ascended to the position of Raikage. It is unlikely that the 3rd Raikage is involved. Thus, this adult must be the 4th Raikage. It is said that the B in the Kumo duo is chosen for their exceptional synergy with A. Therefore, this child must be the future B of the duo. Who could it be? Clearly, Minato is not the only one with the ability to probe. The future 4th A is equally astute. Yusuke, the teacher, inquired about the 9. Puppets lack the innate ability to grow in size. Were that the case, they would be indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Over the years, the 9 Tails has changed its puppet bodies multiple times. What brings you to me? The physical form of the 9 Tails was developed alongside Noara Rin, and having grown up with Kushina, the 9 Tails' temperament and training methods have subtly aligned with hers, indicating that its physical capabilities are not lacking. Currently, the 9 Tails is panting heavily, clearly having sprinted in haste, even forgetting to regulate its breathing. The 9 Tails did not rush to speak, but Yusuke instantly comprehended the situation and promptly led the 9 Tails to a discreet location. Minato had engaged in combat, as he was on a mission, which was entirely expected. Initially, Yusuke did not give it much thought, until the 9 Tails added, I have left a mark on Minato and sensed the presence of the 8 Tails nearby. The 8 Tails, has it reached Killer Bee? Yusuke pondered this question while the 9 Tails seized the opportunity to regain its strength. The original narrative did not clarify whether Killer Bee's predecessor, the Jinchuriki Barubi, perished due to the 8 Tails rampage. It is certain that Barubi met an untimely end earlier than depicted in the original storyline. After all, the earlier ambush by the allied shinobi forces on the land of whirlpools had been revealed, and the nations involved did not obtain the sealing techniques from the Whirlpool village. Without the aid of these sealing techniques, survival beyond the original timeline was exceedingly improbable. The sealed-tailed beasts are not benign entities. Had the 9 Tails not been released, it would likely still be clamoring for battle within Kushina's womb. If Barubi were involved, could it be that the 3rd Raikage and Barubi attacked Konoha together? Do you wish to assist Minato? Indeed, the 9 Tails nodded solemnly. I shall accompany you. If it truly is the 3rd Raikage alongside Barubi, then Minato may find himself in considerable peril. Let me clarify beforehand. If the 8 Tails does not intervene, neither should you. Understood. The 9 Tails was already delighted at the prospect of accompanying Yusuke, and upon hearing Yusuke's request, it readily agreed with a heart full of joy. However, before they set off, Yusuke halted the 9 Tails once more to share something that, at first glance, seemed unrelated to their current predicament. I understand that you wish to gather the tailed beasts and help them escape their fated imprisonment. You are aware, aren't you? The 9 Tails feels a bit awkward about this. Indeed, I have uttered those words before, albeit in jest. Yet, it increasingly resembles a serious endeavor now. Thus, the 9 Tails presumed that YK regarded his earlier statement as mere banter. However, fret not. There will undoubtedly be opportunities for you to engage in such matters in the future. YK, discerning the 9 Tails' eagerness, recognized what it yearned to pursue. After all, the 9 Tails exhibited an unusual level of concern regarding the tailed beasts. The previous encounter with the 4 Tails and the 5 Tails was similarly intense. Is it truly the case? YK distinctly observed the Ninetales' eyes sparkling with anticipation, as if illuminated by a newfound brilliance. Indeed, there exists an organization aligned with your aspirations, and I shall introduce you to it in due course. Really? Initially, the Ninetales felt a surge of joy, yet upon hearing YK's words, an inexplicable sense of skepticism crept in regarding the reliability of this organization. Does such a group genuinely exist? It does. You shall come to know it in time. YK chose not to elaborate further, giving the Ninetales a reassuring pat on the shoulder. In an instant, the Ninetales perceived a shift in its surroundings. YK's flying thunder god mark was upon Minato, and as he teleported beside him, he swiftly employed body flicker technique, whisking the Ninetales to a nearby location. The speed was astonishing. The trio, engrossed in their actions, remained oblivious to the sudden change. Lightning often congregates, serving as a symbol of swiftness and transience in nature. Thus, both A from the Cloud Village and Killer B exhibited remarkable speed. However, the Ninetales could only barely discern A and Killer B's movements, while Minato's flying thunder god technique eluded its clear perception. Nevertheless, YK could observe everything with clarity. It is not the third Raikage, but rather the future fourth Raikage and the future host of the Eight Tails, Killer B. Of course, the Ninetales' instincts were not mistaken. B, too, was present, albeit at a slight distance, yet still capable of swiftly reaching the battlefield. Alas, Ninetales, it seems you shall not have the opportunity to partake in this battle today. Ninetales, The future is promising. It is, after all, the future. Presently, Minato evidently possesses greater strength than A and Killer B. Chapter 52, Minato and A. Minato and A's collaboration in this matter was known to YK. However, the encounter he was aware of did not occur in the present. It transpired much later, nearing the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War. At that time, the third Raikage had yet to fall, and the fourth Raikage had not yet ascended to his position. Although that ascension was now a foregone conclusion, Minato himself was effectively designated as the fourth Hokage. By then, Killer B had already inherited the Eight Tails from B, becoming its host. Although there has yet to be complete communion of hearts between the Eight Tails and his host, rendering him the so-called perfect Jinchuriki, the Eight Tails still possesses formidable strength. At that time, the outcome was a stalemate. As for the present, to be candid, even a mere glance from the Ninetales would reveal the futility of the battle. It is not that Minato lacks power, but rather that his opponents are inadequate. Currently, Kurabi is without the Eight Tails. Although the Eight Tails Jinchuriki is not far away, his position clearly serves as a backup. This implies that Barubi intends to refine the fourth Raikage and Kurabi, hence he will refrain from intervening in this confrontation. Should any complications arise for the fourth Raikage and Kurabi, only then would Barubi take action, primarily to render assistance. Thus, Barubi remains entirely uninvolved in this skirmish. This signifies that the current combination of the fourth Raikage and Kurabi is inherently lacking the formidable support of the Eight Tails compared to the future. In terms of raw strength, the fourth Raikage is still youthful, and Kurabi is merely a child at present. Although Minato is also young, he has long mastered the Flying Thunder God technique alongside the Rasengan, and he possesses half of the Ninetales within him. The gap to his fully realized self is not particularly vast, making him significantly stronger than the version of himself that would face these two in the future. If Barubi were to participate, there would indeed be a contest. However, Barubi evidently has no intention of joining in. For him, this is a trial that the future combination of the Raikage must accept. In a 1 versus 2 scenario, Minato would find himself in an awkward position. Given the disparity in raw power, Minato could easily dismiss them as beneath his notice. Of course, Minato's character would prevent him from uttering such arrogant words. Furthermore, this disparity, in Yujin's perspective, is not solely viewed through Minato's lens. Hence, from the outset, Minato chose to let his strength speak for itself. At the very beginning, he hurled a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique. A simple throwing of ninja tools would clearly not be sufficient to affect the fourth Raikage. The kunai, imbued with a flash of blue light, was effortlessly deflected into the air. Raikage and Kurabi instinctively turned their gazes toward the direction from which the kunai was thrown. But in the next moment, Raikage felt a shadow engulf him. It was not a complete darkness, but rather something looming over him, an enemy. Indeed, it was Minato, who had teleported to the location of the deflected kunai. His figure blocked the sunlight as the Rasengan in his hand pinpointed its target. ultimately choosing the fourth Raikage's abdomen as its landing spot. In such a combination of large and small, whether one opts to capture the king first or control the lesser opponent, it constitutes a legitimate strategy. Minato's choice was to capture the king first, fixating on Raikage. Presently, Raikage is undoubtedly weaker than Minato, yet this does not imply he lacks strength. The blue light that had previously deflected the kunai reemerged, at which point Minato recognized that it was the opponent's ninjutsu, specifically the lightning release chakra mode. With lightning coiling around his body, it enhances both defense and speed, activating the armor of the flesh. AI's muscles bulged as blue lightning danced around him. Once he committed, there was no turning back. Even as the lightning release chakra mode was unleashed, the lightning armor collided directly with the Rasengan. Minato squinted, gaining a clearer understanding of the fourth Raikage's prowess. His speed and neural reflexes were remarkably swift, and his taijutsu was formidable. The Rasengan swirled like a typhoon, wreaking havoc at Minato's targeted point, violently tearing at AI's lightning armor. Minato sensed that if this impasse continued, his Rasengan could penetrate the opponent's armor. However, in the end, he withdrew his hand, voluntarily canceling the Rasengan, swiftly retracting the hand that had been molding it. Just as he pulled back, a kunai pierced through the spot where his hand had just lingered. Killer Bee had made his move. Seeing the opponent retracting his hand, Killer Bee initially felt a sense of joy, but in the next moment, that joy dissipated. The Rasengan provided a stable output, pressing firmly against the opponent. Since the effect of the Rasengan was limited and his attack had been interrupted, the Raikage endured this blow, and another was imminent. Minato realized he needed to create distance and reorganize his attack. Thus, before pulling back, he transformed his palm into a blade, gathering azure wind in his hand, and thrust it forcefully at the previous impact point of the Rasengan. The earlier attack had slightly weakened the area due to the Rasengan's tearing. What seemed to be a simple jab, however, possessed a burst of power that was evidently greater than that of the Rasengan. A gash was torn open in the lightning armor, and the raging wind finally found its release, surging violently inside. The pain from his waist did not deter AI from his offensive. In fact, it intensified his strength. The agony was enough to make AI grimace, and his fists became his greatest outlet for expression. Yet, AI was certain he had aimed at the right location, but he felt no contact with a person, only the sensation of striking the ground. Where was he? Upon realizing that his strike had missed, AI immediately lifted his head to scan for Minato's figure. The earlier appearance had been exceedingly peculiar, and now, this bizarre disappearance was overwhelming for AI. In this life-or-death battlefield, the pressure he felt now was far greater than during practice sessions with his father. Both men surveyed their surroundings, but failed to spot the yellow-haired assailant from before. Minato, no longer wishing to remain concealed, stepped out from the location where he had teleported. Observing the nonchalantly strolling figure of the yellow-haired ninja, AI quietly remarked to be beside him. "This person is problematic." "I certainly noticed," he replied. "State your name." "Leaf Ninja." Minato Namikaze. Chapter 53, Leaf Village. "Cloud, I implore you to fight me." The two sides engaged fiercely, yet as Yujiro had previously analyzed, the battle raged on. The current prowess of Minato surpasses that of the fourth Raikage by a considerable margin. As the skirmish unfolded, Minato swiftly established an undeniable advantage. The scene morphed into one that Yusuke was quite familiar with. A and Killer Bee were separated, and Minato teleported behind Killer Bee, placing a kunai against his throat. However, there was a slight deviation from Yusuke's memories. Previously, Minato had held the kunai aloft without striking, as Killer Bee, exhibiting remarkable reflexes, had aimed a kunai back at Minato. In the future, Killer Bee would have the opportunity to retaliate, but at this moment, Minato's kunai was firmly positioned against his neck, while Killer Bee's hands remained on his ninja tool pouch, which he had yet to even open. Watching as Killer Bee's life dangled precariously in the balance, AS gaze was filled with trepidation at the increasing number of kunai embedded in Killer Bee's neck. With his ally captured, A recognized that his speed was insufficient to match Minato's. If he made even a few strides, Killer Bee's throat would be pierced. In a bid to protect Killer Bee, A slowly relinquished all weapons and tools to the ground. The audacity of a leaf ninja to hold a child hostage was utterly shameless. A bead of sweat trickled down Minato's forehead. Was this future fourth Raikage a fool? They had come to the borders of the leaf to stir trouble. And now he had captured them. What did it mean by suggesting he simply return the child? Did he truly believe him to be Navi? This was a battlefield. Surely, the future fourth Raikage understood this principle. The boy was now his prisoner. If A wished for Killer B to live, he must vacate the premises. Minato could spare him, and the Cloud Village could employ diplomatic means to retrieve him. Minato was reluctant to prolong the confrontation with A. But just as he prepared to activate the Flying Thunder God technique, a powerful surge of chakra disrupted his movements. The presence of a tailed beast? A's attention had been fixated on Minato, and seeing him momentarily stunned, he contemplated seizing the opportunity to reclaim Killer B. Yet, Minato's reflexes, combined with the overwhelming aura of the tailed beast, rendered him unfazed. A barely took a step forward before halting once more. His advance only deepened the kunai into Killer B's neck. Minato remained focused on A, as the source of the formidable chakra emerged, none other than Barubi. The aura of the eight tails began to emanate from Barubi's form, the oppressive force of the beast encroaching upon Minato. Positioned behind Killer B, Minato was acutely aware that Killer B too felt the weight of the eight tails' presence. The presence of the fourth Hokage, Minato, was of little concern. Behind him stood half of the nine tails, which was no less formidable than the eight tails. Thus, Minato felt no pressure from the eight tails' imposing aura, while Minato remained unfazed. The weight of that aura weighed heavily on Killer B. With his neck already bloodied, the additional pressure threatened to extinguish Killer B's consciousness, causing his eyes to involuntarily roll back, revealing the whites. The unusual state of both Minato and Killer B did not escape the notice of Barubi. For the sake of Killer B, the promising successor he had faith in, Barubi chose to withdraw the eight tails pressure. Although the pressure was alleviated, Barubi believed that his previous display was sufficient to intimidate the yellow-haired youth. However, when Barubi turned to Minato, he was met with a gaze that conveyed disbelief. "Listen, Leaf Ninja, I advise you to release our people. Otherwise, we can certainly seize this opportunity to challenge Konoha," Barubi declared. "As for your claim that this is a battlefield, our two nations have yet to engage in conflict. Are you truly willing to instigate a war between Konoha and Kumogakure over your own whims?" Initially skeptical of AI's audacity, Minato now understood. YK-sensei, the voice carried by the wind, snapped Minato back to reality. With YK-sensei present, he felt a surge of confidence. "You speak to me as if the situation is in your favor?" Minato pondered, momentarily rolling his eyes. However, upon realizing the gravity of the situation and emboldened by the support he had, he openly expressed his disdain. "Did you not notice that I was entirely unaffected? It seems it is your Kumogakure allies who are on the verge of faltering." Barubi intended to retort further, but before he could, a fifth voice emerged. "Enough. Everyone hold your positions." All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. Descending gracefully from the air, YK, his eyes covered by bandages, landed between the two factions. If he did not intervene, the Nine Tails would soon take control of Minato, and the situation would escalate. This scenario could be interpreted as the Eight Tails making the first move, thus meeting the conditions for the Nine Tails to act. Although YK landed in the middle, he immediately turned to face AI and Barubi of Kumogakure. Despite lacking any insignia to signify his identity, this very turn upon landing was a declaration of his position. "You seek a justification to attack Konoha, and here it is, delivered to you on a silver platter. Is your directness not somewhat absurd? Did you not consider the prospect of assaulting Konoha?" Although AI was known for his impulsive nature, as the designated fourth Raikage, he possessed a degree of political acumen. Barubi, having held a high-ranking position for many years, could rightly be considered the second-in-command of Kumogakure. At this very moment, a singular question occupied the minds of the two. Is this blindfolded man insane? What rational individual would dare to voice such words so openly? "Who are you?" AI and Barubi were unable to gauge the depth of Yusuke, compelling AI to fixate his furious gaze upon the blindfolded man and inquire. "I am Mikami Yusuke." "Who?" AI's bewildered expression clearly indicated his ignorance of Mikami Yusuke's identity. "Let us withdraw. Who exactly is he?" "The man who single-handedly altered the tides between Konoha and Amegakure." Moreover, the Eight Tails sensed the presence of the Nine Tails. Observing the two unyielding individuals before him, Yusuke continued, "Isn't it your desire to engage in battle? You issued a challenge in the name of Karabi. We will return him to you. If you cannot decide, go back and consult the third Raikage." The day following AI and Barubi's return, Kumogakure immediately launched an offensive against Konoha, citing the illegal detention of their ninja as justification. Konoha, under the leadership of Minato Namikaze, mobilized its forces along the borders, initiating a standoff with Kumogakure. Heeding Yusuke's words, Minato returned Karabi to Kumogakure, delivering a resounding blow to their pride. With words now exchanged, Kumogakure had no choice but to advance. As Kumogakure began their assault, the control over Kusagakure was at its zenith, prompting the Earth Country to commence its plans against Konoha and the Fire Country. Once a steadfast ally, the Grass Country betrayed Konoha, transforming into a launchpad for the Earth Country's offensive. The retired 3rd Hokage donned his combat gear once more, assuming the role of commander as he faced off against Iwagakure along the Grass Country's border. Chaos had finally erupted in earnest. According to Madara's conjecture, the timing of Kumogakure and Iwagakure's involvement had arrived slightly earlier than anticipated. However, having reached his ultimate objective, Madara was no longer concerned with the unfolding events. He advised Amegakure not to act hastily, lest the three nations inadvertently obliterate Konoha entirely. To the outside world, including Madara, the 3rd Hokage's return to the battlefield served as a signal. Konoha was devoid of capable fighters. Though the 3rd Hokage was on the cusp of his twilight years, he still retained some efficacy. Yet, the necessity of deploying such an elder, a former Hokage no less, starkly illustrated Konoha's precarious situation. Konoha's vulnerability was precisely what led Madara to entertain such notions. Should Konoha fall, the existing rifts among these nations would dissipate. The disputes over seizing or dividing Konoha's territory would soon become trivial concerns, manifesting only after a period of stable development. Madara was averse to a stable ninja world. The current Konoha paled in comparison to the Konoha of his and Hashirama's era. In Madara's eyes, the present Konoha fell short of expectations. The so-called elite combatants could not attain the caliber of himself and Hashirama. Ah, Hashirama! Madara found himself reminiscing about his departed comrade. Just as he was lost in reverie, Black Zetsu's voice interrupted his thoughts. That is to be expected. Black Zetsu immediately agreed. The entire plan had been devised by him long before Uchiha Obito could even conceive of it. However, the Mist Village had assembled a group known as the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, and these 7 individuals could be sent out to evaluate their true capabilities. As for the minutiae of the matter, you may handle that yourself. Black Zetsu had initially believed that everything was settled at this point and was about to depart, wishing to refrain from disturbing Obito's rest. Yet, just before closing his eyes, Obito suddenly remarked to Black Zetsu, "Let's finalize the last candidate as Uchiha Obito." Black Zetsu felt a surge of joy within. From the moment he laid eyes on Obito, he had been convinced that he was the epitome of perfection for executing the next phase of the mission. "Ah, Obito, my Obito," he mused. "Now there are 3 paths for you to choose from. Each path corresponds to a different battlefield, and you may select any one to hone your skills. The battlefield at Tsunade has proven to be the most favorable. After taking command, Shoju swiftly established a siege, thwarting Tsunade's ambitions to extend their front lines. Initially, Tsunade fought valiantly, bolstered by their fervor and the fervent ninjas from Konohagakure. However, as time wore on, they began to recognize the looming threat. Konohagakure had started to push back. The best news Tsunade had received thus far was the participation of Kumogakure and Iwagakure. While this news was indeed positive, it remained just that, news. Tsunade soon realized that the assaults from Konohagakure were still insurmountable. The danger level for Tsunade was the lowest, just days prior. Shoju had repelled the combined assault of Chiyo and Rasha, heralding the onset of a counteroffensive. The stark reality was that Tsunade was simply too weak. Uchiha spoke. While the 3 children engaged in their own contemplation, the situations in Kumogakure and Iwagakure were quite similar, with both sides possessing comparable strength. If one had to choose the safer option, Kumogakure might be slightly more secure. After all, Minato was your guiding jonin, and he could handle ordinary ninjas with far greater ease than the 3rd Hokage. If you encountered trouble, Minato would be able to rescue you. In contrast, Iwagakure would likely face the most brutal confrontations, with both sides relying on sheer power and numbers. Thus, Iwagakure emerged as the most perilous option. Uchiha meticulously analyzed the circumstances, presenting his findings to the trio. "I have laid out the analysis. Now you 3 shall make your own choices." After hearing Uchiha's words, Obito and Kakashi pondered deeply, both eventually voicing their decisions almost in unison. "I wish to go to Iwagakure." They both sought to refine their skills, making the fierce battleground of Iwagakure their optimal choice. It may have appeared that Obito had no alternative, yet in truth, as long as he appeared on the battlefield during the Battle of the Kanabi Bridge, he would have no issues. Where he trained before that battle was inconsequential. Kakashi, you clever scholar. In general circumstances, when two individuals vie to answer a question and ultimately express their responses, they typically exchange a glance. However, this notion is entirely inapplicable to Kakashi and Obito. Obito shot a glare at Kakashi, exclaiming in a flustered manner. Kakashi, in turn, tilted his head away from Obito, employing a dismissive attitude to counter Obito's agitation. Both Obito and Kakashi articulated their answers, while Yujin chose to disregard their playful banter, turning his attention to Rin, who had yet to provide her answer. As Rin emerged from her contemplative state, a radiant smile graced her youthful face. Since you two are heading to a Wagakure, I feel uneasy without a medical need. So I shall accompany you. How delightful. It would be so much better if it were just Rin-chan, without that Kakashi fellow. Such verbal jabs had long ceased to affect Kakashi. Observing the three youngsters, a broad smile illuminated Yujin's face. Go home and tidy up, bid farewell to your families. Prepare for the battlefield tomorrow, and when you return is uncertain. Do not forget your teacher's presence on the battlefield. Yes, the three boys replied in unison, and Yujin regarded them with the gaze of an adult. Their destinies were on the verge of unfolding, and the shinobi world was poised for change. Yujin refrained from providing excessive admonishments. However, he found it difficult to maintain his composure when Obito suddenly grasped his arm and quietly inquired, Teacher, where has Naruto Uzumaki gone? Obito, straddling two boats is hardly wise. I am not. Yujin chuckled. Chapter 55. The lightning speed kneel of Tsunade with the third Hokage having departed for the front lines at Wagakure. Yujin voluntarily resigned from his position at the academy. Fortunately, prior to the third's departure, Kakashi's cohort had all graduated. Orochimaru had little to say on the matter and readily consented. Such is the nature of war. In truth, the elite combat forces were sufficient. The real predicament lay with the ordinary shinobi. Consequently, the Ninja Academy found itself in a state of heightened tension. Kakashi and Obito's class being dispatched to the battlefield was a reluctant necessity. These individuals were, in fact, not yet of age to meet the battlefield standards. Yet the current situation demanded their presence. The situation in Kumogakure was relatively stable, as Minato could single-handedly assume the role of a reaper for ordinary shinobi while also undertaking the task of an assault specialist. To put it plainly, the primary issue resided in Wagakure. Following his resignation from the academy, Yujin resumed a carefree existence with Tsunade, which, to some extent, hindered his access to vital information. Without actively seeking Orochimaru, he naturally lacked avenues for passive intelligence acquisition. You seek me? Yujin casually seated himself, pouring tea for himself from the kettle. The office of Orochimaru was sparse, yet it was evident that the external environment remained bustling with activity. The quietness of Orochimaru's office was a normal state in times of war. The most frequent visitor is Nara Shikaku, yet he has accompanied the third Hokage to the front lines of Wagakure. It is fitting, as he was previously responsible for the Wagakure matters. When he witnessed the Nine Tails subduing the Four Tails and Five Tails, he was the one in charge at that time. Observing the self-assured Yusuke, who was pouring himself a drink, Orochimaru directly broached the subject. Tsunade seeks an alliance. Is it already proving too burdensome? How could it be too soon? Did they not engage in battle for 79 days? How do you know? Yusuke, having just made a jest, paused his actions of pouring tea. Wait a moment, you can't possibly be suggesting I engage in negotiations? Orochimaru, initially taken aback, faltered in his movements. Then, his gaze revealed the four words, as expected of you. Before Yusuke could speak, Orochimaru's words effectively silenced him. If you do not go, should I, as Hokage, take on that role? Unable to contain himself, Yusuke rolled his eyes. All right, you are Hokage, your rank is greater. Upon reflection, it became evident that there were indeed very few capable individuals available for this task. Those with strength had already set out to confront others. Currently, within Konoha, scarcely anyone remained who could shoulder such responsibilities. In such circumstances, the focus typically shifts to the front lines of Tsunade, selecting personnel from there to gain an advantage over the opposition. However, both the commander and vice-commander of Tsunade's front lines would be inadequate. The negotiations would certainly involve Chiyo, who, upon seeing Sakuho and Naru, would undoubtedly become agitated. The Second Great Ninja War had seen them defeated once. The third war would result in their defeat again, with only the commanders and vice-commanders swapping places. Truth be told, in the eyes of Tsunade, this exchange resembled the act of ensuring one's own face was symmetrical. The left cheek was swollen from the second war, and the third war sought to balance it by striking the right cheek. You ought to exert some effort as well. Very well. Presently, in Konoha, only Tsunade and you remain. Tsunade and Chiyo harbor enmity, for Tsunade's reputation was built upon stepping over Chiyo. Wait, what did you just say? Orochimaru's eyes widened in surprise, prompting Yusuke to roll his eyes once more. No, I meant I would go. Why the astonishment? From the outset, Yusuke's singular aim has been to eliminate Kaguya Otsutsuki, this ultimate nuisance. In essence, Yusuke is merely awaiting the resolution of the Otsutsuki clan. Once the Otsutsuki clan is dealt with, his own matters will be thoroughly resolved. He has long prepared for the subsequent events. The strategy has been clear from the very beginning, starting with Obito, who is now ready to make his move. Thus, Yusuke need only wait. How do you intend to handle the situation with Tsunade? Compensate for the damages incurred and return home quietly. I cannot place my trust in allies like Tsunade. Given the current circumstances, even genuine assistance from them would prove of little value. According to the original script, the third Hokage had previously subdued Tsunade and secured their status as allies of Konoha. However, in order to secure this ally, Konoha has sacrificed a considerable amount. Yet the greatest contribution of Tsunade seems to be merely cheering for themselves. Do you possess the confidence to achieve such a feat? Yusuke's words indeed reflect the very outcome that Orochimaru yearns for. Tsunade is untrustworthy, especially in times of war. Even if such an ally truly exists, what is required of them is simply to maintain their position without causing additional chaos. Indeed, to further reassure Orochimaru, Yusuke boldly added, I have some explosive information that Tsunade has yet to unveil. What kind of information? Could you share it with me? It pertains to the missing third Kazekage. The third Kazekage's disappearance must be genuine. Otherwise, even in the face of surrender, he would not remain hidden. If he were to make an appearance, it would at least allow Tsunade to withstand the situation for a few more days, certainly longer than 79 days. The primary objective of Tsunade's assault on Konoha is to divert their internal conflicts. In reality, their internal discord does not require external redirection to the extent that it has reached. Rather, a certain incident prompted Chiyo to make this choice. The information I possess will ensure that Tsunade is thoroughly restrained until the conclusion of the war. After the war, I have my own methods to extinguish any lingering ambitions they may harbor. What methods? Their rampant plundering stems from their lack of arable land, necessitating the expenditure of vast sums to procure food from external sources. If we provide them with someone capable of controlling the weather, they could manage the desert themselves. I will present this to them. After they have seen it, when the war commences, I will hand it over, allowing them to experiment with it themselves. What is this called? Faliuna Divine Mechanism. Yusuke casually uttered this name, one he was quite familiar with, and he dismissed it, turning his attention to drinking water. Orochimaru, however, remained silent, captivated by the blueprint Yusuke had carelessly tossed aside. What are you pondering? Orochimaru was so engrossed that Yusuke had to wave his hand before he snapped back to reality. I want a copy of that as well. Very well. Chapter 56. The gears of fate turn at light speed under the strategy of using both carrots and sticks. Tsunade had no reason to refuse the ceasefire agreement. The Faliuna Divine Mechanism is one of the carrots offered to Tsunade. Relying solely on this mechanism to keep Tsunade in check is somewhat challenging. Therefore, Yusuke possesses more than just this single carrot in his arsenal. Among the carrots Yusuke holds are a series of agreements concerning food procurement. Currently, Konoha is also at war, but to be frank, their food situation is not dire. This is partly due to Orochimaru having purchased a substantial amount of food from Yusuke, which contributes to his confidence in waging simultaneous battles on 3 fronts. As for the source of Yusuke's provisions, he is merely an intermediary. The true origin of the food is the dust song jar. The individuals of the Uzumaki clan have indeed come into existence. Within the Chingu pot, the climate is perpetually harmonious, and the expanse is vast, while a yuan possesses superior seeds. The current Uzumaki clan is rumored to be exceedingly affluent, without a hint of trouble. As for the Great Stick, Yuji could not possibly prepare merely for the news of Scorpion having slain 3 generations of Wind Shadows. This news, inevitably, Chiyo would disclose herself in due time. Chiyo's willingness to speak signifies that the matter will not bear significant repercussions. When the time comes, the Great Stick will be rendered utterly useless. Consequently, Yuji chose to leverage this information to act against the higher echelons of Tsunade immediately. Of course, this was not a physical confrontation, but rather a strategic maneuver utilizing Scorpion's revelation to compel Tsunade to retreat. This resulted in the replacement of the Hokage. Yuji vividly recalled the last encounter with Raza. In his eyes, Raza was indeed a naive fool. It was perplexing whether Chiyo and Chiyo's elder were drawn to Raza's gullibility or his propensity for instigating chaos. While these traits might prove advantageous in battle, they were rendered irrelevant for Tsunade, which was merely a step away from an official declaration of defeat. From the perspective of a Konoha citizen, Raza epitomized a simplistic troublemaker. There was no way Yuji would allow Raza to remain in that position any longer. Naturally, Raza was indignant, and Yuji had no qualms about imparting a lesson to him, relishing the opportunity to showcase his own prowess. After the confrontation, the Tsunade personnel were subdued and retreated to their homes. Consequently, the one who ascended to the position of Wind Shadow was none other than Yakura, who had been previously discarded and, according to the original narrative, would have faced betrayal from Tsunade, ultimately perishing at the hands of the Mist Ninjas. Yakura's rise to power could undoubtedly be attributed to Yuji's efforts, ensuring that Yakura was aligned with the Konoha faction. At the very least, it was certain that Yakura would not initiate hostilities against Konoha. Following this, events unfolded swiftly, reminiscent of Yuji's memories. The moment Tsunade surrendered, Mist began a series of actions. Fortunately, the affairs of Tsunade had been resolved, and before they could take a break, Ju and Noburamatsu were once again summoned to the battlefield of Mist. As a physical training instructor, Might Guy received orders to deliver provisions to the front lines, only to encounter the 7 ninja swordsmen en route. Just before he prepared to unleash the 8th gate, he recalled Yuji's words, realizing that he need not open the 8th gate to confront these foes. Ultimately, he vanquished 3 while 4 managed to escape. Although this was slightly less impressive than anticipated, it still allowed him to retain his life. A brief period of rest would enable him to regain his peak condition. In truth, while the apparent achievements may not seem remarkable, the actual outcome was exceedingly commendable. For Might Guy had successfully seized all 7 of the opponent's swords. Indeed, all of them. During his encounter with the 7 ninja swordsmen, he felt a sense of discomfort wielding no weapon while his opponents brandished their blades. In the heat of battle, the primary objective is to seize the opponent's weapon. As the conflict unfolded, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist suffered losses. Some fled, while others perished. Ultimately, all 7 swords fell into the possession of Might Guy. Following this, a protracted stalemate ensued. The Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Stone experienced alternating victories and defeats on the battlefield, with each encounter being fiercely contested. In contrast, the Hidden Mist engaged in persistent harassment, seldom confronting the Leaf Village forces directly, resulting in a lack of large-scale confrontations. Moreover, the Mist Shinobi would retreat swiftly by boat, making pursuit by the Leaf Shinobi quite challenging. Engagements with the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Stone were direct confrontations, even with the Hidden Sand. However, the scenario with the Hidden Mist was markedly different. It resembled a war of words across a wall, with only the occasional exchange of projectiles. This situation was particularly frustrating for Rope Tree, who yearned for a more direct confrontation. Currently, the 3 adversaries are the Hidden Stone, the Hidden Cloud, and the Hidden Mist. Objectively speaking, the Hidden Cloud possesses the greatest strength among these nations. Yet, it is the Hidden Stone that finds itself in the most uncomfortable position. Both the Leaf and the Stone are suffering, despite the presence of the Land of Grass as a buffer. The Leaf's formidable strength makes it difficult for the Stone to maneuver effectively. However, a significant event altered the dynamics of the conflict: the Third Raikage surprise attack on the Land of Earth. Perhaps witnessing the intense clash between the Stone and the Leaf led the Third Raikage to mistakenly believe he could intervene, prompting an assault via water routes on the Land of Earth. In a valiant effort to cover his comrades' retreat, the Third Raikage single-handedly battled against thousands of Stone Shinobi for 3 days and nights, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. The Fourth Raikage ascended to power, having inherited the 8 tails from the deceased Burobi, whom he had deemed worthy of the beast. The Fourth Ace Duo thus made its official debut. Concurrently, the death of the Third Raikage left the Hidden Cloud lacking in high-level combatants, rendering them vulnerable under the leadership of Minato. Although the hidden cloud did not explicitly surrender, they began to gradually reduce the number of shinobi along their borders, subtly indicating their willingness to relent. Consequently, in this war, the Leaf Village was left with only two adversaries, the Hidden Mist and the Hidden Stone. The Hidden Mist remained elusive, prompting the Leaf to focus its attention on the Hidden Stone. Following the third Raikage's attack on the Land of Earth, the stone's arrangements in the Land of Grass began to unravel. The Leaf Shinobi successfully identified the primary supply route to the Stone Village's front line in the Land of Grass, the Kanabi Bridge. This battle was henceforth named the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. The Kanabi Bridge, along with the Naruto Bridge and the Tenchi Bridge, holds significant importance in the narrative of the Hokage. Now, the wheels of fate begin to turn quietly. Chapter 57. The Battle of Kanabi Bridge. It is only when one is fully immersed in their role that they truly enter the fray. Certainly, Yusuke had not embarked on this journey unprepared. Prior to their departure, Yusuke had invoked the Dream Realm, crafting a simulation of the predicament that Toby would face amidst the mountains, allowing Toby to undergo a trial within this dreamscape. Thus, at this moment, Toby remained blissfully unaware that he was on the brink of commencing his infiltration mission. Everything unfolded according to the predetermined script. Daisher employed the camouflage technique to render himself invisible and successfully abducted Rin Noera. After ensuring Rin's removal, he inflicted a grievous wound upon Kakashi's left eye. A slight deviation from the expected outcome was that, although Daisher achieved his objective, one of his arms was rendered useless by Rin's counterattack. Had she not acted swiftly, it would not have been inconceivable for Rin to have struck Daisher down with a single blow. Faced with the injury of his closest comrade, Toby's eyes awakened to reveal the double Tomo Sharingan, enabling him to retaliate successfully against Daisher. Toby executed this aspect admirably. Training is one thing, and reality is another. Toby possessed the clarity to distinguish between the two. He could don a mask of disguise during missions, yet in the absence of such duties, he remained the kind-hearted and pure-hearted Toby. With the awakening of the double Tomo Sharingan, he had irrevocably entered the fray. What is it? A sense of reluctance? Standing beside Yusuke today was not the formidable Orochimaru, the Hokage, nor his wife Tsunade, but rather Yashiro Tof, the very mentor responsible for imparting infiltration techniques to Toby. Naturally, Tof graciously acknowledged this bond. It is widely said that the Sharingan is the most coveted eye in the ninja world, yet the manner in which it was awakened, sigh. After extensive training, Tof had long regarded Toby as his own disciple. Witnessing Toby awaken his Sharingan due to the trauma he endured elicited a pang of sympathy from Tof. In the ninja world, the relationship between master and disciple holds profound significance, despite the unfortunate reality that many have slain their mentors. Orochimaru killed the third Hokage. Nagato took the life of Jiraiya, and Toby was responsible for Minato's demise. Now, Tof appeared to occupy the role of Toby's mentor, and it seemed both acknowledged this relationship. Although such tragedies would not transpire, the thought that Tof had become Toby's teacher remained poignant. Even though I cannot see your eyes, I can still sense that something is amiss. Is there? Undoubtedly, there is. You are certainly overthinking it. After all, with the bandages obscuring the truth, Yusuke simply chose to dismiss any accusations. Very well, let us continue to observe. The subsequent events proceeded along the established trajectory. Kai utilized Earth-style techniques to cause the cave's rocks to collapse, and Toby heroically saved Kakashi, though he himself became trapped beneath the rubble. Kakashi and Rin Noera were rendered unconscious by the falling debris. Upon awakening, the first sound they heard was a faint greeting. Are you all right, Kakashi? Rin? Toby. Kakashi hurried to Toby's side, gazing at him as he lay half-buried beneath the stones. Kakashi and Rin exerted all their strength, yet they could not budge the stone pinning down Obito's body in the slightest. Don't waste your effort. I feel like I'm about to give in. My right side is nearly crushed, and I have lost all sensation. In the face of Obito's feeble voice, Kakashi was engulfed in profound guilt. However, at this moment, remorse served no purpose. Kakashi, it seems I have yet to present you with a gift for your promotion to Jonin. I have struggled to determine what it should be. But now, I believe I have found the answer. Kakashi, I wish to bestow upon you my Sharingan. This is my heartfelt intention, please accept it. Rin, utilize your medical ninjutsu to transplant my Sharingan, along with the optic nerve, into Kakashi's left eye. Do not linger. He has already been taken away, and now he shall embark upon his own tale. As for you, dear teacher, It is time for you to temporarily relinquish your duties. Yusuke patted the shoulder of Kamizuki Taka, turning to leave. Taka glanced back and saw Minato approaching from afar, a bittersweet smile adorning his face. Obito had departed to undertake another mission, leaving his friends and the oblivious Minato to bear the burden. Taka observed the events unfolding upon the bridge. You too are destined to become the future head of the Umbu. You ought to understand that such matters must remain confidential. Rest assured, I shall maintain this secrecy. With his hands in his pockets, Taka inquired, I recall you vowed with your own life to prove Obito's innocence, correct? As he watched Rin perform the transplant, Taka repeatedly questioned himself, will Obito truly be alright? Will he genuinely be fine? The weight of all that Obito endured tormented Taka's heart. Indeed, this is my pact with Obito. Any who break their word shall face the punishment of the stone of consumption. With your assurance, I find solace. However, before departing, Taka suddenly asked, by the way, do you require me to erase my memory? Are you certain you wish to proceed with that? Taka's role in the original narrative was minimal, so Yusuke had not contemplated tampering with Taka's memories. The fact that no one understood Taka implied that revealing this information posed no risk. Shall we strike a bargain? What sort of bargain? Yusuke, intrigued, questioned Taka. You tell me whether I will have a daughter or a son in the future, and in return, you shall preserve this piece of knowledge for me. Upon hearing Taka's request, Yusuke could not help but chuckle. You will have a very charming daughter. A daughter? That sounds delightful. Taka was evidently pleased with this response. Very well, erase my memory now. Once the ordeal concludes and Obito returns, I shall have you restore it. Yusuke pressed his hand to Taka's forehead, allowing the green essence of nature to take effect. In no time, the binding of memories was complete, and Taka succumbed to unconsciousness. Fate, it seemed, had returned to its original path. All predetermined events shall inevitably transpire. However, for those who have comprehended the essence of fate, there remains an opportunity to alter their path. The divine exists beyond the earthly realm. Water, echoing through a parched throat, expresses an ardent yearning for life. Chapter 58. Did Konoha's 9 kill Lin Noera? When Toby made his second appearance, it was on the battlefield between Konoha and the Hidden Mist. How have you fared during this interval? Sensei. Outside, Toby appeared visibly anxious. Yet Kai raised his hand, prompting Toby to promptly comprehend and seal his lips. It was merely a dream. It had been so long since I instructed you in your dreams. Have you perhaps forgotten my methods? Kai's words evoked memories of Toby's rigorous training under the guidance of the wind in the mountains. Much of what he learned required extensive practice. Kai opted for direct application. His training method resembled a dream within a dream, wherein he would enter a remarkably authentic realm and accomplish various tasks within it. Before his initial experience, Toby believed he would remain acutely aware that it was merely a dream. Yet, following that first encounter, for an extended period, the first thing he would do upon awakening was to affirm his identity. I am Uchiha Toby, and I am in the real world. It was as if Kai had manipulated his memories, perceptions, and senses, rendering the dreamscape astonishingly vivid. While undertaking tasks within this dream, his memories and cognition were also subtly altered, leading him to accept the identity assigned by Kai, which made the tasks and knowledge intrinsic to his being. Thus, the notion that Konoha's 9 had slain Lin was, in essence, a dream. Of course, that is not the case. Not a dream. Toby's agitation was palpable as the Kama in his Sharingan began to rotate, threatening to coalesce into a complete pattern. Enough, I jest not. It is indeed not a dream. Were it a dream, your eyes would not appear as they do now. With a casual flourish, Kai conjured a mirror, presenting it before Toby, allowing him to discern his right eye. It bore no mark of the Sharingan. Instead, a symbol reminiscent of a wind shuriken resided within his crimson eye. My eye. No. Sensei, what exactly is occurring outside? Even as Toby inquired about his eye, Kai resolved to first elucidate the situation beyond. In the most literal sense, the denizens of the Hidden Mist have captured Lin Noera and sealed the 3 tails within her body. They intend to unleash the beast upon Konoha. Furthermore, Lin's heart has been cursed, rendering her incapable of self-harm, which compelled her to choose to perish upon the Kanai of the 9. Toby, now somewhat calmed, discerned that Kai's demeanor indicated he had yet to finish speaking. Observing Toby's newfound decorum, Kai felt no further inclination to withhold information. In the real world, those 2 are specially crafted puppets. How could I possibly allow them to be so brazenly captured by the people of the Mist? and even have the 9 tails placed upon Lin? Puppets? Indeed, they are puppets. I, your teacher, once orchestrated the demise of the elder Danzo using puppetry. Though it may be difficult for you to believe, I have released the puppets here. No need. Teacher, I trust you. Because Yusuke has revealed this matter. Obito has already discerned numerous inconsistencies. For instance, the Mist's people captured Lin so openly, and even allowed the 9 to murder her. There are far too many coincidences in this affair. It is evident that someone has plotted this scheme. Teacher, could this be the work of that self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara? Along with Kaguya? If Kamizuki would come, he would surely be pleased. With Yusuke's words, Obito realized his suspicions were correct. This reminded him of his own predicament. Pinned beneath a stone, he thought he was destined to perish. Yet, he was unexpectedly rescued, and upon being saved, he encountered the man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, which led him to a significant realization. His undercover mission had unknowingly commenced. Furthermore, it seemed that teacher Yusuke had foreseen the unfolding of events, allowing everything to progress according to Madara's design, while he remained in the shadows, executing the plan. The current situation mirrors that. Lin's curse mark resides at her heart, which is why she used her heart to confront the 9's kunai. The Mist's people lack such power. This curse mark was indeed crafted by Madara. Upon hearing Yusuke's words, Obito's initial reaction was anger. To inflict such a fate upon his friend, aiming to plunge him into despair. However, upon seeing Yusuke, he instantaneously found solace. With teacher Yusuke present, Madara's scheme could not remain concealed. Madara is indeed cunning. Yet compared to the Yusuke before him, he seems rather youthful. So, is that person truly Madara? Absolutely. It is permissible for me to share some details with you now. He has orchestrated this entire play, and I suspect you are on the brink of collapse. When you return this time, he will unveil a plan called the Eye of the Moon, which aims to plunge everyone into a dream. He will deceive. Yusuke suddenly felt discomfort with the term deceive when applied to Madara, so he opted for a different phrase. He will entice you, making you believe in that plan, compelling you to conjure a world with Lin. This plan harbors secrets, yet it is not appropriate to disclose them now. When we meet again, I shall share the complete details with you. Teacher, does this count as a disjointed narrative? However, if I truly believe in the idea that the 9 killed Lin, then I fear I would indeed fall into the meticulously crafted trap set by Madara and Kaguya. Obito mused. In summary, upon your return, Madara will compel you to continue this plan and entrust you with his name, as his own life approaches its conclusion. Thus, it will be just the 2 of us remaining, along with Kaguya. Kaguya is not to be underestimated either. What shall I undertake next? For now, you need only to perform normally. I shall converse with you again at our next meeting. Ah, my eyes. This remarkable ability is known as the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, each pair being utterly unique. As for the purpose of yours, you shall discover it once I unravel the dream. You might consider exhibiting some anger. It would not be amiss to vent your frustration by eliminating this group of mist-hidden individuals. For now, I shall take my leave until we meet again. Chapter 59. The Fourth Great Ninja War. Certain events will transpire regardless of the absence of pivotal instigators. Take, for instance, Hanzo's vendetta against the Akatsuki. Originally, it was supposed to be Danzo colluding with Hanzo to deceive him, though Danzo hardly merits the term deceive. Hanzo, a naturally suspicious character, indeed turned his ire upon the Akatsuki, directly abducting Konan and forcing Yahiko and Nagato to choose one life in exchange for her release. Ultimately, Yahiko collided with Nagato's kunai, thus ending his own life. Nagato, consumed by grief, summoned the Outer Path's demonic statue, annihilating the Rain-Hidden Village's forces. These events unfolded as they were destined to, despite Danzo's demise. However, Black Zetsu desired these occurrences, and thus they came to fruition, not as an inevitability of history, but as a manifestation of Black Zetsu's will. Though Hanzo lacked trust in Danzo, the latter's words still managed to redirect Hanzo's rage towards the Akatsuki. For Black Zetsu, this was no formidable challenge. Hanzo was indeed a discerning individual, otherwise, he would not have earned the title of the legendary 3 ninjas. Nevertheless, when faced with potential threats to his dominion, no matter how talented an individual, Hanzo would invariably opt for extermination. In addition to assaulting Nagato's psyche, Black Zetsu sought the annihilation of all Akatsuki members. Observing Obito's impassive execution of the Akatsuki, Black Zetsu felt a profound sense of validation in his choice of ally. Though it appeared as though events were unfolding seamlessly, All this transpired merely within Black Zetsu's recollections. As for Obito and the trio from the Rain-Hidden Village, they convened for a clandestine meeting. Indeed, the trio officially became undercover agents within the Akatsuki. Upon their encounter, Yusuke promptly informed them of the situation outside. While it seemed that Obito had eradicated all adversaries, in reality, they had been unceremoniously cast into the dust song jar by Yusuke. Yahiko was certainly beyond survival, prompting Yusuke to unveil the pre-prepared Yahiko puppet, a necessity to deceive Black Zetsu. Thus, in the ensuing period, only the original 2 members remained within the Akatsuki. Yusuke also mentioned that Obito and Kaguya would likely join the Akatsuki organization after some time. Therefore, what should we do next? Yahiko initially aimed to make other nations experience equal suffering. Hence, you should now embody that aspiration, striving to continue Yahiko's dream. Konan, you should endeavor to support Nagato wholeheartedly. Understood, Yusuke-sensei. I have complete faith in both of you. Yusuke patted Nagato and Konan on their shoulders, his tone unmistakably infused with reassurance. I feel quite at ease with your departure now. For this boy, akin to Obito, who lacks the same rigorous training, exiting at this juncture seems most appropriate. Sensei, may I inquire about Kaguya's true intentions? It might be a tad premature to divulge this information. The atmosphere among the 4 suddenly grew tense. Nevertheless, it seems harmless to share it now. Once upon a time, at this opening, the 4 felt an inexplicable sense of impending absurdity in the tale about to unfold. Yet, the conclusion was thus: this matter involves the Sage of 6 Paths and, by extension, his mother? Yahiko exhibited the most pronounced reaction, as the only one among them preparing to exit. He felt a tinge of regret at the thought of departing now. If that is the case, the Sage of 6 Paths might find sneezing in the Pure Land quite easy. Yusuke had anticipated a more significant reaction from Obito, but in truth, Obito remained contemplative after hearing everything. After all, Yusuke had previously remarked that Kaguya posed a greater challenge than Madara, a fact Obito remembered vividly. Thus, he yearned to uncover Kaguya's true identity, yet after discovering the truth, he felt a sudden pang of regret for having learned what he did. How did this involve the Sage of 6 Paths' 3rd brother? In any case, events must unfold according to Kaguya's design. Only in this manner can we liberate Kaguya. The greatest adversary in the ninja world still requires Kaguya to guide me. Once Yusuke concluded, noticing that the others were becoming aware of the weighty responsibilities upon their shoulders, he continued, "You too, like Obito, I shall ultimately prove my innocence, I swear upon my life. We shall leave it at that for today. I will seek you out should anything arise." As the dream dissipated, everything reverted to normalcy. The affairs of the ninja world began to progress at a breakneck pace according to the original script. Itachi was born, followed by Naruto Uzumaki. However, this time, the Nine-Tails incident did not occur. There was no massacre of the Uchiha clan. Obito did not return to Konoha. The next generation of Konoha, including Sasuke Uchiha and Hinata Hyuga, began to arrive in succession. Although the Uchiha massacre was averted, one individual still took Itachi's place in the Akatsuki organization. This individual was none other than the Nine-Tails, fervently pursuing the capture of tailed beasts. Donning a different guise, he somewhat strangely wore the skin of the Uzumaki clan. As the Uzumaki and others began to grow, they entered school and graduated. Becoming a ninja, one embarks on missions akin to those of a true shinobi. Yusuke did not pursue the path of a teacher. Irika sufficed for that role. There were no Nin exams orchestrated by Orochimaru's schemes to dismantle Konoha. As he had now ascended to the position of the 4th Hokage, the 5th Hokage had likewise been established as Minato. Everything progressed with remarkable swiftness, until the Akatsuki organization launched an assault on Konoha. Yusuke unleashed an ultimate genjutsu, compelling everyone to relive the events that had transpired. This time, it was not merely a matter of one Kaguya. Regardless of the illusion, the destruction of the buildings was inevitable. Thus, Yusuke, Nagato, and Obito united, wreaking havoc upon Konoha. It was an opportune moment for Nagato and Konan to withdraw. Orochimaru announced his abdication, passing the mantle to Minato as the 5th Hokage. Until Konoha's complete reconstruction, Orochimaru would assist Minato. Black Zetsu recognized that the moment was ripe, as the Ninja World Conference unfolded amidst the Akatsuki's capture of tailed beasts and their offensive against Konoha. Obito, under the guise of Uchiha Madara, proclaimed war upon the entire ninja world, demanding the surrender of the 8 tails and 9 tails. Failure to comply would leave only one path, that of war. Thus commenced the Fourth Great Ninja War. Chapter 60. The Starry Train. End of this book. Once the war commenced, the first weapon deployed by Obito, or rather Black Zetsu, was White Zetsu. The various nations swiftly recognized the camouflage capabilities of White Zetsu. At this juncture, Konoha shared 2 pieces of intelligence: the location of the White Zetsu army and their staggering number, 100,000. The allied shinobi forces promptly mobilized, advancing towards the White Zetsu stronghold. They arrived almost simultaneously at the site, but did not rush forward. The foremost among them encountered an individual standing in their path, not the masked man, but a familiar figure known to many present. The Supreme Commander, the Fourth Hokage, indeed recognized this person, although their last meeting dated back to the Third Great Ninja War. It was Yusuke Misaka. Aside from the Fourth Hokage, the shinobi from Tsunade also recognized him, for their village bore a statue of Yusuke Misaka. His jutsu had granted Tsunade the opportunity to transform their desert into a more hospitable environment. However, most others remained unfamiliar with this figure, as he had rarely appeared in public since the onset of the Fourth War. Yusuke Misaka, what brings you to stand in our way? Questioned the forces, who perceived him as an impediment to their advance. I am here to deal with White Zetsu, Yusuke declared, and as his words echoed, White Zetsu began to surface in droves. Black Zetsu was evidently caught off guard by the revelation of their location, though the situation deviated from his expectations. The arrival of the ninja forces presented a significant opportunity to potentially annihilate the allied shinobi forces. The allied shinobi forces have evidently noticed the emergence of White Zetsu, and the situation has swiftly escalated to a tense standoff. Yusuke finds himself caught between the 2 opposing factions. In comparison to Yusuke, the oppressive force exerted by the army of White Zetsu is palpably stronger. However, as Yusuke ascends into the air, the attention of the majority shifts back to him. Upon taking flight, Yusuke, before the eyes of the allied shinobi forces, deliberately removes the bandage that obscured his vision. He glances back at the approaching squadron before turning his gaze once more toward the 100,000 White Zetsu. Before the allied shinobi forces, Yusuke first looses a charged arrow. Following this, he rushes to confront the individual struck by his shot, summoning 2 water blades to execute a technique known as breaking the flow. Defeating an enemy under the influence of this technique triggers a burst of water, inflicting the flow disruption effect on nearby foes. The allied shinobi forces witness a blue ripple of water manifest before Yusuke, swiftly dispatching the White Zetsu. What follows is a moment that will leave an indelible impression on all present. The water vortex that initially appeared before Yusuke now materializes on the 2 adjacent White Zetsu. For those familiar with the game Zuma, it might evoke the sensation of being on the verge of defeat, only for a casual shot to obliterate all the spheres. The vortex symbolizes the flow disruption, which, upon slaying an enemy, seamlessly transfers to the next closest adversary. This chain reaction can perpetuate endlessly. In a game, various factors such as frame rate and spawn speed might interrupt this flow, yet in reality, the White Zetsu are numerous and eager to surge forth, confronting the allied shinobi forces directly. This results in some White Zetsu not comprehending the unfolding events until the flow disrupts their existence and extends to those nearby. Has 100,000 White Zetsu been eliminated in an instant? In truth, it was 2 strikes, with the charged arrow included. Kageyama Yusuke has discerned the nature of this technique. Yet, he cannot place the blame elsewhere. It is simply that the White Zetsu are exceedingly weak. As long as those struck do not perish, the effect will not propagate to the next individual. The obliteration of the White Zetsu army appears utterly absurd to every member of the allied shinobi forces. In the eyes of Black Zetsu, the sentiment can also be encapsulated as absurdity. Kageyama Yusuke, where are my countless White Zetsu? Our conflict is far from over. Time cannot be squandered any longer. I still possess the Horn of the 8 Tails and the 2 beings, Kin and Jin, who carry the chakra of the 9 Tails. The instantaneous annihilation of all the White Zetsu has ignited a tempest of rage within Black Zetsu. After painstakingly devising his plans for so long, why has such an unforeseen variable arisen? The 10 Tails has been birthed. Witnessing the colossal-tailed beast looming toward the heavens, everyone present feels an overwhelming sense of pressure. At this moment, during the time of annihilation, Kurizetsu clearly witnessed Yusuke extracting a blade from his own chest. The next instant, Kurizetsu proclaimed, become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Obito. If Obito failed to become the Jinchuriki, the Ten Tails would likely perish at Yusuke's hands within moments. With their health bars, this strike would leave the Ten Tails with merely a quarter of its vitality remaining. Kurizetsu, in his current state, could scarcely concern himself with whether the Ten Tails was in its complete form. Yusuke. Obito initially intended to mimic Kurizetsu, yet Yusuke, without hesitation, conjured a dreamscape, urging Obito to unleash his full potential. Nevertheless, Obito found himself being relentlessly pummeled. Observing the fierce clash between the two, the allied shinobi forces lamented their lack of foresight in not bringing a small stool or a watermelon for each member during their departure. This conflict hardly required their involvement. Obito was clearly at the mercy of his adversary. Beaten to near death, Obito collapsed to the ground, a fate that was part of Kurizetsu's scheme. Kurizetsu then possessed Obito's body, summoning Madara. This time, Madara emerged in his complete form, without undergoing the process of Edo Tensei. He instinctively believed that his plan had succeeded. However, Kurizetsu pondered the true nature of this Yusuke. Madara had never anticipated a day when he would find himself so beleaguered, fleeing from an assailant wielding a blade. Despite being relentlessly pursued, he seized an opportunity. The Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, Uchiha Madara, projected his ocular power onto the moon. Though he had been enduring Yusuke's relentless assault, his chakra was significantly depleted, yet he managed to unlock the seal atop the moon using his ocular prowess. Kurizetsu ambushed Madara, who became acutely aware of Kurizetsu's machinations. Finally, summon my mother. Kurizetsu disregarded Yusuke's words, believing that while Yusuke was indeed formidable, the arrival of his mother would render him inconsequential. Upon returning to the shinobi world, Kaguya had intended to commend Kurizetsu. Yet she was taken aback. What on earth is happening? She never envisioned a day when she would be the one pursued. As for Yusuke, he recognized the necessity of Kaguya's involvement, but he deemed it prudent to confront her with force before engaging in discourse, to avoid a futile exchange of words. Kaguya was ultimately subdued. Yusuke articulated his thoughts, directly addressing the naivety of Kaguya's aspirations. What prowess does your white Zetsu possess that you think it could contend with the Otsutsuki clan? Having been subdued, Kaguya acquiesced to Yusuke's statements. The allied shinobi forces were left in a state of bewilderment. Prior to their departure, they believed they possessed substantial intelligence. However, the subsequent developments exceeded all expectations. Questions loomed over Madara's sudden appearance and the identity of the enigmatic woman who emerged last. These inquiries warranted a convening of the five Kage. During the meeting, Yusuke revealed the truth to the shinobi world. It was deemed appropriate for the shinobi to handle their own affairs, especially in light of the external threat posed by the Otsutsuki clan, which had united the shinobi realm like never before. As for the future of the shinobi world, that remained their own concern. However, under Yusuke's witness, a peace treaty was signed. Through this treaty, or rather, this covenant, Yusuke's Zhongli successfully attained the pinnacle of level 6. Meanwhile, Yusuke, accompanied by Tsunade and Otsutsuki Kaguya, boarded the Astral Express, a long-prepared artifact. Indeed, a normal human physique cannot endure the vastness of space for an extended period. Guided by Kaguya, Yusuke embarked on a journey to confront the Otsutsuki clan. As for what ultimately transpired with Yusuke and Tsunade, the shinobi remained oblivious. Only Kaguya, having shed the Otsutsuki surname and returned to the shinobi world, concealed her identity and resumed her daily life, was aware. She witnessed the devastation that befell the Otsutsuki clan and understood that Yusuke and Tsunade had set forth on their cosmic odyssey aboard the Astral Express.